Family, my heart was shattered the moment I was born, and my dad, an A-trained soul Da, sacrificed himself to save me. I traversed to the Douluo continent and grew up with Tang San. During my martial soul awakening, I unexpectedly discovered that I possessed dual martial soul sand, incredibly powerful mutated sky blue vine, and I also received Sand Guest silent wrist crossbow. This start was explosive. Let me tell you, I almost didn't make it. My heart was shattered at birth. Really, it was a mess. Just when I was about to go cold, my dad, covered in blood, rushed into Holy Soul Village with me in his arms. Without a word, he unleashed a burst of golden light, forcefully infusing his 8 soul rings and a soul bone into me, which is how I was dragged back from the brink of death. The price was that he became incapacitated, saying he would go to a place called Beiming to wait for death. But this was something that old Jack, the village chief, told me later. Before that, I was just like the other kids in Holy Soul Village, even more competitive. My name is Jiang Luoran, a traveler who unfortunately ended up in the Douluo continent. Next to me lived another prodigy, Tang San. Yes, that Tang San who jumped off a cliff and was brought here a month earlier than me, so I had to hold my nose and call him San Go. This guy pretended to be harmless every day, practicing his so-called Xiantian Kung Fu, which was basically like running naked in front of someone who had seen the script. Of course, I wasn't idle either since I didn't have any golden fingers. I had to rely on myself. I didn't discover much else, but I found that my speed was incredible and my leg strength was explosive. So, from the time I could walk, I carried several hundred pounds of big stones running around the mountains, focusing on extreme pressure training. Well, while I was foolishly exercising, on the other side, a group named Ji was holding a meeting to figure out how to kill our whole family. One was called Ji Lin, and the other Ji Zhuang. No, buddy, are your parents serious about that name? Anyway, these two were planning that their sky blue vine martial soul needed to slaughter our Jiang family completely to mutate and become stronger. They had already killed someone named Jiang Nan and murdered his child as well. As a result, their girl named Ji Hugh's martial soul mutated, but her soul power was only level 6. Then that Ji Zhuang, a soul Da, got angry and opened all 8 of his soul rings, shouting that he would wipe out our entire family, leaving no one behind. Seriously, are the KPIs of these villains this hardcore? At that time, of course, I didn't know any of this. My mind was filled with the martial soul awakening 3 days later. That day, after finishing my training, I ran to find Tang San, wanting to see the legendary chaotic wind hammer technique with my own eyes. Tang San's home was as poor as could be his dad. Tang Hao, a Title Douluo, was drunk every day, looking as if he owed the whole world money. Every time I saw old Jack pointing his finger at him and scolding him, I felt nervous for old Jack, fearing that one day this guy might lose it and smash Holy Soul Village to pieces. Tang San was also an actor. He told his dad that he wanted to learn blacksmithing to help the family. I couldn't help but laugh inside. He clearly wanted to create his Tang sect hidden weapons. Tang hadn't exposed him and started teaching him. He said that people have 3 hearts, 2 in the calves. I thought to myself, wow, what kind of cybernetic modification is this? Then he swung the heavy hammer, and with a bang, the whole room shook. That power transmitted from his legs to his waist, and then to his arms, all in one go. Tang San tried it and looked the part. I felt itchy watching and went up to say, "Uncle, can I give it a try?" Tang Hao glanced at me, probably thinking that this little brat could barely lift the hammer. But when I took hold of it, it felt completely different. After years of leg training, those 2 calf hearts felt like engines, and the power surged up. I mimicked Tang Hao, exerted force with my legs, twisted my waist, and transferred the strength to my arms. Bang. One strike down, and the sparks flew more fiercely than Tang San's. Tang Hao's eyes were about to pop out. Tang San was also stunned. I didn't care about that using the hammer's rebound. I turned around and struck again, each hit more powerful than the last. Bang, bang, bang. It sounded like drumming, and I kept going for 26 strikes until I felt completely drained. Finally, Tang Hao couldn't hold back and asked what I usually did. I wiped my sweat and innocently said, "I just like running with that old tree at the village entrance. I've been running for 4 years. Maybe that's how I train my heart." That night, I went home for dinner, determined to confront old Jack. I put down my bowl and stared at him intently. "Old Jack, who exactly am I? You must know something." The old man felt uneasy under my gaze, and after a long sigh, he finally told me the story about how my dad sacrificed himself to save me. He said my dad's martial soul was a kind of golden vine, thorny, both sacred and frightening. Sky blue vine? No, that's green. My mind was a mess. 3 days later, the martial soul awakening ceremony took place. The infamous toolman, Su Yuntao, arrived. This guy strutted in like a peacock, transforming into a werewolf and displaying his soul rings, scaring a bunch of kids into screams. He felt great about himself. At my age, to be a great soul master is rare. I almost laughed out loud. The first few kids had scythe and home martial souls, all useless. When it was Tang San's turn, he had blue silver grass with innate full soul power. Su Yuntao's expression was something else: first shock, then regret. What a pity, a useless martial soul. When it was my turn, I stood there, and a dull gray vine emerged from my hand. Su Yuntao couldn't even be bothered to look. Old tree root, useless martial soul. Next. Oh, there's no next. I suppressed the urge to smack him with the vine and said, "Test my soul power." He impatiently handed me the crystal ball. When I placed my hand on it, buzz, the entire wooden house lit up as if the sun had exploded, the brilliance several times stronger than Tang San's. Su Yuntao's expression management completely crashed. He froze on the spot, muttering, "Another with innate full soul power? Why do they all keep getting useless martial souls?" I sneered inwardly. What innate full soul power? I was directly advancing to a level 40 soul master, okay? Old Jack sighed at the sight of both of us being useless martial souls, but still allocated the 2 work-study student spots in the village to us. That night, I returned home feeling something was off. I was burning up all over. My bones felt like they were being reassembled. Unable to bear it, I ran to hug that old tree at the village entrance, rolling on the ground in pain. Just as I was about to pass out, my body began to undergo a drastic transformation. My arms, thighs, and finally my entire body were covered with layers of thick white feather scales. Then, with a loud bang, a shadow that blocked out the sun emerged behind me, looking like both a fish and a bird. Family, who understands? It was the Kunpeng. The Kunpeng from Beiming. I actually had dual martial souls. One mutated sky blue vine and an ultimate beast martial soul, the Kunpeng. I instantly calmed down. This Kunpeng martial soul was impressive, but I definitely couldn't add soul rings now. I had to learn from Tang San and train this mutated sky blue vine to the level of a Title Douluo. Then I could directly give the Kunpeng 900,000-year red soul rings. I just didn't know if this sky blue vine would mutate for the better or fail like Jiang. At that moment, I thought, who cares? Whether it's a mule or a horse, let's take it out for a stroll. I directly summoned the mutated sky blue vine. And guess what? This thing was dull gray, but it felt as hard as rebar. It emitted a metallic cold light all over. I faced a thick old tree root in front of me and silently thought, bind. Guess what happened? With a loud bang, that old tree root was instantly turned into a cloud of wood chips by my gray vines. Family, who understands? I'm talking about binding, not sending it through a shredder. I was so stunned that I took several steps back. This isn't control type. This is simply a violent output type. The vines drilled in like a power drill, then went wild inside, directly exploding it from the inside out. At that moment, I realized my martial soul is all about versatility. It can be used to bind people like a rope and also stab like a spear. It's just too useful. Now I felt assured. There's still more than 3 months until the start of classes at Notting Academy, and I didn't waste a single day. After awakening my martial soul, I felt my physical abilities skyrocketing like a rocket. I used to struggle to carry 100 pounds of tree roots, but now I can carry 300 pounds of sky blue vines and run like the wind. And that's without using soul power. Besides training myself, I also went to Tang San's house every day. Let me tell you, my third brother is really impressive. He hammers away at the forge every day. When I pushed the door open, I saw a half-finished product on the table: silent wrist arrows. Tang's sect hidden weapons. This thing is a deadly tool. My third brother saw my astonished face and thought I didn't understand. So he took the time to explain. I thought to myself, come on, I understand more than you think. Without saying a word, I grabbed a hammer and went to help. Third brother, I don't know how to assemble, but I'm good at forging. I'm strong. You wouldn't believe it, after a month of practicing my chaotic hammer technique, it became smoother and smoother. I went from getting exhausted after 20 or so strikes at the beginning to being able to continue after 60 or 70 strikes now. Our cooperation filled the progress bar completely. Of course, my third brother was still cautious. He let me see the parts being made, but how they were finally assembled was a top secret of the Tang sect, which he completed secretly at night. I understand, rules are rules. A month later, my third brother finally finished 3 silent wrist arrows. He handed one to me and said, "This thing can kill, but I hope you only use it for self-defense." I was overjoyed. This isn't just self-defense. It's like gaining an extra life. I unhesitatingly strapped it to my arm. My third brother even took me up the mountain to teach me how to use it. Aiming at a falling leaf, whoosh, the silver needle pierced through the leaf stem and nailed into the large tree. Behind it, the penetrating power was simply outstanding. After that, I practiced even more frantically with weights. Directly add up to 500 Jin, specifically running in small forests where low-level soul beasts are found, practicing speed under absolute pressure. Let me tell you, with the speed granted by my Kunpeng martial spirit, Tang San's ghost shadow phantom steps would seem slow in front of me. In the blink of an eye, it was time to start school. Tang San and I carried our rations and waited for Grandpa Jack at the village entrance. The old man was beaming with joy, walking with a spring in his step. After all, our village had produced 2 soul masters at once. Enough for him to brag about to the elder of the neighboring village for a lifetime. On the way, Grandpa Jack educated us about the rules of the Soul Master Academy, saying that the Junior Academy takes 6 years to complete, and you can graduate only when your soul power reaches level 20. He also mentioned that soul rings are divided into 10-year white and 100-year yellow. He earnestly told us, Xiao-san, Luo-ran, don't put too much pressure on yourselves. If you can get 2 white soul rings in the future, Grandpa will be very satisfied. I exchanged a glance with Tang San and almost burst out laughing. A white soul ring? That thing isn't even worth a dog's attention. Sanji's goal starts at 100 years, while my goal is to go straight for 1,000 years. When we arrived in Notting City, the entrance to the Soul Master Academy was quite impressive. Grandpa Jack respectfully handed the proof from the spirit hall to the guard at the door. The guard received it with a look of disdain, glanced at it, and then burst into laughter like a madman. Ha ha, blue silver grass? Old tree root? Or 2 innate, full soul power? This is killing me. Grandpa Jack's face turned red with anger as he said, it was the proof personally issued by Master Wu Qingdian. The guard didn't pay any attention at all, waved the proof around in his hand without returning it to Grandpa Jack, and mockingly said, Holy Soul Village? If your village had a soul zone, I would go challenge a 1,000,000-year soul beast. I told you I was furious at that moment. No matter what, Grandpa Jack raised me for 6 years. How could I let such a thing bully me? I charged forward in a single leap and kicked that guard dog right in the face. With a thud, he flew out like a broken sack, rolling several times and was bleeding all over his mouth. I stepped on his chest, looking down at him. What do you think you are? Want to die? The guy was stunned from the beating, but still dared to be tough. Do you dare to hit someone from Nottingham Academy? Before I could finish my sentence, I put more force into my foot, directly stomping his second half of the sentence back into his stomach. Were you? A trash doorman. I'm sending you off today. Living is just a waste of air. The guy was completely panicked, whimpering under my foot. Just then, a middle-aged man in plain clothes with a somewhat lost expression walked over. Grandpa Jack quickly came up to pull me back, afraid that I would really stomp him to death. The middle-aged man picked up the certificate from the ground and glanced at it, and his expression changed instantly. After listening to Grandpa Jack's explanation, he coldly told the doorman, if the next time, don't bother coming back, and then let the 2 of us follow him. On the way, Tang San politely greeted him. Hello, teacher, but the man waved his hand and said, I'm not a teacher from the academy. You can call me master. At that moment, I felt this man had a story. The master led us to a nearby bench, got straight to the point, and said, do you want to acknowledge me as your teacher? I hadn't spoken to Tang San yet when the master looked at him first and directly stunned him with a single sentence. Tang San, your martial soul is blue silvergrass, yet you possess innate full soul power. I assert that you have another extremely powerful martial soul, right? Goodness. Tang San was dumbfounded at that moment. This was a secret his father had repeatedly warned him not to reveal. He glanced at me and decided to come clean, summoning a hammer with lightning from his left hand. When the master saw the hammer, he fell into deep thought, mumbling something about the surname Tang. Could it be? He clearly guessed something. Tang San immediately accepted it and called him teacher. Then the master looked at me. Jiang Luoran, old tree root, innate full soul power. He asked me to release my martial soul for him to see. I shook my hand, and the steel-like gray sky blue vine shot out. The master squeezed it, tested its weight, and was utterly shocked. This is not old tree root. This resilience, this hardness, could it be a mutated martial soul? I directly demonstrated in front of him, facing another unfortunate old tree nearby, and with a bang, another tree turned into fragments. The master was stunned, muttering, strong control combined with agility attack. This is simply a born assassin. I told him that I suspected this was a mutation of the sky blue vine martial soul. But that wasn't all. I said to him, teacher, I have another martial soul. After saying that, I immediately activated the Kunpeng martial soul. In an instant, a violent wind arose, and a gigantic Kunpeng phantom appeared behind me, its momentum nearly scaring the master out of his wits. Kunpeng, it is the ultimate beast martial soul. The master completely lost his composure, excitedly telling us that we must not let others know we have twin martial souls. In the future, externally, third brother will use the blue silvergrass, and I will use this mutated vine. He even gave my vine a new name, called Blood Slaughter Vine. I nodded and said, I've noted it down. There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. At that moment, Sangge finally reacted, looking at me in shock, probably thinking, wow, it turns out I'm not the only one who has a cheat. The master explained that he inferred this based on the theory of the 10 core competencies of martial souls, stating that a useless martial soul could not possess innate, full soul power. Sangge and I were both stunned. This teacher has some insight. We immediately wanted to become his disciples. The master helped us up and said, you both possess innate, full soul power and must quickly obtain your soul rings. The target for your first soul ring should be 100 years. Sangge nodded in agreement, but I shook my head and boldly said, Teacher, I think I need a 1,000-year soul ring for my first one. Moreover, I need 2. The master and Tang San were instantly dumbfounded. The master advised me not to be reckless, as my body might explode. I looked at them, took a deep breath, and revealed, because I am an innate, full-level 40 soul master. Additionally, I need 2 black 10,000-year soul rings. The air instantly fell silent. Tang San's mouth dropped open wide enough to fit an egg, and the master's eyes nearly popped out. His entire being felt like it was overheating. He leaned against the nearby chair, feeling as if his worldview had been shattered by my words. Breathing heavily, he looked at me and muttered, innate, full-level soul master. This completely breaks my theory. I explained that most of my soul power was taken up by the Kunpeng martial soul. So the soul power that the Blood Fiend Vine could use was only at around level 10. The master then calmed down and thought it was because the ultimate beast martial soul was too domineering. However, he still felt that it was too risky for me to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring as my first one. I directly shared my training routine. I started weight training at the age of 2, and now, without relying on soul power, I can sprint through the forest carrying 500 pounds of bloodthirsty vines. Give me a minute, and I can run across the entire Nodding Academy. The master was completely speechless. He looked at me as if I were a monster. He knew that his disciple could not be judged by common sense. He decided to find a skilled expert to help us hunt for soul rings. Then, the master took us to the new student registration area. The 2 young teachers in charge of reception, one surnamed Liu and the other Wang, greeted the master with a sarcastic attitude. As soon as the master left, Teacher Liu mocked us. You call him teacher? Do you know that everyone can only have one teacher in their lifetime? To take him as your master. Are you out of your minds? Teacher Wang beside him picked up our credentials and laughed even louder. Haha, innate full soul power of blue silvergrass and old tree roots? A bizarre pairing with a freak. You really are a perfect match with the master. At that time, I wanted to take action, but Tang San stopped me. Those 2 were still babbling. In theory, the master is invincible, but that's just talk. He himself is useless. He probably can't even defeat a 10-year spirit beast. But it's just right, with your useless martial soul, a 10-year spirit ring is the best you can get. I couldn't hold it in anymore and turned around, pointing at their noses, saying, we respect our teacher and learn his theoretical knowledge. It has nothing to do with his strength. As for you, you don't even understand the most basic respect, and you think you deserve to be teachers? The 2 of them looked at me as if I were an idiot. I sneered and said to them word by word, just wait. In less than 20 years, the 2 of us will become Title Douluo under the guidance of the master. The 2 teachers laughed so hard that tears were almost coming out, pointing at us and saying, Title Douluo? Both of you? Kid, are you still half asleep? On the entire continent, there are hardly any soul Douluo, and you think you could become Title Douluo? I couldn't help but chuckle at that moment. Why waste words with these 2 who were so narrow-minded? I exchanged a glance with Tang San and decided to leave. Staying with them for even a second felt like it would lower my IQ. It's pointless to talk about ice with summer insects. Those who understand, understand. As soon as we left, we heard Teacher Liu behind us still chattering. Still shining? 2 useless martial souls, just wait. If that day really comes, I'll let you, the Title Douluo, slap me in the face. I can eat coal balls if needed. Another one was there playing along. I'll eat too. Goodness, I thought to myself, this is quite the flag being set. It's 2025, and I haven't seen such a standard one in a long time. I made a note of this. I'll definitely make sure you 2 eat your fill of coal balls later. We arrived at the dormitory together. As work-study students, you know, living on the first floor for easy cleaning. As soon as we opened the door to Dorm 7, we saw a kid who was acting all high and mighty, looking at us like we were nothing. New work-study students? I'm Wang Sheng, the boss of Dorm 7. Tang San frowned, sensing that things were not simple. Immediately, a little follower jumped out, pointing at Wang Sheng and starting to introduce his glorious achievements. This is our boss Wang Sheng, and the rules are. I tell you, every day I was dealing with this kind of nonsense, and I was already in a bad mood. And he wants to follow procedures? I kicked, and that little lackey went flying out. I couldn't be bothered to say anything, just a little brat. What is the point of reporting anything? Wang Sheng exploded on the spot. What are you doing? Someone nearby tried to step in. Our boss Wang Sheng is a level 9 spirit master, and his martial spirit is the Shadow Wolf. Bang! Another one. I kicked again, and this guy went straight into the wall. I sneered. Enough with the nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. If not, get lost. Does anyone understand? These people were all confused at the time, probably thinking this script is wrong. Who is bullying whom? Wang Sheng was also clever and immediately asked the key question. What are your martial spirits? I am very calm. I, old tree root. My third brother, blue silvergrass. The master said be low-key, endure, don't be reckless. As a result, when these people heard it, they all burst out laughing, to the point that the roof almost came off. Ha, old tree root, blue silvergrass? It scared me for a moment. I thought they were some tough characters, but it turned out to be two useless martial souls. The aura of that Wang Sheng instantly returned. He walked up to me and reached out as if to slap my face. Kid, there is plenty of time. I'll take my time to deal with you. Let us give you 2 nicknames. I'll call you Little 3. As for you, he pointed at me, I'll call you Dirty Egg. At that moment, I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids and directly asked him, what are you? Get lost. Oh, not convinced? Come on, let's have a fight. With your old tree roots? He and his gang of little brothers laughed so hard that they were rolling on the floor, completely disregarding us. I waved my hand to let my third brother rest. He didn't need to deal with this kind of trash. You weren't even worthy of my martial soul. As soon as I finished speaking, I delivered a whip kick to his face so fast it was like a phantom. Wang Sheng was knocked back several meters. His face turned pale. If he hadn't instinctively used his martial soul to block, that kick would have sent him reeling. He became anxious, unable to save face. A useless martial soul is still a useless martial soul. Come on. A purple wolf shadow appeared behind him, and his hands transformed into wolf claws as he charged at me with a chilling wind. I didn't move at all, just waiting for him to get closer. Just as that wolf claw was about to grab me, I simply threw a straight punch. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. His little buddies were wide-eyed in shock. What's going on? This newcomer didn't use his martial soul and actually took Wang Sheng's full-strength hit barehanded, and he even made Wang Sheng retreat several steps. At that moment, Wang Sheng felt like he wasn't hitting a fist, but a freaking steel plate. His entire arm went numb. He looked terrified. Impossible. You didn't use soul power? How could you be stronger than me? I couldn't be bothered with any nonsense, so I just kicked him straight in the face. With that kick, he couldn't even react in time. His neck got kicked sideways, and he spun around a dozen times before slamming against the wall, leaving a human-shaped imprint. If it weren't for his martial soul still being activated, he probably would have been finished on the spot. I retracted my foot and coldly asked, I haven't even used my strength yet. Are you coming again? Wang Sheng struggled to get up from the ground, tears brimming in his eyes, and tremblingly asked, so, that was a soul skill, right? His group of little brothers collectively stepped back in fear, looking at me as if I were a monster. Wang Sheng was completely defeated and admitted on the spot, I lost. From now on you are the boss of the 7th dorm. He then explained that they, as work-study students, often got bullied, which is why they established the rule that the one with the biggest fist becomes the leader to protect everyone. Tang Xin came over and patted me, meaning that I had worked hard and should help them. I pouted and exchanged a glance with Tang San. Third brother, you know my soul power. I don't want to expose it. I came here just to get a graduation certificate and to leave after obtaining a soul ring. I confronted Wang Sheng and the others directly. Don't worry, before I leave, I'll help you beat up all those trash who look down on people. This group of people was instantly stunned, probably thinking that I was being overly stubborn, thinking that after beating Wang Sheng, I could take on the entire academy. Just as I was saying this, a sweet voice came from the door. Excuse me, is this the 7th dormitory? I turned around, and wow, a super cute girl in a pink dress with bunny ears was standing at the door. The guys in the dorm instantly turned red. Tang San was shocked. Are we co-ed here? Wang Sheng quickly explained. Third brother, we're work-study students, and this is the only dormitory. We're all young, so the college doesn't manage it. I know what's going on. That's Xiao Wu, Tang San's future wife. That Wang Sheng guy poked me in the arm, urging me to get involved, saying it was the rule. When I lifted my foot, he quickly backed away in fright. Get lost? This is a matter between the couple. Why should I meddle? Could you go? Hitting is affection. Scolding is love. I wish you both 100 years of harmony. Tang Sin looked confused, but still braved himself to step in. The girl introduced herself as Xiao Wu, and her martial soul is a rabbit. Upon hearing this, Tang Sin joked, so, we old tree roots and blue silvergrass are your food? According to the rules, The two had to spar a bit. Tang San thought about going easy on the girl, but as soon as Xiao Wu came at him, she was fierce. Her movements were light and graceful, and Tang San nearly couldn't dodge even with his ghost shadow misty step. The most outrageous part was when Xiao Wu changed her move in midair, slipping like an eel behind Tang San and wrapping her legs around his waist. Tang San was stunned. This was not playful banter. This was a finishing move. As soon as I saw it, I thought, oh no, this is Xiao Wu's ultimate move, the waist bow. If it lands, Tang San at this stage will definitely be seriously injured. Xiao was clearly too excited to hold back. Just as I was thinking, I rushed forward like a cannonball, shouting, Xiao Wu, use the waist bow. Xiao Wu was stunned, thinking, what's wrong with this guy? Doesn't he fear that I might hurt his brother? But seeing my momentum, she instantly understood. Just as her heel was about to stomp on Tang San's back, I threw a seemingly ordinary straight punch, accurately hitting the sole of her foot. With a loud bang, Xiao Wu was sent flying by the force of my punch, spinning several times in the air before landing steadily. Tang San let out a sigh of relief and thanked me profusely. Xiao Wu looked at me in shock, saying, you have such great strength. I smiled and said, your skills are not bad, specifically designed to counter strength types, but unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, techniques become less effective. At this point, everyone in the dormitory was convinced. Tang San admitted defeat, and Xiao Wu also said that if it came to a real fight, she wouldn't win against me. Thus I, Jiang Luoran, became the new leader of the 7th dormitory. Later, as everyone introduced themselves, Wang Sheng asked why we were so strong. Tang San and I revealed our cards. I have full innate soul power. Xiao Wu jumped in and said, me too. Wang Sheng and his group of followers looked as if they had been struck by lightning, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. Full innate soul power? Is this common now? All 3 work-study students who came this year have it? This world is too crazy. The next day, when I arrived at the teaching building, sure enough, just as I reached the classroom door, I was stopped by a few upperclassmen, led by a rugged-looking guy named Lu Cheng. He approached with a sarcastic tone. Oh, the work-study students are here? Do you have a martial soul? It better not be some random cat or dog that can enter our classroom. I stepped forward. What about you? What spirit do you have? What level are you? I am the Great Strength Diamond Bear, a level 16 soul master. That guy had a face full of arrogance. His little followers behind him also joined in, mocking me and Tang San for dressing like poor people. I laughed. A broken bear, what's all the noise about? If I give you a few more levels, are you going to heaven? I just want to provoke them. The more the merrier, so I can take them all down at once. What did you say? Lu Cheng exploded on the spot, directly activating his martial soul, with a furry bear shadow emerging behind him. Newcomer, cut off your own legs, or else don't blame me for getting my hands dirty. I glanced around at the onlookers. Is there no one in this academy who can fight? How about you all come meet together? If not, I can even let you use one hand. As soon as I said this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. 2 senior students stepped forward, standing next to Lu Cheng, 3 level 16 soul masters. When they unleashed their martial spirits, the pressure was so intense that the younger students around them could barely breathe. Seeing me standing still, Lu Cheng thought I was scared and laughed loudly. Are you afraid? Kneel down and lick my shoes. I'll let you off. I dug into my ear and thought, well, a lot of nonsense. Then I stared at him and realized that this little cat was the loudest of all. Before I finished speaking, I had already moved. There was no fancy move, just a straightforward kick. Lu Cheng only saw a flash of white light in front of him, and then his whole body flew out. His martial soul shattered in an instant, and several ribs in his chest broke, causing him to pass out on the spot. The entire place fell into silence. I looked disdainfully at the 2 remaining ones, Qiao Tianjiao and Lu Fengjing, and said lightly, by the way, I forgot to tell you, I am a congenital full soul power. How about that? Is it enough to serve you young masters? Who understands? This is simply a dimensionality reduction attack. The faces of the 2 turned pale with fear, but they still steeled themselves to come at me together. The one named Lu Fengjing, a control type, directly used his soul skill, and 3 black chains instantly bound me tightly. The other one, Qiao Tianjiao, a strong attack type, took the opportunity to unleash a punch that shook the world towards me. The people around thought I was doomed. After all, one had an over 80-year control soul skill, and the other had a 70-year strong attack soul skill. As a result, just as Lu Fengjing locked me in, his face turned red, and he shouted at Qiao Tianjiao, get back. I can't control it. Too late. Boom. I tensed my muscles, and the iron chains were directly shattered by my strength. With this little bit of power, do they still think they can control me? The moment I broke free, my body was already in midair, facing Qiao Tianjiao's fist, and I punched back with one blow. Qiao Tianjiao's entire being was like a kite with a broken string. crashing through the classroom door and flying far away, unconscious. I fell to the ground, brushed off the dust from my hands, and looked at the mess around me, disdainfully saying, "What kind of nonsense is this? They overestimate themselves and dare to block my way?" Tang Xin walked over with an expression that seemed to say he knew this would happen, probably already thinking about how to explain it to the academy. On the contrary, Xiao Wu was furious, stomping her feet beside me, saying that I was too gentle, and these people should be beaten to a pulp. Let me tell you, this girl is even more of a violent person than I am. I quickly told her, don't be angry from now on, call me Brother Ran. I'll take care of you. Then I pointed at Tang San and said, this is Brother San. From now on, the three of us will be like siblings, though we have different parents. As soon as Xiao Wu heard this, she was delighted and jumped right next to Tang San, linking her arm with his, looking very affectionate. As soon as I saw the situation, I immediately made a face at Tang San and said, Brother San, this is your future. Before I could finish, I understood that some things are better left unspoken. Tang San probably felt helpless against us, and with a bitter smile, he accepted us as his younger siblings, saying that he had been a solitary person in his past life, but having family in this life was quite nice. Just when this warm moment hadn't even lasted 3 seconds, my foot was still on the face of someone named Lu Fengjing, and this guy still dared to talk back, saying that we work-study students shouldn't think about turning things around, because there was a 6th-year senior named Kai Yao in the academy who was the strongest. I couldn't help but laugh and said, why didn't you say so earlier? If you had mentioned him sooner, we could have brought him along and saved me a couple of trips. It's like I'm missing out on the hot food at a banquet. That guy was so furious that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He probably had never encountered someone who played by their own rules like me. Just as I finished speaking, guess what happened? Just as I mentioned Kai Yao, he appeared, a tall guy with long black hair, hands in his pockets, and an air of arrogance walked over. The surrounding students screamed like they had seen a celebrity. It's Kai Yao. Kai Yao is here. As soon as I saw him, I thought, wow, the main character has arrived. The guy came up acting all tough, saying things like let him go, and I can spare your life, and he even wanted to recruit me as his underling. Let me tell you, I didn't even want to listen to a single word of his nonsense. That Lu Fengjing under my feet, not only did I not let him go, but I also gave him a full 360-degree Thomas spin crush, leaving a complete shoe print on his face. Then, with one kick, I sent him flying like a cannonball straight towards that Kai Yao. If you're going to fight, then just fight. Why all the talk? That guy was probably stunned. He never expected a 6-year-old kid to be so fast. His cold expression hadn't even faded when I landed a solid punch, sending him spinning 3 times before he fell to the ground in a dog-eat-dog position. I walked over and asked him, are you still going to fight? If not, I might just throw you in the trash can. To my surprise, that kid was quite resilient. He actually got up from the ground, let out a roar, and said I should learn to respect soul masters. Then, for those who understand, a golden light radiated from him, and a phantom of a tiger appeared behind him, with a white and yellow soul ring rising from beneath his feet. Wow, an 18th level battle soul master. The group of little underlings around him saw him go all out and immediately started mocking me, saying my martial soul was a useless old tree root without a soul ring, and that I should just hit him with my head. I couldn't be bothered with them. Looking at that golden tiger charging at me, I knew I had to get serious. I stepped forward with my right foot, focused my energy, and felt my 3 hearts thumping as if revving an engine. All my strength flowed from my legs to my waist, then to my shoulders and arms, twisting together like a rope, and I punched right back. On the other side, Tang Xin saw my stance and silently retracted the prepared hidden darts, casually saying, it's already over. It turned out that third brother's judgment was sharp. With that punch, I shattered everything, directly knocking that tiger Xiaotian into a shower of golden light, along with Kai Yao, sending him flying like a broken sack, instantly unconscious. The entire place fell silent. Xiao Wu and Tang San rushed over, both astonished, asking me just how powerful I was. In my excitement, I let it slip while bragging to Tang San and casually mentioned the term Chaos Cloak. Wow, the look in third brother's eyes was like he had X-ray vision, instantly scanning over to me, asking what was. I was stunned, my mind went blank, and I stuttered for a long time without being able to come up with a decent excuse. Third brother was smart, not asking anything further, just saying we should head to the classroom. But I knew the seed of doubt had been firmly planted. Once we entered the teaching building, third brother's aura was absolutely dominating. He glanced at the group of stunned little underlings and coldly said, these few people were just practicing against each other and got seriously injured. If anyone has any objections or saw something different, feel free to speak up. Let me tell you, Those people have an incredibly strong will to survive. Each one of them is acting like they're on stage. Not only does no one dare to speak the truth, but they even take the initiative to help us create stories, saying that the four of them fought over the quota for the next Nodding Soul Master Tournament, with each one fighting for themselves, and the scene was bloody. I was dumbfounded at the time. If they didn't go into acting, it would be a waste of talent. Each one of them could win an Oscar. Later in the classroom, as I reviewed the situation with Sangu, I realized he had planned everything out long ago, even thinking of using the sleeve arrow to ambush me when I couldn't fight back. We exchanged glances and understood, in this world, showing mercy to enemies is being cruel to oneself. From that day on, our status as work-study students skyrocketed, and no one dared to cause trouble anymore. That brat Wang Sheng cried in my arms for half the night, like a wronged little wife. Not long after, the master came, saying he would take me and Tang San to the soul-hunting forest tomorrow. He obviously already knew about what happened during the day, but said nothing and just told us not to cause trouble. Then, he started discussing future development directions with us. After hearing his suggestions, Tang San decided to focus on control with his blue silvergrass. When it was my turn, I said my blood fiend vine would also focus on control, primarily aiming for absolute defense, training it to the point where no one could cut through it. The master was stunned and asked why I didn't choose an attack route. I thought, what's so hard to understand? I already have plenty of attack methods. I just need to keep my opponent under control, unable to move at all, and then slowly torture them. Isn't that the most enjoyable way to play? The next day, we set off with the master. On the way, we passed through a small town outside the soul-hunting forest, and wow, it was bustling like entering a pyramid scheme hub, with a bunch of soul masters boasting and forming teams. Right there, we ran into a stingy old man who was red-faced and arguing with the shop owner over a piece of cured meat, wearing big glasses and having a scruffy beard. Guess what? This old man is a friend of the master, named Fran, the principal of Shrek Academy, and he's a soul sage. Tang San and I were both shocked. A soul sage? The existence that the village chief mentioned every day, and this is how he behaves? What followed was even more explosive. The master directly told Flender that he came this time to ask for his help in hunting a 1,000-year soul ring for me. I told you. Flender's expression looked like he had been hit on the back of the head with a brick, and he was completely offline, mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. He thought the master was crazy, with the first soul ring being over 1,000 years old. Wasn't that just asking for my life? But then the master leisurely floated over and said he had innate soul power at level 40. In that moment, I felt Flender's CPU was about to overheat. Just a second ago, he thought the master was a lunatic, and the next second, his gaze toward me was like looking at a rare treasure. Even crazier than the master, shouting that this was too exciting, it was simply a moment of witnessing a miracle. Without saying a word, he grabbed me and headed deep into the forest, saying he was going to take me to do something big. I told him, Principal, let's not beat around the bush. I've already made up my mind. My goal is the Millennium Pangolin Scale Beast. Let's tackle the hardest challenge. When Flander heard this, he laughed and said, you got guts. Kid, and you know about this tough old thing. Looks like the master has given you some special training. He mentioned that this creature had tough skin and thick meat and was a pain to deal with, but his body was quite honest. He directly picked me up, activated his owl martial soul, and swooped deep into the forest in an instant. The speed, let me tell you. The trees on both sides were almost turning into streaks of light. Before long, Flander threw me in front of a large pit, pointing at the mound-like creature and said, this old thing, a millennium old, won't get away. Little monster, I'll beat it half to death first, and you get ready to absorb it. If you dare mess with me and can't absorb it, I'll take you down. I thought to myself, if I can't absorb it, I might as well just burst myself. What do I need you for? The next moment, wow, all 7 soul rings of Flandra lit up. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. That aura instantly stunned me. He let out a roar and charged forward, delivering a flurry of blows to that big turtle, which looked like a lump of dirt. And guess what? This millennium-old turtle shell is really hard. Flandra, a dignified soul saint, hit it with everything he had, but it didn't even break its defense. I watched as Flinder turn green, his hands turned red, and he cursed, you damn turtle. How thick-skinned can you be? Family, who understands? A soul sage fighting a 1,000-year soul beast until his hands hurt. This is simply the biggest electronic pickled vegetable of 2025. That turtle is also a simple guy. When it got angry, it wanted to fight back, but Flinder slapped it to the ground, flapping its wings in its face, and it was a miserable sight. Flinder got tired, jumped down, and said, I can't do it anymore, I'm exhausted. The rules can't be broken. I won't use my second soul skill. Let's see if this works. If not, I'll throw a few more punches. Can I be vague? I directly kicked it with a flying kick, sending it crashing into 3 dirt mountains. Then I jumped up and pounded its turtle face. I had to let it know that in this world, when you get hit, you stand straight. There are no good outcomes for resistance. I must personally end it, make it die convinced so that the soul ring can be absorbed well. Flender stood by, dumbfounded, probably thinking how this kid is even harsher than me. When I gave it the final blow with the blood fiend vine, that purple 1,000-year soul ring appeared, and without a word, I sat down and started absorbing. Flender was still eating cured meat, watching the show, and making sarcastic comments, saying if I couldn't do it, I should hurry up and say so, don't force it. And what happened? The 8 mysterious golden soul rings in my body moved, and the resentment of that 1,000-year soul ring was instantly subdued, energy flooding into my body. The feeling was exhilarating. In no time, I stood up in a flash, a magnificent purple soul ring spinning around me. Flender's cured meat fell to the ground with a thud, his eyes wide open, stuttering wow. You really did it. I smiled at him and said, Dean, thank you. Shall we have another one? Flender almost choked on his saliva. Another one? Are you out of your mind? I calmly announced the dish name. This time I want the 5,000-year-old magical sky demon tree. I tell you at that moment. Flender looked at me not like a monster, but like a deity. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, all right, if we're going crazy, let's go all out. Today, I'll play big with you. We headed straight for the swamp, and I specifically reminded him that this magical tree spirit could deceive with illusions. Its weakness lay in that ghostly face. Flender chuckled and said he understood. They had even agreed on a signal in advance. No matter what it transformed into, they would just start fighting upon meeting. That old fox Flender even lowered his level, pretending to be in his 30s, just waiting for the tree to take the bait. Sure enough, a figure emerged from the purple mist, and good heavens, it transformed directly into Zhao Wuji, all muscles, looking quite foolish. I couldn't help but laugh at that moment, thinking this tree understands cosplay. Why not transform into Liu Erlong? Flanders probably thought the same, with that mischievous smile on his face that he couldn't hide. And Zhao Wuji was still there asking, Flanders, what are you doing here? I don't care about that. The blood fiend vine instantly tied him up tightly. Flander was even more ruthless, landing a punch right in his face. Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. We were both going at Zhao Wuji like a mixed doubles match, beating his face into a pig's head. Zhao Wuji was even crying with tears in his eyes, mumbling incoherently. I told Flander, Principal, look at his acting. Even the Oscars owe him a little golden man. Flander got fired up too, rolled up his sleeves, and said, right? Don't believe him. He's the best at deceiving people. Hit him. Give him a good beating. We each threw a punch, hitting so hard that the ground was left with several big holes. Just when we were about to uproot a willow tree for the final blow, Master and Tang San came running, shouting for us to stop. Flander was mad with excitement and said, ha, good guy, you transformed into 2 more? Today, I'll take you all down. He unleashed his 3rd soul skill, and the momentum looked like it would clear the field. Tang San, quick on his feet, shouted, the illusory sky devil tree can only imitate appearance, not form, and it definitely can't talk. You're hitting real people. Master was also anxious, saying that Zhao Wuji was called back for help by him. I exchanged a glance with Flander, and it was over. It was a real mess. The speed at which Flander changed his expression was incredible. Just a second ago, he wanted to kill someone, and the next second, he rushed over to help the bruised and battered Zhao Wuji. Oh no, Wuji, are you okay? Who did this? What a sin. Zhao Wuji was so angry he was about to explode, pointing at us and cursing, saying he would take me down. Flander held onto him tightly, saying I was a miracle from the mainland, a genius, and couldn't be touched. The masters came over to persuade him, and the scene was chaotic. Just then, there was a loud bang in the distance, and a tree with a ghostly face fell from the sky. The truly magical ghost tree had arrived. Flander, probably feeling guilty and angry, directed all his frustration at this real threat, transforming into a blue light and charging forward, plowing the ground with that ghostly face, smashing down over a dozen big trees. The ghost tree let out a piercing scream, unable to take the beating, and suddenly broke free, charging straight at me. Flander had let his guard down and shouted, Luoran, run. The master was also anxious, turning to Zhao Wuji next to him for help. Wuji, what are you going to do? I tell you, Zhao Wuji's condition was so bad, he was almost at the 7-day mark. Injuries all over, he could barely speak. And you want him to save someone? He needed to nurse himself, just as that ghost-faced tree was about to swallow JiangLuoran. Let me tell you, it all happened in an instant. With two swift sounds, lighter than a mosquito's buzz, two things thinner than sewing needles shot out directly. One went awry and got stuck in the tree's roots, and the other, with a poof, it struck right in the center of the ghost face's forehead. The 1,000-year-soul beast that was just a second ago baring its fangs and claws to eat people. The next second fell over with a loud crash. Dead on the spot. Goodness, the whole process was as smooth as if it had been hacked. Jiang Luoran and Tang San exchanged glances. And that little look said it all. Their hidden weapons were truly impressive. Master and Flandra were dumbfounded, rushing over to inspect and turn over. Yet they couldn't find any wounds. Master was stunned. Wait again? That snake just disappeared like this too. Luoran, did you do it? Jiang Luoran's acting. I tell you, deserves an Oscar. He looked innocent and scared. Teacher, I don't know. I was scared to death. Maybe my first soul skill activated on its own? This excuse was exactly the same as what Tang San had previously found, and Master was bewildered, thinking these two must have conspired to perform for him. All right, your first soul skill, huh? Then why don't you show us? Flandra and the others also gathered around, looking curious. Jiang Luoran didn't hesitate, pointing to an innocent big tree nearby, saying, Everyone please watch, my first soul skill is called creating something from nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, the first purple 1,000-year soul ring on him lit up, and the blood vine in his hand vanished in an instant. Immediately, a bunch of purple smoke began to rise around the unfortunate big tree, gathering more and more. Jiang Luoran made a gesture from afar and shouted, Bind. The next second, countless blood vines shot out from the purple smoke, instantly shredding that big tree into a sky full of wood chips. After watching, Master frowned so deeply he could squash a fly. Is this it? Sending vines from a distance? Except for the vines being a bit thicker, there's nothing special about it. 1,000-year soul ring shouldn't be this mediocre, right? Flandra tried to smooth things over. That's enough. It's just enhancing the quality of the martial soul. After all, he is a control type. But then Tang San asked the right question. Luoran, how many vines can you teleport? Jiang Luoran smiled slightly, ready to unleash his big move. Teacher, third brother, my skill creating something from nothing has a range of 1 mile. As long as my soul power is sufficient, theoretically, I can release my blood vines infinitely. What the heck? Master's eyes nearly popped out. Infinite release? Goodness. Folks, who understands this? Isn't this just a point drop cheat? Want to control someone? To spawn equipment right under their feet. How can you fight like this? It's simply cheating, Tang San added. And with the increase in soul power, the range and quantity can also increase. Jiang Luoran bowed to Flandra. Thank you, Principal. He understood clearly that if it weren't for the big shots covering him, he would have been done for long ago. As for how to repay, just give old Flandra some money later. He likes that kind of stuff. Master nodded, finally satisfied, but still couldn't help but add, it just lacks self-protection. Jiang Luoran didn't bother to explain, directly sitting cross-legged next to the corpse of that magical tree. Teacher, I'll absorb it first to avoid any long dreams. Another purple soul ring rose up and began to encircle Jiang Luoran. This was a 5,000-year soul ring. Master was so excited, just now. When Tang San absorbed the mandala snake, it had already validated one of his theories. Now, with Jiang Luoran, a control type, about to absorb a 5,000-year soul ring. If this worked, his theory would be further confirmed. But just as he was feeling good, he suddenly remembered something and turned to Flandra. Old Flandra, how many years is this soul ring? Flandra slapped his forehead. 5,000 years. Luoran wanted it himself. As soon as this was said, the whole place erupted. Zhao Wuji had just gotten up from the ground, and upon hearing this, nearly lay back down. What? 5,000 years? He has just advanced to a great soul master. Is he trying to kill himself? Master's face turned green, and he unleashed a tirade at Flandra. Nonsense. He is only 6 years old. How can you listen to a little brat? He doesn't understand anything. Tang San was also anxious. Teacher, can you make him stop? You can't stop. Once the soul ring absorption starts, it can't be halted. Master was in a panic, turning in circles. Flandra, have you ever seen anyone absorb 2,000-year soul rings in one day? His soul power is already full. If he absorbs more, he'll explode. Flandra panicked too? You mean? Exactly. Miracles can be broken, but no one can surpass miracles. Have you ever seen someone reach the soul ancestor level in one day? Master had a bitter expression, teaching Tang San, little San, remember, this world is fair. Well, these people could argue all they wanted, but no one dared to be loud, afraid of disturbing Jiang Luoran. They could only form a circle around him to act as bodyguards. At this time, Jiang Luoran's consciousness had already drifted away. In a white, hazy space, he saw that familiar figure again, his father. His father kept walking forward, and Jiang Luoran shouted from behind, but he didn't respond. Finally, he turned around and softly uttered 2 words, Beiming. Beiming? What is that? Just as Jiang Luoran was confused, he felt that the soul power in his body was already at its limit, about to explode. But at that moment, a brand new, greedy power awakened from deep within him, beginning to frantically devour the soul power that was about to overflow. I tell you, it feels like your phone's memory is full, and then the system automatically pops up to clean up junk and even expands a memory. It's his second martial soul, Kunpeng, helping him absorb experience. With a bang, the originally shaky 5,000-year purple soul ring instantly stabilized, hovering side by side with his first 1,000-year soul ring. It worked. Jiang Luoran didn't wake up immediately, still stabilizing his realm. Flanders noticed that there was another big guy approaching in the woods, shouted at Zhao Wujia to keep watch, and transformed into an owl to lure the monster away. An hour later, Jiang Luoran slowly woke up, mumbling about Beiming. As soon as he opened his eyes, he met Zhao Wujia's hungry gaze. Tang Sen hurried over. Luoran, are you okay? No after effects? I'm fine, third brother. Just that my soul power increased a bit too rapidly, and I'm not quite used to it. Jiang Luoran stood up, and the master started lecturing him again, saying he was reckless and almost killed himself. Jiang Luoran chuckled. Teacher, I know I was wrong, but I dare to do it again next time. This statement made the master both angry and amused. At this moment, Zhao Wujia spoke up, his tone displeased. You are Jiang Luoran? I'm a soul sage. Yet I was beaten by a little soul master like you. How do you explain that? Jiang Luoran didn't waste words and directly apologized, then dropped a bombshell. Teacher Zhao, I assure you that 10 years from now, you can walk openly and confidently anywhere in the Heaven Do Empire. Zhao Wujia was shocked. He had been chased by the Spirit Hall for so many years, hiding everywhere. What gave this kid the confidence to make such a claim? Jiang Luoran remained calm. I'm just stating a fact. This will definitely happen. He wouldn't say he was a time traveler who knew the plot. He was simply throwing out a promise based on future outcomes. Zhao Wujia was stunned by his nonchalant demeanor. A soul sage's promise was delivered as casually as drinking a glass of water. Just as he was about to ask more, a loud bang suddenly came from afar. Boom! A massive purple wing blotted out the sun, slapping Flanders, who had turned into an owl, down from the sky into a large pit. Flanders, covered in blood, roared, What are you standing around for? Run! The master grabbed Tang, San, and Jiang Luoran and sprinted out. Zhao Wujia also reacted, throwing Flanders over his shoulder and chasing after them, still muttering, Old F. Where's your wallet? Pay me my salary first. Family, who understands this worker spirit? It nearly burned my CPU out. Flanders was almost fainting but still promised. Take me out and I'll pay you. The aura of the 10,000-year soul beast suffocated everyone, and the 5 of them scrambled out of the soul-hunting forest. The guarding soldiers, seeing the situation, quickly closed the gate and reported to the Spear Hall. After surviving the ordeal, Flanders and Zhao Wujia cursed as they left, inviting the 2 kids to visit Shrek Academy in the future. The master sighed and prepared to return to the academy with his 2 disciples. Upon returning to the academy, they heard students discussing. Did you hear? The work-study student is going to duel with the 6th grade Xiao Laoda, and the challenger is a first-year girl. ISNT that looking for death? Those 2 powerful work-study students had gone with the master to hunt for soul rings, so they were probably already fed to soul beasts. Tang San's face darkened upon hearing this. Jiang Luoran patted him. Third brother, I know where they are. Follow me. Remember, this time, just go for it and don't waste words with them. The 2 rushed to the small woods on the back mountain, and sure enough, Xiao Wu was confronting a group of older students, with the so-called Xiao Laoda at the forefront. Those people were still mocking, saying that Tang San and the others had already died in the forest. Xiao Wu was so angry her cheeks puffed up. You're talking nonsense. My third brother wouldn't die. Before she finished speaking, Jiang Luoran arrived. Without saying a word, he delivered a flying kick that sent the most boisterous little brother flying, coldly saying, What is the meaning of blocking the way with so many people? Forcing me to move? Xiao Laoda was dumbfounded. These 2 actually return alive? He waved his hand. Get them. A guy named Lu Long charged forward with a golden staff, shouting that he would turn Jiang Luoran into a paraplegic. Jiang Luoran didn't even activate his martial soul. He threw a straight punch. Bang! Lu Long's sneer froze instantly. His hard-weapon martial soul staff was suppressed by a mere flesh punch. With a surge of strength, Lu Long was sent flying 10 meters away, and his tiger mouth split open. He was unconvinced and activated his first soul skill, swirling the staff to create a golden whirlwind and charge again. Jiang Luoran was fiercer. He leaped into the air and delivered a flying kick directly at the center of the whirlwind. Crack! A crisp sound echoed, and Lu Long's staff broke on the spot, sending him flying like a kite with a severed string, crashing to the ground unconscious. Another called Ling Feng attempted to join in. As soon as he summoned his martial soul, Jiang Luoran kicked him away, sending him flying dozens of meters, also unconscious. The entire scene fell silent. Xiao Laoda's face turned pale, and he personally entered the fray, his body shining with golden light, revealing a majestic lion martial soul behind him. Then formally introduced himself. Xiao Qinyu, level 19, one-ring battle soul master, martial soul symbol lion. This was the duel's rule. He had to introduce himself, and the opponent had to do the same. He wanted to probe Jiang Luoran's background. Jiang Luoran looked at him, a smirk on his face that smiled both cold and arrogant. He lightly stated, shocking everyone present, Jiang Luoran, 21 level, 2-ring control system soul master, martial soul. Old tree root. Xiao Qinyu was instantly petrified, his eyes wide like copper bells, his face written with "Are you kidding me?" He roared in disbelief and charged forward. Jiang Luoran was even more arrogant. Fight you? I don't even need to use my soul power. With a simple kick, he met Xiao Laoda's lion claw. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and Xiao Laoda's lion martial soul was actually dimmed and cracked. He himself was shaken back, his right arm already oozing blood. This was pure crushing. Xiao Laoda's mind was in turmoil. Who on earth was this kid? He dared not hold back any longer. His white soul ring lit up, using his soul skill and attacking with all his might. Meanwhile, Tang Sen was also surrounded by little brothers. He stopped pretending, unleashed his blue-silver grass martial soul. And a yellow 100-year soul ring suddenly lit up, scaring those little brothers silly. The focus of the entire scene remained on the duel between Jiang Luoran and Xiao Laoda. This time, Jiang Luoran also emitted fluctuations of soul power. Boom! Fist and claw collided, and shockwaves exploded. The surrounding students were blown away. As the dust settled, Jiang Luoran stood firm, not moving an inch. In contrast, the arrogant Xiao Laoda was sent flying like he was hit by a train, his feet carving 2 deep grooves in the ground as he staggered back several steps before barely stabilizing himself, his face filled with disbelief. Xiao Laoda was completely dumbfounded. At that moment, he probably forgot his own surname. He couldn't understand it. With a single claw, he could crush anything. Yet his punch felt like it had struck a vibrating gold shield, and nothing happened. His little brothers collectively crashed, questioning their lives as their leader was knocked away by a work-study student with a single punch. How fantastical was this world? I shook my hand to disperse the soul power, feeling like I only used about 30% of my strength. I coldly stared at him and asked, "Are you still going to fight? If you keep this up, I won't hold back and will send you straight to the orthopedic ICU." That guy, Xiao Qinyu, instantly felt a surge of survival instinct, scrambling to his feet while nodding and bowing. "I give up, big brother. From now on, you're the only boss of our noting academy." After saying that, he turned back and shouted at his gang of little brothers, "What are you staring at? Call him boss." The group was quick-witted, all bowing at a 90-degree angle. "Hello, boss." I was speechless at that moment and pointed at the little girl next to me who was watching the excitement. "Don't be mistaken, I'm just a worker. The real boss is over there. This is my sister, Xiao Wu. Don't be fooled by her small size. She can take you all down with just one finger. If you want to recognize a boss, look for her. This is not modesty. Family members, who understands? This is a 10,000-year soul beast transforming. If it really gets angry, even Nodding City will tremble." As soon as those people heard this, they got even more excited and immediately turned to Xiao Wu. "Sister Xiao Wu, hello." "Sister Xiao Wu, you're magnificent." After dealing with these little minions, I quickly walked to Tang San's side and patted his shoulder. "Third brother, are you okay?" Tang San was extremely excited, his eyes shining with light. He told me he felt completely enlightened. All those things like the Xiantian skill and purple extreme magic eyes that he used in the Tang sect now perfectly fused with the soul power of this world, as if he had opened up the Run and Do meridians. I saw he was fine, so I pulled him along to leave. Xiao Wu squeezed out of the crowd. "Rangu, Sengu, where are you going?" "We're going to take care of some important business. You play by yourself for a while." Without looking back, I took Tang San and slipped away. On the way, Tang Sen asked me why I didn't take Xiao Wu to the spirit hall to register as soul masters and get that subsidy. I thought to myself, my dear third brother, your line of thinking is quite unusual. What is Xiao Wu? 100,000-year soul beast. Taking her to the spirit hall to register? That would be like delivering KPI to BB Dong. If that crazy woman notices anything, the two of us combined wouldn't be able to withstand a slap from her. We are both humans. No matter how talented we are, at most, we could be considered geniuses. If we get caught, then so be it. She's different, though. If things get tough, we could just run away and head straight back to Holy Soul Village to gather some help. Just kidding. There's Title Douluo guarding the village, and who knows how many soul saints are lurking around secretly. I don't believe the spirit hall would dare to come to our village to arrest people. Besides, many people say that Grandpa Jack is an incarnated god experiencing life. If we don't push him a bit, who knows if that is true or not. When we arrived at the Spirit Hall branch in Notting City, wow, that building was quite impressive. As soon as the two guards at the entrance saw our school uniforms, their attitude was exceptionally polite, and they let us in right away. Once we entered the hall, I felt a sacred aura rushing toward me. It was resplendent and magnificent, quite impressive. Guess who we ran into? Su Yuntao. He was the one who helped us awaken our martial souls back then. He was accompanied by a woman named Cece, who looked decent, but her gaze was very condescending. When she saw our age, she probably thought we were young masters from some big family, tried to use connections to get in, and she was overly enthusiastic. Su Yuntao was genuinely excited. Cece, let me tell you, these two kids have innate full soul power. He didn't expect that we would obtain our first soul ring so quickly. Tang San was still as polite as ever, smiling as he said, we were there to register as soul masters. When Cece heard that we were only 6 years old and had already become soul masters, her eyes lit up, and she hurriedly came over to ask, what are your martial souls? I can't stand people like this. They directly answered for Tang San. He has blue silvergrass. I have old tree root. Both are useless martial souls. I tell you, that woman's face collapsed on the spot, changing faster than flipping a book. 1 second she was warm and enthusiastic, and the next second she was as cold as ice. A useless martial soul? What kind of development prospects could there be? Her little thoughts were so obvious. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with her, so I directly pulled Tang San inside to find a master named Matthew. As I pushed the door open, an old man's voice came out. Who is it? So reckless? Tang San quickly bowed and apologized, explaining our intentions. The old man Matthew didn't believe it, thinking we were there to awaken our martial souls. Tang San was too lazy to explain, so he raised his hand, and with a hum, a purple shimmering blue silver grass appeared in his palm, with a yellow 100-year soul ring pulsating beneath it. Matthew's eyes almost popped out. Blue silver grass can absorb soul rings? And it's a 100-year one? His old back almost gave out right then and there. Tang San specially emphasized, my teacher, the master, once said that plant-type martial souls can also absorb animal spirit beast soul rings. This was to give the master a good name. The old man nodded repeatedly. The master taught a good disciple. It was my turn. I directly unleashed my power, and the blood fiend vine instantly wrapped around my whole body, with 2 soul rings rising simultaneously, 2 dazzling purple ones. One had 1,000 years, and the other 5,000 years. The air in the entire room solidified, and that pressure made even Matthew, a soul master over level 30, feel difficulty in breathing. The old man was completely stunned, crawling to my front, pointing at my soul rings, and stuttering. Purple. Purple? And 2 of them? Your first and second soul rings are both 1,000 years. I expressionlessly mimicked Tang San's tone. My teacher, master, once said that plant-type soul beasts can also absorb the killing intent of soul beasts. There's no way around it. I have to be a bit more high-profile for that monthly subsidy of 1 gold soul coin. Without saying a word, Matthew immediately handled the paperwork for us, handing over 2 black tokens, 1 for a soul master and 1 for a great soul master. Then, he indeed began to woo us, saying that if we joined the Spirit Hall, we would enjoy endless resources and have dedicated personnel to assist in hunting soul rings. I refused right on the spot. No, we don't want to get involved in any disputes. What a joke. That broken company of the Spirit Hall will go bankrupt in a few decades. And the Pope is a beast who even attacks his own disciples. Why would I join them? Am I a big fool? Standing next to me is the future Sea God and Shura God, the #1 Terminator of the Spirit Hall. I would be crazy to join them. Tang San also refused. Matthew wanted to persuade us further, but Tang San directly laid everything out, saying he had no parents, and I had no mother. with a father who was a blacksmith, so discussing it was pointless. The old man was left speechless, probably wondering what kind of divine configuration these two kids were. After leaving the spirit hall, we went straight back to the academy to find the master. The master was lying in bed, his face still pale. But when he heard that we not only registered successfully, but also confirmed his theory, he was so excited he almost jumped out of bed. Tang Xin told the master that the classes at the academy were useless for us and that we wanted to study with him in the morning and work in the afternoon. The master naturally agreed and asked what we planned to do. Tang Xin said we would go to the blacksmith shop, where we could practice the hammer techniques my father taught me and also earn money. As soon as the master heard the words hammer techniques, his eyes lit up. It must be the chaotic wind hammer technique. He immediately urged us to practice diligently. I also mentioned to the master that I wouldn't return to the academy at night and would stay outside for easier training. The master agreed, but repeatedly warned me not to become arrogant and complacent, fearing I would waste my talent. Once outside, I led Tang San to a blacksmith shop in the city with ease. The owner, named Shi San, felt sympathetic when he heard we were poor students looking for work. So he let us stay to do some odd jobs like serving tea and water, paying us 1 silver coin a month. As a result, his muscular workers burst into laughter when Tang San mentioned that his father was a blacksmith and had taught us forging, thinking we were just two kids bragging. I love this face-slapping moment the most. I exchanged a glance with Tang San, and without saying a word, we each picked up a giant iron hammer taller than ourselves. Shi San and the others were dumbfounded. The next second, we both exerted our strength, and the massive iron hammers drew a perfect arc in the air. Bang! Bang! 2 loud sounds echoed as they accurately struck the glowing red pig iron. Following that, a set of fluid and seamless wind-chasing hammer techniques directly rendered them speechless. The 2 hammers seemed to come alive in our hands, flying up and down with a continuous, melodious clanging sound like thunder. A huge piece of pig iron was hammered into the shape of a component by the 2 of us, each delivering 37 blows. Everyone was stunned, and Shi San exclaimed in shock, This is the wind-chasing hammer technique?" Tang Xin was taken aback and looked at me in confusion. I couldn't explain, so I could only brush it off for now. I absolutely couldn't tell him about his father, his family, and those hatreds, as it would definitely affect his training. After bidding farewell to Tang San, I set off alone with some provisions, heading straight for the soul-hunting forest. I felt something deep within the forest was silently calling to me. When I reached the outskirts of the forest, there were guards everywhere, without the soul hall's token. They wouldn't let anyone in. No problem. I immediately activated my second soul skill, Shadow Clone, and replicated a spirit beast resembling an old tree trunk, sending it to attract the guards' attention. While those guards were in a frenzy, I used my first soul skill, Creation, sending out dozens of blood-binding vines to tie up the remaining guards tightly. Then I leaped up, grabbed onto the 3-meter-high wall, and with a flick of the blood-binding vines, I used the momentum to flip over. Although I got shocked by the current on the wall, I looked cool. This feeling was like being in a spy movie. Once I entered the forest, I summoned my Kunpeng martial spirit, and my speed and strength instantly skyrocketed, turning into a white light that rushed deep into the forest. Along the way, I took down more than a dozen 10-year spirit beasts, and, thankfully, no one came to provoke me. However, just around the corner, I encountered a 1,000-year-old faceless demon spider that was feeding. This thing is a madman among spirit beasts. It chased me as soon as it saw me, its 8 spider legs slicing through the air towards my back like blades. If it weren't for my Kunpeng martial spirit blocking it for a moment, I would have been disemboweled right then and there. Since there was no way to escape, I decided to fight. I used inertia to perform a backflip and jumped onto its head, binding all 8 of its legs with the blood-binding vines. Then I activated my first and second soul skills, creating a clone that looked exactly like me. Together, we unleashed the technique of creation from nothing, summoning dozens of blood-binding vines that engulfed it, turning it into a massive Zongzi. As the clone's energy was exhausted and it vanished, I looked at the struggling spider Zongzi, furious. I pushed the power of my Kunpeng martial soul to its limits and kicked it into the air, aiming at its ugly face, and with all my strength delivered a Kunpeng strike. With a loud bang, the blood-binding vine shattered, and the human-faced demon spider flew out like a cannonball, crashing through a dozen large trees before finally stopping. Yet, even like this, it still wasn't dead. Its face was smashed and bleeding green toxic blood, still howling in agony. My soul power was almost depleted, and I was exhausted. Just as I saw that monster about to pounce again, I thought to myself, this is it. Suddenly, darkness fell. I looked up and exclaimed, "Oh my gosh!" A gigantic, sky-blocking purple bird appeared in the sky. Its imposing presence was simply earth-shattering. The human-faced demon spider looked like a tiny ant in front of it. I saw that the giant bird flapped one of its wings down, and with a loud smack, the arrogant 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider was instantly evaporated. Seriously, it was directly turned into a green blood rain. Not a single fragment left. I was stunned at that moment. Looking closely, those magnificent wings and the 5 dazzling purple tail feathers. The 9-tailed wind bellbird that had existed for 50,000 years. This is a top-tier existence in the hierarchy of soul beasts. What was even more outrageous came next. After the 9-tailed wind bellbird defeated the spider demon with a human face, it flew to the lakeside, elegantly washed its wings, and then, with a flash of purple light, transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman in her 20s. My heart was almost stopping at that moment, as she slowly walked towards me and said her first words. You probably still don't know who your parents are, right? I feel like I'm falling apart. Wait a minute. It takes 100,000 years for a soul beast to take form and speak. What's going on with this 50,000 years? Family, this script doesn't add up. And then this big sister opens her mouth, and wow, she completely fried my CPU. I tell you, she just floated over, her chin held higher than the sky, saying her name is Feng Linger, and she's the main character of my mommy Bei. Wait, what? Main character? Oh, it's Maid. You scared me. She said she transformed purely because I was too small, afraid of accidentally stepping on me. Family, who understands? That look in her eyes, that disdainful expression. Her face practically engraved with the words "you weakling." At that moment, I just wanted to reason with her. Who's the master and who's the servant here? Is there no law at all? I was completely confused and asked her, Sister, isn't the most powerful thing in the soul-hunting forest the 10,000-year soul beast? Where did your 50,000-year one come from? Guess what she did? She directly hit me on the head and said, Your master is so smart. How did he give birth to such a fool like you? It must be your dad JiangLuoran's fault. Damn, are maids this arrogant nowadays? How dare she attack my parents? I tolerated it. Who told her to have such a strong fist? I just asked her what she was waiting for me to do. She actually looked all serious and said she was counting on me to awaken my martial soul and take her back to her hometown in Beiming with the Kunpeng. But when she saw me, such a weakling, she completely lost hope for that KPI of going home. Beiming? As soon as that word came up, I understood. This girl definitely knows something. My life has been aimless, and I finally caught hold of someone who understands. I quickly lowered my stance, calling her Sister Ling, and begged her to tell me the past story. Only then did she take out a letter from her pocket, saying it was entrusted to her by my cheap old man, and she added a jab, saying my dad was probably already on his way to Beiming. And with this condition, there was an 80 to 90 chance he'd die halfway. I opened the letter, and it was written in such a confusing way. To sum it up, son, I've let the family down. I'm sorry to everyone. Now I'm going to Beiming to find your mother. You should practice hard and become stronger. And that's how simple a farewell between men is. That's it. Thank you for leaving me such a riddle. I was impulsive at that moment, and I immediately wanted to leave, determined to go to Beiming and figure everything out. But then Feng Linger grabbed me, looking at me like I was an idiot. Hey, do you even know where Beiming is? Let me tell you, only an AwakensKunpeng can get there. It's ridiculously far, with the way your dad travels. You wouldn't reach it even in your next life. Otherwise, do you think I would be waiting here for you? I was dumbfounded when I heard this. Just how far is it? She sighed and said that by the time she flew there, she would probably have become a soul beast for millions of years. She explained that a true Kunpeng can fly so fast it can tear through space. Just one flap of its wings could cover 800,000 miles. And it would still take a whole day of flying. In other words, Beiming might not even be on the Douluo continent server at all. At this point, I completely calmed down. There was no point in being anxious. I was just a novice, and going there would only mean sending myself to my doom. Seeing that I was deflated, Feng Linger softened her tone and said that my mom, the Beiming king and the leader of the Kunpeng clan, had been saved by my dad. They separated after something happened, and she was left here to protect me, this little kid. She told me not to think too much and just focus on cultivating here. Once my Kunpeng martial soul awakened, she would take me back home. What else can I say? Let's get started. Feng Linger said she would come here to train in the future, and following a high-level spirit beast like her would accelerate my soul power absorption. Wow, isn't this just the legendary high-level player helping to grind experience? She also said she could teach me the combat skills of the Kunpeng, so it's basically a whole personalized hell-level training program. I thought about it, and it only took me a little over 10 minutes to run from the blacksmith shop, which is convenient. Looking at her beautiful face filled with homesickness, I got carried away and patted my chest, saying, Don't worry, Sister Linger, I'll definitely take you home. She rolled her eyes at me and said, First take care of yourself. You can't even beat me right now. After that, she urged me to hurry up and train. In the following days, let me tell you, it was quite an experience. During the day, I attended theoretical classes with the master and sparred with Tang San and Xiao Wu. In the afternoon, I went to the blacksmith shop to forge iron, practicing the chaotic wind hammer technique to the point of flying. At night, it was my real nightmare time, running deep into the soul-hunting forest to undergo Feng Linger's devilish training. The way she trained was simply inhuman. On the first day, she made me carry a 600-pound ancient tree root and run in the forest. Even I, a training fanatic, couldn't take it. I shouted, "Sister Linger, is this even possible? I feel like I'm going to die." She, on the other hand, leisurely sipped the nectar I brought and coolly said, "Isn't there a saying among humans that men can't say they can't do it? Keep running. I promise you won't die." The expression on her face was basically saying she didn't care about my life or death. She just wanted to go home. What can I do? Just run. Every day, I carry increasingly heavier tree roots until I faint from exhaustion for half an hour. And when I wake up, I have to spar with her. She's ruthless, shouting that the attack is over and not to relax. Strike fast, even faster. She shows no mercy, and with one punch, I get sent flying, crashing through dozens of big trees and landing in the river. It's just routine. I end up bruised all over and ask her, "Sister, do all soul beasts train like this? Aren't you afraid of training yourselves to death?" To my surprise, she says, "We soul beasts train by lying still. This training method was specially designed for you. Thank you so much. Truly a hardcore person." Just like that, 6 years passed in the blink of an eye. Nodding Academy is on break, and Tang San and Xiao Wu have graduated. During these 6 years, I've almost lived in the hellish training of Wind Bell. I've heard a bellyful of master's theories, and I can now strike 68 times in a row with the wind blade. The tree roots I carry have increased from hundreds of pounds to over 3,000 pounds. And when I run with them, even 1,000-year soul beasts have to give way. With Wind Bell's help, I've long since obtained my third soul ring, a 10,000-year blood demon fish scale head, and gained a full control soul skill called Blood Fiend Magic Prison. Of course, I haven't told anyone about this. Tang San and Xiao Wu know and have advised me to keep a low profile. Now, when I spar with Wind Bell, I can hold my ground for a few exchanges in pure hand-to-hand combat. Although most of the time, I'm still getting beaten up. At least I'm not just being one-sidedly pummeled anymore. One day, we fought again, and I seized an opportunity to use the unloading technique of the wind blade, surprisingly managing to control her. Although the next second, she blasted me away with her soul power, smashing through a pile of stones, she was still quite happy, saying that I finally made some progress. She said she could wait for me in peace since I promised to take her home within 10 years. Our relationship is no longer what it used to be. She feels like an older sister to me, aside from always bullying me. Before I left for Shrek Academy, she reminded me not to stop training, that there are always stronger people out there, and not to be too arrogant. I lay by the lake, looking at the starry sky, and told her, "You better not get into any trouble while I'm gone." She surprisingly said, "This place is very secluded. Maybe I can catch some old tree root soul beast to chat with." I almost burst out laughing. "Big sister, with you being a 60,000-year soul beast around, how can it not be secluded?" After bidding farewell to Wind Bell, I set off alone. Tang San and Xiao Wu are so sweet that it's nauseating. I really don't want to be a third wheel. Xiao Wu even asked me to help book a couple's hotel. Fine, I'll be a good person to the end. I found that Rose Hotel, entirely bright red. It looked like it had a story. I thought that Dai Mubai wouldn't arrive until noon, so if I booked the room in advance, I should be able to avoid him. But what happened? Just as I got the key, a blonde guy walked in with 2 girls. Who else but Dai Mubai? He immediately asked for the room, but the front desk said it was gone, booked by me. His eyes locked onto me, looking disdainful. "Just a little kid, and you're giving him a room?" The front desk guy, seeing which way the wind was blowing, immediately urged me to give up the room. I got really angry at that moment, looking at Dai Mubai, thinking I couldn't avoid him, so I might as well fight. I directly said, "No need, let's duel as soul masters." Dai Mubai's interest was piqued. He pushed the girls beside him away and said he wanted to play with me. I made it clear, I'll cover all damages, including the cost of this room. I also want you to know that women deserve respect. His expression immediately turned cold. Without saying a word, he unleashed his soul power, and all the glass tables in the hall shattered instantly. I could feel that his soul power wasn't as strong as mine. I smirked and said, "I don't need a soul ring." He was stunned for a moment and agreed. I added, "I also don't need soul power." This completely infuriated Dai Mubai, making him feel that I looked down on him. I didn't care about him and directly took my stance. He threw a punch at my face, and I didn't dodge at all. instead kicking his fist. With a loud bang, he staggered back several steps, his arm trembling. After just one move, he realized my practical combat experience was far superior to his. He didn't dare to underestimate me and summoned his soul power for another punch. I responded the same way, kicking out again. This time it was even fiercer, sending him flying into the wall, creating a large hole and dislocating his arm. He knew he couldn't win in pure hand-to-hand combat, so he finally dropped the act and shouted, second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Light Wave. A golden energy ball came crashing towards me. Good. I directly used my own developed cloak fist, which was based on the principles of the chaotic cloak hammer technique. To meet it head-on, Dai Mubai probably sneered, thinking I was doomed. The next second, with a crack, I shattered his light ball with my fist. That's right. I tore apart his soul skill with my bare hands. Dai Mubai's eyes nearly popped out. He must have been wondering where this fierce person came from. He completely panicked and unleashed his ultimate move. Third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. His body radiated golden light, muscles bulging like small mountains, his momentum multiplying several times, informing me that he was now a level 37 soul master, with all aspects of attack, defense, and speed doubled. Fine, I'll give you some face. I introduced myself. Level 40, Three-Ring Soul Master, Martial Soul, Old Tree Root. Dai Mubai's pupils were instantly shaken, and he probably felt his mind had crashed. A level 40 Soul Master? He must have thought he was seeing ghosts. I didn't give him time to react. I pushed off with both feet, diving down like a Kunpeng, using the Kunpeng kill taught by Feng Linger, both fists striking out to meet his massive golden fist. It was a head-on clash. A pure power contest, with no flashy tricks. With a thunderous roar. Let me tell you, the entire hotel building shook as if it were equipped with springs, swaying with a duong-duong sound. The front desk? It had already turned to dust. I took 2 steps back, calm and relaxed. That guy Dai Mubai stumbled back 5 steps, stepping on the high-end tiles like they were cookies, cracking them with a crunch. The look in his eyes was like seeing a ghost in broad daylight, his face written all over with disbelief. Come on, buddy. I've already unleashed my White Tiger transformation. And you don't even need to use your soul power? His worldview must have been completely reshaped. It felt like all his talents had gone to waste. I relaxed my fist. I had to give him a way out. After all, we might be classmates in the future. No, don't doubt yourself. You're strong, really. My situation is special. It's not convenient for me to show my soul ring, but that doesn't mean I can just crush you. As for fighting skills, it's purely about practice. Just keep training every day. Well, after I said that, Dai Mubai completely surrendered. He must have thought this guy won and is still so humble. What a noble character. He directly released his martial soul and said straightforwardly, all right, I lost today. Before he left, he turned back and asked me, is your martial soul really an old tree root? Absolutely. Which academy are you from? No academy, just a wild card. I laughed and reassured him, don't worry. We'll definitely meet again. Upon hearing that, his eyes lit up. He probably thought of their principal who specifically recruits geniuses. Before leaving, he gave me a piece of advice. Brother, remember, some women aren't worth your kindness. Don't lose because of being soft-hearted. I shook my head, too lazy to argue with him. As soon as he left, the hotel manager and the front desk guy rushed over, looking at me as if I were some kind of ancestor, not daring to breathe. It made sense. But wouldn't be afraid of a monster that could crush a 37th level soul master into the ground without even using a soul ring. I'll cover the losses, and the room will stay open, I said coldly. No. The manager was almost bowing in a 90-degree angle, saying, Mr. Dai has already paid, so please stay with peace of mind. We've also prepared drinks and special services for you. He gestured toward a row of girls nearby, all with hearts in their eyes. I was about to refuse when Xiao Wu bounced in like a rabbit, with Tang San following behind. I directly shoved the key into Tang San's hand and said, Third brother, the room is yours. Rest well, I'm leaving. Then I patted Tang San on the shoulder and told the manager, for these services, just ask my elder brother. He has the final say. The manager was instantly dumbfounded. Just one look from me could conjure up an entire 80-episode series in his mind. To be called elder brother by someone like me, what kind of existence must that be? His gaze towards Tang San instantly shifted from respect to fervor. Xiao Wu wouldn't let it slide. Her little face turned serious. Everyone get out. My third is a respectable person. I didn't care about the chaos over there. I climbed up to the roof of the Lord's mansion by myself. Lying there, looking at the stars, my mind was occupied with one thing. Where exactly is Beiming? That girl Feng Linger is really tight-lipped. She insists on telling me only after I've awakened my Kunpeng martial soul. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. The priority now is to get stronger. The fourth spirit ring, it's decided, will be from you, Many-Uzo monster. A few days later, the three of us finally arrived at the place the master mentioned. Brother Ran, you can't be mistaken, right? Shrek Academy, with such a prestigious name. How could it be in a small, broken village like this? Xiao Wu complained as she walked, saying her feet hurt. I pushed aside the obstructing branches. That's right. It's here. This village in front of me is even more run down than Holy Soul Village, but there is a long line. Under a wooden shed sits an old man with a sign in front of him. Shrek Academy admissions office. The little dancers were dumbfounded. Rangu, Sangu. Could this be a scam? This scale is even smaller than our nodding academy. It's not a scam. I pointed to the green badge on the old man's chest. Certified by the Spirit Hall, it can't be fake. A noblewoman in front of us was complaining to her husband. Is this really the academy that claims graduates can become barons of the empire? What a joke. Her son also looked disgusted. Dad, I don't want to study in a place like this. I was delighted in my heart. With your qualifications, you still want to enter Shrek? What a dream. This place is all about the abstract. It only accepts monsters, not ordinary people. Soon, it was that family's turn. The old man lazily said, registration fee, 10 gold soul coins. The father paid the money, and the old man squeezed his son's hand, shaking his head. Too old. Go away. Teacher, my son just turned 13. Can you make an exception? Rules are rules. No one above 13 is accepted. Then refund my registration fee. The old man raised his eyelids and shouted, Mu Bai. Someone is causing trouble. Dai Mu Bai jumped down for the tree like a ghost, and with his yellow, purple 3 soul rings, the aura of a soul master scared the man into wetting his pants. Want a refund? Fine, beat me. The family scrambled away. A few more came. Either their soul power was insufficient, or their soul rings were not 100 years, and they were all eliminated. Dai Mu Bai explained beside me. To enter Shrek, there are 3 conditions. Under 13 years old, soul power above level 21. And the first soul ring must be 100 years. Do you understand? We only accept monsters. As soon as this was said, the scene erupted. More than half of the people left cursing, thinking the academy was crazy. Tang San understood, his eyes full of excitement. Just as the situation was about to get out of control, the old man in charge of admissions stood up, holding a dragon-patterned staff, and then white, yellow, purple, black. 6 soul rings dazzled everyone's eyes. Wow, a soul emperor over level 60. He struck the staff on the ground, and the entire ground shook. Next. Now, who would dare to complain? Everyone was silent. Finally, it was our turn. I took out 30 gold soul coins and tossed them into the box. Xiao Wu went first. The old man squeezed her hand. Age qualified. When Xiao Wu activated her martial soul, 2 rabbit ears stood up with 200-year soul rings. Level 29. The old man's eyes lit up. Good. Go in. Next was Tang San. Age qualified. The old man squeezed his calf again, nodding in satisfaction. When Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul appeared, he also had 200-year soul rings. Level 29. The old man was so excited. Blue-silver grass can be trained to this level? Genius. Quickly go in. Finally, it was my turn. I extended my hand. The old man's expression changed instantly upon touching my finger. No way. How can someone with such a small frame have such terrifying strength? Dai Mu Bai beside me had an expression that said, I told you so, but you didn't believe me. Stop talking nonsense. Activate your martial soul. The old man's heart raced, feeling like he was about to hit the jackpot this year. All right, no more pretending. I'll reveal my cards. As soon as I had a thought, dozens of purple-pink blood vines instantly wrapped around me. What a powerful martial soul. Just as the old man finished praising, my soul rings began to rise. Purple, black. 3 soul rings, each more outrageous than the last. The pressure of my soul power at level 40 instantly swept across the entire area, causing those with weaker abilities to kneel down. The whole world fell into a dead silence. The old man's mouth was wide open, enough to fit an egg, and Dai Mu Bai, who had just brought a girl over, had a smile freeze on his face. This is impossible. The old man stuttered. Your 3rd ring is a 10,000-year one? Who on earth are you? I sighed and looked around at the bewildered expressions on everyone's faces. The situation is a bit special. Can I explain once we get inside? All right. The old man finally reacted, and with the aura of the Soul Emperor fully unleashed, he shouted at everyone. If anyone dares to say a word about what happened today, I guarantee they will disappear from this world. Dai Mu Bai led me and the newly arrived Zhu Zhuqing inside. The cold-faced girl named Zhu Zhuqing looked at me with eyes full of disbelief. My name is Jiang Luoran. I took the initiative to greet her, aiming to be low-key. It's just luck with the soul rings. Zhu Zhuqing simply nodded coolly. Zhu Zhuqing. As we were walking, a shout came from a distance. Sausages for sale? Oscar's big sausages. I was just hungry, so I went and bought 3 sausages and stuffed one into my mouth with just 2 bites. Dai Mubai ran over to stop me, saying that the sausage shouldn't be eaten, but it was too late. Of course, I knew why. It was just that the spell was a bit lewd, nothing serious. Seeing that I had finished eating, he had no choice but to call Tang San and the others over, saying that our soul power had all exceeded level 25. So we could skip the 2nd and 3rd rounds of the test and go straight to the 4th round. The little kids, still queuing for the test, were unhappy and started shouting about a conspiracy. Dai Mubai directly threw the testing crystal over for them to see for themselves. Ning Rongrong was level 26, Zhu Zhuqing was level 27, and both Xiao Wu and Tang San were level 29. Finally, the crystal came into my hands, and as I unleashed my soul power, there was a loud crack, and the crystal exploded, blinding them with a dazzling light. The number displayed was level 40. Those little kids were completely stunned, looking at me as if they had seen a deity. I placed the broken crystal on the table and said to the one who was shouting the loudest, "Little brother, drink more rib soup at home to grow taller." When we arrived at the venue for the 4th round, a muscular man, built like a bear, stood there. Dai Mubai introduced him, saying this is teacher Zhao Wujia, the examiner for the 4th round. As soon as I saw him, I thought, wow, isn't this the unfortunate guy who was chased all over the place by Feng Linger with willow branches? Zhao Wujia recognized me too, and his expression instantly turned unfriendly. He sneered, "I suddenly want to change the rules. You 5, the assessment for the 4th round is to fight me." Dai Mubai's face turned pale. "Teacher Zhao, this is against the rules. In Shrek, I am the rule." Zhao Wujia stuck an incense stick into the ground, insisting that as long as one person could still stand after a stick of incense burned, you would pass. Dai Mubai pulled us aside, looking distressed. "You guys are in big trouble. Teacher Zhao is a 76th level soul saint, the unmovable king. His martial soul is the great strength diamond bear, a power-type soul master with unbeatable defense. Moreover, he is clearly targeting Luoran." Soul Saint? Tang San and Xiao Wu turned pale. I stood up. "This matter started because of me, and I will take the responsibility. Don't panic. His weakness is speed, and our opportunity is to buy time. There isn't much time left. Let us communicate." Tang San immediately organized us into a circle. Tang San, Martial Soul Blue Silvergrass, level 29. 2nd Ring Control System Soul Master. Xiao Wu, Martial Soul Rabbit, level 29. 2nd Ring Assault System Battle Soul Master. Zhu Zhuqing, Martial Soul Ghost Shadow Cat, level 27. 2nd Ring Agility Attack System Battle Soul Master. Ning Rongrong, Martial Soul 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, level 26. 2nd Ring Support System Soul Master. It was my turn. I looked at Zhao Wujia, who had already started warming up on the opposite side, and calmly said, "Jiang Luoran, Martial Soul Old Tree Root, level 40. 3rd Ring Control System Battle Soul Venerable." Let me tell you, as soon as his identity was revealed, Tang San's eyes lit up. Goodness, he almost wanted to become sworn brothers with Ning Rongrong on the spot. After all, the teacher had instructed that the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School support is like a walking power bank on the battlefield, and must be the first to act. Ning Rongrong is also an open-minded person. She directly laid it out. "Don't get excited, let's fight first. With our 2 soul rings, one increases speed and the other increases strength, boosting everyone by 30%. I gasped in shock. 30%? What does that even mean? It's like everyone just activated a little cheat. The 7 Treasures Glazed Sect is indeed a T0 level existence in this version. The tactic was immediately set. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, 2 agility-type assassins, flanked from both sides, focusing on harassment, avoiding direct confrontation. Tang San originally wanted to be the main tank, saying he would take the damage. But Jiang Luoran directly held him down and said, "Brother San, this matter originated because of me. I will be the main attacker. You are the one most suitable to control the situation." I tell you, Tang San's gaze towards him was completely different at that moment. Such responsibility, TSK. All right, not someone who drags things out. He made a direct decision. "All right, Luoran, you focus on the attack. Be very careful." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Luoran charged forward like a cannonball. With a buzzing sound, more than 30 purple-pink vines emerged, entwined like a piece of art. Then, purple, black. The 3 soul rings lit up, and I tell you, Zhao Wujia's disdainful expression collapsed right on the spot. Family, who understands? 2,000 years, 10,000 years. With this configuration, are you telling me this is a level 40 Soul Master? Zhao Wujia's expression seemed to say, this script is wrong. Ning Rongrong also held her ground. The seven-colored light flashed twice, buffing everyone's power and speed to the max. Seeing this momentum, Zhao Wujia became even more excited and shouted, by the time you finish your nonsense, it'll be dark. Saying that, he pounced on Ning Rongrong like a hungry tiger. Everyone knows, cut the support first. I'm coming. Jiang Luoran shouted fiercely, not dodging, and directly punched forward. Zhao Wujia was still enjoying it in his heart. Just as he wanted to hit this kid, he delivered himself to the door. But guess what happened? With a loud bang, a large and a small fist collided head-on. The shockwave exploded outward in circles. Jiang Luoran, a control system, actually punched against a 76-level Battle Soul Saint and didn't even get sent flying. Zhao Wujia was dumbfounded. Even if he didn't use soul power, that wasn't something a soul master could take. He was stunned. Is the control system this competitive now? It can both control and fight? He didn't believe it, and threw several punches, but every punch was caught. Both of them left dents in the ground. In the end, Zhao Wujia changed his punch to a palm, wanting to use his ultimate move, but Jiang Luoran was even fiercer, directly kicking his palm. As a result, Jiang Luoran retreated 5 steps. His shoes were shattered. And Zhao Wujia? He retreated 4 steps and sat back down in his lounge chair. Good heavens! The entire venue was silent. Zhao Wujia looked at his numb hand and completely doubted his life. What kind of monster is this kid? This strength, this bone density, must have undergone hellish training. Zhao Wujia was really energized now. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. The 7 soul rings lit up with a bang, and the pressure made the entire academy shake. Tang San and Jiang Luoran reacted quickly. Blue silvergrass, blood fiend vine, layer upon layer, instantly binding Zhao Wujia into a giant rice dumpling. But the next second, the rice dumpling exploded with golden light. First soul skill, unmoving king body. Zhao Wujia directly shattered the blue silvergrass, but Jiang Luoran's blood fiend vine only showed a few cracks and didn't break. Just at the moment Zhao Wujia was shocked, Xiao Wu moved. With an aerial acceleration, her pink high heel struck Zhao Wujia's face, throat, and temple with 3 kicks. But Zhao Wujia acted as if nothing had happened, with a face full of enjoyment. Xiao Wu was not vague either, slithering like a snake behind him, locking his throat with her legs, and launching a waist bow. Tang San's blue silvergrass also emerged from the ground and tripped him. With that one trip, Zhao Wujia was directly sent flying by Xiao Wu. The opportunity came. Jiang Luoran descended from the sky, delivering a heavy punch that slammed Zhao Wujia down to the ground. But Zhao Wujia, being a soul saint, managed to twist in midair and retaliated with a punch aimed at Jiang Luoran's temple. Who would have thought Jiang Luoran would react ridiculously fast, instantly changing his move in the air, transforming his punch into a kick, and with a solid kick, he kicked Zhao Wujia into the ground, creating a 2-meter deep pit. Immediately after, Zhu Zhuqing's ghostly 100 claws followed up. Countless claw shadows slammed onto Zhao Wujia. Unfortunately, aside from tearing his clothes, it was of no use. Zhu Zhuqing was also fierce, directing all attacks at a single point, aiming directly at Zhao Wujia's vital spot. This is too hateful. Zhao Wujia finally got angry, roaring, and just the shockwave blew Zhu Zhuqing away. Tang San attempted to use Ghost Vine to paralyze him, but was also blown away by the soul power. Xiao Wu, Jiang Luoran, one by one, were all knocked down by him. Watching his teammates tumble to the ground, Jiang Luoran's expression completely changed. He jumped out from the rubble, walked to the nearly burnt incense, and with one foot, stomped it out with a bang. The entire venue fell silent. He walked step by step towards Zhao Wujia, his voice not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. Since this matter started because of me, let it end because of me. Today's match, I will fight. Zhao Wujia laughed in anger. Just you? Tang San and the others wanted to advise, but Jiang Luoran turned around, his gaze resolute. If I lose, we leave together. Family at that moment, what is called a team. This is it. All right, one-on-one match, start. Zhao Wujia activated unmoving king body, not even putting Jiang Luoran in his eyes, just standing there letting him hit. Jiang Luoran was also cunning. Without saying a word, he flashed around to Zhao Wujia's back and kicked him right in the crotch. Why does everyone love to hit there? Zhao Wujia exploded in anger, retaliating with a powerful Vajra palm. The opportunity came. Jiang Luoran activated his first soul skill, creating something out of nothing. The vines in his hand transformed into purple smoke and disappeared, and the next second, more than 30 vines appeared out of thin air, instantly wrapping Zhao Wujie up again. Then, he didn't know where he got a giant rock from, mimicking Zhao Wujie's earlier move, and swung it down. This is too much bullying. Zhao Wujie smashed the giant rock with a palm, and amidst the dust, he grabbed Jiang Luoran by the collar. Got you. The golden palm print slammed towards his face. It's over. Everyone thought Jiang Luoran was doomed. But with a bang, the captured Jiang Luoran transformed into a ball of purple smoke. It was a fake. The real Jiang Luoran had long since appeared atop a collapsed building, his second soul ring shining, and with a smirk, it's not over yet. Countless purple smoke surged from all directions, wrapping Zhao Wujie tightly. Just as Zhao Wujie was about to break free, Jiang Luoran directly demolished half a building and smashed it down on his head. Following the building down was Jiang Luoran himself, shouting, "Kunpeng kill." Zhao Wujie was forced into a corner, activating his fifth soul skill, gravity compression. He wanted to use the gravitational field to limit Jiang Luoran. But what he never expected was that under the cover of the dust, Jiang Luoran secretly activated his second martial soul. That gravity compression was useless against him. Crack! With a crisp sound, Zhao Wujie's soul skill shattered. He barely managed to take a punch with his physical body, directly forced back 10 steps, his entire right arm went numb. And this wasn't over. Jiang Luoran's second soul skill shadow, following activated, creating two copies of himself, attacking from the front and back. Zhao Wujie subconsciously attacked the one behind. But it was another fake. In the moment he was stunned, Jiang Luoran was already up close, a person's speed, fast enough to swap back and forth in 1 second. As soon as he finished speaking, the black 10,000-year soul ring lit up. Third soul skill, Blood Fiend Demon Prison. A large mass of Blood Fiend vines instantly formed a huge sphere, completely enclosing Zhao Wujie inside. Visibility was 0. Immediately after, there were loud thuds. As Jiang Luoran inside unleashed a flurry of chaotic palm techniques against Zhao Wujie's abdomen. Dai Mubai outside was dumbfounded. This 10,000-year soul skill is too fierce. Zhao Wujie finally reacted inside. This kid had been planning from start. This blood fiend demon prison wasn't just pure control. It was crazily absorbing his stamina. He wanted to unleash a soul skill, but it was too late. Jiang Luoran delivered the final palm strike, performed a backflip out of the prison, and in mid-air, another shadow following. A massive old tree root shot up from the ground, unerringly hitting Zhao Wujie's crotch, launching him into the air. Wasn't his second soul skill a clone? Ning Rongrong was also dumbfounded. Dai Mubai explained, "This is a soul ring replication. It can replicate other soul skills." Zhao Wujie, suspended in midair, felt weak all over and finally realized that he had been thoroughly set up. Jiang Luoran had already climbed up the tree roots and said with a smile, "The incense is about to burn out." With that, he punched Zhao Wujie's right eye. "That's too much." Zhao Wujie forcibly unleashed his soul power, shattering the tree roots. However, JiangLuoran's close combat skills were simply outrageous. Leg sweeps, throat locks, elbow presses, a seamless series of moves that slammed Zhao Wujie back to the ground with a loud crash. Amidst the flying dust, Jiang Luoran was seen riding on Zhao Wujie, his fists pounding like a pile driver, raining down blows on his face. Zhao Wujie was beaten to a daze, his face bruised and swollen, and finally couldn't take it anymore, shouting, "Enough, enough." Only then did Jiang Luoran stop and jump aside. Let me tell you, that scene was just unbelievable. Zhao Wujie, a soul sage, was being pressed to the ground and rubbed in the dirt by a soul Zune, completely losing face. At that moment, Oscar happened to pass by with a sausage, and, seeing Zhao Wujie with a bruised face, foolishly asked, "Who are you?" Zhao Wujie shot him a death glare and said, "Come to the practical class tomorrow." Oscar turned pale and replied, "Teacher Zhao, I'm from the support department. If the control department can go for a strong attack, why can't the support department?" Zhao Wujie snatched his sausage, stuffed it into his mouth with a fierce look, and turned to leave. Jiang Luoran also took a sausage, eating it while calling out to Zhao Wujie's back, "Teacher Zhao, no matter who calls you tonight, don't go out." Clearly, Teacher Zhao didn't take it to heart. After all, flags are meant to be broken. I told you after that fight, we were really exhausted and collapsed in the dormitory, falling asleep as soon as we hit the bed. When I groggily woke up, I saw Tang San standing by my bed, holding a sausage left by Oscar. He looked conflicted and asked me, "Luo Ran, can you really eat this thing?" I was so hungry that I could feel my stomach touching my back. Who cares? I had a big sausage in my hand, so I just took a bite. To be honest, it tasted really good, and my energy was instantly restored. While I was eating, suddenly there was a loud commotion next door. A fat guy was shouting, "Dalu, lend me some money. I can't hold back my excitement if I don't go out and have some fun tonight." Dai Mubai's voice was urgent. "Keep it down. If the girls in the dorm across the way hear you, do I have no shame?" The fat guy kept babbling. "Oh, Suehua is still waiting for me in the village. I'll go see her first, then I'll have some fun." I was shocked at that moment. I exchanged a glance with Tang San and thought, wow, this guy is a master of time management, isn't he? He's got a girlfriend, and now he's going out to have fun? This operation is too smooth. Suddenly, my mind buzzed, and I realized, didn't Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong say they were going to the village entrance to take a walk and get familiar with the environment? Is this fat guy also going to the village entrance to find Suehua? This is definitely going to be trouble. I quickly pulled Tang San and said, "Let's go. Third brother, I'll take you to see a big show." When we arrived at the village entrance, good grief, they were really at it. That fat guy, with his red hair and a bulky build, was pointing at Xiao Wu's nose and cursing. Could Xiao Wu, with her fiery temper, stand that? She charged straight at him, and the two of them started exchanging punches and kicks. At first, Xiao Wu had the upper hand. After all, her agility was unbeatable. But that fat guy was no pushover either. Suddenly, a yellow soul ring appeared on him, and he opened his mouth to shoot out a line of fire. Chasing after Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's shoes were instantly set on fire, and it looked like she was about to suffer a big loss. I can't just watch from the side with Sange, you know? In a flash, we jumped down from the roof next door. I swung my blood vine, instantly conjuring a large shield, which thudded against the fire line. Sange was even more outrageous. He used his ghostly shadow to teleport right in front of that fat guy's face, executing a move called controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. And with a snap, he deformed that big face, making him spit fire towards the sky. The scene was just like a turkey being choked. It was incredibly ridiculous. Then, it was our duet time. I kicked him flying, and Sange followed up with a punch to his face in midair. I charged in with a powerful punch, directly hammering him into the ground. We focused on a supportive style of beating, giving him no chance to catch his breath, leaving him bruised and battered. His own mother probably wouldn't recognize him. Just as we were enjoying ourselves, a girl named Suehua ran over crying, and Dai Mubai arrived too. After he explained, I was dumbfounded. He said this fat guy's name was Ma Hongjun, also a Shrek Academy student, with a martial soul called the Evil Fire Phoenix. The huge drawback was that the evil fire inside him needed, well, it needed women to release it, or else he would explode. Who understands what this means? Family? Would you want this kind of luck? Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong turned pale, quickly hiding behind us, looking at that fat guy as if he were some dirty thing. In the end, this matter just ended without resolution. Ma Hongjun got beaten up, the fire was released, and his girlfriend completely broke up with him. It was really tragic. At that time, I joked with Dai Mubai, saying we should lock the door tight tonight. Guess what happened? That night, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the village. "Zhao Wujin, get out here. Damn, it's really happening." Immediately, there was a sound like mountains collapsing and the ground cracking. The whole dormitory building was shaking. From a noise, it felt like Teacher Zhao's bones were about to fall apart. The next morning, the 8 of us gathered on the playground. Goodness, Zhao Wujia had 2 panda eyes. His face swollen like a pig's head, limping as he lectured us. His eyes were filled with resentment, clearly blaming us for the beating he took last night. This old guy called out names. "Oscar, Ning Rongrong, you from the support department, run 50 laps around the village. Run until you collapse." Then he looked at me with a sinister gaze and sneered. "Jiang Luoran, you have good physique. That 1,000 gene iron stone is specially prepared for you. Lift it and practice." His meaning was clear. Since Tang San had his dad protecting him, he was going to take it out on me. So what happened? I walked over, lifted that 1,000 gene iron lump with one hand, as if it were a foam box, threw it over my shoulder, and then dashed out after Oscar and the others, even adding some weighted sprints. At that moment, Zhao Wujia's face turned green, probably close to exploding from anger. We trained like demons all day, and in the evening, Dean Flander gathered us and said he was going to take us to a great place, the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Let me tell you, that place is simply a real-life version of the Colosseum, resplendent, but filled with the smell of blood. Flander said that Shrek is raising monsters, not ordinary people, and real combat is the best catalyst. Dai Mubai explained the rules to us newcomers. which can be summed up as fighting to earn points and upgrade badges. From Iron Badge to Diamond Badge, it's just like ranked matches. The Dean requires us to obtain the Silver Soul Badge before graduation. As for me, my requirements are even higher, the Gold Soul Badge. In the end, Dai Mubai slyly patted me on the shoulder and said I was simply here to exploit the loopholes. Just think about it. I am currently level 40, but haven't gone to hunt for the 4th Spirit Ring yet. According to the rules, I am still a Soul Master, and the opponents I match with are also Soul Masters. Isn't this like a max-level expert wearing newbie gear going back to the newbie village to slaughter? Level capping to farm points, legally cheating. The thrill is simply unimaginable. Let me tell you, this first duel is just an appetizer, not enough to watch it all. After completing the formalities, I was directly assigned to the 7th arena. Wow, that host was dressed like he was going to a funeral for the Love family, sporting a flashy hairstyle and a voice that was quite flamboyant. As soon as the big screen lit up, it read, Control System, Jiang Luoran vs Agile Attack System. Destroy Little Love. Family members who understands. Right from the start, I was served a meal of attribute restraint. The audience instantly erupted, saying that control systems against agile attack systems is like handing over a win. Just surrender already. The girl on the other side was dressed in all pink, walking as if she could teleport. With one step, she was already 10 meters away. She even winked at me, saying, Hey little brother, is this your first time here? This is not a place you should be. I couldn't be bothered to waste time with her, so I directly stated my name, Jiang Luoran, level 40, 3-ring control system. Martial Soul, Old Tree Root. You can't beat me, just admit defeat, or I'll get up quickly and won't be able to hold back. Guess what? The whole place burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Old Tree Root. This kid is too arrogant. Even that girl named Mie Xiaowai was shocked, not because I was arrogant, but because I announced my level 40. She had a look on her face like, are you kidding me? But the data in the Great Soul Arena doesn't lie. She also announced her level 39, Martial Soul, Fluttering Butterfly, 10 battles with 10 victories. Hey, she's an undefeated fighter. She said with her mouth that being one level higher doesn't mean anything, but I'm a sensitive attack type, and the tension was already building. I laughed at that moment, just loving this kind of confidence. I told her, if you're bound by the shackles of the secular world, what peak can you reach? I'll help you off the stage. As soon as I finished speaking, whoosh, I disappeared from my spot. What is speed? I wanted her to see. That Xiaowai was stunned on the spot. To reach my speed, she would at least need to be a level 60 Soul Emperor. By the time she reacted, my face was almost touching hers. That absolute speed, combined with the pressure of strength and martial soul, left her gasping for breath. Bang! With a loud noise, that pink figure was sent flying like a sandbag, firmly embedded in the iron railing. The venue fell silent. Really, it was less than a second, so fast that most people didn't even see what happened. The referee was dumbfounded, and the audience was also stunned. Then they erupted. Black curtain. Cheating. How could a control type be faster than an agility type? Various doubts surged in like a tide, demanding the referee to investigate me thoroughly. And what was the result? The person involved was rational. That Xiaowai pulled herself off the wall, spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood, and gasped. He won, without using any means. Once this was said, the entire venue fell silent. I got my points and left without looking back. I found it annoying to stay even for another second. When I returned, Tang San and Xiao Wu had also finished their matches, each earning a point. Only Ning Rongrong, a pure support, stood there wide-eyed. Dai Mubai came over as a mediator, wanting Tang San to team up with Rongrong for a doubles match. Seeing this situation, my good brother Tang San was almost being roasted on a spit, and Xiao Wu's gaze could kill. Didn't this require me to step in? I directly told Ning Rongrong, I'll team up with you, let's go. Tang San immediately cast a grateful glance at me. We're brothers, no need to be polite. Ning Rongrong hesitated a bit, saying her level was too low and it would drag me down. I told her I'm level 40, taking a pure support at level 26 to fight against 2 level 40 muscular men. This ISNT called carrying a girl. It's like bringing a medical kit to the battlefield, and it's a medical kit without any mana. But was I afraid of this? I directly pulled her to sign up, team name Beiming Combination, which I came up with so domineering. The opponents for the doubles match soon arrived, called Iron Will Battle Soul Club, 2 muscular men who looked like they were copied and pasted. They came up and made harsh remarks, saying they hadn't broken bones in a while. Goodness, are they trying to show off their strength here? When they saw Ning Rongrong was from the 7 Treasure glazed tile, they knew there was a background and didn't dare to act, instead saying they wanted to focus on bullying me, this little kid. At that time, I hadn't even activated my martial soul and was just waiting for them to make a move. Those two brothers, one at level 40 and the other at level 39, were both from a strong attack system, wielding martial soul battle sticks. With their two big red sticks, they rushed towards me, shouting and swinging. Did I dodge? No. I directly stretched out my hands, and, with a bang, I caught both of their full force strikes with one hand each. Those two brothers turned red in the face, using all their strength, but they just couldn't push me down. I did a backflip and jumped right over their heads. Ning Rongrong was also understanding, behind me. Seven Treasures had a famous buff, one for strength and one for speed, which he directly applied to me. Wow, that feeling was like I had activated sprinting and berserk at the same time. My whole body was full of energy. I fell from the sky, my fist pounding down twice, directly forcing the two of them to retreat repeatedly. The younger brother, named Moe, was stunned and shouted, "The enhancement of the Seven Treasures glaze tile isn't this strong, right?" His brother, Mo Jia, realized what was happening and shouted for him to retreat quickly. It was too late. As I flashed forward, I was right in front of Moe, delivering a series of punches like a whirlwind. My fists came down like they were powered by a motor, smashing against his staff. In just a few blows, I shattered his staff, then started targeting his face. Each punch hit hard, knocking out 5 of his teeth and turning his face into a mess. Mo Jia panicked and charged over, engulfed in flames from his soul skill. Trying to save him, I knocked down the younger brother with one punch and effortlessly caught his brother's flaming staff with my other hand. The impact was strong and even dealt a critical hit, sending me staggering back a few steps. Mo Jia indignantly scolded me for being too ruthless and said I couldn't let him live. I laughed. I couldn't let him live either. I quickly steadied myself and kicked him down to the ground. This completely infuriated them. The two brothers jumped up and shouted, "Martial Soul Fusion Skill." To my surprise, they merged into a thick, long golden giant staff, crackling with lightning as it came crashing down towards me. The audience erupted, thinking I was doomed this time. But was I panicking? I even laughed. I directly revealed my cards and stopped pretending. The soul rings appeared. Purple, purple, black. As soon as the 3 soul rings emerged, the entire audience went wild. Jaws dropped all around. 1,000-year soul rings. 10,000-year soul rings. This is impossible. He's only 12 years old. My second soul skill, Clone, and my third soul skill, Blood Fiend Magic Prison, instantly submerged the entire arena in countless blood-colored vines over 3 meters high. Ning Rongrong also buffed my clone, and the scene was like an impenetrable net. But the enemy's martial soul fusion skill was indeed fierce. With one strike, they shattered all my vines. Did they think they won? How naive. I directly told them. I forgot to mention, my first soul skill is called creating something from nothing. Those countless vines just now were all special effects, a decoy. The real killing move is coming now. As soon as I finished speaking, countless blood-red vines erupted from the inside of that golden giant staff. Like parasites, they grew wildly and instantly burst their martial soul fusion skill. With a loud bang, the golden light exploded, and the two brothers were bound up by my vines into 2 big rice dumplings, unable to move. They lost, clearly and unmistakably. But the audience was not satisfied. They rioted, demanding an explanation for how this 1,000-year soul ring worked. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, a managing golden boss stepped out. Called Simo. He came out to mediate, concocting a reason that my soul ring was a soul skill special effect, capable of changing colors and imitating pressure, primarily focusing on tactical deception. I couldn't help but laugh when I heard it. The reason was just too ridiculous. But there's nothing to be done. He's a big shot. And whatever he says is what goes. This matter just got brushed aside. After leaving the big soul fighting arena, even bigger drama was yet to come. That fat guy Ma Hongjun is also a terrible teammate. He brought up Dai Mubai's previous visit to a wellness center right in front of Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing's face darkened, and she threw a dirty look before walking away without looking back. Dai Mubai was already boiling with anger. And then Ning Rongrong added fuel to the fire by mocking him for being humiliated. Now it's escalated. Dai Mubai was ready to lash out and kill someone, his soul power erupting. I exchanged a glance with Tang San, and I thought, we can't let him make a big mistake. We quickly subdued him with a chokehold and a capture technique. Ning Rongrong was completely broken, shouting for help at Dean Flender, who happened to pass by. But he ignored her completely. In a fit of temper, she started throwing a tantrum, throwing money at people, demanding that we kill Dai Mubai. My goodness, what a dramatic scene this was. Tang San and I didn't pay her any mind and just walked away. The next morning, everything was back to normal, and the dean punished all of us by making us eat Oscar's big sausages. Oscar even specially gave me an extra one as a thank you for saving Ning Rongrong yesterday. I took 2 sausages, stuffed them into my mouth, and chewed quickly. Let me tell you, this thing really has something special. One bite, and wow, it feels like my health and mana bars are instantly filled up. Even the dark circles from staying up late faded a bit. That old man Flander is still PUAing us, saying that on the battlefield, we have to eat everything. Even flies and mice, and not to be so pretentious. Ning Rongrong, that young lady, probably feeling a bit angry, took a bite, and I felt a certain part of Oscar tighten up. Once we finished eating, Flander started his pre-battle mobilization. The core message was simple. We Shrek don't cultivate flowers in a greenhouse. We raise monsters. There are no textbooks here, only endless training and real combat. I thought this was pretty good. Who loves theory classes? Tang San and Dai Mubai, those 2 academic overachievers, had expressions that totally said, I completely agree. After rambling for a while, he finally said something meaningful. We have a holiday in the afternoon, and we'll go to the Stardow Forest in a group to help Oscar get his 3rd spirit ring. This isn't just helping out. It's also a team cooperation drill. After all, we're the Shrek 8 monsters. As soon as he finished speaking, Dai Mubai and the others looked quite surprised that little Oscar had quietly leveled up to level 30. Xiao Wu foolishly asked him how he leveled up so fast. I directly revealed the answer. Who understands, everyone? This guy has full innate spirit power, or he has from the food system. As soon as those words came out, Ning Rongrong's expression was priceless. She herself had her 9th level spirit power praised as genius by her father, and now here comes a food system with full spirit power. That just pure dimensionality reduction attack. Oscar felt so embarrassed under our gaze, repeatedly scratching his head. Just as we were chatting, Zhao Wujie came in with a pig-headed face, clearly having been beaten up by my dad. Tang Hao. He shouted right away, telling us to move forward at full speed, and those who can't keep up will have to camp in the wild. I directly arranged our formation on the spot. I have good physical fitness, leading the way with Dai Mubai, while Tang San flanked us, and Zhu Zhuqing, with her speed, was responsible for reconnaissance. Xiao Ao and Rongrong, the 2 support members, stood in the middle, and Ma Hongjun covered the rear. To add some weight to our speed, I casually lifted a huge stone weighing 1,000 pounds, focusing on moving forward with the burden. Zhao Wujie saw my actions and snorted coldly, probably thinking I was trying to show off in front of him. We rushed until dark and finally found an inn on the outskirts of the forest. That old man Zhao Wujie probably couldn't bring himself to join us at the same table, so we set up our own. As a result, the table next to us was filled with students from Sanghui Academy, their gazes sweeping over us like searchlights, almost riding looking down on you on their faces. Ma Hongjun, with no filter, was munching on a chicken leg and started a rant. Dai Mubai also got fired up, saying the dean had said that a soul master who doesn't cause trouble isn't a good soul master, asking if Tang San and I dared to fight. However, before they could act, Sister Xiao Wu suddenly dashed out, knocking down a few small minions with a few punches and kicks. Now we had stirred up a hornet's nest. The teacher from the opposite side, named Yi Zhiqiu, adjusted his glasses and came over, looking all prim and proper, and immediately asked which second-rate academy we came from. Ma Hongjun proudly raised his thumb. Shrek Academy. The guy had a look of disbelief, bragging about how impressive their Sanghui Academy was. I really didn't understand where his confidence came from, considering his expression of being invincible yet lonely. Dai Mubai shot back directly. Are you so ignorant that you think you're something special? The teacher, embarrassed by a kid's retort, lost his composure and directly activated his martial spirit, transforming into a Xian Gui. Goodness, a soul king with 5 rings. 1 white, 2 yellow, 2 purple, level 53. But let me tell you, his appearance. Ma Hongjun was the first to crack up and burst out laughing. After he activated his martial spirit, his limbs shrank, turning into an old man, and he insisted on putting on a disdainful expression, looking like a walking meme. Now we were all laughing uncontrollably. Oscar, who was really bold, went up and slapped the guy's turtle shell a couple of times, saying, "Stop messing around, it's not easy being a person." At that moment, my mind started playing background music for his runway show. The old turtle was completely thrown off guard, just as he was about to teach us a lesson. I quickly grabbed a handful of dirt and stuffed it in his mouth. "Stop babbling, let's take him down." Dai Mubai was the first to charge in, activating his evil eye white tiger and landed a punch right to his face. Xiao Wu followed up with a kick, while Ma Hongjun hit the hardest, cursing as he did. The old turtle could only retract into his shell like a mobile bunker, the dirt in his mouth turning his face green. In a panic, he unleashed his soul power, blasting us away, and rushed outside, saying he would get serious. The 8 of us charged out after him, activating our martial spirits and soul rings. I saw the old turtle's jaw drop to the ground. Of course, we were a bunch of teenagers, each over level 30 as soul masters. Anyone would be dumbfounded in his place. He muttered, "How is this possible? This is simply not human. Obviously, we are monsters." He said not to be too arrogant, and suddenly a layer of ice covered his turtle shell. The old turtle started using his skills, such as Xian Gui protecting body and Xian Shui agitation, mixing ice and water, freezing both me and Dai Mubai into ice sculptures. But did we eat vegetarian food? Tang San's blue silver grass directly bound him, while Ma Hongjun's phoenix fire line sprayed upwards like it was free. Ice and fire, do you understand? The flames stuck to his shell, making him scream in agony. I broke the ice with Dai Mubai, while Zhu Zhuqing harassed like a ghost, and Xiao Wu launched sneak attacks from behind. Dai Mubai unleashed a white tiger light wave, directly stripping a layer of skin off his turtle shell. The scene looked like scraping the back. That guy was getting beaten so badly, he started to question his life and even called us teachers. It's hilarious. When our teacher comes, they LL just hit harder. Seeing that reasoning didn't work, he directly activated his ultimate move, the 5th spirit ability. Winter is coming. I suddenly had a brilliant idea. Tang San, tie him up. Fatty, open fire. Let's make a pot of turtle soup. Tang San understood immediately. Using the blue silver grass to combine with my blood fiend vine, binding him and the ice blocks tightly together. Ma Hongjun was even more ruthless, activating both of his soul skills, Phoenix Fireline and Blazing Phoenix, drowning him in a sea of flames. That old turtle inside was almost cooked, howling that he wouldn't let us go. As soon as I saw that the timing was right, I exchanged a glance with Tang San and whoosh. I charged out. All my strength gathered in my right fist, and I smashed it down on the spot on a shell that we had focused our attacks on for so long. Crack! With a crisp sound, his shell shattered. He spat out a mouthful of old blood, his face filled with disbelief. My shell. How could it be broken by you? I told him, "Bro, have you heard of the holy sword of physics? The alternating heat and cold can shatter even the toughest iron, let alone your broken shell. Strengthening your defense with ice is exactly your biggest mistake." The guy was tough too. Once I pointed it out, he said he would go back and self-destruct his spirit rings to retrain. All right, that's some guts. But none of his students stepped up to help, which is too real. The next morning, we set off again. Zhao Wujia made it clear that he wouldn't take action unless it was a 10,000-year-old beast or a crisis that could wipe us out. We fought our way through the thorns and deep into the forest. Along the way, Dai Mubai wanted to clear the small monsters, but Tang San stopped him, saying that all lives are equal and that indiscriminate killing is not good. I actually agree. Killing low-level monsters attract high-level ones, and I understand that logic. Just as we were resting, suddenly there was a rush of wind. Zhao Wujin was startled. Zhu Zhuqing climbed a tree to take a look and exclaimed, "Goodness! A 7-meter-long snake with a red crown on its head is charging towards us." Zhao Wujin and Tang San quickly confirmed that it was a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Around 300 years old, just perfect for Xiao Ao. I made a decision on the spot. This thing is fast, I'll go in as the tank, and you guys can be the DPS in the back. Focus fire whenever you get the chance, Mubai, be ready to substitute. As soon as I finished speaking, I'd already charged out. I clashed with the snake, and with a bang I missed it with a punch and almost got caught by its tail. This creature is really cunning, trying to trade blows with me. I quickly activated my second soul skill, and the old tree roots rose from the ground, directly restraining it. Then it was time for our Shrek 8 monsters to gang up on it. Dai Mubai's White Tiger Lightwave, Zhu Zhuqing's Phantom 100 Claws, various skills came pouring in. I seized the opportunity and landed a punch that flattened half of its flesh crown. The snake, in pain, began to go berserk. I exchanged glances with Tang San, and we both unleashed our strong control skills, Bloodthirsty Vine and Blue Silvergrass, pinning it firmly to the ground. We beat it half to death, and Zhao Wujia tossed the dagger to Oscar, preparing to let him collect some heads. Suddenly, I felt something was off. I understood. The snake lady was coming. I quickly called for a stop. Wait a minute. Mubai, you carry the snake and take Oscar to that forest over there to absorb the soul ring. Remember, no matter what happens, don't come out until you've finished absorbing. They were still looking confused when 2 shadows appeared. An old lady, leaning on a cane, had her soul rings shine. Yellow, purple, black, 6 rings soul emperor. As soon as she spoke, she asked if we had seen a phoenix tail chicken crown snake. Zhao Wujia saw this and revealed his own rings, 7 in total, instantly filling the atmosphere with the aura of the unmoving king. When the old lady saw Zhao Wujia was a soul sage, her attitude did a complete 180, politely saying that it was her granddaughter's soul beast. Zhao Wujia, being an old actor, followed my script and said that the snake had run off behind us, and we did not catch up. The snake lady actually believed it, probably mocking Zhao Wujia for his short legs. A girl was also following her. It should be Mangaran. When Zhao Wujia noticed, she didn't believe him. He casually boasted about our group of little monsters, saying, "Sister Chaos, Heavenly Fragrance, these little monsters are not hunting for a second soul ring. They are hunting for a third soul ring. One of them is even going for a fourth soul ring." And guess what? The snake lady didn't believe it at all. I tell you, the way she looked at us was like watching a bunch of delusional young men bragging. Her mouth nearly curling up to the sky. Who knows what she was muttering in her heart, saying something like Zhao Wujia was unreliable, lying without a script, and that if we were of this age and had a second soul ring, she would marry off her granddaughter. Goodness, that was a flag she set. I almost wanted to jot it down for her. She didn't want to stay a second longer, dragging her granddaughter Mangaran, saying the air here was bad, and turned to leave. That fat guy Ma Hongjun, seeing the girl smile, immediately got fired up. If it weren't for Tang San's quick hands to hold him back, he would have probably gone wild on the spot. Once they walked far away, Teacher Zhao came over, looking shocked, and asked me, "Luoran, that was amazing. How did you know the snake lady was coming?" I hadn't spoken yet when Tang San asked, "Teacher Zhao, you're a soul sage, and you couldn't sense a soul emperor?" Teacher Zhao explained that the snake lady's spirit was like she had turned on an invisibility cloak in the forest. Not to mention him, even a soul Douluo would have a hard time. I didn't bother with that and directly pressed my hand to the ground. Let me tell you, I felt a tremendous vibration approaching us rapidly. My expression changed, and I said, "There's no time." Teacher Zhao looked confused and asked, "What? What do you mean there's no time?" As soon as I finished speaking, boom, 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 the entire forest began to shake. That sound was definitely some giant creature rushing towards us. There was no time to react. I immediately summoned my martial spirit and thought, let's fight. Since it's come this far, what else can we do? The next second, Teacher Zhao reacted as well and yelled, "Activate martial spirits. Everyone activate your martial spirits." The phantom of the mighty golden bear appeared behind him with a loud crash, unleashing its full 76-level soul power, radiating an overwhelming aura. We 8 of us quickly formed a circle back to back, and the atmosphere was explosively tense. I quickly reminded them, "Listen, what is coming is terrifying, so be alert. Your lives are at stake." Suddenly, all sounds ceased. The trees stopped swaying, the ground stopped shaking, and it was eerily quiet. How can my family understand? This silence before the storm is what really gives me chills. We all knew that the giant was already here, lurking in some corner, watching us. Just as we were thinking of quietly backing away. Roar? A roar. Let me tell you, that sound wave was like a shockwave. Leaves and stones were falling from the forest like dumplings. A gigantic head emerged from the woods, its size resembling a small mountain, covered in muscle like black lumps, with red totems flowing over it, looking just like a giant gorilla. Teacher Zhao completely lost his composure on the spot, his voice trembling. The king of the forest, the titan ape, he muttered to himself, wondering if the human soul masters had gone too far and angered this ancestor. I know exactly what's going on. This guy's not here, for that matter. 99 of his mind is on Xiao Wu. I quickly told Teacher Zhao, "You guys take the chance to run. Don't mind us." Obviously, if he really rushes in to fight the Titan giant ape for someone, wouldn't that be a waste? But Teacher Zhao is a man of loyalty. He directly shouted, "No way. Luoran, you and Tang San take everyone and leave first. I'll hold them off." Dai Mu Bai was also tough, directly activating his martial spirit to stand up to it. Ning Rongrong was even more fierce, without saying a word. She used her 7-treasure glaze tile to enhance us. 1 day strength, 2 days speed. 2 beams of light directly hit us, and then we just collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. Support type, truly burning oneself to illuminate teammates. Roar. The Titan giant ape let out another roar, this time clearly angry and ready to attack. Seeing there was no other way, Teacher Zhao's eyes turned red. Fight. He was the first to rush in, and all 7 soul rings lit up in an instant. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. It was dazzling. Martial spirit, true body. Great strength, diamond bear. Teacher Zhao transformed into a 5-meter-tall golden giant bear in an instant. This was a move that a soul sage would risk everything for. The rest of us weren't idle either. We unleashed everything from the white tiger's radiant wave, the ghostly claw of 100 shadows, to the phoenix fire line. all aimed at the Titan giant ape's face. And what was the result? The Titan giant ape just let out a roar. I tell you, all our soul skills were like nothing, blown away by the shockwave. The damage we dealt was practically a cyber scraping for the giant ape. In its eyes, the only one who posed any threat was Teacher Zhao, who had activated his martial soul true form. Boom! Teacher Zhao's golden bear paw smashed down. But the Titan giant ape didn't even lift its eyelids. It simply blocked it with one hand. The scene was incredible. A 5-meter-tall golden giant bear looked like a small toy in front of the Titan giant ape, being pressed down inch by inch. It was pure power-crushing. Tang San was anxious and unleashed a sky full of blue-silver grass to try to entangle it. But the grass was like a few strands of yarn on the giant ape. Ma Hongjun spewed fire at the Titan giant ape's vital points for a long time, and it didn't even singe its skin. Zhu Zhuqing's claws were almost breaking, but it was all in vain. I used all the soul skills I could, and my soul power was already depleted. I could only rely on my 2 legs to rush up, hitting it on the head with a series of cape punches. My fists were bleeding, but it seemed like it just got stung by a mosquito and shook it off. Xiao Ao was behind me, almost crying, frantically mumbling, "I have a mushroom sausage. Hurry, hurry." Dai Mu Bai kicked him away and blocked a flying stone for him. Only then did Xiao Ao react, conjuring up a few sausages and shouting, "Eat quickly. My 3rd soul skill can last for a minute." Teacher Zhao on the other side was already struggling, his golden arm almost breaking, roaring at us, "You bunch of little rabbits. Why aren't you running?" Tang Sin shot out hundreds of penetrating needles at the giant ape's eyes, but simply closed its eyelids and deflected them all away. Bang! The Titan giant ape smashed Teacher Zhao down with a punch, then stretched out its long arm and grabbed Xiao Wu, turning to leave. Xiao Wu, Tang San's eyes turned red instantly, and he madly chased after her. But the Titan giant ape just turned its head, opened its mouth, and unleashed a series of black sound wave ripples. That terrifying shockwave, we dared not withstand it. Tang Sin kicked Ma Hongjun away and lay down himself. Dai Mu Bai pulled Zhu Zhuqing into a large pit. Xiao Ao even directly tackled Ning Rongrong down, using his body to shield her. I clung tightly to a huge rock, my legs buried in the ground. When the sound waves passed, Xiao Wu had already been taken far away by the Titan giant ape. Tang Sin jumped up to chase, but beside him a white light shot past. That speed broke through the air as fast as a shooting star. Kunpeng kill. I exerted force with one leg, my whole body radiating white energy, and I managed to catch up to the Titan giant ape. That giant turned around and threw a punch. Bang! I felt my leg go numb the moment it hit its fist. My whole body felt like it was electrocuted, and then I was sent flying like a cannonball, soaring away until I didn't even know where I landed. When I woke up again, I found myself hanging on a branch of a towering tree. I didn't die. I shook my head, jumped down from the tree, and found a pool of water to wash off the blood and dirt from my body. I had just taken off my torn clothes when I felt something was off by the water's edge. When did an extra piece of clothing appear there? It was silver gray, and just by looking at the material, it seemed really high-end. I reached out to touch it on a whim, and the sensation was incredible. The next second, with a splash, a stunning beauty emerged from the water. Her hair was wet and clinging to her face, and she looked gorgeous even without makeup, like a lotus emerging from the water. Wow, how did a person suddenly appear while I was taking a shower? When the beauty saw me touching her clothes, she immediately started scolding, "You thief." Her voice carried a certain alluring quality. I quickly stepped back and said it was a misunderstanding. But when I focused my eyes, I was stunned. Hulaina? She was also taken aback. You know my name? It seems she came for me. As soon as she finished speaking, she burst out of the water, released her soul power to dry herself, put on her clothes, and raised her hand to strike at me. As soon as I realized I couldn't dodge, I charged out of the water and threw a punch. With a loud bang, Hulaina was knocked back repeatedly by my punch. She was also surprised, probably not expecting my strength to be so fierce. Unwilling to back down, she revealed 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, and the red light surrounding her grew stronger. She was about to activate her charm skill. My heart tightened, and I quickly closed my eyes, grabbing 2 leaves from the ground to stuff in my ears. More ruthless? I charged forward and punched her in the throat. She didn't expect that my charm wouldn't work on her, so she hurriedly dodged, but my punch was just a feint, and I followed up with a hook aimed at her head. She reacted quickly, kicking straight at my lower body. Damn, how is this woman similar to Ma Hongjun? I quickly withdrew. Seeing that she couldn't win, she stopped and asked which sect I belonged to. I said I was nameless and had no sect. She looked skeptical, but didn't make a move, just coldly said, You're quite strong. Come find me if you want to join the spirit hall." Then she tossed me a set of white clothes for men and disappeared. I put on that outfit and thought to myself, at this moment Tang San is probably hunting the man-faced spider. I need to hurry into the forest to meet up with him. Just after taking a couple of steps, suddenly there was a puff sound, and a mouthful of colorful poison sprayed out from the shadows, directly melting a large rock beside me, sizzling and emitting white smoke. I broke out in a cold sweat at that moment. If that had sprayed on me, wouldn't I have died on the spot? Without saying a word, I swung the bloodthirsty vine, which was over 10 meters long, in a 360-degree sweep. With a loud bang, a huge frog, oozing pus and covered in colorful skin, was flung out by me. It's the seven-treasure bullfrog. Just looking at this thing makes me angry, just like the human-faced demon spider. Both are disgusting creatures. The way this beast looked at me was as if it was eyeing a plate of food, and it even licked its sharp teeth with its tongue. I was directly furious. "I'll kill you." I wrapped my whole body with blood vines, especially my fists, because this stuff is poisonous all over. With 3 punches, I knocked it back 3 meters. Instead of getting angry, it seemed pleased and lunged at me with its mouth wide open. First soul skill, creation from nothing. I unleashed a soul skill right into its mouth, and countless blood vines instantly sprouted from inside. I raised my hand and lashed out with a vine whip, sending it flying away while sneering. "Today, you will definitely die." The bullfrog corroded the vines in its mouth with venom, completely enraged, and flicked its long tongue, dripping with saliva, towards me. I wrapped myself in blood vines like armor, charging forward instead of retreating, grabbing its tongue and slashing it sharply with a sharp stone. With a tearing sound, half of its tongue fell to the ground. The bullfrog rolled in pain, shaking the ground like an earthquake. I crouched slightly, getting into position. Killing with the tongue? Do you think I'm a fly? Cloak fist. It roared and slapped a paw towards me, and I met it with a punch. Boom! The shockwave exploded. Its other paw came crashing towards my head, and I punched to block it. My gaze fierce. Kunpeng kill. A giant white Kunpeng phantom appeared behind me, and the overwhelming aura directly knocked it flying, smashing through dozens of big trees. This beast has tough skin. I charged at it almost madly, throwing punch after punch, exchanging blows in the forest over 100 times. Finally, I seized the opportunity, using my second soul skill, Shadow, following. A root from an ancient tree over 400 years old was summoned by me, tightly binding it. No matter how it struggled, it was useless. Now, it was turned into a living target that couldn't fight back. My fists were covered in bloodthirsty vines, and my 3 hearts were beating wildly, channeling power layer by layer, smashing one punch after another onto it. If 30 punches weren't enough, then 100 punches, using its own strength against it, unrelenting. The booming sounds in the forest lasted for a long time, and by the time I stopped, that 2,000-year-old Seven Treasures bullfrog had been beaten into a pile of minced meat by me. I gasped for breath as I walked over to pick up a fallen moon blade from the ground. Isn't this the weapon of the evil moon? I looked around and, good grief, in a tree hole that a bullfrog used as a food storage, I found the tightly bound evil moon. No wonder the bullfrog was reluctant to kill me earlier. It turns out it wanted a whole double serving. When I rescued the evil moon, his gaze toward me changed completely, filled with fear and shock. He had just witnessed how I had brutally killed the bullfrog. Stammering, he asked me who I was and claimed to be from the golden generation of the Wuhuan Hall, saying his sister was particularly beautiful and could be introduced to me. I couldn't help but laugh. This kid has quite a strong will to survive. I stuffed the moon blade back into his hands and told him to hurry up and leave. When he saw that I didn't want to join the spirit hall, his expression immediately turned cold, and his eyes became wary, as if I was an enemy, just because I refused to join. The next moment, this guy proved my thoughts right. He really turned his back on me. Let me tell you, the look in his eyes was as if he wanted to carve the words, "You don't know what's good for you," into his face. Goodness, we couldn't find common ground. And without saying a word, this guy rushed at me with his 2 broken swords, his 4 spirit rings flashing like disco lights in a KTV. And he shouted full moon. I only had one thought in my mind. Dude, is that it? Did you learn your self-created spirit skill from Master Wong at the village entrance? Did he think that his murderous aura would scare me? Ridiculous. I suddenly exerted force with my feet, and my whole body shot forward without using my hands, delivering a knee strike right against his precious dual swords. There was a loud bang, and his proud move was instantly rendered useless. He was sent crashing down to the ground like a broken sack, lying there and spitting blood. I stepped on him and deliberately told him, I forgot to mention my strongest skill is actually my leg techniques. That fight with that bullfrog earlier was purely to practice my punches. He still wasn't giving up, lying on the ground trying to persuade me, saying that joining the spirit hall would lead to a bright future. I was contemplating whether to send him on his way when suddenly, an overwhelmingly strong, killing intent locked onto me directly. I'll tell you what it feels like. It's like the boss in a horror movie makes an entrance. The background music starts playing, eerie and deadly, so powerful that I feel like the other party could crush me with just a finger. With this kind of commotion, I can't think of anyone else besides that elusive ghost Douluo. Run. That's the only word in my mind. In an instant, I transformed into a flash of white light and disappeared on the spot. Just in that 1 second, a massive black hand emerged from the ground where I had just been standing, grabbing at nothing. Family, who understands? If I had been a second late, I would have been done for. By the time I stopped again, I was already several miles away, hiding my breath well. Over there, Xiaoyu was probably also looking dumbfounded, staring at Ghost Douluo and Hulaina, not daring to make a sound. And surprisingly didn't T reveal that my first soul ring was 1,000 years old. So I guess he has some awareness. I just got free, and guess what I saw? Teacher Zhao and the others were cornered by 2 old men and women, and it looked like they were about to fight. Those 2 are the Dragon Man and Snake Woman. At that moment, I didn't care about anything else. I rushed over and kicked that white tornado created by the Dragon Man. With a loud bang, the wind was directly dispersed by my kick. I landed on all fours, looking cool, kicking up a cloud of dust, and coldly stared at the old man. What do you want to do? The Shrek group saw me and looked like they'd seen a ghost. Dai Mubai and the others were both surprised and happy. And Zhao Wuji's brother was as straightforward as ever, coming up and saying, "Luoran, you're not dead?" I was really impressed. I quickly said, "Teacher Zhao, leave this to me." Teacher Zhao, being quite loyal, wanted to hold back his injuries and let me run away quickly. I stopped him directly and joked, "What are you running for?" My expression turned cold as I activated my cyber judge mode and started confronting the duo. "If you dare to touch even a hair on us today, let me remind you who you were messing with. Dai Mubai, Prince of the Star Luo Empire, Ning Rongrong, Little Princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Tang San's father, Title Douluo. Try touching one of us and see if your family is capable of handling the consequences." The old man was immediately furious, and his granddaughter Mangaran was like a firecracker, ready to explode. She grabbed her snake staff and shot it towards me. I kicked it away effortlessly, sending her flying back with my soul power, taking her down in one move. The entire crowd was shocked, but I didn't give them time to react. I ripped open my shirt, revealing 5 claw marks still emitting black energy. "Dragon Lord, look at this. This is a souvenir left by the Ghost Douluo of the Spirit Hall. He is nearby and not very stable, killing anyone he sees. If I make a big scene right now and attract him over, can you 2 handle it?" The 2 old men were visibly shaken. Recognizing that this was definitely the work of a Title Douluo, I continued to bluff, saying that his granddaughter couldn't absorb the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider because the age was too high. I'm a disciple of the master. You have to believe what I say. How do I prove it? I pointed to the 24 bridge Minjiwai that the master gifted to Tang San. They started to believe me a little, but still wanted to recruit us. I immediately raised the price to the sky, saying it would only happen with a promise from a Title Douluo. The old man laughed in anger. In the end, Teacher Zhao went over and whispered a few words to him, probably sharing some insider information, which eased his expression. However, they were still unwilling to back down, and both of them unleashed their soul power, trying to intimidate us. I laid my cards on the table. There was no other way. It was death either way, so I could only gamble and lure Ghost Douluo over, purely out of desperation. Sorry, everyone. Saying this, I was ready to fight with all my might. This extreme one-for-one stance finally scared them off, and the 2 of them reluctantly took their granddaughter and left in defeat. With the crisis averted, Tang San quickly began to absorb the soul ring. Oscar and the others surrounded me, still thinking I was a ghost, and felt me all over. I could only make up an excuse, saying it might be because I was too weak, and when the Titan giant ape slapped down, it was like a person swatting a fly, but I didn't get killed. In reality, the injury on my chest was real and hurt like hell. That hit from Ghost Douluo was no joke, and I had to sit down quickly to heal. Just then, something even more outrageous happened. Xiao Wu actually returned on her own. She even absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring and was at level 31 now. Teacher Zhao's jaw almost dropped in shock, probably thinking these little monsters were here to face a tribulation. I had just about recovered from my injury when Tang San created a huge commotion. Suddenly, with a crack, a series of bone-crunching sounds erupted, and 8 spider legs glowing with purple light shot out from his back. Goodness, even Cthulhu would shout, "Old buddy." Upon seeing this, Ma Hongjun was so startled that he jumped up, and I quickly grabbed him, telling him that this was an external spirit bone. With everyone gathered and the spirit rings in hand, we hurriedly made our escape and rushed back to the academy as fast as we could. Upon returning to the academy, we found that the situation had changed. The master, also known as Yu Xiaojing, had arrived. He immediately started joking and chatting with Principal Flinder and took over all our training authority. This group of us who had just escaped from the Stardow Forest and were exhausted like dogs was directly called to assemble on the playground. The master didn't waste any time, stating that our training would be intense from now on, but the food standards had to keep up as well. The fatty casually complained that he wasn't full, and the master turned around and gave the cafeteria chef a new menu. All buns were to be replaced with beef buns. Pork was to be swapped for chicken legs, and the soup must include spare ribs and red dates, with large portions. Flinder's face turned green on the spot, and he looked pained. I quietly told Dai Mubai and the others, "Don't celebrate too early. Tomorrow you'll know what hell is." They didn't believe me. Early the next morning, the master called for Dai Mubai and me to step forward for a real battle. He even imposed a bunch of restrictions on me. I couldn't use my second and third soul skills, and my first soul skill could only be used once. This time, Dai Mubai learned his lesson and immediately activated the White Tiger Possession, Protective Shield, and Diamond Transformation, making himself much larger. And what was the result? He was still being suppressed by me. After exchanging punches for over a dozen hits, his fists were swollen and red, and his muscles trembled like sifted flour. The master saw this and directly shouted, "Ma Hongjun, you're up." The fat guy's Phoenix Fire came rushing over, and while I was hardening myself with Blood Fiend Vines, I continued to beat Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai charged up a big move, the White Tiger's Light Wave, and a huge ball of light flew towards me. I grabbed his light ball with my left hand, blocked the fat guy's fire with my right hand, and the ground beneath us cracked. Then with a crunch, I crushed that light ball with my bare hands. Dai Mubai immediately fell silent. The master wasn't done yet. He shouted, "Xiao San, you're up." Tang San's blue-silver grass surged towards me, along with the poisonous spiderweb binding, but I was too fast for him to catch me. Finally, we exchanged punches, and when he tried to lock me with his control crane capturing dragon, I directly used the Blood Fiend Vines to bind our hands together, telling him, "I've already thoroughly studied your tricks." Just as I was in a stalemate with Tang San, the fat guy charged at me with his ultimate move. I pushed Tang San away, my body wrapped in Blood Fiend Vines, and charged straight into the sea of fire, crazily fueling the Blood Fiend Vines with my soul power to compete against his ultimate fire. Just then, the master gave the most ruthless command. "All of you, attack together and defeat him." As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow rushed through the flames. Zhu Zhuqing. Her ghostly claw was so fast that it left only an afterimage. I also went crazy and shouted, "Then let's do this together." I covered my body with Blood Fiend Vines and kicked Zhu Zhuqing away, leaving 5 claw marks on my leg. Immediately after, Xiao Wu teleported behind me, locked me with a waist bow, and threw me 3 meters into the air. This was bad. I had become a live target. Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile shone brightly, buffing everyone. Tang San's binding, parasitism, spiderweb, Dai Mubai's light wave, and the fat guy's Phoenix Fire line. All of their attacks came from all directions, overwhelming me in midair. This wasn't sparring. They were out to kill me. I couldn't care less about the master's rules at that moment. To hell with the restrictions. I directly used my third soul skill, Blood Fiend Demon Prison. Blood red cages rose from the ground, trying to trap them along with their skills. But these guys were like they were on drugs. They instantly broke the cages, and their attacks were only slightly weakened, just as their attacks were about to hit my face. I quickly forced myself to twist in the air and activated my second soul skill, Shadow Follow. I tell you, when I activate this skill, I feel like a ghostly shadow leaving a white afterimage in the air, and that feeling is incredibly thrilling. At that moment, my mind was racing. That guy Tang San's blue silver grass was really a pain for me, but I decided to ignore him for now. I had to pick the softest target. So I made a Z-shaped shake and charged straight at Dai Mubai, the second strongest on their side. My first soul skill, creating something from nothing, smashed right into his face. With a loud bang, a large amount of blood vines burst out from Dai Mubai, wrapping around him from his feet to his head, making him look like a giant mummy. The more he struggled, the tighter the vines constricted him. Seriously, does anyone understand? I'm a control type, and I'm fighting against a power type. Isn't that a professional matchup? A dimensionality reduction attack. Taking advantage of his being controlled, I delivered a cloak punch that shattered his White Tiger's light wave, followed by a solid punch right to his stomach, giving him a one-day tour experience outside the ring. 1 down. Next up, that fire-wielding fatty Ma Hongjun. This guy had to be the first to go, no discussion. When that fatty saw Dai Mubai flying away, he panicked and turned to run. Want to escape? No way. My punch wind howled as the blood vines directly formed a large net in front of him, completely blocking his phoenix flame. I jumped from the sky, hard against the fire wave, and charged forward. Just as my fist was about to smash into his forehead, that kid Tang San came rushing over again. With his controlling the crane to capture the dragon and mystic jade hand, he tangled me up with his blue silver grass, clashing head-on. Boom! My fist was jolted back, and I staggered back a dozen steps before stabilizing, with several cuts from the blue silver grass on my body. Immediately after, the blue silver grass came alive, wrapping around me one by one. I was furious. My 3 soul rings glowed purple, black, and gold, and I unleashed my full soul power, shattering those vines on the spot. But this kid had no martial ethics. He sent even finer blue silver grass to directly activate his 3rd soul skill, web binding. Goodness, that net was sticky and numbing, tightening the more I struggled, almost choking me to death. But who am I? My mind turned, and I got an idea. I did a backflip and jumped into the nearby fire pile that Ma Hongjun hadn't finished burning. With a sizzling sound, my clothes almost burned off, and I winced in pain, but the net broke. Just as I jumped out of the fire, ready to deliver a deliberate punch to Tang San, my 95th punch. Power at max. But then their support, Oscar, pulled out a few flying mushroom sausages. The Shrek gang took off from the ground, merging in the air. Can you believe it? 5 of them combined their strength in one strike, and the descending palm technique directly slammed me down from the sky, thudding into the ground and leaving me dazed. When I crawled out of the pit and spat out a mouthful of dirt, the master called for a stop. I thought to myself, even though I faced 7 with 1, I still fought valiantly. But then the master helped me up, and his first question was why didn't he follow the rules? I could only weakly say, where there's so many rules on a battlefield, winning is what matters. Guess what? The master surprisingly laughed. Although that smile looked worse than a cry, he actually praised me. He said this was the kind of thinking a monster should have, understanding how to adapt. Then, the atmosphere shifted, and he started his post-match review session. He went through Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San, criticizing each one, saying this one was too reckless, that one was too weak, and the command was also lacking. After a round of verbal scolding, the master finally announced today, as surprise, physical training. We each had to carry a basket filled with stones, running around the village to Nodding City and back, 10 laps. No using soul power the entire time. Let me tell you, one lap was 6 or 7 kilometers, so 10 laps meant 60 or 70 kilometers. The basket I carried weighed over 1,000 pounds of iron stones. This was pure devil training. There was no way around it. I had to obey the master's orders. Without saying a word, I was the first to pick it up and start running, trying to save face for the master. Tang San and the others gritted their teeth and followed. We had to run far when I heard someone behind me panting like a bellows. Tang San, Dai Mubai, and I exchanged a glance, and we tacitly stopped to wait for Xiao Wu and the others behind us. Tang San spoke up. Let us wait and help them share the load. We are a team. Without hesitation, I went over and moved some of the heavy stones from Oscar and Ning Rongrong's baskets. The 8 of us supported each other, moving forward step by step. By the end, all 8 of us were completely exhausted, crossing the finish line and collapsing to the ground, unable to even remove the stones. But then the master's cold face came over again, saying that Tang San and I were the main offenders, with the biggest mistakes, and we were punished. 2 extra laps. I suddenly blacked out. How can one live like this? Dai Mubai and the others struggled to get up and join us. But after just a couple of steps, they fainted. Tang San and I were the same. We didn't run far before blacking out and collapsing. All of us wiped out. When I woke up again, I found myself soaking in a medicine barrel. The master left a note, telling us to finish our meal and continue cultivating our soul power. We couldn't stop even at night. It was simply a full-on 007 blessing. The next 3 months were not life as a human. Every day was weighted running, followed by practical combat training, where we beat each other up until we were bruised and battered. We even formed a battle team, wearing masks to compete in the Soto Great Soul Arena, codenamed Shrek, focusing on a sense of mystery, and we hadn't lost a single match. My codename was Beiming Douluo, which sounded quite imposing. One day, the devilish training finally gave us a day off. To my surprise, the iron-fisted Dean Flender actually announced he would treat us to a big meal and take us to a high-end hotel for supper. The condition was that we had to compete in a team match at the Great Soul Arena that evening, against the Royal Fighting Team. Wow, when I heard that name, I knew it was royal certified, coming from a noble academy. Once I saw the information, the lowest level in their team was 36, with the captain at 39. All Souls seniors, completely overwhelming us in levels. The master also knew this match would be tough and directly substituted me for Oscar, saying we needed an attacker. Of course, I had to arrange the tactics. When we arrived at the arena, it was packed with people there to watch our Shrek team take on the royal team. Those guys were indeed arrogant, especially a woman named Dugi Yen, who immediately started mocking me, saying my soul rings were fake and I was a lucky doll. Dai Mubai was about to explode, but I stopped him. What is there to say to a mouthy challenger? We'll see the truth on the arena. When the referee shouted to start, I unleashed all my power, hitting level 40 soul power. My target was clear. Take out their healer, Yi Lingling. I charged straight into the formation of their 7 members. Who would have thought their captain, Yu Tianheng, the blue lightning tyrant dragon, jumped down to block me, with blue lightning crackling on his arms. We exchanged punches, a loud bang echoed, creating a shockwave that pushed the surrounding people away. He didn't gain any advantage. His shocked expression was as if to say, "This is not scientific." Another defense-type member, Shimo, rushed over to try to ambush me, but I kicked him away, leaving him with a numb fist. Now the royal fighting team finally realized I wasn't easy to deal with. Yu Qianheng panicked and directly unleashed his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. The lightning crackled, looking quite intimidating. But I had no intention of confronting him head-on. I dodged and rushed straight for their control type, Dugian, who was still chanting spells. I kicked her away. Now I'd stirred up a hornet's nest. Yu Tianheng's Thunder Dragon Claw, the Shi Brothers' Turtle Shell, and Yu Feng's Tornado all came at me from 3 directions simultaneously, completely locking down my retreat. But let me tell you, at that moment, I was right in the center of the attack, not worried at all. I was emotionless. Worried? Why should I be worried? The next second, something wrapped around my waist, and a great force pulled me away from my spot. I tell you, it was Sange, Sanji's blue silvergrass. Do you understand what extreme pulling means? I traced a perfect arc through the air, and then I heard a huge explosion behind me as those 3 attacks collided solidly together. Wow, that was an energy explosion. The big screen in midair shattered, and Yu Qianheng was the closest, injuring his own teammate. What an exemplary teammate of the modern age. I landed steadily, gave a wink to Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, and shouted, "Brothers, let's get to work." The 3 of us immediately charged into their chaotic formation. Our strength might be a bit lacking, but that's okay. If we don't have enough power, we can make up for it with skill. I immediately commanded, "Third brother, control the field from a distance. Let's focus fire on that guy called Osro with the yellow hair. I've been annoyed by his golden locks for a long time." I swung a punch, and hey, I have to say this kid was as slippery as an eel and quite good at dodging. Zhu Zhuqing immediately followed up, a shadow entangling him, and Dai Mubai seized the opportunity, landing a heavy fist right on his forehead. Goodness, that kid's eyes nearly popped out. He was completely dazed. Could I let this chance slip away? I rushed up and kicked him right in the head, sending him flying. But I quickly shouted, "Don't linger, retreat quickly." Their healer is Jioshin Haitang. With one healing spell, they can fully revive. We need to cut off their roots first. As soon as I finished speaking, the 2 brothers from the Shi family blocked our way like 2 walls. That guy from Yufeng in the sky stirred up a gust of demonic wind, charging straight at us. The fat guy couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "Watch my Phoenix fire line." A blazing pillar of fire collided directly with that tornado, the soul power fluctuations buzzing in my ears. The 2 brothers from the Shi family shouted their soul skills in unison like a broken record, and 2 large turtle shells began to spin rapidly, transforming into a green death tornado heading straight for Dai Mubai. My heart leaped, and I shouted, "Mubai, can you hold on?" I had to rush towards a healer named Yi Lingling. Otherwise, we couldn't fight this battle. I saw that girl already stepping forward, her hands glowing, preparing to heal. Dai Mubai was shouting with his hoarse voice, "A man cannot say he can't do it." He radiated golden light and charged straight into that green whirlwind. Just then, Rongrong's voice rang out. 7 treasures are famous. The first is strength. The second is speed. 2 beams of colorful light instantly hit Dai Mubai, and that momentum was simply overwhelming. I seized the opportunity, slid across the ground with a smooth move, and quickly slipped past the 2 turtle shell brothers. In an instant, I appeared right in front of Yi Lingling. She was still mumbling, "Victory and light will always belong to us." I directly unleashed a soul skill right in her face. First soul skill, creation from nothing. "Little girl, stop chanting, it's over." As soon as my purple soul ring lit up, A mass of purple-pink vines exploded from Yi Lingling's body, wrapping tightly around her legs. I strolled over and said, "Light and victory are earned through fighting, not just words." The people opposite were panicking. Yu Feng tried to fly over to help, but was blasted back by a mouthful of phoenix fire from the fat guy. Yu Qianheng's gaze was as cold as ice, as if he wanted to swallow me whole. I couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him. I clenched my right hand, and the vines binding Yi Lingling tightened instantly with a crack, tearing her clothes and leaving her covered in blood. The little girl let out a heart-wrenching scream, and her family must have been thinking, how could someone be so heartless? Yes, I have no feelings. Am I here to play house? The stunned blonde Osro got up, using his clone to charge at me while shouting for a quick control attack. Zhu Zhuqing tried to intercept him, but the difference in soul power was too great. She was knocked back in one encounter. Fortunately, Sanji's blue-silver grass pulled her back in time. I saw the blonde charging at me, completely ignoring him, and raised my fist to smash down on Yi Lingling's face. Yu Qianheng's worldview shattered. He had probably never seen someone so disrespectful of the rules. Osro was also terrified and used a clone to block my punch to save their precious healer. With that, Rong support hit me, and my strength and speed surged instantly. Competing with me in speed? I vanished from my spot and appeared behind Osro, delivering a cape punch that nearly knocked him out of the ring. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. I didn't give him a chance to breathe. I turned around and punched Yi Lingling squarely in the stomach. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell off the stage, tears streaming down her face. However, this girl was tough before falling. She unleashed a group healing spell that covered everyone in the Emperor fighting team. Wow, this stirred up a hornet's nest. Everyone on the opposite side instantly healed, their eyes bloodshot as if they wanted to eat people. Yu Qianheng was the first to roar, "Jiang Luoran, you're seeking death." Osro charged at me again with his clone, and Duguyan's snake venom surged over like tide. The entire arena focused its firepower on me. Sango was laughing, saying my ability to attract hatred was unmatched. He quickly tossed out a few medicinal wine packs, and the fat guy blasted them with fire, instantly dispelling the toxic mist, leaving Duguyan stunned. On Dai Mubai's side, the pressure was immense. He could barely hold on. He exchanged glances with Zhu Zhuqing, understanding that they needed to unleash their ultimate move. The soul power between the two began to attract each other, preparing for martial soul fusion. Yu Qianheng saw this and panicked. "Quick, interrupt them." Just as he was about to move, a pink figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was Xiao Wu. Sister Xiao Wu executed a waist bow, directly knocking Yu Tianheng to the ground. At that moment, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing completely fused. A white-purple hurricane shot up into the sky, and when the light faded, a more than 3-meter-tall, majestic phantom white tiger appeared in the center of the ring. Just its roar shattered the Stone Brothers' turtle shell defense, causing both to spit blood and kneel. However, this move was also taxing. After the fusion, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing both collapsed from exhaustion. The battle wasn't over yet. The fat guy also unleashed his power, incinerating the wind user Yu Feng into a charred lump with a mouthful of blazing phoenix fire, sending him out of the ring. On my side, Osro still wanted to tangle with me. I directly showed him what speed meant, transforming into a white flash of lightning. In his shocked gaze, I punched him in the face, sending both him and his shattered face flying out of the ring. Now the arena was in chaos. Tang Xin was struggling against the Stone Brothers alone, and Xiao Wu was maneuvering around Yu Qianheng. Rong, having exhausted her last bit of soul power, fell after amplifying the four of us. Duguyan's snake venom came again, and I used my second soul skill. A massive tree root rose from the ground to block the poison while also binding her up. I said to Sango, "Let's kick these 2 turtle shells down first." I punched the turtle shell on the stone mill, but it didn't open. The other stone turtle wanted to come to the rescue. So I quickly executed a move out of nowhere, and the blood-cursed vine grew directly from his body, tying him up like a zongzi. I sneered at the stone mill curled up in its shell. Is having a turtle shell invincible? I wrapped the blood fiend vine around my fist and slammed down hard. With a crack, the turtle shell shattered. Third brother understood too, directly using blue-silver grass to tie that guy's legs, lifting him upside down into the air. I looked at his exposed lower body, chuckled, and summoned a vine over 3 meters long, whipping it right at his butt. The scream was absolutely unforgettable. It was like flying a kite. We lifted him up and smashed him down onto the freshly escaped graphite. The 2 brothers collided into a heap, and I added dozens of blood fiend vines, sending them both off the stage together. Now, only Yu Qianheng and the bound Duguyan were left on the opposite side. Yu Qianheng was completely berserk, unleashing lightning from his body as if it were free. My soul power was almost depleted, so I could only retreat for now. Third brother stepped up. To my surprise, 8 purple-black spider legs suddenly extended from his back. What kind of mutated martial soul is this? Third brother activated the purple extreme demon eyes, moving like a dance in that thunderous area, easily getting close to Yu Tianheng. With blue-silver grass binding, he used control crane to catch dragon to pull in closer. And finally, the 8 spider lances pierced directly into Yu Tianheng's body, laced with poison. Yu Tianheng looked at his wounds, knowing that the situation was dire, and with his last bit of strength shouted, "We concede." The match was over. Shrek wins. We were all exhausted like dead dogs, and it took a long time for us to recover after being revived by Oscar with his recovery sausage. Once we returned to the lounge, that old fox Flander appeared calm on the surface, but he must have been overjoyed inside. His bets were sure to pay off big this time. Coincidentally, the leader of the royal fighting team, Qin Ming, turned out to be our senior from Shrek Academy. What a small world. In his excitement, Flander waved his hand generously and treated us to a late-night snack. This was the first time that stingy old man had loosened his purse strings. After the meal, Master and the other old folks started arguing about the academy's affairs, and we juniors were sent back to sleep. Early the next morning, before dawn, I sneaked out of the academy alone. With a 7A holiday, I couldn't afford to waste any time. I had to go to the soul hunting forest to get my 4th soul ring. I first returned to Holy Soul Village and secretly left 40 gold soul coins for Grandpa Jack, then headed straight into the depths of the forest. Not long after entering the forest, a purple shadow flew past my face, nearly taking my head off. I did a flip to dodge it and saw Windbell's sister leisurely squatting on a tree, her gaze still as cold as ever. It had been a few months, but she hadn't become much stronger. Not much stronger after a few months, she said. I chuckled wryly and said, "Sister, what can I do if you use your soul power to hit me?" She replied that Shrek was just like that and asked me why I was back, whether I was going to hunt for the 4th soul ring. I was a bit excited and said, maybe I'll even go for the 5th one and charge straight for the Soul King. But then she poured cold water on me with one sentence. "There are no suitable soul beasts for you here. We need to go to the Stardow Forest." Saying that, she transformed into a giant 6-tailed wind chime bird and told me to jump on her back. I was a bit worried because that place had 2 forest overlords. Guess what she said? "Oh, them? We're old acquaintances. We've fought before." Wow, my sister is a real boss. While flying in the sky, she told me that the target for my 4th soul ring was a soul beast called the Earth Cave Bull Python. And just like that, we arrived at a dirt-filled cave. I quickly shouted from behind, "Sister Linger, a 20,000-year one will do." I told her that my 3rd soul ring was only 10,000 years. So let's take it easy and prioritize safety. But what happened next? As soon as I finished speaking, there was a loud boom. The entire ground started to shake, and the cave in front of us collapsed. The soaring purple light seemed to be free, instantly covering a radius of 5 miles. At that moment, I understood that this wasn't a fight. It was simply a dimensional suppression. A top-tier boss over 60,000 years old taking care of a 20,000-year little guy was as easy as squashing an ant. The next second, swoosh, a huge black shadow like a sack directly crashed in front of me. I focused my eyes and saw that it was the Earth Cave Bull Python. Over 3 meters tall, all tattered, with half an unfinished rabbit stuffed in its mouth. Family members, who understands? This guy hadn't even finished his meal before getting taken out in an instant. I was stunned and said, "Sister Linger, is that it? Done?" This efficiency. Let me tell you, even Zhao Wuji would have to jump around with his martial soul for half a day, and you finished in the blink of an eye? Sister Linger was so calm, glancing at me sideways. "Do you expect me to use my soul skills to take down a 20,000-year-old soul beast?" That look in her eyes was almost as if she wanted to pin me down and ask if I could handle it. She waved her hand. "Enough nonsense. Hurry up and absorb it. Let's see if you can make it to level 50 in one go." As soon as I heard it, I got fired up. I went straight in with a snap, using physical transcendence, then sat cross-legged and started absorbing. Wow, the energy of that 10,000-year soul ring was explosive. As soon as it entered my body, it was like a hyperactive dog running around everywhere, and it made me spit out a mouthful of blood right away. But let me tell you, a dramatic scene unfolded. The blood I spat out turned out to be the dark injuries and bruises I had accumulated from my previous months of cultivation. This soul beast, it's like a cybernetic hua ta, right? Even helped me heal a sickness right before it died. I almost wanted to give it a banner of honor. Immediately after, that mysterious white energy in my body came out again, and in no time, it suppressed the soul ring's bad temper. Fusion successful. Purple, purple, black, black, the 4th ring. Acquired. Here comes the main point. Guess what level I am now? I watched in amazement as my soul power skyrocketed like a rocket. 41, 43, 46, 48. Finally, with a ding, it stopped at level 50. Family. In just 7 days. In a mere 7 days, I jumped from Soul Zone to Soul Wong. This upgrade speed is like riding the Shinjo 18. If Flander and the Master knew about this, their jaws would drop to the ground and they wouldn't be able to find them. My fourth soul skill has also been revealed, named 1,000 Forgings and 100 Refinements. In simple terms, it allows me to compress my blood fiend, Vine Martial Soul, into any form of physical weapon. Without thinking, I immediately created a large hammer over a meter long for myself. I just became the Soul King, and I haven't even settled in yet when Sister Ling spoke again. Let's go. The next one, a 50,000-year soul beast, the Lord of Darkness, the ghost-headed nether ape. At that moment, I felt like an old person on the subway looking at their phone. Sister, isn't our pace a bit too fast? Can you let me adapt to the power of the Soul King first? She didn't give me a chance at all and directly took me to a gloomy place. She sat on a tree branch, crossed her legs, and said, "Below is your personal trial. I won't intervene until you're about to die." Wow, this coach is even tougher than my instructor during driving test practice. All right then, since I'm here, let's go. Fourth soul skill, activate. I directly drained half of my soul power and conjured a purple glowing grass hammer. That heavy feeling in my hand was just right. Then it was my time to shine. Windy hammer technique, let's go. A 1,000-year-old evil black tiger charged at me, and I swung my hammer. Bang! Half of its body disappeared, and it was instantly killed. Next, dozens of venomous centipedes came at me. I rushed in and smashed them like chopping vegetables, juices flying everywhere. The windy hammer technique is impressive because it can use force to gain force. Each swing is more powerful than the last. From the first swing, I stacked it all the way up to the 10th swing, then 30 swings. And finally, I reached the 70th swing. At that moment, when I swung down, a 3,000-year-old soul beast didn't even have time to react and just evaporated, not leaving even a trace of flesh. But then the problem arose. This hammer technique was like a wound-up toy. It couldn't stop. I felt like my entire arm wasn't my own anymore. If I didn't find something to release this power, the hammer would end up hitting me instead. I was so anxious that I was sweating profusely, searching everywhere for the soul beasts. Where are the soul beasts? Where have all the soul beasts gone? Someone, come out and take a beating. With no other choice, I slammed my hand down on the ground, and with a crack, I smashed a deep, bottomless pit into the ground. Just then, a leopard covered in brown runes appeared. Let me tell you, the look it gave me was incredible. It must have been thinking, what's up with this human? Looking at me like I'm its long-lost father, with eyes full of longing? Did they grow up lacking love? I don't care what it thinks. The lifeline has arrived. I charged forward with a hammer in hand. The 83rd strike. I smashed its claw to pieces, then kicked it into the big pit I just created and casually chopped down 2 giant trees to bury it with, burying it alive on the spot. After finishing this job, I immediately felt that something big was coming. The pressure coming from the depths of darkness was just like a volcano about to erupt. I was on fire, my veins felt like they were about to burst, and with the chaotic hammer technique, the 99th strike, I poured all my soul power and strength into it, and a purple vortex even appeared on the hammer. I directed all my strength towards the source of that aura and threw the hammer like a spear. Whoosh! The hammer vanished in an instant like a purple laser cannon. Hundreds of meters away, there was a thunderous roar that shook the ground. The explosion was 10 times larger than the fireworks set off during the New Year. I even heard the wretched scream of that giant. The next moment, I collapsed to the ground, completely drained. Sister Linger floated down, looking pleased. Not bad. This hammer technique already has half the power of my strike. I thought to myself, is this just a half-hearted move? If you strike with all your might, wouldn't you split this planet open? We walked over to take a look, and good grief, that is not a soul beast at all. It's just a small black mountain. The ghost head, nether ape. It can even speak. Seeing Sister Linger made it tremble in fear, and its voice changed. Is it you? North Ming messenger, spare me. Sister Linger didn't even lift her eyelids, pointing at me. It's not me, it's him. He lacks a soul ring, and I think you're the most suitable. Her tone was as casual as picking a cabbage at a market. Family, this aura, this is the true Lord of Darkness. The monkey wanted to play tricks and pretend to surrender, but Sister Linger saw right through it. In an instant, she transformed into a massive 6-tailed wind bellbird. And with a flap of her wing, boom, the world became tranquil. The entire Soul Dual Great Forest was shaking violently, the ground plowed as if by a meteor. and that arrogant ghost-head nether ape was directly tossed away, leaving only a stone head. Sister Linger threw the head to me and coldly said, "Remember, when dealing with enemies, you must be ruthless and crush them directly." Without hesitation, I started absorbing a soul ring from 50,000 years. That energy was like a tsunami. I couldn't hold on any longer, feeling as if my soul was about to be torn apart by that violent will. Just when I was about to kick the bucket, a miracle happened. Suddenly, 8 golden soul rings erupted from my body. You heard me right, 8. Brilliant gold, as that extremely sacred aura emerged. All the soul beasts in the entire forest prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling as if they were worshipping a king. Even Sister Linger was shocked, but she quickly realized what was happening and softly said, "This madman from Jiangnan." With the help of this golden sheet, the absorption process instantly became incredibly smooth. My soul power level started to soar again. 51, 52, 53, 54, 55. I shot straight up to level 55 Soul King. The best part was yet to come. I exploded a soul bone, a shiny black external soul bone from my right leg. I immediately named it the Underworld Boots. These boots directly increased my strength by 50, speed by 20, and when hitting a target during high-speed movement, there was a chance to trigger a 150 critical hit. It was simply tailor-made for my fighting style. My 5th soul skill is incredibly powerful, called Hell Armor. It can add 50 defense and agility to my teammates, making it perfect for escaping. It can also be applied to enemies, increasing their weight by 200 and pressure by 50, an absolute god-level control skill. Once everything was settled, Sister Linger said I was qualified enough to go directly to the core area of the Soul Fighting Great Forest to find her. I thought to myself, isn't this the territory of the Sky Blue Bull Python and the Titan Great Ape? Sure enough, as soon as we reached the lakeside, the Titan Great Ape, Beiming, charged out like a moving mountain, and without saying a word, its fist, bigger than my body, came crashing down towards Sister Linger. How could I tolerate this? I was furious at that moment. With a flash of purple and black, 5 soul rings shone at the same time, and the momentum of a 55-level Soul King instantly filled the air. The nether boots appeared on my right leg, and a surge of explosive power and desire to run spread throughout my body. I transformed into a white light faster than lightning and kicked hard against that gigantic stone fist. The 150 critical strike effect of the shadow boots was instantly triggered. I tell you, when that kick landed, the whole ground felt like it had been blown up. With a loud bang, that Titan giant ape, let's call him Beiming, had his fist, as big as a clay pot, stopped dead in its tracks by my kick. Goodness, I was shocked myself at that moment. Even though my right leg, wearing the phantom boots, went numb as if electrocuted, I felt absolutely exhilarated inside. I actually managed to go toe-to-toe with a soul beast overlord. Beiming also looked completely bewildered, staring at me as if I were an alien, probably thinking, where did this little guy come from? How is he tougher than me? He let out a roar and charged at me with a gust of wind. Just as I was getting ready to kick again, Sister Fengling directly blocked me. I was still wondering what she was going to do when, in the next second, she lightly slapped Beiming right in front of that big blue bull. Who understands? Family? Just a light slap. That Titan giant ape, which was several stories high, flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a distant small mountain. My jaw nearly dropped. What is this? Is this the power of a big shot? They are all soul beasts of 60,000 years. So why is she so effortless? Treating it like hitting her son? Beiming got up, covered in dirt, feeling embarrassed, howling and wanting to charge again. Then the big blue bull, also known as Deming, who had been keeping his eyes closed, finally opened them. A beam of green light shot over, and he said lightly, "All right, she went easy on you, and you're still not done." Huh? Then they started chatting among themselves. Back, almost, just bringing his kid to take a look. I stood there alone like a telephone pole, feeling incredibly awkward. I mean, you guys chat, but can you not leave me hanging here? As a result, Sister Fengling pointed at me and said to the still, sulking Beiming, "If you want to spar, just find him." Me? Are you serious, sis? You call that sparring? That's a one-sided beating, okay. In the next second, I was stunned. Bang, bang, bang. I'm telling you, that was not sparring at all. It was an immersive sandbag simulator. I can't even remember how many times I got knocked away. If it weren't for the protection of the underworld boots, my leg would have been ruined by now. That guy Beiming was even intentionally holding back, just not killing me, purely playing with me, which was extremely insulting. I had just unleashed my 5th soul skill, Hell Armor, and was still wrapped in that cool purple armor, ready to strike a pose, when Beiming slapped me away again. The armor shattered all around me, and I hung from a tree branch like a rag, questioning my life. Can this world ever get better? Just as I was hanging upside down contemplating life, I suddenly saw two people approaching, an old man and an ice-cold beauty. It seemed like a big shot had brought his granddaughter to hunt for soul rings. But when I took a closer look, wow, the old man's face was exactly the clue I had been searching for, JiangLuoran. I quickly suppressed my aura and hid in the bushes. Then I saw a scene that made my scalp tingle. That girl, when she unleashed her martial soul, revealed a gray-blue vine. It was exactly the same as when I first awakened. My mind buzzed in an instant. It really is related. The secret of my martial soul. The breakthrough point lies with them. What to do? Should I just go up and grab them and ask? Are you kidding? That old man is an 83rd level soul Douluo. If I go up, I'm just delivering food. Phone Linger and that group of riddle people definitely won't help me. Forget it. Let's do it. Wealth and danger go hand in hand. If I can't beat them, I'll call for help. Ming will definitely come to save me. I'll play bold. Once I decided, I went straight for it. I put on my full gear, the nether boots, hell armor, and the refined hammer. Covering my face tightly, I released the aura of my Kunpeng martial soul. The sense of ceremony must be full. I first picked up a big rock and threw it at that girl, a diversion. Who is it? That old man JiangLuoran was indeed fooled and instantly furious. Now's the time. I unleashed my wind blade. I came in with a trump card, swinging my purple giant hammer wrapped in Kunpeng's fierce wind, smashing it right at his forehead. A mere soul king, seeking death. JiangLuoran saw my full armor and sneered coldly. But what happened? A normal green vine of his blocked my fully charged attack. At that moment, I felt like I wasn't dealing real damage but just scraping skin. The gap was too huge. I threw away my hammer and turned to run. But that old man chased me with 3 vines like lightning. However, I was wearing the nether boots, moving at a crazy speed, and he couldn't catch up for a while. He was shocked. How can a soul king have this speed? Buddy, you're about to be even more surprised. I directly revealed my soul rings. Purple, purple, black, black, black. I tell you, when my 5 soul rings lit up, that old man JiangLuoran's eyes almost popped out, and his jaw probably dropped to the ground. His granddaughter was the same. Her icy face was full of shock. Anyone would be stunned. Whose family starts with a 1,000-year ring, and the rest are all 10,000-year ones? Who are you? JiangLuoran was really anxious now and charged towards me. I'm fully powered up. The vine that materializes out of nowhere. The cage of the blood fiend's magic prison. Even my little brother, the old tree root, has come out to hold on tight. I pressed every skill I could. And what was the result? The soul battle is still the soul battle, easily breaking free from all my control. There's no choice but to unleash my ultimate form. Kunpeng kill. I spun around with a back shot, and my second martial soul instantly activated. The phantom of the half-fish, half-bird giant beast spread its wings hundreds of meters behind me, enveloping the entire forest in white mist. JiangLuoran got serious too. Using his 8th soul skill, the heavenly net, countless azure vines surged forward like a tsunami. The two forces collided violently, and I was immediately jolted, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. My Kunpeng martial soul shattered. I half-kneeled on the ground, my vision darkening, unable to squeeze out even a bit of soul power. It was over. I had messed up. JiangLuoran and his granddaughter jumped in front of me, and the girl yanked off my mask. When they saw my youthful face beneath the mask, the two of them were completely petrified. A teenage boy, a soul king of the 5 rings, with twin martial souls and an incredibly outrageous soul ring configuration. This information was too overwhelming. It practically fried their CPUs. Taking advantage of his distraction, I swiftly shot out a bone-piercing needle from my silent sleeve arrow. This is my ultimate treasure. With a whoosh, the old man reacted quickly and tried to block it, but ended up getting my bone-piercing needle shot through his palm. He was completely enraged and grabbed my neck. What is this thing? I felt like I was about to suffocate, using my last bit of strength to shout at the top of my lungs. Ming, if not now, then when? Bang, bang, bang. The whole forest began to shake violently, and Ming's massive figure descended from the sky, letting out a thunderous roar at JiangLuoran. JiangLuoran saw that it was the Titan giant ape, and his face turned green. He didn't care about me anymore, grabbing his granddaughter and using his soul skill to run faster than a rabbit. With the crisis averted, I plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. The soul Douluo was truly outrageous. The level suppression was too disgusting. I couldn't just face it head on. I had to change my strategy. If I couldn't defeat the old one, could I not defeat the young one? I would go after his granddaughter. Without hesitation, I recovered a bit from my injuries, left the forest, rented the fastest carriage in the city, and headed straight for the capital of the Sylvis Kingdom. Just as I arrived at the entrance of the Soto City Great Soul Arena, I saw my pal Ma Hongjun being pressed to the ground again over a woman. Just watching it was painful. I walked over, too lazy to waste words. That sleazy guy named Douluo was pretty arrogant, claiming to be a soul respect. I directly revealed my 5 soul rings. Purple, purple, black, black, black. Once the real pressure of the years was released, that guy immediately knelt down. His expression was simply the best meme of 2025, emphasizing please don't come near me. Ma Hongjun beside me was dumbfounded, stuttering. Ranguyu. You became a soul king. I ignored him, walked up to Douluo, and took him down with a kick. I couldn't be bothered to say a word to this menace. Just then, his 2 accomplices, Lao, Yi and Tianya, happened to arrive. One of them was even a soul king, but his soul ring configuration was white, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, barely the lowest tier. Did he really dare to make a move against me? I couldn't be bothered to use my soul skills. Wearing the ghostly boots, I kicked him, and he ended up with a broken arm, hanging from a tree alongside Douluo. The short one named Lao, he was quick-witted, seeing the situation was bad. He tried to run. I asked him how many people he had harmed, and he actually thought I was on his side, proudly boasting about his crimes of arson, murder, and robbery. What a guy, dancing right in my minefield. Should we still let such social scum live? I dragged all 3 of them to a deserted place to deal with them. When I returned, Ma Hongjun looked at me with a hint of reverence. I patted him on the shoulder and said I had something to take care of and needed to leave. Just as I was about to go, the girl I had saved earlier suddenly came up to me, looking at me with admiration in her eyes, as if she was ready to follow me. My Lord Soul King, I am willing to follow you. I told you I was startled and quickly took several steps back, with goosebumps all over my body. I waved my hand and said, Sister, don't be like this. Living for ourselves is the best. We shouldn't always think about relying on someone else. Really, this habit of wanting to be a mere accessory needs to change. I didn't want to argue with her any longer, so I turned around and went back to the hotel. Guess what happened? An elderly gentleman with white hair but a vibrant spirit, dressed in an impeccably tailored suit, walked straight towards me. Wow. His presence was like that of an old lion refusing to admit its age. He approached me, shook my hand, and said, Hello, esteemed soul master. I was stunned at the time, and I said, Old man, how do you know I'm a soul master? I didn't tell the front desk. As a result, he smiled slightly and said, I can't think of anyone else who would be so extravagant as to directly book my top-tier carriage, except for a soul master. Moreover, although you are young, you are definitely a master. As soon as I heard that, I thought, wow, this old man has a sharp eye. I didn't want to waste any more words and asked directly, Can we leave now? The sooner we hit the road, the sooner we're done. The old man was very accommodating and said, It's up to you. We can set off anytime. He then led me to a luxurious carriage. Without saying a word, I jumped up and slammed the door shut. Seeing me in such a hurry, the old man understood everything, cracked his whip, and the carriage shot out like an arrow. While I was on my way, on the other side, the family of Ji, who were terrified by me, were holding a meeting in their mansion. The old man named Ji Lin sat in a chair with a serious expression. Who exactly is this person? He can actually command the Titan giant ape. I've never seen such a strange person before. Next to him was a guy named Ji Zhuang. Yes, you heard it right, that's his name. Who frowned and said, From what you're saying, it does sound eerie. How about we capture him and study him? Ji Lin slammed the table. Capture him. We must capture him. I want to see what kind of extraordinary person he really is. Then he changed his tone and ominously asked, Has the matter with the Jiang family been handled cleanly? Ji Zhuang looked pleased as he examined his hands and said, Don't worry, it's absolutely clean. I cut through them, leaving not a single survivor. Let this matter rot in the ground, never to be overturned. Little do they know, I was still bumping around in the carriage while they had already arranged everything for my family, clearly over there. When I stepped off the carriage and onto this place called Silvis, I was dumbfounded. What kind of place is this? The air was filled with a strange mix of alcohol and smoke, and the streets were full of dazed soul masters who swayed as they walked. Occasionally, someone would be carried out missing limbs. It was a large-scale cyber wasteland scene. The old man driving the carriage, Sorosin, jumped down and elegantly bowed to me. Young soul master, welcome to Silvis. I look forward to our next collaboration. I thought to myself, this old man is indeed quite a character. Noticing my frown, he kindly explained the outer area is a bit chaotic, but the inner area is much better. However, even though the people inside look refined, their knives are sharper than those in this outer crowd. Then he changed the subject and started promoting himself. So, do you need a bodyguard? I work part-time. Haircuts and training guidance are also available. I quickly waved my hand. Not for now. After saying that, I plunged headfirst into the chaos. I have to tell you, the outer area is simply unbearable to look at. There are actually people fighting with soul rings in the streets, surrounded by a crowd cheering, holding the cheapest beer in their hands. Right on a main road leading to the inner city, there's a huge silver arena blocking the way, with 3 big characters carved on it, Wuhuan Temple. The surrounding crowd is buzzing with discussions. I lean in to take a look, and oh, isn't that my old acquaintance, Su Yuntao? The one who awakened my martial soul back in the novice village. Looking at his current outfit, he has a gloomy expression, probably not doing well. Most likely dumped by some girl. On the stage, a knight from the Wuhuan Temple is shouting. Next! Next! The people below are whispering. Who can beat this? The Wuhuan Temple is too domineering. Shoo! Are you looking for death? How dare you speak ill of the Wuhuan Temple? Just then, a cool and familiar voice came from the stage. If you can defeat me, you can join the Wuhuan Temple, enter the inner circle, and also receive 500 gold soul coins. I looked up and exclaimed, wow, Hulaina. She was actually standing here in the arena. It seemed like she was trying to gain prestige to pave the way for taking over the Spirit Hall in the future. I originally planned to sneak past from the side, but I was still seen by her. There's nothing I can do at my age and in this outfit. I do stand out a bit among this crowd of strange characters. She pointed directly at me and said, you, come up. What can I do? I can only quickly jump onto the stage and say straightforwardly, I just want to join. Her eyes lit up. Do you want to join the Spirit Hall? I quickly shook my head. No, I'm just passing by. Can you let me through? Of course, she replied readily, stepping aside. I can't beat you anyway. But I was very curious, without a sect or academy. How did you cultivate? I couldn't find out anything about you at all. I thought quickly and casually said, I have an academy, but you just can't find it. As for strength, it's innate talent. Nothing can be done about it. By the way, let me ask you something. If it counts as me owing you a favor, would you be willing to help me? Without thinking, she replied, join the Spirit Hall, and I will help you solve it right now. In her eyes, the Spirit Hall was omnipotent. Well, never mind, I'll do it myself. I turned to leave, but then she grabbed me and said, wait, come with me to the branch hall to talk. Without caring whether I agreed or not, she directly pulled me into the nearby, magnificent Spirit Hall branch. Once inside, I naturally sat down on an ivory chair and casually reached under the table to grab a cup and pour myself some water. Hulaina was stunned. Have you been here before? I calmly said. Aren't the branch halls of the Spirit Hall all the same? They're all identical. I'm a soul master after all, and I come to collect my money every month. How could I not be familiar with it? Upon hearing this, her expression instantly turned cold. Since you collect money from our Spirit Hall every month and carry our Spirit Hall's badge, how can you be so unwilling to join us? I almost spit out my drink. Wow, I can't argue with that. The logic is simply impeccable. I can only stubbornly argue. You can't say that. This is a universal welfare, and I am one of the many beneficiaries. Even if I don't claim it, you would still distribute it, right? She seemed to be caught up in my reasoning, thought for a moment, and said, that's true. So why don't you want to join? Wow, this girl seems brainwashed. She can't stop talking about the Spirit Hall. I decided to change the subject. My name is Jiang Luoran. Please help me check everything about me with this name. As for why I don't want to join, the Spirit Hall is too oppressive. I don't like being controlled, and I have a bad temper. You have a bad temper? She repeated it thoughtfully, then said, you want to know everything about yourself, right? I nodded. I've been a mystery since birth, so when you ask me who I am, I don't even know myself. Her eternally icy face finally showed some fluctuation. So that's how it is. Is this favor of yours useful? I don't know. But you can take a gamble, bet on whether this favor of mine is worth anything. After I finished speaking, I stood up, ready to leave. I don't have the patience to wait. Just as I was about to reach the door, a commotion suddenly erupted outside, and it sounded like Su Yuntao. I heard a woman scream, and a man shouting, what are you? Daring to harass my woman, followed by the sounds of punching and kicking. I was furious as soon as I heard it and turned to ask Hulaina, does your Spirit Hall not care about internal strife? You accept such scum? She replied with a blank expression, such people can be useful. At least they are obedient. However, we really don't like it, and we will deal with it later. I was too lazy to listen to her nonsense and said directly, help me rescue Su Yuntao and send him back to Notting City. After saying that, I walked into the inner circle without looking back. Although I had Hulaina investigate, I still felt uneasy. What if there were things that even the Spirit Hall couldn't uncover? Therefore, I still had to pay a visit to that old guy Jalin's residence. His granddaughter must be captured. I touched the outskirts of the Royal Academy and indeed saw a forest. The residence of Jalin was right there. With my Soul King's strength and equipment bonuses, it shouldn't be a problem to sneak in. Just as I was about to find a place to hide, I was stopped by someone. A golden-haired nobleman with his arms crossed, his chin nearly pointing to the sky, was flanked by 6 lackeys. Halt! Who dares to intrude here? Do you not know this is the Royal Academy? At that moment, I wanted to curse. Were these people from the Royal Academy so idle? Instead of training properly, they were just patrolling here every day? I could only soften my stance. Sorry, I was just curious to take a look. I'll leave now. But those lackeys wouldn't let it go. Hey, our prince is asking you a question, country bumpkin. Don't you know manners? Prince? I chuckled to myself, what luck. I just happened to run into a prince right off the bat. That blonde guy looked smug, and his subordinate pointed at him and said, "Open your eyes and see clearly. This is the 4th prince of the empire, His Highness Avalanche." Avalanche. As soon as I heard that name, I understood instantly. Isn't this the actor who pretends to be a playboy every day just to survive under the hand of Qianren Shui? A complete high-end player of 4D werewolf. Since he was acting, I couldn't be bothered to expose him and turned to leave. But he wouldn't let me go. Did I say you could leave? Come back. Otherwise, I'll tell the teacher that someone has intruded into the academy. I was annoyed at that moment. This arrogant prince just couldn't stop adding drama for himself. Could he? If I get targeted by the academy, how am I supposed to infiltrate the Jiang family? I could only stop and ask irritably, "So what do you want?" He smiled arrogantly and said, "What do I want? If I don't break a leg of yours, how am I going to explain it to the teacher?" As soon as I heard this, I couldn't be bothered to act anymore. I leaned in directly and said in a voice only the 2 of you could hear, "You better play your own part well, or I'll tell your so-called brother about your little mess, and you'll know what happens next." What did you say? His face turned pale instantly, with bloodshot eyes. He suddenly turned around and roared at his lackeys. "Get out! Get far away!" His gaze was fierce enough to eat people, scaring his minions into fleeing in fear. Once everyone had left, his attitude took a complete turn, and he invited me to sit down in a nearby pavilion, cautiously asking, "This brother, may I know who you are?" I interrupted him directly. "Don't overthink it. I'm not interested in participating in your royal power games. I won't help you, nor will I help Shuiqinghe." Upon hearing this, he let out a slight sigh of relief, but he still wasn't giving up. He started to win me over. "As long as you don't target me, I can offer you a lot of conveniences." I laughed. "No need. I can't afford your convenience. To put it bluntly, you can't afford my price." After saying that, I couldn't be bothered to pay him any more attention and directly got up, stealthily heading towards the Jiang mansion. I lurked in the forest, looking at the mansion from afar. Vines were sprawling all over, and it was clearly the style of the Ji family. Yes, this is the place. I took a deep breath, held it, and activated all my soul power, equipping the phantom boots and hell battle armor. Then, I pressed my hands to the ground, unleashing a series of soul skills to set up a net outside, just in case. Finally, I summoned my old tree root clone and had it stand by. Once prepared, I dashed like the wind to the wall of the mansion, glanced around to see no one, and leaped over effortlessly. Inside the mansion was like a maze, filled with walls and vines. But I had a simple and effective method, climbing over walls. While ordinary people can't jump 3 meters high, I can. Like a ghost, I darted between the walls, heading straight for the inner courtyard. Soon, I spotted the girl named Ji Hui by a lake. However, I accidentally stepped on a vine she had set up with my left foot. The sky blue vine, absolute destruction. She instantly noticed me, and dozens of spiked vines shot towards me, aiming for my vital points. I was taken by surprise, but I didn't hide at all. I was wearing hell armor. So what was there to be afraid of? I raised my hand and threw a punch, and with a loud bang, all those vines were turned to dust. It was a joke. I was dozens of levels above in soul power. It was pure domination. "Is it you?" She recognized my armor. "You'll find out soon." I don't want to waste time talking, so I dove forward, hoisted her on my shoulder, and turned to run out. "Who are you?" "Thief." Just as I made my move, 2 people rushed out of the great hall. It was Jilin and that guy called Zhizhong. I dared not hesitate and began to frantically escape, stepping on the wall. Someone broke into my house. "Catch the thief." Jilin roared behind me. The entire Ji residence instantly erupted, with countless people rushing out to block me. A guy named GK, level 23, came up and tried to stop me. I kicked him right in the face, sending him flying to the back mountain, crashing into several trees. Another one named Ji Qiong rushed up, and he too was sent flying by my attack. I couldn't delay any longer. I activated my Kunpeng martial soul, and a massive phantom of half-fish, half-bird appeared behind me, my speed skyrocketing as I transformed into an invisible bolt of lightning. Jilin was anxious and activated his 8th soul skill, Celestial Net, with countless vines sweeping in from all directions. But my speed was too fast. I weaved through the gaps in the vines and broke free. Just as I was about to reach the main gate, an old man with graying hair, as thin as a skeleton, blocked my path. Ji Dai, level Level 57. A 5-ring control system Soul King. He announced his name, and 5 soul rings shone on him, yellow, purple, and black, exuding an astonishing aura. My heart sank, knowing that trouble was brewing. I tightened my grip on the wisdom pinned to my shoulder and declared my name, Jiang Luoran, Level 55 Control System Spirit Soul King. Ready to be taught. Before the words left my mouth, I charged forward. The old man was stunned, and with a flash of green light from his hands, a sky-blue vine sprang to life and coiled toward me. I immediately summoned my grass hammer and used my 4th soul skill, 1,000 hammers, to smash down. To my surprise, my powerful blow struck the vine, and it bounced back like jelly, completely unharmed, continuing to lunge at me. I was completely stunned. What kind of ghostly skill is this? Is there such a move? Just as I was about to be entangled, I quickly used my 2nd soul skill, Shadow Clone, to create a doppelganger to block. The doppelganger was instantly shattered, and I took the opportunity to escape. Raging Gale, I raised my grass hammer and swung it with all my might toward Jidai. As a result, he directly activated his 5th soul skill, and 5 identical jelly vines appeared in front of him, forcefully blocking my full-powered strike. The shockwave cracked the houses several meters away. I made a quick decision, abandoning my hammer, and flipped over to continue running. My only goal was to escape, not to confront him directly. But at that moment, I realized that this idiot hadn't even used his full strength. In fact, when he blocked my final move, he secretly pushed me with his soul power, helping me gain speed. Good heavens, it wasn't just a boost. I tell you, the moment that soul power surged into me, I felt my depleted energy instantly restored. What kind of trick is this old man playing? But I didn't have time to think about it. I couldn't afford to waste a second. I kicked the broken door of the Ji family, shattering it into a cloud of wood chips, and I was off. Immediately behind me, I heard that idiot yelling, "Thief, don't run. Stop right there." And that guy named Ji Lin was also chasing me relentlessly, cursing and saying something about how I was useless and couldn't even stop a single person. I dashed into the small woods without looking back, and with a quick motion, I slammed my hand down on the spot I had prepared earlier. "Hey, I've already prepared a feast for you," with a series of loud bangs. The soul technique I had buried earlier detonated in an instant, and countless blood vines and tree roots erupted from the ground like crazy. The scene was like a real-life version of Plants vs. Zombies, directly wrapping that intelligence forest that was chasing me into dumplings. I was as exhausted as a dog, panting heavily, and the hellish armor on my body shattered with a crack. Just as I reached the entrance of the Royal Academy, I saw that kid Avalanche waving at me like he was meeting with the underground party. He pulled me into a broken cave under the mountain. Just as I stepped in, I heard a huge bang behind me. The Jiling broke free from my vines and, like a madman, howled at the sky. Who stole my granddaughter? Family members, who understands? Just when I wanted to thank Avalanche, a piercing pain shot through my chest. Looking down, I was shocked to see my clothes soaked in red. Seeing me like this, Avalanche took Zhihui off my back while teasing me. "All right, brother, charging for love, huh? Directly eloping, how manly." I had no time to deal with him, gritting my teeth in pain. I replied, "You helped me, but I won't get involved in your mess." Avalanche didn't seem to care, stood up, and came over with a knife, slicing my clothes open in one swift motion. Let me tell you, in that moment, even he gasped. My chest was a bloody mess, with white bones exposed, and you could even see my heart still beating inside. Avalanche's hand trembled like he had Parkinson's as he applied some medicine, blood covering his hands. He fumbled through the medicine box while trying to sound calm, saying, "To survive under 2 Contra, you've got something, kid. From a hidden family, right?" I was sweating profusely from the pain, gritting my teeth, and said, "Just an unnamed rookie. Lucky, that's all." He held a lump of ground herbs and said, "Hang in there, it's disinfectant." Then he slapped it right onto my wound. The sting was unbearable. Just then, Zhihui, who had been dozing off beside us, woke up. She didn't say a word, unfazed by the bloody scene, and silently picked up some bandages from a medicine box. Her technique was incredibly professional as she started to bandage me up. Seeing someone take over, Avalanche plopped down on the ground, complaining, "It's nice to have a woman around. You two have a good relationship." Neither Ji Hui nor I paid any attention to him, and the atmosphere was so cold that even Shui Peng felt awkward. I took a deep breath and asked, "Where did this cave come from? And what about this medicine box?" Shui Peng's old face turned red, and he stammered, "Well, it's not convenient to go out at night to do business, so I had someone dig it. As for this medicine box, it didn't used to hold this stuff." At that moment, I realized, wow, the best actor. The main theme is to play the pig to eat the tiger. He portrayed the spoiled, rich kid so convincingly. Even the props were so well prepared. Xu Ebong nervously glanced at Zhi Hui and told me not to say anything reckless. I told you, at that moment my mind went blank. I risked my life to pull you out, and you're here squeezing toothpaste with me? I suddenly flipped over, grabbed Zhi Hui by the neck, and pinned her against the wall. Xu Ebong was so shocked that he froze, shouting, "Hey, hey, hey, what are you doing? You just finished bandaging her, and now you want to kill her?" I completely ignored him and stared fiercely at Zhi Hui. "Speak. Why is your martial soul the gray-blue vine?" She was so choked by my grip that her face turned red, and stubbornly said, "It's natural, what's wrong with that?" I sneered and pointed at Avalanche. "You better be honest, otherwise I don't mind letting him do something to you." After all these years, Avalanche must have quite a few tricks up his sleeve, right? Avalanche was completely stunned in his eyes. I must have looked like an emotionless madman at that moment. Zhi Hui finally couldn't hold on anymore, gritting her teeth, and said, "I've lived in a fog since I was young. I only know that my mutated martial soul comes from another family, and their martial soul is also the blue vine. As for the rest, even if you kill me, I can't say it. Is that it? After all this effort, I only got such a sentence?" My killing intent surged at that moment, and my soul power at level 55 erupted instantly. The freshly bandaged wound burst open again, blood gushing out. But I didn't even blink. Avalanche grabbed my arm and said, "Are you crazy? If you kill her, Jiling will hunt you down to the ends of the earth." I glanced at him and said, "What's wrong? Are you feeling sorry? Why didn't you go first? Consider it me returning a favor." As soon as Su Bing heard this, he immediately let go. "If you don't care, then do as you please." "Fine." I transformed my hand into a fist and aimed it at Ji Hui's head. Just as my fist was about to hit her, she finally screamed, "Wait." I stopped my fist in front of her and coldly said, "Last words? Not useful to me." She panicked. "No, I can help you. Let's team up. I also want to know the truth." I was stunned at that moment. Family members betraying family members? This girl is even more ruthless than me. She said, "You don't need to worry, Jolene. He is not even my real grandfather." Wow, this is a family ethics drama. I slowly withdrew my hand and let my soul power dissipate, but I still held my ground. "Why should I trust you?" Seeing me like this, she knew there was a chance and quickly said, "Killing me is as easy as pie for you. I have no reason to deceive you. If I lie to you, I would willingly let you kill me." "All right, I've decided to take a gamble." I directly stated my name, Jiang Luoran, level 55, 5-ring control system soul master, martial soul blood fiend vine. She quickly replied, "Ji Hui, level 32, 3-ring control system soul master, martial soul sky blue vine." Finally, she added, "Ji Lin is not my grandfather, so this doesn't count as betrayal." After saying that, she carefully slipped away. A day and night passed, and my recovery ability left Avalanche dumbfounded. He came to change my bandages, and when he tore them open, he found that my deep wounds had actually healed. The way he looked at me was like he was seeing a monster, yet he still insisted, "Consider yourself lucky, my medicine works quite well." I moved my body a bit and asked him, "Where does this passage lead?" He replied irritably, "The Wangting Palace." When I heard that name, I thought it was the Royal Palace, but then he disdainfully explained to me that it was the most famous place for entertainment in Silvis. Well, better than being chased. The next day, I felt much better, so I walked along the dark passage. When I reached the end, a beam of white light shone through, and I leaped out, only to find myself directly jumping into a brilliantly decorated room. Goodness, Avalanche, didn't you say it led to the backyard? How'd I end up in someone else's bedroom? A beautifully dressed woman saw me and immediately approached, saying, "Young sir, you must be a friend of His Highness Avalanche." I couldn't be bothered with her and walked straight out. My goal was clear, the Great Soul Arena. The Shrek gang should be there. Plus, I should confront that so-called fierce god team. All the way, I felt like someone was following me, but I couldn't figure out who it was. Their rank was quite high, but I decided to ignore it for now. As soon as I entered the Great Soul Arena, the smell of corruption and blood hit me in the face. The air was thick with smoke, and the fighters on stage were battling fiercely while the audience screamed like mad. I walked up to the front desk, where a skinny guy was eagerly polishing gold soul coins. I slapped 20 gold soul coins on the table and said, "I want to participate in the battle." That guy glanced at me, then looked behind me, and with a greedy smile said, "Bro, it's only 5 gold coins for a one-on-one match. Why don't you give me an extra 15 as a tip, and I'll arrange an easy opponent for you to win all the way." As he spoke, he pulled out a file from under the counter for me to see. I leaned over to take a look, and it was filled with names of disabled soul masters. Yiling had both arms severed, Xinyuan Nanchang severely injured, Ouyang Xiao had both legs chopped off. The more I looked, the angrier I got. Almost every note next to the names read, "Injured by the Fierce God Team." At that moment, my anger flared up. These people are so injured. Why do they still want to go on stage? The skinny guy shrugged nonchalantly. If you're injured, you have no value, right? If you don't go on stage and fight a few matches to earn some money, how do you support yourself and your family? Good, very good. I sneered, making him jump in fright. I directly pulled out a money pouch from my pocket and dumped it all on the counter. Over 1,000 gold soul coins. The change is your tip, and the remaining 1,000, I'll bet on my win. The skinny guy's eyes widened, and he almost drooled. All right, I'll take care of it right away. But betting 1,000 won't earn you much. The odds are too low. I stared at him and said word by word, "Trust me, this money can multiply by dozens. Because no one will bet on my win." He was stunned. Why? Who are you going to choose? I reached out my finger and pressed heavily on the data, on the 4 big characters, Fierce God Team. I want to choose them. In the next match, it will be me against their entire team. The skinny guy almost fainted, and the coins in his hand fell to the ground. You want to play against the Fierce God Team? What about your teammates? I don't need teammates. I'm going alone. Are you crazy? He looked at me as if I were a fool. I ignored him and turned to walk towards the preparation area. Behind me, I heard him shouting like a madman. Crazy? Want to die while showing off? I'll arrange it for you right now. I want to see how you fight. Whoever beats you is just as crazy as you. Soon, the match screen displayed the information for the next battle. Fierce God Team vs Jiang Luoran, 1 person. The entire grand arena erupted in an instant. 1v7. Unprecedented. Everyone rushed to place bets like crazy, and the betting amount for the Fierce God Team reached a terrifying height. I opened the iron cage and calmly walked inside. The referee flew to my side, just about to speak, when I snatched the microphone from his hand and shouted at the 7 muscle-bound figures across from me. Is this the Fierce God Team? You look like a bunch of fat cows with nothing but cystic muscles. The 7 people on the opposite side were about to explode on the spot, their spirit rings lighting up. Holding the microphone, I continued to taunt. You're too weak. You make me lose interest. This is the level of the Sylvis Grand Soul Arena? The audience went wild, discussing amongst themselves, thinking I was doomed. The captain of the Fierce God Team didn't even wait for the referee to announce the start and roared as he threw a punch at me. I casually tossed aside the microphone, my right hand shooting out like lightning. In the eyes of everyone who couldn't believe it, I effortlessly grabbed the captain by the neck with one hand, lifting him up as if he were a little chick. If you're eager to die, I'll fulfill that for you. I squeezed hard with my right hand. With a crack, the captain's neck twisted to the side. Immediately after, I punched him in the chest, and he collapsed like a pile of mud. Finished, completely finished. The arena fell silent. The remaining 6 were so scared they lost their minds and turned to run. I sneered. 3rd soul skill, Blood Fiend Magic Prison. The black spirit rings around me lit up, and 6 streams of black energy flew out, instantly transforming into 6 vine-like prisons, trapping them firmly in place. Finally, someone in the audience reacted and let out a scream like a slaughtered pig. Black spirit rings. He's a soul emperor? I flashed my figure and appeared before the 6 people like a ghost. I threw 6 punches, each hitting their targets, striking their dantians. The 6 cells exploded simultaneously, and the 6 individuals collapsed to the ground, completely incapacitated. It took less than a minute from start to finish. I walked to the front desk, and the skinny guy suddenly knelt down with a thud, banging his head like a pestle. Sir, I didn't recognize the great mountain. Please spare me. Where's the money? I couldn't be bothered to talk to him. He crawled and rolled from behind the counter, pulled out a gold card, and flatteringly said, "It's all here. 300,000 gold soul coins. I've rounded it up for you." Just then, a fat guy walked over with a big laugh. Haha, I knew it. I knew Jiang Luoran would definitely win. Where's my money? As soon as I saw the person, hey, it turned out to be him? Sir, he's the second and also the last man who bet on your win. The man at the front desk held out his hand. You are Jiang Luoran. I've long admired you. The man in the suit said enthusiastically as he shook hands with Jiang Luoran. Good, you came just in time. Jiang Luoran looked at the front desk. Give me the roster you had before. The man didn't know what Jiang Luoran was going to do. But since the other party was at least a soul emperor, how could he dare to offend him? He was afraid that even if the boss came, he wouldn't refuse. He hurriedly handed it over. Following me, you also won money. Jiang Luoran took the roster and gold tickets, stuffing them into the suit man's hands. You are a smart person. According to this roster, distribute gold coins to each person. Not too much and not too little. The man in the suit was stunned. This was his first time losing composure, and it was also the first time he met someone like Jiang Luoran. Are you sure you want to donate 300,000 gold coins? Besides, we don't even know each other. You trust me this much? You can do this better than I can, and you will definitely do it. Jiang Luoran, didn't he explain much? Waved and left. Chapter 84. Borrowing a corpse to return to life in Silvis, Blue Ba Academy. Jiang Luoran could no longer follow Shrek and the others to the Royal Academy, as that would lead to encountering Jeline. It was also unrealistic to persuade Flanders not to go. After all, he had no evidence. So he could only wait at Blue Ba Academy. The master valued low profile, and there was no need for him to reveal that he was the master's disciple. Naturally, there was no need to build a relationship with Lu Erlong. After a rough estimate, once he met Flanders, Jiang Luoran would definitely be allowed to graduate directly. By then, he wouldn't need to stay here. Jiang Luoran had also planned to wander around, striving to improve himself. His second goal was to become a Title Douluo of level 93 or above within 6 years. The first stop would be the City of Slaughter. However, he didn't have the kind of backing that Tang San and Hulaina had to intimidate the bosses there. But his current strength was much stronger than theirs. So he would keep a low profile after entering and gradually rise. As Jiang Luoran was still pondering, a flash of lightning struck from behind, hitting him right at the back of his head. An ambush? Attacked in broad daylight. Even Jiang Luoran didn't react in time to the fact that someone would ambush him. The lightning surged, transforming into a thick and fierce python, driving straight toward the back of Jiang Luoran's head. How dare you? A booming voice sounded like an old man. The dazzling green light intercepted all the lightning. Wood-carving thunder. The green light burst forth, actually converting the opponent as lightning for his own use. We can also generate thunder. The visible green light intertwined with the lightning, surging like a colossal object pushing against mountains and seas, scattering the lightning python. The lightning python disintegrated, and a young man fell out, crawling on the ground and spitting blood repeatedly. As the green light dissipated, Jidai walked out, kneeling on one knee towards Jiang Luoran. Old servant was originally under the Jiang family. I greet the young master. This contrast. Jiang Luoran collected his thoughts. If he guessed correctly, this old man had been following him since he came out of the Royal Academy. The other party revealed everything in just 2 sentences. Jiang Luoran understood the situation. This was a family member. As for the inner details, they could be discussed later. Please rise, old sir. We'll talk about our matters later. Jiang Luoran helped Jidai up, pointing at the young man who was continuously spitting blood. Who is he? This person is the Lord of the Night from the Silvis Grand Soul Arena. Young master, you incapacitated his fierce god team. He is here seeking revenge, Jidai said angrily. So that is how it is. Jiang Luoran nodded. He is the Lord of the Night? That means he is the source of evil. If I kill him, at least the outer perimeter of Silvis can reduce some evil. Leave these matters to me. There is no need to dirty the young master's hands. Jidai's purple soul rings flickered. A sky-blue vine wrapped around the man's body, continuously binding him until the sound of bones breaking was heard. The man's pupils widened, struggling subtly. I can't die. The sky-blue vine became more aggressive, completely engulfing the man like a swamp and twisting his body into a strip of meat. Bang! Without hesitation, Jidai controlled the sky-blue vine to dig into the ground, taking the man deep underground. He is dead. The Lord of the Night from Silvis is dead, just like that. Moreover, he was buried alive. His life was like a joke. You leveled up again? Jiang Luoran could feel that the old man's level was different. Upon learning that the young master was still alive, the old servant was so excited that he couldn't contain himself, breaking through to level 58 that night. But compared to the young master, he couldn't compare. At your age, you have already reached level 55. Jidai knelt again. I came out of the cave, and you followed me the whole time? Jiang Luoran didn't want to know how Jidai found him. He only wanted to know the result. Yes. The old servant dared to follow the young master, wanting to observe the young master's temperament. I didn't expect you to be so clear about good and evil. Striking with thunder, having your own insights and stance, Jidai clasped his hands. Oh, you must know something. Tell me everything from the beginning. Jiang Luoran led Jidai to sit on the rubberwood chair beside Blue Ba Academy. The sky blue vine martial soul has 2 surnames, Ji and Jiang. I was born from the Jiang family and directly submitted to your grandfather. Later it was your father, and now it's you. Unfortunately, I am of dull talent, only reaching level 58 in my old age. Otherwise, I could have helped with something. Then how did you end up in the Ji family? If I'm not mistaken, there seems to be an unresolved feud between these 2 families. And you, being from the Jiang family, could hold a law enforcement position in the Ji family. Doesn't that seem unreasonable? Jiang Luoran was puzzled. Yes, young master. My original name was Jiang Luoran. A few years ago, that night, the master found me, claiming that the Jiang family was in trouble and hoping I could act as a pawn in the Ji family. Whether to assist the Jiang family in the future or to leave a way out, I was a very important existence. The reason was that I looked exactly like Ji Dai from the Ji family. Moreover, the master ordered your father to take you and escape first. Ji Dai revealed a melancholic expression. He seemed to age decades in an instant, letting out a sigh. You killed Ji Dai? Jiang Luoran was bewildered. The Jiang family was ruthless enough to directly kill innocents. What a good borrowing a corpse to return to life. Yes, I killed Ji Dai that day and quietly took his place without anyone knowing. Fortunately, Ji Dai was cold in nature, which made it difficult for me to reveal flaws. Since then, I have secretly communicated with the Jiang family every month, reporting the movements of the Ji family. At this point, Ji Dai revealed a fierce gaze. What a vast world, full of wonders. You managed to take advantage of this loophole. Jiang Luoran couldn't help but admire their luck. Indeed, even I didn't expect it. Just a few years ago, the Jiang family suddenly lost contact, as if they had evaporated from the world, and I speculated that something must have happened. However, no one in the Ji family talked about this matter, as if they were completely unaware. There was also a more bizarre point, which was that the Ji family became closed off, prohibiting anyone from going out. Ji Dai occasionally kept an eye on his surroundings to avoid being detected. So, are you trying hard to become the law elder of a Jifu? You could have a temporary right to go out. Jiang Luoran found this reasoning quite reasonable, but he couldn't trust it completely. Regardless of whether the other party was from the Jiang family or not, so many years had passed. How could he not have thoughts of betrayal? Human hearts are treacherous. Jiang Luoran would not fully trust Ji Dai. In fact, Jiang Luoran would be cautious of him to avoid being counterattacked. Moreover, throughout their conversation, Jiang Luoran had not revealed anything about himself. He had to be careful at all times, especially considering his current weakness. Yes, but I still don't know how the Jiang family is doing. Ji Dai showed a pained expression. Do you remember the exact location? I will go check it out. Jiang Luoran inquired about the location of the Jiang family. No, young master, you have never returned home. Even if I give you the location, you won't be able to enter, Ji Dai said regretfully. Then take me there. Jiang Luoran stood up. That's not possible. Although I am the law enforcer of the Jijia, I cannot leave for too long, otherwise it will raise suspicion. My identity as a spy is still useful. I will do my best to find out what you want to know. When there is an opportunity, I will definitely take you there. Ji Dai felt that the time was almost up and that day would come quickly. Don't worry. Ji Dai bowed to Jiang Luoran and then left quickly. Chapter 85. Choice. Jiang Luoran watched Ji Dai leave. Although he still had not understood the true situation, he had formed a vague outline in his mind. Ji Dai was on guard first. If he was fake, then he would understand him personally. Last time, without using soul skills, he was pressed down by him. Now, using soul skills, Jiang Luoran was 60% confident he could kill him. Moreover, he still had silent hidden arrows in hand. As for last time when the other party helped him escape, that could also be a long-term strategy to catch a big fish. Or, Ji Dai might be self-serving, trying to involve both the Jifu and the Jiang family in his plans. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Jiang Luoran rubbed his head. He lay down on the rubberwood chair at the entrance of the Lamba Academy and began to cultivate, quietly waiting for Flanders and the others to arrive. Wujia, I told you, I didn't want to come to this Royal Academy in the first place. Didn't you see their attitude? Ah, Flanders, weren't you the one who agreed? How come it's all on me now? And that Dugabo, isn't he too aggressive? Who does he think he is? Ah, all right, let us all say a little less. This time, we will meet the principal of the Lamba Academy and discuss whether they can provide support for these kids. That is true. I saw the enrollment rules of Lamba Academy, which only accept the poor. Seeing the small details reflects the bigger picture. The other party must be a broad-minded person. Jiang Luoran recognized that the earlier arguments must have been between Zhao Wujia and Flanders, and the reprimanding came from the master. Principal, teachers, Jiang Luoran still had to observe basic manners. Rangu, I thought you graduated early, Ma Hongjun said awkwardly. Luoran, what is going on? There are rumors about you in the academy. Dai Mubai said. Luoran, how come you're here? Flanders and the others approached. You brat. You've been like you evaporated these past few days. The master stopped Flanders and asked first. I heard from Ma Hongjun that you've reached the Soul King level. What is going on? Soul King? That's right. I'm currently a level 55 control system Soul King. Jiang Luoran's aura flickered. Purple, purple, black, black, black. 5 soul rings hovered around his waist, each emitting a harmonious sound. Soul King? The Shrek teachers and students exclaimed in unison. You still have 3 10,000-year soul rings as a soul king? It's important to know that at this age, not to mention becoming a soul king, even becoming a soul sovereign is tough. Let alone a soul king with 3 10,000-year soul rings. The greater the age of the soul rings, the greater the enhancement and controllability they provide to the martial soul. If Jiang Luoran were to become a Title Douluo, he would crush his peers and even surpass them. Not to mention becoming a Title Douluo, Jiang Luoran already had the capital to surpass levels. The gap between soul rings is not that simple. The blood fiend vine in Jiang Luoran's hand had already taken on the form of a divine vine. My goodness, level 55? Ranga, have you been using hacks? In just 7 days, how did you level up 15 levels? Do you think this is a toy? Oscar stuffed his fingers into his mouth. Honestly, if he had Jiang Luoran as current qualifications, he would immediately rush into the 7-treasure glazed tile school to propose marriage. He was indeed envious. No one can resist the thrill of leveling up. How is that possible? I've never heard of anyone like Ranga. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were fixed on Jiang Luoran's 5 soul rings. Even she felt it was surreal. Is it because you were stuck at level 40 for too long? So it allowed you to jump up 15 levels? The master looked around. First, retract your soul rings. Don't let others find out. Jiang Luoran dissipated his soul power and soul rings. My 5th soul ring is a ghost-headed nether monkey. Its soul power was too vigorous, which helped me reach level 55. Ghost-headed nether monkey, which won from the depths of darkness? Flanders asked. Their golden iron triangle had roamed through many forest continents back in the day, so of course they had heard of it. How did you kill it? The master frowned. That was a ghost-headed nether monkey over 50,000 years old. And who helped you hunt your 4th soul ring? These were helped by my sister. Jiang Luoran truthfully informed them, but Wu Ti mentioned that she was a soul beast. Your sister? The master and Flanders exchanged glances. To kill a top soul beast over 50,000 years old, at the very least, one must be a soul Douluo on the verge of becoming Title Douluo. This kid has a background too? Coming to Shrek, it turns out everyone has some family background. The two didn't dare to delve deeper, and didn't want to continue probing. These 8 little monsters each had their own stories. As their elders, do they really have to dig them all out? Junior, your future path is incalculable. Qiming approached, patting Jiang Luoran on the shoulder. You are the first ultimate monster in our school to break the shackles of monsters. Upon hearing this, everyone laughed. Jiang Luoran could only smile helplessly. All right, everyone stop being dazed. Tonight, I'll pay to celebrate Luoran. Flanders stroked his beard. Without saying anything, Jiang Luoran already knew what he was thinking. He was definitely considering how to make money off Jiang Luoran or promote the academy. Principal, you said I could graduate once I reach level 40. Do I still need to continue staying in the academy? Jiang Luoran asked. Flanders cast a helpless expression at the master. Indeed, Luoran no longer had a reason to stay here. The master nodded thoughtfully. But don't you want to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition? Competition? If I compete like this, wouldn't it be a bit unfair? Jiang Luoran knew this all too well. Even now, if he fought against all the people from the golden generation of the Spear Hall, he could defeat them all by himself. The gap was simply too large. It was almost impossible to form a proportional relationship. What are you afraid of? If it's unfair, then it's unfair. Your age is appropriate. What can they say? You can only blame yourself for not cultivating well. Luoran, although your strength was not created solely by Shrek, it contains the efforts of Shrek's teachers and students. Don't you want to fight for the academy? Flander rarely talks about principles. Indeed, we can't dare to claim your achievements as our own. But this Senior Soul Master competition is the stage for you to shine, Luoran. Have you thought it through? How many people dream of participating? Moreover, the Douluo continent has always been unfair. If they want fairness, they must be as strong as you to qualify for it. The master also stood firm. Junior, I missed the Senior Soul Master competition, and that is my lifelong regret. Qin Ming's eyes were clear, indicating he wasn't lying. Luoran, whether to stay or go, you decide. The 7 from Shrek smiled in agreement. With a level 55 qualification, should I participate in the Senior Soul Master competition? Jiang Luoran pondered. That's fine. Practical combat can teach me more. Jiang Luoran thought. First to experience battles with various soul masters. Then go to the City of Slaughter. This might increase my survival rate. Moreover, during this time, see if I can level up to level 60, Soul Emperor. Chapter 86, Terrifying Enemies. Ma Hongjun and Oscar got excited. Jiang Luoran, a soul king like him, go to compete in the Soul Master competition with them. What scene that would be? It would be almost like a total domination. Your group of little monsters can only aim for first place. If not, none can graduate. Flander chuckled foolishly. Can I ask, are there any Soul Kings in the elite competition? Ning Rongrong had never participated, and even Ning Fengji hadn't said much. Very few, and there may even be none. To my knowledge, in this generation of geniuses, someone like Mu Bai is already at the Soul Douluo level, not even a Soul sect, let alone a Soul King. Furthermore, Luo Ran has the top configuration of all Soul rings, and there are really not many who can match him, the master pondered. All right, this kid is almost praised to the heavens by you all. In my opinion, anyone below Title Douluo is weak, Flander said angrily. Teacher, does our academy have the qualification to compete? Tang Sen asked. This. Flander was in a dilemma. Don't worry. We teachers will definitely solve this for you. This is not something you should worry about. That's right. I can assure you that you will definitely participate in the Soul Master competition. Definitely. The Master's gaze was firm, revealing an expression that was hard to doubt. This Lamba Academy is indeed good. If I could teach here, it would be much better than before. Zhao Wujia's face showed a look of longing. Huh? Flander felt a surge of unnamed anger as he looked at Zhao Wujia. During this time, Luo Ran doesn't need to participate in training. Just cultivate in your own way. The master patted Jiang Luoran on the shoulder. That's right. After the Soul Master competition, I will immediately issue you graduation certificates. Flander waved. Let us hurry in and see if they are willing to accept us. Jiang Luoran returned to the team and smiled slightly at everyone. Luoran, how come you're here waiting for us? What a coincidence. Dai Mubai showed a strange expression. Lamba Academy only accepts poor students. The chance of meeting you here is much greater, Jiang Luoran shrugged. No wonder you are a control-type Soul Master. This meticulous thinking, Oscar laughed bitterly. From now on, I will unconditionally obey the orders of third brother and Luo Ran. Ma Hongjun puffed out his big belly, with old wounds still visible on his face. Fatty, you can't say that. Tang Sen waved his hand on the battlefield. It is naturally important to obey the control-type Soul Master's commands. But the most important thing is to adapt to changes. We are a whole. Only with a cohesive mind can we exert greater strength. Moreover, we are living beings, not machines. If we can't express ourselves on the battlefield, then what is the point? Furthermore, a control-type Soul Master cannot perfectly distribute the remaining 6 people. This requires teamwork. Jiang Luoran showed a face of helplessness. Although we are a team, there will come a day when we will face powerful enemies alone. At that time, whose command should we listen to? Tang Sen concluded. In combat, everyone's understanding and control of themselves must be added together to form cooperation and tacit understanding. The Shrek group is not foolish. If they were lazy, they would have been taken in by Flander. After that, the 8 of them fell silent, quietly reflecting. Just as Tang San said, one day they would part ways. When boredom struck, Qin Ming rushed out. Juniors, the principal of this academy is the master's fiancé, and he declared that he wants to rename Lamba Academy to Shrek Academy. Very enthusiastic. Come in quickly, we will soon have a place to settle down. As an old member of Shrek Academy, Qin Ming was genuinely happy for Shrek. Finally, they didn't have to wander around anymore. Ha ha ha. I knew it. I knew it would definitely work. Finally, no more circling around. Ma Hongjun was hysterically excited. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were pinching and hitting each other. Fatty, are you sure you didn't fall for some girl and are reluctant to leave? Dai Mubai revealed his weaknesses. The teacher's fiancé, Tang Sen looked at Jiang Luoran in surprise. He had never heard the teacher mention this. You'll know soon. Jiang Luoran walked toward the door. Since I already know our academy's settlement point, I'll go cultivate first. Everyone, cultivate well. Even if we have stronger strength to confront our opponents, we must not let our guard down. You're leaving? Where to? Dai Mubai asked. There are some matters that should have been resolved long ago, but haven't been finished. I need to go complete them. Moreover, the teacher also said that I don't have to participate in any training for the time being. I will come back when it's time for the competition. Third brother, tell the teacher for me that I'm leaving. Jiang Luoran waved his hand. All right, I'll become stronger by the next time we meet. Tang San led the other 6 to follow Qin Ming into the campus. Sylvis Spirit Hall. Just as Jiang Luoran was about to walk in, he suddenly felt a wild and raging blue lightning coming at him. This suffocating feeling can only be expressed by one type of martial spirit. Blue lightning tyrant dragon. Without time to think, Jiang Luoran, having learned from the last experience, quickly dove down to avoid the blue lightning strike. Sure enough, their lightning doesn't curve. It can only be released in a straight line. The lightning tore through the sky, shattering the white clouds above. One can imagine how powerful this strike was. Just this power alone could only be exhibited at the Soul Sage level. Phantom Boots, Fifth Soul Ring, Hell Armor. Jiang Luoran dared not relax, directly summoning the armor and battle boots, merging them with himself. Whoosh, another thunderclap. Jiang Luoran had not yet had the chance to turn around and see who the opponent was. The lightning struck again. Jiang Luoran leaped into the air, transforming into a dragon-like form. This time it was not for attacking the enemy, but for dodging the attack. He leaped into the air as the thick blue and white lightning passed beneath his chest. Even so, he felt a wave of scorching heat and pain in his chest. Without thinking, Jiang Luoran knew that at least a layer of skin had been scraped off. The lightning strike was dodged by Jiang Luoran, hitting the wall of the spirit hall instead. Bang! The wall collapsed by more than 3 meters, completely shattered from top to bottom, and even the ground was blasted into a large pit. Jiang Luoran was terrified. The opponent had held back on the first strike, but this second strike had at least the strength of a Title Douluo. As a junior who had never offended the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, why was the elder so ruthless in trying to kill him? Jiang Luoran flipped in the air and landed on the broken bricks. To be honest, if Jiang Luoran hadn't known the weakness of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, he would have most likely died with the first attack. Under such intense attacks, even he could only be reduced to a pile of black ash. Moreover, the other party was so reckless as to dare shatter the wall of the spirit hall, which proved that his identity within the blue lightning tyrant dragon family was definitely extraordinary. He turned around. Even if he were to die, he had to understand what was happening. Jiang Luoran saw the opponent's face and was instantly dumbfounded. This. Jiang Luoran. Chapter 87. A dragon can only be a dragon. The person had white hair at the temples, but there was no sign of aging on his face, still retaining some of the youthful vigor. He was tall and robust, clad in a blue dragon-patterned noble robe, and his clever eyes now showed a hint of confusion. Jiang Luoran was taken aback. Who was this? Why had he never seen him before? This appearance and aura gave a very oppressive feeling. Very good, very fast. How did you dodge my attack? The old man inquired. Who are you? Why did you ambush me? Jiang Luoran's expression was serious. He could feel that this person would be a strong enemy he had never faced before. It seemed even more terrifying than Ghost Douluo. Ambush. No. Yuanjin never ambushes. A dragon can only be a dragon, and will always be a dragon. It will not become a bug. Yuanjin clasped his hands behind his back, a slight sneer at the corner of his mouth. Yuanjin. Jiang Luoran's heart was struck by lightning, thumping wildly. This was the father of his teacher, Yu Tianheng, and the current patriarch of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. He was also a powerful Title Douluo, known as the Thunder Douluo. If Jiang Luoran remembered correctly, years later, he would face 6 Title Douluos, killing 2 and injuring 4. Such achievements were also a miracle in the Douluo continent. Why was he ambushing him? Was he just bored at home and came out to bully juniors? Also, if such a powerful person wanted him dead, could he escape? Currently, his speed, which he was proud of, would definitely not be enough, because the other party was a blue lightning tyrant dragon and also had a very fast martial soul. What to do? Jiang Luoran was already sweating anxiously, his whole body restless. Before Jiang Luoran could react, Yuanjin's large hand reached out. Lightning intertwined and flames spread from it, and upon closer inspection, it was actually a dragon claw. Even if you want me dead, you must let me die in a dignified manner, Jiang Luoran said, flipping over and crawling on the ground, using his strongest soul power to push himself out. Bang! The dragon claw struck the ground, directly creating a large pit, and the entire spirit hall even shook. Are you really a soul king? Yuanjin's stern face showed a hint of excitement. Jiang Luoran felt that the other party's logical thinking was definitely different from his own. Yuanjin shouldn't act as if the destroyed spirit hall was made of water, and shout, I didn't mean to, please don't hold me responsible. Did this old man think the spirit hall was made of paper? Moreover, they were so brazenly fighting in front of the spirit hall. The chances of getting surrounded were very high. I'm just a small soul king. Is it really worth it for someone of your status to personally kill me? Jiang Luoran had barely dodged the opponent's attack and was already on the verge of exhaustion. Do you know me? Yuanjin was surprised, which confirmed Jiang Luoran's extraordinary identity. After all, people of his status would at least need to be of the level of the lower 3 sects to know. Thunder Douluo, Yuanjin. Isn't that so? Jiang Luoran's ghostly boots emitted a vibrating sound. Here it comes again. Yuanjin clenched his right fist, and bolts of lightning were condensed into a sphere, shooting towards Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran suddenly looked up, First soul skill, creation from nothing. He pointed to a white wall over 10 meters high. Buzz. Suddenly, a thick blood vine burst forth, wrapping around Jiang Luoran and pulling him into the air. So, the blue lightning sphere exploded behind Jiang Luoran, and at that moment, the sky turned blue. Jiang Luoran didn't even need to look to know that behind him had definitely turned into ruins. The opponent was clearly coming to fight him with a mocking attitude. If he really wanted to kill him, there would be no time for him to respond. Without any hesitation, Jiang Luoran controlled the blood vine and flew towards Yu Engine, using his fourth soul skill, forged through thousands of hammers. The giant grass hammer grew larger and larger, and Jiang Luoran gripped it tightly, using all his strength to concentrate his soul power into one point. Shooting rapidly towards Yu Engine. What is this? Chaotic cloak. Yu Engine's eyes lit up. He didn't use soul power, relying solely on pure strength to meet Jiang Luoran's grass hammer. Boom! Purple light surged, enveloping Yu Engine. The ground cracked 3 meters outward from Jiang Luoran's center. Thud, thud. Yu Engine's pupils widened, staring directly as he took 2 steps back. Is this the martial soul enhanced by a 10,000-year soul ring? The amplification is indeed not small. Is there anyone in the spear hall? Jiang Luoran raised the grass hammer high, pursuing Yu Engine without letting up. Now he could only create momentum and let Hulaina hear it. Only if Yu Engine fought with the spear hall would he have a chance to escape. Bang! When Jiang Luoran struck the grass hammer against Yu Engine, he realized that the hammer in his hand had already turned into a grass stick, and the hammerhead had fallen aside. Oof! Yu Engine was only surprised that Jiang Luoran could dodge his attack. As for the rest, in his eyes, it was just flashy. Yu Engine's right arm emitted blue electricity. Dragon scales appeared, extending all the way to his fingers. A dragon can only be a dragon. First soul skill, creation from nothing. Second soul skill, shadow following. Jiang Luoran's figure swayed and retreated 10 steps. Woo woo woo. The old tree root was surrounded by blood vines, blocking the overwhelming thunder. Bang! The dragon claw, like a divine object that could pierce heaven and earth, penetrated the old tree root and a large area of blood vines in less than a second. Old tree root. Third soul skill, blood fiend demon prison. Fifth soul skill, hell battle armor. All of Jiang Luoran's soul power erupted. The reason he still had a chance to unleash soul skills in front of a Title Douluo was that he knew the Thunder Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul had a fatal weakness. It could only attack in a straight line and could not be retrieved once sent out. And someone like Yu Engine, with such a personality, was even more so. But for now, he could only barely hold on by relying on his own speed. Bang! As expected, the Hell War armor and Blood Fiend Demon Prison had not yet been equipped on Yu Engine's body when they were crushed by the opponent's soul power. Bang! Looking down, Jiang Luoran's abdomen had already been attacked. It was just a small and weak lightning strike. Puffed! Jiang Luoran fell to the ground, spitting blood, and was blown away by the impact of the lightning, finally crashing into the white wall of the spirit hall before stopping. Yu Engine looked at the 5 soul rings on Jiang Luoran's body. Purple, purple, black, black, black. It was indeed so. Tell me, what is going on with your soul rings? I want to tell you. Even if I do, you can't do anything about it. Facing life and death. Jiang Luoran couldn't remain calm. Then you have no use to me. Yu Engine summoned lightning under his feet, transforming into a series of phantoms that instantly appeared in front of Jiang Luoran, grabbing his head. Feeling the domineering lightning coursing through his body. Jiang Luoran screamed in pain. He was on the verge of losing consciousness. It seemed he was destined to die today. Moreover, he was dying without dignity, without even a reason. Chapter 88, J Dragon Lock Thunder Formation. Who is fighting that it has affected my spirit hall? Do they think this is an arena? The vast voice echoed, resonating through the heavens and shaking the ground. One could tell at once it must be another Title Douluo. Yu Engine pulled Jiang Luoran's head and transformed into a phantom, drifting away. It wasn't that he feared the spirit hall, but rather that he felt guilty. To smash someone else's wall and then confront them boldly, this was something Yu Engine could not do. In a forest, Jiang Luoran was still being firmly held by the opponent, his head nearly crushed. How could a senior appear here and personally kill me? Jiang Luoran's eyes were bloodshot, and blood was flowing from the corners of his eyes. If he died, it would be a great injustice. An old man, feeling that something was missing while looking at portraits every day, wanted to see his son. Yu Engine's expression was calm. Since the senior is here to see the master, what do you think about killing me? Are you bored? Jiang Luoran's mentality was breaking down, his tone filled with disrespect. Why kill me when you're here to see your son? This is completely like two unrelated parallel lines. Yes, looking and looking, I found you're extraordinary. The first ring is 1,000 years, and from the third ring onwards, they're all 10,000 years. How could I not come to investigate someone like you appearing in Douluo continent? There was a playful tone in Yu Enjin's voice, mixed with an incomprehensible feeling. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoran was stunned. It turned out he was indeed being attracted by his own soul rings. After all, in Douluo continent, he was like an alien in a bizarre outfit. Just now, the master had asked him to conceal his soul rings, but unexpectedly, someone was indeed watching. And it was such a Title Douluo. Tell me about your soul rings, or I'll kill you. Yu Enjin's right hand squeezed hard, cracking Jiang Luoran's skull. A wave of pain engulfed his body, and Jiang Luoran's gaze became hazy. I'll tell you the truth, I possess two martial souls, and only under mutual adjustment can I absorb powerful soul rings. Nonsense. Do you think I don't know about dual martial souls? How could they possibly adjust to each other? Angry as he was, Yu Enjin was still somewhat shocked upon hearing about the dual martial souls. There were probably not 5 dual martial souls in the entire Douluo continent. And today, he encountered one. What if I'm a congenital level 40? I've said everything I need to say. Dying at your hands, I'm not reconciled. Jiang Luoran forced out a fierce look at Yu Enjin. Yu Enjin involuntarily took a step back, releasing Jiang Luoran's head. There are actually congenital level 40. And it's a dual martial soul. How many secrets does this kid have? Moreover, his martial soul didn't seem to belong to any major family. Could Xiao Gang really have hoped to prove himself? All right, very well. You're not reconciled to die at my hands? As Yu Enjin spoke, a terrifying lightning net radiated from his body. If I were also a Title Douluo, you might not be able to win against me. Jiang Luoran used this as a provocation. This kind of statement further solidified the fact that Yu Enjin was bullying the weak. Given Yu Enjin's tough personality, he couldn't help but think more. Yu Enjin understood that Jiang Luoran was not lying. If they were at the same level, the result of their battle was indeed uncertain. Moreover, this boy's talent was so outrageous that becoming a Title Douluo would likely be just around the corner. Not convinced? I, Yu Enjin, admire those who dare to face their fears the most. Since you are his disciple, then prove to me whether you can fulfill your subtle expectations. Yu Enjin lifted Jiang Luoran and floated forward. Inside the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan, 2 stone-cast giant dragons stood opposed on either side, while in the middle stood towering blocks of electric stones over 10 feet high. Countless electric stones lined up like a grand formation, occupying an area of 5 miles. The electric stones touched each other, sparking blue flames. Inside, not a blade of grass grew, and it was dim. Jiang Luoran's pupils widened. Was this the training ground for the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan? This is the Jade Dragon Lock Thunder formation of my clan. I'll give you a month to come out from wherever you are, and then avoid my full-strength 5 strikes, and I'll let you go. If after a month, you still Haven T come out, regardless of whether you live or die, I will personally end you. Yu Enjin looked at Jiang Luoran. His gaze was undeniable. Why should I listen to you? Jiang Luoran was completely confused. First, a sneak attack, then a confrontation, and now he was being made to enter the Jade Dragon Lock Thunder formation. And still, he had to face 5 strikes from Yu Enjin's full strength. Was this a joke? Was the opponent testing him for the master? Because you are his disciple, I want to see if you have the qualifications to wash away his humiliation. Moreover, you killed the Lord of the Night, who is the illegitimate son of Luomian. He is after you, and I just happened to be looking for Luomian when I ran into Xiao Gang. And then Yu Enjin ceased speaking, grabbing Jiang Luoran and throwing him into the center of the Jade Dragon Lock Thunder formation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoran's mood became cold. Another illegitimate son of Luomian? The Lord of the Night? How could he be so promiscuous? Moreover, that was killed by the wise and foolish. What did it have to do with him? Also, how could their information be so well informed? Someone died on the street, and they knew immediately who killed him. After losing gravity, Jiang Luoran uses inertia to flip in mid-air, dissipating the opponent's strength, and stood firmly within the Jade Dragon Lock Thunder formation. Buzz! The Jade Dragon Lock Thunder formation seemed to be triggered, with each thick electric stone weaving and moving. It got faster and faster, ultimately becoming dazzling. The rapid movement caused each electric stone to emit swirling currents. Feeling the pressure around him, Jiang Luoran began to breathe heavily. Only a Soul Sage level powerhouse would probably be qualified to enter here. Jiang Luoran still had injuries. His first task now was to heal. He sat cross-legged, mobilizing his soul power. For 2 whole days and nights, Jiang Luoran remained motionless, but he did not let his guard down. Until a bolt of lightning shot straight at him, Jiang Luoran quickly withdrew his soul power, placed his right hand on the ground, and suddenly pushed himself up. Like a nimble monkey, he jumped up and dodged the lightning bolt. With his feet on the ground, JiangLuoran's expression changed, taking a stance to prepare for an attack. It seemed that it was about to begin. From the very beginning, Yu Engine had given Jiang Luoran time to recover. It was only now that the lightning stone launched its attack, signaling that the time was up. From now on, Jiang Luoran's life was hanging by a thread, and there was no time for him to rest. Bang, bang, bang. This time, 3 bolts of lightning came from the sky, striking directly at Jiang Luoran's crown. Blood fiend vines. Jiang Luoran waved his right hand, aiming at the 3 bolts of lightning, and shot out 3 blood fiend vines. Bang! 6 energies collided, creating a single sound, with blue and purple light bursting forth. In the end, everything returned to nothingness, simultaneously dissipating. Jiang Luoran was knocked back by the shockwave, rolling 3 meters on the ground before stabilizing his stance. Indeed, lightning was the strongest attack. Even if the vines faced it, they would suffer an impact like a raging dragon. He could not stay any longer. The longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. The best way to escape was to charge out. Jiang Luoran stood up and looked at the towering lightning stone. He transformed into a white lightning bolt and charged towards the lightning stone, using his 4th soul skill, 100 refinements. Bang! When the grass hammer struck the lightning stone, the green light was instantly engulfed by the lightning, so fast that the eyes could hardly keep up. Jiang Luoran showed an incredulous expression. How is this possible? Chapter 89. Thunder Dragon, what kind of power is this? Just the process of spreading creates a sense of suffocating pressure. Bang! Jiang Luoran did not dare to resist any longer and instinctively retreated 10 meters. His entire right arm was trembling with faint currents raging over it. The grass hammer had already turned into a grass stick. Was it really that terrifying? Jiang Luoran frowned. Such strength was no less than a strike from a soul sage. A single lightning stone was simply insufficient to unleash such strong power. Moreover, a fragile object like the lightning stone could not support such a powerful current. It should have long exceeded its load. The towering walls around him were like mountains, and there was no hope of jumping out. Then he could only try. Jiang Luoran clenched his fists tightly, arched his back, and kicked out with his right leg. The ghostly boots collided with the lightning stone. Boom! Dense blue lightning surged towards JiangLuoran's right leg like energy patterns. Every friction from the lightning stones had already sparked a flurry of sparks, accompanied by the tilting lightning. So that's how it is. Each lightning stone acted independently, following its own trajectory. But overall, they were of the same root and origin, and the energy could easily strike. Moreover, attacking any one of the lightning stones would trigger the lightning within. The damage would be the sum of all the lightning stone energies. What kind of damage is this? It's off the charts. Realizing this, JiangLuoran's expression changed. The lightning he had unleashed was definitely not all of it. This meant that the killing move was still to come. Feeling his right foot burning and turning red, Jiang Luoran was alarmed. He was struck by the lightning. Virum! Dozens of blue and white lightning bolts shot towards Jiang Luoran's back. Before the lightning even reached him, he felt a tingling sensation in his back. First soul skill, creation from nothing. A purple soul ring appeared, and dozens of blood fiend vines erupted from Jiang Luoran's back. Bang, bang, bang. The blood fiend vines were like leaves drifting in a storm, obliterated by the lightning, snapping in succession. Jiang Luoran, holding the grass stick, struck the lightning stone hard, using gravity to pull out his right leg. From the very beginning, Yu Engine had hinted to Jiang Luoran. If he wanted to escape from here, brute force would not work. Only speed could do. Speed is the best way to escape. No exceptions. When the lightning stones crossed paths, they would create gaps. And within the gaps, the electric flowers were the weakest defense here. Knowing the secret, Jiang Luoran did not land, but instead charged towards the gap. Wind speed? Not enough. Not nearly enough. Even surpassing wind speed was insufficient to escape. Jiang Luoran needed to exceed the speed of sound, even approach the speed of light. Kunpeng embodiment. A phantom white-feathered Kunpeng appeared on Jiang Luoran's back. 100 feet of imposing energy, layer upon layer. The hell battle armor and ghostly boots quickly restored, merging onto Jiang Luoran's body. He held the blood fiend vine shield and transformed into an almost invisible white streak, flying towards the gap in the lightning stone. Bang! A deafening bolt of lightning struck down, fast enough to catch one off guard. Jiang Luoran's 100-meter giant wings behind him waved, proactively meeting the sky, crushing the bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel. The closer he got to the gap, the greater and more numerous the lightning he had to endure. Before him was a vast thunderstorm zone, resembling a thunderous net reaching for the sky, and without hesitation, Jiang Luoran charged in. The only winning technique here was one: dodge. If he could dodge, he absolutely would not resist. If he could dodge, he absolutely would not attack. Bang, bang, bang. There were countless rolling thunders here, and Jiang Luoran sprinted forward, not even noticing that his hell battle armor had already shattered. Second soul skill, shadowing. Jiang Luoran landed and deliberately slowed down. The old tree root could not emerge from the ground because it was isolated from life here. It fell beside Jiang Luoran, taking the first step to resist the rolling thunder. Bang! When countless blue rolling thunders struck the old tree root, Jiang Luoran's vision turned into an indelible blue. Slash! The white wings of the Kunpeng behind Jiang Luoran slashed down at the rolling thunders, forcefully dispersing the lightning. Woo woo woo! The old tree root could still hold on, actively curling its branches up to take on the thunder descending from the sky. Boom! The sheer force of the collision made Jiang Luoran stumble. Fifth soul skill, hell battle armor. The blood fiend vines wrapped around the broken old tree root, merging into it, transforming into a purple armor. Woo woo woo! The old tree root unleashed all its power, lifting the thunder high and clearing a path for Jiang Luoran to escape. Staying true to his intention, if he could dodge, he absolutely would not attack. Jiang Luoran lay sideways, the white wings unfurling from front to back, forming a white arc that shot out in a C shape. Successfully passing through the first lightning stone, the old injury on Jiang Luoran's chest flared up, and crimson blood began to drip. Since it had already begun, there would be no time for him to rest. As he continued down this path, it would only become more terrifying. Strong individuals are those who survive after being pushed to the brink of death. Before entering here, Jiang Luoran had observed that he needed to pass through a total of 77 such lightning stones to escape. Bang, bang, bang. The lightning here was even denser, sweeping everywhere, as if a furious thunder god was judging the world. Jiang Luoran barely thought for a moment before being struck by a powerful bolt of lightning, falling to the ground and coughing up a mouthful of blood. I have to say, Yuanjin is really ruthless, throwing him into a place where only a soul sage can survive. He said he wanted to see if he was worthy of proving himself to the master. But such training isn't necessary. The pressure has already arrived. If he retreats, he won't be a man anymore. Jiang Luoran stood up from the ground and entered the next area. Roar, roar, roar. Soul beast? Are there still soul beasts here? Jiang Luoran walked forward, looking left and right. His nerves were all on edge. Fourth soul skill, Thousand Hammer Refinement. The grass hammer appeared in midair, and Jiang Luoran reached out to grasp it. Roar, roar, roar. The sound was getting closer. Jiang Luoran felt the sky darken, as if something was blocking it. Roar, roar, roar. Boom. A thunderous wave, as thick as a stone pillar, shot towards Jiang Luoran from behind. In the face of such power, Jiang Luoran seemed very small. Sensing danger, he turned around, raised the blood fiend vine shield in his left hand, first soul skill, creating something from nothing. Bang! As soon as he touched the terrifying thunder, Jiang Luoran was almost sent flying. In fact, the nether boots and hell battle armor could no longer withstand this power, shattering into pieces that scattered behind him. Looking down, he saw a stone trench several meters long on the ground, plowed by his own feet. This was meant to kill him. Looking up, a massive dragon head made of lightning was still continuously spewing thunder waves. This is not a soul beast. Then what is it? Could it be the guardian beast of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? Impossible. Jiang Luoran immediately refuted this idea, because if the guardian beast appeared, he would definitely be eliminated at the first moment. Let's go. Jiang Luoran discarded the blood fiend vine shield in his hand, flapped his white feather right wing, and evaded the area of the thunder dragon's attack. Boom! The ground on the right was pierced, and Jiang Luoran charged towards the lightning, raising the grass hammer and striking at the dragon head. Chaotic Cloak. Chapter 90. Escape from Death Boom. The grass hammer sliced through the thunder dragon's body, severing its dragon whiskers. But in just a moment, the dragon head quickly regenerated. Pure lightning, without life? Jiang Luoran landed, showing an incredulous expression. Could someone be controlling it? Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous pursuit from behind left Jiang Luoran no time to rest. Abandoning the idea of defeating the thunder dragon, He decided to first cross the electric stone array, at which point the Thunder Dragon would break on its own. Roar! The lightning dragon claws pounced down, and Jiang Luoran, holding the grass hammer, swung it forward, pulling the strong wind with him. Bang! In the clash, JiangLuoran's figure became disoriented, barely able to hold on. Third soul skill. Blood Fiend, Demon Prison. The black soul ring swirled, flying to JiangLuoran's neck. The Blood Fiend vine twisted in the air, weaving into a cage that enveloped the Thunder Dragon's head. Since the Thunder Dragon wouldn't let him pass and was pursuing so closely, he would use Chaotic Cloak to clear the way. Jiang Luoran was also ignited by his own bloodthirst. Chaotic Cloak, Jiang Luoran shouted, leaping up the Blood Fiend vine and charging towards the dragon head. Bang, bang, bang. The grass hammer danced wildly in his hand, shattering the Thunder Dragon's dragon claws. His soul power was rising to level 55, with faint signs of a breakthrough. 51, 52, 56. Feeling the uncontrollable power coming from the grass hammer, JiangLuoran's whole body stirred with excitement. The hammer in his right hand grew heavier and heavier, and an illusory feeling washed over him. Jiang Luoran even felt that he could smash this entire electric stone array with one blow. 60. Jiang Luoran was drenched in sweat, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and he swung the grass hammer to smash the Thunder Dragon's head. He was not careless, knowing that the Thunder Dragon could still regenerate. Jiang Luoran activated the Kunpeng martial soul and continued to charge towards the next barrier. During the time he spent attacking the Thunder Dragon, Jiang Luoran had already passed through over a dozen areas of thunder and stone. Calculating the days, 6 days had already passed. After being struck by thousands of bolts of lightning, JiangLuoran's movement became more elusive, fast enough to keep pace with the thunder. His speed had surpassed the speed of sound. He had reached the realm of acting on instinct. This would greatly help Jiang Luoran in activating his Kunpeng martial soul in the future, because the Kunpeng martial soul had not yet added any soul rings. Such potential was terrifying. Whether it was due to the overwhelming lightning or JiangLuoran's potential, the nether boots miraculously evolved. They became white battle boots carrying blue lightning, exuding a chilling aura. Boom! The blue lightning struck the ground, slicing towards JiangLuoran's body, attempting to cut him in half. Jiang Luoran jumped up, his limbs lightly touching the lightning, using its speed and impact to fly further away. If someone were to witness this, they would surely be astonished. What speed is lightning? Who would dare to harness its power? To borrow from lightning, one must be infinitely close to it. After passing through the 61st layer, Jiang Luoran had reached the outskirts, dangerously close to the most perilous area. Jiang Luoran landed on the ground. If what was behind him was the heavenly thunder and earthly net, then what lay ahead was the world of lightning. Here, there was not even a foothold for people, all filled with a sea of destructive lightning. Jiang Luoran couldn't help but feel relieved, because if he hadn't gone through those 60 layers behind him, his previous movements would have been insufficient to cross such a lightning zone. Straight ahead, Jiang Luoran had always relied on the weaknesses of the lightning to survive up to this point. Boom! Jiang Luoran understood that the Thunder Dragon had revived again. Along the way, he had severely injured it 3 times, but the Thunder Dragon grew stronger each time. Now that he was here, the Thunder Dragon would likely be even more terrifying. Storing away the Kunpeng martial soul, Jiang Luoran raised his right leg. His soul power was already exhausted, and he needed to conserve it as much as possible. The current nether boots could withstand high-intensity lightning, and both power and speed had increased. Roar! The Thunder Dragon howled towards the sky, actually flying up, intertwining with the dark clouds, circling in the sky. Boom! Jiang Luoran took 3 quick steps forward and kicked towards a massive dragon head. Boom! The white shockwave burst open, and JiangLuoran's pressure increased significantly, quickly mobilizing 5 soul rings and soul power. Purple, purple, black, black, black. The 5 soul rings connected from top to bottom, emitting a coordinated tremor, swirling around JiangLuoran's waist. JiangLuoran's painful expression suddenly revealed a hint of astonishment. The nether boots were resisting the lightning. But why was there residual soul power in the surroundings? Could it be that this formation was fueled by soul power all along? Who could possess such powerful soul power? Even you Yuanjin wouldn't be able to. Soul masters inherently emit their own soul power. They gradually expand and cultivate the little soul power they have left. Of course, this also requires drawing on some external energy. But this dragon head seemed like the launch point for the entire Jade Dragon Locking Thunder Array, inexhaustible and inexhaustible. Boom! After dispersing the Thunder Dragon, Jiang Luoran could finally take a break until the next thunder dragon revived. He sat cross-legged on the lightning, recovering his soul power. After a long time of contact with the lightning, Jiang Luoran had developed an immunity to the small lightning bolts on the ground. This was also thanks to the nether boots, which provided him with such an effect. After being struck by lightning multiple times, Jiang Luoran found that it greatly helped to open up his body's meridians. Not only that, but once opened, it significantly aided his cultivation and recovery. Jiang Luoran did not possess the Xiantian art, so he did not need to remember the acupoints in the Xiantian treasure record. Living under such pressure every day, Jiang Luoran had already faintly shown signs of a breakthrough. After 2 days and 1 night, Jiang Luoran had reached level 56. What surprised him the most was that the lightning resistance effect of the Blood Fiend Vine had increased by more than double. In the following half-month, after killing the Thunder Dragon each time, Jiang Luoran would sit cross-legged in the Thunder Zone, silently feeling for a few days. The main focus was to consolidate his realm. With just 5 days left until the deadline mentioned by Yu Yuanjin, Jiang Luoran planned to push through the last 5 layers of barriers in one go. He already possessed the speed and strength to escape from here. If the deadline came, and Yu Yuanjin personally came to kill him, that would be too unjust. Once I get out, I'll dodge your 5 moves, Jiang Luoran said confidently as he looked toward the clouds. He ran quickly, his figure becoming agile at high speed. Ahead, the thunder clouds were dense, making one's heart race. 5th soul skill, Hell Battle Armor. Jiang Luoran donned the Hell Battle Armor, enduring the currents, and broke through the blue lightning ahead, escaping from a Long Lock Thunder Array. It was now evening. The night breeze was cool and refreshing, and Jiang Luoran couldn't help but shiver, still somewhat unaccustomed to the outside. The feeling of escaping from life and death was quite nice. Inside the Long Lock Thunder Array, the thunderous sounds every day had made his ears numb. Dare to kill my son, Jiang Luoran die. Yu Luomian had long been waiting, shouting with a thunderous voice, charging towards Jiang Luoran with lightning in hand. After days of harsh training, Jiang Luoran had developed a keen sense of danger. He reflexively wielded a grass hammer, instantly colliding with the opponent. Boom! The clash between the two caused the air to surge, soul power erupting, blowing down the surrounding trees. Yu Luomian's pupils distorted, although he hadn't used his full strength. That was not something a Soul King could withstand. Moreover, he had just launched a sneak attack, yet Jiang Luoran seemed to know everything, reacting with an attack in an instant. And it was so precise. February 1st will be the launch date. QQ group number 9146355455. I originally planned to finish this in the chapter, but for some reason, it didn't show up, so I can only post it once. We are discussing the launch on February 1st, and it has been confirmed. For readers who want to continue watching, please support Dawn on QQ Reading. For readers watching elsewhere, please subscribe to the book on QQ Reading. I do not seek rewards, only legitimate subscriptions, which are very important for Dawn. Bowing, seeking subscriptions. Chapter 91. The unmatched enemy Jiang Luoran was furious. The other party had suddenly attacked him when he was in a good mood. That scoundrel Yu Luomian. It was one thing to be a playboy outside, but now he wanted to take his son too? Moreover, it was clearly his son who had killed first. Your son killed first, and you blame me? Jiang Luoran felt the opponent's soul power rising, and he was about to be unable to hold on. You actually came out? Yu Yuanjin's phantom floated in, striking aside the attacks from both of them. Jiang Luoran staggered back, fists clenched tightly. If these two wanted him dead, he would definitely not survive. If worst came to worst, he would merge the rings and try to blow this place sky high. He had killed Shepi, and Yu Luomian pointed at Jiang Luoran, his furious gaze directed at Yu Yuanjin. A person with ulterior motives is not worthy of entering my blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Those who do evil will meet their own demise. Such people are trash. It's all your fault for indulging in pleasures outside. After one Shepi died, there are still others. Yu Yuanjin clearly intended to help Jiang Luoran clear these obstacles. Jiang Luoran understood, even if he was stupid. Yu Yuanjin still admired Yu Shaojing the most. As his disciple, he had a chance to prove himself. If he could walk out of the Long Lock Thunder Array, it would mean he was worthy of reliance. On Yu Luomian's side, Yu Yuanjin would naturally suppress him. As for Yu Shepi, he should be the Lord of the Night. Father, why are you siding with an outsider? Yu Luomian almost choked. It's not siding with an outsider, but upholding the spirit in my heart. A dragon is always a dragon. Yu Yuanjin's whole body erupted with lightning. The surrounding air became turbulent and oppressive. Yu Luomian stared at Jiang Luoran in astonishment, snorted coldly, and walked out. Being able to come out proves I did not misjudge. Your second martial soul possesses the nature of agility attack. Yu Yuanjin did not dissipate his soul power. With the help of my senior, my agility has improved, and my speed far exceeds the past. JiangLuoran stood tall, not afraid of the pressure from the opponent. 5 moves. Yu Yuanjin formed blue electro dragon claws with both hands, grabbing at JiangLuoran from 2 different angles. Feeling the incoming dragon claws, JiangLuoran secretly exclaimed how fast it was. He floated in midair like a falling autumn leaf, surrounded by purple light. The hell battle armor and the nether boots appeared on JiangLuoran in almost 0.5 seconds. It was as if they had instantly merged with him. Entering a combat state, JiangLuoran paused in between the 2 dragon claws. If viewed through the purple extreme demon eye, one could observe that the currents were only a hair's breadth away from JiangLuoran. I've dodged this kind of attack many times, JiangLuoran shouted. At that moment, his eyes radiating cold light, 4th soul skill, forged 1,000 times. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. JiangLuoran would not be satisfied just thinking about surviving 5 attacks. He was not someone else's target. Here when called, gone when waved, he would not do such things. All right, still want to resist? Yu Yuanjin radiated blue lightning, confident that JiangLuoran could not attack. Second soul skill, like a shadow, JiangLuoran flicked his left hand, swinging the hammer with his right hand, attacking Yu Yuanjin's crown. The purple soul ring sank into the ground, and an ancient tree root over 1,500 years old uprooted from the ground. It directly grew out from beneath Yu Yuanjin's feet, disrupting his soul power release. Control? Yu Yuanjin's body was momentarily dazed, but he was a Title Douluo, and with a forceful stomp of his left foot, he stabilized his form. Boom! The grass hammer struck Yu Yuanjin's crown. However, the opponent's defense was extremely high, as if he hadn't felt any pain at all. At this moment, JiangLuoran realized that in front of a Title Douluo, he was like a newborn child. It seems you hold a grudge against me. Yu Yuanjin's blue lightning surged, sending JiangLuoran flying. I dare not. My senior has helped me achieve great mastery of my agility. I can only be grateful. JiangLuoran spoke the truth. If it weren't for these days of training, he wouldn't have known his speed could improve so much. Speed was his lifeline. The faster he was, the safer he would be. 1 move left. Next, it will get serious. Although Yu Yuanjin appeared ruthless, he still intended to hold back. Being able to walk out of the Yu Long Lock Thunder Array, and to do so in a Soul King posture, this qualification had already gained Yu Yuanjin's recognition. Moreover, this kid was only in his teens. He had plenty of time to cultivate in the future. There is an 80% chance he can become a Title Douluo. With Xiaojiang by his side, it is much safer. As for character, it remains to be seen and will require observation. Just apply some pressure within 5 moves. But when it comes to the moment of killing the opponent, be sure to hold back. JiangLuoran didn't wait for Yu Yuanjin to launch an attack. Instead, he commanded the old tree root to entangle Yu Yuanjin. First soul skill, creating something from nothing. JiangLuoran slammed his hands on the ground, and purple light sank into the earth. Yu Yuanjin was wrapped in blood evil vines, and the old tree root also submerged him. Sida. The blue thunderstorm erupted like a tornado, tearing apart the old tree root and blood evil vines. This soul skill is completely useless against me. You better think of a way to dodge the next 4 moves. Yu Yuanjin revealed a contemptuous gaze. The pressure of a Title Douluo's soul power? JiangLuoran knelt on one knee, feeling as if his organs were being crushed. This kind of oppression felt like a mountain pressing down on his shoulders, making it hard to breathe. Boom! Centered on Yu Yuanjin, the violent wind and thunder transformed into a thick wave of energy, sweeping out 3 meters away, extinguishing the thunder. Without needing to say, JiangLuoran knew Yu Yuanjin had held back. The soul power field of a Title Douluo is at least several meters away, even further. Moreover, the soul power released by the opponent was certainly not full strength. If it were full power, he would have been obliterated instantly, reduced to a puddle of blood. Come on! JiangLuoran advanced instead of retreating, and the hell battle armor on him shattered. He knew very well that in the face of lightning, there was no need to dodge within 100 meters, as the speed was nearly the same. Therefore, he didn't need to hide. Adapting to circumstances was the way to survive. The terrifying thunderball exaggeratedly grew larger, eventually reaching over 10 meters in diameter, brushing past the rubble towards JiangLuoran. Seeing Yu Yuanjin's attack like this, JiangLuoran was secretly alarmed. No wonder they say Title Douluos can destroy the world. This attack is indeed exaggerated. Kunpeng possess me. The white feather Kunpeng appeared behind Jiang Luoran, and he exerted force with his legs, leaping up. First soul skill, creating something from nothing. A blood evil vine quickly shot up from the ground below Jiang Luoran, propelling him upwards, until he was higher than the terrifying thunderball. All of this was completed in an instant. Yu Yuanjin remained unfazed, crossing his arms and pointing with his fingers, increasing the pressure of his soul power. Feeling the tidal wave of soul power from the opponent, Jiang Luoran spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. The sudden increase in pressure. Who can withstand this? The key is that the opponent is a Title Douluo. Although he didn't use full strength, he didn't even use 70% of his power, and his attacks were quite lax, never pursuing. As Jiang Luoran landed, he was brushed by the thunderball on his shoulder, gritting his teeth against the pain. Gasping for air on the ground, the opponent's attack was essentially full-screen coverage, and he could only choose to dodge at awkward angles. What? From Jiang Luoran's eyes, one could see flashes of thunder dragons reviving, their bodies surrounded by blue electricity. Then they transformed into 9 blue dragons, growing larger and soaring into the sky. Chapter 93, A Narrow Escape. 9 dragons pressed against Yu Yuanjin's back, and just their momentum pushed Jiang Luoran into the ground. A black soul ring circled Yu Yuanjin's waist, and within it seemed to be the shadow of the dragon ancestor. Breaking the heavens, dragon roar. It was as if Yu Yuanjin had activated something in an instant. This was the soul skill of a Title Douluo. It was completely incomparable to the previous one. Jiang Luoran was trapped in the ground, unable to extricate himself, and the white energy of the Kunpeng martial soul exploded around him. 5th soul skill, held battle armor. Purple-black-black. 5 soul rings simultaneously emerged, and Jiang Luoran donned the new held battle armor. Against such a powerful attack, the weak defense was utterly vulnerable. Speed was Jiang Luoran's way to survive. You may not accept this blow. Conversely, your life belongs to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, Yu Yuanjin said with a sneer. Jiang Luoran cursed in his heart, thinking Yu Yuanjin was really calculating. I, Jiang Luoran, was born as a son. I could be harmed to death, but I will never submit. Killing me is also impossible. Jiang Luoran said almost breathlessly. Killing me is impossible? Yu Yuanjin's eyebrows turned into dragon whiskers, said seriously. Impossible, Jiang Luoran shouted, stubbornly standing up from the ground. Let me show you the strongest Kunpeng technique for my current situation. If you die, I want to tell Xiaojing. Yu Yuanjin waved his right hand, and the 9 thunder dragons soared into the sky. So massive, the blue light before him was overwhelming. Jiang Luoran could only see a patch of dragon scales. One could imagine how large this dragon was. And not just 1, but 9. Yet Jiang Luoran remained calm. Powerful attacks do not necessarily mean they are hard to dodge. In the face of such power, he felt like an ant, while the opponent was akin to 9 towering trees. An ant only needs to avoid being crushed by the trees to survive. In Jiang Luoran's eyes, these 9 dragons were equivalent to 1 dragon. Boom! With the Kunpeng martial soul's enhancement, Jiang Luoran leaped over 10 meters high, actively seeking an angle to dodge. The closer he got to the thunder dragons, the greater the pressure he felt, to the point that his bones began to crack. Arrogant, Yu Yuanjin shouted. Even Title Douluo's wouldn't dare to take my soul skill head on. Yet you want to charge in? Yu Yuanjin secretly made a decision. Just as he was about to kill Jiang Luoran, he immediately held back. Is this kid a madman? Lacking love? Boom, the held battle armor and infernal boots shattered simultaneously, no longer able to protect Jiang Luoran from harm. Cracks appeared on his flesh, and blood flowed down. Getting closer, the 9 dragons were also engulfed in tremendous thunder, rushing down towards Jiang Luoran with a booming sound. Both were at the peak of speed, completing this in just 2 seconds. Held battle armor, all soul power. The black soul ring appeared, moving down from Jiang Luoran's head. As the black soul ring descended, it coated Jiang Luoran with a layer of shining purple battle armor. The defensive power of the held battle armor, powered by all soul power, was raised to the maximum. Jiang Luoran felt his body being drained, but had to hold on firmly. He turned to the side and reached for the horn of the thunder dragon with both hands. Yu Yuanjin pondered. If this was Jiang Luoran's way to dodge, it was indeed a good method. But could he withstand the pressure of the lightning on the dragon's horn? Don't let it backfire on yourself. Boom! Jiang Luoran tightly grasped the thunder dragon's horn, triggering hundreds of blue lightning bolts, causing his hell battle armor to rapidly dissipate. Like white paper in a raging fire, Jiang Luoran pushed hard, propelling his body towards the back of the 9 dragons. Boom! The 9 dragons intertwined and exploded violently on the ground. All members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family were unable to open their eyes at that moment. They felt as if they were being overwhelmed by endless blue light, their bodies, vision, breathing. At that moment, they felt as if the sky was changing. The roar of the explosion was beyond description, because in the world, there are no words or language that can describe such a sound. In the end, everything returned to silence. Jiang Luoran fainted in midair and fell to the ground, vaguely seeing Yu Yuanjin standing with his hands behind his back. Just 2 more moves, Yu Yuanjin said. Jiang Luoran was awakened by a piercing sunlight, murmuring, "Am I dead?" He suspiciously looked at his left hand and used his right hand to shield his eyes from the glaring sun. Then he looked around and found himself lying in a broken pit. After dying in Douluo continent, would he be transported back to Earth? Shouldn't dead people be unable to see the sun? A boy dressed in the Thunder Academy uniform walked over and sat down in front of Jiang Luoran. This person had a handsome face with a hint of hidden arrogance in his eyes. This face seemed to say, "I'm just that cool. You senior didn't kill me?" Jiang Luoran was skeptical as he got up from the ground. "My name is Yu Tianxin. That day, I witnessed your battle with the family head." Yu Tianxin looked at Jiang Luoran with a blank expression. "Oh, so you're Yu Tianxin?" Jiang Luoran touched the bandages on his body. "Thank you for helping me bandage. This was done by my little sister, not me." Yu Tianxin waved his hand, indicating he was not interested. "Compared to this, I admire you. How about a duel?" Jiang Luoran did not respond. Since he was not dead, why not arrange a bed for him? Did he have to lie in a pit of rubble? Not to mention why Yu Yuanjin didn't kill him. Could he not arrange a slightly better room for someone who had fainted? Mainly, he was lying outside like this. What if someone did something inexplicable to him? The family head said that those who were not members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan cannot stay in the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. Unless you are willing to marry in, the family head can personally grant you a residence. As for now, letting you lie on the land of the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect is his last mercy. Also, you have been lying here for 2 days and 2 nights. How tired are you? Yu Yuanjin clearly saw the expert, and his eyes brightened. Marrying in is out of the question. Lying outside actually feels quite nice. Jiang Luoran waved his hand and rubbed his head. He had fainted for 2 days and 2 nights? Jiang Luoran found it hard to believe, but someone like Yu Tianxin would generally not lie to him. "Duel with me. As a return for taking care of you." Yu Tianxin released his soul power, looking serious. "I have fought too many battles across levels. I need a rest now." Jiang Luoran stood up. "Please take me to see you, senior. I heard you're already a Soul King? Since you are injured, let's fight another day." Yu Tianxin did not help Jiang Luoran, but walked toward the main courtyard. "Follow me." Jiang Luoran's mouth twitched. This guy was indeed a battle maniac, and very stubborn. As for competing with Yu Tianheng for the position of family head, Jiang Luoran did not want to say much. More than this, what puzzled Jiang Luoran the most was Yu Yuanjin. He did not kill him. Moreover, he still had 2 moves left. Did he think he still had use for him? These old Title Douluos like to joke about the lives and deaths of the younger generation, shouting kill, kill, kill on their lips, yet in the end, they still couldn't bring themselves to do it. Chapter 94. Omen of the Storm. The main courtyard was neither luxurious nor dilapidated. The main characteristic was its size, very large. The walls were all blue and white, clean and tidy, occasionally adorned with a few precious flowers and plants placed around. It was very monotonous. If it weren't for believing in Yu Tianxin's character, Jiang Luoran would have thought the other party was deceiving him. Does this look like a place where someone lives? Right here, Yu Tianxin pointed to an ancient wooden door. You just said that non-members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan cannot enter the Blue Lightning Tyrant sect. Jiang Luoran said. Jiang Luoran did not dislike it. After all, in such a large family, one must have rules. You are now a guest. This is what the family head said. Yu Tianxin returned the same way. Remember, you owe me a duel. Jiang Luoran forced a smile. After all, he was a Soul King and didn't need to use his hands to fight Yu Tianxin. A single soul power suppression could take the opponent down. Before he even entered the wooden door, he heard a heated argument inside. All right, I don't care about Snakeskin. How do you account for him injuring Tianheng? Do we Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragons just have to swallow our anger? Why didn't I see you being tough in front of the Spear Hall? Luo Mian, stop talking nonsense here. And Tianheng, if he can't do it, does he blame others? In my opinion, he needs such setbacks. In front of the Spirit Hall, he still needs to fawn over them. And you even want this kid to marry in? What exactly do you want? Fawning? Do you know what you're talking about? You're a dragon, one of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon members, and the gods don't need you to fawn. Bang! Luo Mian smashed a teacup and stormed out. Seeing Jiang Luoran, who was wrapped in countless bandages, like a mummy. Jiang Luoran was not easy to mess with either. If the family head wanted to protect himself, then he should take advantage of this opportunity. He revealed a face that was both ugly and mocking, looking at Luo Mian. Even an ant dares to put on airs. Just live a few more days. Luo Mian waved his hand and angrily left. Getting angry easily is not good for cultivation. It might even affect your temperament. Jiang Luoran closed the wooden door and no longer looked at Luo Mian. I ask you, you answer truthfully. Yu Yuanjin looked at him with a scrutinizing expression. Fine. Consider it your compensation for not killing me. Jiang Luoran knew he had no right to refute the other party. Those two moves can be saved for now. I will take them back. First question, who are you? Although Yu Yuanjin was old, his voice was strong and loud. My real name is Jiang Luoran. That is correct. As for my background, it seems to be related to the Tianqing Tang family. So the soul power and potential you currently possess are thanks to Xiaogang? Not entirely, but 30 is due to the master's efforts. I also have a senior brother named Tang San, who is also trained by the master. You don't need to worry. The master's teachings are very sound and reasonable. Jiang Luoran understood Yu Yuanjin's thoughts. Sure enough, the old man's face brightened a bit. Very good. I like his character. It's a pity about his martial soul. As senior, there's no need to worry. Everything is destined. When the time comes, it will happen. Jiang Luoran hated the old man's size the most, but he couldn't say the other party was wrong. Since it has come to this, more sighing is useless. It's better to think about how to solve it. Water will flow naturally. Yu Yuanjin pondered while stroking his beard, then said, Why did you go to the Spirit Hall that day? Are you secretly affiliated with the Spirit Hall? No, I am not under anyone's banner. I went to the Spirit Hall to find their saintess and ask some questions. I didn't expect you to suddenly make a move. Jiang Luoran still felt pain in his back. The world is becoming increasingly unstable now. The Spirit Hall might be brewing an unprecedented storm. Yu Yuanjin did not look at Jiang Luoran, but glanced out the window. Jiang Luoran was taken aback. This old man spoke so directly, without any reservations. Such a big matter was directly told to him. Jiang Luoran remembered that Ning Fengji had said that the top 3 sects needed to be united to survive this catastrophe. So, it's not surprising that Yu Yuanjin knows about this. Perhaps the two of them have already discussed how to confront the enemy. They are busy making preparations to defend against the enemy, unaware that when the Spirit Hall strikes, it will be earth-shattering, sweeping through with unstoppable force. Aren't you surprised? Seeing Jiang Luoran lost in thought, there was no change in his expression. I don't know what good my surprise would do, nor do I know what to do, Jiang Luoran said with a bitter smile. Tang San became powerful to protect Xiao Wu. Ma Hongjun became powerful to showcase his fire phoenix. Dai Mubai needed to become powerful for his family. But from beginning to end, Jiang Luoran has been striving to become powerful just to protect himself. I'm saying this to remind you to pay attention and protect Xiaogang well. If the situation becomes severe, I will send someone to escort you away. Yu Yuanjin waved his hand, indicating that Jiang Luoran could leave. Jiang Luoran smiled bitterly. With the Spirit Hall striking with thunder, several Title Douluos mobilized. You probably didn't have time to send someone before being surrounded. Jiang Luoran stood up and walked outside the door. Perhaps the senior could avoid it. One should know that combining hardness and softness is the way to victory. As a junior, I don't deserve to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. I'm just speaking out of turn here, Jiang Luoran advised. For someone of this level, a single word of advice is enough. Saying too much might instead lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Yu Yuanjin is still Yu Yuanjin. He will never listen to other suggestions. You can stay in the training ground of the mansion for the next few days. It's very helpful for cultivation, Yu Yuanjin said. Thank you. Jiang Luoran quickly left. The opportunity to enter the training ground of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is extremely rare. The immediate plan is to take care of his body and recover his soul power. You're out? Yu Qianxin said impatiently. The clan had agreed to let you into the training ground. That's right. How did you know? Jiang Luoran asked in confusion. The clan head said that if you didn't come out, he would have killed you. If you did come out, he would take you directly to the training ground. Yu Qianxin said frankly. Jiang Luoran. Then please lead the way. Jiang Luoran said helplessly. He didn't expect that the training ground of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan would be on the back mountain. The closer he got, the more he felt his breathing became smoother. It gave a refreshing feeling, and his mind gradually became clearer. Heaven knows what caused this. Perhaps countless soul beasts have died here. The first soul skill, Thunder Spear. A young man rushed out, surrounded by yellow soul rings, holding a blue lightning spear aimed at Jiang Luoran, shouting, How could our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan allow outsiders to enter? Do you want to die? Phantom Boots. Jiang Luoran's movement was ghostly, showing no power in front of Yu engine. However, he was not to be underestimated. Bang! The white phantom boots were worn on his right foot, and with one kick, he shattered the thunder spear without any resistance. He then directed the force towards the young man's chest. Poof! The young man spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling his internal organs churning. He fell to the ground, his vision darkening, almost thinking he was going to faint. Who are you? Are you trying to rebel with a sudden attack? Jiang Luoran said righteously. I was personally sent by the clan head to the training ground. Blocking me is blocking the clan head. Yu Tianxin looked at the soul bone under Jiang Luoran's feet. Is this a soul guiding device? Its power is so strong. This person's strength is indeed extraordinary. Then she looked at the fallen young man, her expression filled with disdain. It's fine to show off your power usually, but in the face of real strength, you don't count for anything. My father is Yu Luomian. Do you dare to hit me? The young man shouted angrily, blood still on the corner of his mouth. This roar made Jiang Luoran's ears ring. Damn, another illegitimate child? How many more are there? Chapter 95. Yu Lingjiao Yu Fengqin, tone down your arrogance. This person is someone specified by the clan head to be allowed inside for training. Don't think you can act recklessly just because you have some talent. You're just brought in from outside. Without sufficient strength, you will still be driven out. Yu Tianxin looked down on such small characters. Yu Fengqin. This name does have a bit of charm. How many romantic debts does Yu Luomian know? Also, is this Yu Fengqin really an illegitimate child? Brought in from outside. As for other people's matters, Jiang Luoran didn't want to say too much. Yu Tianxin, you actually help an outsider? Yu Fengqin was astonished, his heart like a knife. No. You never belonged to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. What do you mean by inside and outside? Yu Tianxin didn't want to say more. Instead of saying such boring words, it's better to duel with strong opponents and enhance one's strength. You all chat. I'll go find a place, Jiang Luoran said and left directly. In a patch of bushes, the air was humid, with a continuous fragrance and sunlight spilled onto the ground, making it look vibrant. This will do. Jiang Luoran sat cross-legged on the ground, tore off the bandages, and used soul power to heal. After more than 10 days, Jiang Luoran recovered from his injuries day by day and enhanced his soul power. The wounds on his body had healed, and his level 56 soul power was consolidating, faintly approaching level 57. During this time, Yu Tianxin's younger sister came once to change Jiang Luoran's medicine. Unable to refuse her kindness, Jiang Luoran accepted it calmly. He learned that this younger sister was named Yu Lingjiao, who appeared fierce yet was actually gentle and considerate. In the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the clan head is the supreme existence. Jiang Luoran's ability to dodge 3 moves from the opponent had already stirred some of the young man's spirit. Having fought multiple times at a higher level, he had never had time to recover. This time, Jiang Luoran had to fully heal before daring to come out. After half a month, Jiang Luoran was already brimming with vitality. His leg skills were also remarkable. The Kunpeng movement technique was mysterious and unpredictable, allowing Jiang Luoran to appear and disappear without a trace. His current speed had reached that of a soul emperor of over level 60. Luoran. Yu Lingjiao came over with a food container, smiling as if she had eaten honey. To be honest, at Jiang Luoran's level, whether he ate or not was just a matter of tasting the flavor. But it's hard to refuse her kindness. Polite, Jiang Luoran sat down first. Have you thought about that matter I told you? Do you want to go? Yu Lingjiao tugged at Jiang Luoran. Sorry, that's inconvenient. I just want to quietly cultivate. Jiang Luoran refused outright. Not just now, but even last time he had refused. However, Yu Lingjiao insisted that Jiang Luoran think about it before answering. Luoran, have you thought it through? Form a team to kill the people from the evil spirit cult. They're all descendants of major families. If you miss this opportunity, it will be hard to have another chance. This opportunity was given to you by the clan head, Yu Lingjiao said earnestly, like Athena who loves to punish evil. Jiang Luoran was idle. Did the evil spirit cult provoke him? Why would he rush to destroy them? Ridiculous. If a group of major family descendants wants to go, let them go. World peace is up to them. Also, Yu Yuanjin clearly had the intention of marrying Jiang Luoran into the family. As for Yu Lingjiao, she was more intent on using the excuse of killing the evil spirit cult to pester Jiang Luoran. Was she going to fight the evil spirit cult? She was clearly coveting his body. Ugh, how despicable. Seeing Jiang Luoran remain indifferent. Luoran, your strength is extraordinary. Without you, I'm afraid I'll fall into the hands of the evil spirit sect. The crowd is full of high-level soul masters, and I'm scared. Jiang Luoran's face clearly displayed the words, "None of my business. If you're afraid of dying, then don't go. I didn't push you. I've had some signs of a breakthrough these past few days, and I want to stay here a bit longer. Ling Jiao, you should find someone else. I think Yu Fengqin is quite good. Let him protect you, and I'll feel at ease." Jiang Luoran picked up his bowl and chopsticks to eat. Hearing this, Yu Lingjiao decided to give up. Pursuing further would be meaningless and would only annoy people. Since that's the case, then forget it. I'll stay to accompany you. This time, the collaborators include the Spear Hall. Just thinking about it gives me the creeps. They all were such sour faces. The Spirit Hall? You mean the Spirit Hall is participating too? Jiang Luoran became interested. Yes, they say it's to promote the Spirit Hall's reputation and to help their young talents gain prestige. It's too overbearing. Just thinking about it is off-putting, Yu Lingjiao said. Then will Hulaina go? Who? Who is Hulaina? The holy maiden of the Spirit Hall. One of the golden generation. Oh, her. Her name is Hulaina? It said that this event is prepared for her, so of course, she'll be there. Is that so? Ahem. Actually, I'm not necessarily unable to go. Considering your safety, and after much thought, I've decided to go. Yu Lingjiao. Yu Lingjiao. There's definitely something going on here. You're still injured and shouldn't go out. Just stay here and recuperate. I would have been fine by now. I was even practicing the Kunpeng body technique today. Now is the time for you to practice. You can't miss it. Upgrading with the help of this environment is crucial. Hey, Ling Jiao, only through real combat can one become stronger. If you just keep practicing, you'll be nothing but a vase. That's what our teacher and the dean have always taught us. Actually, it's not necessary. I can go alone. Let Yu Fengqin protect me. Ling Jiao, stop fooling yourself. Yu Fengqin is just a soul master of over 20 levels. How can he protect you? Yu Lingjiao. This person is ruthless. There are hundreds of things to say in my heart, but I don't know if I should say them. What do we set off? Jiang Luoran's eyes brightened. Seeing this situation, Yu Lingjiao felt helpless again. The other party had already said this much, and she couldn't continue to beat around the bush. The day after tomorrow at dawn. Then I'll wait for you at your room's door. Jiang Luoran smiled sincerely. Jiang Luoran didn't have the qualifications to enter the main estate, so he could only wait outside. Yu Lingjiao's chopsticks were broken in her hands, and her beautiful face squeezed out a smile that looked worse than crying. Damn it. Before, no matter how I pleaded, he wouldn't even look at me. Now he is so enthusiastic. It's really heartbreaking. You're not going to kill the evil spirit sect. You're clearly after Hulaina's body. Ugh, you're despicable. Fine, I'll leave first. Yu Lingjiao tidied up the bowls and chopsticks. I'll help you. Jiang Luoran took the finished plate and stuffed it into the grass basket. You should practice more and waste less time. Don't worry. If you encounter someone from the evil spirit sect, just hide behind me. I will do my utmost to ensure your safety. Then thank you, Luoran. Yu Lingjiao politely nodded and took the basket to leave. After seeing Yu Lingjiao leave, Jiang Luoran fell into thought. It seems the Spirit Hall is going to cultivate Hulaina to the end. I just wonder if they will send a Title Douluo to protect her. If they do, it will be difficult for me to approach Hulaina, especially that Chrysanthemum Douluo. He is the most unpredictable and moody. So much time has passed. Hulaina must have achieved something. After thinking everything through, Jiang Luoran calmed his mind and continued to sit down and start cultivating. Since time is of the essence, he should prepare well. First, he aimed for level 57. Soul power emerged, swirling around Jiang Luoran, blooming in layers of energy seas. Chapter 96. The Death Canyon Bang. The soul power dissipated, and Jiang Luoran adjusted his breath, feeling his current body. Level 57. He successfully advanced. After an hour of practicing the Kunpeng body technique, Jiang Luoran faced the early morning, carrying a huge stone while doing push-ups. He immediately felt his peak state returning. It was time to set off. Jiang Luoran leaped into the air, landing several meters away, and floated towards the main estate with the wind. If someone else saw this, they would think Jiang Luoran was flying, rather than just jumping. I'm going, Ling Jiao. I'll protect you. No need. Fengqin should just stay at home. I've already found someone else. In a big family, only 4 can go at most. I don't understand why you won't bring me. Also, I already talked to my father yesterday, and he verbally agreed. Hearing the word father, Yu Lingjiao couldn't help but shiver. Little sister, Tianheng is not coming back. He will represent the Royal Academy to participate. Just right for people. Yu Tianxin walked over. What do you mean just right? There are clearly only 3 of us here. Big brother, do you mean? Yu Lingjiao looked at Yu Fengqin. She thought her big brother didn't know Yu Fengqin that well. So why help him now? That's right. Let him come along. Yu Tianxin didn't even look at Yu Fengqin. What Yu Tianxin thought was that in times of danger, someone could protect Yu Lingjiao. and Yu Fengqin was currently the most suitable in age and had the best qualifications. Because Yu Fengqin's martial soul is the blue electric Xuanwu, a defensive type. But who knows why Yu Fengqin, in a moment of confusion, insisted on learning the offensive soul skill, Thunder Spear. Offensive soul skills are fine, but the martial soul should be used to protect Yu Lingjiao. Yu Tianxin could only do this. Yu Fengqin was genuinely moved. He thought Yu Tianxin was helping him, and all previous disputes faded away. I was just training. Sorry for keeping you waiting for so long. Jiang Luoran flew down from the sky and landed in front of the three. Flying soul skill? Yu Tianxin frowned. It was the first time he saw someone fly. Don't get me wrong. This is my Kunpeng body technique. Jiang Luoran smiled bitterly. It seems that as he grew stronger, everyone looked at him differently. Clearly just walking, they insisted he was flying. Clearly just sleeping, they insisted he was in a state of enlightenment. Jiang Luoran wanted to keep a low profile. That way, he could live longer. But their self-supplying imaginations wouldn't allow it. What Luoran said is right. We just came out. Cultivation is a big deal. We mustn't delay you. Yu Lingjiao smiled. Yu Fengqin's face turned ashen. He expressed that he had already been standing here for an hour. Also, Jiang Luoran doesn't even count as a member of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. How can he represent the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus to participate? Yu Fengqin couldn't even imagine that the last one was Jiang Luoran. They don't even share the same surname. This is entirely two irrelevant parallel lines. It could even be said they're almost heading in opposite directions. But with strength there, Yu Fengqin couldn't say much. If he angered the other party, he would be the one embarrassed. Get in the car, and I'll tell you about the evil spirit cult. Yu Tianxin is always so decisive. Jiang Luoran appreciates this about him. It's straightforward and quite good. The four of them sat inside a luxurious blue carriage, and the driver cracked the whip, heading into the distance. After being checked by the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it was confirmed that the evil spirit cult was located in the Death Canyon. Yu Tianxin pointed outside the carriage. The Death Canyon? Jiang Luoran seemed to remember something. He recalled that it was very dangerous. Hulaina even planned to go train there. In the end, she went to the city of Slaughter instead. Have you been there? Yu Tianxin's voice was cold. No, I just heard about it. You continue. Jiang Luoran was too lazy to respond. The evil spirit cult is a group of madmen researching spirit souls. They like to concoct various potions to experiment on different spirit souls. Simply put, they have fallen into the demonic path. They have a heavy killing intent and can easily come out to harm civilians. You should know that the damage a soul master can inflict on ordinary people cannot be measured by numbers. It's said that the potions they developed can cause a person's body to swell, and their spirit and soul power can explode for a short time. This means that if there's a soul zone inside, if he drinks the potion, he may very well instantly advance to Soul King. Fortunately, it was discovered that they're only in the initial stages and haven't scaled up yet, Yu Tianxin said, remaining unfazed. Directly becoming a Soul King? This completely goes against the path of soul masters. Yu Lingjiao's lips trembled. It's only temporary. Once the effect wears off, it's very likely they won't be able to cultivate for life, Yu Tianxin nodded. Upon hearing that drinking the potion could directly make one a soul king, Yu Fengqin's eyes lit up. But as soon as she heard that they might not be able to cultivate afterward, her excitement instantly cooled. Jiang Luoran pondered. Indeed, relying on crooked paths to upgrade is definitely not sustainable. The weight of things lies in their foundation, violating the principles of heaven and betraying one's character. Whatever you gain will always be fragile. Power must be fought for and earned by oneself. How many people are inside? We want to be in danger, will we? Yu Fengqin's imagination ran wild. What if there were hundreds of people opposite, all taking the potion at the same time? What kind of scene would that be? I don't know, Yu Tianxin honestly admitted. You don't know? Such a terrifying organization. And you know nothing. Just let me go to my death? Yu Fengqin was flabbergasted. You brother, you can't speak carelessly. It's you who must come along. A man must be resolute. Jiang Luoran put on a helpless expression. This Yu Fengqin is obviously a rogue. They haven't even reached a dangerous moment, and she is already cowardly. Yu Fengqin, now various family academies will send people. Even if we die, it won't be just you alone. Also, you don't need to rush forward. I want you here to protect Lingjiao. Yu Tianxin felt it necessary to clarify now. In fact, he also had his own selfish motives. Participating in this battle would also allow him to gain prestige to compete for the family head position with Yu Tianeng. I don't need protection. I'll charge in a battle with Luoran. Yu Lingjiao looked at Yu Tianxin. I can be clear now, we don't know what kind of strength the other side has. But since the Spirit Hall sent their saints for trials, it proves that the evil spirit cult's people won't be too strong. At most, they are at the Soul King level. Of course, some families might send elders to deal with extraordinary events. Now the four of us need to know each other well. Let me introduce myself first. Yu Qianxin, level 43, 4 rings, attack type battle spirit master, spirit, blue lightning, Tyrannosaurus. Yu Lingjiao, level 29, 2 rings, attack type battle spirit master, spirit, blue lightning, Tyrannosaurus. Yu Fengqin, level 29, 2 rings, support type weapon spirit master, spirit, blue lightning, Xuanwu. Since we are at this occasion, JiangLuoran didn't need to be modest. They all knew they were powerful. Being overly humble would seem pretentious. Moreover, who would believe that the bloodthirsty vine is an old tree root? JiangLuoran, level 57, 5 rings, control type battle spirit king, spirit, bloodthirsty vine. Yu Qianxin, Yu Lingjiao, Yu Fengqin. Chapter 97. A soul bone. Yu Lingjiao almost stuffed her hand in her mouth. A soul king in his teens. It felt like she couldn't handle it. Yu Qianxin was even more taken aback. He couldn't bear such a blow. After all, he was best at martial power. Yu Fengqin couldn't help it. You're level 57? What a freak. Started cultivating the womb. You're not some soul beast turned human, are you? Luoran bro. How? How did you cultivate? This is too abnormal. Yu Lingjiao's face turned pale. Although she knew that JiangLuoran dodged 3 moves from Yu Engine, she didn't know he had over 50 levels of strength. If that's the case, doesn't that mean JiangLuoran is several times stronger than Yu Tianheng? The younger generation in the family? No. This is complete crushing. JiangLuoran smiled bitterly. He still had his second martial spirit and the external soul bone, the nether boots, and the soul ring configuration. It turns out there really are people beyond people, mountains beyond mountains. I will catch up to you. I look forward to fighting you. Since you are a control type, you set the positions of the team members. Yu Tianxin's eyes were rarely eager. JiangLuoran nodded. I could take the main attack, Tianxin on my left, and Lingjiao behind me. Fengqin, you protect Lingjiao. Just like that. Just like that? Yu Tianxin was puzzled. Don't we need a strategy? For example, to deal with problems. Do you want to die to save the world? JiangLuoran countered instead of answering. I can't die for now, but I'm willing to if it's for peace, Yu Tianxin said stiffly. JiangLuoran almost laughed. This guy is a bit too self-important. With great power, you can save a great world. Isn't it better to be a Title Douluo and decide the larger world? Why'd I hear? JiangLuoran said with righteousness. You mean we don't attack, just defend, and the whole time focus on survival? Yu Tianxin felt surprised. No wonder this guy has lived so long. Yet Yu Tianxin liked to compete and didn't like to be timid. You robbed the spirit hall of its prestige. You still want get any good fruit. On the contrary, if you participate obediently in this battle, you will still receive praise. Of course, it still depends on whether you agree or not. JiangLuoran said no more. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. If the other side disagrees, he will rush forward to fight. But at that time, the casualties of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus sect as personnel would be beyond his control. Moreover, his initial intention was not to annihilate the evil spirit cult, but to find Hulaina. For Yu Lingjiao, whether to fight or not didn't make much difference. So, she reserved her opinion. Yu Fengqin wished for such an approach, even retreating further would be fine. Alright, let's observe first. But if the front line can't hold, I must go. Yu Qianxin's thoughts battled for a long time. After a bumpy ride, it was already dark. Yu Lingjiao leaned against Yu Qianxin and fell asleep, while Yu Fengqin rested her head on JiangLuoran's feet and slept. Stop. The Spirit Hall is executing a mission here. You cannot cross. The elder took out a Spirit Hall token. It was engraved with a blue lightning dragon. Please enter. We have arranged 2 tents for you. Yu Qianxin was the first to get out of the car, followed by JiangLuoran and others. The old man was only responsible for drop-off and would not continue to follow them inside. This has always been the rule of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Unless absolutely necessary, the elders would not help the younger generation. Guided by the sergeant, they were led to the space between the 2 tents, where 2 blue lightning dragon emblems were engraved on them. Lingjiao will take 1 tent, and the 3 of us can squeeze into the other. JiangLuoran waved his hand. There are just 2 tents here. What are you thinking? Why are you 4 standing at the entrance? I'm afraid. What if someone from the evil spirit cult comes to kill us? Besides, you all squeezing together will definitely affect your rest, Yu Lingjiao said weakly. Tianxin, how about? JiangLuoran hadn't finished speaking. Yes, although this is an area managed by the Spirit Hall, there might still be some danger. Since I'm tasked with protecting Lingjiao, let me go, Yu Fengqin said seriously. It made people think he was some kind of heroic figure, willing to sacrifice himself. You handle it. I'm going to sleep. Jiang Luoran walked toward the boy's tent. Aren't the people of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family known for their decisiveness and resilience? Why all the fuss about catching some sleep? In fact, Jiang Luoran wasn't tired at all. He planned to find Hulaina tonight. However, he had to wait until everyone else was asleep. After a while, Yu Fengqin came in, unwilling and slightly angry, and lay down beside Jiang Luoran. In the dead of night, Jiang Luoran had just dozed off, while Yu Fengqin had already fallen asleep without a care. When Yu Fengqin came in earlier, Jiang Luoran was a bit excited. If it had been Yu Qianxin who walked in, he wouldn't have been able to leave. You have to know that this guy is very stubborn and might leave a lingering thought in Jiang Luoran's mind. Whoosh! Jiang Luoran unleashed his Kunpeng martial spirit, transforming into a white arc and disappearing from the bed. The area was lush and green, and the high wall across was clearly newly built. On the other side of the high wall was probably the Death Canyon, which they would be able to see tomorrow. The financial power of the Spirit Hall is no joke. Jiang Luoran looked down and headed toward the main tent of the Spirit Hall. Ahead, a young man dressed in white Spirit Hall attire walked steadily and robustly. Although Jiang Luoran couldn't see his face directly, he could clearly identify the profile of the person. Xiaoyu? Seeing Xiaoyu heading deeper inside, Jiang Luoran followed him. If he could encounter Xiaoyu, he could also find the tent of the Spirit Hall. More importantly, he could discover Hulaina. Sure enough, Jiang Luoran arrived at the tent area of the Spirit Hall. However, looking around with so many white tents, how was he supposed to proceed? What if he accidentally lifted the tent of the Title Douluo and found the person inside, sleeping naked with that enchanting face? Jiang Luoran could hardly imagine. You're here? A seductive voice sounded. I've already surveyed the area and found their location, but approaching will require some fighting, Xiaoyu murmured. Come in and talk. Following Xiaoyu, Jiang Luoran saw Hulaina. This was perfect. It was indeed smooth sailing. He really had to thank Xiaoyu for this. Jiang Luoran crept over and crouched outside Hulaina's tent, and when he looked inside, he was instantly dumbfounded. That was Bibi Dong? Holy crap! The sacred light radiating from her was so bright that Jiang Luoran could hardly keep his eyes open. His heart nearly jumped out his chest. After all, this was the Pope, and she must have come out for Hulaina. Jiang Luoran hurriedly calmed his heartbeat to avoid being detected by someone like Bibi Dong. If he hadn't used the enhanced Kunpeng movement technique, he would have definitely been noticed. His current Kunpeng movement was as gentle as a breeze, and it had a very good stealth quality. I pay my respects to the Pope. I found their stronghold and successfully escaped. Xiaoyu bowed. Get up and talk. Bibi Dong's voice carried a sense of vastness and clarity. Jiang Luoran could only see a sliver of Bibi Dong's profile through a tiny gap. It was indescribably beautiful, yet also holy. However, from this profile, any man would not refuse to see her full face. Master is indeed fortunate in love. To enter the stronghold of the evil spirit cult, they still needed to resolve the troubles ahead. They had effectively occupied the Death Canyon. However, this was not very difficult, as they had gathered various families and academies this time. Xiaoyu said, very well, soul masters like those from the evil spirit cult who violate morals deserve to die. We will take some things while we're at it. Is that soul bone present? Bibi Dong's gaze turned cold. I saw it. They indeed have that soul bone. Xiaoyu clasped his hands. This soul bone will be given to you, but I want you to retrieve it yourself to uphold the prestige of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong looked at Hulaina. Yes, I will not disgrace my mission. Hulaina knelt on one knee, her pupils trembling. One can only imagine what kind of soul bone this was. Soul bone. JiangLuoran's eyes widened, and his expression became serious. He never expected this to be more than a simple demon-slaying operation, but rather a purposeful acquisition. The Spirit Hall was indeed focusing on cultivating Hulaina. Killing intent. Bibi Dong frowned. Killing intent? Xiaoyu and Hulaina exchanged glances. Who was outside? Chapter 98. Explosive. The appearance of various families and academies was merely to prove Hulaina's strength. When Hulaina personally slayed demons and seized the soul bone, how many geniuses would be overshadowed at that time? If a person's mindset is shattered, what ambition could they still have? They might forever be unable to hold their head up in front of Hulaina. Jiang Luoran couldn't say that this thought was wrong. If the emperor of the Tiando Empire held power now, he would likely have his son do the same. Jiang Luoran was slightly out of sorts outside the tent, and Bibi Dong noticed it. This illustrates how powerful a Title Douluo is. He executed the Kunpeng movement technique flawlessly, only lacking the use of the Kunpeng martial spirit. Xiaoyu burst out of the tent, leaping into the air, holding a knife in both hands, and slashed at Jiang Luoran with a cross strike. Behind him, two red crescent blades slashed toward Jiang Luoran's neck. With his first soul skill, creating something from nothing, Jiang Luoran's feet did not stop as a purple soul ring appeared on his right hand, aiming backward. Suddenly, 6 bloodthorn vines appeared in midair, shattering the enchanting red knife energy and flying toward Xiaoyu. "Break!" Xiaoyu shouted, and the moon blade in his hand radiated a bright red light, slashing at the 6 broken bloodthorn vines. Boom! The strike landed on the bloodthorn vines, and Xiaoyu's expression changed. He quickly retreated to avoid being strangled to death. "Can't cut it. This is too bizarre. As a soul zone, how could he not sever such vines with his full strength? It was simply inconceivable." The vines continued to attack, and Xiaoyu dodged while engaging in fierce combat. Seeing Xiaoyu being restrained, Jiang Luoran relaxed but did not dare to stop his legs. Jiang Luoran knew that Beiming Douluo was the Pope and held an identity above all others. How could he personally take action just because of small soul master and a trace of killing intent? So, there was no need to worry about the other party coming to kill him. Martial soul, possess. Who? Jiang Luoran looked around. He was a soul king and still couldn't detect the other party's presence. Hulaina appeared in front of Jiang Luoran, her eyes radiating a charming red light. After all, her attack was from the Nine Tails and Charm, so she needed to make eye contact with Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran turned his head and made eye contact with Hulaina, accidentally falling into her trap. He never expected that the other party was Hulaina. Now he only felt a tingling sensation all over his body, his heart racing, with a desire magnified infinitely. "Why are you here?" Hulaina retracted her charm and asked in confusion. Realizing it was Jiang Luoran, she was still very shocked, because based on the feeling just now, Jiang Luoran's strength was unfathomable, and there was a clear gap between them. That's why she used all her skills right from the start, activating all 4 of her soul skills. I've been caught. Jiang Luoran squatted on the ground, gasping for breath. "If you had killed me just now, I would have definitely died. Are you here to find me?" Even Hulaina, who was not very smart, understood the situation. "Of course. Come with me quickly." Jiang Luoran grabbed Hulaina and prepared to run towards the Death Canyon. "Someone has intruded into my spear hall area. This is truly outrageous." Although Beiming Douluo's voice was not loud, it had a unique amplification effect, directly covering the entire Death Canyon. If Beiming Douluo knew that Jiang Luoran wanted to take away her saintess, would she laugh out of anger? "You should leave quickly. We can talk later." Hulaina kicked Jiang Luoran away and turned to run towards Xiaoyu. Hey, Jiang Luoran sighed. They only met for a moment and hadn't even asked anything yet. "Xiaoyu." Hulaina opened her 9 tails and helped Xiaoyu resist the 6 bloodthirsty vines. "What the hell is this martial soul? Moreover, the user must be about 10 levels higher than us. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so hard to deal with." While Xiaoyu was speaking, the bloodthirsty vines cut through his chest. Whoosh! A petal from a chrysanthemum flew over and directly shattered all the bloodthirsty vines. "Did you see that person just now?" The chrysanthemum Douluo radiated golden holy light, looking enchantingly at Hulaina. "I didn't see clearly. I let him escape." Hulaina hesitated. Could it be someone from the evil spirit sect? "I'll go chase him." The chrysanthemum Douluo was just about to leave. "Elder, what if we alert the enemy and damage the reputation of our spirit hall?" Hulaina stopped him in time. If the chrysanthemum Douluo went to hunt down Jiang Luoran, even if Jiang Luoran had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough. "Do you know that person from just now?" The chrysanthemum Douluo's eyes sharpened. A voice came from the spirit hall tent. "This kind of matter doesn't need to be investigated. Just a small character, let him be." Jiang Luoran used the Kunpeng movement technique and drifted in the Tianshui Academy area. If it weren't for Hulaina stopping him a few times, the chrysanthemum Douluo would have definitely had the chance to catch up to Jiang Luoran and kill him on the spot. First, he intruded into the Ji mansion, then the blue lightning tyrant dragon, and now the spirit hall. Jiang Luoran didn't want to court death, but his background wouldn't allow it. While catching his breath, Jiang Luoran saw Shui Bing'er sleeping in an exaggerated position. Indeed, she was in her youthful years, and her talent was also decent. He used the bloodthirsty vines to lift the blanket for Shui Bing'er. Jiang Luoran turned and jumped away, soaring back to the blue lightning tyrant dragon area. "You Fengqin, what are you doing? If you keep this up, I'll call someone. You know my brother's temper." Yu Lingjiao shouted. She had slept too much during the day and planned to find Jiang Luoran to hang out, but unexpectedly provoke Yu Fengqin. "Lingjiao, you know I like you. This is my only chance," Yu Fengqin said boldly while smoothing her hairstyle. Yu Lingjiao was surprised, thinking she had misheard, and paused for a moment. You beast. We are of the same root, both surnamed you. We are all from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and I treat you like a brother. You've gone mad. If Yuling Jiao could defeat Yu Fengqin, she would definitely strangle her. No, strangle this beast. How can you think like that? I have never seen you as a sister. I am my father's illegitimate child. I'm not considered part of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Yu Fengqin said with righteous indignation. Yuling Jiao was speechless, furious to the point of laughing, and staggered back. The other party was completely unreasonable. When using the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, she was one of them. If not, she would be discarded. She had previously wondered why Yu Fengqin always clung to her, with a look as if she could see through her. Because their bloodline was that of siblings, she didn't think much of it. Who would have thought the other party harbored such beastly thoughts? Get out of here. I find you disgusting. Yuling Jiao raised her hand and struck at Yu Fengqin. Yu Fengqin stopped Yuling Jiao. First, let me explain. I haven't done anything to you. Yu Fengqin was still very afraid of Yu Qianxin. If he found out she was bullying his little sister, she would probably be ruined. Yuling Jiao shouted. Hey! Yu Fengqin covered the other party's mouth. The two began to wrestle on the ground. Jiang Luoran had just returned when he saw this scene, nearly losing his eyeballs. What is this? This isn't normal, right? This should not be normal. Crazy? Yu Lumian really gave birth to a good son. Indeed, like father, like son. Too explosive. Hey, what is going on? What is going on here? Jiang Luoran sensed the seriousness of the situation and rushed over. Chapter 99, Evil Spirit Sect Bang. Jiang Luoran kicked Yu Fengqin away and helped Yuling Jiao up. I said, young master you can't suppress your desires. There's no need to take action against your own people, right? Are you taking after your father's character? Is there really no bottom line? Yu Fengqin had just been kicked away by Jiang Luoran, and in the air, he was as soft and powerless as a piece of paper, crashing into an old tree root before stopping. Now his whole body was numb and painful, feeling as if he was about to pass out. He hadn't intended for it to come to this, but when he overwhelmed Yuling Jiao just now, he was dazed by her aura and decided to go with the flow. He never expected Jiang Luoran to arrive at such an inopportune time. Cough, cough, Yu Fengqin spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood, holding his waist as he sat up, looking as if he was about to run out of breath. In this situation, Jiang Luoran only needed to say one thing. There was no need to say more. Saying too much would ruin Yuling Jiao's reputation. Not saying anything, on the other hand, seemed a bit unchivalrous. Just one sentence would do. Yuling Jiao clung tightly to Jiang Luoran's coarse sleeve, explaining everything that had just happened. She was afraid Jiang Luoran would think she was willing, and if that misunderstanding formed, Jiang Luoran would think she was an unchaste woman. That would be a huge blow to Yuling Jiao. Jiang Luoran understood the whole story, giving a bitter smile and shaking his head. This matter was also Yu Fengqin's fault. Saying he liked Yuling Jiao was one thing, but he had to take action. Why not just run back to the tent? Yuling Jiao certainly wouldn't chase after him to shout at his tent. How foolish could this person be? Luoran, I really didn't know he was such a beast. Do you believe me? Yuling Jiao started to cry. MHM, I believe you, of course I believe you. Jiang Luoran said helplessly. What use is it to ask me whether I believe you? Just believe in yourself. Just don't deceive yourself. Again, considering this girl's temperament, she probably can't be too spirited, not to mention being outside. Yu Fengqin, can you manage? If not, I'll carry you back and don't cause any more trouble. Jiang Luoran said coldly. The other party is just a rogue. Not very bold. Let's just play with him like a child. Anyway, it's not like we see him often. This time is over. We might not meet again in the future. Jiang Luoran, I remember you. This kick, Yu Fengqin said reluctantly, as if someone was choking her. He stumbled into the tent, casting a fierce glance at Jiang Luoran. I'm going to sleep too. You should sleep early. Jiang Luoran said disinterestedly. He's like that, and you still dare to sleep with him? Aren't you afraid of getting stabbed in the dark? Never mind. Yuling Jiao is afraid Yu Fengqin has thoughts about Jiang Luoran too. Otherwise, girls shouldn't think too much. How about you and I go out for a walk? It should be night now. What's there to walk about? The moonlight is so beautiful. When we came here earlier, we saw a lake. Where are we going? What's good about the lake? It's not as comfortable as sleeping. Are you made of wood? Do I have to beg you? I'm really tired, Jiang Luoran said listlessly. I don't care. Yuling Jiao forcibly pulled Jiang Luoran away. The moonlight was bright, and the lake water rippled, with a few owls standing on the trees, looking at Jiang Luoran and Yuling Jiao sitting by the lake. This scene reminded Jiang Luoran of a date between Xiao Wu and Tang San. What's it like to fight against the Title Douluo? Yuling Jiao suddenly blurted out. Huh? Title Douluo? Jiang Luoran was surprised, his eyes twitching. What feeling? It feels like dying. Is it a feeling? Do you think Title Douluo is a joke? That damage is simply overwhelming, turning over the sun, moon, and stars. It's just that Jiang Luoran is lucky, with many opportunities aligning, protected by others. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. And feeling, you could try yourself to know. You have to try it yourself, or become a Title Douluo. Jiang Luoran smiled faintly. I must become a Title Douluo, definitely. Yulingzhou had a great longing for power. If that's the case, then listen to me. This time out, don't go home. Go and test yourself alone. Jiang Luoran knew the other's fate. Yulingzhou is still young, but her strength has already reached level 29, a great soul master. Her future achievements are limitless. Perhaps she truly has the potential to become a Title Douluo, but if she doesn't leave her family, she will be crushed by the spirit hall. Just thinking about such a pure girl being killed. Jiang Luoran also felt a sense of resistance in his heart. Therefore, as long as Yulingzhou doesn't return to the blue electric tyrant dragon sect, there are infinite possibilities. Alone? Can't I go with you? Yulingzhou asked weakly. I can help you hunt for your third soul ring, but then you need to venture out on your own. It's best to bring your brother along. You are a blue electric tyrant dragon. You have your own stubbornness. No one needs you to submit. Even the sun and moon stars, Jiang Luoran, was helping you Yuanjin leave a glimmer of hope. I don't know if you Yuanjin will open up a bit. Blue electric tyrant dragon? A vivid blue thunder dragon appeared in Yulingzhou's hand, emitting a series of howls. The next morning, the bells of the spirit hall rang. It's time to set off. A group of people stood in the square, looking at the high platform. After a moment, Hu Laina and Zhu Huaguan came out, standing on the high platform. Sure enough, Bibi Dong had come very discreetly this time, coming entirely for Hu Laina, so she didn't plan to show herself. It is well known that the evil spirit cult has lost all morals and tarnished the name of soul masters, which is a reversal of fate. The potion they researched, called Dora, can instantly enhance a person's soul power by 15 levels. This has already violated the natural order. Shouldn't we eradicate it? Hu Laina immediately opened her soul power. The killing intent was palpable. Kill, kill, kill. Jiang Luoran thought no one would care about the spirit hall. No one would support Hu Laina, but unexpectedly, all sects and academies became excited. The sound of killing shook the heavens. How much hatred is this? That makes you put aside your prejudices and cooperate with those you despise. Jiang Luoran, of course, did not understand the higher-ups' thoughts. First, the evil spirit cult violates the heavenly path, and as soul masters, they all have a heart of loyalty, so they certainly wouldn't let them go unpunished. Second, the evil spirit cult has gone mad, attacking ordinary people, and many disciples of various sects have been harmed. How could they not be angry? They wish they could rush into the lair of the evil spirit cult right now and uproot their foundation. This ruthlessness has reached a peak. Very well, we are fortunate to have the 2 sects from the top 3 sects, as well as the bottom 4 sects, and the 4 Elements Academy. Hu Laina introduced one by one. As one of the top 3 sects, the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect naturally stood at the forefront, closest to the high platform. Hu Laina saw Jiang Luoran and was also surprised, almost falling off the high platform. Many people cast longing glances at the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect. Everyone knows what kind of martial soul the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon is. With their presence, there is assurance ahead. Jiang Luoran felt bitter inside. They planned to slack off, and with everyone looking at them, it made them feel a bit embarrassed. The specific location of the evil spirit cult has been confirmed. A cave on the right side of the Death Canyon. Xiaoyu came. No more words. With me leading, slay the demons. Hu Laina was the first to rush out. Zhu Huaguan did not follow, wanting to give Hu Laina a chance to shine. Kill, kill, kill. The crowd roared, like a thunderous explosion, echoing throughout the Death Canyon. Many people packed their bags, planning to follow Hu Laina, but saw Jiang Luoran and others remaining unmoved. If the Spirit Hall is the first battle, then the top 3 sects are the second priority. Kill. 4 young men dressed in luxurious blue shirts rushed out, bearing the emblem of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Kill. Jiang Luoran shouted, rushing out, don't wait, adapt to the situation later, stay close to me. Chapter 100. The battlefield of slaughter, over 200 young boys and girls were all elites, rushing out from the white walls like hungry beasts, following Hu Laina into the Death Canyon. This scene was like a stampede, with dust flying, unmatched by any human force. Bang, bang, bang. A rumbling tremor came from the opposite side, followed by more and more, as if countless colossal beings were rushing over. Hu Laina stopped, silencing the large army behind her. The buzzing sound grew closer. A woo. At this moment, Everyone's emotions reached an unprecedented boiling point. All they could see on the opposite side were black shadows, both soul beasts and humans, their eyes all blood red. That bloodthirsty desire to hunt down life. It was shocking. They're going to counterattack us. Dora not only allows the user to have a soul power boost of about 15 levels, but also keeps the user in an excited state. Soul beasts can also be controlled, and behind Hulaina, the nine tails spread out, her red light becoming increasingly enchanting. They're charging over. The four from the seven treasure glazed tile school shouted, but Hulaina did not give the order to fight. Hulaina was waiting for the best moment to engage. The evil spirit sect was charging in so fiercely, which would surely consume their oxygen. All they needed to do was to preserve their own forces and then strike. Conversely, if they charged in now, their own stamina would also be depleted. On the battlefield, every little advantage must be fought for. The opponents had already gone mad. Were they also going to go crazy? What were we waiting for? Let us charge, Shui Peng shouted, pretending to understand nothing about the battlefield. Like armor, Hulaina waved her hand, signaling the others to keep quiet and prepare. Everyone unleashed their martial souls. Hundreds of soul rings activated simultaneously. Various martial souls appeared, and the roar of the martial souls shook the entire Death Canyon. In an instant, the Death Canyon seemed to erupt with divine energy, overwhelming soul power breaking through the sunlight high above. This was a vast team composed of over 200 elite soul masters. Any high-level soul master would understand one principle. Only the battlefield can nurture true soul masters. Their elders and teachers had undergone great mental struggles to send them here. Yellow and purple for soul rings surrounded Hulaina, and at that moment, her enchanting aura added a hint of murderous intent. Kill. Kill. The crowd was immense, shaking the ground, and the mere soul power had turned the surroundings into a pockmarked terrain. The two teams, as if they had agreed to battle beforehand, clashed as soon as they met. It was extremely brutal. Various soul skills flew chaotically, resembling a hellish battlefield, with energy woven from soul power filling the sky. The evil spirit sect was like a pack of rabid dogs. Some had their hearts pierced but still wanted to bite a young soul master to death. It was maddening. Jiang Luoran's side unleashed soul skills. Although chaotic, they were clearly more accurate than the evil spirit sect's. These young elites had undergone formal training and were very focused on the release and preservation of soul power. Some even unleashed martial soul fusion skills to fight against the out-of-control soul beasts. Both sides didn't know who the leader was. As they had started fighting as soon as they entered the field, the scene was utterly chaotic. Don't push too deep. Pay attention to teamwork to avoid being singled out. Stabilize the rear. They can't hold on much longer. Hulaina charged into the enemy ranks alone. She was like a strange ghost, claiming lives wherever she passed, blood splattering 3 feet. And the evil spirit sect, upon seeing Hulaina's eyes, seemed to be controlled. Their raised giant axes abruptly halted. Follow me. Xiaoyu jumped 3 meters high, wildly slashing the red blade energy in his hand to clear a path for everyone and support Hulaina. Everyone surged forward, filled with bloodlust. Yu Fengqin was already injured and couldn't adapt to such a scene, so she had to activate her martial soul for self-protection. Yu Tianxin remained calm, having killed a few evil spirit masters trying to pounce on Yu Lingjiao, her hands stained with blood. Jiang Luoran, as the main force, led their small team, standing confidently in the center of the battlefield. During this time, Jiang Luoran had also killed 3 frenzied soul beasts and 5 evil spirit masters. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon descends. The yellow soul rings swirled around Yu Lingjiao. A terrifying thunder dragon appeared behind her, spitting out thunder orbs, directly killing a soul master who attempted to charge forward. Jiang Luoran was astonished, as expected of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Being 3 levels lower in soul power could still instantly kill the opponent. The blue lightning tyrant dragon had such qualifications, it was hard not to be proud. Protect the surrounding soul masters, but pay attention to your own soul power, Jiang Luoran whispered. Tianxin, clear the way. 4th soul skill, Blue Lightning, Divine Dragon Rush. Yu Tianxin, still young, was somewhat shaken upon seeing so many corpses. Roar! The astonishing dragon roar resonated through the skies. The blue lightning flying dragon behind Yu Tianxin directly turned 3 soul beasts into minced meat. The aftermath of the battle also killed 3 evil spirit masters. Fengqin, you should leave. With your current strength, I can hardly guarantee your survival, Jiang Luoran said frankly. Even if Yu Fengqin followed, it would only be to activate her martial soul for self-protection. She couldn't even protect Yu Lingjiao. she would be of little use to him. The opponent and themselves weren't deep enemies. If she wanted to leave, let her. Yu Fengqin's purpose in coming was to protect Yu Lingjiao. And now that it had come to this, there was no need to fight to the death with them. Leaving now, no one would know, and the spirit hall wouldn't pursue it either. Yu Fengqin withdrew silently, not saying a word. On the battlefield, no one would say that Yu Fengqin was wrong. Everyone feared for their lives, and she had her own right to choose. Let us go. Jiang Luoran pulled Yu Lingjiao and caught up with Yu Qianxin. Full moon. The double blades in Xieyu's hands glowed with an imminent explosion of red light. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, the red blade energy swept everything, obscuring everyone's vision. It opened a path to Hulaina, and Xiaoyu charged forward, grasping her right hand. The enchanting and alluring red light occupied the battlefield of soul power, wrapping Hulaina and Xiaoyu. Martial soul fusion skill. Everyone looked up into the sky, wanting to see how this strike would unfold. Enchantment. As the words fell, a huge red knife, resembling a heavenly weapon, appeared in the sky, incredibly sharp, giving the impression that anyone it encountered would surely die. Whoosh! The red knife descended, sweeping horizontally. These actions produced only one sound. Centered around Hulaina, most of the evil spirit masters and soul beasts within 4 meters died, with only a few surviving. Moreover, those who died were all severed at the waist with a single strike. Soul Sect. This is a martial soul fusion skill that can only be executed by 2 soul sects. This scene was so powerful that it left people speechless. Breaking through 3 waves of attacks, everyone had already pushed into the right side of the Death Canyon. Along the way, they had encountered many dangers and traps. The stamina of the group was nearly depleted. This was still under the condition of conserving soul power from start. More than 200 elite soul masters fought fiercely, and now only over 100 remained. Some were even barely holding on. Where is Xuepeng? He is a prince. Where did the prince go? At this point, who still cared about titles, they directly shouted for Xuepeng. He has long run away. I saw him taken away by the guards. Bah, what a thing. Still a prince, bah. Is this the behavior of royalty? I can't go on. Let the top 3 sects take over. I'll take a break. Whereas the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Huh? Hurry out to take the lead. I can't hold on. Yes, let the blue lightning tyrant dragon clear the way. This would be very easy for them. Chapter 101 Tang by Luoran. What should we do? Let us go. Yu Lingjiao bit her red lips, feeling somewhat restrained. Go. In this situation, it's all about self-preservation. Otherwise, why would they be making such a fuss? Haven't you seen that all 4 from the 7 treasure glazed tile school are dead? Wouldn't it be better to become a Title Douluo in the future and contribute to the Douluo continent? Why must they fight head-on? Jiang Luoran blocked Yu Lingjiao. Hey, Yu Qianxin, you're here. Feng Xiaodian walked over, looking extremely disheveled. Yu Qianxin remained unmoved, staring blankly at Feng Xiaodian. Yu Qianxin, what are you waiting for at this time? Go. Brothers, follow him. Let us eliminate the evil spirit sect. Yes. The Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall and Xiaoyu have already charged in. We need to hurry up and support them. Jiang Luoran's face twitched. This Feng Xiaodian is really asking for trouble. Little did he know, Yu Qianheng and Duguyan had rushed out, casting a disdainful glance at Yu Qianxin. Along the way, with so many dangers, it's clear who contributed more and who less. In fact, Jiang Luoran and the others weren't being too cowardly. They were protecting the elite spirit masters around and clearing the toughest spirit beast areas. I'll go. Yu Qianheng was almost out of breath, his soul power nearing exhaustion. His body tattered and covered in blood. At this point, he should have returned to the Royal Academy. The Spirit Hall has regulations to avoid unnecessary losses. Elite spirit masters who have lost their fighting capacity should withdraw immediately. But Yu Qianheng was very proud, nearly incapacitated, yet still refused to leave. Duguyan was also already spent, but still forced herself to stay by his side. Yu Qianxin was unwilling to back down and planned to step forward. He was not willing to be overshadowed by Yu Qianheng. Jiang Luoran grabbed him, saying, "Why bother with those rumors? You'll have your chance to exert your strength soon. Don't you see Yu Qianheng is exhausted? You'll have to save him later. If you weren't a soul king, I wouldn't consider your opinion." Yu Qianxin retreated. Yu Qianheng sneered, "Coward, when did you become such a coward? Tianheng, stop fighting, let us go back." Duguyan's eyes were becoming dazed. No way. Yu Tianheng aimed at the layers of boulders, using his 4th soul skill, Thunder, 10,000 June. Whoosh! Roar! 100 bolts of thunder erupted, and Yu Qianheng, enveloped in lightning, shattered all the boulders with a punch. Charge! Charge! The group rushed in. If they eliminate the evil spirit sect, they would be praised by the world and could bring glory to their academy or family. Follow me. Jiang Luoran led Yu Tianxin and Yu Lingjiao to a mountain on the right side of the Death Canyon. Woo woo woo. From the cave on the right, hundreds of evil spirit masters and crazed spirit beasts rushed out, immediately clashing with the elite spirit masters. This should be the last remnants of the evil spirit sect. Jiang Luoran thoughtfully stroked his chin. Since it's the last, let us go help, urged Yu Lingjiao. We'll attack from behind. Tianxin, you wait here. When I give the order, blow up the mountaintop. Your blue lightning tyrant dragon is perfect for this. Jiang Luoran charged down with Yu Lingjiao. Are you crazy? Our people are down there. They are all from prominent families. What if something happens and they find out? Yu Tianxin shouted at Jiang Luoran. Unfortunately, Jiang Luoran had already run far away. With his second soul skill, Shadow Following, Jiang Luoran activated a purple soul ring on his left hand and slapped it on the ground. Woo woo woo, the nearly 2,000-year-old old tree roots sprang up from the ground to meet the crazed spirit beasts. Jiang Luoran charged into the cave with Yu Lingjiao, going against the tide of the frenzied, evil spirit masters. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Luoran got close to the cave, these evil spirit masters and spirit beasts, as if driven mad, turned back to chase after him. They didn't even try to dodge the enemy's attacks. Woo woo woo, the old tree roots extended their vines, with over 100 thick skins, blocking the advance of the evil spirit masters. The elite descendants from various families were confused. They were stunned in an instant. Just moments ago, they were fighting fiercely, and now it suddenly calmed down. Come on. Fourth soul skill, tempered by 1,000 hammer strikes. Jiang Luoran raised the purple grass hammer. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon descends. Yu Lingjiao released a Thunder Dragon, striking into the team of evil spirit masters. Bang bang bang, Jiang Luoran swung the grass hammer wildly, crazily pounding the evil spirit masters, creating chaos. The chaotic style was most suitable for a large-scale melee. With one swing, he could knock down 4 people. Yu Lingjiao had never seen such a brutal fighting style. She followed behind Jiang Luoran, moving forward. Quick, go help. Although the elite spirit masters didn't know what kind of fighting style Jiang Luoran was using, it was definitely not the time to just watch. Blow it up, Jiang Luoran shouted, the grass hammer never stopping. The blue lightning god dragon rushed in, and Yu Tianxin seized the opportunity, commanding the dragon to blow up the mountaintop. Boom! The massive 4-meter-high mountaintop crashed down from the sky, not only crushing some evil spirit masters, but also blocking the path of the elite spirit masters. Jiang Luoran sneered. This was exactly what he wanted, to give Ulaina enough time to find that soul bone. In exchange, he needed the information he desired. Chaotic Wind, 79. Jiang Luoran's soul power rose to level 57, and the grass hammer in his hand became incredibly fierce, rampaging through. Brother, I'm here to help. A young man in white flew in, his martial soul, surprisingly, a white sparrow. With a stormy fury, the boy swung his arms like wings, striking at the already crazed wave of spirit beasts. Jiang Luoran was taken aback. Who the hell are you? Coming and calling me brother right away. Who are you? Lingjiao, don't release your soul skills. Conserve your soul power for survival. Just stay behind me. Jiang Luoran swung the big hammer. Roar. In this team appeared a 4,000-year-old emerald bat. This bat was highly toxic. Even a single droplet of its saliva could dissolve stone and gold, exuding an irresistible emerald hue. This emerald bat could be considered the most powerful spirit beast here. Jiang Luoran had Yu Lingjiao hold on to him and charge through the surrounding spirit beasts towards the emerald bat. With the Kunpeng's ethereal movement, even while carrying Yu Lingjiao, it did not affect his speed at all. Flying? Yu Lingjiao's pupils widened. As the grass hammer swung down, the emerald bat spread its wings to block. This was the 80th strike. The power had already reached a terrifying level. Bang! The emerald bat could not withstand Jiang Luoran's hammer. It was sent crashing down, rolling several times. The evil spirit master shouted, "Kill him! Everyone attack!" Surrounding spirit beasts rushed in, determined to surround and kill Jiang Luoran. Blue lightning god dragon. Yu Tianxin was already in awe of Jiang Luoran's fighting prowess. Now that Jiang Luoran was in trouble, he naturally came to the rescue. Boom! The divine dragon descended, obliterating all the spirit beasts and people blocking Jiang Luoran. Yu Tianxin landed, his hands charged with lightning, standing back to back with Jiang Luoran. In the final moments, after killing, Jiang Luoran threw the grass hammer up, aiming for the emerald bat's head. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A strange sound emitted from the emerald bat, causing Jiang Luoran and the others to feel dazed. Jiang Luoran was ambushed by the emerald bat, pressed to the ground. In the instant he fell. Jiang Luoran pushed Yu Lingjiao away. Quick help! Jiang Luoran was still regaining his senses. Here, Tang Bai flew in, spreading his wings to knock the emerald bat away. Brother, my name is Tang Bai. Jiang Luoran grimaced. Introducing himself on the battlefield, Jiang Luoran shouted loudly, leaping into the air while raising his grass hammer. His posture resembled flying through the air. Brother Luoran, I'll lend you a hand. Tang Bai transformed into a ball of white light and charged towards the emerald bat. Using his fourth soul skill, Daylight. Boom! Jiang Luoran's grass hammer struck the head of the emerald bat, while Tang Bai collided with its body, directly smashing it. What a thrill! Ha ha ha! Tang Bai landed, laughing carefreely. This guy is quite the oddball. Jiang Luoran was astonished. Not good, there is an ambush in the cave. 10 soul ancestors and 5 soul kings. The holy maiden of the spirit hall and Xie were surrounded. The speaker's voice echoed before he arrived. Jiang Luoran's expression changed, and he immediately rushed towards the cave. Luoran, what are you doing? Our objective has been achieved. Isn't our safety the priority? You said that yourself. Why suddenly take the risk? Yu Lingjiao blocked Jiang Luoran. Pressure makes people grow. Jiang Luoran disregarded everything and vanished from his spot. You Fengqin? Weren't you supposed to go back? Why are you here? Yu Qianxin, with a handful of blue lightning, approached Yu Fengqin. I don't know what happened. I was tied up in a cave, and it was the holy maiden who rescued me. Then we got surrounded. Yu Fengqin spoke in a flustered tone, unsure of what to do. Luoran has already gone in. Brother, let us go help. Yu Lingjiao pulled Yu Tianxin. Brother, wait for me, haha. Tang Bai, seemingly unaware of the danger, followed Jiang Luoran into the cave. Xie, you traitor. I knew you had ulterior motives, which is why I revealed the location of the evil spirit sect to you. How does it feel to be deceived? The leader, a man in black, chuckled ominously. He was the leader of the evil spirit sect. Xie frowned. This was his oversight that led him and Hulaina to fall into enemy territory. Xie, do you still have soul power? Release demon charm again. Hulaina's expression was stern. She remained composed in the face of danger. It's useless. 5 soul kings. The demon charm 1T have much effect on them. You are the future of the spear hall. Go first. Xie firmly gripped his double blades, confronting the black-clothed leader. Ghost Eye, I will chop you up. Ghost Eye pulled out a bright, large knife from his sleeve. The blade glinted coldly, and the hilt was engraved with a vividly lifelike golden tiger. It looked as if it was naturally formed. Even a discerning eye could tell that this was a large knife made from a soul bone. No blacksmith in the world could forge a weapon of such quality. Bang! Ghost Eye swung his knife, knocking Xieyu's double blades away and grabbing him by the throat. So this soul bone is indeed with you. Xieyu glared fiercely at the soul bone. Now on Douluo continent, everyone knows that the weapon in Qian Douluo's hands, the sky measuring sword, is transformed from a soul bone. It's hard to imagine that there is another one, also transformed from soul bone. Finding it took us a lot of effort. This moon tiger soul cutting knife fell from a 50,000-year-old battle moon tiger soul beast. I heard you all want to claim it for yourselves? Too naive. Ghost Eye's face twisted with malice. Let my sister go, or you will be hunted to death by the spirit hall. Xie threatened. No need for that. We can break through. Hulaina used her 9 tails and swept towards Ghost Eye. Holding the moon tiger soul cutting knife, Ghost Eye casually slashed through Hulaina's 9 tails die. Blood Fiend Hammer, Chaotic Cloak. Jiang Luoran seized the opportunity and struck behind Ghost Eye with a hammer. The 57th level soul power showed no restraint, with 5 soul rings of purple and black encircling the Blood Fiend Hammer. Ghost Eye, caught off guard, was interrupted by the sudden hammer strike and hurriedly defended. But how could he withstand Jiang Luoran's surprise attack? Moreover, Jiang Luoran was using the Kunpeng body technique, having reached the level of a sensitive attack type Soul Emperor. It was far beyond what Ghost Eye could resist. Bang! Ghost Eye died under Jiang Luoran's hammer, instantly killed without a chance to fight back. Leader, the other 14 shouted. The opponent is also a Soul King. Kill him. Jiang Luoran grasped the Moon Tiger soul cutting knife, flipped on the ground, and arrived beside Xieyu. This soul bone is called the Moon Tiger soul cutting knife. Is it you? So it's you, and you're already a Soul King now? Xieyu recognized Jiang Luoran. Soul King? Hulaina was moved, but Jiang Luoran's soul power indeed reached the Soul King level, surpassing that of 55th level Soul King. Did you start cultivating in the womb? Let's break out first. Jiang Luoran grabbed the nearest evil spirit master, raised his right hand with the knife, and struck at his neck. A lethal blow. This knife is surprisingly sharp. It truly lived up to being a soul bone weapon bestowed by the spirit hall. Third soul skill, evil spirit technique. Third soul skill, evil spirit technique. Fourth soul skill, evil spirit technique. Watching the surrounding evil spirit masters unleash their soul skills, Jiang Luoran and Hulaina backed up against Xiaoyu. Everyone has the exact same soul skill? What a joke. Jiang Luoran recalled what the master had taught. The master once said that each person's soul skill is unique. There are no completely identical soul skills or martial souls in the world. Even among the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, their martial souls have varying strengths. This is the evil spirit master. They have altered the natural morals of soul masters. In this evil spirit sect, each person only knows one soul skill, and the addition of soul rings only enhances the power of that soul skill. Once the evil spirit technique is activated, their attacks will explode and kill the enemy until they are completely exhausted of soul power, at which point the soul skill will cease. Hulaina told Jiang Luoran to be ready. Fifth soul skill, Hell Battle Armor. Jiang Luoran raised his right hand and summoned 3 sets of purple battle armor. Equipping the 3 of them, this armor feels so comfortable. It gives me a desire to fight, and my physical quality is also improving. Xiaoyu picked up the moon blade from the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Countless black gases surged in, enveloping the 3 of them densely with no gaps. Facing such danger, Jiang Luoran dared not hold back. Kunpeng possess. A white feathered Kunpeng appeared behind Jiang Luoran, sweeping in with a gust of wind. He held the Moon Tiger Soul cutting knife and charged forward first. The opponent's attack was without gaps, and Jiang Luoran had no time to spare. Saving Xiaoyu was already his greatest benevolence. The Hell Battle Armor had also been given to them. Each of you fight for your lives. Dual martial souls. Hulaina's eyes twitched, and moreover, the opponent's beast martial soul gave her a very strange feeling. Buzz buzz. Jiang Luoran hacked through several black gases, intending to take down a few evil spirit masters first, but unexpectedly, the black gas could still explode, knocking him back to his original position again. Bang, bang, bang. Endless black gas engulfed the 3 of them, and Xiaoyu was already injured. Hold on. Don't panic. Look for an opportunity. Jiang Luoran blocked a few black gases for Xiaoyu. There is no way out. This is a dark spirit spell, and we will be trapped to death. Even the calm and composed Xiaoyu has started to give up. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of black gas streams shot in for both sides. Xiaoyu was heavily injured in the abdomen. Jiang Luoran blocked the left, and Hulaina blocked the right. Bang! After the 2 defended, they retreated to their original positions, both feeling a bit strained, especially Hulaina, as she was facing the power of a Soul King. Being able to hold on was still thanks to her astonishing talent. Jiang Luoran was doing fine. Not only did he possess the strength of Soul King, but he also wielded the Moon Tiger Soul Cutting Blade. Unable to break through, Hulaina's chest heaved, and her confidence plummeted. If they could get out, they could fend off the enemies. Holding the blade firmly, Jiang Luoran handed the Moon Tiger Soul Cutting Blade to Hulaina. This way, their strength could be balanced, increasing their survival rate. Moreover, if Hulaina had made things clear from the beginning, JiangLuoran's speed wouldn't have given the enemy a chance to surround him. It's frustrating that it's already too late. This is a 50,000-year-old soul bone. Are you sure you want to give it to me? Hulaina was astonished. Was there really someone who didn't want it in front of Soulbone? Her mind was in disarray, because throughout her life, there had only been training and ruthless testing. It was hard to imagine someone like Jiang Luoran, who was so carefree. Chapter 103, The Frenzied Upgrade. Enough with the nonsense. I'll leave the back to you, Jiang Luoran said, as he put on the phantom boots. Third soul skill, Storm and Cloud Fury. Fourth soul skill, Sunlight. Tang Bai flew in, attacking the dark spirit master from the outside. A flash of white light. 2 soul skills appeared simultaneously, instantly killing 3 soul masters. Third soul skill, Thunder God's Fury. Yu Qianxin roared, his hands crushing 2 soul masters with blue electricity. Second soul skill, Lightning Flash. Yu Lingjiao struck, killing a soul venerable. Jiang Luoran and Hulaina felt a significant reduction in pressure, pleasantly surprised. Xiaoyu also saw hope for survival and suddenly perked up. You dare to trap me? You still want to kill me? Xiaoyu struggled to get up, slashing with fierce energy. The dark spirit cult was devoid of humanity. The killer was rewarded, leaving none alive. A layer of enchanting red mist enveloped Hulaina as she wielded the Moon Tiger soul-cutting blade and charged out. Hulaina's words were clear. Anyone who helped her kill the dark spirit cult would have merit, encouraging everyone to work hard. Unbeknownst to them, they were all there to help Jiang Luoran. Moreover, the remaining batch of elite soul masters had already been blocked by Duanshan. and it seemed they wouldn't be able to make it over in time. First soul skill, creating something from nothing. Jiang Luoran's left hand conjured a purple soul ring, targeting a soul king. Bloodthirsty vines shot up from the ground, piercing the soul king's body and killing him instantly. The dark spirit masters saw the situation was dire and huddled together, pouring potions into their mouths. They were drinking potions while Hulaina pursued them. All soul skills were released at once. Jiang Luoran shouted, knowing the terror of these potions. Fourth soul skill, tempered by 1,000 hammers. Yu Qianxin, fourth soul skill. Blue electric divine dragon rush. Yu Lingjiao, second soul skill, lightning flash. Tang Bai, second soul skill, solar corona wings. Xie was injured and could not temporarily unleash high-level soul skills. Full moon, with her martial soul manifested. Hulaina transformed into a captivating nine-tailed fox, wielding the moon tiger soul-cutting blade. Various attacks intertwined and charged towards the dark spirit masters. An astonishing scene unfolded. At that moment, Jiang Luoran's eyes nearly popped out. Second soul skill, shield of all races. Yu Fengqin transformed into a massive blue tortoise, blocking in front of the dark spirit masters, especially as his soul power surged to level 35, and it kept rising, seemingly without limit. Ha ha ha! A dark spirit master laughed, as if he had seen something exhilarating. This potion is indeed powerful. My strength is continuously climbing. Yu Fengqin's eyes turned red, like a bloodthirsty beast. Level 40, 45, 50. He was still leveling up, like a flood breaking through a dam, unstoppable. Moreover, he had even broken through the soul ring restrictions, an unfathomable method. Because a soul master must hunt a soul beast and obtain its soul ring to advance to the next level. But Yu Fengqin had now surged to level 56 Soul Emperor. It was simply unbelievable. Boom! The blue tortoise blocked all soul skills, its shell glistening with patterned light. Yu Fengqin, what are you doing? Yu Qianxin shouted in pain, looking at the disheveled Yu Fengqin. Yu Fengqin ignored Yu Qianxin and turned to the dark spirit masters behind him. Can I really not die and continue cultivating from Soul King onward? That's right. This is our latest potion. It can unleash all our potential. The leading dark spirit master threw the empty potion bottle to the ground. Our strength has returned. Jiang Luoran and the others suddenly felt something was wrong because the aura and soul power of the dark spirit masters opposite them had suddenly transformed into something terrifying. Suddenly, they had become incredibly powerful. Run! Jiang Luoran ordered everyone to retreat. Ha ha ha! Jiang Luoran, you are undoubtedly going to die. Do you still want to escape? Yu Fengqin descended from the sky, his blue tortoise shell blocking the cave entrance. At this moment, he felt full of power and an extremely violent will to fight. He even felt capable of taking on 6 opponents at once. Yu Fengqin, don't be tempted. The dark spirit cult is no good, Yu Lingjiao advised. I want this power not for you. You like strong people. I am one now. Moreover, I even got another bottle from the elder. This is for you, Yu Fengqin smiled. Yu Lingjiao felt extremely awkward and stopped speaking. Yu Fengqin, have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you talking to Lingjiao about? Yu Qianxin's eyes sparked with blue electricity. No more arguing. Yu Fengqin was suddenly killed by the elder of the dark spirit cult while trying to eliminate the cult leader, Ghost Eye. We are heartbroken. Jiang Luoran grabbed the moon tiger soul-cutting blade from Hulaina's hand and charged at Yu Fengqin. If Yu Fengqin is not killed, this whole group will perish here. Jiang Luoran steeled his heart and took on the blame. How shameless. Jiang Luoran, I have long been unhappy with you. You are more handsome than me, or have a better background. What qualifications do you have to make Lingjiao devoted to you, huh? Although Yu Fengqin's strength surged, his basic rationality remained. However, Jiang Luoran did not waste any more words with him, asking one last time, will you let me pass? No, Yu Fengqin shouted without a second thought. Buzz. The moon tiger, soul-cutting blade in Jiang Luoran's hand suddenly erupted. Waves of heat surged from the blade, heating the air intensely. Jiang Luoran felt the moon tiger soul-cutting blade was crazily absorbing his soul power, and it was about to drain him completely. It turned out that this moon tiger soul-cutting blade could only absorb the energy of those above the Soul King level. No wonder Hulaina used this ability. Everyone looked at the moon tiger soul-cutting blade, which had become the most eye-catching presence here. No one knew what was happening, but this blade exuded a pressure that intimidated everyone. They felt as if they were looking directly at the sun. Bang! In that moment, everything around Jiang Luoran turned into a blazing white, and he swung towards the Yu Fengqin. Whoosh! The moon tiger soul-cutting blade seemed to slice through another corner of the world, dragging a fiery arc that carved an everlasting black mark. At the last moment, Yifengkin regretted it, but by the time he felt Jiang Luoran's strike, it was already too late. Because Jiang Luoran's strike was too fast. So fast that his body split into two halves before he even realized it. In the end, he reluctantly looked at Yilingzhou, still holding a bottle of a new type of potion in his hand. Evil spirit technique. This overwhelming soul power crushed everyone's eyelids, growing larger and larger until it formed something resembling a black hole. Tianxin and Lingjiao retreated first. Lao Bai, you carry the evil moon. Jiang Luoran shoved the moon tiger soul-cutting blade back into Hulaina's hands. Kunpeng merge. Jiang Luoran tightly closed his eyes, and his hair turned into a clean, ethereal white. Then his eyebrows, body, and face underwent a sacred transformation. Whoosh! Two enormous white wings spread wide, hanging in midair, blocking everyone. Brother, it really is you. Tang Bai carried the evil moon. For some reason, he always felt that Jiang Luoran's second martial soul had some connection to him. Hulaina spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. Her chest ached, her body felt hot, and her nine tails trembled and grew involuntarily. Jiang Luoran also sensed something was off, always feeling an attraction between himself and Hulaina. Martial soul fusion skill. The two looked at each other, simultaneously saying this phrase. Chapter 104. The vastness of heaven and earth. Hulaina and Jiang Luoran quickly charged towards the evil spirit master. The dazzling red light and the holy brilliance intertwined, two different energies mysteriously combined. The white-feathered Kunpeng detached from Jiang Luoran's body, flying into the sky, growing larger under the enchanting red light, with a hint of earthly aura emerging on its body. Buzz! Jiang Luoran and Hulaina merged into the pinkish-white Kunpeng. The Kunpeng's wings stretched out, piercing through the stone cave, its eyes turning a charming pink, yet devoid of any seductive intent. Instead, it radiated boundless divine might. The nine tails grew out, tilting towards the ground, and the white-feathered wings swiftly sliced through the cave, heading towards the evil spirit master. Boom! The black magic hole collided with the pinkish-white Kunpeng, instantly obliterating the space within 3 meters and continuously expanding. On the pinkish-white Kunpeng appeared Jiang Luoran's 5 soul rings, purple, black, black, black. Then Hulaina's 4 soul rings appeared, yellow, yellow, purple, purple. The 9 soul rings intertwined, wrapping around the Kunpeng as if they were born from the same root, in perfect harmony. At the same time, the Kunpeng underwent a dramatic transformation, its body continuously swelling, exuding an even more majestic aura. How is this possible? The evil moon showed a puzzled expression. Hulaina was clearly the one who could use the martial soul fusion skill with him. Unexpectedly, now it was being executed with an unrelated passerby. This was simply baffling. Has this Douluo continent changed? The so-called martial soul fusion skill not only requires matching martial souls, but also a connection in temperament. How could Jiang Luoran, who had just met Hulaina, be so in sync? Even the evil moon couldn't figure it out, let alone Hulaina and Jiang Luoran, who were engaged in battle, both clueless about what was happening. Their martial souls inexplicably attracted each other. What a powerful martial soul fusion skill. Its power was still stacking. I have studied martial souls since childhood, and I can't even say what kind of soul beast it is, Yilingzhou thought, dazzled. Boom! The mountain in the back exploded, and everyone saw Yu Tianheng's pale, cold face, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After breaking open this mountain, Yu Tianheng fell to the ground as if dead. Du Guiyan, seeing Yu Tianheng fall, also fainted as if released from a heavy burden. Elite soul masters rushed in, only to see a pile of corpses on the ground, along with the collapsed cave and rampant soul power energy. Where is the evil spirit master? Where is the holy maiden? Feng Xiaotian observed the surroundings. Who just blocked the road? Almost drove me to death. The crowd of soul masters began to chatter. The holy maiden was engaged in a bloody battle with the last remnants of the evil spirit church, and the evil moon pointed to a giant Kunpeng in the distance. What is that? A soul beast? 1,000,000 years old? Why is it so big? My goodness, what is that over there? It's pitch black. This is the evil spirit technique, the common method of the evil spirit church. The greatest advantage of this soul skill is that it can gather countless powers into one. Boom. The Kunpeng slowly became ethereal, and the black hole suddenly disappeared. Jiang Luoran supported Hulaina, wielding the moon tiger soul-cutting blade, and chopped down 3 barely breathing evil spirit masters before stopping. In this battle, the evil spirit church was completely annihilated. Can you still manage? Jiang Luoran nudged Hulaina. Although he said Hulaina couldn't do it, he wasn't much better himself, his mind still hazy. How did you absorb your soul rings? There are actually people like you in this world. Even though Hulaina was on the verge of fainting, she still forced herself to ask. It's innate. Don't think about it. Jiang Luoran directly urged her to give up such thoughts. If one day Hulaina wanted to imitate Jiang Luoran and blew herself up, he would regret it immensely. Then I won't ask. Hulaina held her chest. What is the name of your second martial soul? Kunpeng. Jiang Luoran saw Hulaina's confused expression and knew she hadn't heard of it. Indeed, she had never heard of it, but from various performances. It was an extreme beast martial soul, very powerful. The reason Hulaina said it was very powerful was that she knew Jiang Luoran hadn't given any soul rings to the Kunpeng. Even without any soul ring enhancement, the Kunpeng could still unleash such immense power. It was thought-provoking. This blade is for you. After all, you can't return empty-handed, right? Jiang Luoran urged Hulaina to put it away. Well then, let's use it together, and we can exchange it when needed. Hulaina wasn't one to be shy. Moreover, she really needed to take a knife back to report. No need to be polite, since we've already executed the martial soul fusion skill. I no longer see you as an outsider. Jiang Luoran waved his hand generously. Of course, he didn't mean to be frivolous with Hulaina. Rather, he meant that being able to execute the martial soul fusion skill together indicated a connection of minds. If there was a connection of minds, the other party would at least not betray him. It was equivalent to being the best of friends. Although on Douluo continent, most people who could execute the martial soul fusion skill ended up becoming couples, and the probability of these people becoming couples was also very high. Jiang Luoran wouldn't bring it up so early, though. Hulaina's face flushed red, clearly misunderstanding Jiang Luoran's meaning. Let me observe this matter again. What should we call our martial soul fusion skill? Jiang Luoran was momentarily taken aback, thinking that Hulaina's mention of observation was about the investigation he had previously entrusted her with regarding his background. You came here for nothing, and they haven't found the answer yet. Still need to observe? Then I'll trouble you. As for the martial soul fusion skill, how about calling it Qian Kuanwanli? Jiang Luoran was also confused. How difficult could it be to investigate his family? Even the Spear Hall needed so much time. Hulaina wasn't even considering what Jiang Luoran had told her because the various shocks had left her a bit dazed. This kind of thing, it's not a bother. The name of the martial soul fusion skill is quite good. I like it. Hulaina suddenly felt that Jiang Luoran was also quite good. Given the way he rushed in to save her, she had to say thank you. Calm and decisive, although not very handsome. Buzz. A piece of chrysanthemum petal floated over and landed next to Jiang Luoran, and a golden chrysanthemum figure emerged from it. Elder? Hulaina stood up. Did you get the things? The chrysanthemum figure didn't look at Jiang Luoran. Hulaina hesitated for a moment. It was already done. Great, let's go. The chrysanthemum figure transformed into a piece of chrysanthemum petal, taking Hulaina with it, and then disappeared. Jiang Luoran tore off his tattered hell armor and staggered towards the elite soul masters. This brother, let me support you. Hearing the voice, Jiang Luoran saw a white-faced man in golden clothes approaching. He had golden hair and a delicate face. With a smiling face, he felt so friendly. Shuqinghe Jiang Luoran exclaimed. Chapter 105. The Mysterious Art of War. Does this brother know me? Shuqinghe suddenly frowned. It seemed they had never met before. Jiang Luoran's eyelids twitched. Not only do I know you, I know almost everything about you. Just thinking that the other party was a woman, yet now presenting a male voice and face, made Jiang Luoran feel creeped out. Qianrenxue, you're putting in too much effort to disguise yourself. However, Jiang Luoran had previously stated that whether it was the Spirit Hall or the royal family, there existed an absolute relationship of interests. No one is the best, and no one is the worst. It's just a matter of perspective. Just like Ning Fengji, he himself is a person with a grand vision, so he despises fighting with juniors. But if he encounters the Spirit Hall, he will still use means to resist, even if it's very sinister. In the power struggles, there is no good or bad, only human emotions, only who is willing to help whom. So, Qianrenxue wouldn't expose it herself. They can stir up trouble as they like. The Crown Prince, Shuqinghe, the next successor of the Tiando Empire, how could I not know? Jiang Luoran smiled bitterly. But at this moment, he was indeed in a miserable state. Tattered clothes and several wounds on his body. No matter how noble the identity, he is still human. Brother, if you don't mind, let us be sworn brothers. Shuqinghe smiled. He had clearly seen the scenes just now. Jiang Luoran must be brought under her wing. Such a talent cannot be left unclaimed. She wouldn't feel at ease. I consider myself of low status, Jiang Luoran's face darkened. The other party wants to be sworn brothers? With such an identity, making such a request, if he refused, that would clearly be disdain. Absolutely. There's no way around it. Jiang Luoran could only respond firmly. He had little interest in Qian Renshue, but if she insisted on being sworn brothers. This contrast, it seems my brother is disdainful of me. Not wanting to be sworn brothers, Xueqing has said calmly, neither angry nor excited. How about we swear to the heavens? I actually quite like you. Jiang Luoran revealed a wicked smile. Disgusting to death. Let's see how you respond to that. Jiang Luoran always understood one issue. If he couldn't respond to the other party's disgusting question, he would bring up a topic that would make them feel even more uncomfortable. Being friends is fine. Jiang Luoran didn't mind. Who would care about a beautiful female brother? But the problem is, Qian Renshue wanted to drag him into the power struggle. This, Jiang Luoran wouldn't agree to. WH. What? What did you say? Xueqing's brain almost couldn't process it. He almost vomited, almost threw up on the other's face. This was still under the condition of knowing he was a girl. If he were really a man, she simply couldn't bear to think further. Unexpectedly, my brother's taste is different from ordinary people. Xueqing's face turned red, her breathing quickened. Jiang Luoran boldly draped an arm over Xueqing's shoulder and leaned in close to his face. Think about it. What is so good about being brothers? Wouldn't it be better if we directly became a couple? Fortunately, Jiang Luoran also knew the other party's true identity was female. Otherwise, he would have vomited. This was simply a collision of actors and actresses. Seeing Jiang Luoran's invasive gaze, Xueqing took a few steps back, or else Jiang Luoran would have kissed her lips. What's wrong with being my brother? When I rise to power, I will bestow you the title of imperial teacher. Second only to me, from then on, your status will be noble, revered as supreme, Xueqing said with her hands behind her back, already mobilizing her soul power. Jiang Luoran, if he could be collected, then collect him. If not, just take the opportunity to kill him while he's heavily injured. That is the worldly view. Why care about the identity of the world? Jiang Luoran, as a soul king, even if heavily injured, could still feel Xueqing gathering her soul power. Ridiculous. If Jiang Luoran were an ordinary soul king, he would have died countless times already. This soul king could even rival a soul emperor, especially in terms of speed. It was simply unpredictable. According to what my brother said, do you have a bigger goal? Xueqing frowned. Your power games? I absolutely will not participate. Save your breath. Jiang Luoran waved his hand. Then I can only avoid you and join other teams. Xueqing waved her hand, sending out a golden light ball towards Jiang Luoran. Can't hold back anymore. Jiang Luoran transformed into a ghostly shadow, slipping past the golden ball and reaching in front of Xueqing. So fast. Xueqing didn't even see Jiang Luoran before he was already in front of her. Does this person have flying legs? During the previous battle, he didn't seem to act this fast. This kind of speed, let alone whether someone like her, a spirit master, could compete. Even if a soul emperor came, they might not be able to match it. Could it be that the other party is a speed-type soul master? There was no time to think further. Xueqing now only knew one thing. She must go all out to fight Jiang Luoran and cannot hold back. Even if the other party was already heavily injured, he was definitely not someone she could contend with. But thinking about how Jiang Luoran was so flamboyant, yet had such strong power, it really made one feel uncomfortable. Go to hell. Xueqing wielded a golden light sword, slashing towards Jiang Luoran's crown. Even the spirit master wants to kill me? Just train for a while longer. Jiang Luoran jumped up, using his soul power to kick Xueqing away. The gap was too large. Even though Jiang Luoran was injured, he was not something Xueqing could compare with. She fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, looking at Jiang Luoran unwillingly. Qian Renshue, if I use my martial soul, just a vine could kill you. I've made it very clear. I have no intention of getting involved in the power struggle, Jiang Luoran said leisurely. What did you call me? Xueqing seemed to have heard the most terrifying ghost story in the world, revealing an unbelievable expression. Qian Renshue, since you have already killed me, I want to beat around the bush. Jiang Luoran indeed does not intend to kill Qian Renshue. This killing, let alone how many people it implicates. Can I withstand the pursuit of the Heaven Do Empire and the Spirit Hall? Regardless of how you found out my identity, you must die today. Xueqing radiated golden light. Boom! The golden light exploded, and two large, thick angelic wings burst out, revealing the beautiful visage of a female angel. Qian Renshue. She revealed her true form to battle Jiang Luoran. Second soul skill, Void Wings. The wings on Qian Renshue trembled, and the golden light surged even more, as if the golden war god had descended. Useless, you can't kill me. I don't want to provoke you, so if you know what's good for you, leave. Jiang Luoran appeared indifferent. First soul skill, Angel Assault. Qian Rinxue raised her angelic sword high, and 2 yellow soul rings swirled out. Whoosh! Qian Rinxue transformed into a sharp stream of golden light, seemingly wanting to cut Jiang Luoran in half. Blood-devouring vine. Jiang Luoran grabbed a purple-pink blood-devouring vine and struck at the golden light. Boom! Chapter 106 Total Defeat. Boom! A booming sound echoed. The golden light instantly dissipated, leaving behind a dazzling golden brilliance on the ground. Qian Rinxue, unable to withstand a single move, fell directly from the sky. Fortunately, under the additional state of the second soul skill, Void Wings, she was not injured. Just one strike, and Qian Rinxue's worldview was completely refreshed. How strong was the opponent? It was simply infuriating. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 streams of sword light shot toward Jiang Luoran, aiming precisely at his head. First soul skill, creating something from nothing. Jiang Luoran's fingertip emitted a purple soul ring, releasing a stream of purple gas. Suddenly, blood-devouring vines grew on the 3 streams of sword light, becoming thicker and crushing the sword light. Qian Rinxue flapped the wings on her back and instantly appeared in front of Jiang Luoran. She resembled a judgment angel, gripping her sword with both hands and thrusting down forcefully. Whoosh! Jiang Luoran's feet seemed to have touched oil, and in a flash, he appeared behind Qian Rinxue. This was still without Jiang Luoran using his soul bones and armor. Otherwise, he could have killed Qian Rinxue in just a few seconds. Qian Rinxue's pupils trembled. Although she was prepared and knew the opponent's speed exceeded that of ordinary people, she still did not expect it to be to such an extreme. Qian Rinxue's hands clearly did not use all their strength as she forcefully swung her sword toward Jiang Luoran behind her. Jiang Luoran's hands were incredibly fast, using soul power to peel away the sword's edge, and with 2 fingers he pressed down on the blade, driving Qian Rinxue back into the ground. All these actions were completed in just 5 seconds, so fast that it was impossible to see the intricacies. This speed? This speed? You're not human? Even if Qian Rinxue committed suicide, she would not have known that someone like Jiang Luoran existed in the world. A person who has undergone brutal training, Jiang Luoran said. In fact, he was quite anxious inside. Qian Rinxue should be leaving now. Having been beaten to this extent, did they really have to continue fighting? Did he really have to pin her head down and then pound her abdomen mercilessly? That would be too unseemly, and there was no need for that. Very well. You won, Qian Rinxue said, though she still had killing moves left. But even if she used them, what would happen? Perhaps she wouldn't even have the chance to release them before Jiang Luoran exploded her with a punch. Indeed, Jiang Luoran relaxed his guard, and Qian Rinxue was only a sword's distance away from him. Whoosh! The golden longsword swept in, aiming to slice Jiang Luoran's leg. Beiming boots, Jiang Luoran stood still, allowing Qian Rinxue's golden sword strike. Boom! The golden sword shattered upon meeting the Beiming boots, turning into a pile of gold fragments that fell to the ground. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't settle down. Jiang Luoran hated underhanded attacks, and he kicked Qian Rinxue in the abdomen. Qian Rinxue flew several meters away, crashing into a large rock before finally stopping. Jiang Luoran's speed was astonishing as he rushed over and struck Qian Rinxue's head with his fist. Boom! Qian Rinxue was struck to the point of being unrecognizable, tumbling far before coming to a halt, her wings behind her too weak to fly anymore. Jiang Luoran grabbed Qian Rinxue by the collar, saying, I made it very clear before. You had to keep babbling. What do you want from me? Submitting to the Spirit Hall is your best choice. Kill me. There will be Spirit Hall elders chasing you in the future. You will undoubtedly die. The battered Qian Rinxue said stubbornly. No one had ever injured her to such an extent. She was furious to the extreme. Her head had probably only been struck by Jiang Luoran. I'm just a free agent. Do you want to tie me to the Spirit Hall? I promise, is that all right? I won't join any forces or gangs. Jiang Luoran raised 3 fingers. Are you sure? Qian Rinxue suddenly froze. Do you really think you can let go of the material wealth of the world? After a while, I'll be leaving anyway. Who cares about your struggles? Do whatever you want, Jiang Luoran said lightly. If that's the case, then good. I hope you're not a fickle person. Otherwise, I will command all the Title Douluos of the Spirit Hall to kill you, Qian Rinxue said seriously. Rest assured, even if it's an avalanche begging me, I won't get involved in this conflict. I have no interest in it at all. Jiang Luoran pulled Qian Rinxue up and then patted her skirt. It looked as if a neighborly boyfriend had pulled his girlfriend up from the ground and was brushing off the dust for her, creating a warm atmosphere. It was hard to believe these two had just been in a life-and-death struggle. Qian Renxue also felt it was inappropriate. But since the other party had just claimed to be gay, she thought nothing of it. How did you know that the Spirit Hall would compete with the two great empires? Qian Renxue wiped the blood from her forehead. Upon hearing this, Jiang Luoran didn't need to say anything. Qian Renxue could guess that he knew everything. Moreover, Jiang Luoran had not concealed anything. You don't need to worry about that. I can give you a suggestion, Jiang Luoran smiled. What suggestion? Qian Renxue was puzzled. It would be better for the crown prince to become emperor sooner rather than later. To avoid long nights filled with dreams, Jiang Luoran smiled. Having said that, he wouldn't say more and ruin his own rules. Indeed, Qian Renxue was shocked beyond measure. Nodding repeatedly. I'll ask one last time, really not considering joining the Spirit Hall? If you are willing, I can teach you. There are also talented gentlemen. Jiang Luoran had originally been smiling, but suddenly hearing Qian Renxue say that and looking at him shyly ignited his anger, and his expression darkened. Get lost. Qian Renxue did not linger, not knowing how she had provoked Jiang Luoran, desperately flapping her wings to escape. It was infuriating. Did she take him for that kind of person? Jiang Luoran was furious and regretted being too lenient earlier. After watching for quite a while, he said, "Come out." Jiang Luoran had long sensed someone was spying, and their strength was considerable. Bro, I saw you on a date earlier, so I didn't want to disturb you. Tang Bai walked over with a smile. You are also from the Spirit Hall? Jiang Luoran inquired. Yes. Tang Bai smiled gently. You have a unique taste. You don't want such a good girl? Stop talking nonsense. If you're going, just go, Jiang Luoran said impatiently. Tang Bai's overly familiar demeanor made him quite uncomfortable, as if everything was laid bare. You seem to be an understanding person. Why is your temper so bad? It affects your cultivation, you know? Tang Bai summoned his martial spirit and flew into the sky. Take care of yourself. If you run into trouble, you can come to the Martial Spirit Hall to find me. My name is Tang Bai. Seeing Tang Bai fly away, Jiang Luoran said nothing and headed towards a large group of elite soul masters. It must be said that the Martial Spirit Hall was being extremely cautious at this time. They were preparing for the most critical moment and could not afford any disruptions. Little did they know, their biggest threat was Tang San. Just thinking about this gave Jiang Luoran a headache. As for killing Yu Fengqin, Jiang Luoran still felt a bit guilty. After all, the other party was just an innocent child. Moreover, her talent was quite good. If she truly grew up, she might not be any less than Yu Tianheng. Chapter 107. First collision in the Death Canyon, a sealed area of the Martial Spirit Hall. Salus walked alone in his old man's shoes. I wish you success in killing the demon enemies. The Martial Spirit Hall will report this to the royal family, your academies, and families. Everyone will remember your honor. For the dead geniuses, I express my condolences. The Martial Spirit Hall will provide due compensation for their families. The crowd was still in high spirits upon hearing the first half of the sentence, but the second half brought them down. Some elite academy members were even completely wiped out, and many died in gruesome ways. Although they had come prepared for the worst, the reality still left an indescribable feeling in their chests. Some had already fled, like the leading Avalanche Duke. Everyone saw that Avalanche was taken away by a group of knights in golden armor. Counting them, it seemed to be a full team. The crowd murmured along the way. No wonder he's just a duke and not a prince. With this temperament, who would dare hand over power to him? Shui Qinghe, however, was at the front, and the knight group could not be stopped. The group repeatedly praised, claiming that the future of the empire was not too bleak. This initial assault belonged to our Martial Spirit Hall's saintess, Hulaina. However, she is severely injured and needs to recuperate, so she cannot be here, Salus said with a slight smile. This statement choked everyone up, as there was no way to refute it. Hulaina and Xieyu had already rushed into the cave, and they were still dealing with the second wave of evil spirit masters. Moreover, the final battle was also entrusted to them. These people had effectively only killed 3 waves of enemies, while the truly dangerous foes were all dealt with by Hulaina and Xieyu. However, some felt relieved. As if they had participated, their lives would be in jeopardy. The second person was Jiang Luoran from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Salus smiled. Because the Pope had instructed that this person must be brought into the Martial Spirit Hall. Whether it was feasible or not, it had to be done. For the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. How could his surname be Jiang? Did he marry in? So strange, I have never heard of such a figure. To be called the second assault, he must not be an ordinary person. Jiang Luoran awkwardly smiled. He didn't care about the title of the first assault. He just wanted to finish quickly. Those empty titles were fine for play, but if taken seriously, he would achieve nothing. Let it go with the wind. What was hateful was that Salas claimed that a second-class merit could earn 10,000 gold soul coins and grant the right to enter the martial spirit hall at will. In other words, this was opening a backdoor for Jiang Luoran. As long as he was willing to enter, the martial spirit hall would cultivate him vigorously. There was no choice. Jiang Luoran had to go on stage to receive the award. Salas shook hands with Jiang Luoran, saying, "This young brother has such extraordinary talent and refreshing looks. At first glance, he is a great talent. No wonder he can use martial spirit fusion techniques with Arsenis." In Salas's eyes, being able to perform martial spirit fusion techniques meant that one's martial spirit resonated with one's character. This meant that Jiang Luoran would definitely stay in the martial spirit hall because of Hulaina. Having martial spirit fusion techniques meant that these two could not be separated. Jiang Luoran was somewhat surprised. "The bishop has overpraised me. I still need to train, and I am far from being qualified." Humble. Salas, this old man's temper, naturally liked someone bowing their head in front of him. Moreover, this was a man likely to accompany the saintess for a lifetime. This feeling was simply delightful. "Good. Very good. Come with me to the martial spirit hall to meet the Pope." Salas held Jiang Luoran tightly, not letting go. "I'm afraid that's not possible. I have already decided to train alone. I want to travel to various places to test myself, just to become stronger. I do not wish to be limited to victory." Jiang Luoran said generously. "Enter the martial spirit hall? Nonsense. What if I run into Qianrenxue? Then we'll fight. Are there not a few Title Douluo hiding inside? Don't you have a sense of this?" "Oh, is that so?" Salas was surprised. However, he did not consider Jiang Luoran's refusal to enter the martial spirit hall, as he had an inseparable relationship with Hulaina. But the Pope specifically wanted Jiang Luoran to visit the martial spirit hall, which made it difficult for him. No, he must enter the martial spirit hall. Before he could speak, he heard Xueqing's voice from behind. "Bishop Salas, it's fine for Brother Luoran to go for trials. Why should we confine him within the martial spirit hall?" Salas's body reacted like electricity. How could he not know that Xueqing's true identity was Qianrenxue, the daughter of Pope Beiming Douluo? Her words would certainly not affect the development of the martial spirit hall. They would only consider it from a comprehensive perspective. Was there something wrong with Jiang Luoran? Let's try again. That might not be appropriate. Jiang Luoran is someone the elders of our martial spirit hall specifically want to meet. Salas thought, I cannot say it is Beiming Douluo, because if Jiang Luoran did not go to the martial spirit hall in the end, the one who would be embarrassed would be the elder, not the Pope. What? In the territory of the Heaven Do Empire, can I not make decisions? Xueqing pretended to be very angry. Jiang Luoran really wanted to cover his head at this moment. These two actors were truly good at performing. They clearly were family, yet they acted like mortal enemies. Moreover, it was the kind of tension you could cut with a knife. Jiang Luoran was very clear that Xueqing was doing this to show off to others, especially to the current emperor of the Heaven Do Empire. What a good act. They started arguing again. And it was said that the Heaven Do Empire and the martial spirit hall were not on good terms. The tension was palpable. This Prince Xueqing was indeed tough. No wonder he was the next crown prince. The martial spirit hall was too overbearing, supporting the prince. The prince's character was much better than Avalanche's. I estimate that Avalanche would have to submit to the martial spirit hall. Less whispering, don't let others hear. Presumptuous, the martial spirit hall invites people. Isn't it still up to the prince to decide? Salas pretended to be angry. What? Are my words useless? Xueqing frowned and raised his hand to point ahead. There, rows of royal knights in silver armor stood firm, holding long spears, looking like they were ready for battle. The Tiando Empire has no intention of competing with the Spirit Hall. We just think that Brother Luoran should have his own path to follow. Xueqing also does not dare to tarnish the reputation of the Spirit Hall. Keeping the drama under control, neither too hot nor too cold, is just right. Let's go. Salas waved his sleeves and walked away, disappearing with the knights of the Spirit Hall. Jiang Luoran held a golden card worth 10,000 soul coins. Unsure of how to spend it, please go home and rest. Not only will the Spirit Hall reward you, but the Tiando Empire will also commend you. We await good news. Xueqing glanced at Jiang Luoran as he left. His head still hurt at that moment. Jiang Luoran did not expose them, which also proved that he indeed had no desire to participate in this battle. Luoran, let's go. Yu Lingjiao did not care about money. In the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, money is the most useless thing. They don't even accept the soul coins distributed every month. Tianxin, what are your plans next? Jiang Luoran looked at the dispersing crowd. Chapter 108. Yi Zhiqiu hearing Jiang Luoran's words, Yu Tianxin also felt a bit confused. He originally did not want to go home, but for now, he could not travel the seas. because in a few days, the Continental Advanced Elite Soul Master Competition would begin. I need to return to the Thunder Academy, wait until after the Advanced Soul Master Competition, and then go out for trials. Yu Tianxin's brows were tightly knitted. Then we will probably meet on the battlefield, Jiang Luoran said with a faint smile. Oh, I haven't asked you. Which academy are you from? Yu Tianxin realized. It's Shrek Academy. Jiang Luoran smiled wryly. My teammates are all powerful adversaries, each one fiercer than the last. Although he did not know this academy, he could imagine what kind of people they were. Yu Tianxin implied, Jiang Luoran is so extraordinary. The remaining few must also be extraordinary beings. You will see when the time comes. Jiang Luoran was not worried about Yu Tianxin, because when the Spirit Hall slaughtered the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Tianxin had already escaped, so he was not dead. Lingjiao, let's go. Since we have said everything, there is no need for further delay, Yu Tianxin said. Luoran said I could temporarily stay by his side. He would help me hunt for the third soul ring. Yu Lingjiao waved at Yu Tianxin. Safely center back. Yu Tianxin knew Jiang Luoran was stronger than him. Okay, your teammates are looking for you. Jiang Luoran pointed to the teammates in the same Thunder Academy uniform. Congratulations, congratulations. A sarcastic voice came from behind, and Jiang Luoran couldn't help but look back. He saw that the 7 people in front were students from Songhui Academy, looking like naive youths. Let's go. Jiang Luoran pulled Yu Lingjiao, intending to leave. He was already an adult. He couldn't just have a verbal spar with these younger ones. Right? That would be too demeaning. Hey, why are you leaving? Weren't you quite arrogant last time? Are you scared now that you see a 7? Ha. So you only bully the weak, the people from Songhui Academy shouted. These 7 were definitely the ones Yi Zhiqiu had brought before. Now that they saw Jiang Luoran alone and having won the coveted second prize, how could they not be envious? Thinking of this, the 7 spoke in unison, seeking revenge for both new and old grievances. First soul skill, Yu Lingjiao was infuriated. How dare these small fries act so proud? Get down here. Yi Zhiqiu angrily rushed over and struck a few of the students on the head. Yi Zhiqiu? Jiang Luoran noticed the fluctuation of his soul power was harmonious, and there was a faint aura reminiscent of the ancient tortoise. Brother Luoran, I sincerely apologize. I have not disciplined them well. Yi Zhiqiu's current achievements could be said to be thanks to Jiang Luoran. What level are you at now? Jiang Luoran discovered he could not see through Yi Zhiqiu's level and soul power. I am foolish by nature, but thanks to Brother Luoran's guidance, I am now at level 63, a 6-ring defense system's soul emperor. Because of my current achievements, I could say I'm one of the main teachers at Songhui Academy now. Although Yi Zhiqiu was suppressing his emotions, Jiang Luoran could still see the satisfied smile on his face. Indeed, Yi Zhiqiu had previously worried about leveling up. However, after this opportunity, he unexpectedly entered the Soul Emperor realm smoothly. He even wanted to bow to Jiang Luoran. This was not just saving his life. It was as if he had been given a path to a much greater future. Now he could enter and leave the Tiando Empire's royal family and participate in various important events. So that's how it is. Jiang Luoran patted Yi Zhiqiu's shoulder. Then I must congratulate you. I am ashamed. I, Yi Zhiqiu, am willing to go through fire and water for Brother Luoran. You are practically my reborn parents. Yi Zhiqiu even took off his glasses. Because of the increase in soul power, his nearsightedness had improved. He looked very spirited, like an ancient tortoise about to awaken, very composed. Hey, what era is it? Let's not say such things. If you can listen to me, it proves you are still a person with potential. Jiang Luoran nodded. You need to work hard as a student at the academy. If it continues like this, you will inevitably be eliminated. They are young and do not understand. Are you also young? Jiang Luoran spoke to Yi Zhiqiu like an elder. Yi Zhiqiu was also furious. He completely believed what Jiang Luoran said. Immediately, he grabbed the 7 people and started hitting them, leaving them bruised and battered like clowns. If you don't practice hard and keep showing off, I'll break your legs. Do you understand what it means to have virtue and carry the way? Yi Zhiqiu's feet were not idle, continuing to kick. A few students dared not voice their anger. They knew that Yi Zhiqiu was a main teacher at Songhui Academy. Now he had also become a guest of the royal family, his reputation rising with time. He was not someone to provoke. Now, not to mention Songhui Academy. Even the Lord of Nodding City would have to smile a few times upon seeing Yi Zhiqiu. Then I won't disturb you in teaching your students. Jiang Luoran said as he left. Hey, Brother Luoran, I was planning to invite you to my humble abode for dinner. My wife knows I'm coming back today. Yi Zhiqiu hurriedly stopped Jiang Luoran, his face full of flattery. Wife? Jiang Luoran smiled bitterly. He had only given Yi Zhiqiu a few pointers, and he had soared all the way up. Now he had even married a wife. What a transformation. You can do it. Jiang Luoran ignored Yi Zhiqiu and walked away with Yuling Jiao. Yi Zhiqiu kneeled to brother Luoran. Yi Zhiqiu, regardless of whether Jiang Luoran needed it or not, bowed down to where Jiang Luoran had gone. Teacher, the person has gone far away. The students behind helped Yi Zhiqiu up. You bunch of brats. Having received guidance from brother Luoran is like receiving the decree of a Title Douluo. How dare you offend the sacred authority? Watch me not beat you to death today. Yi Zhiqiu kicked a few people away and started beating them up. Yuling Jiao noticed the sounds of weeping and wailing coming from behind. Brother Luoran, that is a soul emperor. Have you guided it before? Then you should guide me as well. Yuling Jiao caught on to the general meaning. Your situation is different from his. You are from the blue lightning tyrant dragon. I can't really guide you on anything. If I had to say something, it would be to balance firmness and gentleness, Jiang Luoran said. Balance firmness and gentleness? Yuling Jiao pondered. It seemed she had heard this phrase somewhere before. But I just can't remember. We're going to the Soul Do Forest to help you hunt for the third soul ring. Jiang Luoran plans to walk there. And we can also train along the way. Moreover, he needs to reach the Soul Emperor realm. The opponents are too strong. Not to mention the Title Douluo. Even Soul Douluo Jiling can crush him. Jiang Luoran vaguely feels that through this trial, he has a chance to reach the Soul Emperor realm. If it doesn't work out, he can cultivate in the Soul Do Forest, fighting day and night, which will surely provide an opportunity for a breakthrough. With this, he can soar to the sky and become a Soul Emperor. Chapter 109. Redemption. Heading north, Jiang Luoran and Yuling Jiao arrived at Silvis, still some distance from the Soul Do Forest. First, they had a meal, then went to the auction house to buy a soul guide device. To enter the Soul Do Forest, they needed to stock up on supplies. Jiang Luoran didn't have a soul guide device with storage space, so they could only try their luck at the auction house. Otherwise, carrying heavy bags into the Soul Do Forest with Yuling Jiao would be too exhausting. With so much useless money in hand, it was good to put to use. They had the best food along the way, eating to their fill. As for clothes, who wouldn't want to wear a few nice pieces when they have money? Nobody wants to look sloppy every day. Jiang Luoran and Yuling Jiao each changed into better outfits, primarily to look clean. The two wandered around as if on vacation and finally reached Silvis. They ordered a bowl of clear soup noodles because they had eaten too much meat in the past few days, which was quite greasy. I don't often go out. The family head said I'm still young, and Yuling Jiao rarely goes out, so she was curious about everything along the way. Jiang Luoran asked, "Did you take off your family emblem since you're a girl?" Yuling Jiao smiled sadly. Earlier on the road, some people recognized Yuling Jiao's family emblem and pointed at her as if they were watching a deity descend to earth. Some even wanted to invite them to their home as guests. After finishing the noodles, Jiang Luoran paid 10 copper soul coins and left. Open the door. On what grounds are you arresting me? Open the door. Be honest. Do you believe I can knock you out again? Robbers? Yuling Jiao looked at Jiang Luoran, daring to do this in broad daylight. Follow me, Jiang Luoran said as he skillfully navigated through several blocks, arriving at the cat demon trapped in a golden cage. This cat demon wasn't very old, and killing her would yield many soul rings. Why were they capturing her? Yuling Jiao was puzzled. You don't need to worry about that. I plan to rescue her from the auction house. But I didn't expect to run into her now. This saves me some money. Jiang Luoran casually took out a white mask from his sleeve. I've never seen you wear that mask, Yuling Jiao said excitedly. Because of Jiang Luoran's actions, she definitely felt they were going to rob. In broad daylight, robbing with Jiang Luoran made her feel exhilarated. Actually, I have another title called Beiming Douluo, Jiang Luoran said as he tore off a corner of his clothing to cover Yuling Jiao's face. Beiming Douluo? Yuling Jiao was astonished. Who would directly proclaim themselves as a Title Douluo? The key point was that the other party hadn't reached level 90. Jiang Luoran stepped out confidently, moving with the ease of a veteran. I want to take this person. If it had to be resolved by force, then just stand still. Don't move. We're soul kings. Be careful. Yuling Jiao, likely for the first time, was speaking in a disjointed manner, even getting a bit tangled up. Quick, hand over all your money and your armor. Yes, even your underwear. After we go back, don't tell anyone it was us who did this. Just say you don't know. Jiang Luoran's face darkened, quickly covering Yuling Jiao's mouth. This was hardly a robbery. It looked more like madness. Soul King. Soul King. It must be fake. Don't believe it. Would a Soul King really come to rob for a living? Gentlemen, there's just a cat demon in this carriage. It's not something valuable. I doubt you would want this cat demon. The leading guard's meaning was clear. He thought Jiang Luoran and Yu Lingjiao were a couple, and this cat demon was naturally unnecessary. Not only unnecessary, but might even cause trouble. Without saying much, Jiang Luoran kicked the leading guard away and shouted angrily, "Get lost if you know what's good for you. This is 1,000 gold soul coins. Enough to buy her at market price, so you can report back." Jiang Luoran tossed 1,000 gold soul coins. It seemed very extravagant, but he knew how much he had saved. The cat demon entering the market would make several factions money, and the price would skyrocket. Seeing that things were not right, the few quickly fled. Since the leader had been kicked away, what were they still doing there? "Brother Luoran, you look so imposing. It doesn't seem like your first time," Yu Lingjiao smiled. When one has strength, everything they do appears coordinated. Jiang Luoran violently pried open the iron cage. The cat demon didn't speak yet, only timidly crouching on the ground, occasionally looking up at Jiang Luoran. "You're here to save her." Yu Lingjiao patted the cat demon. "Can you stand up?" She was still too weak and couldn't walk back on her own. Maybe she would be captured again on the way back, Jiang Luoran thought. "Aren't we going to the Soul Dough Forest? Let us take her with us." Yu Lingjiao pulled the cat demon out. "All right." Jiang Luoran nodded and looked at the cat demon. "We will take you back. Just follow us for now." The two didn't know what the cat demon was thinking, but she didn't cause any trouble, just peacefully follow behind Jiang Luoran. "Brother Luoran, what is the emblem on this carriage?" Although Yu Lingjiao didn't know what this emblem was, she at least knew the rules of Douluo continent. If not of noble status or necessity, who would dare to have their own crest? It was indeed the emblem of the Silvis auction house. Jiang Luoran waved his hand nonchalantly. "We intercepted their goods." "This is so thrilling, Brother Luoran. Don't you still need a soul guide device? Let us just barge in and rob the soul guide device back." Yu Lingjiao said excitedly, her face flushed. "Robbing is a sickness. It needs to be cured." Jiang Luoran lightly tapped Yu Lingjiao on the head. It was over. This girl was getting further down the path of robbery. Would Elder Yuanjin blame himself for leading his granddaughter astray? However, given Yuanjin's temperament, Jiang Luoran felt he wouldn't mind. After all, he was a very wild person himself, and wouldn't care about a little bit of arrogance from the younger generation. But if it was something truly immoral, Yuanjin would definitely stop it. "Where are you going?" Yu Lingjiao asked when Jiang Luoran was about to go back the way they came. "This cat demon is probably starving. Let us buy her a few pounds of meat first. Once she is full, we'll continue our journey." The three returned to the restaurant again. Without much hesitation, they ordered several bowls of beast meat. Jiang Luoran had underestimated the cat demon's appetite. An hour had passed, and the cat demon hadn't stopped eating, one bowl after another, leaving the boss stunned. This appetite, Yu Lingjiao's eyelids twitched. Can her stomach handle it? It is a soul beast with an eternal lifespan, so there's no need to worry. Jiang Luoran took the opportunity to have the boss pack a few pounds of beast meat, planning to keep it for when they go to the soul fighting forest to eat. However, this would have to wait until he auctions off a soul guide device and comes back to get it. Actually, it doesn't matter much to Jiang Luoran whether he eats or not. Mainly, there is also the cat demon and Yu Lingjiao. Chapter 110. The incident happened suddenly after eating. The cat demon's condition recovered, and she looked much more spirited. After a moment, the number of soldiers outside suddenly increased, along with some wealthy merchants arriving. They all shared a common trait. They appeared very anxious. It was easy to guess that it was because Jiang Luoran had taken the cat demon, which caused them to hurry. "Such an important item, and you lost her? What good are you for?" The leading merchant scolded a man in armor. "He's a soul king. We are no match." "Yes, he is too strong. He kicked the captain away with one blow, and now he is severely injured." "I don't care. All I know is that I hired you with money to protect her. Also, what level of person is a soul king? Would he even bother to steal?" The merchant was furious. "Find her. Bring her back to me. I want to report him to the spirit hall." The merchant clenched his fists tightly. "This is the 1,000 gold soul coins left by him." The man handed the gold coins to the merchant and disappeared with the others. Luo ran. "That fat guy is covered in gold coins." Yu Lingjiao pointed at the merchant. "Don't mind him. Let's go into the auction house." Jiang Luoran put his mask on the cat demon's face. "What if we get discovered?" Yu Lingjiao realized how reckless Jiang Luoran was. He stole someone else's thing and still wanted to go into their store to buy things. How strong must his heart be? "If we get discovered, then we fight." The Silvis auction house was indeed magnificent. Not to mention the gold inlays, just the few luminous pearls on the ceiling were worth a fortune. The maid at the door stopped Jiang Luoran and the others, saying, "Excuse me, gentlemen, only members of this auction house can enter." Jiang Luoran had already anticipated what she would say, and took out the gold card given to him by the Spirit Hall. How about this? This is a gold card from the Spirit Hall? The maid was so frightened that her legs went weak. This was clearly an instinctive reaction, without any pretense. One can imagine how great the deterrent power of the Spirit Hall is to all soul masters on the continent. Please lead the way. JiangLuoran smiled. He had no need to say more to the maid. The gold card from the Spirit Hall is a pass for all places on this continent. All right, esteemed guests, please follow me. The maid's face turned pale as she led them inside. The maid found the head of the auction house, whispered a few words in his ear, and then left. The head of the auction house came over eagerly. It turns out that several esteemed guests have arrived. What would you like to purchase? Hello. We need a soul guide device for storing items. Jiang Luoran shook hand with the head. Is there one here? Yes. There's a very suitable soul guide device for you, which will be auctioned today. The head thought for a moment. However, the auction house's rules are not solely decided by me. This item cannot be sold directly to you. I don't expect you to sell it to me cheaply. I just need to know that it exists. Jiang Luoran was not the type to seek cheap deals. Thank you for your understanding. I will have someone take you to your seats. The head was delighted. This big figure was indeed different, at least not using power to suppress the weak. Just as they entered the auction area of the auction house, Jiang Luoran heard a commotion and arguing. They promised that there would be a cat demon auctioned. How could they go back on their word? When did the auction house become so untrustworthy? Bah, what a waste of excitement. It's really disappointing. Do you believe I will tear this place down? It doesn't matter. I came here today just for the cat demon. If it doesn't come out, we won't leave. Exactly. This scene could be described as grand, comparable to the arena competition in Silvis. Although Jiang Luoran couldn't hear clearly what was happening, he vaguely understood it had to do with the cat demon. No wonder the merchants were so flustered before. They were being pushed to their limits. The head came out to mediate the atmosphere, earnestly saying, the highest decision of this auction house is that all items being auctioned this time will be discounted by 30. Please remain calm. Do not disrupt the auction of other items, gentlemen. No one knew who had taken the cat demon. Ning Fengji looked calmly at Jian Qinshin, hoping it wasn't some irredeemable person who did it. So many lives and deaths on Douluo continent. The sect leader can't keep track. Why bother worrying about these matters? Jian Qinshin still looked expressionless. Uncle Jian is right. I was being overly sentimental. Ning Fengji continued to hold the staff in his hand. Uncle Ning? What are you doing here? Yu Lingjiao saw Ning Fengji and Jian Qinshin. Lingjiao? Ning Fengji's eyes scanned Jiang Luoran and the cat demon. He knew that members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon generally did not go out. Moreover, they were with strangers. It was enough to imagine that the identities of these two were definitely not simple. At least their strength was enough to attract the attention of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Definitely not ordinary people. So it's Lingjiao. You usually don't go out, do you? Jian Qinshin smiled. Jian Qinshin kept a close eye. In case Jiang Luoran was some illegal element, he could strike him down with one sword. I came out with Luoran to undergo trials. I didn't expect to run into you here, Yu Lingjiao said respectfully. Hello, young brother. My name is Ning Fengji. I am Lingjiao's uncle. I trouble you to take care of her. Ning Fengji shook hands with Jiang Luoran. Sect leader Ning is too serious. Lingjiao is my friend. Of course, I will take good care of her, Jiang Luoran said. I haven't seen your grandfather for several days. Is he doing well? Ning Fengji asked Yu Lingjiao about Yu Engine. Did you come out from home together? If Yu Lingjiao said that they met Jiang Luoran halfway, Ning Fengji would definitely act swiftly and control Jiang Luoran. The head of the family is doing well, just a bit more worried. I and Luoran are designated to eradicate the evil spirit sect, Yu Lingjiao said. Oh, I heard that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is a second-class merit in this eradication of the evil spirit sect, and the key figure is an outsider. This young brother is probably Jiang Luoran, right? Ning Feng ti admiret JiangLuoran. The evil spirit sect is deeply sinful. I cannot coexist with him. Jiang Luoran said with a look of grief and indignation. How hateful. My seven treasure glazed tile sect has no survivors, Jian Qinshin showed anger. Uncle Jian, calm down. Entering such a place is like walking on a tightrope. We had anticipated such an outcome. Ning Fengji was surprisingly open-minded. Moreover, the seven treasure glazed tile sect originally did not send out their strongest soul masters. Battle soul masters are the weakest for the seven treasure glazed tile sect. If the seven treasure glazed tile sect had sent out a soul master like Ning Rongrong from the seven treasure glazed tower, that would have been a significant investment. You must know that a soul master with a seven treasure glazed tower on the battlefield is an incredible support. Ning Fengji dared not, nor could he afford to. Chapter 111. The clever monthly ticket reward. Handshake. Fengji, you are right. We send our disciples out to let them experience life and death. Now that they're all gone, who can we blame? Sai Jian showed a melancholic expression. Jiang Luoran's cheeks twitched, thinking that Jian was boasting. If Ning Rongrong died on the battlefield, he would probably run to the evil spirit's sect to dig graves, then bombard the ground like crazy. If he went mad, who knows their essay saying that goes. It's not the most important thing that hurts the heart. Little brother Luoran, if it's convenient, could you tell me about the status of several disciples in the sect? Ning Fengji's expression was calm. He clearly had a broad perspective. Otherwise, why would even Tang Hao say that Ning Fengji was a genius not seen in 100 years? If it weren't for the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda suppressing his level, he would probably already be a Title Douluo by now. Perhaps, if Ning Fengji became a Title Douluo, he would be the one coveting the Douluo continent, who doesn't have ambitions that swallow the heavens and spit the earth. Several senior brothers from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect fought bravely and bled on the front lines. It can be said that half of the reason for opening up the enemy's path was because of them. JiangLuoran did not lie. Once the battle began, several men from the 7-treasure glazed tile sect charged in like wild horses, fighting desperately as if they had seen a sad person. At first, it even left JiangLuoran dumbfounded. Did the brains of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect grow on Ning Fengji? Although Yu Tianheng fought hard, he had solid strength, so he didn't end up being eliminated on the spot. But these guys, lacking strength, were even fiercer than Yu Tianheng, almost sticking their faces to the opponent. After several rounds of fighting, these few were killed on the spot, their deaths gruesome. I knew Ning Tian and the others were good. Ning Fengji looked at Jiang Luoran with an eerie understanding. Jiang Luoran suddenly realized he had fallen into a trap. Because Ning Fengji had never stated that he was the leader of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Yet every word Jiang Luoran said revealed that he already knew the other party's identity. Truly an old fox, Jiang Luoran was taken aback. This person was incredibly clever. It seemed the little brother was no ordinary figure, with a broad knowledge base, worthy of being called a young hero. Why not come visit my 7-treasure glazed tile sect this time? Ning Fengji kindly invited. We still have trials to undergo. We will definitely go if there's a chance. Jiang Luoran didn't want to go into the 7-treasure glazed tile sect right after leaving the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. That would be too much a treat. The key was that he still had to cultivate and didn't have time to mess around with them. When will that chance be? Our sect leader invited you to visit, not to capture you. What is there to be concerned about? Jian Chuxin frowned. Jiang Luoran gave in. After all, the other party was a Title Douluo, and you are strong. You have the right to speak. But he couldn't just let himself be slaughtered. Uncle Jian, it's great that you understood the importance of cultivation at a young age. You will definitely become a pillar of my empire in the future. And the empire will also take pride in you. Ning Fengji waved his hand. The auction is about to begin. What does Ling Jiao want to buy? Uncle Ning will buy it for you. Ning Fengji smiled. Ling Jiao didn't have anything in particular she wanted to buy. She just needed a soul guide for storing goods. Thank you, sect leader Ning, for your trouble. Jiang Luoran didn't want you Ling Jiao to owe Ning Fengji a favor. The path of heaven for you Ling Jiao's future achievements. This is the purest blue lightning tyrant dragon. If Ning Fengji plays any tricks with this little girl's brain, she definitely won't be able to outsmart him. Moreover, as a young lady from a wealthy family, what could she possibly lack? A soul guide? Ning Fengji stroked his chin. Then I will auction one for you. What, you're not happy? Truly arrogant. Jian Chuxin felt more and more displeased with Jiang Luoran. No. Then thank you. Sect leader Ning, Jiang Luoran cupped his hands. It's better to comply than to refuse. If he declined again, it would seem like he looked down on the other party. Jian Chuxin might jump in and hit him. Due to an unexpected event, all items in the auction house are now at a 30% discount. This has led to dramatic bidding. Although a 30% discount isn't that much of a deal, this is the auction house of Silvis. A 30% discount is considered a huge loss here. You could see the auction manager below, his face darkened. Blood coral, starting price 500 gold soul coins. The manager slowly presented a golden plate. 500 gold soul coins, I want it. 550, don't compete with me. 600, I brought enough money. Is anyone else competing with me? The final transaction for blood coral was 1,000 gold soul coins. Next item, please look at the next collection. The manager clapped, signaling for the maid to bring it out. This is a garment made from 10,000-year-old Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm Silk. After testing, it is waterproof, fireproof, and resistant to lightning, but if overloaded, it will still cause harm. Starting price, 3,000 gold soul coins. The manager dropped the hammer. Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm Silk? My goodness, I want this garment. 4,000 gold soul coins. Good stuff. 4,500 gold soul coins. 4,700. Don't compete with me. 6,000 gold soul coins. Does anyone have any objections? You're not following the rules. Is it you, Tianming? Jiang Luoran was astonished. The current heavenly dream eye silkworm is only about 10,000 years old, right? Did that plump worm get caught? But thinking about it, with its cleverness, escaping wouldn't be a problem. On the other hand, 10,000 years ago, the Douluo continent was simply too normal. Look at the items being auctioned. They're all soul guides or something similar. At most, it's clothing from soul beasts. And thinking about the Douluo continent 10,000 years later, soul bones are sold like candy, not like now where they fight fiercely over a single soul bone. There are even frequent backstabbing incidents. The Snow Empress was even sold. This is simply against the heavens. To be honest, the natural ecology is too resilient. Yes, and the rest will you how. That big shot is simply not to be trifled with. Whoever provokes him waits to die. 10,000-year soul rings. Releasing a light wave could easily blow up a god. Jiang Luoran can still imagine Dai Huabin's fate. Saying it was tragic would be an understatement. Thinking of this, the garment made of heavenly dream ice silkworm silk had already been auctioned off for 10,000 gold soul coins. The next item is a storage soul guide with a capacity of 10 cubic meters. It can hold anything, but the premise is that it's inanimate. Very suitable for soul masters going out for trials. Starting price, 1,000 gold soul coins. The manager glanced at Jiang Luoran, smilingly gesturing. A maid came over with a golden plate, on which lay a black bracelet. Above the bracelet, the black diamond possesses 10 cubic meters of storage space. This thing is not lacking at home, and besides, it's not practical. I don't want it. Let us wait for the next item. A storage soul guide? Who would want something like this? No one wants it. In 5 seconds, I will withdraw it. The manager was puzzled. 1,000 gold soul coins. Count me in. 100. A flat price of 2,000 gold soul coins. If no one is competing, just give it to me. Ning Fengji clapped his staff. Chapter 112. The Unrestricted Monthly Ticket Reward. Handshake. 2,000 gold soul coins to buy a soul guide device. It's still of the storage type. This person is either not a fool or has too much money to spare. Many people raise their heads to look at Ning Fengji, showing a look of disbelief. Does the 7 treasure glazed tile school still lack a soul guide device? All right, 2,000 gold soul coins. The person in charge confirmed with a hammer, allowing the maid and Ning Fengji's servant to trade directly. This is the privilege of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Thank you, Sect Master Ning. Jiang Luoran expressed her gratitude to the other party. No problem, if you don't mind, just call me Uncle Ning. Ning Fengji's eyes were very kind. Yet he had not asked who this young lady was. The cat demon stepped back a bit, looking quite flustered, and fortunately, she wore a mask, which prevented suspicion. She's a cat demon I intercepted halfway. When we reach the soul-fighting great forest, I will naturally let her go. For someone like Ning Fengji, it's best to just tell the truth. Why bother with so many flowery lies? Isn't it tiring? Oh, Ning Fengji didn't react right away. So that's how it is. Being saved by the little brother is indeed her fortune. Ning Fengji was not frightened by the cat demon's identity. What startled him was Jiang Luoran. According to reliable sources, the man who kidnapped the cat demon is a soul king. Although soul kings are not rare in this world, they are certainly not too common. Moreover, it's a soul king of Jiang Luoran's age. Compared to Ning Fengji's contemplation, Jian Shinshin's inquiry was sharper and more decisive. What? You said you were the one who kidnapped her? Jian Shinshin approached. You are only about 18 years old. How could you be a soul king? Sect Master Ning. This is the soul guide device you auctioned. The maid awkwardly approached with a golden plate. Ning Fengji pointed to Jiang Luoran. It's a gift for you. Thank you. Jiang Luoran quickly grabbed the soul guide device and put it on her wrist. The soul guide device can automatically resize to follow the user's body. The cat demon curiously leaned on Jiang Luoran's shoulder, admiring the soul guide device. Tail. The maid saw the cat demon's yellow tail, dropped the golden plate, and fell to the ground. The people in the auction house all looked over, not knowing what was happening. Isn't the cat demon? What is going on at the auction house today? Don't they want to sell to us? What is happening? Why is the cat demon here? Is it you? A merchant ran in from outside, recognizing the cat demon. Hurry, someone catch it. Dozens of armored warriors rushed in, wielding long spears, charging towards here. We're the auction house guards. All of them come over. The scene was chaotic, and the most excited was the merchant, who had nearly summoned all the fighting force of the auction house. Little brother, I can't help you with this. Ning Fengji said calmly, as if he didn't see this group of people. Same root, same origin. No soul beast has ever belonged to anyone. When did this ecology become the merchants? They're not qualified. Jiang Luoran was surprisingly calm. Because he is a soul king, he can completely use violence. If it comes to it, he'll just fight back. The 1,000 gold soul coins given earlier can be seen as compensation for the merchant's equipment used to capture the cat demon. But now that he wants to settle the score, Jiang Luoran would also lend a hand to clear the ecology. This world is like this. Although what you say is very reasonable and fits human nature, no one will heed your advice. Instead, they will think you are crazy. Because you still do not have the ability to change the world, no one will support you. Ning Fengji sighed. You have a good temperament, little fellow. Do you want me to help you with a sword? Jian Shinshin radiated a blue light all over. No need, senior. These scum don't know how to appreciate kindness. I, Jiang Luoran, stand on the side of reason, so I'm not afraid of making a scene here. The fence that Jiang Luoran held in one hand instantly crumbled. Soul power rose to level 57. Soul rings automatically surged out. Purple, purple, black, black, black. 5 soul rings rotated from top to bottom, with one stopping at Jiang Luoran's waist. His Yu Lingjiao skillfully tore off 2 pieces of cloth from her body and tied them around Jiang Luoran and her face. Soul King. Ning Fengji's expression changed, looking rather grim. These soul rings. Jian Shinshin was left speechless. Let us go. Jiang Luoran's figure flickered, releasing a wave of soul power forward. Boom! Purple light soared like a burst gas shell, instantly blowing away 5 warriors. Charge! Kill him! The merchant shouted angrily, veins bulging on his face. Dozens of warriors grabbed their weapons and began a fierce battle with Jiang Luoran inside the auction house. The nobles who came to purchase items were dumbfounded. They were about to fight in the auction house. And it was so intense. A magnificent auction house was turned into a fighting arena. Not to mention once in 1,000 years, even in 10,000 years, such a scene would probably be unseen. Strange things happen every year, but this year is especially plentiful. Some people even watched with interest, cheering for Jiang Luoran as he fought dozens of people. Hit him. The young man is doing great. If I were a few decades younger, I would join you. Look at these useless waste. They can't even keep a kid, all grown up for nothing. I've become a fan of the young man. Ha ha ha. Is it really happening? My God, ha ha. The person in charge swallowed hard. What is going on? How did it suddenly turn into this? Moreover, the surrounding shouts of encouragement grew louder. What is happening? Everyone, please calm down. Our auction house is facing trouble today. Please return home for now. The person in charge tried to persuade, but not a single person left. As if they had been injected with chicken blood, cheering for Jiang Luoran. Get out of the way. Jiang Luoran used his soul power to kick away the leader who wanted to take the cat demon. There are debts with their owners. The main target is this merchant. So Jiang Luoran wouldn't hold back against these guards. I'll fight you. The merchant charged in, swinging his fat fist. How can an ordinary person compare to a soul master, let alone a soul king? Although the merchant seemed to have little combat power against Jiang Luoran, his attacks and strength were definitely not as simple as they appeared. Jiang Luoran grabbed the merchant by the neck, his right fist swinging down, smashing the merchant's head into a lump. It looked like it would burst at any moment. The merchant was thrown aside like a dead dog by Jiang Luoran. Bang! Jiang Luoran pressed his palms together, unleashing soul power that sent a dozen people flying. He kicked and sent 5 people away, pinning them against the wall of the auction house. Jiang Luoran held 2 guards in his hands and pressed them against the glass in the auction area, indirectly causing the sound of glass shattering against skulls. Then he slapped the guards behind him. This was a complete sweep. Jiang Luoran was as domineering as a titan giant ape, unstoppable, like a blue sky bull python walking on the ground. Prince Xueshing looked flustered, clearly frightened by someone as reckless as Jiang Luoran. He threw off his mask and fled the scene. This person is simply ruthless. He even attacked the auction house's hometown, completely unrestrained, lacking love since childhood. Chapter 113. Breaking into the auction house since ancient times, reckless people have lived short lives. Jiang Luoran's bold move dazzled everyone. If we talk about madmen, there aren't many in the Douluo continent, but Tang Hao is definitely one of them. I vaguely remember Tang Hao fiercely beating through the Death Canyon, crossing the Slaughter City. He smashed the 2 elders of the Spirit Hall and struck down Qian Xuanji's crown. Now, the madman is back, and Jiang Luoran has already taken on a third of Tang Hao's style. Ning Fengji and Jian Chen exchanged glances and smiled knowingly. At this point, Jiang Luoran became puzzled. Zhao Wujia was once beaten by Tang Hao, and Flinder had said that he was someone who even dared to hit the Pope. This proves that Tang Hao had fought with Qin Xuanji before their life-and-death battle, and it was a well-known fight. This place isn't suitable for staying long. Jiang Luoran clenched his right hand, and a purple soul ring surged forth, activating his first soul skill, creating something from nothing. Whoosh! Dozens of bloodthirsty vines sprang up from the ground, immobilizing everyone else in place. Although Jiang Luoran was ruthless, he wasn't bloodthirsty. Moreover, killing them wouldn't benefit him. With his fourth soul skill, forging 1,000 times, Jiang Luoran flicked his right hand, and a black soul ring flowed down his arm, transforming into a purple hammer. No need to say much. The merchant must have sealed the entrance when he entered here. Jiang Luoran could only break through forcefully. Open. Jiang Luoran held the hammer in his right hand and swung it through the air, using pure strength without any soul power. The heavy golden door in front of him cracked open like paper, and the bright white light outside shone directly on Jiang Luoran. Hurry! Jiang Luoran pulled the cat demon and Yu Lingjiao to flee into the distance. The three went to the restaurant to pick up the beast meat prepared for them by the boss and continued north towards Notting City. Because to reach the soul-fighting forest, they also had to pass through Notting City. Brother Luoran, if I had taken out the blue lightning tyrant dragon family emblem earlier, would things have turned out differently? Yu Lingjiao was so focused on watching Jiang Luoran fight that she completely forgot about this. Using these would only make me feel incompetent. I'm someone who doesn't want to live in the background. It makes me feel empty. Jiang Luoran didn't blame Yu Lingjiao. The cat demon couldn't speak human language, only silently followed Jiang Luoran, not knowing whether he was a good or bad person. But that didn't matter. She knew he was strong enough to handle most problems. Brother Luoran, you seem to be doing well, still as fierce as ever. Avalanche walked over, looking quite comfortable. Who are you? Jiang Luoran ignored him and led the two girls to take a detour. The other party acted like a child. Jiang Luoran clearly didn't want to pay him any attention. Playing word games? There's not enough time for practical work. Avalanche's face darkened as he chased after them. I even gave you medicine before. How dare you pretend not to know me? Do you believe that if I report you now, countless armored warriors will come to trouble you? They won't be faster than me. Jiang Luoran revealed a lonely expression, and they might not even be able to defeat me. That's right. In terms of speed, Jiang Luoran had never lost. Have you changed women again? I thought nobody loved you. Avalanche scrutinized. To be honest, just from the two girls, one could feel they were extraordinary. Is this the law of not wanting something? The more you don't want it, the more you get it. The more you want it, the less you obtain. Just call me by my name. There's no need to add brother. Jiang Luoran threatened. What if I can't control it? Avalanche didn't care. Then I'll help you sew it up. If it doesn't work, I can chop it off too. Jiang Luoran really disliked his rogue behavior. Although being a rogue is also a tactic, but being a rogue to the point of being disgusting is not right. This can only be called lewd. Avalanche was momentarily speechless. He was indeed still that ruthless character, even daring to threaten a prince like him. What's more frustrating is that he couldn't voice a rebuttal, because he didn't know how to counter the other party. Thinking carefully about the twists and turns, it seemed that he had always been the one projecting onto the other. However, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart, just that he felt Jiang Luoran was extremely important, constantly enticing him to connect with him. Am I not deeply troubled by this? This is not a good habit. Hurry up and tell me what you want. Jiang Luoran grew impatient. After all, there was still a bunch of people chasing behind, and he couldn't afford to delay. However, Avalanche at least wouldn't betray himself because it wasn't worth it. He knew very well what he represented, making an enemy of himself or currying favor with the auction house. Avalanche would definitely not choose the former. Zhihui has been with me these past few days just to find you. I didn't expect that this time. Coming out with my uncle, I would witness your bold act. Avalanche, eager for chaos, you really are a madman. Is this your country? I caused trouble, and you can still laugh? Jiang Luoran was surprised. You wouldn't be too deep into the role, would you? It's hard to say what the future will hold. I don't have high hopes for the throne. I just hope to live safely. Besides, they are only stationed on my empire's territory. If this one is gone, others will take its place. I don't lack this money, Avalanche said. Take me to see Zhihui. Right now, Jiang Luoran looked around. We first exited Sylvis to avoid the chaos in finding you. Avalanche led the way. No need. Just go find Zhihui directly, Jiang Luoran said. You, so ruthless. Avalanche had never seen such a free-spirited person. Brother Luoran, where are we going? Yu Lingjiao couldn't understand what they were saying. Although she felt that Jiang Luoran wouldn't sell her out, she was still a bit scared because the path was getting darker. The cat demon also cried out, her steps light and somewhat timid, clearly frightened. Don't worry, I'm just going to meet a friend, say a few words, and then we'll continue to the soul-fighting forest. Jiang Luoran adjusted his mask. Under Avalanche's lead, the four of them arrived at a dark alley. Avalanche opened a door at the very back with ease. Come in. Is every place you choose this dim? Jiang Luoran felt like a thief. But no matter what, Avalanche was bringing people to see him. If he nitpicked again, it might be a bit rude. Besides, he was a prince. At most, he could just leave him behind, so why would he keep helping him? However, the other party was only helping Jiang Luoran out of a relationship based on interests. It couldn't be considered a deep friendship. If nothing went wrong, this would be Avalanche's last assistance. Because Jiang Luoran hadn't given Avalanche even the slightest thing he wanted, this was unbalanced for those in the power struggle. Jiang Luoran decided to help Avalanche this time as a way to thank him for his efforts. Chapter 114. A half-understanding monthly ticket reward, handshake, upon entering the dilapidated room. The group saw Zhihui, dressed in a green cloak, drinking wheat beer. Are you sure there are no tails outside? Zhihui silently took 3 gulps of wheat beer. It's not like we're discussing some imperial affairs. We're not that influential yet. Jiang Luoran asked everyone to sit down. I was talking about the tail behind you, Zhihui said irritably. Jiang Luoran, outside are my trusted allies. The current captain of the 6th Squad of the Royal Knights, so you can speak freely. Avalanche can rest assured. To make a long story short, your father is a madman, and you seem to have perfectly inherited your father's genes. This topic of Zhihui made everyone feel awkward. How can one say that? It can't be about mental issues, right? Jiang Luoran thought this was not funny at all. If Zhihui specifically called him here just to banter, then Jiang Luoran would have to consider changing teammates. Compared to that, Zhihui could just die. Of course not. I'm not that bored. Zhihui paused and said, more than a decade ago, for some unknown reason, he went mad and stormed into the Ji residence. In the end, he killed hundreds and injured countless. It is said that after the killing, he was disheveled and his eyes glowed red, mistaken by others as being possessed. Zhihui was stopped by Jiang Luoran. I think he isn't mad, because it was he who abandoned all his cultivation to save me when I was on the brink of death. If he had gone mad, I surely would have met a terrible fate. This could be a rumor. Jiang Luoran waved his hand. He speculated that the other party had reached a point where killing was unavoidable, thus he fought bloodily. Now he finally understood a breakthrough point. If they could figure out why Jiang Nan killed people, then all these matters could be resolved. Jiang Luoran knew that it wouldn't be difficult to clarify this, as it only concerned the Jilin residents, which isn't even on the same level as the 4 sections. Compared to Tang San's background, he could say it was much easier now. Avalanche was stunned, shocked by the madness of the father and son. If they went further, they might be incorporated into the ranks of the evil spirit sect mages. Just thinking about someone like Jiang Luoran becoming an evil spirit master sent shivers down Avalanche's spine. Whether evil or good, both need a leader capable of bearing great responsibilities. Where the leader's thoughts are, there the team's goals lie. Where the leader's potential is, there the team's identity lies. Sometimes it's not because you are demonic, but because you are not demonic enough. Well, then let us temporarily hold onto our doubts. Actually, I didn't really believe it at first, but after getting to know you, I feel this matter might be valid. Zhihui said without a hint of teasing tone. Jiang Luoran. I'll continue. That man went mad and ran away alone, never returning to the Jiang residence. Moreover, the head of the Jiang family no longer acknowledged this biological son and directly announced his expulsion from the family. I noticed a strange phenomenon. My grandfather did not go to the Jiang residence to account for the deceased. Instead, he went silent. Zhihui began to ponder. Jiang Luoran couldn't figure out the reason behind it. And Zhihui stopped here, surely because she only knew this much. If the other party knew the reason, they would definitely explain it clearly at the first opportunity. My head is about to explode. You all continue playing detective. Avalanche walked outside. He truly couldn't take it anymore. Indeed, this world belongs to those with high specs. High intelligence, good looks, strong abilities. My martial soul is different from everyone in the Ji residence. I wanted to ask several times, but the elders always kept silent. It's as if they were covering me with a piece of vacuum glass. Zhihui felt these two matters could not be connected. All signs indicated that you are indeed a direct descendant of the Ji residents, and there's no need for further investigation. So why bother to pursue it so hard? Jiang Luoran doubted Zhihui again. I live in confusion. Didn't I say that last time? Zhihui trembled. Why is this person being so cautious? I still remember almost dying last time. Thinking back, my back still chills. Next time, It's better not to meet. Sending letters is better. What if one day he is unhappy, goes mad, and comes to kill me directly? Wouldn't that be very unfair? Is that all? Jiang Luoran felt that what Ji Hui said only provided him with a clue. Actually, I came to warn you. It seems the elders at home want to kill you. Ji Hui stood up from the chair. Now that my movement technique is somewhat accomplished, if I encounter your family as elders again, I might not be able to escape. I can also tell you one thing. My martial soul was exactly the same as yours before attaching soul rings. It's just that my martial soul changed greatly after thousands of years of soul ring enhancement. Jiang Luoran's meaning was very clear. So that is how it is. It seems the 10,000-year soul ring is indeed impressive, even changing the quality of your martial soul. Ji Hui became envious. Jiang Luoran was speechless. This was not just a 10,000-year soul ring, but 3. Now that we've found a breakthrough, I think things can be resolved quickly, Ji Hui said confidently. If it can be resolved quickly, you and T have to live so long without knowing who you are. Help me observe someone. His name is Ji Dai. Jiang Luoran whispered. The enforcement chief of the Ji residence? Does he have a problem? Ji Hui thought that the least one needs to observe is Ji Dai. Because this person is neglectful of social connections. It seems he was born just to exist in numbness. Meditating at home every day, ignoring everything. Ji Lin only appointed him as the enforcement chief because of his personality. No problem. Just observe his usual interactions. Jiang Luoran couldn't say he might be Jiang Lu of my Jiang residence. You have to know Ji Hui is still a member of the Ji residence. How could she allow gaps to hide her home? Even taking a step back, if Ji Dai really is Jiang Lu Wunti, I'd be killing him? Oh, I see. Take care of yourself. Ji Hui opened her hands, signaling Jiang Luoran. What are you doing? Want money? Jiang Luoran didn't understand. What is the use of money? Give me a piece of your martial soul, and I'll go back and study it. I want to find some mysteries in your martial soul. It will definitely help me break through. Ji Hui thought that since their martial souls were the same, she could learn from the other party. Many soul masters want to gain insights from stronger soul masters, especially someone like Jiang Luoran, who relied on soul rings and willpower to fight his way up. It can be said to be unprecedented. Bloodthirsty vine. JiangLuoran's right hand produced a half-meter bloodthirsty vine with purple and pink intertwined, handing it to Ji Hui. After sending Ji Hui away, Jiang Luoran found Avalanche, intending to help him as a return favor. However, his words might not necessarily have a decisive effect. Chapter 115. Just a transaction with monthly ticket rewards. Handshake. Here are 3 cloaks. You all wear them and hurry up and leave. Avalanche pointed to the black cloaks on the table. Jiang Luoran sneered. Was the other party angry? No wonder. A prince sticking to a commoner's cold backside. Who would feel good about it? This feeling is like a child wanting candy in front of an adult, but the adult just won tea by it for her. Your Highness Avalanche, if you want to live more securely, I suggest you get close to someone named Tang San. Jiang Luoran patted Avalanche on the shoulder. Tang San? Who is he? Title Douluo? Avalanche asked 3 questions in a row. No, he is a potential stock. Currently a student at Shrek Academy, Jiang Luoran said. Student? Shrek? Beiming thought for a moment, recalling that he had previously provoked such an academy, but was beaten by a blonde man. That's them. The ones in blue clothes are Tang San. Jiang Luoran laughed. Beiming was acting dumb right up to the gun's muzzle, messing around with Dai Mubai. It's no wonder he didn't get beaten. Fortunately, he wasn't attacked en masse. Otherwise, even if he were a prince, he would have to go get soup. Are you sure? But they look like stray dogs. Beiming frowned, pondering. Jiang Luoran was surprised, truly unaware that ignorance was bliss. So how are you now? Are you really much better than them? Remember, heroes don't ask about origins. Why bother with those identities? What you said makes a lot of sense, and I admit it. But can that Tang San really protect me? Beiming was skeptical. What can a student soul master do to help me? Can he defy the heavens? If Jiang Luoran was willing to help him, he would be happy, as anyone with eyes could see Jiang Luoran's extraordinary accomplishments. Don't worry. As long as I am willing to speak to you, I will never harm you. Jiang Luoran indicated that he didn't need to guess too much. Also, in the days to come, just endure. No matter what happens, even if the spirit hall targets your father, you must endure. I'm afraid Beiming might discover something and be directly cut off by the other party. Wouldn't that be disastrous? This. Although Beiming had achieved nothing, he still had some basic family ties. Out of sight, out of mind, just don't get involved. Waiting is your only victory path. My meaning is very clear. You don't need to do anything else. Just wait and you will win, Jiang Luoran advised Beiming. All right, thank you then. I trust you. Beiming didn't know why he trusted Jiang Luoran so much. but he just felt that Jiang Luoran knew everything. And following him meant there was a beautiful future to strive for. I can promise that if you're in danger, I will help you once. Jiang Luoran signaled the two girls to put on their robes and prepare to leave. Really? Then thank you, Brother Luoran. Shuebong was delighted. Let's take my carriage out. My coachman will ensure your safe departure. This is just a trade of benefits as my repayment. I still say, I will never get involved in the power struggle. Jiang Luoran and the three girls got into the carriage. This just saved them the trouble of renting a carriage, and besides, no one dared to check Shuebong's carriage. Wherever they want to go, just take them there. Shuebong patted the middle-aged coachman. You all can go now. Farewell. Jiang Luoran waved. Yuling Jiao had been silent throughout. She knew that in such situations, silence was the best attitude. Overall, Jiang Luoran and she were completely on different paths. The crucial point was that he was still not strong enough, not qualified enough. The cat demon was initially a bit unaccustomed, but after drinking over a dozen cups of wheat beer, she settled down. The coachman, following Jiang Luoran's instructions, whipped the horses and headed towards Notting City. After such a long ordeal, Jiang Luoran felt a bit tired and dozed off while looking at the hazy scenery. Yuling Jiao watched Jiang Luoran and also fell into a drowsy state, leaning against the cat demon. The cat demon, full of energy, kept shoving Jiang Luoran's roasted meat into her mouth, as if she could never get enough. By afternoon, the coachman drove into Notting City, waking Jiang Luoran and the others. The three of them got off the carriage and urged the coachman to leave quickly to avoid being targeted. Arriving in Notting City felt like coming home. It was too familiar. However, it was already a bit late, and rushing to the Title Douluo forest now seemed too hasty. Moreover, there was no need to hurry this much. Taking advantage of the free time, Jiang Luoran treated the two to a meal and then wandered around. Notting City, the Spirit Hall branch. Yintao, don't go anymore. Isn't this enough? You can't change anything. Matthew caught Su Yintao at the door. Strength. It's definitely my lack of strength. I need to get stronger. I want to enter the Title Douluo forest to train. Su Yintao's eyes were bloodshot, his hair disheveled. The ship has sailed. What are you doing? What is meant to be will be, and what ISN team meant to be 1TB. Matthew desperately held onto Su Yintao. As an older man, how could he hold back such an agitated young person? He nearly broke his own back. Oh, I won't accept this. Someone, hold Su Yintao for me. Jiang Luoran suddenly remembered that when he first arrived in Silvis, he saw Su Yintao. At that time, Su Yintao was almost going to be crippled, and he had requested Hulina to save Su Yintao and then send him back to Notting City. It was clear that the other party was not willing to accept this. No wonder. Cici was indeed not suitable for him. But since Su Yintao had truly invested his feelings, he was even more unwilling to let others touch his girlfriend. Not to mention now, Jiang Luoran flashed to Matthew's side and knocked Su Yintao unconscious with a palm. It was hard to say whether it was good or bad. What Su Yintao had gone through could be considered cruel. What is the most cruel thing? It is the torment. When things happen, having no ability to stop or resolve them. It's suffocating. Finally, it calmed down. Thank you to this little brother. Matthew couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. Grandpa Matthew, don't you remember me? I'm Jiang Luoran, the boy who comes to collect gold soul coins every month. Jiang Luoran smiled. One should be grateful. Matthew had once invited Jiang Luoran and Tang San to a meal because he saw they were both work-study students and wanted to help them out. Oh, so it's Luoran. Didn't Xiao San come back with you? Matthew perked up immediately. No, third brother is training. He's very busy, Jiang Luoran replied honestly. Oh, good. You brought your girlfriend back this time. Are you going to develop in Notting City? Matthew looked at the two girls, unsure which one was Jiang Luoran's girlfriend. However, they both seemed quite nice. Grandpa Matthew, Yuling Jiao helped Matthew up. The cat demon weakly called out, not knowing what she was saying. They're not my girlfriends. These two are my very good friends. Also, I'm here this time to go to the Title Douluo forest, not to stay. Jiang Luoran said as he picked up Su Yintao. The Title Douluo forest? You're still young. You can't go to such a place. You must have an adult take you in. I just stopped someone who wanted to go to the Title Douluo forest. And now you turn around and say you want to go. Matthew felt like his mindset was crumbling. Are you going to let this old man live? Chapter 116. Goodbye Su Yintao, Grandpa Matthew. Don't get excited. I'm already a Soul King. I can guarantee my safety, Jiang Luoran hurriedly explained. Otherwise, with Matthew's temperament, he would inevitably cling to Jiang Luoran. Soul King? You're not lying to me, are you? Matthew was skeptical. How could a teenager be a Soul King? Who would believe that? Only a madman would believe it. Jiang Luoran raised his hand and released his 57th level soul power, aiming at the iron pillar next to the Spear Hall branch. Boom! The thick iron pillar exploded as if crushed by unmatched energy, instantly collapsing and bursting apart. Level 50 and above Soul Kings, Matthew stared with wide eyes. Although he hadn't reached that level, he had tested soul power for others his whole life. Just by looking, he could roughly sense the other's level, and he believed it. Luoran, your future is immeasurable. I didn't expect such a genius to appear in Nodding City. It's nothing. Let's first send Master Su Yuntao back. Jiang Luoran took the lead and walked into the spirit hall. He had been like this for a long time. It was fine when he was just pulled back, but usually he was relatively quiet. However, he had gone crazy to this extent in the past few days for some unknown reason. Fortunately, he happened to encounter you. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was all that girl named Cece. Matthew pushed open Su Yuntao's room. Jiang Luoran placed Su Yuntao on the bed. He couldn't get over that mental hurdle himself, and there was no use in saying anything. Luoran, don't worry about it. Leave this to me to handle. Matthew thought for a moment. I'll report this matter to the spirit hall. I'll plead on my behalf. I've worked in the spirit hall my whole life. They should help me a bit. That's fine. Jiang Luoran nodded, feeling it was a good idea. No one wants to encounter such things. But it just happened to Su Yuntao. At this point, talking about it was useless. I had advised him before. Matthew went downstairs. You all leave tomorrow. I'll go call someone to bring the meals. Jiang Luoran planned to say he had already eaten, but Matthew's goodwill made him not want to refuse. After the meals were prepared, Matthew opened 3 rooms in the spirit hall for them to stay in. The spirit hall was large, with various empty rooms. So there was no shortage of places to stay. After seeing you all, I suddenly feel old. When I first saw your personalities, I thought you would achieve great things in the future. But I didn't expect your achievements to be this great. Matthew sighed bitterly. Seeing young people always makes one feel passionate. But looking down at himself, he realized he was already in his 60s, truly feeling unable to keep up. The two talked for a while, and Jiang Luoran didn't know how to help this old man. He lacked neither money nor someone to bully him, and his life was pretty good. After dinner, Jiang Luoran and the 2 girls each stayed in a room. The next morning, Jiang Luoran got up early for morning practice. After finishing, the 2 girls were still asleep. He felt frustrated and dragged them up. After tidying up breakfast, Matthew also just got up, and the 4 of them gathered around a large dining table to eat. Was it you who knocked me out yesterday? Su Yuntao came down from the 2nd floor, touching his messy hair. Level 39 Battle Soul, Sovereign. Training so hard will affect your foundation. Jiang Luoran swallowed a piece of beast meat. You had the chance to become a Soul Emperor. Who are you? Su Yuntao frowned, feeling annoyed at the sudden interruption early in the morning. His anger flared up again. I am Jiang Luoran. Don't you remember me, Master Yuntao? You awakened my martial soul. Jiang Luoran gestured for him to sit and eat. Jiang Luoran? Su Yuntao's pupils constricted, and his body trembled slightly. They said you requested the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall to release me. You saved my life. Without my request, she would have released you anyway. Jiang Luoran nodded. Yuntao, don't torment yourself any longer. Stay with me at the Spirit Hall. There will be a time for you to shine. Matthew urged Su Yuntao at the dining table to eat quickly. You haven't hunted for your 4th soul ring yet. Why not come with me to the soul fighting forest? Jiang Luoran felt that Su Yuntao would definitely cause trouble again. It would be better to take him along. Didn't he want strength? Then he could help him. Are you sure? What level are you now? Su Yuntao detected Jiang Luoran's tone, which carried a sense of superiority, a naturally high posture. Besides, thinking about it, Jiang Luoran having a connection with the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall meant his achievements couldn't be low. Level 57 Control System Soul King. Think about whether you want to go, Jiang Luoran said. He was just helping Su Yuntao hunt a soul ring. In actual combat, a soul sovereign was still not enough. Anyway, helping one was helping, and helping 2 was also helping. Since the other side was having such a hard time, helping him wouldn't cost him anything. I'll go. Su Yuntao agreed without thinking. He needed to gain power, and now that he had this opportunity, he wouldn't let it pass. Moreover, he couldn't find a 2nd Soul King willing to help him. Ask yourself, which Soul King would be free, who would lower their status to help him. However, he could apply for the Spirit Hall's enforcement to assist him, but that would delay time. What do you need? Su Yuntao will give you everything. Su Yuntao was a bit excited. He couldn't wait to set off. For the sake of strength, he was willing to give up everything. Xiao Tao, don't be impulsive. Matthew stood up. You're just a soul sovereign now. It will be difficult to protect yourself in the soul fighting forest. Matthew wasn't worried that Jiang Luoran wouldn't protect Su Yuntao, but was concerned about Su Yuntao's current temperament. You need to know that hunting for a soul ring relies on fate. Even if we take a step back, Entering the soul fighting forest requires calmness and caution. I will do my best to keep them safe, don't worry. Jiang Luoran assured Matthew to sit down. Inside the soul fighting forest, he knew 3 dominant soul beasts personally, so there was definitely no life-threatening danger. If they encountered a soul beast they couldn't defeat, he could just lead everyone towards the center. Seeing Jiang Luoran's serious expression, Matthew gradually felt relieved and didn't say anything more. However, the other party's attitude indicated everything. He still didn't want them to go. The 4 quickly finished breakfast and bid farewell to Matthew. Along the way, Su Yuntao was silent, resembling Jiang Luoran's follower. Seeing his situation, Jiang Luoran didn't say much. The 4 arrived at Old Jack's house in Holy Soul Village, and Jiang Luoran handed Old Jack 100 gold soul coins. The 2 chatted for a little while. Jiang Luoran then led the group to continue on their way to the soul fighting forest. In just half a day, they reached the outskirts of the soul fighting forest, which was still chaotic, with calls for sales echoing everywhere. Ling Jiao, is this your first time here? Jiang Luoran asked as he saw her looking around. It's not my first time. I got all my soul rings here, but there weren't this many people calling out last time. Ling Jiao was puzzled. Jiang Luoran's face darkened. How could people not disperse when the blue lightning tyrant dragon was hunting for soul rings in the soul fighting forest? Chapter 117. Black Pearl Centipede's monthly ticket reward. With cupped hands, little girl, do you know the blue lightning tyrant dragon? A man rushed over, perhaps thinking that Jiang Luoran's group looked like wealthy people. And Ling Jiao looked very easy to deceive. I know. Ling Jiao was stunned. Suddenly, someone rushed out to ask what this was about. I'll tell you secretly. I'm the illegitimate son of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, Luoyan. Ling Jiao. Jiang Luoran. I now carry the bloodline of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. I suddenly feel that I must accomplish something great. Let me protect you all and hunt soul rings in the soul fighting forest. Not much, just 10 gold soul coins. The man made a cross with his hands. Blue lightning tyrant dragon? Su Yuntao trembled all over. You are from the blue lightning tyrant dragon family? Jiang Luoran pulled Su Yuntao away, seeming to indicate that someone who had exhausted all efforts to become stronger was on the verge of losing even their intelligence. Just think about it. As a member of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, could he really be out here taking on a job for 10 gold coins? Just the other illegitimate son of Luomi, the Lord of the Night, dominates the soul arena of Sylvis. If we consider it from another angle, if he were really a member of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, coming out to take such a low-paying job would show that his achievements were not significant and could be considered as worthless. The dense forest before us was lush and green, with a strong breeze blowing through, but all we could see was a sea of green. One could only imagine what kind of forest this was. It was vast and boundless, perhaps even difficult to describe. Su Yuntao was on my left, Ling Jiao was on my right, and the cat demon was behind us. The formation must not be disrupted. I am always here. Although Jiang Luoran had entered this place several times, he could not afford to relax. One must never be arrogant as a human. Once arrogant, danger would come rushing in. It is always better to be cautious. The 4 of us walked into the outskirts of the soul fighting great forest, where the soul beasts were at least 10 or 100 years old. As we approached the 1,000-year soul beast, Jiang Luoran stopped. You go on. Only here can you grow safely. The cat demon did not understand why Jiang Luoran suddenly turned around and said a bunch of nonsensical things. The 3 of us looked at the cat demon, indicating that she could leave. We will always remember you. Hurry and leave. Ling Jiao did not know why, but suddenly felt a bit reluctant. Perhaps it was because she had relied on the cat demon a bit during the journey. The cat demon scratched her head in confusion, not understanding the situation, and even showed a naive expression. Jiang Luoran covered his head, then thought of sign language. He pointed at the cat demon and then pointed to a thicket to the right. The cat demon seemed to understand, and tears glistened in her eyes. Don't worry about it. Soul beasts have eternal lifespans, and there's nothing you need to be reluctant about. Our meeting this time is just a fleeting moment in your 1,000,000 years of cultivation. I wish you could become a 1,000,000-year soul beast and live well. Jiang Luoran patted the cat demon on the shoulder. Although it was unclear if the cat demon understood, when she became a 100,000-year soul beast, she would understand these words. Of course, that was assuming she did not forget them. The cat demon leaped into the air, transforming into a streak of blue light and disappearing from sight, feeling a bit annoyed in her heart. All right, what we are about to face next are the 1,000-year soul beasts, Jiang Luoran said, clenching his fists. Ling Jiao felt somewhat reluctant, although she thought about taking in the cat demon. but the other party could only grow better in a promising place like the soul-fighting great forest. Is this friendship? Su Yuntao felt like he had experienced the ups and downs of life. Adjusting his state, since they had entered the soul-fighting great forest, there was no need to be weak. Fourth soul skill, forged by thousands of hammers, Jiang Luoran's right arm extended, and the black soul ring slid down his arm, transforming into a purple hammer. Su Yuntao, a level 39 assault-type soul master with the martial soul of a lone wolf, had his eyes turn purple, and a huge purple evil wolf appeared behind him. The tyrant dragon possessed him, and a clawing thunder dragon appeared behind Yu Lingjiao, its scales clearly visible. This was the pure blue lightning tyrant dragon, and it was obvious that this was a direct descendant. You are a member of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family? Su Yuntao looked at Yu Lingjiao in surprise. As long as you know the roots, that's enough. We need to get moving. Jiang Luoran Wu Ti, stay here, chat. What is the use of being surprised? Surviving is the kingly way. The three continued to advance for over half an hour. Aside from encountering a 1,000-year soul beast, they had not seen any other soul beasts. It felt as if everything had been cleared out. However, the more this sense of emptiness grew, the more cautious Jiang Luoran became. Do you feel that? Su Yuntao stared at the surroundings, sensing something was approaching. Observe the area well. Release the strongest soul skill at the first moment. Jiang Luoran gripped the purple hammer tightly. Fifth soul skill, Hell War Armor. The black soul ring released 3 streams of green energy, enveloping the 3 of them in a layer of thick yet lightweight purple armor. Oh my god! What is this soul skill? Su Yuntao exclaimed, suddenly feeling a rush of power fill his body, a warm sensation spreading throughout. A black centipede over 10 meters long and 2 meters wide rushed towards them, not like other soul beasts that would roar, but rather it darted towards the weakest Yu Lingjiao. 5,000-year black pearl centipede? Jiang Luoran instantly recognized its age. It was seeking death. With the strength of a level 57 Soul King unleashed, Jiang Luoran pulled Yu Lingjiao back, swinging the purple hammer forward. With that strike, the air seemed to be sucked out. Boom! The head of the black pearl centipede was struck hard, losing balance and rolling on the ground, crashing through several giant rocks before finally coming to a stop. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Descend. Yu Lingjiao spread her hands and opened a yellow soul ring. Roar! A gigantic thunder dragon spiraled out, sweeping through with a thunderous rage. Its roar sounded like thunder echoing from its nostrils. One could see the lightning swirling in the mouth of the thunder dragon. Following Yu Lingjiao's command, the thunder dragon dove towards the centipede. In the next second, the world before them transformed into an endless stream of blue. The black pearl centipede seemed to be heavily injured. It hadn't expected that just 2 attacks could wound it to this extent. It faintly showed signs of wanting to retreat. Not dead yet. Jiang Luoran executed his movement technique and leaped 3 meters into the air, gripping the purple hammer tightly for a landing strike. Boom! The black pearl centipede couldn't dodge in time and could only defend itself. A black leather armor emanating a dark glow blocked its head. It was visible to the naked eye that the purple hammer in Jiang Luoran's hand directly shattered the centipede's defense and struck its head. Buzz! The ground seemed hollow, creating a 3-meter deep indentation that continued to deepen. Jiang Luoran initially wanted to deliver a fatal blow, but suddenly realized that this soul beast was just right for Su Yuntao, so he quickly held back. Chapter 118. Demon Wolf Poison Claw. Reward monthly ticket. Boom. The head of the black pearl centipede was struck flat, and toxins visibly erupted at that moment. It was about to unleash its final life strike. Second soul skill. Like a shadow, Jiang Luoran raised a purple soul ring with his left hand and struck the ground. Old tree roots shot up from the ground, blocking the 3 of them and keeping all toxins at bay. Several pungent smells erupted as the toxins corroded the old tree roots like fireballs. Brother Yuntao, take action! Jiang Luoran shouted angrily, urging him to seize the opportunity. Didn't you say this centipede has 5,000 years of cultivation? I can't do it, Su Yuntao frowned. Are you kidding me? Let a soul master take on a 5,000-year black pearl centipede? That is too much of a compliment to him. That would be equivalent to sending him to his death. If it were a lower-level soul beast, Su Yuntao might consider it. Whether you can do it is up to you. Think it through. Once the toxins dissipate, that soul beast will be considered mine, Jiang Luoran sighed. If Su Yuntao couldn't even get past this step, then it would be difficult for him to help him. Soul masters most fear being timid and cowardly. Of course, the weak parts should be weak. However, if a soul master cannot absorb a 5,000-year soul beast, or even lacks the confidence to absorb it, then that person can be considered useless. Fine, I'll give it a try. Su Yuntao also took the plunge, swiftly turning around to face the spewing toxins. Jiang Luoran used his soul power to clear the path for Su Yuntao, preventing the toxins from eroding him. Su Yuntao raised his wolf claw high and struck down, piercing the body of the Black Pearl Centipede. Bang! The Black Pearl Centipede was completely dead, as if a film being played suddenly froze, and the toxins immediately stopped spewing. A small purple soul ring floated up and settled on the centipede's body. You boldly absorb it. We will protect you. Jiang Luoran and Yu Lingjiao guarded the left and right sides, respectively. Thank you very much. Su Yuntao sat cross-legged, focusing on his martial soul. The purple soul ring entwined around the lone wolf's arm and then landed on the lone wolf's waist. Eat a bit. Jiang Luoran handed Yu Lingjiao a piece of beast meat that had been packed earlier. His aptitude isn't good, and it will take him some time to absorb the soul ring. Did you know each other before? Yu Lingjiao also didn't hold back, as in this place. Every bite counts, and she directly took it and started nibbling. He is my awakening soul master. He can be considered my guide, Jiang Luoran said awkwardly. So that's how it is. Perhaps I can help him, Yu Lingjiao said. Useless, it's already too late. Moreover, with one less enforcer from the Spear Hall, there will be another noble executive. Jiang Luoran squatted down and planted the purple hammer into the ground. I've always wanted to ask you, is this hammer technique the chaotic cloak? Yu Lingjiao had been wanting to ask for a long time. I remember the first time I saw Jiang Luoran use the chaotic cloak was right outside the entrance of the Death Canyon. With this hammer technique, Jiang Luoran had reached the battle level of a soul emperor. At first, Yu Lingjiao didn't notice anything, but slowly, she suddenly found that the purple hammer in Jiang Luoran's hand was becoming increasingly formidable. This is not the chaotic cloak. Then what is it? Yes, this is the chaotic cloak. Because of this hammer technique, I've been saved several times. Jiang Luoran was not good at lying and did not need to lie. This is impossible, the chaotic cloak. The chaotic cloak is the direct transmission hammer technique of the Haotian sect. It is impossible for it to leak into the hands of outsiders. I learned it because of a friend. That person is Tang San, who is also the son of Tang Hao. Jiang Luoran felt there was nothing wrong with telling Yu Lingjiao. Tang Hao, that Haotian Douluo who disappeared many years ago? Yu Lingjiao was surprised. How much does Jiang Luoran actually know? In other words, what else is there that he doesn't know? That's right, it's Haotian Douluo. He originally lived in the same village as me and was the only blacksmith in that village. I learned the chaotic cloak, although Uncle Tang Hao didn't say anything. But I swear, I will never use the chaotic cloak in front of the members of the Haotian sect. Moreover, I will never be enemies with the Haotian sect. Jiang Luoran knew what to do. If you take someone else's things, you must be prepared to repay them. Although Jiang Luoran only learned the chaotic cloak, this set of hammer techniques is invaluable. From the beginning, Jiang Luoran never coveted the treasures on Tang San, because he understood basic rules. Some things really cannot be crossed. Is it that sacred soul village? Hearing Jiang Luoran's words, one can imagine what kind of person he is. There is a saying, it starts with looks, falls in love with talent, and remains loyal to character. Jiang Luoran stroked his chin, thinking carefully. The requirements for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon's soul ring are quite high. I remember there is a 1,000-year flying claw Lingjiao beast in this 1,000-year area. It should be very suitable for you. That's too exaggerated, brother Luoran. Yu Lingjiao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. You must know that even the third soul ring set by the family head for her was just a flying illusion fish. Jiang Luoran directly wants her to kill a flying claw Lingjiao. The two are simply not in the same league. You must know that the flying claw Lingjiao is close to dragon types. Even a 1,000-year one is enough to overshadow a 5,000-year flying illusion fish. Don't worry, I will handle it. If it were to let Su Yuntao absorb that kind of soul ring, Jiang Luoran wouldn't be at ease. But letting Yu Lingjiao absorb it is definitely no problem. A wolf howl rang out, and Su Yuntao's eyes sparkled with purple light as he stood up from the ground, looking at his hands in disbelief. Is this the difference between soul rings? I suddenly feel that the enhancement of this soul ring is terrifying. Su Yuntao's voice trembled lightly. What is your fourth soul skill? Jiang Luoran approached him after he finished absorbing it. I almost died during the process. Su Yuntao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, I held on. My fourth soul skill is called Demon Wolf Poison Claw. Sure enough, Jiang Luoran nodded. Obtaining the soul ring of the Black Pearl Centipede will definitely enhance the poison of the martial soul. Su Yuntao's lone wolf, combined with the centipede's poison, is a great support. Previously, Su Yuntao had given Jiang Luoran the impression of being weak and fragile, but now, at least there was a somewhat cold feeling. Su Yuntao lowered his hands, and the purple soul ring wrapped around his wolf claw. Fourth soul skill, Demon Wolf Poison Claw. Whoosh! The deadly poison immediately appeared on the wolf claw, and the two hands left 8 claw marks, transforming into a wave of intersecting green claw energy. Buzz! The poisonous claw energy sliced through dozens of old tree roots like cutting tofu before dissipating. A fishy smell wafted through the air. The trees were stained with green, poisonous substances. It seems this soul ring is very suitable for you. Jiang Luoran had indeed learned the true teachings of the master. He was still quite knowledgeable about soul ring combinations for soul masters. Moreover, these things are simple. It's like on Earth. Snakes and dragons are very similar animals. From this, it's not hard to deduce which martial soul corresponds to which soul beast. Thank you. Back then, I thought yours was a waste martial soul. It's all my fault for being short-sighted. I almost buried a genius. Su Yuntao felt a bit guilty. Back then, he said JiangLuoran's was a waste martial soul. So isn't he now even worse than waste? Thinking of this, Su Yuntao felt even more ashamed and lowered his head. Chapter 119. Exciting Battle. Monthly Ticket Reward. Jiang Luoran waved his hand, signaling Su Yuntao not to say any more. Regret is the most useless thing, and besides, he doesn't need it. I was still a bit unsure, but with your words, I think it might not be impossible to give it a try. Jiang Luoran picked up the purple hammer from the ground and waved for them to follow. Soul Fighting Forest, outer inner layer, in a lake. I will go up and fight. Yuntao, aim for the soul beast wound and use your 4-soul skill. Lingjiao, find the right moment to unleash a killing blow. Are we all clear? Jiang Luoran only said it once as he boldly walked into the lake with the hammer. Oh, after a short while, howls of the dragon and the sound of fighting echoed from the lake. It was clear that they were already engaged in battle. Second soul skill, Shadow Claw. Jiang Luoran casually shot out a black soul ring. Woo woo woo. Old tree roots grew from the lake, continuously extending and thickening, eventually becoming a 5-meter-tall giant tree, directly entangling and attacking the Flying Claw Lingjiao beast. Oh whoa. The Flying Claw Lingjiao beast wanted to escape, and with great strength, it broke several vines of the old tree roots. Want to escape? First soul skill, Nothingness Creation. Third soul skill, Blood Fiend Demon Prison. Jiang Luoran made a claw shape with his left hand. Purple and black soul rings enveloped his hand, emitting a haunting glow. Suddenly, a purple cage appeared above the head of the Flying Claw Lingjiao beast, trapping it inside. The beast let out a roar and slammed its body against the cage. Immediately, countless blood fiend vines burst out from the beast's body, wrapping around it, especially around its dragon head. Jiang Luoran swooped in, raising the purple hammer high and bringing it down on the beast's dragon head. Boom! The surface of the lake boiled, rippling endlessly. The Flying Claw Lingjiao beast was heavily injured, falling into the water and unable to rise. With his 4th soul skill, 1,000 Hammers and 100 Refinements, a black soul ring swirled around Jiang Luoran's fingertips. This soul ring emitted a cold black light, attracting the blood fiend vines binding the beast. Jiang Luoran's fingers curved slightly, and the black soul ring, as if receiving an order, emitted beams of black light. The blood fiend vines on the beast transformed into a solid form, resembling skin armor wrapped around it. Now it could barely move. Jiang Luoran knew this was far from enough. The vitality of a dragon was incredibly strong. Even though the beast looked like it was on the brink of collapse, if it unleashed its potential, it would still be a formidable opponent. With his cloak fluttering, Jiang Luoran's soul power surged, purple light flashing in his eyes, cold and sharp. At that moment, he resembled a loaded sniper rifle, exuding a burst of explosive energy that could be felt even from 100 meters away. This sensation was akin to the natural fear we have of a tiger suddenly rising from its concealment, preparing to pounce. Sensing Jiang Luoran's killing intent, the Flying Claw Lingjiao beast body twitched, emitting black smoke all over. Then, bang! A single sound rang out, like striking iron with a hammer. Boom! The Flying Claw Lingjiao beast severed all the blood fiend vines, transforming dramatically like a giant dragon preparing to take flight. Its armored scales unfurled. Its dragon head grew larger, resembling a true dragon's head, especially its dragon-like horns. Its black tail whipped towards the lake, causing the water to ripple violently as if under machine gun fire. After over 2,000 years, the Flying Claw Lingjiao beast left Jiang Luoran astonished. Generally, soul beasts are easier to identify, but for a soul beast like the Flying Claw Lingjiao beast, you can only discern its age when you force it to use all its abilities. In fact, The master's records on her are scarce. Combining knowledge from Earth in this realm, Jiang Luoran gained a deeper understanding of the soul beast. How? The flying claw Lin Jiao beast took the initiative to attack, propelling itself upward from the lake and then diving from the sky. Boom! With all his soul power unleashed, JiangLuoran's entire body radiated purple soul energy. Not just his eyes. If he resembled a loaded sniper rifle before, now he was like a missile ready to be launched. This was a destructive force. Boom! In their first clash, the purple hammer collided with the dragon head, creating a long trail of fire. Jiang Luoran turned back, his left hand dragging the hammer while executing the Kunpeng body technique, darting down. This technique, utilizing inertia and speed to amplify power, never failed to impress Jiang Luoran. Boom! The white light sliced through the dragon head's horn, catching the dragon off guard, making it recoil as if struck by lightning. Howl! The flying claw Lin Jiao beast let out a long howl, as if a black flame was about to erupt from its mouth. Jiang Luoran was unsure of what the beast intended, as it exceeded his understanding. Whoosh! A jet of black flame shot up from the lake, aimed directly at Jiang Luoran. Not to mention the fire's damage. The sheer force of the jet could rival a super high-pressure water gun. Bullets become deadly weapons due to their speed, and, similarly, this attack from the flying claw Lin Jiao beast was anything but simple. Jiang Luoran was already clad in hell battle armor, but he did not dare to be careless. With both hands gripping the hammer, he concentrated all his strength and soul power into the purple hammer. Purple, purple, black, black, black. 5 soul rings surged forth like a pianist's keys, producing a deafening sound. The two accumulating energies finally collided. To be precise, both sides prepared in just 3 seconds. This was a battle ignited in an instant. Boom! The black flames erupted against the purple light, evidently being blocked. Jiang Luoran was secretly alarmed. Fortunately, this flying claw Lin Jiao beast was not of high age, allowing him to barely withstand the attack. If it were 3,000 years old, he would have to flee. The purple hammer in Jiang Luoran's hand was continuously being worn down, and his whole body felt as if blown by a 12-level typhoon, soaring towards the sky. It was merely passive, if not for the support of soul power. The purple hammer might have dissipated like a leaf at the moment of collision. Feeling the fiery lines emerging around him, Jiang Luoran's whole body felt the scorching heat. This fire was approaching the peak of extreme flames. Jiang Luoran exerted force with both hands, the 5 soul rings swirling at his waist, making loud sounds as they flowed onto his hands. His entire strength suddenly increased, more than just doubling. The 5 soul rings spun like frenzied piano keys, eagerly rotating on Jiang Luoran's hands. Boom! Jiang Luoran dove down like a massive rock, meeting the black fire line head-on, then gripping the hammer's body with his right hand and the hammer's tail with his left. With a strong pull, the black fire line was torn apart like a cut cloth, scattering black flames throughout the sky. The flying claw Lin Jiao beast was startled, ascending into the clouds. The fact that it could not kill Jiang Luoran with that one fatal strike rendered continuing the battle meaningless. What are you waiting for? Kill! Jiang Luoran, like a tracking missile, broke through the lake's surface and soared upward. Chapter 120. Goodbye, Chulatulup. Unbeknownst to them, Su Yuntao and Yu Lingjiao had already been stunned by Jiang Luoran's magnificent battle. Just a soul king could reach such a combat state. They were utterly captivated. With the 4th soul skill, Demon Wolf Poison Claw, the lone wolf behind Su Yuntao emitted a purple glow, and a purple soul ring encircled its 10 fingers. Whoosh! The combined claw marks swiftly grazed Jiang Luoran's side, striking the wound on the flying claw Lin Jiao beast. Blood Fiend Vine. Jiang Luoran summoned a Blood Fiend Vine and bound it to the purple hammer. Then, with a swift motion, the grass hammer, under the binding of the Blood Fiend Vine, formed a complete circle, striking the beast's head. How the dragon was already fatigued and was accidentally knocked into the lake. With his cloak fluttering, Jiang Luoran hovered in the air like a god of war, raising the hammer. It was visible to the naked eye that purple soul power and Blood Fiend Vines were continuously flowing into the purple hammer. The massive purple hammer swung down, completely submerging the upper body of the beast. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon descends. Second soul skill, Lightning and Thunder. Yu Lingjiao had a yellow soul ring appear on each of her hands, radiating a yellow glow. In an instant, lightning erupted, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. One yellow soul ring floated up, encircling Yu Lingjiao's body, transforming into a lightning dragon. The other yellow soul ring enveloped the lightning dragon. summoning thunder from the heavens and releasing hundreds of bolts of lightning. Oh, the sky darkened as the lightning dragon swept through, crashing into the Jiao beast. The water's surface rippled, and the entire lake was filled with thunder and lightning. Jiang Luoran quickly jumped up to avoid being affected. The flying claw Jiao beast was killed instantly, no longer able to survive. Even from a distance, one could smell the aroma of roasted meat. Once the lightning dissipated, Jiang Luoran went into the lake to retrieve the flying claw Jiao beast. Yuling Jiao sat cross-legged beside the Jiao beast, focusing on her martial soul, as a majestic lightning dragon appeared beside her. The beast's head released a purple soul ring, and the lightning dragon raised its tail, directly putting the soul ring onto itself. Jiang Luoran had expended quite a bit of soul power and also sat down to recover her soul and physical strength. Su Yintao acted as a guard, observing the surroundings. He couldn't help but envy the power of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, which could indeed be described as terrifying. Su Yintao had never seen such a domineering martial soul and soul skill. It was simply a martial soul favored by the heavens. In comparison, whether it was his martial soul or soul skills, they were far inferior to the other parties. Even that kind of power, just now, Su Yintao felt he would get hurt if he faced it. It should be known that there was a difference of over 10 levels between them. Feeling small, Su Yintao thought he was standing at the very bottom of the Soul Master world. After a night had passed, the two were still sitting cross-legged. Su Yintao was nibbling on jerky with lake water, even thinking these two might continue like this indefinitely. Yuling Jiao was in poor condition, sweat beading on her forehead as if she were enduring some kind of impact. Jiang Luoran slowly regained consciousness, and seeing Yuling Jiao like this, couldn't help but frown. This kind of thing could only rely on her own strength. Moreover, she had an ultimate martial soul, making it much easier for her to absorb soul rings than them. Just now, a few thousand-year soul masters have been chased away by me. Su Yintao opened his clothes, revealing several new wounds on his chest. You rest for a bit. Let me take over. Jiang Luoran handed a potion to Su Yintao. What is that smell? Jiang Luoran suddenly caught a whiff of a fragrant scent, and, as she inhaled, she suddenly felt a surge of hot energy stirring. You smell it too? Su Yintao looked around, wondering what it was. Jiang Luoran followed the scent to the body of the dead flying claw Jiao beast. Her fingers glowed purple as she summoned a blood fiend vine, slicing open the Jiao beast's belly. This is a Chiluo tulip. Jiang Luoran was so shocked, she almost fell to the ground. Seeing a Chiluo tulip in the soul-fighting great forest, what did that mean? It would definitely attract a swarm of soul beasts. It should be noted that those under 4,000 years were manageable, but if they were older and in greater numbers, Jiang Luoran wouldn't be able to handle it. Moreover, Yuling Jiao was still here. How could she escape? This Jiao beast had obviously just swallowed the Chiluo tulip and hadn't had time to digest it before being killed. And how could such a heavenly herb decay with it? The Jiao beast's body gradually rotted, unable to mask the scent of the herb. From now on, this place would become a thunder zone. Chiluo tulip? What is that? Su Yintao sensed something was wrong. He rarely saw Jiang Luoran lose her composure. It must be a problem even she found hard to solve. A woo-hiss. Woo-woo, bang, bang, bang. There was no time to think. Countless soul beasts rushed in madly, as if competing for mates. Jiang Luoran planned to quickly eliminate them, but there was no time. Brother Yintao, if you want to leave, I want to stop you. Jiang Luoran jumped in front of Yuling Jiao. Don't worry, I want to leave. Su Yintao spread his arms. Wolf spirit possess all of his soul power. A purple lone wolf appeared, adorned with 4 soul rings of yellow and purple, emitting a chilling wolf howl. There was no choice but to go all out, with all his soul power unleashed. JiangLuoran's left eye turned white and her right eye purple. Kunpeng possess. Blood fiend vine fully unleashed. Dozens of blood fiend vines, like pythons, wrapped around JiangLuoran's body. The white-feathered Kunpeng descended from the sky, landing behind Jiang Luoran. The beast tide arrived in an instant, fast enough to leave one at a loss. Second soul skill. Shadow follow. Jiang Luoran charged towards the beast tide. Old tree roots broke through the ground, swallowing dozens of soul beasts like a man-eating flower. Before Jiang Luoran could finish speaking the third soul skill, she was knocked away by a 1,000-year unicorn. Fourth soul skill, Demon Wolf Poison Claw. I'll fight you to the end. Su Yintao charged forward, striking fiercely with claw energy. He was very clear that none of his soul skills could inflict significant damage on these 1,000-year soul beasts. If he used the fourth soul skill too much, it would also lead to soul power depletion. But there was no choice. Who knew why these soul beasts were going mad? Jiang Luoran flipped in the air to regain her balance, quickly bringing her hands together. First soul skill, creation. The purple soul ring rubbed against the air, sinking into the ground. The surging blood fiend, vines crazily erupted and worked with the old tree roots to restrain a large group of soul beasts. The scene grew increasingly chaotic, and the soul beasts were completely uncontrollable. Fifth soul skill, held battle armor. Jiang Luoran raised her right hand with a black soul ring, releasing 3 purple lights. Besides herself, the other 2 landed on Su Yuntao and the old tree roots. There was no time to save soul power at this moment. Faced with such a beast tide, even with all their strength, it was uncertain how long they could hold out. Then bring it on. Jiang Luoran also went mad. Since there was no way to respond, she would just charge ahead. The black soul ring dragged down her arm, transforming into a large purple hammer. Bang! The Kunpeng's wings flared, and Jiang Luoran transformed into a streak of light, landing on the ground and sweeping her hammer horizontally. The solid feel of that one strike against countless soul beasts made Jiang Luoran sweat nervously. Chapter 121. Overall enhancement. Bang! The purple hammer could only barely repel the soul beasts in front of her. Even the power was diluted. This angered the soul beasts, who all gathered towards Jiang Luoran. The old tree roots and held battle armor were about to break, emitting muffled sounds. Su Yuntao could not withstand such an attack and fell back into the lake once more. There was no choice but to fight. Hopefully, by the time he exhausted his soul power, Ling Jiao could finish absorbing it. Jiang Luoran could feel that Yuling Jiao was about to complete her absorption. The white wings behind her flapped wildly, and the purple hammer in her hand swung like a tornado, not daring to stop for a moment. Not to mention whether Jiang Luoran could withstand it. The sheer number of soul beasts was already uncontrollable, with many slipping through. Their ultimate goal was that Chihuahua tulip, not to mindlessly confront Jiang Luoran here. I'll hold them off. Su Yuntao couldn't afford a rest, climbing up from the water to block the escaping soul beasts. All 4 of his soul rings seemed to be flying out recklessly. At that moment, Su Yuntao wished he could grab a soul ring to fight back, as the soul beasts in front of him were too densely packed. Get back! Jiang Luoran flapped his wings, pushing back all the soul beasts around him. Until now, neither of them had killed a single soul beast, and instead, the number of soul beasts was increasing. Jiang Luoran used the Kunpeng body technique to find a gap, transforming into a stream of light and shooting out, grabbing the tulip of Qi Luo. This was JiangLuoran's last resort, taking the tulip of Qi Luo away from Yuling Jiao to draw all the soul beasts away. At least this could ensure that Yuling Jiao could safely absorb the soul ring. I'm telling you, Su Yuntao was now in disarray, covered in blood, barely looking human. Jiang Luoran was no better off, with over a dozen claw marks on his abdomen, still bleeding. Don't come over. Jiang Luoran leaped into the circle of soul beasts. All the soul beasts became frantic, rushing at him as if they had seen a delicious treat. Huge heads blocked Jiang Luoran completely, and behind these massive heads were more beast heads trying to squeeze in. Jiang Luoran held onto the belief of not giving up until the last moment. He now resembled a caretaker, ready to distribute food to these hungry children. However, these children even wanted to eat him. Third soul skill, explosive nebula tornado. Yuling Jiao descended from the sky, her purple soul ring resembling a creation circle, wrapped around the back of her head. She held a yellow soul ring in each hand. Her jade-like hands formed into claws, and the 3 soul rings attracted each other, spinning wildly. A dragon roar came from nowhere, carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds, causing all soul beasts to be momentarily numb. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the sound of wind with lightning grew louder, as if it were about to converge into a river. Whoosh! At this moment, the sky was filled with rain and a storm with countless bolts of lightning. Yuling Jiao landed beside Jiang Luoran, and centered around her, the storm tornado exaggeratedly expanded, directly unleashing all its energy. Boom! Soul beasts inherently feared the bloodline, and now they were forced back by such overwhelming pressure. An opportunity to escape. Kunpeng body technique ultimate. Jiang Luoran dashed like a white arc, picked up Yuling Jiao, and instantly teleported with Su Yuntao, disappearing from the spot. When the soul beasts opened their eyes, they found Jiang Luoran was already gone. After a moment, the ground shook for some unknown reason, and cracks resembling turtle patterns appeared as if the ground was about to collapse. In the center lake of the soul fighting great forest, Jiang Luoran stopped at this location, placing the 2 on the ground. How are you? Yu Lingjiao opened her soul guide device and took out a potion to treat Jiang Luoran's wounds. Now, even if the tulip of Qi Luo was placed here, they wouldn't dare to chase after them. Jiang Luoran and the sky blue bull python were only a hair's breadth away. Yu Lingjiao treated their wounds and bandaged them up, exhausted, sitting on the ground. After the immense pressure earlier in the battle with the dragon, Jiang Luoran's soul power showed signs of a breakthrough. After a day and a night, Jiang Luoran sat up from the ground, had broken through to level 58, and his injuries had healed significantly. This was all thanks to the tulip of Qi Luo, which made everything go smoothly. Yu Lingjiao's spirit and body also experienced a revival. Looking at the flower in disbelief, Su Yuntao didn't need to be mentioned. His injuries miraculously healed, and he even showed signs of a breakthrough. Let us split this flower. Jiang Luoran didn't like to drag things out. Splitting was the fairest way. Besides, he never thought about monopolizing this flower, because there was no need. No, you eat it. Brother Luoran, you hunted the soul rings for us. Without you, surviving would be a problem. Yu Lingjiao decisively pushed it away. That's right. Your contribution is the greatest. This flower is yours. Su Yuntao didn't argue. Although he was eager for power, without Jiang Luoran, even his current strength would probably be unattainable. Knowing to be content is the best manifestation of human nature. Seeing their character, Jiang Luoran felt a bit happy. This proved he hadn't misjudged people and hadn't fed meat to dogs. Like when he was on Earth, some friends and relatives treated him like an apple in a juicer. It was disheartening. As for Su Yuntao, his character could be deemed rare. How did he encounter emotional entanglements? Just eat it if I let you, Jiang Luoran said coldly, yanking the tulip of Qi Luo and bringing it to Yu Lingjiao's mouth. Yu Lingjiao had gradually understood his temperament, saying, "How about this? I'll just eat one." She plucked a delicate, translucent flower and stuffed it into her mouth. Me too. One is enough. Su Yuntao thought one was just right, not contradicting the other's intent, and he would also get to eat. The two each picked one. Jiang Luoran didn't hold back either, picking the three largest flowers and putting them back into the soul guide device. Crunch. The three looked at each other. It wasn't hard to eat. On the contrary, it was somewhat sweet, and they began to chew. Jiang Luoran swallowed the remaining whole branch, suddenly feeling an intense heat all over his body, as if all his organs and blood were jumping wildly. The three sat cross-legged on the ground, all focusing on their martial souls. After a day and a night, Su Yuntao stood up energetically. He had actually risen 4 levels, now being a level 44 battle soul master. At the same time, he felt as if some shackles on his body had been unlocked, feeling very refreshing. After another day and night, Yu Lingjiao suddenly opened her eyes, and a blue lightning-like beam shot from her eyes. Level 35, Assault-type battle soul master. At her age, becoming a soul master meant she would definitely be honored by Yu Yuanjin once she returned. Yu Lingjiao couldn't contain her joy from rising 5 levels right after obtaining the soul ring. She now felt her strength had more than doubled. Jiang Luoran's purple soul power became denser, and the blood fiend vine unfolded layer by layer, as if worshipping something. The two didn't disturb Jiang Luoran, but they knew one thing. Jiang Luoran would undoubtedly become a soul emperor this time. In the future, his value would receive supreme reverence. Not to mention anything else. Just being able to follow such a person would also be a blessing. One must keep their eyes open to discern what kind of person this is. Such a righteous, yet lonely potential stock, befriending them should never be provoked. Chapter 122. 9 Nether Magic Crow. Jiang Luoran's aura grew increasingly robust, and his soul power swirled around like purple satin. After 3 days and 3 nights, Su Yuntao and Yu Lingjiao were originally quite anxious, as they were in the territory of the leader of the soul fighting Great Forest. It felt like 3 little lambs that could be slaughtered at any time, making one uncomfortable. Jiang Luoran stood up from the ground, the purple light in his eyes still not dissipated. Heaven knows what changes had occurred to him, as I was a tulip of Qi Luo. Reaching level 59 was definitely assured. With this unprecedented power, Jiang Luoran observed his palm, squeezing hard, producing a sound like frying beans. In fact, Jiang Luoran couldn't explain what changes had happened to him, but he felt very strong about 5 times stronger than before. Perhaps the tulip of Qi Luo changed his body and potential, or maybe Jiang Luoran had undergone a complete cleansing. Luoran, how are you? Yu Lingjiao saw Jiang Luoran like this, and thought he had been possessed. An indescribable feeling washed over her, as if she had been baptized. Jiang Luoran pulled open her clothes, revealing that all her wounds had vanished. In return, her skin was as smooth as jade, far better than that of the average girl. It was time to hunt for the sixth spirit ring, but before that, she had to make sure Yu Lingjiao and Su Yuntao were settled. After all, she was facing a 10,000-year soul beast, and Yu Lingjiao and Su Yuntao would be of no help. They could even become her weaknesses. Follow me. Jiang Luoran led the two deeper into the central lake. They had no doubts about Jiang Luoran's orders. If she said they could enter, they definitely could. If Jiang Luoran wanted to kill them, she would have done so already. However, entering the territory of the Soul Fighting Forest boss still made them somewhat uneasy. The three little lambs walked in, waving their hands and saying, "Hi, have you eaten?" Bang, 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 boom. Dust flew up in front of them, like thousands of horses charging, but everyone knew that it wasn't thousands of horses, but rather a soul beast as large as thousands of horses. Jiang Luoran showed no fear, welcoming it as if she were greeting a close brother, as if to say, "My friend is just this big." A massive green bull's head emerged from the water, with its two green horns alone tall enough to be the foundation of a 20-meter building. Instinctively, Yu Lingjiao activated her martial soul, and a lifelike thunder dragon with dragon scales appeared. It stood tall between the Tianqing bull python and the Titan giant ape. The three beasts exchanged glances, all filled with confusion. When Yu Lingjiao absorbed her third spirit ring, her martial soul evolved, already nurturing unmatched dragon scales. Furthermore, the thunder dragon's form became even more perfect, vaguely symbolizing an ancient reversal. "You're back," a voice called out, and they saw an ethereal and pure woman approaching, exuding an aura that felt more like a fairy than a human. "These are my friends," Jiang Luoran smiled. "No one here will harm you, don't worry." Yu Lingjiao weakly nodded and retracted her martial soul. Indeed, if she had attacked, she might have already found herself in the Tianqing bull python's belly. The rules remain the same. I'll injure it. You catch it. Feng Ling flashed to Jiang Luoran's side. Jiang Luoran covered her face. Don't make it sound so simple. Like robbing a bank. Facing such terrifying pressure, Su Yuntao's legs trembled like a machine gun, an uncontrollable feeling that no one could understand. Yu Lingjiao was better off. Her noble bloodline made her less affected by the pressure of high-level soul beasts. This time I have gifts for you. For you 10,000-year soul beasts. Extra celestial herbs aren't of much use. Jiang Luoran took out 3 equally sized tulip flowers from her soul guide, 1 for each of them. Enough for them to feel the essence. The 3 flowers floated towards them and sank into their bellies. "Let's go." Feng Ling stepped forward first for her. No matter the scene, it wouldn't affect her absorption of the flowers. "My friends," Jiang Luoran said with a bitter smile, "they will safely wait for your arrival." The Tianqing bull python pulled a handful of grass from the lake and offered it to Yu Lingjiao and Su Yuntao. "Then I can rest assured. When I become a soul emperor, I'll take you away." Jiang Luoran patted Su Yuntao's shoulder, signaling him to stop trembling. "Human, you don't need to be afraid. Although we dislike you, at the moment, you pose no threat to me," the Tianqing bull python said indifferently. Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao's legs trembled even more violently, nearly reaching a state of madness. Inside a purple cypress forest in the Soul Fighting Forest. Do you see it? That over 60,000-year-old white crow taking a bath. Feng Ling said, her demeanor indicating they were not birds. "It's been nearly 70,000 years. Linger, should I?" Jiang Luoran hesitated about whether to speak or not. "No need to worry. I have the Kunpeng bloodline, and I can handle fighting the Tianqing bull python now. The white crow is merely a close to 70,000-year soul beast." Feng Ling nodded. "Then I'll go." Jiang Luoran cleared his throat and stepped out. "Hey, become my spirit ring." Caw, caw, caw. The white crow flapped its wings, shooting out 10 feathers as large as pillars. Jiang Luoran didn't know what was happening. His Kunpeng movement technique involuntarily activated, and he met the 10 white feathers head-on. With a grip and a roll, Jiang Luoran pushed off with his feet and closed in on the white crow again. The white crow thought it had dealt with this weak human, but upon seeing Jiang Luoran, it suddenly showed a human-like expression of surprise. Facing such a powerful soul beast, Jiang Luoran opened with his strongest soul skill. Purple, purple, black, black, black. 5 soul rings circled around his hands, and from within them spewed out purple weapons transformed from blood-scarlet vines. Bang, bang, bang. Countless purple weapons flooded the white crow and even the entire lake. Of course, if the opponent were drinking water, they might even choke to death like this. At that moment, Jiang Luoran suddenly understood the feeling of a person on Earth wielding a Gatling gun, because the sweeping sensation was truly exhilarating. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The white feathers collided with the purple weapons, one in the sky and one on the ground, creating sparks that made one's blood boil. Caw caw caw. The white crow flapped its wings and soared from the ground, seemingly ready to engage Jiang Luoran in close combat. Jiang Luoran reached into his 5 soul rings and pulled out a giant hammer 3 meters long and 6 meters wide. To deal with a big guy, you must use a big guy to serve it. Jiang Luoran didn't give the white crow a chance to take off. He swung the hammer down on its head, driving it into the ground. With a motion of his left hand, the 5 soul rings floated over simultaneously, hovering over his hand, and he bombarded the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Below, the sound of metal clashing echoed. Without a doubt, Jiang Luoran knew the opponent must have activated something similar to a soul skill. A smooth and shiny white crow flew towards him, radiating white waxy light. Its left wing expanded and aimed a slash at Jiang Luoran, a remarkably powerful attack. Chapter 123. The Cursed Gun's Monthly Ticket. The bright white wings were like future technology cut with stainless steel knives. Jiang Luoran stood firm and rapidly descended from the high sky, using his first soul skill, creating something from nothing. His third soul skill, Bloodslaying Demon Prison. Dozens of blood-scarlet vines surged up from the ground, and the blood-slaying demon prison descended from the sky, resembling interlocking chains and cages, aiming to ensnare the white crow. As a soul beast over 60,000 years old, the white crow's strength was incredibly difficult to measure. It radiated a white, waxy glow from its body. Then, in an instant, the white crow began to grow larger, like an inflated balloon. The blood-scarlet vines and the prison were severed before they could even get close. Jiang Luoran, wielding the purple hammer, directly swung it toward the white crow's abdomen. The white crow's eyes glowed black, and it folded its wings like a knife to sever the purple hammer, charging towards Jiang Luoran. With the Kunpeng movement technique enhancing his speed, Jiang Luoran barely dodged and pulled a purple spear from his 5 soul rings, aiming it at the white crow's black eyes and shooting it. Whoosh! A purple spear flew through the air, with a soul force spiraling around it like a whirlpool. Baya closed his eyes, blocking this targeted strike. Were his eyelids made of iron armor? Jiang Luoran was taken aback. Baya seemed unwilling to continue playing with Jiang Luoran, showing a human-like disdain. Quack, quack. Waves of sound echoed throughout the mountains and forests, resonating in the mountains, the forest, and the lake. The echoes grew louder, and Jiang Luoran's mind instantly went blank, as if he had entered a dream. Everything in front of him was white, but this white only evoked a sense of death, like an inevitable demise that one could never escape. There was no sound here. Jiang Luoran wanted to scream, but it seemed he forgot how to shout in an instant. Ironically, he had forgotten how to speak, yet could still recall conversations with his friends. No one was around, as if he had never existed, sinking deeper into the abyss. Fear. Yes, it was fear, and Jiang Luoran was surprised. He rarely felt this way anymore. Hey, don't be foolish, Fenglinger smiled, patting Jiang Luoran's right shoulder with her left hand. Jiang Luoran's gaze shifted, and the white light immediately dissipated. Hoo. The moment he awakened, he felt as if he had just been pulled out of the lake, gasping for breath, his body drenched in cold sweat. This time, let's hunt the soul beast together. I'll teach you what battle is. Fenglinger, like a sound insulator, strode into the sound waves, holding a purple feather. For some reason, Jiang Luoran suddenly felt immune to the sound waves and followed Fenglinger's pace with his hammer. When Baya saw Fenglinger, a strong sense of danger suddenly arose. Fenglinger's movements were like the wind. She struck down with the purple feather, slamming Baya to the ground. Jiang Luoran activated all 5 of his soul rings simultaneously, unleashing countless purple weapons. Don't hold back, kill it directly. Fenglinger vanished in an instant, sweeping horizontally at Baya's head. Baya panicked, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. Jiang Luoran crossed his hands, with 5 soul rings swirling around him. His eyes shone with purple light, and his soul power reached a boiling point. Within the soul rings, it seemed endless waves were about to surge forth. Baya dispersed the sound waves, flapping its wings and flying towards Jiang Luoran, intending to eliminate the weakest first. Underworld boots, 5th soul skill, hell armor. Jiang Luoran armed himself instantly, advancing instead of retreating. Bang! The white light shattered like glass, forcibly sending Jiang Luoran flying. With the Kunpeng spirit manifesting behind him, Jiang Luoran stabilized himself. Slash! An exaggerated purple light descended, blotting out the sun and completely covering the forest. To Jiang Luoran's eyes, it was like a vast purple aura descending from the sky. Bang! Bai didn't even know how to dodge and took a direct hit to the head, the shockwave from the impact even blowing against Jiang Luoran's face. Aren't you supposed to be a bit fiercer? Were you holding back? Feng Linger appeared before Jiang Luoran. Seeing her calm expression, it felt as if she were saying, "We're just playing a little game." In contrast, Jiang Luoran felt that soul masters at the level of Title Douluo were far too friendly. At least they would engage Bai in battle for a while. "Go ahead, absorb the soul ring," Feng Linger said before disappearing. Fourth soul skill, tempered to perfection. Jiang Luoran aimed at Bai's back wound, holding a sharp spear and thrusting downward. Whoosh! Bai was killed on the spot, closing its black eyes. Jiang Luoran quickly sat down, drawing the black soul ring from its body. Bang! 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 The blood vines burst forth from the ground, dozens of them pulling at the black soul rings on Jiang Luoran's body. At first, Jiang Luoran showed no signs of discomfort, perhaps due to the effects of the Chiluo tulip. Or maybe, after being exposed to various high-level soul rings, his body had already adapted to this level of energy. Days passed, and Jiang Luoran continued to absorb the soul ring. In fact, he was nearly done absorbing it, but he was still using this opportunity to level up. Actually, after becoming a soul sage, participating in the Continental Elite competition would be more stable. Jiang Luoran thought to himself. 5 days and nights passed, and Jiang Luoran was surrounded by 6 soul rings of purple and black, firmly a soul emperor. He continued to meditate, as the effects of the Chiluo tulip were still present, and moreover, he had just absorbed a soul ring. His level was still rising. 60, 61, 63. Jiang Luoran opened his eyes. The purple light in his gaze made the surrounding soul beasts retreat faintly. He slowly stood up, his body making popping sounds like frying beans. Especially his heartbeat, deep and powerful, thumping loudly. The feeling of being a soul emperor was different. If a soul king was a river, then a soul emperor was a lake. This feeling was like he could easily overpower any soul king in the world. Compared to his previous strength, it was simply not on the same level. Jiang Luoran raised his hand, and layers of ancient gray appeared on the blood vines, making the martial spirit even harder. For his 6th soul skill, Jiang Luoran arched his body, the black soul ring swirling with black mist, forming a black-gray long spear in his hand. This spear felt extremely cold, not the kind of coldness from temperature, but a chill approaching death. Cursed spear. Jiang Luoran mimicked the posture of a javelin thrower, sprinting a dozen steps and using all his strength to fling the spear. Whoosh! The gray spear shot out like a released tiger, swift as lightning, flashing before people's eyes. Boom! The opposite mountain peak seemed to be struck by divine punishment, immediately breaking apart and shattering. Black mist spread above, which was the cursed power of the cursed spear, capable of rendering a person unable to use soul power for an hour. Furthermore, their body would be extremely weak. Jiang Luoran was very satisfied with this soul skill. He vaguely felt like sparring with Zhao Waoqi. When Jiang Luoran sensed another fluctuation of soul power, he turned his head and found a soul bone. Chapter 124. The end of the performance, this was a right arm soul bone emitting white light, and one could imagine the immense power contained within. A heavenly treasure had descended. What was Jiang Luoran hesitating for? He grasped the soul bone with his right hand, preparing to absorb it. Although the arm soul bone was more suited for power-type users, this right arm bone from Bai was meant to enhance speed. It was perfect for Jiang Luoran. Although it increased speed, it didn't mean it wouldn't also increase strength. Strength is best in moderation. What Jiang Luoran needed was hand speed. Soul bones are comprehensive, but they tend to focus on one aspect more. This was like the right arm bone of the Titan giant ape. While it had immense strength, it also increased speed. Now, Jiang Luoran estimated he could kill without a trace. His hand speed might allow him to swing the hammer in an instant. Day and night, Jiang Luoran was attuned to the soul bone. The absorption went smoothly, and the 9 nether white bones successfully fused with Jiang Luoran's right hand. This overwhelming feeling made Jiang Luoran even think that he could crush a small mountain with one hand, and even hold down a cruise missile. Especially his understanding of speed had deepened. He raised his jade-like right arm, which shimmered with a faint white light. Standing in front of a giant rock, Jiang Luoran grabbed it with his right hand. Bang! The giant rock was crushed like dough by Jiang Luoran's grip. In fact, it felt no more difficult than squeezing tofu. On the surface of the lake, Jiang Luoran clenched his right fist and struck the water. Bang! His right arm moved like a flash of white light, crashing onto the lake's surface like a cannonball. The entire lake reacted as if it had been hit by a whale, roaring and churning up huge waves. Soul Emperor, level 63. 1 external soul bone. 1 right arm bone. Participating in the Continental Elite competition should be no problem. If I managed to cultivate to Soul Saint, I could probably wouldn't even need to fight. I could just defeat everything with a glance. I remember there S.A. Xiangjia Academy in the Elite competition, and there is someone named Hu Yanli who has a skull bone. However, the threat isn't that great anymore. After tidying up everything, Jiang Luoran returned to the central lake. Luoran Yu. The most surprised was Yu Lingjiao. Although Jiang Luoran absorbed the 6th soul ring and his body had changed somewhat, she still recognized him. What is wrong? Jiang Luoran noticed that Su Yuntao was also looking at him. Entering the lake, Jiang Luoran realized he had changed in appearance. His originally refreshing and gentle face had become somewhat more handsome. His body was muscular and robust, resembling a young bull walking on land, though not overly exaggerated. But one could imagine the explosive power contained within those bulging muscles. The power of a soul emperor was always evident, exuding an air of authority that felt unassailable. Perhaps because of the Title Douluo, I am now a level 63 soul emperor, and just now I obtain a right arm bone. Jiang Luoran clenched his right hand, and a white, iron-like claw appeared before everyone. Your talent makes me feel ashamed, Su Yuntao sighed, realizing what it meant to be a genius. This is a level only achieved by madman. Yu Lingjiao recalled how she had been clinging to Jiang Luoran before and suddenly blushed. The gap is insurmountable. It's nothing. As long as you work hard, you can also become strong. The reason I'm so strong is just that there are some things I need to strive for. Jiang Luoran withdrew his soul power and soul bone. After all, this is the territory of the sky blue bull python. They were like surrounding a stove, eating beef while the bull demon king was watching from behind, still laughing heartily. Hey, I think barbecue tastes better. Creepy, let us go. Jiang Luoran led the two away. Goodbye. The sky blue bull python dove back into the water. Brother Yuntao, what are your plans? Jiang Luoran inquired. I want to follow you. Do you think that's okay? Su Yuntao replied. He didn't think following Jiang Luoran would lead to a promising future, but he considered Jiang Luoran's character quite commendable in the Douluo continent. Aside from that, he didn't know what else to do next. You want to follow me? Jiang Luoran pondered. He was used to being alone, having another person. I also want to, why not go together? Yu Lingjiao quickly interjected. No, you're too young. You have to stay with your brother to stay safe. Jiang Luoran firmly rejected, emphasizing that Yu Lingjiao must be sent to Thunder Academy. How about this? Brother Yuntao, you go back to Notting City to cultivate first. If you need anything, you can come find me. I still have to return to the academy for classes, and I can't take someone with me, Jiang Luoran explained. Isn't it good to adventure together? Why make it so difficult? Yu Lingjiao said bitterly. There will be plenty of opportunities for you to come out in the future. Jiang Luoran pulled the two along, flying swiftly towards the edge of the forest. After becoming a soul emperor, Jiang Luoran's speed and agility had improved even more, reaching the level of a soul saint in agile attack. Upon arriving at Notting City, Su Yuntao waved goodbye, knowing he couldn't help Jiang Luoran much. They drove all the way back to Thunder Academy in Silvis. What? You still want to participate in the elite competition? Yu Lingjiao exclaimed exaggeratedly, as if she had seen a ghost. Well, consider it contributing to the academy. Jiang Luoran said naturally. Isn't it fine, since I'm not over the age limit? The feeling of a soul emperor participating in the elite competition was something Yu Lingjiao couldn't quite articulate. It was like a Yuanjun descending from the sky. With a slight smirk, saying to a group of soul Douluo, come on, contribute. That kind of contribution was enormous, enough for immediate victory. Jiang Luoran knew that his current strength was indeed sufficient to handle any issues, but there was still the problem of Jude's Douluo obstructing him. Becoming a soul saint was the safest measure. Then fight well. If you encounter my brother, go easy on him. Yu Lingjiao wished him well. I'll be careful. Tianqin is also my friend, Jiang Luoran said with a wry smile. Although he said this, once the academy teachers learned about his current situation, they would definitely not let him fight directly. Instead, they would keep him for the final act or to deal with any dangerous issues. Jiang Luoran wouldn't say any sentimental words. He decisively waved goodbye. Then I'm leaving. They all understood, especially Jiang Luoran, that this might be the last time they met. If you want to become stronger, then I wish you to become a Title Douluo as soon as possible. Yu Lingjiao could only say this. After all, Jiang Luoran was acting like a statue in a flower garden. Beautiful flowers fell on him, which was quite a waste. Farewell. Jiang Luoran disappeared, like a man fleeing after taking advantage of something. Silvis Shrek Academy. Now, the Blue Tyrant Academy has been renamed Shrek Academy. Soul Emperor. The original Shrek teachers and students in the classroom spoke in unison. Why not add a teacher to fight? Let Luoran fight against their teachers. That would be more impressive. Ma Hongjun said with a mischievous smile. Fatty, don't make trouble. Has there ever been such a thing in history? Dai Mubai frowned. Well, there is no such thing as Luoran fighting, Ma Hongjun shouted. Indeed, this had already become a process of crushing. This victory might reach 100, Tang San stroked his chin. Chapter 125, Blood Battle Reward Monthly Ticket. If there were human dissection experts on the Douluo continent, Jiang Luoran felt they would definitely focus on him first. This arrangement was not solely for the purpose of winning the championship. We can't just let Luoran go up and push through. The kids should compete, and Luoran should be kept for last as a finale. If it really doesn't work, let Luoran go up. Don't treat it as a competition. It should be seen as training, Yu Xiaojing said gently. Jiang Luoran had already guessed this. They previously said they were competing for the glory of the academy, and now was treated as training. As expected, once there was assurance they could play. Yes, let us do it according to what Xiaojing said, Flanders nodded. Luoran, are you feeling any discomfort, or is there anything wrong with your martial soul? Yu Xiaojing always felt that something was off. Jiang Luoran was speechless and repeatedly said no. Moreover, he didn't mention the soul bone matter, as it was unnecessary anyway. In the current Douluo continent, soul bones are more important than life itself. To avoid complications, Jiang Luoran chose not to mention it. After some exchanges, Jiang Luoran once again found himself alone, going out and returning, then waiting again. He felt that he could make a trip to the city of slaughter, become a soul sage, and return just in time for the academy's needs. After becoming a soul emperor, only then would Ma Hongjun be willing to chatter beside him. Everyone else was busy with their own matters. However, they were all polite when they saw him. Perhaps they felt that their strength did not match his, as the gap was too vast. Every day, he discussed battles with Zhao Waoji and had quite a few sparring sessions, along with Qin Ming, with whom he could now draw. If he used a soul bone to activate a soul skill, Qin Ming would definitely lose. As for the master's fiancée, Lu Erlong, Jiang Luoran dared not fight her, as her attacks were too fierce, beyond what an ordinary soul emperor could compare to. Not to mention Jiang Luoran. Even the other Shrek teachers would not dare to provoke Lu Erlong. That gaze. Perhaps if the 8 of them from Shrek joined forces. With Jiang Luoran leading the charge, they could battle Lu Erlong. In fact, the fighting techniques among soul masters are undoubtedly important. Someone like Lu Erlong belongs to the Berserker type. Coupled with the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial spirit, she would have an easy time against anyone. Even Flander would likely not withstand it. Jiang Luoran practiced in the morning and sparred with Qin Ming and Zhao Waoji in the afternoon. Sometimes the master would come out to offer a few pointers. However, it was all within Jiang Luoran's knowledge. Seeing that Jiang Luoran's training was going smoothly and there was nothing more to teach, the master felt relieved. In addition, when Jiang Luoran fought with the teachers, the other 7 from Shrek had to observe the battle closely to truly feel the combat between high-level soul masters. After more than 10 days, the time for the competition was approaching, and the master specially approved for everyone to fight Lu Erlong for warm-up before the match. Third brother on the right wing, Mubai on the left wing, Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu as agile attackers, and the fatty with Oscar, while Ning Rongrong stayed behind Jiang Luoran. Once Jiang Luoran set up the formation, he charged forward first. After all, if he didn't charge, who else could withstand Lu Erlong's first punch? Boom! The soul power of the Soul Emperor erupted, cracking like a rapidly rising sun. Jiang Luoran didn't want to reveal his right arm soul bone just yet. But could he hold back against the soul sage of Lu Erlong's caliber? Holding back would mean waiting for death. Jiang Luoran's right arm emitted a gentle white light, and a white claw with scales and feathers appeared. Only Lu Erlong could see it, but she was in no hurry. What did a soul bone matter? She could just smash him with one punch. Oh, Lu Erlong shouted, rolling up her sleeves and throwing a straight punch at Jiang Luoran. Boom! The white soul power clashed with blue lightning, creating a shockwave that rippled around them, almost capable of snapping trees in half. Jiang Luoran's pupils dilated. Even with the soul bone in his right arm, he couldn't withstand such great power from Lu Erlong. It wasn't pain. After obtaining the right arm bone, it was hard to feel pain in that arm, even when he single-handedly crushed Qin Ming's soul skill. It was just a bit strenuous. being pushed back by Lu Erlong's strength. It was hard to imagine how someone with such a slender waist and long legs like Lu Erlong could possess such immense strength, comparable to 10 raging bulls. Jiang Luoran kept retreating, appearing somewhat flustered. First soul skill, blue-silver grass binding. Fourth soul skill, blue-silver prison. Tang San moved his elbow, and 2 yellow-black soul rings swirled out. As a control-type soul master, observing the changes in the battlefield, he had to control the situation at the first opportunity, tipping the scales in their favor. A black prison flew out from Lu Erlong's feet, along with countless black blue-silver grass, each as thick as a python. Third soul skill, Phoenix Winged Heaven. Ma Hongjun leaped into the air, 2 wings sprouted from his back, and he aimed at Lu Erlong, unleashing flames. Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. Dai Mu Bai's punches flowed like water. Countless punch imprints appeared, transforming into meteor showers that fell upon Lu Erlong. Third soul skill, Blood Fiend Magic Prison. Jiang Luoran raised his palm, summoning a black prison with a soul ring, pressing it down towards Lu Erlong. Fourth soul skill, 100 Refinements. Jiang Luoran squeezed hard. Dozens of Blood Fiend vines wrapped around the prison, solidifying its form. Seventh soul skill, True Form of the Red Dragon. JiangLuoran's expression changed drastically, quickly retreating to avoid being annihilated. The other 7 scattered, not daring to linger. Fifth soul skill, Hell Battle Armor. Jiang Luoran formed hand signs. The Hell Battle Armor could only be used by 3 people, so he just needed to protect Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. Roar! A giant dragon appeared, not carrying lightning anymore, but a sea of thunder. The aura of the Soul Sage spread through the air. A massive blue vortex formed a repulsion circle, crushing all soul skills and sending Jiang Luoran and his companions flying. This was completely on another level. Ma Hongjun exaggeratedly looked as if he were about to eat his fingers. Fatty, don't say anything reckless. Listen to Xiao San and Luoran's commands. Dai Mu Bai cried out in pain as his right arm was injured. Roar! Lu Erlong sat atop the Thunder Dragon, resembling a divine punishment descending from the heavens. Her expression was cold, and she immediately attacked Jiang Luoran. Someone's about to get hurt. Teacher Erlong, please show mercy. Oscar shouted. With such a strike, Jiang Luoran would at least be severely injured if not dead. Facing such an attack, Jiang Luoran remained calm and composed. He grasped a gray spear in his right hand, aiming it at Lu Erlong. The next scene left the Shrek 7 astounded, even gasping in awe. Jiang Luoran did not retreat, but advanced, meeting Lu Erlong's attack head-on. The black soul ring merged into the spear's tip, and ribbons of silky purple soul power spread out. Running for a dozen steps, and using the principle of a chaotic wind, he shot out the cursed spear. Cursed spear! Shoot! Jiang Luoran swung it fiercely, even putting all his soul power into it. The cursed spear surged like lightning in a storm, rising against the wind, surrounded by silky purple light, the tip exuding a deathly aura. The Shrek team had never had a chance to see Jiang Luoran's 6th soul skill. Today, they were about to witness the soul skill that allowed Jiang Luoran to face Lu Erlong's martial spirit true form without retreating. Boom! Chapter 126, Turning the Tide. The sound of ghostly wails lingered. It felt as if everyone were food being drawn into a juicer. It was a piercing shriek that tore at the eardrums. Lu Erlong's true form of the Red Dragon was still active, but her complexion was pale, her eyes dim, like a battle god who had been drained of strength. The function of the cursed spear had never been to attack the opponent, but to curse them. Jiang Luoran's strike might not work on Flander, but it would surely hit Lu Erlong. So he did not need to escape because the cursed spear in his hand had a 99 chance of hitting. Now, all Lu Erlong could rely on was the Red Dragon beneath her and her severely weakened willpower. Erlong, it's over. You've lost. The master knew Jiang Luoran's 6th soul skill, so he advised Lu Erlong to withdraw. How could that be? I will not be defeated. Lu Erlong steadied herself. Hands pressed to her forehead. Shrek closed in, and Jiang Luoran moved like a streak of light, leaping towards the Lu tree above. With a bend of her waist, Xiao Wu had long been waiting, her hands wrapped around Lu Erlong's waist. In a dream, even if Lu Erlong had lost her soul power, she was not someone Xiao Wu could withstand, just as she was about to attack. The 3rd soul skill, Phantom Claw, Zhu Zhuqing leaped in, targeting Lu Erlong's arm instead of her face. This way, she could avoid attacking Xiao Wu. Concentrated Fire. Tang San jumped onto a willow tree, using his 2nd soul skill, Ghost Vine Parasitism, followed by his 3rd soul skill, Spider Web Binding. Dai Mu Bai quickly rolled under Lu Erlong, unleashing his 4th soul skill, white tiger meteor shower, striking like a meteor without holding back. His fourth soul skill, Phoenix Cry Sky Strike. The 9 treasure turned out with glazed. All these soul skills rained down on Lu Erlong, fortunately protected by the true body of the Red Dragon. Otherwise, she would have been sent to the medical department. The true body of the Red Dragon was the 7th soul skill, so blocking these attacks was no problem, but the Shrek 8 were attacking from all directions. The Red Dragon couldn't block everything, and some attacks still landed on Lu Erlong. Furthermore, while they could engage in combat, they couldn't seriously injure Lu Erlong. They had to give their master some face. Jiang Luoran saw that the attacks were too dense and waved his right hand, summoning dozens of blood fiend vines that pulled Lu Erlong back to Yu Xiaojiang's side. Although Lu Erlong was accidentally hit, everyone knew that a soul sage in a normal battle could easily eliminate them in an instant. Moreover, Lu Erlong was a ruthless soul master. If she held back in combat, her damage would significantly decrease. However, with their current coordination and formation, they could handle an unrestrained Zhao Wujia without much trouble. Come again. Lu Erlong sat cross-legged on the ground, recovering her soul power. Let's rest for a night. Everyone is tired enough. Master rarely helped Lu Erlong up as they headed towards the teacher's dormitory. Junior brothers and sisters, rest early. Qi Ming quickly left as well. Who released that soul skill? It carried such a strong aura of death. A green ghostly figure flew in, dropping a large amount of poison among the crowd. Seeing this great god, everyone instinctively took 3 steps back, including Jiang Luoran. He indeed had impressive talents among his peers, but he still couldn't compare to the older generation of Title Douluo. Acting tough in front of a Title Douluo was just asking for death, right? When it was time to be humble, one had to be humble. However, thinking of Dugubo's promise to Tang San not to harm any Shrek teachers or students, Jiang Luoran suppressed the fear in his heart. I am a senior. My name is Cursed Spear. Jiang Luoran cupped his hands. Soul Emperors would always be Soul Emperors, and Title Douluo would always be Title Douluo. Unless a Soul Emperor became a Title Douluo. Is it you? Dugubo's tone was like the sound of a whetstone grinding. That's right. Senior, what advice do you have? Jiang Luoran asked, puzzled. What? As a Title Douluo, is there anything you haven't seen? Wasn't it just a curse with an aura of death? Indeed. Jiang Luoran admitted that this soul skill was rare and not often seen. But rarity didn't equate to power. It was merely a means of attack. From my earlier impression, that strike had a force of about level 67. Dugubo nearly spat out. What level are you? In fact, Dugubo had been dealing with poison for years and enjoyed interacting with all sorts of deadly toxins. Before he arrived, he only sensed the aura of death and thought it was some new type of poison, which piqued his interest. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a soul skill. Jiang Luoran released his soul power, not daring to deceive the senior. Level 63? Dugubo steadied his mind. I suddenly gained insight into a type of poison. Release your soul skill again. All right. Jiang Luoran pulled out a soul ring from his right arm. The surrounding Shrek students all dispersed, giving Jiang Luoran ample space. 6th soul skill, Curse Spear. Jiang Luoran twisted at his waist, launching his right arm with the gray spear. The aura of death spread across the ground, and in that moment, everyone felt as if they had fallen into the ocean. That suffocating sensation. No, it was more like the feeling of falling into outer space. There was no gravity, no chains, no framework, nothing at all. Sounds couldn't escape, and water couldn't seep in. Temperature, especially temperature, felt both cold and hot at the same time. Was this the feeling of death? When that sensation faded, the cursed spear had already shattered a small hill on the opposite side. Ma Hongjun couldn't withstand that feeling, squatting on the ground and crying out. If it happened again, he might even break down. Oscar coughed up blood and fainted on the ground. This was merely the aftershock of the curse, and they couldn't handle it. It wasn't hard to understand. It was equivalent to a soul emperor's strike, and how could they, as soul disciples, withstand that? Moreover, this aura of death only lasted an instant and would dissipate immediately. Yet they would mistakenly believe it was eternal. Those with weak minds would deceive themselves. Remember how Oscar couldn't face Ning Rongrong after obtaining his 7th soul ring? He also couldn't break the norm and be with Ning Rongrong. Deep down, he was still quite fragile. The others were also not feeling well, clutching their chests and gasping for breath. Yes, that was the feeling. Yes. Dugubo pointed at a pile of poisonous mushrooms. Yes, that's right. You were the dessert I was looking for after a meal. Goo, this kind of goo. Dugubo savored, as if tasting aged vinegar. Old monster, what kind of poison are you going to develop again? Tang San approached with a pale face. Have you heard of goo? Dugubo's face showed some excitement. Goo. Tang Sen looked slightly weary. In the Tang sect over the years, he had encountered all kinds of poisons, let alone goo. Although he hadn't dealt with it much, he certainly wasn't ignorant of it. However, even if he knew only a little, it was enough to make him more experienced than Douluo. The rest of Shrek's members were a bit confused. Neither goo nor poison made any sense to them, let alone how to use it. Jiang Luoran had heard of goo on Earth. It was mysterious, and he was completely uninterested. You, release it again for me. Douluo pointed at Jiang Luoran, his eyes and attitude leaving no room for refusal. It felt as if refusing would suddenly bring forth something terrifying and send him to meet the true hell. Chapter 127. The Attack of Title Douluo. Hearing Douluo's words, Jiang Luoran covered his head with his hands and smiled bitterly. This old guy was treating him like a glowing light bulb. But what could he do? The other party was a Title Douluo. If he didn't follow his instructions, he might end up as a specimen for using goo. 6th Soul Skill, Curse Spear. 6th Soul Skill, Curse Spear. After consecutively releasing the Cursed Spear 5 times, JiangLuoran's soul power had already been drained. Is that it? You're a bit useless for a Soul Emperor, Douluo scolded. For some reason, Douluo just didn't like Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran nearly spat out blood. Which Soul Emperor could continuously use their 6th Soul Skill? He wasn't afraid of exhausting himself. What did this old guy want? After the first experiment, the Shrek members already understood the terror of this spear and hurriedly retreated. Only Tang Sen remained nearby. Senior, do you think it's enough? Jiang Luoran struggled to stand up. In fact, Douluo hadn't crossed Jiang Luoran's bottom line. He was just helping the other party experience a sense of death. If he really touched Jiang Luoran's bottom line, it wouldn't be too late to fight again. Barely acceptable. Hurry up and cultivate. I will come to find you again. Douluo also knew that Jiang Luoran was finding it hard to release. Why push so hard, making it seem like he was looking for trouble himself? Old monster, I think it's fine. Let Luoran rest. Tang Sen walked over and patted Douluo's shoulder, signaling him not to go too far. Don't worry. He won't be exhausted. It will actually be beneficial for him. A 19-year-old Soul Emperor. If you don't bully him now, you won't be able to later. Douluo said with a hint of reproach. As a Title Douluo, his insight was sharpest. Hearing this, Tang Sen was speechless. If it were in Tang's sect, Jiang Luoran would probably be dissected. Good. It's you guys, you bunch of bastards. Douluo rushed in angrily. Grandpa, are you really here as a consultant? Yen. Douluo was overjoyed to see Douluo and immediately hugged her. It's you? Tang Sen exclaimed. What narrow road for enemies. How did Douluo find this place? Moreover, were the guards outside guarding with their eyes closed? So you were the students here? Douluo's anger didn't diminish. Her eyes blazing with fury, especially when she saw Jiang Luoran, recalling how he had punched her in the abdomen and head at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Not to mention the way he had beaten Yi Lingling mercilessly, it was simply vicious. Such a person clearly has no girlfriend. He probably doesn't even have a normal person by his side. Thinking of this, Douluo wished she could peel Jiang Luoran's skin off and let his corpse rot in a poison pit. Do you know each other? Hey, this is great. I was just about to introduce you. Tang Sen, he is. Douluo was interrupted by Douluo before he could finish. He's the one who severely injured me last time, especially that malicious-eyed Jiang Luoran. Douluo had already released her soul power. Malicious? Jiang Luoran has looked in the mirror on the lake. Other than being pure, he is not malicious, is he? My teammates, several of them were crippled by him. He is not even human. Douluo looked at Jiang Luoran as if he were a monster. Ahem, our academy has always been known for its monsters. Tang Sen interjected humorlessly. This one mainly talks about cultivation. He knows his stuff. When it comes to emotions, he is not even as good as Jiang Luoran. All right, they're all the same. Yin, how do you want to deal with him? Douluo's eyes emitted a green light, resembling a snake's eyes. I want to duel him, Douluo said without a second thought. Over the years, she had been practicing day in and day out and had perfected her poison. She was very confident she could take down Jiang Luoran. Wow, what? A duel? Yes. Is there a problem? Does Jiang Luoran dare to accept my duel? You are too far apart in strength. Come back to my room first. Douluo pulled Douluo's hand and started to walk back. Old monster. You should rest early. Tang Sen approached Jiang Luoran. Why won't you let me duel him? I can definitely take him down. For Douluo, Yu Tianheng is the strongest among the younger generation. How strong can he be? Moreover, the Shrek group is still young, and their strength isn't that high. He is a soul emperor. Don't say you can fight him. You probably can't even get close. With absolute soul power suppression, you would turn into a puddle of blood in a second, Douluo said slowly. What a joke. Soul emperors aren't cabbages. Yan's heart raced. She was scared. Had Bo ever deceive her? The answer was no, not once in her life. Soul Emperor? Even if it's a duel at the Soto Great Soul Arena. You hurting Yin should be attributed to her lack of strength. But it shouldn't be so severe. I don't care about your feelings. But if it's cruel to my granddaughter, I will step in. Bo's soul power surged. Level 91 Title Douluo. A green toxic mist, like poison fog, transformed into a hand and descended towards Jiang Luoran. Bo then took Yin away, disregarding Jiang Luoran's life or death. This is just an ordinary palm strike from a Title Douluo. If Jiang Luoran can't withstand it, then he is dead. Jiang Luoran's expression changed drastically upon seeing the green palm. There was no way to dodge it. Luoran, do you have any soul power left? Tang Sin clasped his hands together, and countless blue-silver grasses shot up from the ground. Recovering a bit, Jiang Luoran had just regained some soul power while Yin was speaking. He initially just wanted to play around with Yin, but didn't he expect Bo to unleash a palm strike? Jiang Luoran intended to let Tang Sin leave. But once he entered this poisonous circle, it was difficult to escape. The only thing that could save them was to withstand this attack. First soul skill, second soul skill, third soul skill, fourth soul skill, fifth soul skill, sixth soul skill. Jiang Luoran raised both hands, releasing all his soul rings and skills. Purple, black, black, black. 6 soul rings swirled violently around him, countless lights clashing with the toxic palm. First soul skill, second soul skill, third soul skill, fourth soul skill. Tang San was also doing his best. He couldn't just leave Jiang Luoran behind and escape. He wasn't the kind of person. Boom. The toxic palm was blocked by 2 energies. However, it was evident that the 2 energies were about to shatter upon contact with the toxic palm. Not good. Jiang Luoran overestimated himself. He didn't expect such a powerful ordinary strike from a Title Douluo. 8 spider lances. Tang San extended 8 purple-black spider legs upward. Ghostly boots. 9 nether bones. The 2 soul bones on Jiang Luoran erupted with a chilling aura. Kunpeng possession. This could be said to be JiangLuoran's last resort. Both of them used all their trump cards, and Tang San even took out hidden weapons aimed at the palm shootout. Boom! The toxic palm pressed down, shattering the ground and sending a surge of poisonous smoke flying. Jiang Luoran collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, nearly losing his life. Tang San had already fainted beside him, sleeping peacefully like a child just rescued from water. A level 91 Title Douluo like Bo could cause hellish damage with a casual strike. Jiang Luoran simply couldn't bear it. Compared to his spar with Yu Engine, there was still a significant gap. Yu Engine was a blue lightning tyrant dragon, and at level 93 or above, his strength was probably far beyond Bo. Yet even so, Bo's strike was more powerful. Also, it was worth noting that the current Jiang Luoran was a Soul Emperor, while the previous Jiang Luoran was a Soul King. From this, it could be inferred that the palm strike Bo unleashed had at least 70% of its strength, if not more. Lucky, thanks to Tang San beside me, summoning the 8 spider lances to clear the poison attack from the palm. Otherwise, even if I blocked it, I would have been poisoned to the point of confusion. Regaining his composure, Jiang Luoran carried Tang San towards the boys' dormitory. When they returned to the dormitory, Dai Mubai and the others rushed up, thinking that robbers had come to beat them up like this. Jiang Luoran looked in the mirror and saw himself covered in dirt, with his hair a mess, as if he had just exploded a barrel of gas. Ha ha ha! Ma Hongjun laughed without any restraint. After Jiang Luoran explained, they finally felt relieved. Jiang Luoran simply said that since they couldn't help much, it was inappropriate to escalate the conflict between both sides. It should be noted that now, Dai Mubai's white tiger meteor fist hitting Bo felt like just a tickle. After placing Tang San on the bed, Jiang Luoran also lay down, feeling exhausted from the day's events. 3 days later, the list of participants was announced. Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Tai Long, Jingling Huang Yuan, Ningrongrong, Su Huking, Xiaowu, Yang Su. The last substitute player, Jiang Luoran. A total of 12 players. All of them were the best talents currently in Shrek. As a substitute player, Jiang Luoran could only observe, and he probably wouldn't even get a chance to play. As for how useful he would be, that depended on how strong the substitute was. However, who would really take much interest in a substitute? After Flander finished reading the list, he stepped down from the stage, replaced by the Master. The Continental Advanced Elite Soul Master Competition. Every participant was among the strongest. Similarly, being able to compete here was every Soul Master's dream. Fame, status, resources, strength, etc. could all be gained here. Youthful heroes. This was the place to make heroes, the master said solemnly. One could guess that he also wanted to participate back in the day, but due to issues with his own martial soul. Not just the master. Everyone on the continent wanted to participate. It was the best way to prove oneself. It was like studying hard for 10 years just to take the imperial exam. The students were very excited, clapping and cheering, as if they had countless mice jumping around in their hearts. Buzz, a dark green, ghostly figure floated over. Looking at Tang San and Jiang Luoran, Bo dissipated the ghostly figure and pulled Yin out. Little monster, I'm going to see my granddaughter. If fate allows, we shall meet again. The old monster, be careful on your way. Tang San felt reluctant in his eyes. Take care, senior, Jiang Luoran nodded. The reason Jiang Luoran was polite was that after receiving a palm strike from him, he suddenly felt that one of his meridians had been opened. His whole body felt like it had an endless amount of power flowing through his organs. In that poisonous palm, there were even herbs that aided cultivation, which allowed Jiang Luoran to become a 64th level Soul Emperor. Are you also a participant or a substitute? Bo's voice sounded as if someone had stuffed a cotton candy in his throat. Yes, Senior Dugu, the master stepped in front of Jiang Luoran, saying it was a more prudent arrangement. Everyone quieted down to show respect for the Title Douluo. Bo almost laughed in anger. I don't care about others. But little monsters, and what was that, Luoran? You two must not harm Yin Yin. Otherwise, next time I won't be helping you level up, but sending you to hell. Rest assured, this is a competition, not a battlefield, Jiang Luoran said seriously, and I'm a substitute this time. So I definitely want to have the chance to fight Yin. Bo's eyes flared with anger. You still want a chance to fight Yin Yin? Don't worry, old monster. We know our limits. Tang San threw a trustworthy look. All right, I believe you. Bo nodded at Tang San, then looked at Jiang Luoran. But I don't trust him. No longer exchanging words, Bo took Yin away, who looked back at Jiang Luoran with confusion. This man indeed had the capital to be ruthless, but he was too ruthless in every aspect. He probably didn't even have a girlfriend. No, we could drop the probably. He definitely doesn't have one. Ever since Lingling was beaten up last time, she got scared and trembled whenever she saw a man, especially when she saw muscular men. It could be said she was shivering. Next, I will explain some rules for the competition. The preliminaries will be conducted in a team battle format that you are most familiar with. It will be a single round-robin format, with the teams in each preliminaries division competing for the highest winning points to advance to the finals. The finals will be conducted in a special manner. Although the participating teams will still send out 7 contestants, they will face off one by one. The winner remains on the stage, while the losing side continues to send out contestants until one side has all their contestants fail. The master said, then there will be individual elimination rounds. Although the competition rules are quite strict, don't feel any burden. You are all very strong. Flander noticed they were listening intently. In the younger generation, the highest should be Sol Zun, right? Where else can they go? Ma Hongjun waved his hand, feeling relaxed. As for Jiang Luoran, he was even more confident. Not to mention they could originally win the championship. With himself added, it should be more secure. But they must not be careless. The master was always the most cautious. I suggest you adopt a strategy of preserving your strength. Preserve strength. Tang San looked at Tai Long and the others, knowing the master's meaning without needing to say more. That's right. You can't just fight at your strongest right away. That would completely expose you, right? Although this was a grand competition, some methods had to be taken. The master thought for a moment and said, Luoran and Xiao San, make arrangements. You are both control type. Communicate with each other. Okay, Jiang Luoran readily agreed. The coordination between team members was very important. Moreover, since Tai Long and the others were new additions, they would inevitably lag behind the pace of the Shrek 7. After several days of continuous discussions and adjustments, they gradually developed a vague understanding. As for Jiang Luoran, he mostly acted as a commander, helping them with their training. Jiang Luoran was leveling up too quickly. The master asked him to take this time to settle down and try to minimize his cultivation. Although they didn't know what level Jiang Luoran was, and all the teachers specifically pointed out his name to teach, Jiang Zhu and the others could feel that Jiang Luoran, whom they had never met before, was very strong. Perhaps he was close to reaching the soul master level. This substitute player should not be underestimated. Chapter 129. Tiando Empire. After discussions, for Shrek's side, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Xiao Wu could go into battle. Ma Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong would be kept in reserve for later use. Substitute Jiang Luoran would handle all unconventional situations. 3 days later, in the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City, The opening ceremony of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition for the Tiando Empire was held grandly in Tiando City. The people of Tiando City treated this competition as a festival. The tickets to watch the competition were snatched up instantly, including VIP seats. It was packed. However, the layout of the fighting arena was by no means simple. It was made from the most expensive metal materials all around, from top to bottom. It could be said that every inch was precious. Here, not only was it a place for young soul masters to shine, but it was also a place of longing for youthful girls. One must know that the rules of Douluo continent have always remained unchanged. Everyone hopes to have a powerful soul master accompany them for life. There are also nobles who, if they found a promising soul master team, would definitely invest heavily to cultivate and hire them. The streets of Tiando City have never been this bustling, with crowds filling every corner. There are just too many people. Tang San thought he had never seen such a noisy scene. Only he still had the mood to care about these things. Everyone else was troubled by the green advertisement uniforms they had to wear. Covered in logos, they looked more like they were promoting products than competing. As a result, the others argued with the principal for a long time, but to no avail. Flander, who valued money above all, ignored their objections and threatened to add more advertisements if they continued to resist. The master comforted them, saying this was just a way to strengthen their mental fortitude. Only by doing so could they become stronger. As soon as they entered the competition platform, Shrek undoubtedly became the most eye-catching presence. What kind of academy is this? The uniforms even have a smell of money. That blonde man wearing this outfit is wasting his looks. Look at that red-haired fat guy. He could definitely make a profit selling skewers in Mexico with that outfit. Flander, Lu Erlong, the master, Zhao Wujia, and Qin Ming walked in front of the students as if they were gliding. The other students were all dressed in shiny satin, looking even more extravagant than noble clothing. Some students from certain academies were even wearing custom-made outfits. Finally, Shrek entered the Soul Arena, and they eagerly hid in a corner. It felt like a summer resort here. Hey, everyone, perk up. Why does it look like you all haven't eaten enough? Flander scolded them fiercely, feeling frustrated. In fact, Flander divided the advertisement money into 3 parts. One for the competition expenses, one for Shrek Academy's funding, and the last one to be shared among Shrek's members. Although this was quite humane, they were all in their teenage years and couldn't afford to lose face, especially in the Tiando Empire, under the gaze of countless executives and nobles. However, they could hide for a moment, but they couldn't hide forever. Eventually, they would have to go on stage and compete, and everyone would see them. Principal, please spare me. Ma Hongjun clung to Flander's ankle, saying someone had just invited him to sell skewers in Mexico. At the others sighed in unison, claiming that even if they weren't paid, they didn't want to wear the uniforms. Do you know how much it costs to get an advertisement? Let me tell you, it's enough for your monthly food expenses. Flander rambled on. Don't worry. Think positively. There are more than 10 of us wearing this outfit together, so it's not too lonely. Jiang Luoran, in his 2 lives, wore a snow-white costume on the street to promote products. Now that he has become a soul emperor, he doesn't care about these face issues anymore. Luoran, what gives you such a good mentality? Jiang Zhu covered her head with both hands. Is this the demeanor of a master? Even those losers from Tsanghui Academy dress better than us. Oscar pointed to Tsanghui Academy. Just then, 2 teachers from Tsanghui Academy, Shinian and Yi Zhiqiu, led their students over. Brother Luoran, I knew I would see you again. Yi Zhiqiu smiled as he embraced Jiang Luoran. Shinian led the other students away, harboring resentment towards Yi Zhiqiu. Yi Zhiqiu, remember your identity as a mentor. What? Yi Zhiqiu's eyes turned cold. Did teacher Shinian want to say something? No matter. See you in the competition. Jiang Luoran shook hands with Yi Zhiqiu and then looked at Shinian's back. Shinian seemed to be targeting Tang San. He was a level 72 soul sage. As a substitute, it was necessary to think about the safety of the team members. I need to find an opportunity to take him out. Jiang Luoran was fully aware of Shinian's martial soul and soul skills. If he could sneak in a surprise attack, that old man would probably be finished, and then a few more strikes would bring him closer to death. By the way, I forgot an important detail. Shinian has a soul bone. Jiang Luoran had set his sights on him and needed to find an opportunity to eliminate him. To be safe, he could collude with Yi Zhiqiu. If worst comes to worst, he could bring in Yu Qianxin. Jiang Luoran felt no psychological pressure when it came to those without righteous motives. The group discussed strategies for dealing with opponents, completely unaware that Jiang Luoran was thinking about how to kill. Along the way, various academies greeted Jiang Luoran, as if engaging in some diplomatic policy. Because of his previous victory over the evil spirit sect, Jiang Luoran had earned a second-class merit. making it hard for anyone not to recognize him. Be careful, I sent something off about that old man Shinian, Flanders said seriously. Principal, is that the soul sage you mentioned? What's wrong with him? Dai Mubai had never seen Flanders so serious before. This man holds grudges. Anyone targeted by him doesn't end well. Just try not to walk off alone, Flanders said, sitting down with the master and others. Brother, you're here. Hearing the voice, Jiang Luoran looked up and saw a fair but annoying face. Tang Bai, this guy looks like a refined gentleman on the surface, but is actually a complete killer. By the way, we could team up to take out Shinian. But what if a soul bone drops and they get entangled again? Yi Jiqiu definitely wouldn't compete with him. And Yu Tianxin's temperament and family background would only lead her to repay favors. But Tang Bai is hard to predict. Tang Bai noticed the cold light in the corner of Jiang Luoran's eye, and Jiang Luoran saw the cold light in Tang Bai's eye as well. They were both killers among killers, and a single glance could reveal what the other was thinking. Jiang Luoran pretended to look around innocently. Don't look anymore, my teacher. The holy maiden didn't come. Tang Bai patted Jiang Luoran's shoulder, wearing a face that seemed to say they both liked killing. Brother, if you need anything, just speak up. Don't hold back. Why are you here? Jiang Luoran asked, puzzled. I'm not part of the Academy's golden generation, so I don't have the qualifications to compete. I'm not like those useless people in the Academy. So, I have the right to come out and watch with Salis. Tang Bai glanced at the Shrek students. I'll cheer for you. Chapter 130, Shrek vs. Tiendo Royal. Then, thank you. Jiang Luoran thought he would not cooperate with this killer unless absolutely necessary. Tang Bai felt chaotic inside. Jiang Luoran's innocent expression seemed like that of a girl hanging laundry in winter. Without further words, they shook hands and parted ways. The 3 viewing platforms suddenly filled with people. In the center sat the Emperor, with Ning Fengji on the right and Salis on the left. Young Soul Masters, you are the pride of the Empire, and I hope you can fully showcase your strength. For the glory of the Empire, show your brilliance. The Emperor of the Empire said solemnly. The Emperor undoubtedly hoped to strengthen the Empire's power more than anyone else. No one understands the ambitions of the Spirit Hall better than him. Seeing so many young and passionate Soul Masters again, I too am inspired by you. I hope you will bring glory to the Empire, and the Empire will be honored by you. Ning Fengji clapped his hands, his face full of kindness. Salis said little, simply nodding. In the first round of the preliminaries, Tsanhui Academy faced Zixing Academy. In the first round of the preliminaries, Oakland Academy faced Huiyin Guanghui Academy. In the first round of the preliminary competition, Shrek faced off against the Tiendo Royal Academy. You all compete well, we'll leave first, Flanders said weakly, not giving the Shrek students a chance to speak. Luoran, you lead the team, and you have full authority over everything. The master also felt there was nothing difficult about it. When battling the Tiendo Royal Academy, if it weren't for the fear of losing face for the Empire, Shrek only needs to send 3 people up to take them down. Their purpose this time is to win the championship. Who would want to compete with the Tiendo Royal Academy? This match is just perfect for you to warm up. Qin Ming casually walked away as if he were going on vacation. With the teachers gone and all the responsibility placed on him, Jiang Luoran felt he was just doing their work. According to the original requirement, apart from Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, who were to be kept in reserve, the others were to be filtered. Jiang Luoran sat in the teacher's seat, watching the stage below. This is really boring. Let Singa take them down, Oscar said, sitting cross-legged on the chair. The necessary procedures are still needed. We'll bring all the support-type Soul Masters to better conceal our strength, Tang San said, suggesting to bring all the support. It was clear how little they thought of competing against the Tiendo Royal Academy. Finally, they summarized the numbers. Oscar, Jiangzhu, Jingling, Zai Mubai, Xiao Wu, Dangshan, Dai Long. If it weren't for Xiao Wu not having consumed the Heartbreak Red and becoming a Soul Sovereign, she would also be a primary candidate to be kept in reserve. We need to end the battle in 1 minute. Go up, activate our martial souls, then come down, Tang San said as he gathered everyone together. Indeed, the master had painstakingly trained them, bringing out their potential. It was like growing vegetables without using any pesticides. Purely handcrafted and carefully trained. They were just hoping to sell at a good price, shining brightly, surpassing all the other products. Why would they bother comparing with such shoddy work? The master didn't even have the mood to appreciate it. No, you only need half a minute. Jiang Luoran waved his hand. I suddenly look forward to seeing their expressions when they see your soul rings. All right, let's go. Tang San led the team, and they walked into the competition arena. The Emperor noticed the awkwardness and thought this was a war without conflict. Even if the Tiendo Royal Academy was useless, it wouldn't be unable to defeat the offspring of a second-rate academy. Ning Fengji was rather excited, as if it didn't matter what these people wore in front of him. Suddenly, he saw Jiang Luoran, who was also wearing the Shrek team uniform, sitting at a table leisurely drinking water. Hi, Jiang Luoran waved politely at Ning Fengji and sat up straight. So you're also from Shrek. No wonder you're all so outstanding. Ning Fengji returned a bow to Jiang Luoran. The first round of the opening match was indeed boring. Salas pursed his lips. Ha ha ha. Wearing such clothes? Are you begging? Shui Peng led the laughter, and the nobles beside him joined in. Clowns, trying to win this match through performance won't work. Ha 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 ha. It must be said that when they saw Tang San and the others, they really couldn't hold back their laughter. Most of the flowers were thrown to the Tiendo Royal Academy. In contrast, Shrek looked desolate like frozen ground in winter. However, they didn't care about that at all. What use were flowers? They just needed to keep winning. Both teams are ready. Please start the soul fighting. The chief referee swung his right hand, signaling the start. Come on, let them see what true strength is. Ha ha ha. The 7 nobles on Shui Peng's side activated their martial souls and soul rings, all being 3-ring great soul masters. Shui Peng clasped his hands over his chest, revealing a disdainful smile. Activating his martial soul, Dai Mubai spread his arms, and 4 soul rings fell simultaneously. It looked as if he might fly away because of how fast they were spinning. Bang, bang, bang. The 7 from Shrek also activated their soul rings. Except for Xiao Wu, who was a 3-ring, the others were all 4-ring soul sovereigns. The most dazzling of them all was Tang San. His 4 soul ring was actually 10,000 years old. This made people break into a cold sweat. The emperor naturally noticed the black soul ring. He even blinked in disbelief and looked again. Salas had never seen a black 4th soul ring either and couldn't help but stare a bit longer. Only Ning Fengji knew how difficult it was. Absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring with a 5,000-year gap required incredible willpower. No, this person must be recruited. He is also an excellent match for Ning Rongrong. Thinking of this, Ning Fengji involuntarily glanced at Jiang Luoran, knowing that he was also a madman. A madness that made it hard to gauge his depth. Last time, Jiang Luoran left with 2,000-year soul rings and 3 10,000-year soul rings. He didn't even give Ning Fengji the time to talk. That purple hammer broke into the Silvis auction house like a curtain rod pulling back the curtains. This matter must be investigated to see if it was true. Ning Fengji maintained his composure because his rationality told him that this wasn't realistic. One more thing was that the opponent's soul rings were very likely to be virtual soul rings. Anyway, this matter was significant and needed thorough investigation. Shui Peng's eyes almost popped out at the moment when Tang San and the others activated their martial souls. The expressions on Shui Peng and the others' faces were like they were on a haunted house adventure, rapidly changing. If they could admit defeat at that moment, they would definitely do so immediately. But somehow, there was always a creepy energy flooding into their bodies, like honey filling their mouths. Go down. Tai Long was the first to rush up. The gap in strength was so large that it was hard to take it seriously. Tai Long punched them one by one, sending them flying. Tang Sen was worried that Shui Peng and the others' bones might break, so he diligently used blue silver grass to pull them back. Dai Mubai leaped with both feet, not even activating his martial soul, and raised his hand to smash down. Bang, bang, bang. 7 sounds rang out simultaneously as Shui Peng and the 7 fell into a daze, breathing slowly through their nostrils. Chapter 131. Premeditated Bone Theft. The preliminary competition was utterly boring. Shrek and the others almost wiped out the opponents in an instant. It was like 7 level 100 individuals fighting against 7 level 10s. Up to now, Tang San's 4th soul skill hadn't even had a chance to be used. Shrek, Shrek, Shrek. Now, everyone in the soul fighting arena knew about the Shrek team. They were unmatched in strength, crushing everything in their path, even disdainful of changing formations. Indeed, with an all-soul sovereign formation, they had already reached the standard of the first team of the Tiendo Royal Academy. They were exempt from the preliminary rounds. Shrek Academy wins nighttime within the Shrek camp. I thought they were some great people, but they didn't even fight, just crawled away. Ma Hongjun pointed out, of course referring to the battle situation. The master didn't say anything about this. They had gained their strength through their own suffering and had the capital to boast. Our goal has always been the championship. There's nothing to be proud of, Flanders said, holding a bottle of wheat beer. Indeed, for those with foresight, even when they achieve things beyond human capability, they remain indifferent. There is no need for pretentiousness, as they disdain observing such trivial honors. Jiang Luoran quietly lies on the rooftop. He inexplicably arrived at Douluo continent and muddled through his cultivation. Of course, No one said he should take a break. Then suddenly someone said, "Hey, you're the son of Beiming. Hurry up and finish your cultivation and go home. Your mother is waiting to give you a warm hug. Perhaps there's also a battle you need to fight. Maybe one where you lead countless birds." All right. Everyone worked hard fighting during the day. Eat up and go to bed early. The master is always so rational. Perhaps as Flanders said, the master might have used up all his irrationality when he was young. Luoran, although you need to moderate your cultivation, sparring is inevitable. Remember, especially with soul masters suitable for you. The master pointed at Jiang Luoran with a serious expression. Teacher, you said during the day to take it slow. Jiang Luoran seemed to guess what the master was about to say. Ere long, spar with Luoran. Try to let him feel the fighting style and killing intent of a soul sage, the master said, raising his hands. Will I die? Jiang Luoran asked suspiciously. At most, just a dislocation. It's that simple. Flanders took 3 swigs of beer. After ere long is done, I'll play with you. Just a dislocation? To them, dislocation seemed like nothing more than a trivial scrape. Shrek Academy won again, now on a 16-game winning streak with no losses. The chief referee shouted passionately. Jiang Luoran walked over slowly with a white bandage wrapped around his right arm, his pale face marked with countless fist and palm prints. Ha ha ha. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but snicker. Luoran, once you also become a soul sage, you won't get hurt this badly. How was today? Jiang Luoran sat down in a chair. Not in a good mood. 16 wins in a row, still winning, and we haven't even changed formations. I feel like this group today is even worse than yesterday's. Ma Hongjun expressed his disappointment. It was as if they were not facing humans, but rather robots programmed for training. At this rate, we should be fighting Songhui Academy next. Jiang Luoran pondered. Tang San was targeted by Sherman only after defeating Songhui Academy. We've already started, look over there. Ma Hongjun pointed at the arena where Shrek was facing Songhui Academy. Oh, in that case, Jiang Luoran tore off the bandage and handed it to Ma Hongjun. Keep an eye on the battle situation for me. I'm stepping out for a bit. All right. Ma Hongjun didn't care where Jiang Luoran was going, as the battle situation was so clear-cut. Senior Yi, Jiang Luoran approached Yi Zhiqiu. Luoran, brother. Yi Zhiqiu stood up, observing Jiang Luoran. Are you a soul emperor now? That day, Yi Zhiqiu sensed JiangLuoran's aura, which was definitely that of a soul emperor, no doubt about it. Although he wasn't as powerful as himself. Who has seen a soul emperor in their teens? That's right. I'm here to ask for your help in killing Sherman. A cold glint suddenly appeared on JiangLuoran's smiling face. Yi Zhiqiu was clearly startled, and his face paled. To say so openly in front of the public that I want to kill Sherman? However, it can't be helped moments later, just as Jiang Luoran was about to leave. Sherman has done many evil deeds, truly a disgrace to our academy, but he is a soul sage, not someone we can provoke. You don't know, this old man has a way with young girls. Yi Zhiqiu began to recount the history of Sherman. What a beast! Jiang Luoran was unaware of Shimon's charming history. No wonder he harmed Tang San and Xiao Wu. Although this was also the only way to hurt Tang San. The weight of a soul sage. No matter how much evil Sherman has done, the academy wouldn't say anything, right? Jiang Luoran's heart sank instead. Otherwise, how could he have survived until now? To be honest, there was nothing that couldn't be resolved without killing him. But hearing you say he's going to target the academy students, I am willing to help. Yi Zhiqiu actually didn't have much confidence either. 2 soul emperors discussing how to kill a level 73 soul sage. This was akin to 2 middle school boys challenging a combat athlete in the arena. You are enough. Don't worry, he will undoubtedly die. Jiang Luoran, as a killer, was still a very responsible killer. Planning was certainly not difficult for him. For example, stuffing willow branches into Shimon's mouth to suffocate him to death, or using his speed and soul skills to bombard him. However, none of these were as practical as using a beauty scheme. And Yi Zhiqiu was that beauty. You just charge in, I'll handle the rest. Jiang Luoran patit Yi Zhiqiu shoulder. Charge directly? If it weren't for Yi Zhiqiu knowing Jiang Luoran's character, he would think the other was joking. Do I need to bring a weapon? The opponent is a soul sage, and Jiang Luoran says to charge directly. Shouldn't I take a soul tool of terrifying level? Pick some fresh flowers by the roadside, or strike a charming pose. It's all up to you, Jiang Luoran said as he walked away. The match in the arena had already ended, and Tang San pretended to be injured as he left alone. In reality, he wasn't seriously injured at all, but rather, he had taken out the opponents with just a glance. A top-tier expert in a particular field was provoked, and then all those on the other side were taken out in an instant. This expert pretended to know nothing, wearing an innocent expression. Everyone wanted to pick up their slippers and slap him a few times. However, the rest of Shrek's team was indeed genuinely injured. Qi Ming brought people to attend to them. Yi Zhiqiu. Sherman stood on the streets of Tiando City and saw Yi Zhiqiu. Sherman, tell me, what are you doing here? Yi Zhiqiu was on high alert, summoning his martial soul and soul rings. I am a main teacher of Songhui Academy. Do I need to report to you? You are merely the most useless one among the main teachers. Sherman waved his hand dismissively. But I'm also a main teacher. Yi Zhiqiu understood that he couldn't beat the opponent, so it was important to strike first. Whoosh. Chapter 132. Trapped and killed. Whoosh, the sound of air breaking came. And before Sherman could turn his head, he was hit by Jiang Luoran's cursed spear. Shimon's chest was pierced, and his right arm was even broken by Jiang Luoran. Good, very good. You actually set me up. Although Sherman was heavily injured and caught off guard by Jiang Luoran's attack, he showed no fear. Instead, he harbored even stronger hatred. No matter how one looked at it, he was a soul sage. Just 2 soul emperors. Killing them would be effortless. Sherman die. Yi Zhiqiu had previously doubted Jiang Luoran, but now that they appeared together, he was no longer afraid. Just you? Sherman waved his right hand. Sherman, where are my martial soul and soul rings? Shimon's eyes filled with terror, like an old man who had been deceived. 6th soul skill, Xiangui Dunjia. Yi Zhiqiu transformed into an illusory green turtle shell, adorned with countless ancient patterns. Boom! With a loud noise. Sherman was knocked back and crashed into a large tree before hitting the ground, covered in dust. If he didn't suppress it, the bruise and shredded flesh on his chest would have burst out. Impossible. This is impossible. My martial soul has never encountered such a situation. This is even more unbelievable than killing in dreams. Even more perverse. Is it you? He frowned and looked at Jiang Luoran. My 6th soul skill, Cursed Spear, can control the opponent for 1 hour within level 5 and 20 minutes within level 10. And I am now a level 64 Soul Emperor, 9 levels apart from you, able to control you for 5 minutes. So, in these 5 minutes, we have professionals to take care of your coffin. Jiang Luoran's right hand clawed, and a 9 nether white bone appeared. There was no need to keep the cursed spear. Killing an old thing like Xinian had to be direct. If the opponent releases a dream, anyone would die. Nonsense. I am a soul sage. How could I be killed by such a ridiculous reason? Xinian clenched his hands tightly, unable to summon his soul ring. Long Ao, Jiu Shao, Yu Qianxin stood on a willow tree, raising both hands, aimed at Xinian and unleashed a barrage. Xinian rolled around like a dead dog, his face twisted, spitting black blood. Could it be planned? Xinian trembled all over. Fortunately, he was a soul sage. If it were someone else, they would have been tortured to death long ago. Yi Zhiqiu, we are both teachers at Songhui Academy. Are you really going to kill me for them? Xinian was furious. Ha, you are worthy of it. Yi Zhiqiu's right hand, covered with dark turtle shell, slapped Shinian's face. Crack. At that moment, Shinian's proud old face was reduced to that of an alien. I will fight you to the end. Xinian locked onto Jiang Luoran first. Leaping high and raising his thick fist, Kunpeng, possessing, Jiang Luoran's closed eyes suddenly opened, and the emerging white light was blinding, like some soul beast awakening. 100-meter white wings spread wide. In high-speed movement, the wings resembled a giant hand pulling open the curtain of the world, more like the morning glow of the rising sun, covering all the darkness. Shinian's shattered eyes were burst at that moment. He only felt a burning sensation on his right side, while his left side sank into the hard ground. That feeling, surely no one has ever experienced it. This was not a battle. Xinian felt like a demolition expert caught in a minefield, blown to the point where he couldn't even keep his eyes intact. When the 5 minutes were up, Xinian's soul power and soul ring all recovered. However, in his current state, the soul sage's soul power was almost depleted. The body of Soul Master is actually a carrier of soul power. With the body turned to ashes, what soul power could he retain? Just wait to die. However, Xinian did not want to give up. He still had beautiful students to bully, and he should not perish either. Dream. That's right. No matter how useless he was still a soul sage. Moreover, he was a soul sage capable of creating dreams. He wanted to trap Jiang Luoran and the others in his dream, then subject them to endless humiliation. Thinking of this, Xinian quickly circulated his soul power, his whole body radiating a dreamy blue. Old thing, I will send you off. Solar Corona Feather, Tang Baifei arrived, flicking his hand to shoot down hundreds of white feathers. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, Xinian felt like he wanted to die. At the last moment, someone appeared. How many more people are there? Suppressing bandits or assassination? 5th soul skill. Ancient Dark Turtle Yi Zhiqiu, being the strongest soul emperor among them, naturally had to be the first to kill, paving the way for them. The dark turtle shell on his body emitted a distant aura, with ancient patterns glowing green. Bang the moment Xinian was touched. It felt like being hit by a compactor or bulldozer. This painful sensation made him doubt what remained of his body. Angel's sword, Xueqinghe raised his right hand, summoning a 3-meter-long golden sword. Still that judgmental look, he aimed at Xinian's head and stabbed down. Xinian spat blood on the spot. The remnants of his eyes seemed to express disbelief at the presence of someone else. A soul sage was thus crushed to death. He didn't even have time to use his soul skills. Yu Tianxin merely delivered the finishing blow, and it was time for him to leave, without encountering Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran killed a soul sage of the Heaven Do Empire, thus reducing one enemy for their spear haul, which is why Xueqinghe was lured in. Xueqinghe completed the task and retreated stealthily. Tang Bai cupped his hands towards Xueqinghe, smiling at Jiang Luoran. When I saw the killing intent in your eyes that day, I knew you were going to kill again. This sounded as if Jiang Luoran was a ruthless killer, just short of licking the blade and revealing a sinister gaze, saying, I think killing everyone will make me happy for a while. I'm not bloodthirsty. They forced me to be bloodthirsty. Jiang Luoran jumped down from the wall, his expression numb. The aftermath is on me. Yi Zhiqiu sighed and quickly left. No problem. Your students have all been knocked silly. The aftermath can be discussed with the 7 fools. In front of them, it's just a matter of opening his mouth. Jiang Luoran didn't know if Yi Zhiqiu heard it. I took away the treasures on your body. This was part of the previous transaction. Tang Bai took the storage soul guide from Xinian's body. Remember, when Tang San killed Xinian, he used something like Yama's seal, which disregards kin. Xinian turned into pus directly, not leaving anything good behind except for a soul bone. People like Xinian, with such a temperament, how could they lack good things in their pockets? Having worked diligently for a lifetime here, all he could say was thank you. Tang Bai didn't mind that these were dead things. He must have a skull. Tang Bai looked at Jiang Luoran. I am envious, but I cannot beat you. To avoid contention with you, I will leave first. When Tang Bai was attacking Xinian earlier, he had already sensed that the opponent had a soul bone. Otherwise, why would his whole body be rotten, but only his head remained intact? And everyone was attacking his head. He couldn't have been practicing Shaolin's ultimate technique, like Iron Head skill, since childhood, could he? Jiang Luoran watched Tang Bai leave, then waved to disperse the black smoke, seeing a shining skull. Wisdom Skull. Chapter 133. Unmatched dominance with a wisdom skull. It was natural to absorb it immediately. Jiang Luoran observed his surroundings, hid the skull in the storage soul guide, and quickly left. Returning to the Shrek rest area, Jiang Luoran entered his exclusive supplement room. Taking out the skull again, he saw it glowing like a finely crafted gift. One must say, the feeling of killing to loot bones is truly delightful. This kind of power gained through killing almost made Jiang Luoran lose himself. It felt like entering the city of slaughter. The skull floated up, fitting onto Jiang Luoran's head and merging with him. Gradually, Jiang Luoran's gaze became clear and his thoughts sharper. Many previously difficult issues he could now recall immediately. There was a sensation as if someone had suddenly pulled you out of swamp. Release your thoughts, free your mind. Settle down, then settle down again. The role of the skull remains important, primarily for increasing wisdom. However, the skull from the Academy of Insect Armor is considered offensive. One must understand that when soul masters cultivate, they inevitably encounter mental obstacles. At this time, if they have a skull, it can significantly enhance their chances of leveling up. Moreover, the head is the source of all thoughts. Increasing wisdom means enhancing one's overall character and cultivation. A powerful soul master, without a stronger demeanor, how can they face terrifying enemies? Whether it's suppressing soul power or finding the opponent's weaknesses, the skull is a precious existence. For an entire afternoon, Jiang Luoran was immersed in the gentle warm sunlight, with an endless stream of soul power flowing into his body, as if recognizing its master. Jiang Luoran slowly opened his eyes, devoid of any glaring brightness, harshness, or the murderous aura of soul power surging forth. Instead, there was only a gentle gaze, soft as water, yet beneath that gentle exterior lay hidden turbulent waves. Absorbing the skull also affects the face. A touch of captivating sternness appeared on his cheerful face. His long black hair reached his waist, each strand shining like black pearls. If someone were to expose my bones now, they would probably die laughing in their dreams. Jiang Luoran thought as he looked at his hands. For some reason, after absorbing the skull, he felt himself becoming stronger. The soul power blossomed, level 66. Just now, With the effects of the soul bone added, Jiang Luoran leveled up twice. If he deduced it, the seventh soul skill will be the true body of his martial soul. The first martial soul, Blood Devil Vine, is not a beast martial soul, so what should its soul skill be? It can't possibly turn into a giant vine, right? Voices of soldiers came from outside. Bishop Salas, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to barge in like this? What's inappropriate about investigating the reasons behind the competition? Step aside. Salas waved his hand and pushed the soldier away. What is going on? Jiang Luoran, closest to the door, opened the tent and stepped out. You are. Salas almost didn't recognize him, then thought of the other person's name. It's only been 2 days. How come you look better? What does this radiant appearance mean? Living too comfortably. Oh, you're here to investigate the Songhui Academy, which has become a bunch of fools. Jiang Luoran preemptively said. That's right. What position do you hold in Shrek? If you're a student, I haven't seen you in action. Salas's tone softened a bit. He had seen Jiang Luoran in the player area, not just on the arena. Oh, I'm a reserve. It doesn't matter if I'm there or not, just serving tea and pouring water, Jiang Luoran explained. You Shrek are quite impressive. Do you know you almost killed someone this time? Salas said irritably. Well, I think it's better to forget it. You won tea, get any results from me. Jiang Luoran wanted to hold his head. Step aside. Salas led 12 Spirit Hall warriors into the Shrek teacher area, heading towards the stars. Senior Salas. I really don't know. Flandra's voice could be heard from afar, sounding as if he had lost his purity. You don't know? I came here to hear you say you don't know. Regardless, Salas slammed the cup in his hand onto the table. You must give me an explanation today. Otherwise, the Spirit Hall has the right to disqualify you. I painstakingly established the academy just to let the children I cultivate shine, especially in terms of morality, taught by our beloved teachers. They're like a group of naive little lambs. Do you understand? Little lambs. How could they harbor killing intent to harm such trash? Flandra pointed angrily at the Songhui Academy. I came here to hear your explanation, not to discuss starting an academy. If that's the case, then I will cancel your qualification for the competition, Salas coldly snorted. Teacher, are you looking for me? Tang, since stumbled in weakly from outside. Qin Ming cooperatively helped support him. Thank you, senior. I really overexerted myself. Tang San's lips were pale. That was because he had sealed one of his acupoints, leading to a deficiency in his vital energy. Tang San, I ask you, what did you see on the arena? Why did you cripple them? Salas asked. Little San, quickly tell me what those wastes did to you on the arena. You must speak the truth. Flandra emphasized the word waste. Indeed, the students of Songhui Academy are seen as top-level waste in Flandra's eyes. They lack strength, have poor character, are indiscreet, yet provoke those stronger than themselves. Even worse, they rely on extra power to fight on the arena. What else can you call that but waste? Oh, okay. Those wastes. Oh no. The students of Songhui Academy released something like a poison gas bomb right from the start. You all saw it. The arena was filled with smoke, and I almost choked to death, struggling to breathe. Tang San recalled with effort. Then there was nothing left. Nothing left? You mean they crippled themselves? Salas's tone turned unfriendly. For him, the waste of Songhui didn't matter. What was important was eliminating Shrek, this uncertain factor. Fools? They're all crippled? Tang San looked innocent, showing a puzzled expression. Yes, they were ruthless to themselves. I've lived more than half my life and have never seen such ruthless people. Flandra sounded like a lamenting elder. Nonsense. I now announce that Shrek is disqualified. The reason is malicious murder. Salas stood up. Jiang Luoran understood how the Spirit Hall would fall. One hard-headed Qin Xuanji and one stubborn Salas. These two were too ruthless in their actions. Was it really necessary to be so rigid? Isn't it better to make friends? One must understand that if they didn't target Shrek Academy, they could probably contend with two great empires. After all, this battle was mainly obstructed by the students of Shrek. First of all, if it weren't for Qin Xuanji taking a liking to Tang San's mother. No, let us correct that. Taking a liking to Tang San's mother's 100,000-year soul ring. Tang, how didn't he have any enmity with the Spirit Hall? He was just bored and had to find trouble with Qin Xuanji. Moreover, Tang, how wasn't he truly insane? At most, he was overly passionate. What a pitfall. Corruption. If it had been Bibi Dong with her purity managing things from the beginning, it wouldn't have resulted in such a scene. Being a person, it's good to have a bit of compassion. That turtle old bastard Qin Xuanji deserves to die. Chapter 134. 1 against 7, Part 1. No one could make Shrek Academy disqualify from the competition. The master lifted the curtain and stood there directly in front of everyone. Before Salas could speak, the other Spirit Hall warriors rushed over. Are you looking for a fight? We're not afraid. Jiang Luoran released his level 66 soul power, blocking all the warriors. As if receiving an order, Lu Erlong and Zhao Wujia also stepped out from the crowd. Unintentionally aligned. The tension was palpable. This could really turn into a fight. But Jiang Luoran understood that the master had an elder token, and both sides fundamentally could not engage in battle. Everyone stepped back. The master is still rational. He is very clear that the status of the spirit hall is not something these few people can provoke. Please leave. The master raised the elder token and pointed it at Salus. Elder token? Salus looked around and quickly left, not daring to stay any longer. Shao Gang. With such a thing, why didn't you take it out earlier? We almost ended up in a fight. Flinder threw down his wooden stick. If we're going to fight, what are you afraid of, Flinder? Lu Erlong brushed his hair away from his forehead. Zhao Wujia smiled wryly and touched his head before turning to leave. Since coming to the Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujia's temperament has improved a lot, and his character has become quite stable. The rest of the Shrek team came over. Although they claimed to be seriously injured, at most they were only slightly injured, which would not affect tomorrow's competition. Someone like Dai Mubai, who is in good shape, is already full of energy. All right, we have the first round of competition tomorrow, so you all should rest early and regain your strength. The master seemed to have something to attend to and left quickly. Have you arranged the competition order? Flinder reclined in his chair. Tang San, Dai Mubai Oscar, Tyrone, Jing Ling, Huang Yuan, Jiang Luoran reported the work. Who is tomorrow's opponent? The Elephant Armor Academy. Flinder couldn't help but laugh. Good, this is very good. Third brother has already set up the perfect meteor hammer strategy. It's a sure win. Jiang Luoran felt there was no need to remind Tang San about Huyan Li having a soul bone. After all, it's still a win. Whether you say it or not, it's the same. On the first day, Shrek versus Elephant Armor Academy. Shrek wins. Against the Water Academy, against the Flame Radiance Academy. Shrek marched forward, sweeping away all enemies. Although they sometimes encountered difficulties, Shrek repeatedly refreshed everyone's perspective, filling people with admiration. No one dared to underestimate the Shrek Academy, covered in logos. After the first round of competitions, Shrek did its utmost to preserve its strength, making it hard for people to gauge their depth. The second round, individual matches. The Academy only needs to send out one student for a 1v1 challenge. If this student defeats the opponent, they can choose to proceed to the next round until the opposing Academy has no one left to compete. Or, they can choose to withdraw or be defeated themselves. In the fighting arena, Flinder, a tall young man, provocatively shouted, "Get lost, don't provoke me." Flinder looked impatient, as if the two had some old grudge. "I heard you entered Shrek Academy and were supported by a woman. Ha ha. How is it? Is eating soft rice not bad?" The young man sneered. Everyone was surprised. He looked like a mere soul master at the 4-ring level. How dare he insult the Academy head? Did he eat a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? That's my business. Mind your own. Flinder acted indifferent, letting the young man shout. Seeking death? Dai Mubai, with a bad temper, was the first to rush up. The members of the Barak team naturally came forward to help, and all Shrek members stood to the side. Remember, we are the Barak team. Your opponent in a moment. The man glared with red eyes. Sorry, we won't bother remembering the identity of Small Fry. Dai Mubai's goal is the championship. Barak? What is that? Say it again if you dare. The Barak team members spoke in unison. Seeking death, don't talk so much nonsense. Jiang Luoran raised his hand ready to slap. Don't make a scene. You'll have your chance on the stage later. If you cause trouble now, you'll be impeached, the master said with a bad temper. Flinder, wait for it. The man took the Barak team away. Lu Erlong was momentarily confused, not knowing what had happened, so he silently watched. Hey, it's all my fault. Back when the Academy faced a funding crisis, I had no choice but to seek support from the Barak Kingdom. But they were so greedy, wanting all our graduates to pledge allegiance to Barak. Bah, so many good students pledge allegiance to a king with no ambition? Flinder's eyes showed a hint of weariness. Too much bullying. Lu Erlong broke a steel pillar. I was still in school and could have represented the Academy in the elite competition, but because the Barak Kingdom snatched our Academy's qualification. Qi Ming also wanted to stand on the stage in a glamorous manner. No matter how tired or close to death, at least he showcased his strength and effort. Even if he sweated profusely and felt like his lungs were about to burst, he did not regret stepping onto the stage once. Because countless people, or soul masters, could see your dedication, you are no longer anonymous. Insulting me is one thing, but you cannot insult my profession, Flinder said angrily. It's not your fault. You just wanted to make the Academy better. Although Shrek really isn't that great, you did your best. The master rarely patted Flinder on the shoulder. Everyone sighed. Shrek Academy simply lacks funding. This made Flender feel empty, cautious with each step, saving money every day. Advertisers opening shops, selling dragon whiskers. Within the Empire's allowance, he pushed his body to the extreme. Looking back now, he was still a poor man. Everyone felt that the clothes they wore, ugly, dirty, and covered in logos, suddenly didn't seem so bad. Just like Barak mocked, Flender, a dignified soul sage, had lived like a farmer. Against the Barak kingdom, Luoran, you go up. Remember, this is the first match of the second round. Show our Shrek spirit. Flender then smiled. JiangLuoran had no objections. If the opponent needed him, he would go up. It didn't matter. After all, he was just there to clear the field. It doesn't matter if you strike hard, the master nodded. But you're not allowed to activate your soul rings or martial spirits. Luoran, it's up to you. Scare them. Ma Hongjun had never been on stage. Itching to get JiangLuoran up. Luoran, you must slap them in the face. Dai Mubai suggested. The girls laughed because hearing Dai Mubai say that made the opponent seem like a pighead. No one cheered for JiangLuoran because it was unnecessary. Cheering for him in front of him felt like looking down on him. The Barak team sent out their captain. On the Shrek side, they sent out a substitute player who had never appeared before, JiangLuoran. The match began. So it's you? The man crossed his arms, mocking. Chapter 135, 1 versus 7, monthly ticket reward. JiangLuoran was as calm as a statue. In fact, the difference between him and a statue was just breathing. The captain of the Barak Kingdom team spoke like a venomous woman, rattling on. Bang, the purple-tinged soul power struck down at the man's feet, smashing the arena beneath him. The man was even a loss, not knowing what the opponent was doing. A large hand slammed down, flattening half of the man's face. Then he flew out of the arena, embedded in the stone wall. Sorry, I didn't control my strength well. Next. JiangLuoran wore a face of I was just too careless. The sound reached everyone's ears like a butcher at a slaughterhouse, shouting at the cows behind him. Next. Next. It was too much to bear. A member of the Balak team jumped down from the high platform, landing at JiangLuoran's toes. The frustrating part was that no matter how the Balak team member tried to evade, he couldn't escape from JiangLuoran's toes. It was just like a shadow. That's right. A shadow, in fact. It was just a matter of speed. JiangLuoran's swift movements followed this team member closely, making him believe that JiangLuoran's toes were right behind him. Bang! Before this team member even landed, JiangLuoran kicked him out of the ring, sending him flying into the resting area of the Balak team. Seeing the situation where the outgoing breath was long and the incoming breath was short, no one dared to come forward anymore, fearing they would be finished. What's going on? Shouted a man with red stripes tied around his right arm. Ha ha ha. Ma Hongjun laughed loudly against the white wall. Look at their dumbfounded expressions. Ha ha. Oscar joined in the laughter, pointing and laughing. Not only the Balak team, but even the other 4 elemental academies were baffled. This kind of battle was strangely perplexing. It was like suddenly being hit by someone, and then you could never find him again. Don't worry, the other side is just a fake. You opened your martial soul and spirit rings outside the ring. All right. Another Balak team member stepped up, directly activating 2 yellow and 2 purple spirit rings, and a blazing flower bloomed. 4th spirit skill. Boom. Everyone's vision turned dark red, and when they opened their eyes again, they suddenly found a cracked pattern appearing on the arena. This wasn't just one crack. The entire arena was part of this pattern, as if it had been carefully crafted by a master. In the center of the arena, JiangLuoran extended his large hand and slapped toward the Balak team member's face. Finally realizing the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, JiangLuoran threw him out again. To abide by the competition rules and to avoid being scolded by the crowd for being arrogant, JiangLuoran held back, letting the opponent's insults go unchallenged. In fact, he thought it wasn't necessary to be too aggressive. It was enough to knock the opponent down without drawing too much attention. He enjoyed it, and the enemy couldn't get angry. If they were weak, who could they blame? All right, let's continue to torment them. Ha ha ha. In the Shrek resting area, cheers erupted. They were the only ones present who could still laugh. The master found it uninteresting and left with his hands behind his back, instructing Flender to make the evening meal more exquisite. This Shrek reserve student really is hidden deep. He hasn't even used his martial soul. So, who will be the next member of the Balak team? The chief referee regretted his words immediately after saying them. Wasn't that indirectly saying that all of Balak was useless? Moreover, their opponent, JiangLuoran, hadn't even opened his martial soul, not even his spirit rings. What's going on? What is happening? This battle doesn't seem right. So strange. Either the opponent is incredibly strong, surpassing us by 10 levels, or they are cheating. 10 levels? What a joke. The current unmatched genius, Yu Qianheng, is only level 45. Does a reserve team member need to be 10 levels higher than us? Spirit ancestor? No, I mean the opponent must be at least 10 levels higher, or even more. There is no need to discuss it. He must have cheated. The Balak team was in chaos, with injured members already taken away by the medical team. Balak had messed up big time, encountering a mysterious opponent. Don't you find it terrifying? What do you want to say? I don't understand. A person who is always an unknown, hiding in the darkness, yet makes us think he is basking in the sunlight. We thought this was all he had. But behind him is an unimaginable existence. Suddenly getting philosophical made me shiver. Excuse me, where's my opponent? Are you going to continue? Jiang Luoran waited for a long time, almost thinking the other side would forfeit. Impudence, I. Martial soul possession. A few minutes later, the entire Balak team was wiped out, with no members left to compete. This match was won by Shrek Academy. Congratulations to our contestant, Jiang Luoran, who successfully achieved a 1 against 7. He was also the first to accomplish such a feat. In such a situation, there should have been applause. However, everyone felt as if they hadn't witnessed Jiang Luoran's effort. Or perhaps, they were merely watching someone drink water, which wasn't exciting at all. Challenging Balak was as simple as drinking water. Indeed, who would applaud someone just drinking a glass of water? PSA student. PSA student. Ning Fengji stood up and walked over to Xue Qinghe, saying, "Follow me." The Emperor of the Empire nodded as well. Such talent serving the Empire would truly be refreshing. Salas said nothing. After all, Jiang Luoran was someone who could use a martial soul fusion technique with Hulaina. After all, he was from the Spirit Hall. There was no rush. Luoran, you should have made that last hit harder. I think you should have taken him out, Ma Hongjun said harshly. But his actions were quite silly. It was hard to imagine how he could say such harsh words so naturally, saying the harshest words while acting the silliest. To truly feel proud, our academy needs to be stronger. Beating these kids doesn't solve anything. We need to instill fear in the Balak kingdom, make them afraid. Jiang Luoran casually brushed off any mention of the Balak team. Let us go. Enjoy your meal tonight. Look forward to your matches tomorrow. This afternoon, Luoran has set the tone for you. So make good use of the fear you've instilled in the other academies and defeat them one by one. Flender, seeing Jiang Luoran and the others, was filled with longing and hope. He couldn't help but think how wonderful it was to be young. The pent-up frustration in his chest gradually dissipated, and for some reason, he suddenly wanted to drink beer. The Shrek 7 surrounded Jiang Luoran. Talon and the others showed puzzled expressions. Like the other academies, they felt an inexplicable fear of Jiang Luoran, who could fight a spirit ancestor without needing to activate their martial soul. It was probably a spirit master. Thinking carefully, if Jiang Luoran was indeed a spirit ancestor powerhouse, what would the other academies fight for? They might as well surrender. They hoped the opponent wasn't that terrifying, otherwise they would feel a chill down their spines. Someone who doesn't seem human would be labeled as inhuman. But in essence, he was human, eating and drinking like everyone else. It was just a shift in mindset. Chapter 136. Conversation Shrek Resting Area. Luoran, this is for you, Tang San said, holding two mother and child soul-chasing ghost guts. Seeing JiangLuoran's incredulous expression, Tang San explained this is a kind of weapon. Throw it out when you're in danger. It's for self-preservation. Jiang Luoran's emergence brought attention. And now he was on people's minds. Once again, life and death are unpredictable. As friends, I'll give him two. What Jiang Luoran couldn't believe was that Tang San would give him such an important thing. Although it couldn't compare to the Tang Sec's ultimate skills. Having these two iron courage pills meant he essentially had an extra life. Tang San was really generous. Thank you, third brother. Jiang Luoran accepted without hesitation. Finally found you. A calm voice came from behind. Jiang Luoran and Tang San turned around to see Ning Fengji in a splendid white robe, walking slowly with Xue Qinghe, who was dressed in royal attire. Xiao San, you actually know each other? Ning Fengji pointed out that it was not just a simple acquaintance. They were in the same academy, so it was normal to know each other. However, when Ning Fengji saw the mother and son soul-devouring pills in Jiang Luoran's hand, he realized their relationship was not ordinary. You should know that even Ning Fengji had never received such hidden weapons. He only had the Zhuge divine crossbow given by Tang San. Jiang Luoran quickly put the two iron courage pills back into the storage soul guide. Ning's sect master, Tang San, clasped his hands in greeting, and Jiang Luoran followed suit. There was no way around it. The soul guides in their hands were all gifts from the other party. Yes, Xiao San, No need for such formalities. I've told you many times. Just call me Uncle Ning. Ning Fengji smiled. This young brother Luoran. I still remember your demeanor from our last meeting. Ning Fengji nodded involuntarily. He was a bit wild. But someone with such strong abilities couldn't he be called wild, could he? At most, he was just overly passionate. Ning Secmaster, you flatter me. I was also left with no choice at that time. It was truly a helpless move, Jiang Luoran said regretfully. Ning Fengji almost wanted to knock him on the head. A helpless move that still turned so crazy? That was simply reckless. Come, let me introduce my disciple, who is also the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Xueqinghe. As soon as Ning Fengji finished speaking, Jiang Luoran's expression changed. Similarly, Xueqinghe also had a dark expression upon seeing Jiang Luoran, wishing he could kick him in the lower back. Oh, you know each other? Ning Fengji noticed the intense emotional exchange between Xueqinghe and Jiang Luoran. Yes. When we exterminated the evil spirit sect, I had the fortune to fight alongside brother Luoran. Xueqinghe pretended to be refined. Luoran, you participated in the extermination of the evil cult? Tang San and the others had never heard of this matter. Yes. As a soul master, it's my duty, Jiang Luoran replied reluctantly. He was eager to return and spar with Lu Erlong. Really? Then tell us how you got second place. Ning Fengji observed Jiang Luoran. His talent was good, and his strength was commendable. He must have put in a lot of effort during the fight against the evil cult. Otherwise, how would he have earned the honor of second place? Now, discussing this could help strengthen their relationship. Little did they know, at the start of the battle, Jiang Luoran had stealthily hidden himself in the middle of the group and was even reluctant to use his soul power. Xueqinghe was momentarily at a loss for words. The scene was too chaotic, but there were indeed quite a few evil spirits that fell at Brother Luoran's hands, especially Brother Luoran, who was furious for the sake of a beauty. What kind of beauty, Ning Fengji thought, try to win Jiang Luoran over? But since the other party already had someone they liked, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's Yu Lingjiao, they have a good relationship. Xueqinghe didn't mention Hu Laina, as it would pose an inexplicable threat to the spirit hall. No wonder, the last time I saw you, you were together too. This Ling Jiao kid is quite good, with a nice personality, but still too young. Rongrong is the same age as you. Ning Fengji gently tapped his diamond scepter with his left hand. Ning Fengji had decided to choose one from Jiang Luoran and Tang San. He had seen countless geniuses and rarely found anyone who could match them. Apart from strength, he also needed to observe their character. Tang San was mature and steady, and his strength was high, being a direct descendant of the Haotian sect with twin martial souls. As for Jiang Luoran, he was carefree, with a kind of extreme passion, which could be seen from his act of saving the cat demon. Although he had no sect or family, that was not a problem. On the contrary, he could be an adopted son and become the protector of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. There was no need to worry about family orders or other external factors. Isn't Sect Master Ning here to find Rongrong? Tang San intended to take the lead and call Ning Rongrong for Ning Fengji. No, I want to bring the Crown Prince of the Empire to meet you. After all, you will be working together in the future. Ning Fengji looked at Xueqinghe. Brother Tang San, Brother Luoran. Hello. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Xue. Xueqinghe said graciously, displaying a generous demeanor. Brother Xue. With such a low posture and such a high status, Tang San found it hard to refute. Brother Xue, Jiang Luoran clasped his hands. Considering that you all worked hard in the competition, I specially brought some exquisite food from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. I've already had someone deliver it to Flinder. Ning Fengji pointed ahead, indicating to walk and talk. I wonder what Brother Tang San thinks of this competition. Xueqinghe took on a big brother demeanor. It's an honor to participate. I will compete well, Tang San said succinctly. I hope you can bring glory to the Empire. Looking at you, Shrek will definitely be the leader of this competition. You'll be relying on your battle against the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Xueqinghe's tone was slightly sad. We'll do our best. Tang San knew that too many words could lead to mistakes. Ning Fengji also appreciated this quality of Tang San, as their personalities were quite similar. In fact, it proved that such people could live longer, go further, and have a greater future ahead of them. This was also the only regret Ning Fengji had, because Jiang Luoran had always shown a demeanor of fighting desperately. To put it bluntly, that was a sign of a short life. If Jiang Luoran had a temperament like Tang San, he would have used all his strength to pull Jiang Luoran over. I believe in you. Xiao San, Luoran. Make sure to go out with Qinghe often. Don't get too immersed in training. You've already exceeded the standard a bit. I just don't know what level Luoran is at now. Ning Fengji finally brought up the most important topic. Wow, how should I answer that? Should I say I'm level 66? Would Ning Fengji report me? Or would I be taken into the Soul Master Research Institute? Tang San was also in a dilemma. How should he stop the other party's questions? Ning Fengji had also seen Jiang Luoran's soul rings. If he could be believed, he was indeed a soul king. Jian Shenxin also said that the other party had soul king strength. But Ning Fengji still wanted to hear Jiang Luoran speak honestly. Don't be afraid. You can trust Uncle Ning and the Crown Prince of the Empire. You will only become the pride of the Empire, not the target of the Empire. Ning Fengji had never been so persistent. It was equivalent to indirectly pressuring Jiang Luoran to speak up. Should I lie or not? Moreover, is there really a need to keep lying? By a stroke of luck, I became a level 66 control system Soul Emperor. Chapter 137. The second round of the final battle after bidding farewell to Ning Fengji and Xue Qinghe, Jiang Luoran and Tang San returned to the Shrek resting area. In the upcoming battles, Jiang Luoran had not been sent to fight. However, there were also cases of 1 against 7. It was not only the fear of other academies towards Shrek, but also due to their own strength. Shrek continued to gain momentum in the battles, defeating various academies with an impressive display. The final showdown is between Shrek's Tang San and the Wind Laughing Sky from the Shinkong Academy. The personalities of these two are well known. They fight out of love. Wind Laughing Sky is not only fighting desperately for Huo Wu, but he also wants to prove that he is stronger than Tang San and more worthy of reliance. This is a rivalry between men. The battle on the arena has reached a fever pitch, filled with the sound of clashing metal. The Gale Demon Wolf's 36 consecutive slashes have already reached 23 strikes. The Haotian Hammer's chaotic wind hammer technique has reached 19 strikes. The atmosphere is intensely passionate, a true visual feast. Powerful energy and soul power intertwine amidst the booming sounds, mixed with the will to destroy the heavens and the earth. Lightning and the Haotian Hammer have summoned terrifying blue electricity. Wind Laughing Sky is becoming increasingly strained. He knows that if he fully unleashes the Gale Demon Wolf's 36 consecutive slashes, his body will be left extremely depleted. He may even lose the ability to fight back. The strangest thing is that no matter how Wind Laughing Sky attacks Tang San, the latter can always counterattack. What kind of hammer technique is this? Wind Laughing Sky roars, spiraling in the air, pulling hard, continuing to charge at Tang San. Tang San has already entered a state of oblivion. Right now, all he has in his mind is a hammer radiating terrifying blue electricity. Defeating his opponent is something he must accomplish. Boom! The collision creates a surge of electric energy and fierce winds. This is the final battle, the most striking struggle. The chaotic wind hammer technique is surprisingly proficient. The Emperor of the Empire's pupils widen, revealing an incredulous tone. Your Majesty, Tang San is the son of the Haotian Duo and a direct descendant of the Haotian sect. Ning Fengji smiles warmly. My goodness, is actually the son of the Haotian Duo. The Emperor of the Empire is shocked again, then shows an expression of realization. He must have seen Tang San and Tang house equally passionate natures. Salus beckons a knight over and whispers, "This is the Haotian Hammer. He has a twin martial soul. One blue silver grass is already strong enough, and there's another ultimate weapon martial soul. What kind of academy is Shrek? It feels like there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. How many more treasures do they have? Look at these two down at the arena. They are red-eyed with killing intent. Oh no, they want to play for real, will they? Come on, today I'll fight you to the end, Tang San." Wind Laughing Sky unleashes all his strength, his wings merging into one, descending from the sky. "I'll accompany you." Tang San almost grits his teeth as he says this because he realizes his consciousness is becoming muddled. He is teetering on the brink of collapse. Bang with the final strike, Wind Laughing Sky collapses to the ground, completely exhausted. Tang San is also heavily drained, drenched in cold sweat, blood on his shoulder. The referee considers whether to stop the fight, as these two are clearly in a fight to the death. Twin martial souls. Wind Laughing Sky forces out these 4 words, looking at the Haotian Hammer in Tang San's hand. That's right, the hammer is named Haotian. Such a strong and impressive name. Yet Tang San speaks it so weakly now. Good, with pride in his heart, he cannot allow himself to lose this battle, even if it means using underhanded tactics. Moreover, on the battlefield, who doesn't use a few tricks? Whoosh! Wind Laughing Sky breaks his wind wings, shooting straight at Tang San. This is his last resort. Chaotic wind. Tang San lifts his hammer, desperately grabbing onto a wind wing like a whirlwind, using the technique of borrowing strength to throw it out. The remaining wind wing strikes Tang San's left chest, leaving a bloody mark as it flies against the white wall behind. Xiao San. Flander intends to say don't push yourself, but what good would that do? Tang San has already blocked 2 of the opponent's attacks. Master clenches his fists tightly, his brows furrowed. He is more excited than anyone else, because Tang San absolutely cannot afford to make mistakes. You. Very good. Wind laughing sky falls to the ground, as if dead. The battle is over, and both teams rush in to carry them away to the medical department. You didn't lose to me, it's just that my hammer technique happens to counter your attacks. Tang San closes his eyes. The elites of the Empire have now been officially selected. Shrek is undoubtedly first, and their team's displayed combat has earned them applause. Many people are even asking for Shrek Academy students, with very high rewards. Some even want to send their children to Shrek. 2 days later, everyone has recovered a bit, and is subsequently summoned by the Emperor. You are all the pride of the Empire, and I am proud of you. I want to especially congratulate Shrek Academy for achieving the remarkable record of 16 consecutive victories. The Emperor gazes deeply at Tang San. The future is limitless. The future is limitless. Clap, clap, clap. The applause erupts. Surrounding academies are applauding Shrek, admiring the sweat and effort they put forth on the arena. Some even hope to become one of them. Amazing, really amazing. This kind of praise echoes continuously. They're the focus this time and the strongest in this area. Furthermore, after the tournament, the Empire will grant you the title of nobility. You fought for the Empire, and the Empire will not let you work for nothing. The Emperor smiles. The title of nobility wouldn't be a burden, would it, Your Majesty? With so many people here, if they're all nobles, land would also be a problem, Salus coldly remarks. It's hard to imagine that Salus would openly criticize the Emperor in front of everyone. What does that even mean? The Emperor is the foremost figure of the Tiando Empire, above all others. A person openly says in front of everyone that he is wrong. If Salus were not an elder of the Spirit Hall, he would probably be treated as a madman and executed for treason. This is also what the Emperor is worried about. He indeed cannot publicly punish Salus. The wrath of the Spirit Hall is something he cannot bear. It should be noted that the Spirit Hall openly has 4 Title Douluo, and even the extreme Douluo Qian Dalu is still there. No one can guarantee that the Spirit Hall suddenly unleash dozens of Title Douluo. By then, the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, would be the fuse of this great war. Salus is indeed quite headstrong. The Emperor wants to dilute the territories, so let him dilute it. Publicly displaying the pressure of the Spirit Hall, isn't that just inviting hatred? There are countless ways to fight, but one cannot speak recklessly. One must know that once one foot steps out, the other foot cannot act recklessly. I think there's nothing wrong with this. They serve the Empire, so they should be granted lands. The Emperor's tone is cold. He is already restraining his anger. That's right, after diluting the territories. The Tiando Empire will also receive the support of many talents, because no matter what, their territories are within the Tiando Empire. Just imagine, if these people are all Title Douluo, then the authority of the Tiando Empire will reach an unprecedented peak. Chapter 138. Returning home, although it is unlikely for an empire to have more than 10 Title Douluo, the achievements of genius are limitless. Even if they are sole Douluo, there are some who are proud. Just from the exchange between the Emperor and Salus, everyone can sense the thick smell of battle in the air. Everyone knows that the Spirit Hall and the Empire are tense, but they don't realize just how tense it is. This is clearly a situation that is ready for war. Bishop Salus calmed down, suggesting that we should first settle the students. Ning Fengji mediated, but he was also leaning towards the Emperor. Tomorrow morning, all the outstanding academies will go to the Spirit Hall to participate in the final competition. Remember, you carry the identity of the Heaven Do Empire behind you. Additionally, the Empire is offering a free 10,000 year spirit ring to the outstanding winners. The Emperor has really invested heavily this time. What is most important on the Douluo continent? It's nothing but spirit rings and spirit bones. Their age makes a crucial difference. The Empire's offer of a free 10,000 year spirit ring is truly unprecedented. What? Salas exclaimed. Flinder led everyone away to prepare for tomorrow's matters. What's going on? They suddenly started arguing. Oscar kept glancing back. The two empires were already at odds with the Spirit Hall, and the Spirit Hall's strength was too overwhelming. It was inevitable, Dai Mubai said in a low tone. Does the empire want to expand itself by dividing the territory? Tang San frowned. Or perhaps the Spirit Hall has pushed them to a breaking point, forcing them to expedite their plans, Dai Mubai said helplessly. No one can predict what will happen in the future. Dai Mubai's words made people ponder. All right, The Empire's matters are not something you can interfere with. Focus on your training. No matter what happens in the future, I hope you stand united to stay safe. Flinder appeared, aged as well. Flinder, do you really think it's possible? Zhao Wujia hesitated. In this world, who can say for sure? Flinder sighed in frustration. Hey, where's Xiao Jiang? Lu Erlong scolded. Xiao Jiang, you should have gone back first, Flinder said, appearing startled like a frightened little rabbit. Nonsense. He didn't come here just now. How could he go back? Where would he go? Lu Erlong frowned. A woman's intuition is sharp, especially for a woman like Lu Erlong. Cough, he asked me to give this to you. Flinder handed a letter to Lu Erlong. What? He actually wants to find her? After all these years, what does he want with her? Rekindling old flames? Lu Erlong crushed the letter with one hand. Don't be impulsive. The kids are still here. You should trust him. Flinder waved his hand. Trust what? To the spirit hall. Seeing this situation, Zhao Wujia decisively led Tang San and the others away, returning to Shrek Academy first. The teachers and students of Shrek Academy had long heard of their triumphant return and rushed out to welcome them. Young Master, Ji Dai shouted at the door, his eyes scanning around as if on alert for something. The one who should come has finally arrived, Jiang Luoran said with a smile, feeling excited. Ji Dai came to Jiang Luoran, saying that all the senior members of the Jilin Mansion had gone to the Spirit Hall to prepare for the final battle. Taking this opportunity, let's leave quickly. Seeing his anxious expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. Jiang Luoran paused for a moment and quickly found Tang San. Third brother, you don't have to wait for me tomorrow for the competition, Jiang Luoran said. Why Luoran? Don't you want to participate in the competition? Tang San was anxious. The sudden change caught him off guard. It's nothing. I'll be there soon. Do you trust me? Jiang Luoran said with a serious face. I trust you. Tang San didn't know why he said that, but he did, saying it would be better to go early and return early. Do you need help? No need. Just help me inform the other teachers. Jiang Luoran quickly left, taking Ji Dai with him. Inside Shrek Academy, in the dining hall, everyone was celebrating, also to help the Shrek 7 relieve their emotions and better welcome tomorrow's competition. What? He left? Was he still planning to? Oh, he'll be here soon, right? Is there something urgent? I hope nothing went wrong. He said he doesn't need help. Tang San nodded, just like each of us. Everyone has their own matters and identities. We don't need to force too much. When he really needs us, he will tell us. That's true. He has always been so mysterious. We also tried to suppress our inner doubts as Flinder began to talk with several teachers. Do you think it could be a girlfriend? Mao Hongjun always thinks in that direction. That can't be, given his personality. Even if the girl took off her clothes, he'd probably just think she was too hot. Tang San made an accurate judgment. Jiang Luoran didn't know how far they had followed Ji Dai, but the only thing he knew was that they were still in Heaven Do City. Jiang Luoran's movement was ghostly. He grabbed Ji Dai, like a cart moving on land. And Ji Dai pointed the way. Jiang Luoran immediately followed. From the city to the wilderness, they finally arrived at a lush forest, and after delving in for an unknown time, the two moved forward cautiously. Are you sure this is the place? Along the way, Jiang Luoran saw Ji Dai's eyes filled with doubt. It seemed to say, where on earth is this? Young master, it should be right. Trust me. Even if I hadn't returned for decades, I wouldn't forget the location of the Jiang Mansion. Ji Dai said confidently. Jiang Luoran could only be half believing, feeling a sense of homecoming. Were there still people at home? Would there be anyone? They arrived beneath a waterfall, and Ji Dai exclaimed in surprise, claiming they hadn't gone wrong after all. He led Jiang Luoran into the waterfall. It was dim here, as if it had been neglected for hundreds of years, with the smell of rust everywhere and moss growing on the stone walls. Wait, a smell of rust. How could there be a smell of rust in a waterfall? Young master, this is the mechanism to enter the Jiang Mansion. It requires the blood of our clan to open. Ji Dai observed the waterfall for a moment before running back. It's fine, I'm sure there rests no tale. Ji Dai cut his palm and pressed it against the rusty iron, and soon they would see their clan members. Jiang Luoran didn't want to interrupt Ji Dai's excitement, because he felt something was amiss here. Moreover, it wasn't just a smell of rust. There was even a smell of blood that had dried on the iron. Bang! Suddenly, the dark front brightened up, green light burst forth, and the stone door opened automatically. All right, let's hurry. Ji Dai pulled Jiang Luoran and rushed into the white light. It felt as if the front was boundless, yet so mysterious. Jiang Luoran let it be. After all, he came here to find this place, and he wanted to see what was going on. After the white light, they found themselves in a scene of ruins. The weeds had already turned yellow, and corpses were displayed everywhere, with blood dried on the ground, staining it a reddish-brown. It wasn't just a patch of reddish-brown. It was completely enveloped in reddish-brown. Hundreds of withered bodies emitted a moldy smell, clearly not having decomposed into white bones yet. Desolate. This word came to mind immediately. Slaughter. That was the second feeling. It was as if they had experienced a massacre. Chapter 139. Sky blue leg bone. In front of them stood a huge and dilapidated mansion, with several corpses hanging from it. It was dim here, resembling a hellish scene. Ji Dai was stunned, standing in place as if nothing mattered anymore. Jiang Luoran ignored him and, after observing a dozen corpses, realized that the people here had all died from strangulation. The opponent was strong, at least at the Soul Saint level. Continuing on, the number of bodies increased, creating a visual reminiscent of a mountain of corpses. Enemies? Or foes? Pushing open the main hall, thick dust flew up, and the creaking of the old structure grew louder until a cracking sound was heard and the door collapsed. In the center of the main hall sat a gray, lifeless body, making it hard to tell how the person died, but it was evident that it was an old man. The broken stone walls, shattered jars, and collapsed bookshelves and books on the ground all testified to the type of destruction this place had suffered. I should have anticipated this. I came prepared for the worst outcome. Ji Dai's eyes were vacant, as if he had lost a loved one. It was hard to imagine that after not returning home for over a decade, he could be this devastated. Unlike Jiang Luoran, who remained indifferent because he essentially didn't know any of the people here and had no connection to them, who would mourn for someone they had no ties to, unless they were a saint. Are you saying that all these people were the doing of the Ji family? Jiang Luoran flipped through the ancient texts. Was this really all he had been investigating from start to finish? A pile of corpses in a desolate place. However, as time passed, Jiang Luoran felt a strange pressure building in his chest. It was as if he was being called upon, or perhaps hoped for. Demons, they're demons. It must be the work of the foolish. Ji Dai's eyes turned blood red, resembling a beast thirsting for blood. Although he wasn't sad, Jiang Luoran's mood was grim in this environment. He slowly walked toward the main seat and saw that the old man tightly held onto the only green object. It was a sky blue vine. Was it unwillingness? Jiang Luoran's right hand picked up a blood fiend vine. So what was going on with this martial soul? The green sky blue vine struck like lightning, cutting his palm and drawing blood back to the main seat. Strange things began to happen. The sky blue vine emitted a series of vibrations, ripples rising as if awakening something. However, it was hard to imagine what this ancient and dilapidated main hall could awaken. A rat or a bat? Suddenly, Jiang Luoran realized that the blood fiend vine could not be retracted into his body. It was being drawn. The call of blood relatives. The green light surged, not just one but dozens, hundreds. More and more. It was hard to imagine that within each corpse, a segment of sky blue vine was hidden, as if it had anticipated Jiang Luoran's return today. Welcome home. This was the sudden message that entered his mind. A feeling of helplessness akin to a wanderer who had traveled far and wide, finally returning home. The green light surged, becoming increasingly uplifting until it enveloped Jiang Luoran completely. He didn't even know what they wanted to do. The endless green light flowed into his body, continuously. Soul power. Jiang Luoran's pupils widened as his soul power surged in an incredible manner, and his martial soul underwent a transformation. The pink-purple blood fiend vine transformed into golden thorny vines. Although Jiang Luoran was aware of various secrets of the Douluo continent, he had never heard of a 100-person sacrifice before. It was as if before 100 people died, they preserved the remaining energy to entrust it to their kin. This sounded fantastical because there was no basis for it. Moreover, even the Hao-Ian sect probably didn't have such means. Or perhaps only the sky blue vine family could do this. Regardless, Jiang Luoran sat down and quietly felt this gentle soul power. There was no need for cultivation or utilization. The soul power completely merged with his body, as if it had always existed. Naturally, the deceased in the main seat seemed to be stirred by something. A bone emitting phosphorescent green flew out and attached itself to Jiang Luoran's left leg. This was a left leg soul bone. It possessed healing energy and could lighten the user's burden, making their legs feel light. Both strength and speed improved significantly. Although it didn't match Jiang Luoran's reliance on speed, it greatly compensated for his weaknesses, because once Jiang Luoran was injured, it was tantamount to being in a desperate situation. This soul bone, reaching a healing effect, would provide assurance. 68-69. The soul bone fusion was complete. The green energy continued to flow into Jiang Luoran's body, clearing his pathways, limbs, and bones. Finally, it returned to nothingness. Was this a gift from the family? Jiang Luoran observed his palm. His strength had increased again. One could even say he had reached a terrifying level. At level 69, not only did he have 4 soul bones, but also soul rings of exceptionally high age. Moreover, now that the Blood Fiend Vine had mutated into golden thorns, its damage and control had reached the pinnacle of control systems. The left leg bone, named Sky Blue, was a healing leg bone, a gentle presence. Absorbing it required little effort. Young master, this is the family's trust in you. You are now the only hope of the family, Ji Dai said, kneeling on both knees upon seeing Jiang Luoran acknowledged by the family. Receiving such inexplicable gifts felt like something out of the city. Jiang Luoran pulled Ji Dai up. He finally understood why he could remain so calm when faced with a mountain of corpses, why he felt no fear. One must know that even a complete stranger would be frightened by such corpses. It was the skull. The wisdom skull on his head allowed Jiang Luoran to see reality clearly. Getting angry was useless, and it was better to rationally observe his surroundings. One must know that with such a large amount of killing intent permeating the air, had Jiang Luoran not possessed the skull, he could have easily fallen into madness. It was no wonder that Tang San and Hulaina entered the city of slaughter, thanks to the skull's enhancement. Otherwise, he really would have feared losing all sense of kinship. This illustrates the importance of the skull. If Jiang Luoran were to die now, he would definitely unleash a multitude of treasures. With 4 soul bones and a fully mutated martial soul, Jiang Luoran was confident he could contend with Lu Erlong. This was the advantage of an increase in soul bones and the age of soul rings. I feel this is the family head. It cannot be mistaken. Ji Dai observed Jiang Luoran staring at the old man in the main seat. Could it be my grandfather? The massive shock of realization caused Jiang Luoran to radiate a glow. The energy from the 4 soul bones had brought him to an unprecedented peak. If this grudge is not avenged, I am not a gentleman. I, Jiang Luoran, have no need to return to the Ji family. Ji Dai's eyes were fierce, sharp as a blade. Ji Dai, then accompany me to take revenge. Kill them all, Jiang Luoran said lightly. Although the skull suppressed his anger, it did not suppress his murderous intent. Just the killing intent emanating from Jiang Luoran made Ji Dai feel a chill all over. When they first met, Jiang Luoran was still a child in terms of power. Now, Ji Dai could only look up to him. This energy was thick and profound, difficult to fathom like the ocean. From now on, there would be no Ji Dai, only Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran gritted his teeth. It seemed he was determined to avenge the blood feud. Chapter 140. The 9 Nether Dragon Elephant to kill those from the Ji family. One still needed strength. Although Jiang Luoran could now be considered a rare master, he might not necessarily be able to oppose a Soul Douluo. The gap still existed. However, the continuous sacrificial energy had not yet dissipated. Jiang Luoran felt that after becoming a soul saint, he could still advance a few levels. That's right, hunting for soul rings and becoming a soul saint. He would head straight for the Spirit Hall. On the way, he could help Shrek Academy with the skull in hand. JiangLuoran's analysis was very clear. Weighing the pros and cons, time was short. Shrek Academy would be threatened by the Chrysanthemum Pass in the afternoon, so he had to hurry. Rest in peace. Jiang Luoran fixed his gaze on Jiang Luoran, not allowing them to be left out to dry outside. Of course, Jiang Luoran's current strength could not be compared to the past. With a casual wave of his hand, the golden blood devil vines sank into the ground, and hundreds of them excavated a hole large enough for a person to enter. Ji Dai used the sky blue vine to pull the clan members one by one into the grave, burying the old relics as well. Jiang Luoran turned his hand to seal the entrance tightly. After all, they were family, and he had received a gift. Jiang Luoran knelt before the grave, bowing 3 times before getting up to leave. Jiang Luoran wiped away a tear and followed Jiang Luoran. Kunpeng manifest. Jiang Luoran's eyes emitted swirling white mist, and a massive white-feathered Kunpeng appeared behind him. That's right, this is my second martial soul. Jiang Luoran noticed Jiang Luoran's puzzled expression. Wanting revenge was not enough just to fight hard. If I can obtain the 7th soul ring and become a soul saint, that would be true revenge. Now, activating the Kunpeng martial soul, my speed might be supersonic or even faster. You have to hold on to me and never let go. All right, young master. Your talent truly makes the family proud. Jiang Luoran seemed to see hope. So powerful, it's also a gift from the family. There is no talk of pride or not. Jiang Luoran didn't tea like flattery. What could it change? The target is the Star Do Forest. This was also based on distance, as they were in Heaven Do City, very close to the Star Do Forest. If they were to head to the Soul Fighting Forest, it would be too late. Moreover, in his current state, asking Feng Linger for help to hunt for soul rings would seem too useless. For soul bones, fully awakened, mutated martial soul, super standard soul, ring configuration, chaotic cloak hammer method, twin martial souls. With all this, do I still need to ask others for help in hunting soul rings? If I still needed help, then the revenge event would just be a thought. The ultimate goal is a 60,000-year-old soul beast in the Stardo Forest. No matter how strong, Jiang Luoran could not defeat it. His 6-soul ring was a 70,000-year-old soul beast, and the 7-soul ring should logically be even stronger. However, once you reach the 70,000-year mark, high-level soul beasts are rare. Even if encountered, it was no good if he couldn't defeat it. Red soul rings are hard to come by. A 100,000-year soul beast is not that simple. After consideration, the next soul beast Jiang Luoran aimed to hunt was a 60,000-year-old 9 nether dragon elephant. Any soul master would know this is a strength-type soul beast. Comparable to the Titan giant ape, not much different. Jiang Luoran was essentially hunting a soul beast of the Titan giant ape level in a roundabout way. Of course, the gap was still significant. Before the 6-soul ring, Jiang Luoran would never have dared to think about hunting such a soul beast. But after the 6-soul ring, Jiang Luoran dared to say he had a 60 chance of killing it. Even if not, he could still escape. In battle, the battlefield sometimes relies not on absolute crushing power, but on opportunities. Absolute dead points and absolute opportunities can expose weaknesses in powerful enemies. Just a slight flaw can lead to the collapse of the opponent. That's right, the 6th soul skill, Cursed Spear, was the opportunity Jiang Luoran seized. After thinking, Jiang Luoran had only 10 seconds. Within these 10 seconds, the 9 nether dragon elephant would not be able to use any skills against him. Jiang Luoran had seen the location of the 9 nether dragon elephant in books. Rushing into the depths of the Stardo Forest, Jiang Luoran arrived at a mountainous area. Strangely, the soil here was all red. Wait for me outside to avoid getting hurt. Jiang Luoran knew Jiang Luoran couldn't be of much help, so he told him to wait outside. Young master, this is the interior of the Stardo Forest. Don't act impulsively. Jiang Luoran thought he was joking. Wasn't he this seeking death? Almost all soul masters looking to hunt soul rings would find strong individuals to form a team. Only then would they work together to kill powerful soul beasts. Yet, Jiang Luoran charged in alone. What else could that be but a joke? Rest assured, I'm not at the point of wanting to die yet. Jiang Luoran's white wings spread open, gliding into the mountains with the wind. Jiang Luoran's Kunpeng martial soul still couldn't fly. He was just using the Kunpeng's movement technique to reach incredible speed. The white wings served merely as a glider. Jiang Luoran concealed himself on the mountain, spotting the 9 nether dragon elephant, which was feeding hungrily. This might be your last meal. Jiang Luoran's voice was low as he drew back his right hand. All soul power, 6 soul skill, Cursed Spear. Whoosh! The furious Cursed Spear was as swift as black lightning, even creating a dazzling effect. Bang! By the time the 9 nether dragon elephant sensed the impending danger, it was too late. The Cursed Spear struck its head, shattering its skull. Jiang Luoran almost shot out the Cursed Spear and followed closely behind. Because there were only 10 seconds, controlling his speed, Jiang Luoran followed the Cursed Spear, saving at least 0.5 seconds. Underworld boots, hell armor, chaotic cloak hammer method, 9 nether white bone, Kunpeng martial soul sweeping through. Blood devil vines desperately stabbed into the 9 nether dragon elephant. This meant using a control type martial soul as an agile attack type. All cards were on the table, bombarding recklessly. Within these 10 seconds, Jiang Luoran was like an output machine, wildly attacking. Because once the 10 seconds passed, all his methods would lose much of their effectiveness. If memory served right, the 9 nether dragon elephant skill should be an invincible state, so within these 10 seconds, it must be killed. It must. Roar the 9 nether dragon elephant should be fierce, as it realized it couldn't use its skills. Now it was even bombarded to the point it couldn't raise its hands to resist. Could this be a fatal strike? Not good. Although the 9 nether dragon elephant was being battered, beneath its skin, there was still a layer of shiny red armor. Jiang Luoran regretted. He had forgotten to consider the 9 nether dragon elephant's ultimate countermeasure before getting overconfident. That is, at the last moment of crisis, the 9 nether dragon elephant would have a moment of reflection. If it could escape, it could survive. If Ulaina were here to use the Qian Kun Wan Li martial soul fusion technique, it would probably deliver a fatal blow to the 9 nether dragon elephant. But now, regretting was useless. He could only rely on himself. 6 soul rings flew up simultaneously, crazily outputting around the 9 nether dragon elephant's armor. The 9 nether dragon elephant had no weaknesses. There wasn't a single flaw on its body. So Jiang Luoran had no better target to focus on. but he did have a clumsy method. That was to attack it in one spot, specifically the area where he had just hit it with the cursed spear. At this point, he could only go all in. The 10 seconds were almost up. First soul skill, creating something from nothing. Unlimited transmission of Blood Fiend Vine is possible, provided it is within the burden of the soul master themselves. What if combined with the 6th soul skill, Curse Spear, was seen that would be Chapter 141, the surge in strength from monthly votes. The purple and black soul rings intersect, while the remaining soul rings swirl around the two, providing soul power. The sky is filled with golden halos, a conveyor belt created from nothing. Full firepower. Hundreds of cursed spears cover the entire body of the 9 nether dragon elephant. The golden light surges, becoming more and more intense. The explosion sounds gradually drowning out the 9 nether dragon elephant's cries, submerging the mountains and rivers. Jiang Luoran has now gone in shock, collapsing directly to the ground. If the 9 nether dragon elephant was not killed by him, then Jiang Luoran would be counterkilled. The left leg bone, celestial blue, emits a green glow, healing JiangLuoran's injuries and quickly restoring his lost soul power. JiangLuoran's heartbeat accelerates between life and death. Even his skull cannot bring him absolute calmness. A black soul ring floats up, swirling around Jiang Luoran. 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, he hunts a 60,000-year soul beast. This is an unprecedented act. The golden blood fiend vine binds the black soul ring like a carnivorous flower. Jiang Luoran sits quietly on the ground, focusing on his martial soul. With the additional effect of the celestial blue leg bone, he does not need to worry about the consumption required to absorb the soul ring. Moreover, after absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring, JiangLuoran's body has already adapted to absorbing high-level soul rings. Plus, with his second martial soul, although his 6th soul ring is 70,000 years, the essence of the 60,000 Year 9 nether dragon elephant is not to be underestimated. After making all preparations, Jiang Luoran begins to absorb the soul ring. However, at the very beginning, Jiang Luoran can feel the immense pressure brought by the 9 nether dragon elephant. If the pressure from the white crow is like piercing cold wind, terrifying and soul-stirring, then the pressure from the dragon elephant is like the explosive TNT, with a will and ability to annihilate everything. The celestial blue leg bone regulates and eases the energy, injecting it into JiangLuoran's entire body, reducing his burden and enhancing his physique. The 9 nether dragon elephant attacks JiangLuoran's will, but Jiang Luoran has the wise skull. If it attacks JiangLuoran's body, there are 3 other soul bones. As for soul power, celestial blue is there to support him. If it were the fully mutated martial soul blood fiend vine, it would also be helpless against the 9 nether dragon elephant. Furthermore, the Kunpeng martial soul appears, violently siphoning the energy from the 9 nether dragon elephant. From start to finish, the second martial soul has absorbed an unimaginable amount of soul power energy. It's hard to imagine how strong it will be when the second martial soul is equipped with a soul ring. The black soul ring is drained and slowly rotates at JiangLuoran's waist. The other 6 soul rings appear, intersecting with the 7th soul ring, producing a rhythmic sound. Soul Sage, level 74 control system Soul Sage. He leaps to level 74, thanks to the energy contribution of the 9 nether dragon elephant and the residual energy from the sacrifice. Also, thanks to the support from the other soul bones and martial souls, the damage from the 9 nether dragon elephant is minimized. As a bright scale flashes into JiangLuoran's eyes under the sunlight, Jiang Luoran immediately frowns, holding the golden spear transformed from the 4th soul ring. After several digs, iron-silver bones are excavated by Jiang Luoran and fall to the ground. Indeed, how could a 60,000 Year 9 nether dragon elephant not produce soul bones? Jiang Luoran examines it. This is a right leg soul bone, and its power goes without saying. The right leg bone of the dragon elephant is absolutely a powerhouse in strength. Speed will also see a significant increase. After all, this is a soul beast closely related to the bloodlines of dragons and elephants. He begins to absorb it. Jiang Luoran presses the right leg bone against his right leg, silently feeling the energy. Now that he has absorbed the soul rings of the dragon elephant, absorbing the soul bone is naturally not difficult. Strength, once again enhanced. It can be said that this time the increase in strength has reached a sublimation stage. Jiang Luoran has a feeling that he can challenge a Title Douluo. Indeed, with so many heaven-defying conditions, he cannot help but leap levels. A single soul bone is a chasm, now with 5 soul bones, Any soul master who sees him will be extremely eager. Even a Title Douluo, Jiang Luoran, is surrounded by golden particles, making him look very dreamlike, with a somewhat unreal feeling. The increase in soul bones will certainly change a person's internal and external appearance. Now, Jiang Luoran is like a crawling dragon. Explosive yet heavy, it gives off a very dangerous vibe. After completing the absorption of the soul bone, Jiang Luoran shakes his leg, forcefully creating a dent in the ground. With the addition of 2 types of leg bones, supported by an external leg bone, and then executing the Kunpeng body technique, Jiang Luoran has no idea how fast he can reach. He might even surpass a soul Douluo and reach the speed of a Title Douluo. Regardless, Jiang Luoran only knows one thing. With all these things, when he activates his Kunpeng martial soul, he will definitely reach the speed of a Title Douluo. This powerful feeling intoxicates Jiang Luoran. Power and strength. Jiang Luoran has truly become a strongman. As long as he wishes, he can break into the intelligence mansion. It would be useless to try to stop him. This domineering feeling makes Jiang Luoran even want to spar with Yu Engine again. The right leg bone is called Dragon Elephant Sky. After Jiang Luoran absorbs it, he realizes this soul bone has an activation skill. That is blood flight. This skill requires the soul master to pay the price of blood, pouring it into the Dragon Elephant Sky bone. Simply put, the more blood you expend, the greater the power it unleashes. Jiang Luoran cannot imagine the power that would be unleashed by triggering the Dragon Elephant Sky bone with the intensity of blood flight. It could even rival a Title Douluo, the 7th soul ring, true body of blood vine. Jiang Luoran can transform into a 5-meter-tall vine giant, increasing his defense by 200 and attack power by 200. The armor is calculated based on the degree of collapse. This means that the vine armor outside Jiang Luoran will shatter but will not affect his body, and Jiang Luoran still possesses a 200 increase in defense. Although he cannot infinitely use previous soul rings like Zhao Wujie, JiangLuoran's soul skill can be said to be unmatched in its dominance. Strength flows endlessly. He feels like a monster. Killing a soul Douluo is not difficult for him now. Jiang Luoran trembles all over and appears behind Jiang Luoran. What are you doing? Young master, you came out? Jiang Luoran turns around and sees Jiang Luoran, immediately frightened and sitting on the ground. Jiang Luoran knows the reason, disperses his soul power, and hides all his soul bones. Soul sage? In such a short time, Jiang Luoran wants to say, planting a cabbage still has to wait for harvest. Jiang Luoran just entered the soil and immediately matured. All right, I won't take you anymore. You can slowly go to the Martial Soul Hall, and then we'll meet up to annihilate the Intelligence Mansion. As for now, I need to save someone. Jiang Luoran is now considered the leader of the Jiang family. And Jiang Luoran has no reason not to listen, promptly agreeing. Jiang Luoran is going to save Shrek and the others. Bringing Jiang Luoran is not very useful and might even put them in danger. The celestial blue and dragon elephant leg bones shine, and the netherworld boots are equipped on Jiang Luoran's legs. Purple, black, 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 black. 7 soul rings bounced like piano keys, rising and falling, producing sounds. Soul power fully unleashed. The Kunpeng martial soul was released. All speed-enhancing abilities were activated. Jiang Luoran leaped with his legs, shooting out like a nuclear bomb, leaving a large pit where he had just stood. This frenzied speed gave Jiang Luoran a fighter jet sensation. He was too domineering, like the ruler of the sky, frowning at all existence. Wherever he wanted to go, he needed to arrive immediately. In the blink of an eye, he reached Tiando City and swiftly flew towards the direction where Shrek and the others had left. Chapter 142. This is a stronger Hordyara. Kill them all. Jiangluoran licked the golden claws on his fingers, revealing a smile. Yes, my lord. Hordyara activated the Dapeng martial soul and flew towards Tang San to kill him. Fortunately, Luoran wasn't here, otherwise, our Shrek 8 would all be dead. Dai Mubai coughed up blood, his face pale. Brother Iran's talent will definitely avenge us. Ma Hongjun was delirious, already in disarray. No one is allowed to touch him. Lu Erlong summoned the Red Dragon, blocking Hordyara's lethal blow. However, given Lu Erlong's prolonged battle and injuries, it was not enough to completely withstand it. Lu Erlong's abdomen was pierced by Hordyara, blood gushing out. Erlong? Flinder was still in his cat demon form, flapping his wings forcefully to arrive in front of Shrek and the others. You almost died today, Jiangluoran adjusted his tone, sounding as if both a man and a woman were speaking together. Then come. Tang San stepped out, activating his martial soul. The remaining people also activated their martial souls. Everything must die. JiangLuoran sat atop a high peak, overlooking the chaos below. Who are you? Jiang sensed a dangerous aura, although it wasn't fatal. It was undoubtedly the strongest presence here. Jiang had seen Jiang Luoran before, but did not recognize him now that he had changed his appearance. Is it Luoran? Run. Don't come over. Tang San shouted. Whoever could run should run. Little brat, how dare you come up at such a critical moment? Are you crazy? Get out of my way. Flinder lay on the ground, looking at Jiang Luoran with bloodshot eyes. No, his power. Lu Erlong had an indescribable feeling, sensing that Jiang Luoran could completely look down on them. This was an absolute gap in power. Looking at his form, it resembled a sprawling giant dragon. Unimaginable how he existed now. Don't be pretentious, Hordyara. Kill him first. Jiang waved his hand dismissively, disregarding Jiang Luoran. Yes, my lord. Hordyara felt very stifled. He was a soul, Douluo, but was being commanded like a dog by Jiang. But for the sake of the Spear Hall, he still held back. Hordyara could sense something was off about Jiang Luoran. He activated his soul skill, transforming into a sky full of golden feathers, charging at Jiang Luoran. Blood flight. Jiang Luoran used a bit of blood to activate the dragon elephant heavenly bone, kicking up towards the golden feathers. JiangLuoran's right leg ignited, enveloped in layers of crimson flames, like a TNT about to explode. Flame sword. Boom! The explosion sounded, producing energy from the collision of two extreme forces. A soul sage could block a soul Douluo's attack without using a soul skill. Hordyara staggered back 3 steps, his eyes filled not with disbelief but with terror. You're a soul sage? How could you possibly be a soul sage? Soul sage? Flinder also sensed JiangLuoran's soul power, at least around level 74, perhaps even higher. To be honest, he was uncertain if he could defeat Jiang Luoran now. A soul sage, damn it! Ma Hongjun felt he was going crazy. In just one night, Jiang Luoran had become a soul sage. What monster? Dai Mubai sat on the ground, cursing in his heart. This was something only a lunatic could achieve. Not just them. Even Jiang was astonished, observing Jiang Luoran. If you stand against us, I must make you die. But if you don't represent them, I have people I like in your team. But a big family can have thousands of people, both good and bad. I don't target anyone ambitious, but won't let go of anyone powerful. Jiang Luoran's meaning was clear. His actions today weren't against anyone in particular, but rather because they were too dominant. You know us. Jiang was even more surprised. Did he expose himself? Of course. Tang San, you don't need to eliminate him. If you don't threaten him, he won't cause you harm. Jiang Luoran spoke sharply, hitting the nail on the head. Indeed, Qinshu Ji is already dead. Moreover, he was killed by Bibi Dong. If Bibi Dong stopped targeting Tang Hao and showed respect instead, then Tang San would pose 0 threat to them. Some geniuses need to be eliminated, like those who want to please the Tiando Empire with malicious intent. But some geniuses don't need to be bothered, just don't provoke them. Haven't you heard? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river? When Yu Shaojiang went to ask Bibi Dong how to cultivate twin martial souls, he orally promised Tang San not to threaten the Spear Hall again. Thinking of this, Jiang Luoran was too lazy to recall. Perhaps he was an observer. However, based on everyone's character, he didn't want either side to suffer loss and pain. Perhaps he could create a harmonious and beautiful ending. We are only responsible for our mission, so we cannot listen to your one-sided words. Young man, at your age, being a soul sage, consider joining us. You will be our master in the future. Jiang sensed that Jiang Luoran, as a soul sage, was different. There was a kind of terrifying potential, very imposing. Of course, he had not yet realized the 5 soul bones. If he knew, he would surely drool. Impossible. Jiang Luoran slowly walked forward, as if intending to take on 2 opponents. Hordyara, are you confident? Send him on his way. Jiang waved his hand. 7th soul skill. Dapeng, true body. Hordyara transformed into a giant golden-winged Dapeng, charging at Jiang Luoran. Bang, 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 bang. Dark purple and black. 7 soul rings slowly appeared around Jiang Luoran, the collisions between the soul rings resonating throughout the valley. This is what is called soul ring configuration. The advanced level left everyone dumbfounded. Just the mobilization of the soul rings caused the mountains to hum. Do you know why you fail? It is because you are too arrogant. You think that as a Title Douluo, completing this task is easy. But remember one thing. Even a fierce tiger uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. Jiang Luoran looked up, his eyes filled with gold. Cold and beautiful, like a king descending. 7th soul skill, Jiang Luoran crossed his arms to form an X, forcefully slashing, activating the 7th soul skill. Blood, vine true body. Jiang Luoran's body rapidly expanded. Countless golden blood vines rising around him. Merging, this was the fusion of giants and plants. Finally, Jiang Luoran transformed into a 5-meter-tall plant man, the surrounding soul power surging to an almost unbearable level. Jiang Luoran was experiencing the true form of his martial soul for the first time. This was the soul ring of the 9 nether dragon elephant, which guided the true form of his martial soul. The feeling of having absolute power was as if with a single punch, mountains and seas would boil, and the sky would lose its color. Is this what power is? In front of weak soul masters, they are as fragile as ants on the ground. He raised his fist and struck down at Hordaila's golden rock. Even the trajectory of the air changed with Jiang Luoran's punch. The heat wave was felt by those on the ground, sensing the terrifying warmth. Bang! The clash of golden light sounded like a blacksmith hammering molten iron. Chapter 143, Mad Battle, Frenzied. The golden-winged rock was pushed back, coughing up blood twice, struggling to regain its senses after being stunned by the blow. Is this an attack that a soul sage can deliver? It could be called a super soul sage. Could the difference in the age of the soul ring allow him to possess such an ability to surpass levels? Chrysanthemum Douluo frowned. But if that's the case, his body might not be able to withstand the true form of the golden rock. The only possibility left is the soul bones. Chrysanthemum Douluo's eyes lit up with a hint of greed. After all, even a Title Douluo would kneel and beg upon seeing a soul bone, as it was the only thing that could enhance their strength. At the level of a Title Douluo, having more power means more influence. No wonder Chrysanthemum Douluo saw Jiang Luoran's body bursting with red mist. It turned out he had received the nourishment of soul bone. Relying solely on the soul ring to suppress him would at most only injure Hordaila, since Jiang Luoran did not have the rich battle experience of Soul Douluo. What Jiang Luoran wanted was to defeat the opponent quickly. Otherwise, if Chrysanthemum Douluo came to help, he wouldn't be able to withdraw. Sky Blue Dragon Elephant. 9 nether white bone, underworld boots, wisdom skull. The 5 soul bones radiated their respective glows, and anyone could see the power of Jiang Luoran's soul bones clearly. Purple, black. All trump cards were revealed, and the 5-meter-tall plant giant seemed to have emerged from ancient times, exuding an energy that was impossible to resist. It was hard to imagine such an existence. 5 soul bones, all equipped with super high-level soul rings. Isn't that too exaggerated? Flander was secretly astonished, not knowing that Shrek had such a crazy existence. I must be seeing things, Ma Hongjun exclaimed while holding Dai Mubai. He had been hiding his strength. Is this his true power? Tang Sin wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Kunpeng possessed. The plant giant sprouted giant wings over 100 meters long, cascading into the air, radiating white energy. At this moment, the golden plant giant had become multicolored, with the light of the soul bones, the colors of the soul rings, and the soul power boiling. This was completely like a Transformers of Douluo continent. 4th soul skill, 1,000 forgings. 6th soul skill, Spear of Curse. The tall plant giant held a golden spear in its left hand and a golden grass hammer in its right, fully unleashed. This energy fluctuation was beyond what a soul Douluo could handle. 5 soul bones, twin martial souls, and strange soul rings. I remember who you are now. Chrysanthemum Douluo shouted, laughing somewhat maniacally. I didn't expect Douluo continent to hide such a madman. Hordaila, retreat quickly. My lord, I can't move. Hordaila was overwhelmed by the golden pupils of the opponent, involuntarily meeting the opponent's attack. Bang! The 100-meter-tall golden hammer swept through, instantly tearing the golden-winged rock apart, as if Jiang Luoran was wielding a sword instead of a hammer. The golden spear in his left hand was 5 meters long, and just the spear tip was enough to pierce through Hordaila's entire body. But Jiang Luoran did not strike. The towering golden plant giant emitted a thunderous voice. I don't want to kill you, but don't push your luck. The 5-meter-tall golden plant giant swatted Hordaila away with one palm and looked at Chrysanthemum Douluo. Why is this happening? Aren't you able to use the martial soul fusion technique with her? We are family. Chrysanthemum Douluo was surprised by Jiang Luoran's current achievements. One could say that Jiang Luoran was a treasure in himself now. No, that's a different matter. I will try to work with her, but you are different. The golden plant giant raised its spear, pointing at Chrysanthemum Douluo. Chrysanthemum Douluo was a bit taken aback. Since you want to protect the target, let's see how it goes. To be honest, Chrysanthemum Douluo felt a bit excited. He had never fought someone with 5 soul bones before. It should be quite thrilling. Soul power fully unleashed. Jiang Luoran waved both hands. Green, red, white, purple, gold, black. Various soul power energies spread out in all directions. With a soul sage strength of level 74, All firepower was unleashed, true form of the martial soul. This was everything Jiang Luoran had. He would engage in a battle with Chrysanthemum Douluo in this form. I'm about to boil over. Chrysanthemum Douluo strained his voice, lifting a flower similar to the Buddha's Fury Tang lotus. Bang, the golden spear quickly stabbed into the golden lotus, not piercing through, but holding its ground. The fierce battle in the sky caused the ground to tremble, and the atmospheric ripples spread out. Ah, is this the power of soul bones? Ha ha ha, I can feel it. Chrysanthemum Douluo had a look of enjoyment. Jiang Luoran's lips curled in disdain, his eyes cold, looking at Chrysanthemum Douluo as if he were a clown. It is well known that the chaotic wind is a continuous hammering technique caused by 3 hearts operating simultaneously. Jiang Luoran's legs and right arm were perfectly enhanced by the soul bones. Not to mention, there was an external soul bone on his right leg. Now that Jiang Luoran used chaotic wind, it would not just be 100 times stronger, it could even be 1,000 times stronger. The golden grass hammer continued to grow, transforming into a giant hammer 5 meters long, and it kept enlarging. The 5-meter giant hammer, combined with all these amplifications, and driven by the 7th soul skill, Bloodvine True Body, this terrifying power could easily tear apart everything, even instantaneously kill a soul Douluo. Have you seen the chaotic wind wielded by a 5-meter giant? Jiang Luoran laughed heartily. Ha! Witness the world of the storm. 7 soul rings flew from the waist of the golden plant giant to its right giant arm, enhancing the power of the chaotic wind. After all, the opponent was a Title Douluo, and at level 93, Jiang Luoran had to go all out. Sure enough, the plant giant lifted the hammer, sweeping up a furious tornado, attracting the entire mountains to the ever-enlarging giant hammer. Great power. Only great power could describe this battle. They seemed to be using the heavens and earth to fight. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of battle were like echoes from the heavens, growing increasingly intense, even making people think that it was gods fighting. In fact, it was almost like that. A Title Douluo's battle was akin to a divine struggle. Only the opponent was a soul sage. How awkward does that sound? The raging sandstorm obscured everyone on the ground. No one could see what was happening outside, only hearing the imminent forging sounds. The plant giant let out a beast-like roar. Amidst the sea of sand, this overwhelming force seemed to want to devour everything. So strong, so strong. Chrysanthemum Douluo's chest heaved. He was too excited. Within the Soul Sage level, I would call you the strongest. I truly look forward to you becoming a Title Douluo. You'd better shut up. I hate your androgynous tone. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I still need to give her face. The plant person wildly swung the 7-meter golden hammer. It's hard to imagine such a massive object being thrown so naturally by the plant person, like a normal human fighting while holding a building. It's visually striking. The golden hammer smashed through chunks of golden chrysanthemums, heading straight for the Chrysanthemum Douluo. The chaotic wind hammer technique is indeed getting stronger. The Chrysanthemum Douluo felt the pressure and was ready to counterattack. 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. The Chrysanthemum Douluo transformed into a gigantic golden lotus, continuously expanding, and finally shot out countless chrysanthemum petals toward the plant person's body. Ah ha 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 ha. The plant person went mad, an unmatched kingly aura enveloping the area. Jiang Luoran understood that this was the soul ring of the 9 nether dragon elephant, combined with the terrifying energy emitted by the plant person. The 9 nether dragon elephant is an unparalleled existence, and its soul ring naturally has an overwhelming, oppressive aura. What a madman! The golden lotus of the Chrysanthemum Douluo spun faster and faster. Storm, 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 let rage. The plant person swung the 8-meter golden hammer, smashing the golden chrysanthemum petals apart. The golden hammer, under the plant person's swing, surrounded him like a golden light. Chapter 144. The battle comes to an end. Boom, boom, boom. The metallic clash produced a strange, yet beautiful echo. The Shrek team hoped this sound would never fade away, because no matter how strong the Soul Sage is, they cannot compare to a Title Douluo. And when the echo dissipated, it might be the moment of Jiang Luoran's downfall. At that time, they would undoubtedly be killed immediately. He is the strongest student since our academy was founded, Flanders' hands sinking deep into the ground. He was preparing to mourn. Ma Hongjun wanted to say that fleeing now would be futile, with Jiang Luoran entangled with that Title Douluo in the sky. But seeing everyone dejected, ready to live and die with Jiang Luoran, he also gave up saying such things. In fact, he was thinking of escaping first, waiting until he became stronger to take revenge for Jiang Luoran. It wasn't a despicable escape. With the 55th hammer, the golden light on the plant person's body had already merged with the wind and sand. raising the giant hammer high. A force cleaved through all the chrysanthemum petals. Tang Xin used the purple extreme magic eye to take in the entire battlefield. Perhaps everyone didn't know there was a hammer technique in this world called chaotic wind. As long as you have enough time to use it, quickly stacking the number of hits, it can become increasingly powerful. The power is the limit of the soul master themselves, which is countless times. Infinite possibilities, no lower limit. The Shrek teachers and students were a bit confused, but those with broad experience like Lu Erlong and Flanders could understand what Tang San was saying. Indeed, Jiang Luoran's use of the chaotic wind hammer technique could completely match the Title Douluo. However, it was absolutely impossible to defeat the Title Douluo. The gap is the gap. Some things cannot be quickly made up for. Moreover, there is one crucial point. The chrysanthemum Douluo seemed not to have used his full strength, and Jiang Luoran, in this full throttle stance, could not hold out for much longer. Come, the gale. The chrysanthemum Douluo's martial soul true body burst forth with golden light, like a giant tooth from the heavens, slicing towards the plant person's head. Jiang Luoran really couldn't keep up with this madman, but he came charging in, so Jiang Luoran had no choice but to take it head-on. The golden hammer collided with the golden lotus. Whoosh! In an instant, the golden hammer was quickly sliced apart and dissipated. The massive plant person couldn't withstand such force, being pushed back repeatedly, his giant feet carving out deep trenches. The falling flowers have intention, while the flowing water is heartless. The chrysanthemum Douluo leisurely recited poetry. The plant person raised the cursed spear and shot it toward the golden chrysanthemum. Zip! The swift cursed spear produced a grinding sound in the air, embedding itself into the chrysanthemum. Bang! The golden chrysanthemum swayed. Although it lost some strength, it was not pushed back. Boom! The golden giant hammer was sliced into dozens of pieces, and the body was torn by the chrysanthemum's true form. This level of cutting was like being unstoppable. It was hard for anything in the world to not be cut by this chrysanthemum. Jiang Luoran didn't expect the opponent to attack. He had underestimated the fighting style of Title Douluo. All the soul rings, the plant person brought his hands together, gathering the 7 soul rings. Aiming at the chrysanthemum's true form, countless massive weapons erupted from the soul rings, splattering onto the chrysanthemum's true form, forcing it back. Jiang Luoran was very clear that it wasn't his soul skill that pushed the opponent back, but rather the chrysanthemum Douluo himself retreating. The plant person withdrew his hands. The 7 soul rings scattered, each floating onto his palms or ankles. It wasn't that Jiang Luoran didn't want to take the opportunity to attack the chrysanthemum Douluo. He simply didn't have the strength left. His left leg bone, the sky blue, was currently healing and recovering him. In front of such a powerful opponent, saving even a bit of strength means more escape routes. The chrysanthemum Douluo dissipated his martial soul true body, clapping his hands up and down. Good. As the mate of the saintess, you are qualified. Puffed. The plant person knelt on one knee, spitting blood. The place that had just been sliced was poisoned. However, the sky blue can detoxify, so there's no need to worry about that. What Jiang Luoran needed now was time. The plant person paused, and the wind and sand immediately dispersed, for he was the master of this storm. Stop fighting. Take the iron shield and escape. He can't catch up to you. Although Tang Xin didn't know how fast Jiang Luoran really was, the combination of fleeing plus the iron shield's obstruction would definitely be enough. Yes, if Jiang Luoran needed to escape now, not to mention a Title Douluo, even the chrysanthemum Douluo couldn't catch up to him. As long as you start now and don't target Shrek Academy, your future paths will be smoother. Jiang Luoran was sure this was the last time he would make such a statement. I'm here for the mission too. The chrysanthemum Douluo tidied his golden hair. Come with me. Our master will be very happy to see you. Then come on. Let's see if I can fight you with all my might. The plant person stood up, his right leg bone radiating red light, swelling more and more. Flying blood. This was Jiang Luoran's last trump card. He didn't know how strong it was, and this soul bone had just been added to him, not fully mastered yet. The ability of the soul bone? The chrysanthemum Douluo looked at it enviously. This soul bone must be thousands of years old. Truly a rare treasure. Flying blood. Jiang Luoran acted immediately as soon as he made up his mind, his wings flapping behind him as he rushed in front of the chrysanthemum Douluo. He raised his foot and stomped. Boom! The entire cliff was kicked apart, collapsing like paper. The plant person gasped. The effect of this flying blood was indeed impressive. But the cost was just too high. With just one kick, he was already struggling to cope. Wow! The chrysanthemum Douluo saw the destroyed cliff. What kind of soul bone is this? Buzz the blood vine, true body dissipated, and Jiang Luoran fell from the sky, landing on the ground. Although his martial soul true body was holding up, he was also covered in blood-stained wounds, especially on his chest, where his heart was almost ripped out. You should know that the reason I Haven T killed you is that you might become one of us. With someone like you alongside the Holy Maiden, you could definitely rule the world. Nothing would be able to stop you. But why? Are we still fighting? To be honest, Beiming Douluo is already anxious. Killing Jiang Luoran and shattering his bones is a tempting thought. It's too enticing. He almost couldn't resist killing Jiang Luoran. This is like walking on a mountain of gold in the human realm. Who could withstand the urge to kill him? However, the opponent might be from the Spear Hall. And Jiang Luoran doesn't want the Spear Hall to give up on this genius. With his addition, at least during his lifetime, the Spirit Hall would remain safe. This person might reach the level of the peerless Title Douluo like Dalu, or perhaps even higher. Jiang, you underestimate us from Shrek too much. The green toxic gas flew in, directly attacking Jiang Douluo. Old man, when did Shrek become yours? Jiang frowned, unable to discern the situation. I am originally an advisor of Shrek. If you want to touch Shrek, you can try. Douluo straightened his body, shielding everyone behind him. Don't you know what happens to those who oppose me? You can't afford to provoke us. Jiang clenched his right fist and lunged forward. Afraid? If you're afraid, then don't come. Douluo also seemed to have gone mad, throwing a punch back. The attacks of the two Title Douluos collided, and the truly earth-shattering battle began now. Chapter 145. Desperate survival. Douluo and Jiang Luoran began to fight fiercely, and the mood of Shrek and the others stabilized quite a bit. Seeing that the situation could be revived, with a bit of luck, no one would have to die. In the sky, a turquoise snake and a golden chrysanthemum collided. Now there's hope. With Mr. Douluo here, we should be fine. Flinder previously harbored a strong hatred for Douluo, but now, since he came to save them, that hatred faded away. I'll heal everyone. Jiangzhu raised her green staff, extending green light to envelop everyone. Treating so many people at once was still quite taxing for her. Moreover, there were 3 high-level soul saints. At the moment she began healing them, Jiangzhu's soul power was drained by more than half. A feeling of weakness quickly engulfed her. JiangLuoran didn't dare to be careless. He took this opportunity to use Tianqing, quickly restoring his body. Because soon, Ghost Douluo would arrive. Oscar and Ning Rongrong had not fought from the start, so they were naturally excluded. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda could now only increase combat power and combat state. But couldn't he help them recover? Oscar kept using his soul skills to summon sausages, feeding them to the most severely injured Lu Erlong and Flinder. Listen to me. You should head to the Spirit Hall now, lest the old monster catches us unprepared. Tang Xin pushed back against Dai Mubai and the others. Impossible if we leave. We leave together. Zhu Zhuqing's tone was not to be refuted. Exactly, when not afraid, Xiao Wu also squatted down to start recovering her soul power. Help me recover my soul power. It can assist Senior Douluo. Jiang Luoran ate the sausages and dried sausages that Oscar provided. Old man, you can't do it. Zhu Huadao screamed madly, pressuring Douluo to the point where he couldn't breathe. Although much of the poison on Douluo had dissipated, improving his condition, the gap in levels could not be compensated for. Zhu Hua, stop being so arrogant. 7th soul skill, true body of the green scale snake. The green snake in the sky instantly transformed into a green giant python with thick scales, ferocious and terrifying. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Shadows attacked, and just the pressure felt cold. This sense of oppression definitely belonged to a Title Douluo. A ghostly figure appeared, leaving no trace of the spirit. He has arrived. Jiang Luoran stopped recovering and cautiously looked around. This is too exaggerated. The opponent actually sent 2 Title Douluos to exterminate us from Shrek. Flinder frowned and also stood up. The best method now is to take them down one by one. Taking advantage of Ghost Douluo not having arrived, we'll soar into the sky and attack Jiang Douluo with our strongest power. Then, let Senior Douluo withdraw and deal with Ghost Douluo. Jiang Luoran spoke quickly. After he finished speaking, he had already leaped into the sky. True body of the Red Dragon. True body of the Cat Hawk. True body of the Bloodvine. The 3 soul saints stood in the sky, forming a triangular encirclement with Douluo, as if the gods had descended. However, Jiang Luoran was not afraid at all. Soul saints are merely disposable to a Title Douluo. Of course, excluding Jiang Luoran, that freaked the output machine. As long as the 3 of them grasped the timing well, they could create an opportunity for Douluo to attack. Attacking simultaneously to create chances for Senior Douluo, Jiang Luoran said. Then used all his soul power to spray toward Jiang Douluo. Lu Erlong and Flender also attacked Jiang Luoran without holding back. Jiang Luoran died. Douluo Bo rushed in like lightning, his left hand aimed straight at Jiang Luoran's neck. Buzz buzz. A skeleton stood in the sky, sweeping his hand to disperse Douluo Bo's lethal blow, and 3 ghostly figures emerged to block Jiang Luoran and the others' attacks. Douluo Bo could not hide his horror. How to fight against 2 Title Douluos. Is he going to fall today as well? Are you here to urge the mission? It's almost complete. Jiang Luoran said impatiently. We need to deal with this together. It can't be delayed any longer. Ghost Douluo's voice was hoarse. Leave Ghost Douluo to us. The plant man shouted, activating his second martial spirit and all soul bones, charging at Ghost Douluo. To be honest, Jiang Luoran hadn't recovered much soul power. He had at most a quarter left. Lu Erlong and Flender were also not optimistic. Their remaining soul power was less than Jiang Luoran's. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Luoran attacked Ghost Douluo with the golden spear as if he had gone mad, striking with extreme speed. He couldn't give the opponent a single chance to resist. Jiang Luoran restrained Ghost Douluo while Lu Erlong and Flender output their soul power from the side. The 3 of them looked awkward working together. But this was their greatest combat power at the moment. Old monster, you should leave. Being able to come help us is already a blessing. Tang Sen urged Douluo Bo to leave quickly. I've lived enough too. If it doesn't work, I'll go to hell with this thing. Douluo Bo clenched his fist tightly. We still have a grudge to settle. 9th soul skill, Poison of the Green Phosphor Snake. Douluo Bo used his ultimate move. He had already revealed all his trump cards. 9th soul skill, Jiang Luoran remains. Wounds everywhere, flowers fall. Hearts broken. Jiang Luoran also unleashed his ultimate move. The sky was filled with starlight. All were petals from Jiang Luoran, and it looked like it was about to form an endless golden storm. The 2 energies collided like ancient beasts, creating immense waves. Get down. Jiang Luoran used the 5-meter-long spear in his hand as a rolling pin, pressing against Ghost Douluo. Ghost Douluo spat out a mouthful of turbid air, directly rotting the long spear in Jiang Luoran's hand. Swish, a black claw mark as fast as lightning struck toward the plant man's head. Jiang Luoran couldn't dodge in time and could only stand there to take this hit. Don't even think about it. Flender flapped his wings and dove down, his claws slashing towards Ghost Douluo's body. He didn't dare to collide with the opponent's black claws, or he would die immediately. But he could disrupt his continued attack. No one can touch him. Lu Erlong raised her dragon tail and swung it towards Ghost Douluo's head. Would Ghost Douluo see these attacks as a threat? He merely flashed, dodging all the attacks, and his black claws shredded Jiang Luoran's entire chest. Jiang Luoran was still somewhat stunned when he was injured. His whole body convulsed, and his eyes became dull. Blood was gushing uncontrollably from his chest. If it weren't for the soul bone and the enhancement of his 7th soul skill, Jiang Luoran might have been pierced through long ago. The vegetative state dissipated, and Jiang Luoran emitted an uncoordinated convulsing sound, like a withered old tree. Ghost Douluo was surprised. Although he didn't use his full strength, this was still not something a soul sage could compare to. There must be something strange about him. Jiang Luoran quickly fell, plummeting from the clouds, feeling an unexpected release throughout his body. It was refreshing, yet he was unwilling. Bang, bang, bang. The soul rings on Jiang Luoran's body suddenly appeared, resonating like a pulse. Even with the support of the soul rings, Jiang Luoran felt he couldn't move anymore. Suddenly, he was caught in the embrace of a pair of slender arms, and through his clothes, he could feel how smooth these arms were. It had to be a woman, but he could also sense the terrifying energy contained within her arms. She had become stronger, far beyond his expectations. However, in high-level battles, he still needed time. A cold female voice emerged, and Jiang Luoran opened his eyes upon hearing it. Feng Linger, dressed in purple, looked expressionlessly at Ghost Douluo, her pupils only showing indifference. Chapter 146. The display of all lords and the monthly ticket rewards, it was truly rare. Jiang Luoran had never thought he would be held by Feng Linger. This feeling was quite nice. He had previously envied others who had elders to protect them while he was alone. But now, he no longer felt lonely. Enemies he couldn't defeat had someone to stand up for him. Jiang Luoran suddenly wanted to just fall asleep. He was too tired, and he simply couldn't fight anymore. Bang! A matchless bolt of lightning struck down, illuminating the entire sky with blue light, standing beside Jiang Luoran. The true body had observed for a long time, and if it didn't show up now, it would be too disrespectful. How did you train, kid? You engine. Good fellow. He had been lurking here all along, watching his jokes. However, he couldn't blame the other party. After all, he was a Title Douluo and couldn't act recklessly. Moreover, he had learned a lot of battle experience when he faced Title Douluo. Senior Jiang Luoran lazily cupped his hands. Yuanjin saw that Feng Linger was an exceptional soul beast, and looking at this posture, he understood everything. It turned out that she already had a beauty by her side. No wonder she didn't get along with Yulingjiao. However, this taste was quite unique. A love-hate relationship that transcended species. He could be considered the first of his kind in history. Buzz the muffled sound was intermittent, and, at this moment, blue mist surrounded the area. A figure walked with an extremely arrogant posture, clearly someone who feared nothing. He held a hammer in his right hand, resting it on his shoulder as he slowly walked out. Dang Hao. Good fellow, just now he was outnumbered, and now his combat power had instantly increased significantly. It was a qualitative leap. So these few great beings were all hiding here to watch the show? They really liked to give people heart palpitations. Don't say everyone came. Even just Yuanjin alone would be enough to take on 2 Title Douluos. Not only Yuanjin, but the 3 who came were enough to take on all the opponents. Standing above the clouds were Tang Hao, Yuanjin, and Feng Linger in her fluttering purple attire. Dugabo was still fighting against the Chrysanthemum Douluo. Flender and Lu Erlong had fallen to the ground, severely injured. However, Ghost Douluo could no longer move forward. As the pressure from these 3 great beings was about to crush even him, a Title Douluo, below the clouds, it was impossible to see the situation above. Shrek and the others could only feel anxious. Tang Hao, like a awakened lion, held the Haotian hammer and struck towards Ghost Douluo. How could Ghost Douluo withstand this? As soon as his hand touched Tang Hao's blue lightning hammer, he retreated dozens of steps. The purity of the lightning isn't enough. I'll lend you a hand. Junior, use infinite thunder as you wish. The black soul rings on Yuanjin's body appeared, and with a casual slap, he sent endless lightning into Tang Hao's hammer. Such an attack could be called divine retribution. This exaggerated lightning and power perfectly combined, merging the attacks of 2 Title Douluos. Ghost Douluo used all his soul rings. Countless black ghost shadows surged towards Tang Hao. Under the Haotian hammer and endless lightning, these were like glass, shattered and disintegrated in an instant. Indeed, these were the 2 most domineering martial souls in the world. When they intersected, even if Qinshu and Jiu came, he would likely be obliterated. Uft. Ghost Douluo did not scream, but spat out a mouthful of black blood, heading towards Chrysanthemum Douluo. Trying to run? Feng Linger radiated a soft purple light, raising her right hand towards the sky, manifesting a phantom purple wing. Ghost Douluo sensed the danger. This was a lethal strike, and he decisively used his 9th soul skill to tear through space and prepare to escape. Little did he know, the purple wing was too fast, tearing off his left arm and shredding through space. What? Chrysanthemum Douluo naturally felt the presence of powerful beings, and not just one. But the exchange in this battle happened in an instant. He didn't have time to escape before the 3 pressed in on him. Chrysanthemum Douluo transformed into a golden chrysanthemum, enveloping Ghost Douluo within and fleeing to the distance. Running quite fast, Yuanjin snorted coldly. I look forward to a battle with you in the future. With that, Yuanjin left without turning his head. Tang Hao and Jiang Luoran, not familiar with each other, glanced at Tang, San below the clouds, and quickly left as well. Dugabo was injured this time and couldn't stay for long, thanks to the arrival of these 3 great beings. Otherwise, they would all have died. Everyone left. This battle was earth-shattering, almost leaving the seas dry and the rocks rotten. Unexpectedly, they could still pick up a life, and Jiang Luoran suddenly felt melancholic. It's good to be alive. Before I came, those 2 had already hidden away. 5 soul bones. You're not simple. Feng Linger finally smiled appreciatively. Don't get me wrong. What I mean is that this will greatly enhance your speed, and perhaps you'll return quickly. After resting for a while, Jiang Luoran stood up, activated the Kunpeng martial soul, and briefly hovered in the air. He should be able to do it quickly. Don't worry. Let's go. Feng Linger transformed back into her true form, turning into the 9-tailed wind-bell bird and quickly leaving. Jiang Luoran used the Kunpeng body technique and crawled on the ground. It's over. Everyone's dead. We're done for. Ma Hongjun felt despondent when he saw Flender and Lu Erlong falling down. In the final moments, Jiang Luoran also fell down. This was definitely the end. Just wait for death. Oscar held sausages, shoving them into the mouths of the 3 lying on the ground, quietly waiting for the last lesson of life. You 2, stop complaining. Ning Rongrong really has no way to deal with these 2 live treasures. I say, Sister Ning, I'm almost dead. Partners, fight hard. When they come down, Use the Zhuge divine crossbow to bombard them. Don't think about the piercing needles. Tang San had an urgent demeanor. Haha, Jiang Luoran gasped for air, unable to stop smiling foolishly. If they came back, we would undoubtedly die. What do you mean? Tang San relaxed a bit, as no one had come down until now. They left, driven away by 3 great gods, and Senior Dugu also left. Jiang Luoran struggled to get up from the ground. Don't ask for now. I can't explain it all at once. In short, we can escape now. No one will chase us. Hurry up. Jiang Luoran lifted Flender and Lu Erlong and walked with everyone into the carriage. The soldiers of the Tiando Empire had long been killed. So Tang San acted as the coachman, directing the carriage to speed away. Where are we going? Tang San had already begun to suspect the Spirit Hall. This must be their doing. Otherwise, who else on the Douluo continent could command 2 Title Douluo to kill them? From a cost-benefit perspective, entering there would pose no danger to us. Jiang Luoran didn't dare to say much. He had already lost too much blood. Dai Mubai and the others saw the large wound on his chest, revealing white bones, and they didn't know if he could survive. Xiaoao, quickly take out all the sausages. Dai Mubai supported Jiang Luoran, letting him lie down in the carriage. Oscar reluctantly took out 3, his face pale, saying he really had none left. The 3 sausages were fed to Jiang Luoran simultaneously, temporarily stopping his bleeding. Ning Rongrong didn't know if her excitement was useful, but at least it would make him feel a bit better, so she released her spirit ring towards Jiang Luoran. Jiang Zhu had just regained some spirit power and now had to output desperately. She was already somewhat exhausted. The combined energy from the 3, along with Jiang Luoran's sky blue spirit bone, finally stabilized his injuries and slowly healed them. The carriage, like a frightened white rabbit, rushed towards the spirit hall without caring about the surrounding rubble. The other academy students had no idea what had happened. They only remembered that a famous Shrek student had gone mad and fought against a person who was at least a soul Douluo level. Chapter 147, Fleeing in Disarray. Jiang Luoran was puzzled. Ning Fengji had personally seen Salus whispering. Couldn't he call some people to help? Did the other party not realize? Impossible. What kind of person wouldn't he be aware of that? If Ning Fengji wanted to harm them, Jiang Luoran thought it was impossible because Ning Rongrong was still here. He couldn't possibly sacrifice his precious daughter too. Jian Shan appeared at the place where the battle had just occurred, arriving a step too late. After a whole night, Shrek and the others finally returned to the Spirit Hall. Under the guidance of the sergeant, they arrived at the tent area belonging to Shrek. You all have worked hard. This is the resting area arranged for you by the Empire. The sergeant deeply bowed and said, "Please bring glory to the Empire." "We will," Flender said, his face pale but still responding politely. "Hurry, rest today, and try to recover from your injuries. You cannot afford any mistakes in the competition." Lu Erlong, also weak, immediately returned to her own tent. The sergeant obviously still didn't know that the army escorting Shrek had encountered trouble. After talking with everyone, he quickly arranged for the medical team to treat Shrek, and then personally went to the site of the attack. Jiang Luoran was placed on the bed by Dai Mubai, and the medical team rushed to treat him, forcibly pushing him into emergency care. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the battles between spirit masters could be. Flesh and blood everywhere, bones exposed. The smell of blood filled the air. After a flurry of activity, Jiang Luoran was wrapped like a mummy, with potions being shoved into him as if they were free. No matter what, JiangLuoran's life was saved, and he now had the capital to endure further struggles. Looking up, he saw the other members of Shrek also tightly bound with bandages, all suffering from severe injuries. Jiang Luoran felt helpless. This time he had truly lost face, being beaten to such a state. Just look at them, like they had just returned from the battlefield. Especially Flender. It was as if they were about to sew his mouth shut. Lu Erlong had lost a piece of dragon scale and was also heavily injured. But it was all internal injuries. Where did Qin Ming go? Relying on memory, Jiang Luoran seemed to remember that Qin Ming had led a group of spirit masters away. He wouldn't have been killed, right? I hope he is okay. Otherwise, Jiang Luoran would feel very guilty. These people were all sound asleep. Jiang Luoran had a wise spirit bone, so he wasn't very tired and couldn't sleep. He walked straight to his room and lay down on the bed, gasping for breath. In the past, running hundreds of miles wouldn't tire him. But now, after just a few steps, he was panting. Clearly, his body was far from recovery. "Young master, what happened to you?" Jiang Luoran sneaked into the Shrek area. Although Jiang Luoran was wrapped in bandages, Jiang Luoran, as a soul king, could still recognize him through the bandages. Jiang Luoran regretted seeing him. He He should have brought him along to help Qin Ming fight against the black-clad men. At least it would have provided a great assurance. What's going on? I'm going to kill him, Jiang Luoran said angrily, looking like he was really going to kill someone. Don't get excited. As a spirit master, you must be aware of the possibility of injury. He is not dead yet, right? Jiang Luoran sighed and first mentioned the location of the Ji mansion members. Such severe injuries, young master, you. Jiang Luoran hesitated, seeing that there was an unarguable meaning in Jiang Luoran's eyes. Finding the Ji mansion with my fake identity is of course easy, and I have confirmed the location. Anytime, I can take revenge, Jiang Luoran said, his eyes turning blood red again when he mentioned revenge. Don't get angry. Isn't there a way to resolve this? They're already on the brink of death. Don't let your anger burn even more, Jiang Luoran coughed a couple of times. I remember there are 2 Soul Douluo inside. They have chased me before. Is there any other background? Jiang Luoran certainly couldn't charge in without knowing anything. What if he was surrounded and beaten by 3 Soul Douluo? That would be too ridiculous. Moreover, Jiang Luoran could currently only fight against 1 Soul Douluo at most, and he must be in peak condition to kill. So, there could be no mistakes. The head of the Ji family is named Ji Lin, and his son is called Ji Zhuang, both at the Soul Douluo level. I suspect they are the instigators because very few of their members left since I arrived at the Ji mansion. Not to mention large-scale movements, Jiang Luoran said firmly. Are you sure? I'm sure. It seems my inference was correct. The ones who killed the Jiang mansion members all use a type of spirit, with no signs of 2 armies clashing. This means that this person swept through, killing anyone in sight. It's either Ji Zhuang or Ji Lin. They're the masterminds. I don't care why they want to kill my clan. They must die in 10 days. Jiang Luoran, with his wise spirit bone, saw everything very clearly. Good. I've noted it down. Jiang Luoran clasped his hands. Also, let me ask you, what is the condition of the Ji mansion people? Are they devoid of humanity? Jiang Luoran's eyes filled with golden light. The people of the Ji mansion, most of them have IQ deficits, and many are brainless. They have no idea about upper-level matters. Under Ji Hui's leadership, they have done quite a bit of greening work, Jiang Luoran nodded. In that case, grievances have heads and debts have owners. I will kill the heads of the Ji mansion, Jiang Luoran said coldly, gritting his teeth. Yes. Jiang Luoran had no choice but to agree. 10 days. After 10 days, I will recover and go after the Ji family. At that time, if anyone tries to stop me, I will kill them without hesitation. During this period, you need to arrange for isolation and keep these 2 soul fighters apart. Is there a way? Jiang Luoran stared at Jiang Luoran. It seems that my identity will soon be revealed, and it can be accomplished. If Jiang Luoran doesn't care about her identity anymore, there's a chance to isolate them. Jiang Luoran thought for a moment. Although I don't want to kill good people, I will never let any bad person go. After the battle, you and Ji Hui will take over the Ji mansion. Those with ill intentions must be killed. I have noted it down. Jiang Luoran has already thought about how to lay out the plan. After Jiang Luoran left, Jiang Luoran propped himself up and sat on the bed, channeling soul power to heal himself. The left leg bone, Tianqing, came in handy at this moment, allowing for quick recovery. It can even be said that without the Tianqing soul bone, Jiang Luoran would be done for. After immersing himself for a day and night, the white sheaths were stained red with blood that had not been cleared away. If this blood were to stay in Jiang Luoran's body, it would easily affect his cultivation and potential. The pain of rejoining bones was almost unbearable. The Ji skull relieved much of the pressure for Jiang Luoran and subtly blocked his pain receptors. His injuries gradually improved, and time passed day by day. They say that recovering from serious injuries takes 100 days. Jiang Luoran's injuries were even more exaggerated. To return to his peak condition would take at least a month. But the opportunity only comes once. If missed, it would be hard to encounter again. Jiang Luoran still had to take the risk this time. 6 days later, Jiang Luoran was able to walk freely and had removed all the annoying bandages, leaving only the one on his chest. After being hungry for so long, he naturally woke up to eat. The others from Shrek were not as severely injured as Jiang Luoran and had already removed their bandages early, preparing for the competition. After this battle and the pressure from the Title Douluo, JiangLuoran's soul power had risen to level 75. Indeed, the further one goes, the harder it becomes to level up. Jiang Luoran could clearly feel the difficulty of upgrading. Chapter 148. Concealing one's talents and biding one's time. Jiang Luoran was a person who distinguished clearly between reward and punishment. Since divine punishment had already fallen on the Ji mansion, there was no need for him to wipe them out completely, mainly because the people of the Ji mansion were innocent, and most of them had become fools. even if he killed the heads of the Ji family. Would Ji Hui bring people to fight him? If someone intervened while he was killing Ji Lin and Ji Zhuang, Jiang Luoran would kill them without hesitation. If the other side came seeking revenge, Jiang Luoran could take a detour. Tang San and the others had already participated in a round of competitions, while Flender was still severely injured, and Lu Erlong had recovered quite well. During this time, Oscar provided Jiang Luoran with a grilled sausage at every meal, and Jiang Zhu would also take time to help Jiang Luoran recover. With various treatments, Jiang Luoran was mostly healed, but he was still not suited for intense battles. It should be noted that he had almost died. Now recovering to this extent was already a stroke of luck. Everything requires a period of transition, and JiangLuoran's recovery had been somewhat miraculous. The Shenkong Academy and Qihua Academy joined forces, which was truly a strong alliance. Dai Mubai sat on a chair, facing everyone. They did this to preserve their reputation, and Ning Rongrong nodded. There should also be a sense of competitiveness. But that is not what we should consider. Tang Sin stroked his chin, pondering how to respond next. Are you all here? Jiang Luoran lifted the curtain and walked in from outside. He was now undoubtedly a soul sage, a standout among Shrek. Who would dare to overlook this genius? Not just females, but also males were eager to befriend him. To be honest, when Jiang Luoran transformed into a soul sage and charged in, he almost scared everyone to death. The brother lying beside him day and night was a low-key soul sage. The battle was earth-shattering, and he even had 5 soul bones. In the end, he even confronted the Chrysanthemum Douluo. Now, JiangLuoran's image could not be erased from their minds. It is really hard to imagine what this person will achieve in the future. Jiang Zhu came over, supporting Jiang Luoran. After today's treatment, I have helped you unblock your meridians. The medical department has instructed you not to go out. Indeed, although Jiang Luoran was no longer severely injured, his body was weak. In many places had not recovered. But he had been cooped up in the room, feeling restless, and hearing Shrek and others discussing the battle situation. He couldn't sit still and came out to participate. The room is too stuffy. I'm not old. A little breeze won't hurt. Jiang Luoran, supported by Jiang Zhu, sat down in a chair. Tang San and the others were all smiling, especially Ma Hongjun, who was teasing him with his eyebrows. Without needing to say much, Jiang Luoran knew what they meant and immediately smiled wryly. The combination of Qihua Academy and Shenkong Academy was just a combination of violence and violence. The wind fueled the fire. This kind of power was absolutely unmatched. Their combat power had at least tripled compared to before, possibly even more. Jiang Luoran went straight to the point. Yes, with such a powerful combination, we must go all out. I'm thinking of a strategy. Tang San brought his hands together. Jiang Luoran knew that Tang San had developed a strategy and had once again defeated the 2 major academies. But he had a better strategy. Third brother, in fact, you are the root of this battle. Success or failure lies entirely in your thoughts. Jiang Luoran smiled. Me? How could I? Tang San was a bit confused. You see, the 2 elemental academies must have been carefully selected and then confirmed the participants. I don't need to mention Feng Xiaodian. He will definitely have psychological fluctuations when he sees you. Huo Wu likes you even more. These 2 people. Cough, cough. Jiang Luoran immediately shut up because he saw Xiao Wu almost twist Tang San's waist off. Never mind, never mind. Tang San cried out in pain, his expression quite bad. You continue. Okay, these 2 are the strongest here, and you happen to be the one who can easily lead them to defeat. Jiang Luoran did not like to beat around the bush. Moreover, everyone here was elite. Even if he spoke vaguely, they could understand. What should we do then? We can't let third brother take off his clothes and go up, right? Ma Hongjun was anxious. How could that be? Xiao Wu stood up. You have ill intentions. Xiao Wu, don't be anxious. I haven't finished speaking. Jiang Luoran was troubled. Did he seem like that kind of person? Third brother, you charge in at the start. And Feng Xiaodian and Huo Wu will definitely chase and attack you, because they will think you are the strongest in Shrek. If you are defeated, the rest will scatter. Charge in at the start. Luoran, your strategy is very aggressive, but it only suits you. Ning Rongrong was defeated by this violent man. That's right. Everyone knows JiangLuoran's ferocity. He has fought against Title Douluo. Now he's a soul sage. It's hard to say where this person's lower limit lies. Don't worry, we have so many teammates. We want to let third brother take risks. Dai Lao and Ma Hongjun will hold back the remaining opponents. At this time, Oscar will provide mushroom sausages, allowing them to maintain a stalemate in the air, thus extending the time, Jiang Luoran said. 2 versus 5? That's too exaggerated. Ma Hongjun certainly knew that battles involving numbers were not so easy to surpass. I've thought about it. The fatty himself is immune to fire. So no matter how strong the wind and fire, it cannot cause you fatal injuries. Big Brother Dai is considered the second strongest among us, but they're still not very clear about it. Before the storm arrives, we will use the White Tiger Golden Transformation and the White Tiger Protective Barrier simultaneously, plus the White Tiger Meteor Fist to relieve the fire. In this way, you still have the capital to hold your ground. Oscar's mushroom sausage can be eaten now. Circling in the sky, Jiang Luoran added some more precautions. Is it too forced? Although Ma Hongjun felt that what the other party said made sense, he felt a little guilty. Fatty, it's fine, we'll resist together. Dai Mubai also thought it was feasible. Third brother, you must be careful when fighting the two. Their combined damage can even reach a destructive effect. Jiang Luoran believed that the most dangerous one was Tang San. I will use the 8 spider lances if necessary. Tang San pondered. Then what are we doing? Xiao Wu asked in confusion. For people have been sent out. Are there still 3 playing mahjong? The reason for letting you all have space is to play a key role. Third brother will use the blue-silver prison to block everyone's movement routes at the beginning. Then the plan will commence. The remaining 3 will circle behind the enemy, forming a pincer attack with third brother, overwhelming them with soul skills. We aim to eliminate Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wu in an instant, using their own strength against them, since they want to eliminate our strongest. We will first eliminate their backbone. Jiang Luoran drew more requirements on the paper, along with some specifications and timings. For example, when Feng Xiaotian releases his ultimate move, it's best if its range targets only one person, because the attacks from Feng Xiaotian and Huo Wu are definitely large-scale. This is also the reason to control them right from the start. Otherwise, we would lose immediately. After planning and discussing all night, it gradually came to an end. We will continue discussing practicality tomorrow. If there are no issues, then it's settled, Tang San concluded. All right, I will wait and see. Jiang Luoran stood up. If you're not injured, just go straight to the stage. No need for us to run around. Ma Hongjun made everyone laugh. He was actually making a joke, not really feeling regretful. Ma Hongjun knew that only practical combat could make one stronger. I'll wait for the finals, haha. Jiang Luoran scoffed and walked out. I'll help you. Jiang Zhu stood up. Chapter 149. Nighttime assassination. 10 days have passed, and when night falls, it is time for Jiang Luoran to move. He has already coordinated with Jiang Luoran, who will personally lead him into the Ji family area for the assassination. The noise outside is getting louder, deafening, as if some great joy is happening. Haha. Feng Xiaotian's expression just now was so distorted, it killed me. Oscar made a funny face. This move is too ruthless. It doesn't give people a chance to resist. Dai Mubai held his forehead. This is also because we are strong enough that we weren't eliminated immediately. Someone else wouldn't be able to execute such a plan. Zhu Zhuqing observed clearly. Of course, this tactic was devised by our 2 control-type members. The most suitable strategy for us. Dai Mubai looked at Zhu Zhuqing with an amiable expression. Little monsters, come over and lend a hand. We're having a campfire tonight. Flinders said with a face full of black lines. By the way, Luoran, how's your injury? Flinders' right arm was still wrapped in bandages. It's gradually recovering. It just needs to heal the wound and bone, Jiang Luoran replied. With the healing ability of his Tianqing leg bones, recovery is naturally very fast. I never expected that as the dean, I would now be unable to compete with the students and even need their protection, Flinders said, handing Jiang Luoran a piece of roasted meat. I'm also relying on my foundation to level up. There's nothing to be proud of, Jiang Luoran smiled bitterly. Hey, third brother, why is Huo Wu always sticking to you today? Is there something? Ma Hongjun's quick tongue couldn't be stopped. Tang San naturally wouldn't blame him for such a trivial matter. Everyone, eat slowly. I'll head back first, Jiang Luoran said, walking back to the tent. The others exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Night was deep, and a green, ghostly figure flew in, bypassing the guards, and arrived at Jiang Luoran's room. Jiang Luoran had already heard the noise and jumped out of bed. He had actually stopped pretending that his leg was injured. The reason he still acted as if it was healed was to make everyone relax their guard. Young master, everything is ready. Jiang Luoran knelt on one knee, like a death servant. You lead the way. Let us go. Jiang Luoran clenched his fists and followed Jiang Luoran out. In the Martial Soul Hall area, at the Ji family resting area, in front of them stood a large mansion made of granite castings. As spectators, they naturally couldn't be compared to the participants. The Ji family was likely in a chaotic mood, possibly rolling in bed with someone. Can I kill Ji Lin first? Jiang Luoran asked. Very well, I'll try to achieve a one-hit kill. You help me eliminate the remaining distractions. JiangLuoran's 7 soul rings appeared in front of him, growing larger. The 7 soul rings stood up simultaneously, large enough for a person to pass through. Jiang Luoran stepped through the soul rings, as if walking through a teleportation portal. When he appeared, he had transformed into a more than 1 meter tall plant humanoid, holding a hammer in his right hand and a gun in his left, with 5 shining soul bones on his body. 2 white wings hung down behind him. The wind howling. He couldn't become too large. Otherwise, too much noise would attract the attention of the martial soul hall. This was not a monster entering a village, but a stealthy assassination. JiangLuoran's right, I was golden, and his left, I was white, filled with killing intent. Sharp as a long spear. Whoosh! Jiang Luoran lifted off the ground and entered the mansion. With his current abilities, slipping into the enemy's main residence was exceedingly easy. Regardless, the opponent was a Title Douluo. Even a dead camel is bigger than a horse, so Jiang Luoran didn't dare to be careless. He held the curse gun, aiming at Jilin. An assassin? Jilin jumped up from his desk, dodging Jiang Luoran's curse gun. Perhaps it was due to the aura of the Tianqing vine, or perhaps due to his perception of Jiang Luoran's realm and age. Jiang Luoran missed this strike. Jiang Luoran smashed through the glass, charging into the main residence, swinging a hammer at Jilin. Jilin could dodge the curse gun, which only indicated his agility. However, he couldn't withstand the overwhelming power of a wild storm. With one swing, Jiang Luoran caused significant destruction in the main residence, as if it were made of paper. Buzz! Another hammer strike. The golden grass hammer swept through the air, unleashing a surge of soul power toward Jilin. Arrogant. As a Title Douluo, Jilin sensed the danger from the opponent, but he truly didn't know who wanted to kill him. There was something even more audacious. Jiang Luoran waved his left hand, and the 7 soul rings stacked together, appearing behind Jilin. A pincer attack. Countless weapons flew toward Jilin from behind, while Jiang Luoran's deadly hammer approached from the front. Third soul skill. Jiang Luoran slammed his hammer into Jilin's chest, stopping him from proceeding further. Immediately afterward, the weapons released by the 7 soul rings overwhelmed Jilin. The commotion was so great that it naturally alarmed the Ji family members. Jiang Luoran fought to buy time for Jiang Luoran, even resorting to action. The main goal was to stop Jilin. Jilin got up from the ground, injured in multiple places, his skin cut and torn. Who are you? The one here to take your life, Jiang Luoran said, not daring to relax without killing Jilin. Jilin was also waiting for the idiot to come and assist him. 7th soul skill, Verdant Vine Avatar. Jilin directly used his martial soul, true form, transforming into a green tree, with hundreds of green vines spreading out to attack Jiang Luoran from all directions. It seems you still don't know. Jiang Luoran sneered. 6th soul skill, Curse Spear. A golden spear was thrown out by Jiang Luoran. 5 green vines blocked it, stopping the cursed spear. What Jiang Luoran wanted was a large target for easy aiming. According to levels, Jilin would be out of soul power for at least a minute. In that minute, it was enough for Jiang Luoran to unleash his killing moves. Feeling the encroachment of death energy, Jilin panicked. He couldn't understand why he couldn't muster any strength. The plant man tightly gripped his golden hammer, combining the power of 5 soul bones to strike at the green tree. Boom! The green tree collapsed and flew backward. The plant man quickening his pace and raising his ghostly boots to kick down. The green tree dispersed, and Jilin fell out from within. The power of that kick was comparable to a bomb strike. Blood for blood, Jiang Luoran stuffed his left hand into the soul ring and pulled out a giant axe. Wait, who exactly are you? We have no grudges or enmities, Jilin panicked. He clearly felt that the opponent was a soul sage, yet he couldn't defend against the opponent's attacks. Is this a fake soul sage? No grudges or enmities. I ask you, do you know about the Jiang family? Jiang Luoran said coldly, sneering. You are? Impossible, he was killed by the idiot himself. Jilin's pupils widened as if he had seen a ghost. That's right. After combining various understandings, I have clarified many things, just not confirmed. Jiang Luoran stepped on Jilin's head. Jilin saw the soul rings on Jiang Luoran's body. It was you all along. Indeed, saying it this way explains everything. Go to hell. 8th soul skill, Heavenly Net. Jilin would not allow Jiang Luoran to kill him. The 8th soul skill was his last resort. You're getting old, so stop struggling. Jiang Luoran summoned over 10,000 years worth of old tree roots, charging towards the Heavenly Net. The current old tree roots, under Jiang Luoran's increased realm, had become over 10,000 years old. This meant Jiang Luoran had a permanent 10,000 years worth of soul beasts at his command. Bang! The golden light and green radiance clashed, creating a loud noise as the main mansion collapsed and fell down. "You have no chance," the plant man shouted, holding the hammer handle, rushing into the heavenly net and striking Jilin. Chapter 150. Settling scores with monthly tickets. Jilin's abdomen was injured, as if millions of snakes had crashed into him simultaneously, then pierced through his abdomen. Boom! Jilin's body could no longer move on its own. He was pulled back by the tremendous force, crashing through 10 walls and plowing out a huge pit. The body of a soul Douluo was surprisingly tough. Jiang Luoran had used all his strength in this strike, enough to collapse a 10-meter-tall building. Cough, cough. Jilin tried multiple times to get up from the ground, but couldn't manage it. His breathing was chaotic, like an elderly person suffering from long illness. "Do you have anything else to say?" Jiang Luoran raised his battle axe high, aiming at Jilin's head. "The mutated heavenly Qing vine needs to hunt its kin to become stronger. Your heavenly Qing vine has already evolved to its complete form. I suppose it has gone somewhere. Right?" Swish! The giant axe fell, cleaving Jilin's head in half. Time for the next one. Jiang Luoran picked up the golden axe and walked outside. He saw Jiang Luoran being besieged by dozens of soul masters, already exhausted, nearly defeated several times. "Get lost!" Jiang Luoran swung the giant axe, and the air wave from the golden axe sent all the soul masters flying. "Young master, you succeeded?" Jiang Luoran, covered in blood, had just heard the sounds of fighting behind him, but didn't know the state of the battle. After all, this was a battle between a soul sage and a soul Douluo. "Take me to see the idiot," Jiang Luoran said, and then saw a green glow rushing over aggressive, with bloodstains on it. "He has already come." Jiang Luoran prepared himself for death. "It was you who destroyed the Jiang family." Jiang Luoran summoned his soul ring and once again used his martial soul true form. The idiot was momentarily stunned. "The mutated heavenly Qing vine. You can't be. You were killed by me with my own hands." "I asked you one more time. Did you destroy the Jiang family?" Jiang Luoran hung the golden axe and golden hammer behind him, pulling out 2 cursed spears from the soul ring with both hands. "A mere soul sage dares to be arrogant. Do you really think you are invincible?" The idiot's principle was to act rather than speak. Since that's the case, it can only be resolved with violence. Jiang Luoran activated his Kunpeng identity, and the white wings behind him flapped instantly, flashing in front of the idiot, stabbing with both guns. Quick and accurate. The idiot pulled out a heavenly Qing vine, placing it in front of his face to avoid being pierced by the guns. "It was me who killed them. All of them were killed by me. What can you do?" "Let me tell you, revenge also requires." At this point, the idiot suddenly felt something was off with Jiang Luoran. His power felt like a wild bull. No, it was even greater, and it was still increasing. Logically speaking, he should be stronger than him. Why was he being overwhelmed instead? Second soul skill, shadow, following. Right next to Jiang Luoran, an ancient tree root from 10,000 years rose from the ground, striking at the idiot's entire body. Third soul skill, blood fiend demon cage. Jiang Luoran's left hand spear tip pointed, and the black soul ring burst forth with golden light, creating a cage that trapped the idiot inside. First soul skill, from nothingness. Countless golden thorns wrapped around the idiot's entire body, reinforcing the golden cage. Fifth soul skill, tempered by 1,000 hammers. Jiang Luoran's right-hand spear tip pressed down hard. The black soul ring rotated, controlling all the blood fiend vines to solidify, locking the idiot within. The old tree roots took the opportunity to pounce, growing larger as if reproducing, blocking all possible escape routes. Bang, bang, bang. Inside, the sound of iron being struck echoed rapidly. But such a sturdy cage truly trapped the idiot. The idiot couldn't believe it. How could a soul sage's cage trap him? This was simply impossible. He struck with all his might, trying to quickly break open the cage, but the air here had grown thin, and there was a feeling that made him want to commit suicide. Too terrifying. If he continued to stay here, he would definitely go mad. Jiang Luoran walked over, inserting the cursed spears into the ground to let the idiot suffocate himself. As expected, the aura of death grew heavier, and the idiot was almost driven to madness. He felt like he was falling into deep water, or perhaps into a desolate void. This aura of death gradually eroded his body and mind, causing him to continue to fall until forever. If he weren't a soul Douluo, he might have already died by now. Third soul skill, Qing vine piercing formation. Relying on willpower, the idiot unleashed his soul skill to strike the cage. Although it was somewhat effective, the results were not optimistic. Fourth soul skill, Sky vine soaring to the clouds. 7th soul skill, verdant vine avatar. 8th soul skill. The cage was torn apart, and the idiot charged out, throwing a punch at Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran pulled up the cursed spear from the ground and rushed forward. The two collided, and Jiang Luoran was dispersed from his martial soul true form by a punch, while the idiot was pierced in the right arm by Jiang Luoran's spear. It seems you're not that great either. The idiot hasn't realized yet, as the cursed spear transforms into golden light and merges into his body. 5th soul skill. Jiang Luoran rushes in and stands in front of Jiang Luoran. The idiot casually waves his hand and sends Jiang Luoran flying. After raising the white-eyed wolf for so many years, he dares to come out and boast. Just lie there. Young master, hurry. With your speed, he can't catch up. Jiang Luoran is spitting blood. That attack from Title Douluo was enough to take his life. Today you must die. Jiang Luoran gets up from the ground. I keep my word. 8th soul skill. The idiot raises both hands but feels no soul power. 8th soul skill. 8th soul skill. Let me introduce the 6th soul skill. Cursed spear can affect a soul master's soul power. Jiang Luoran holds a hammer in his right hand and uses the chaotic cloak to bury you. It's not shameful. Boom. As Jiang Luoran strikes down, countless thunderclaps erupt, releasing a tremendous power that turns the entire mansion into mud. The idiot's right arm is severed, on the brink of death. He is already lingering between breaths and hell. Tell me all about it. Jiang Luoran grabs the opponent's neck. Go seek it yourself, the idiot says before biting his tongue to commit suicide. His state is already worse than death. The idiot can no longer endure it. Quite ruthless, very good. Jiang Luoran staggers back to Jiang Luoran's side. They're all dead, and the great revenge is avenged. Dead? Jiang Luoran, dazed, sits up in confusion. Dead. From now on, you're the only leader of the Jiang mansion. Jiang Luoran takes a deep breath. I fear I won't live long either. Jiang Luoran pulls out. That attack from earlier almost annihilated him. After watching so many high-level battles, can't you see some flaws? Jiang Luoran is puzzled. How foolish is Jiang Luoran? Just from these battles, he should have leveled up twice already. I'm old. Not as clever as the young master. Even if I see some battle strategies, I can't level up. Jiang Luoran sighs. Take care of yourself. The rest is up to you. This matter comes to an end. Jiang Luoran should resolve the other side's issues now. The key is insufficient strength. His current power is still too weak. He must become stronger. Not being a 95-level Title Douluo, Jiang Luoran feels he cannot guarantee his safety. This time it's mainly about assassination, and it can only be resolved with inside help to settle the great revenge. Otherwise, if he charges in alone, he would surely be slaughtered. As for the elite soul master competition across the continent, whether he is there or not isn't too big of a deal. Chapter 151. The background of Mu Baiju Qing. The 4 major elemental academies have all been challenged by Shrek. Next up is the Royal Tindo team, which is the team of Yu Qianheng. They are exempted from all preliminaries and directly participate in the finals. This is how the Empire shows its trust in their strength. In fact, many people like to compare Yu Tianheng's level with that of the children because he is currently the strongest on the market. Let us put that aside for now. Indeed, at Yu Tianheng's age, having reached his current realm is quite rare. Old grudges and new enmities? Tang Sin looks at everyone. This time we bumped into the Royal Tindo battle team again. The once defeated opponents can be easily dealt with. Xiao Wu doesn't care. We won last time purely by skill. They were only defeated because they were careless. I think this time they will definitely be much more cautious, Tang San says. But our realm is different from last time. The current Shrek team consists entirely of soul masters above level 40. And the Royal Tindo Academy is also around level 40. We should win more easily. Ma Hongjun is puzzled. Last time we completely relied on technique to win, but this time their strength is comparable. Can we still not win? What Brother Sin wants to say is that our strength has grown, which makes victory harder. Jiang Luoran observes their confused expressions. Remember this, to break steel, you only need a piece of numbness. Last time we were like that numbness. But holding steel bars, it's very hard to cut through steel. Small characters can defeat big characters. The key lies in application. But now we can't do that. From various angles, this match will definitely be brutal, Jiang Luoran nods. Tang Sin says, right, this is all-encompassing. Let me give an example. First is the arrangement of personnel. We can't send everyone in. Next, there's the issue of mentality. We are too arrogant. Since we participated, we have never lost. Secondly, there's the tactical issue. We have no way to come up with better coordinated tactics in a short time. Moreover, it requires honing. There are many other factors to consider. In contrast, the Royal Tindo Academy must have devised a meticulous plan and better combat methods. This match will either end in a draw, or the opponent will wash away their previous humiliation. Because they have a lunatic like you, Tianheng. Jiang Luoran collaborates with Tang San. Is it that serious? Oscar still doesn't understand. Can a gap be that big at the same level of 40? It is that serious. The Tiando Royal Academy is not a bunch of fools. They are also the pride of the empire. Otherwise, why would they have so much power? Tang San's tone is heavy. Third young master, it's bad. A group of lunatics from the Spirit Hall has wiped out the Tiando Royal Academy. Tai Long and Huang Yuan rush in. This statement leaves everyone's head spinning. It's really hard to bear. Don't rush, take it slow. Dai Mubai gestures for him to sit down. At that time, there was a beautiful woman and a handsome man from the Spirit Hall. They used a soul fusion skill and directly annihilated Yu Tianheng and the others. Too exaggerated. Yu Tianheng and the others didn't even have a chance to fight back. Tai Long had never seen such a battle. The Spirit Hall is indeed not easy to deal with. Using a soul fusion skill is just hiding their power, Tang San thinks. Right? And that guy named Yin didn't even move. It feels like playing a game. Huang Yuan sighs. The gap is too big. Jiang Luoran smiles. It seems an old acquaintance is about to be encountered. It looks like the Tiando Royal Academy doesn't need to fight against them anymore. Let us not worry about that. Can the two control system users discuss your upcoming plans? Dai Mubai and the others look at Jiang Luoran and Tang San. 1. Luoran goes on stage. 2. Shrek will no longer hold back except for Luoran. These are all Tang San can think of. Everyone is surprised. If Jiang Luoran is going on stage, what is the point of fighting? They can only choose two. Who is our next opponent? Jiang Luoran asks Huang Yuan. It's the Xingluo royal team. Huang Yuan now sees Jiang Luoran and needs to bow respectfully. What did you say? The Xingluo royal team? Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing shout simultaneously, standing up. Is there a problem? Huang Yuan doesn't know what is going on and is a bit confused. Luoran, give me a favor. You don't go on stage this time. Let me handle it. Dai Mubai pleads, his hands on Jiang Luoran's shoulders. All right, that is just what I mean, Jiang Luoran reassures him. Anyway, if you win in the end, why be so excited? What is going on? Dai Lauda, I have never seen you so out of sorts, Ma Hongjun asked with concern. Seeing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, Dai Mubai sighed. No matter what, he needed their help. Mubai and I are actually members of the royal family of the Star Luo Empire, but due to the rules of the royal family, we escaped. Zhu Zhuqing's words were like a bombshell. The crowd was left in a daze. Indeed, those who were weak within the royal family would be eliminated, and their power would be stripped away. I am the prince of the Star Luo Empire. When Dai Mubai mentioned such a shining title, there was no hint of pride in his tone, rather a sense of melancholy. Royal family rules? They could force you to flee, Dai Ge? Tang San had already guessed that this was a bitter story. Is power really that good? Worthy of this? Xiao was confused. Jiang Luoran, on the other hand, did not oppose the idea of power. Those who had truly held power would be intoxicated by it. It was like a Bloody Mary, intoxicating. The feeling of having everything under control could extinguish all other powers. No one could surpass you. They would only sit down and obey your commands. You would possess the most beautiful women in the world, slender and long-legged, living in the most comfortable, luxurious residences. In other words, even if you wanted to do good deeds, you could easily make a poor village rich. This is how power is. Can you say it's not intoxicating? Vulgar? Or not vulgar? The distinction is not great. From another perspective, if you had power, would Xiao Wu still be threatened by Zhu Huadeluo? Would she still be unable to stop Tang San when he was about to die? Those who have tasted power find it hard to let go. Jiang Luoran had no intention of criticizing Xiao Wu, as there was nothing wrong with wanting to be natural in this world. In fact, it was commendable. Living without pressure and being happy is the real life. Of course, not in that way of shouting I'm happy. I'm joyful, which is simply like a sycophant. Happiness does not need to be verbalized. It is about finding joy in oneself and being magnanimous. But Xiao Wu shouldn't say it out loud. She just needed to know it herself. Because for Dai Mubai, it was a bit unfair. They were merely forced into this situation. You may not know the cruelty of the royal family. The weak can only be used by the strong, and after the age of 25, if we are still not stronger than the strong, or if we have no other means, we will be eliminated. Zhu Zhuqing clenched her fists tightly. Yes, Zhuqing. You think I don't compete with my elder brother, that I lack fighting spirit. But Zhuqing, what do you want me to compete with? Dai Mubai scratched his head. Don't be agitated. Dai Ge, we understand you. Tang San and the others were not fools. They could tell the situation from the 3 words spoken. When I ran away from home, I searched everywhere for women willingly falling into depravity until I met you. Dai Mubai's voice slightly cracked with emotion. Chapter 152. Who is right and who is wrong? I tried every means to fall, to not think about these things, since I would die after 25 anyway. Until I met you and became part of Shrek, I saw a bright future again. Dai Mubai slammed his fist on the table. Like Mubai. I initially came to find him with a searching attitude, but I saw the training system of Shrek Academy. I felt that I could grow stronger here. I could survive. I could compete with my brothers and sisters. I was really happy to meet you when I was lost. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to be holding back. I have a request. Hoping Brother Luoran can agree to me. You see, we are all classmates. I will protect your lives. Jiang Luoran knew that these people were asking him for help. It must be a martial issue, because he was a killer. Apart from that, there is nothing. But if Jiang Luoran were to get involved in the power struggle of the Star Luo Empire, he would never agree. He only guaranteed the safety of Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. I know Brother Luoran has grand aspirations, not focusing on the Douluo continent. But I plead that when Mubai is in crisis, you can save his life. Zhuqing would risk her life, all treasures at your disposal. Zhu Zhuqing was resolute. What if it really comes to the last moment, and she begs Jiang Luoran again? She might not find him. It's better to plead now. Zhuqing, you don't need to worry about my safety. Luoran, only in times of crisis can you save Zhuqing. Brother, thank you. Dai Mubai would not allow Zhu Zhuqing to plead for her. It was too ungrateful. What do you take me for? A trading house or an assassin? If such a situation arises, I can guarantee your safety. Don't thank me. You are not the type to say such things. Let us take a step back, Mubai. If you win against your elder brother on the arena, not only can you turn danger into safety, but you can also seize the royal power. Jiang Luoran signaled everyone not to be agitated. Hearing Jiang Luoran say this, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were still very pleased. Not to mention how strong the other side's super abnormality was. Just the fact that they were not humble with themselves was very comforting. So righteous. In fact, everyone knew that JiangLuoran's aspirations were far beyond the Douluo continent, even higher. Sometimes Dai Mubai wished he had JiangLuoran's qualifications that way. He wouldn't have to worry about family issues at all. He might even be worshipped like a deity. What? Dai Gu, do you think you can't defeat your elder brother? Jiang Luoran asked. I don't know. You should be very strong now. I will do my best, but I don't know if it will work. Dai Mubai looked at his own hands. Believe in yourself. Dai Gu, you've come through so many dangers. Your strength is the strongest among us. Tang San smiled. Mubai, in this state, you can't win. You need to be confident. Ning Rongrong and others cheered for Dai Mubai. There is no need to worry. Just go all out. Even if you lose, I'll handle everything. Jiang Luoran had no intention of going on stage. All right, all Shrek members, let's go. Tang San agreed. The Prince of the Star Luo Empire must be dealt with by Dai Mubai. Everyone just needs to create opportunities for their duel. Let us have a fair soul master duel and see who is the strongest. The next participants for the competition, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. The match relies on you. Jiang Luoran supported himself on the table. In fact, for the royal family, it was either Dai Mubai died or the current prince died. If Dai Mubai won, then the prince would need to be killed. Power can really be confusing. You don't know when to concede and when to be tough. If you let the prince go, he might come back stronger or do something detrimental to the nation. But if you don't let him go and directly kill him, it would make you seem too brutal. Shrek, victory is certain. The seven of Shrek high-fived, and Jiang Luoran silently left. In fact, he had no need to intervene in any matters. Shrek didn't need his support, nor did he want to support it. Some things are like a piece of bread, fresh out of the steamer, fragrant and tender, crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. Over time, it will slowly dry out and even mold. All people or things have a changing side. There is nothing that is absolutely good. Some things are just hidden in the heart and unwilling to be spoken. You say Shrek is a righteous existence, yet they still kill soul beasts and will kill people when it matters. Of course, they will not violate moral bottom lines. You say the spirit hall is evil, but it's just the leader talking nonsense. The people below, such as Su Yuntao and Matthew, are quite good. Anyway, Jiang Luoran does not appreciate Shrek Academy after 1,000 years. It has become too utilitarian. The former glory should be buried in the dust, whether it's pursuit or dreams. Why make it known to everyone when you can just bury yourself in your work? After all, not every university student is a professor in the academy. Jiang Luoran wandered aimlessly outside the spirit hall, unsure of where to go. Anyway, there's no need to watch the competition. He already knows the outcome. Hey, esteemed spirit saint, are you contemplating why you are so strong? A teasing voice came from behind him. Jiang Luoran turned around, surprised to see her, and then smiled. Almost forgetting this was her territory. You're transparent to me now. All your information is in the Spirit Hall. My master and the others are handling it. Hulaina shrugged. What? Are you going to kill me? Jiang Luoran guessed the situation, but surprisingly felt no danger. They were just discussing. No one had said anything about enforcing the law yet. The key was that they thought they could reach an agreement. Oh, I guessed it too. Jiang Luoran sat down against the stone wall. About that thing you asked me to investigate, it's already come to light. Hulaina was about to speak, but was stopped by Jiang Luoran. I resolved everything. Oh, the Spirit Hall still plans to send enforcers to help you. Now that you've resolved it. Saintus, yesterday the residence of the Ji family was destroyed, and there were corpses everywhere. Ji Lin and Ji Zhuang are dead. The enforcers came running. I see. Hulaina waved her hand, signaling him to leave. You really can kill soul masters beyond your level. Of course. With so many top-tier soul rings and soul bones, if I can't surpass my level, I would be considered useless, Jiang Luoran said. Oh, Shrek Academy has great potential. Our final opponents should be them. Yes, it's definitely them, Jiang Luoran nodded, agreeing with Hulaina's thoughts. Are you participating in the competition? Hulaina asked directly. I shouldn't be needed. I don't think I will go. I estimate I will leave soon, Jiang Luoran said, for trials or just wandering for a while. I know you don't like these tedious power struggles, so I won't ask you to join the Spirit Hall. Where are you going? Hulaina asked. I don't know. Maybe as I walk, I will figure it out, Jiang Luoran said nonsensically, appearing carefree. Take care of yourself. Shrek right now is definitely not something you can underestimate. Jiang Luoran didn't hope for Hulaina to win. He just thought it best not to let her foolishly rush in. Thanks, but if we had our spirit fusion skill, we could probably take them out in one hit, Hulaina just complained. That's right, not to mention Jiang Luoran is at the Spirit Saint level now. Even if he were still a Spirit Elder, the power of the spirit fusion skill with Hulaina would be enough to take out the Shrek's 7 monsters. Sky and Earth, I hope there's still a chance to use it with you. Hulaina turned to leave. Although she didn't have any bad feelings towards Jiang Luoran, she always felt she couldn't see through him. Feelings to her had to develop slowly. After all, with Sky and Earth in between, no one could escape. Chapter 153. Danger approaches. Jiang Luoran had already decided that after the Senior Soul Master competition ended, he would leave. The goal was the City of Slaughter. 2 days later, in the Shrek rest area. I really didn't expect we would make it this far. Tang San felt a bit at a loss. This meant they would replace the 2 major empires to battle the Spirit Hall. Although there were many factors of luck involved, luck was also part strength. They were indeed the strongest among the 2 major empires. The Master led Flander and Lu Erlong in. Congratulations on standing out from the elite Soul Masters and becoming the final battle team. Master, little monsters, you have graduated. Flander announced this in advance. He had only asked you to win the championship to motivate you. In this last match, regardless of win or lose, you are graduates. This also sets a record for our Shrek Academy, with more than 2 graduates in the same year. You have broken the Academy record. Congratulations, Lu Erlong smiled with satisfaction. Tang San and the others were also very happy, especially since they had resolved many issues along the way, making their future path smoother. The opponent you will face last will be the strongest among your peers. The Master noticed everyone's confused expressions. That's right, remember my words. They're the strongest among your peers. As far as Tang San knew, the Master was a cautious person who never stated anything so definitively. But once he did, it was definitely true. One could only imagine how strong the opponent was. I've analyzed it. It will be difficult for you to defeat them. But there is one point you can exploit. They don't have soul bones. The Master pointed at Tang San. Teacher means I should use soul bones to fight them? Tang San asked. From the beginning, you need to use all your means to aggressively attack their main force, Hulaina. The remaining students will play a supportive role, with the main pressure on you, Tang San. Otherwise, it will definitely end in disastrous defeat. I'll reveal a terrifying fact. Almost all of them are Spirit Kings. The Master was laying out the tactics. Spirit Kings? Sure enough, the Shrek teachers and students were all terrified. If the opponents were Spirit Kings, then what was there to fight? It was a completely overpowered version of Yu Tianheng, even surpassing Shrek. How strong could they be? It was hard to guess. The opponents were very well hidden. However, at the moment of the final battle, they would definitely unleash their full power. The Master felt heavy. In the face of absolute strength, it was not easy for the Master to assess all the pros and cons. Teacher, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Tang San locked eyes with the Master, a cold light flashing in the corner of his eye. Without saying much, Everyone knew Tang San's backup plan would definitely involve hidden weapons or new types of items. It was inconvenient for Tang San to disclose this here. You and your disciple discussed the plan. We will step out. Flander led Dai Mu by and the others away. What did you say? A glimmer of hope? The master could guess what everyone else could. I have a hidden weapon called Bat Rebirth, which can turn any object into my hidden weapon. I can use up to 36 pieces to deal with Spirit Kings. I think it won't be a problem, Tang San said quickly. You mean we can design our battle method like this? The master sighed. I don't doubt the attack power of your hidden weapons. That's right. This way, we essentially have a guaranteed kill. What we need to do is make it more comprehensive. Tang San did not confirm or deny. The master thought for a moment and then sighed. It's time for your hidden weapons to come to light. Tang San and the master discussed the plan all night. The next morning, all the teachers and students of Shrek, along with those from other academies, gathered at the arena. Today would be the day the champion was born. In this match, Jiang Luoran was indeed absent. Shrek still maintained its original lineup and faced off against the Spirit Hall's Golden Generation in a direct showdown. As the match began, Tang San charged forward alone, following the previous plan to hold Hulaina back. But the gap between the Soul Sect and the Soul King is not so easily bridged, right? Tang San is at a disadvantage. Dai Mu Bai and the others are also not optimistic, being knocked back. On the side of the Spirit Hall, Yin has a high spirit and clearly looks down on the opponents, which gives Shrek and the others an opportunity. The 8 spider lances are directly activated, waiting for Tang San to use them as hidden weapons. With Yin as the breakthrough point, the Shrek's 7 monsters position themselves for their attacks, according to the plan. Such an exciting battle, with both sides being the strongest among their peers, naturally draws cheers from everyone present. Bibi Dong of the Spear Hall announces that the winner will receive 3 soul bones. Such a reward is truly generous, not to mention 3 soul bones. Even 1 soul bone is something that relatives would fight over and enemies would dig graves for. The fact that such precious items are put on the line shows just how powerful the Spirit Hall's foundation is. Of course, this is also inseparable from Bibi Dong's determination and courage to cultivate the next generation of Pope. The Soul King team is fighting the Soul Sect. Unless the opponents are cheating, they can't win, right? Bibi Dong thinks that these soul bones should eventually be used on the Golden Generation. Jiang Luoran vaguely senses a dangerous aura approaching, a thick energy that makes it hard to determine its direction. The battle intensifies, both sides going all out from the beginning. Except for that guy Yin. Xiaoyu has unleashed his self-created knife technique, the Crescent Moon, and is bombarding Tang San. Under Tang San's gaze, Hulaina's charm is no longer effective, so she cannot directly defeat her opponent. Tang San uses Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track, Control Crane Catch Dragon, Xinyu Hand, and the 8 spider lances to confront Xiaoyu. For them, this is a day to bring glory to the Academy and to prove their existence. They absolutely cannot lose. Jiang Luoran scans the spectator area and finally sees Tang Hao on top of the building. He stands there, unmoving, exuding a kingly presence. He really came. He has no reason not to care for his son. Moreover, Tang San is participating in the Soul Master competition now. The battle ends, and it is quite brutal. Tang San uses 16 fragments of the 8 spider lances as hidden weapons and launches them at Xiaoyu. In the final moment, Shrek wins. They're the strongest in the Continental Elite Soul Masters competition. After recovering, Tang San helps everyone up. Bibi Dong is clearly shaken. The Soul Sect actually defeated the Soul King? This is a bit beyond our understanding. Boom! With a loud noise, the ground shakes, and the entire Spirit Hall is rocked. No one knows what is happening, followed by the roar of soul beasts, echoing through heaven and earth, deafening. The opponents seem to come with rolling thunder. A gigantic blackbird descends, its size even blocking out the sun. No one has seen these soul beasts. It is entirely black, covered in black scales, with an eagle-like head and 4 razor-sharp claws. Its eyes, especially those eyes, almost killed those below the Soul Sage level with its murderous intent. What is this? What the heck? Not to mention the Soul Masters in the spectator area. Even seasoned masters like Grandmaster cannot recognize this soul beast, let alone its age. Jiang Luoran is also unsure of what it is, but he can feel how powerful this soul beast is, even stronger than a 100,000-year soul beast. Even Tang Hao feels the danger. This feeling is such that even a Title Douluo would not be considered anything in front of this soul beast. Chapter 154, United We Stand. Soul Beast? What kind of soul beast has entered human territory? What does it want? It's flying this way. All those below the Soul Sage level scatter in panic, and the scene becomes uncontrollable. Unexpectedly, There are also extraterritorial soul beasts. What does it want? BB Dong stares at the soul beast in the sky. Your Holiness, should we kill it? Ghost Douluo asks. It is very powerful. We might not be its match. Let's observe first. BB Dong ponders. Jiang Luoran? Is that the name? Yes. The green bird transforms into a handsome young man and lands on the spear hall. Some soul masters point and claim that the soul beast has become immortal and can even transform into human form. The current scene resembles a tourist group sightseeing gorillas. There's also a great deal of confusion as to how this soul beast suddenly appeared, daring to boldly enter the human world. Jiang Luoran, who possesses a wise skull, understands the twists and turns involved. The other party must be from Beiming, because he cannot think of any forest that has soul beasts exceeding 100,000 years. Moreover, the other party is a bird and has spoken its name. As for why it could travel so far from Beiming, it must be because there is some kind of portal in Beiming. The other party's stance clearly indicates that it came to kill Jiang Luoran, further proving that it is a faction from Beiming that is targeting him. Some things are self-evident. Why waste so much time talking? What is the point? It's like, you come to kill me, and I also want to kill you. When the two meet, it's a fight. No need for so much sentimentality. Indeed, I'm the person you are looking for from Beiming, right? Jiang Luoran just didn't expect that the other party would send someone to kill him. Moreover, it was so urgent. That's right, it's Beiming. Your talent is quite good. Luckily, I was sent to kill you. Otherwise, given time, you might really kill your way back to Beiming. My name is Qingyi, your judge. Qingyi raises his right hand. For Qingyi, killing Jiang Luoran is too easy. The current situation is like crushing him with a finger. Jiang Luoran certainly wouldn't be so arrogant as to think he could defeat Qingyi. But what can he do? Run? He definitely can't match the other party's speed. Fight? What a joke. A soul beast over 100,000 years old. Submit. The seventh soul skill. Blood Vine True Body. One must say the contrast is too great. Right after finishing the Elite Soul Master competition, someone from Beiming comes looking for him. Fenglinger had mentioned such things before, but Jiang Luoran didn't take them to heart, never expecting to encounter it now. However, it's not a bad thing. At least it suppresses the fighting between Tang, Hao, and the Spear Hall. Jiang Luoran passes through 7 soul rings, transforming into a plant-like figure over a meter tall, holding a spear in his left hand and a hammer in his right. His large white wings spread out behind him, ready for battle. Ha ha! You still want to fight me? You overestimate yourself. I could crush you with just one finger. Qingyi reveals a teasing gaze. This feeling, you could have become strong. But now, you're going to be killed by me. No, I need to feel this. Qingyi seems like a madman, lamenting alone. Jiang Luoran understands very well. Someone without much status in Beiming comes to Douluo continent, and they think they're a unique powerhouse. To him, there is no one stronger than himself here. So he wants to let loose. Soul Sage. How can he be a Soul Sage? That seems to be a backup student from Shrek. Has anyone noticed his soul rings? I say, Jiang Luoran is exposed among the various elite academies, and countless teachers and students look down at the two on the ground. Oh no, one person and one soul beast. Jiang Luoran, don't expect anyone to save you. Fenglinger was held back by another enforcer, and Qingyi saw through Jiang Luoran's thoughts. How could that be? I'm not dead yet. Jiang Luoran stubbornly refused to yield. Then die. The North Ming treasure belongs to me. Qingyi charged forward. Bad people die from too much talking. I'm not a good person, but at least my heart isn't dark. Jiang Luoran rushed forward. Suddenly, the opponent's blue, iron claws grew larger, as if pressing down from the heavens. At this moment, Jiang Luoran realized their perception was so vast that it was simply incomparable. It felt like you were a drop of water facing a vast ocean. A sense of powerlessness surged, leaving no chance to even fight back. Boom! A tidal wave of soul power erupted with gold and white, and black soul powers blocking Qingyi's blue claws. Hey, have you forgotten whose territory this is? A voice came from the front. It was Chrysanthemum Douluo. Jiang Luoran opened his eyes and saw BB Dong and Chrysanthemum Douluo with Ghost Douluo ahead. They actually came to save him. Why? He was clearly at odds with them. Isn't repaying kindness with enmity not the style of the Spear Hall? This favor owed was too great. This is what they call a strong person? Qingyi's soul power trembled, pushing back BB Dong and the others. With this level of strength, you dare to stand in front of me. Qingyi laughed wildly, waving his hand. Even the sky changed color. Whoosh! A bolt of lightning struck down towards Qingyi. Qingyi raised his right fist to strike at the blue lightning, and the two forces clashed, causing the arena to shatter. Don't be too arrogant. This is Douluo continent. Yu Yuanjin said coldly, He was about to take action. Everyone knew that Qingyi could not be a soul beast of Douluo continent, as history had no record of such a soul beast in age. The opponent must have come from afar, perhaps from that secret realm. The world is vast. This kind of thing hasn't refreshed their worldview. You're not bad. Someone worth my effort. Qingyi's arrogant laughter continued. Even more so, the task is urgent. Kill the mixed breed first. Just as Qingyi took off, he was intercepted by an iron hammer, and this overwhelming momentum was clearly Tang Hao. Bang! Qingyi was knocked back to the ground, crushing a large area of the ground. Looking up in shock. Besides shock, there was also anger. He had almost succeeded several times, but the opponent intercepted him every time. Wasn't this a provocation? This was clearly an insult to a North Ming enforcer. Who else? Come on. Mixed breeds, do you dare to stop my enforcement? Seeking death? Qingyi shouted angrily. Poison gas filled the surroundings, and Douluo appeared in front of Qingyi as the matter concerned the entirety of Douluo continent. Those with status should step forward. Mysteriously, who are you? Hu Liena came with the Golden Generation, and Tang Bai and other enforcers follow behind. The Shrek teachers and students said nothing and stood in front of Jiang Luoran. Old Jack brought the villagers, armed with shovels, surrounding them, looking unafraid of a fight. Shui Binge and Shui Qinghe, rarely righteous, led the Tiando royal enforcers to block Qingyi's retreat. Mixed breeds dare to be so domineering? All of you get out of the way, kill the task, and then deal with you, Qingyi scoffed. You seem to not understand the situation. This is our territory. Ning Fengji came with Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo, speaking very firmly. Leave now, we won't kill. 8 Title Douluos, plus the Title Douluo brought by Dai Mubai from home. A total of 9, and countless soul Douluos and soul saints. Even the weakest soul king has the most practical combat experience among the younger generation. Each one is a master capable of fighting 10. However, in the face of battles of this level, soul masters below Title Douluo are not very significant. But that doesn't mean they're useless, because there are so many of them. Once it breaks out, who knows what will happen? Young master, I'm late. Jiang Luoran brought the remaining people from the intelligence house and stood right beside Jiang Luoran, looking fearless. The situation on site was extremely intense, swords drawn, and it could escalate into a fight at any moment. So many people were surrounding and beating a soul beast of over tens of thousands of years, making it look like they were doing a dungeon run. In fact, within the Spirit Hall, there were still a dozen Title Douluos ready to go, waiting for BB Dawn's command to immediately slay this arrogant bird. In addition, there was the old fellow Qian Dalu. If necessary, he would take action. A 99-level ultimate Douluo, although relying on resources, is not something an ordinary person can compare with. Moreover, he has the heavens measuring sword in hand. Jiang Luoran was stunned. If he hadn't encountered this situation, he wouldn't have known he was so good. Now feeling a bit confused, it made him even more bewildered. Chapter 155, Massacre. The current situation was more than just tense. It felt like an explosion was about to occur at any second. If we leave now, we won't stop you. Yu Yuenjin's voice boomed like thunder. Those who don't know how to appreciate kindness will be killed. Mixed breeds. Qingyi felt that anyone daring to look down on him deserved to die. The battle was about to break out, with hundreds of people surrounding and beating Qingyi. Countless soul skills were unleashed, frantically overwhelming Qingyi. A massive blue bird appeared, with many cracks on its body, but it wasn't too affected. The Rakshasa Blue Sky Claw. A giant claw mark wide, as over 10 meters came crashing down, targeting Jiang Luoran. The Cursed Spear. The plant person shot out 10 cursed spears, striking the mountain like blue claw. The blue claw was not shaken at all, only emitting a thudding sound. 7th soul skill, Divine Dragon Embodiment. Yu Yuenjin soared into the air, transforming into a 100-meter divine dragon, swooping down to strike the blue claw. Roar. 2 different roars echoed, and then the dragon and the green bird began to tear at each other in the sky, a scene of brutal combat. 7th soul skill, Sword Dao True Body. Jianshan also soared up to assist Yu Yuenjin. 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Body. All those present who could use the Martial Soul True Body unleashed it. Dozens of soul masters above level 70 simultaneously soared into the sky. The air was in turmoil. One could say this was an unprecedented war of slaughter, because until now, there had been no situation that could gather so many high-level soul masters together. 9 Title Douluos simultaneously used their 9th soul skills, and the sky instantly erupted into a spectacle of sword light, lightning, poison gas, chrysanthemums, ghost shadows, spider legs, and starry seas. All soul skills intersected, and no one could watch anymore, as the blinding light had already obscured their vision. How could a battle of this level not be terrifying? The isolation zone, specifically designed for the elite competition, had been blown to pieces, and the ground could only be described as horrific. The 9 Title Douluos all used their own fighting methods, such as the chaotic wind technique. The sounds of slaughter echoed one after another. How could a soul beast that surpassed 10,000 years compare with 9 Title Douluos? Undoubtedly, it was close to a 500,000-year soul beast, and the opponent claimed to be an enforcer of the North Ming, meaning he was equivalent to Jiang Luoran of the intelligence house in North Ming. One could imagine how many million-year soul beasts their faction had. Boom! The battle ended, and the blue bird fell to the ground. No matter how defiant it was, it couldn't compete with 9 Title Douluos who had unleashed their martial soul true bodies. It is estimated that those who witnessed this battle will never forget it for a lifetime. The blue bird intended to leave as it was frightened. Since it had come to this point, it might as well leave its soul ring behind. Beiming Douluo blocked the escape route of the blue bird. Just now, when it was told to leave, it stubbornly refused, and now that it wanted to leave, who would let it go? I said, you only have one chance. Yu Yuanjin also sealed the green bird. Chaotic Cloak, 9T9. 9 Spirit Skill, Sky-Piercing Strike. 2 extremely domineering powers merged together, directly striking at the head of the green bird. Not to mention the power of the hit. Even the shockwave would disperse some soul saints. Boom! The head of the green bird was heavily injured, shriveled down. The battle just now had already left it severely wounded all over, with wings and body drenched in blood. Indeed, those not of our kind must have different hearts. When the compatriots saw outsiders coming to kill their own, they united as one. Moreover, a soul ring close to 500,000 years. Who has ever seen such a soul ring? Probably everyone present. If they obtained this soul ring, they would truly stand out on the Douluo continent. Also, 10,000-year soul beasts must drop soul bones. What about a soul beast close to 500,000 years? Therefore, from any angle, the green bird must die. It's also the blue bird's fault for rushing to the muzzle. Now all the elite soul masters of the continent are participating, and many elders have come along. There are 9 Title Douluo alone. How arrogant! If the blue bird had chosen a different time or place, JiangLuoran would undoubtedly be dead. But now, crying and shouting would probably be of no use. You bastards! Dare to kill me? I am the law enforcement of Beiming. Be careful of Beiming sending people for revenge. This is not something you can contend with. The green bird's aura was chaotic, and its expression was flustered. If you're scared, then you dare not kill. I want to see what kind of person your master can send over. Dugu Bo aimed at the wound on the green bird's head and poured in a dose of emerald phosphor, Snake Emperor's poison. Arrogant. What are you pretending to be at the brink of death? Bone Douluo transformed into a bone dragon, with a black cannonball stuffed in its mouth. Esteemed ones, please leave the soul ring to me. I urgently need a soul ring right now. Of course, I do not want any of the soul bones on it. Additionally, the Spirit Hall will reward you generously, Beiming Douluo said. The Title Douluo present said nothing, because they didn't need to. They already had the 9th soul ring. What would they do with this soul ring close to 500,000 years? They really didn't want to agree with Beiming Douluo, but they truly couldn't absorb it. All the Title Douluo present had soul rings. As for soul Douluo, could their qualifications absorb a soul ring close to 500,000 years? In other words, Beiming Douluo was the only one present who could absorb the soul ring without waste. If not for her, then who? No one spoke up, not a single one. Moreover, Beiming Douluo said that she didn't want any of the soul bones on the blue bird, only sought the soul ring, and the Spirit Hall would reward them. There was no way. Good things are only suitable for the most appropriate people. Fine, since it can't be absorbed, you can take it. The Title Douluo of the Star Luo Empire immediately waved his hand. The remaining Title Douluo said nothing and just agreed to the request. Beiming Douluo gestured with her right hand, and suddenly white light surrounded her, directly severing the neck of the green bird. A red gold soul ring floated out from the green bird. No one had seen this color of soul ring, but just from the energy fluctuations above, it was certainly not weak. At this moment, they wished they hadn't absorbed the 9th soul ring, so they could compete for it. This soul ring was too tempting. Beiming Douluo sat cross-legged, unafraid of anyone hindering her from absorbing the soul ring, because if someone were to obstruct her, they would have acted just now. The red gold soul ring surrounded Beiming Douluo, radiating a fierce brilliance. Soul bones, it's soul bones. Even a veteran Title Douluo like Dugu Bo couldn't help but be astonished. 3 pieces of green soul bones fell from behind the bird, and this green gave a somewhat crisp feeling. It was that pure emerald green, very striking. Top-grade soul bones. Absolutely top-grade soul bones. One skull bone, one left leg bone, one right arm bone. To be fair, Yu Yuanjin took a right arm bone. The Title Douluo from a Star Luo Empire took a right arm bone. Dugabo took the skull bone. Everyone who participated in the battle received generous rewards from the Spirit Hall, with the first battle effort rewarding soul bones. The rest could receive guidance from the Ghost Douluo and the right to enter the Spirit Hall. The main reason was that no one died in this battle. JiangLuoran watched as a live slaughter turned into the division of soul beasts. This soul beast died well. If JiangLuoran were outside right now, he would have already fallen victim to its poison. The Spirit Hall awarded Shrek and others the deserved soul bones. A grand elite soul master competition across the continent thus came to an end. Chapter 156. Divine Bone, hearing that the blue bird said it had a companion, but it went to Fenglinger's side. JiangLuoran was uneasy, knowing that as a companion of the blue bird, it should also be a soul beast close to 500,000 years. Fenglinger herself hadn't even reached 10,000 years. Even with the addition of the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, it wouldn't be enough. Thinking of this, JiangLuoran fully released his Kunpeng body technique and rushed straight to the soul fighting forest. All the way, it felt like entering his own home. Howling. From far away, the howls of soul beasts echoed from the soul fighting forest, mixed with despair and helplessness. In addition, there was soul power. JiangLuoran was on the outskirts, but he was also affected by the soul power. This kind of soul power was simply beyond what humans could emit. From afar, he saw the sky blue bull python covered in blood, rushing down. One could imagine how fierce this battle was. The blood vines on JiangLuoran had not retreated at all. With a flap of his white wings behind him, he charged in holding the cursed spear. He saw a blue bird swaying and about to fall. Without a word, JiangLuoran thrust the cursed spear out. Boom! The plant transformed into 5 meters tall, even taller. Holding a golden grass hammer, it struck at the body of the bluebird. Bang! The bluebird fell into the center lake. JiangLuoran was unwilling to let it go and hammered down fiercely with the cursed spear. Bang, bang, bang. Golden soul power surged, and the white wings behind him frantically struck, pinning the bluebird firmly under the lake water. Although he didn't know why, the soul beast looked weak. But facing such a ferocious soul beast, JiangLuoran dared not be careless. Fenglinger, the sky blue bull python, and the titan giant ape were nowhere to be found. He had just seen them. A blue bird as tall as a mountain blocked the front. JiangLuoran had no time to think of anything else, and could only eliminate it first. Third spirit skill, Blood Fiend Magic Prison. JiangLuoran raised his right hand, and a golden cage woven from blood vines descended upon the bluebird. Chaotic Cloak. JiangLuoran hammered down one after another. Regardless of whether the opponent was dead or not, because of the previous fear, JiangLuoran wouldn't give the opponent any chance. What was puzzling was that the bluebird in front of him didn't care about him at all, nor did it resist. It just kept enduring the blows. 50 strikes, 70 strikes, 99 strikes. The entire soul fight forest was stirred, with increasingly terrifying muffled sounds echoing. The central lake had already collapsed, and there were remnants of blue flying beasts everywhere. JiangLuoran's eyes turned blood red, exuding a murderous intent. After all, he was a 75-level soul sage, with various soul bones attached, and then using the 99 hammer chaotic cloak, it should have such effects. Boom! After the last 100 hammers struck down, the blue flying beast could no longer stand up. JiangLuoran shed his blood vine true form and discarded the golden hammer in his hands. He was already out of strength. The last 100 strikes had exhausted his stamina. He was not the same as before. Although he could unleash hundreds of chaotic strikes back then, that was purely relying on the accumulation of chaotic damage. Now, with his first chaotic strike, he could achieve the power of his previous 30th strike. Precision. Yes, it was precision, using quality to ensure damage rather than quantity. This way, it can shorten time and opportunities and also avoid a lot of unnecessary damage. Besides, if one strike could solve the problem, why should JiangLuoran use 30 strikes? Sister Linga? JiangLuoran saw 3 soul beasts walking over in the distance. Where have you been? Now I admit that this hammer technique is a rare and good technique. Fenlinga nodded. A meilleure technique? JiangLuoran self-deprecatingly said. Yes, without this hammer technique, I wouldn't be that powerful. I don't know how many times this hammer technique has saved me in times of crisis. Just now, when that soul beast attacked, Fenlinger used a secret treasure against it, which allowed us to resist. I didn't expect the soul beast from beyond the domain to be so powerful. After getting injured, I was planning to let you pick up the scraps. How does it feel to fight against a nearly 500,000-year soul beast? The Tianqing Niu Mang spoke in a calm tone, as if the opponent was not a 500,000-year soul beast, but rather a 1,000-year one. The pressure is immense. Even if the opponent is just taking hits, I can feel the mental pressure when I strike. If it happens again, I definitely won't be able to handle it. I was just too eager to save someone this time. Jiang Luoran took a deep breath. This is the official enforcer of Beiming. He said that another enforcer has gone to find you. Feng Linger inquired. That's right, just in time for the high-level elite soul master competition across the continent. Jiang Luoran replied that he was attacked and killed by 9 Title Douluos. Since they have taken action against you, it means they are anxious and ready to turn against you. Your time is limited. You must level up quickly and activate the Beiming treasure. Feng Linger's gaze was sharp. Is it those 8 golden soul rings? Jiang Luoran possessed the skull, and in an instant, he could think of many things. In his view, the only item that could connect with the treasure must be those 8 golden soul rings. Not entirely. It is a piece of trunk bone. The trunk bone from Beiming, a million-year soul beast. Feng Linger rarely began to reveal the truth. Beiming should be my mother, right? Also, shouldn't a million-year soul beast have already become a deity? Jiang Luoran became confused. It should have become a deity. Beiming is a territory of the gods. She was originally a deity, and the trunk bone left by her as a deity has transcended all soul bone limitations. It can even be said that this is a divine bone. Feng Linger spoke of this soul bone with a fervent expression in her eyes. Even with the wisdom skull, Jiang Luoran couldn't guess this matter. It was my father who left this soul bone for me, right? He might have thought he was going to die and left this soul bone for you, Feng Linger said. You only have 1 month to reach level 90. Then return here, absorb this 500,000-year soul beast, and become a Title Douluo. Activate the soul bone and bring me back to Beiming. Feng Linger spoke in a tone that brooked no contradiction. Sister Linger, do you think leveling up is a joke? Just like that? I can already feel the difficulty of leveling up. Also, the weakest soul beasts in Beiming are at least 300,000 years old. How am I supposed to fight? At this point, Jiang Luoran suddenly fell silent. Could it be that by activating the divine bone left by my mother, I could obtain 8 million-year soul rings? Jiang Luoran was stunned. This speculation seemed plausible. No, it's 9. Because Jiangnan at that time was only a soul Douluo, he could only obtain 8 rings. If you're a Title Douluo, then it would be 9. Feng Linger finally revealed the facts, although there were still many obscure elements. A deity. Jiang Luoran still found it hard to believe that his mother was a deity. A mother he had never met. Claiming to have become a deity as a million-year soul beast, this contrast. Jiang Luoran suddenly felt scared. Fortunately, he had the wisdom skull to clear away unnecessary emotions. Otherwise, he would have gone crazy like a normal person. Don't ask anything. Your progress is fast and good. I will inform you of everything when the time comes. Time is precious. Let us get going now to all the places that can enhance your strength. Feng Linger flapped her purple wings and sent Jiang Luoran out of the soul fight forest. Jiang Luoran fell outside the forest. And after the battle with the 500,000-year soul beast, his soul power had risen to level 76. Chapter 157. The beginning of evil, only 1 month left. Where did Feng Linger get the confidence to believe she could become a Title Douluo within a month? However, this also proved that Feng Linger was indeed anxious. But even if I had 5 soul bones attached, I couldn't become a Title Douluo in such a short time. Unless I cheat. Wasting a second is wasting a life. Jiang Luoran took off, unleashing his Kunpeng martial soul to fly away. The city of slaughter, you will become my place of rise. Jiang Luoran rushed towards the city of slaughter like thunder. A grim village lay before him, with an endless black fog ahead. It felt like an abyss that one could not escape. However, this was not a big deal for Jiang Luoran, as he was fully aware of the rules of the city of slaughter. This black abyss? I can get through it. However, I must be extra careful. One must know that the arrogant will undoubtedly fail. Remember, to enter the city of slaughter, one must drink a Bloody Mary made from human blood. Killing is also required. But this is only in the case that someone provokes Jiang Luoran. However, as long as he goes to drink the Bloody Mary, it is impossible for no one to attack Jiang Luoran. Once you step in, there's no turning back. Jiang Luoran walked into the dim shop, which seemed to have been hidden for years. Bloody Mary. Jiang Luoran raised his hand. Ha ha ha. Look, a little kid has come in. He wants to drink Bloody Mary. The men around laughed heartily. They couldn't help it, because drinking too much Bloody Mary affects one's mind. Even if they didn't want to cause trouble, they couldn't control themselves. This is very normal. Moreover, In this place, death is the most common sight. No rules mean that there are rules here. Killing is the rule here. If you don't kill, then you'll be killed. Hey, I say, kid, can you drink? An uncle approached, clearly intending to treat Jiang Luoran as a specimen for entering the city of slaughter. You must know that to enter the city of slaughter, you need to have a Bloody Mary. In other words, one human life. Of course, I won't drink. Once you start drinking, you will naturally be able to. Jiang Luoran's meaning was very clear. He compared Bloody Mary to human life, meaning he wouldn't kill, but if he started killing, he would be able to do so. Quite a big tone. The uncle brought over a cup of Bloody Mary. Come on. It seems you haven't completely lost your mind. You can still understand what I'm saying. Jiang Luoran scoffed. To be honest, Jiang Luoran found the Bloody Mary here disgusting. He simply couldn't drink it. It was human blood. Jiang Luoran swore that even if he had to eat raw eggs, he would not drink human blood. After all, he was a human, a normal person. What kind of person would appreciate and savor human blood? Drink up. Consider my invitation. The uncle coldly looked at Jiang Luoran, and the dozen men behind him surrounded Jiang Luoran. Drink, drink, drink. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Jiang Luoran suddenly crawled onto the table, laughing grotesquely as if mocking something. Everyone thought he had gone mad, crazier than themselves. To defeat madness, one must become even more mad. Did I say I would drink a glass? Jiang Luoran made a cross gesture. Bring me 10 cups. In an instant, the air froze, and everyone felt the murderous aura. You have quite the appetite. Here, 10 cups for you. If you can't finish them, we'll drink your fresh blood. Surely, fresh blood should be delicious. Look at his childish demeanor. Jiang Luoran felt a bit mad himself. He might be changing with this place. Really, this was a place that could drive people insane. A place without limits. Everything felt so hollow. Decadent. Eternal decadence. In fact, if Jiang Luoran turned evil, it would also be possible. He inherently had that wickedness. But his true nature remained. Just like how Jiang Luoran would participate in the Silva's Colosseum and donate all his gold coins. Evil is acceptable, but humanity must not be distorted, and morals must not be blurred. Otherwise, what difference is there from a beast? The 10 cups I mentioned are fresh blood. Jiang Luoran had just finished speaking. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone rushed forward, but they were bound by Jiang Luoran's blood-binding vines. Some were strangled to death. Others pierced and killed by the blood-binding vines. It was extremely brutal. A total of 13 people died. The surrounding patrons seemed to not see anything. This place didn't feel like a place of death, but more like an atmosphere akin to eating edamame. Observing the restaurant staff, he noticed their indifferent gaze as they wiped the wine glasses, as if they hadn't seen anything. Yes, dead bodies were nothing new here. Today one, tomorrow another. Endless corpses lined up. I said, they all have to die. Jiang Luoran suddenly made his move, binding the remaining patrons as well, striking ruthlessly, delivering fatal blows. Some of these people were fugitives, some were patrons of vice, and others were wanted for bullying decent families. Too many to count. Killing these people, Jiang Luoran felt no guilt whatsoever. After all, in this regard, Jiang Luoran wasn't exactly a good person. Until he killed everyone, a total of 23. The waiter finally looked up at Jiang Luoran. Perhaps he was also puzzled. How could a teenager do something so ruthless? Truly a ruthless person. To enter, you must drink. It's on you. The waiter handed Jiang Luoran a Bloody Mary. That's them. I'm different. Jiang Luoran offered the waiter 3 people. These 3 are my return gift. Good luck. The waiter nodded, very gentlemanly in his bow. Jiang Luoran didn't say much. 20 blood-binding vines, taking 20 lives, walked into the abyss. To enter the city of slaughter, one must pay the entrance fee. As the fog dispersed, a woman in black emerged. Here, Jiang Luoran saw the woman's face. Although she had a beautiful appearance, one could feel that her face was icy, as if she were dead. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul. This woman's eyes had already been consumed by darkness. Perhaps even she herself didn't know what she was doing. You haven't drunk the Bloody Mary. It's the rule. So you can't enter. The woman blocked Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran was not pretentious. He simply didn't want to become a bloodthirsty person. What would he become if he drank human blood? However, without drinking, he truly couldn't enter. Since that was the case, Jiang Luoran made a ruthless decision and used the blood-binding vines to cut open the woman's right arm. The blood-binding vines returned with a cup of Bloody Mary, and Jiang Luoran tilted his head back to drink it down. Is this good now? There was no other choice. Lingering wouldn't change anything. Sometimes, a man has to be tough on himself. The woman clearly didn't expect Jiang Luoran to act this way. She didn't even notice his attack. The speed was too fast. Jiang Luoran held the woman's right arm with one hand, and his left leg glowed, healing her wound. Various evil feelings surged in his heart. Jiang Luoran felt his desires amplifying. Fortunately, it was the wisdom skull controlling him. Otherwise, he didn't know what he would do. Chapter 158 Endless Desire. After entering the city of slaughter, your soul skills will not be usable. Here, everything depends on your fighting methods. The woman's voice remained cold, as if the wound on her right arm hadn't just been inflicted. Jiang Luoran was still suppressing his evil desires. He felt as if flames were about to burst forth from his chest. Just now, the woman's blood was boiling and churning in his throat. All right, I know everything. You should hurry and leave. Jiang Luoran impatiently urged her to go. Because he could no longer suppress his dark desires, he now had to kill to relieve his urges. Remember to participate in the arena. The woman might have thought Jiang Luoran wouldn't live long and turned to leave. Arena? Jiang Luoran grimaced. It sounded nice. But who could survive once they entered the arena? However, this wasn't a big problem for him. With the chaos cloak and blood binding vines in hand, it was just right to counter those who couldn't use soul skills. There were indeed quite a few people here, all with fierce expressions and robust builds. Of course, there were also the emaciated. Clearly, they'd been bled dry. Jiang Luoran could only describe this place with the word ghosts. It was too chaotic. It didn't feel like a world of humans at all. Rather, it was a devil's den. After seeing the rotting flesh, Jiang Luoran squatted down and began to vomit. He suddenly empathized with Tang San's predicament. Anyone coming here without a skull would likely be eroded completely. The eyes of the people here were filled with expressions of decadence. Only JiangLuoran's eyes still seemed relatively bright. 3 women, looking like they were in a state of disarray, approached, their bodies barely covered and still carrying a strange stench. Oh, still a child. Look, he's even vomiting. Must be new here. Jiang Luoran felt like he might throw up his meal from 1,000 years ago. Damn. How disgusting could this place be? Damn. One woman, heavily made up, approached Jiang Luoran with a knife in hand, longing for his young and fresh blood. I can already taste the deliciousness. I'll grant you release. Jiang Luoran clenched his right fist, and 3 blood-binding vines shot up from the ground, directly piercing the 3 women. Living like this, death is a release for you. Be a good person in your next life. Jiang Luoran wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. 3 days passed, and Jiang Luoran had already made a name for himself here, known as the North Sea Killing God. Of course, with JiangLuoran's ruthless methods, this is not a difficult task, whether in the arena or on the streets. Jiang Luoran has killed quite a few people, even forgetting how many. Blood is everywhere. Women are scantily clad, and one could say they're almost naked, huddling around the men. The men, bloodthirsty, want to kill, and the women they were just being intimate with are immediately brutally slaughtered. Jiang Luoran gradually became numb. He leaned alone against the wall of the room, gasping for air. Get away from me. Little girl, come here to uncle. Oh my, such a beautiful woman. And she came here. Jiang Luoran looked towards the voice and saw it was Hulaina. She indeed came, looking for death. Hulaina had a bad temper. She knew she needed to carve out a bloody path. In less than 3 exchanges, she was already fighting the opponent. With her skills and combat methods, dealing with those who couldn't use soul skills was more than enough. After all, her teacher was a Title Douluo with 3 titles. There probably isn't such honor in the entire Douluo continent. A man sneaked up behind Hulaina, preparing to knock her out. Looking for death? Jiang Luoran transformed into a flash of white light and kicked the man holding a hammer to death. It's you. Hulaina looked at Jiang Luoran. Do you need to work so hard to kill these people? Jiang Luoran waved his left hand, and the blood fiend vine rose from the ground. Spare me, Beiming God of Death. We didn't know he was your. Spare me, spare me. Before these people could finish their words, they were killed by Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran was in a bad state of mind, and it wasn't suitable to talk much with Hulaina. After killing, he returned to the tent. Hey, why are you acting like a stranger? Where are you going? Hulaina saw Jiang Luoran ignoring her and had no choice but to adapt to this place. 10 days passed. Jiang Luoran stood on the slaughter platform, facing the attack of 8 people. He stood firm, holding a golden spear, sweeping it forcefully. The heads of the 8 fell from the sky and dropped to the ground. Beiming God of Death, Beiming God of Death. The people here shouted JiangLuoran's name as if they had gone mad. Currently, JiangLuoran's record was 40 battles and 40 victories. He had watched Hulaina's battles. She had won almost every match, currently boasting 36 battles and 36 victories. Now Hulaina also had a title called the King of Slaughter. Jiang Luoran was eroded by desire every night. although he could mobilize soul power to calm himself. If he fell into madness, it would be disastrous. He didn't have Tang San's Xiantian skill to use, nor did he have the antidote pills made by the other party. As for why the desire was so strong, it was because Jiang Luoran never drank the Bloody Mary here. He had been suppressing himself. But the air and blood were filled with a poisonous mist that harmed the spirit, and coupled with Jiang Luoran not having an antidote, he was still holding on. The desire in his body was already surging like a volcano. Before Jiang Luoran entered, he wasn't fully prepared. Otherwise, he wouldn't be facing such a dilemma. He had been careless. However, finding a woman outside to vent was something Jiang Luoran couldn't do. He would rather die than do that. It was too filthy. Knock, knock. A knock sounded, followed by a charming voice. Can I come in? Damn, Jiang Luoran cursed inwardly. Hearing a woman's voice at this time would amplify such sounds as mind 1,000-fold. Desire would also be amplified countless times. Is there something? Jiang Luoran replied coldly. But in reality, he was burning with desire, like dry wood set on fire. Hulaina opened the door and walked straight in, holding a Bloody Mary. I'm here to discuss cooperation with you. Those deadly red lips were pulling Jiang Luoran in deeper. He barely maintained his composure. I know what you want to say. I agree. Let's work together to go to the depths of the city of slaughter and obtain the slaughter domain. How did you know? Hulaina was obviously surprised. How did this guy know everything? At first, Hulaina thought Jiang Luoran was also a fallen person. But after a long time of observation, she realized that Jiang Luoran was like her. They both wanted to escape. Both wanted to make a name for themselves in the outside world. Hulaina felt that this seemingly refreshing and powerful boy was full of a man's charm and responsibility. Very good. I have some good feelings. With a goal, not fallen, with strength, good consciousness, excellent combat performance, and can also perform martial soul fusion skills with herself. This was already enough. Hulaina thought that the other party was already suitable, the person she had been hoping for. In her impression, she only admired her older brother, and counting Tang San, that made two. Now there was one more, Jiang Luoran. Moreover, they jointly possessed a Moon Tiger soul-cutting blade. Chapter 159, A Match Made in Heaven. I just knew, otherwise why would I come here? The slaughter domain is our ultimate goal, but the road is difficult. We must unite. Jiang Luoran spoke of the slaughter domain with a tone of reverence. That's right. It is said that the slaughter domain can rival the ninth soul skill. A similar existence to a domain. Hulaina nodded. You should win 100 battles quickly. Don't let our time gap be too large. By then, you'll naturally know. Jiang Luoran reminded Hulaina to hurry, because the king of slaughter would organize them to enter the abyss to obtain the slaughter domain. If Jiang Luoran forcefully entered, Hulaina would be left alone. Remember that it was originally Tang San and Hulaina who had backgrounds, and the king of slaughter didn't dare to block them forcefully. But he had no backing and would have to fight alone. It is said that the slaughter domain was left behind by a Title Douluo who had surpassed level 100. It is highly likely that it was the goddess Slaughter. Such a precious domain, how could Jiang Luoran let it go? If obtained, Jiang Luoran's strength would undergo a qualitative leap. Okay, I believe you. I will speed up. Hulaina sat beside Jiang Luoran. Also, don't drink the Bloody Mary. There is poison here. Jiang Luoran saw that Hulaina's eyes were also a bit red. This is murderous intent. Poisonous? Hulaina threw away the Bloody Mary in her hand. How do you know it's poisonous? You should know that even Bibi Dong never told Hulaina that this drink was poisonous. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying the Bloody Mary is poisonous. I'm saying the air here is filled with the scent of poison. Breathing in this air will affect one's spirit. And of course, the blood of the dead also contains such components. You will become more and more desirous until you turn yourself into a devil. Jiang Luoran was holding on tightly. Then do you have an antidote? Hulaina asked eagerly. To be honest, I don't have an antidote either. That's why I was escaping when I saw you. Right now, I've been holding on. There's no way. I don't have any medicine to cure this thing. The best way now is to obtain the slaughter domain in the shortest time and then leave. Jiang Luoran took a deep breath. Or, there's an alternative method. Hulaina looked into Jiang Luoran's eyes. What do you mean? Release desires, but only in a mutually willing situation. Jiang Luoran felt that Hulaina was really a tough girl. Such things were even beyond her imagination. This way, it could keep their minds clearer and not be eroded by demons. Moreover, it also solved the problem of cultivation. Do you want to lie here with a frown for so many days without cultivating your soul power at all? What is the meaning of our coming here? Hulaina said, yes, if we solve our desires, then everything can flow smoothly. This is their best method at the moment. Currently, Only the two of them present were not eroded, thanks to the presence of soul bones. In other words, only they two could do this. With the conversation reaching this point, Jiang Luoran no longer held back and pounced. The next morning, Jiang Luoran and Hulaina walked out of the room. Although it was said to be morning, outside was dim and blood-red all year round, 24 hours a day. Don't worry, Jiang Luoran patted Hulaina's shoulder. Hulaina understood Jiang Luoran's meaning, and a charming blush appeared on her face. I'm going to compete. You cultivate today. Hulaina turned around. Don't forget the Moon Tiger Soul-Slaying Blade. If you use it in the Elite Soul Master competition, you may not lose, Jiang Luoran merely suggested. That is something the teacher doesn't allow to be used. She said winning with soul bones is not strong enough. But unexpectedly, Hulaina released Jiang Luoran's hand and left directly. But unexpectedly, things went wrong, right? After sending Hulaina away, Jiang Luoran returned to his room. Since he arrived here, it had been 15 days. He hadn't cultivated a single day, always lingering in actual combat and slaughter. He immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, mobilizing his soul power and blood fiend vine. After releasing it, he found that cultivating was much easier now. He didn't know if it was because of merging with his martial soul, but Jiang Luoran could clearly notice that his soul power had become more ferocious. Although he didn't know his current level, it was definitely not low. Hulaina had participated for 3 days, and now had 56 battles, 56 wins. In several critical moments, she had killed the opponent with a Moon Tiger Soul-Slaying Blade. She wasn't afraid of being hunted down for her soul bones, because Jiang Luoran was guarding her from behind, killing any intruders at the first opportunity. Indeed, in such a place, having friends, oh no, having a couple, is very reliable. One looks ahead and the other looks back, forming an unbeatable fortress. In the city of slaughter, within the inner area, in the Hell Slaughter Arena. Below was the victory of the North Sea Killing God in his 72nd battle. Those who can win here represent those who have never lost. Because as long as you lose one game, that person becomes dead. Who else wants to challenge me? Jiang Luoran surveyed the crowd below the arena. Most people, upon seeing Jiang Luoran's eyes, couldn't help but lower their heads. Why not come together? If I lose, consider it 1 point for each of you. If I win, what will it be? Jiang Luoran knew this was a mad place. They only liked madness. Sure enough, upon hearing Jiang Luoran say this, everyone erupted in excitement, shouting Jiang Luoran's code name and title. 007. Are you sure you want to do this? A lady inquired. Is that allowed? Jiang Luoran retorted. 10 people. Limited to 10 people. Everyone hurry up. The lady jumped down from the arena. Hearing this, everyone in the venue went crazy. 10 people beating one. What huge benefit that is. If 10 people can't kill one person, then aren't they useless? On the contrary, they could use the least effort to exchange for 1 point. Suddenly, 10 people emerged on the arena, all squeezed up, their faces twisted with malice, gritting their teeth, eager to tear Jiang Luoran apart. Please, Jiang Luoran, after cultivating and releasing, had returned to his original state and was no longer so violent. Violence naturally brings terrifying lethality. But as long as you encounter someone who can catch your flaws, you will be struck fatally. The current Jiang Luoran was more awake and deadlier. The 10 people rushed toward him, and Jiang Luoran drew the Moon Tiger Soul-Slaying Blade from his waist. 3 hearts worked simultaneously, the waist pulling the chest muscles, shoulders forming a straight line. Whoosh! A red-black solitary mark appeared on the ground, standing neatly at the waist of the 10 people. Perhaps they didn't know what was happening, their bodies suddenly unable to move, pupils dilated, eyes full of bloodshot veins. The 10 people were all sliced in half. With just one strike fatal. All the spectators couldn't believe their eyes. A single blade severing 10 people. What kind of shocking power was this? 007. North Sea Killing God. 82 consecutive wins. Congratulations to you. The lady raised Jiang Luoran's right hand. If it were before, he might have thought about taking the opportunity to feel the woman's palm. But now Jiang Luoran would no longer be threatened by anything. He shook off the lady's hand and left alone. Chapter 160. A tumultuous turn recently. Jiang Luoran and Hulaina, unable to suppress their desires, had been living together. Then it was all about cultivation. It must be said that cultivating within the city of slaughter felt incredibly rapid. Hulaina was battling on the arena. She held the Moon Tiger Soul-Slaying Blade and slashed down at the woman in front of her. Congratulations, King of Slaughter. You have achieved 98 consecutive wins. The lady said before leaving. Jiang Luoran noticed her panic. What kind of thing could make someone who doesn't care about life and death panic? It must be related to the land of slaughter. It seemed the lady was going to find the Lord of Slaughter. But it didn't matter. If the Lord of Slaughter obstructs, then Jiang Luoran would have to kill him too. It should be known that Jiang Luoran's consecutive victories were not solely due to combat skills and speed. The most important point was also the soul bones, which were incredibly powerful in such a place. Plus, with the Moon Tiger soul-slaying blade in Hulaina's hand, that made him like having 6 soul bones and a whole body. He had previously been able to confront the Chrysanthemum Douluo, let alone now. Although there were parts boosted by soul rings, Jiang Luoran also had a second martial soul to release. He could still fight the Lord of Slaughter. However, it seemed that the Lord of Slaughter was Tang Hao's father, making things difficult for Jiang Luoran. His chaotic cloak hammer method was still the other S. How could he feel good about killing him? Also, Tang Hao's father was just temporarily unconscious. By then, the Lord of Slaughter would no longer be the Lord of Slaughter, but the God of Slaughter. Even Tang San, wielding the Sea God Trident, couldn't withstand the other S frenzied attacks. King of Slaughter, North Sea Killing God. Now in the City of Slaughter, everyone knew about the two of them, so they shouted and cheered. Tomorrow we will complete the final battle and then enter the land of slaughter together. Are you ready? Jiang Luoran asked. Yes, but I feel strange today, Hulaina said. Don't worry. Remember, if a fight breaks out tomorrow, if I lose, you step up. Jiang Luoran felt it necessary to remind Hulaina. A fight? With whom? Hulaina didn't understand. The Lord of Slaughter. He will stop us from entering the land of slaughter to obtain the realm of slaughter, Jiang Luoran said. This is for you. Hulaina now believed Jiang Luoran. He handed the Moon Tiger Soul slashing blade to Jiang Luoran. No need for a reason. Whatever he said it was, that was what it was. After asking back and forth, both of them felt annoyed. Jiang Luoran was still thinking how nice it would be if they could use the martial soul fusion technique with the power of the universe. They were not afraid of anyone. If Hulaina were at a higher level, their martial soul fusion technique might be able to fight against the Title Douluo. Jiang Luoran kicked and killed a big man with fangs, and that was it. The Beiming Killing God had won 100 consecutive matches. The King of Slaughter had also won 100 consecutive matches. The Lord of Slaughter came out, clearly having communicated with the woman. Hello, Beiming Killing God and King of Slaughter. I am the Lord of Slaughter. First, congratulations on winning 100 matches. From now on, the City of Slaughter will be open to you at any time. Furthermore, you will be honored as esteemed guests. The Lord of Slaughter was dressed in black. Concealing his face, Jiang Luoran smiled. Open at any time to the City of Slaughter? What use was that? What he wanted was a real killing field. That was the true hard currency. If one day you, old man, are unhappy and don't let us into the City of Slaughter, wouldn't my efforts be in vain? Besides, a place like this is cursed. When the Douluo continent starts fighting, you might not even be able to protect yourselves. Thank you, Lord of Slaughter. But we would prefer to go to the killing field for trials. This was also the rule of the City of Slaughter. Winning 100 matches meant entering the killing field. They couldn't break the rules because of them. Jiang Luoran held back. If it really came to that, then they would fight. The Lord of Slaughter was clearly angry, his gaze suddenly fierce. That's right, if we break the rules, wouldn't that be unfair to others? Hulaina also retorted. The people present looked at each other, all getting angry. Jiang Luoran could not allow the loss of the domain skill. He was already prepared to draw his sword. Whoever obstructed his path to becoming a god would have to fight him to the death. Presumptuous. Do you not cherish your own lives? The Lord of Slaughter shouted angrily. Are you talking to me about life, Lord of Slaughter? Jiang Luoran almost laughed out of anger. A person from the City of Slaughter, a madman whose subordinates didn't care about their lives, was talking to him about life. There was nothing more ridiculous than this in the world. Utilizing the surrounding audience was Jiang Luoran's last resort. These people were all killers, who wouldn't even blink at the sight of blood. They might dare to revolt. Give them a reason, and they would dare to storm the Lord of Slaughter's residence and chop him up. Let me test you to see if you are qualified to enter the killing field. The Lord of Slaughter leaped towards Jiang Luoran. Competing in speed, Jiang Luoran activated his second Kunpeng martial soul, transforming into a flash and brushing past the Lord of Slaughter. So it was a dual martial soul. The Lord of Slaughter was shocked. This kid was incredibly fast. With the Moon Tiger Soul, Slashing Blade, and the Nether Boots, Jiang Luoran charged, knowing that to defeat the opponent, he must first dare to meet his gaze. In this situation, he couldn't use his soul skills. The blade in his hand was his greatest reliance. The Lord of Slaughter threw a punch at the large blade, while extending his left hand to attack Jiang Luoran. Slash! Jiang Luoran pulled back the blade and struck towards the Lord of Slaughter's head. Bang! The Lord of Slaughter's head sounded like it was made of iron. producing a deafening vibrating sound. Jiang Luoran, however, was injured in the abdomen and fell to the ground. The Lord of Slaughter touched his head, stepping back repeatedly. 007. You dare to injure the great Lord of Slaughter? I now command all of you to kill 007. The woman shouted. Jiang Luoran slapped the ground with his right palm. A blood fiend vine sprang up from the ground, directly strangling the woman. The people around were restless, unsure whether to follow orders, as neither side posed a threat. Again, the Lord of Slaughter punched out with his right fist. Jiang Luoran blocked with his blade, and then slashed back. After one move, Jiang Luoran fell at the edge of the platform. He tightly gripped the Moon Tiger's soul slashing blade, compressing, and compressing. All his soul power surged into the blade, achieving a perfect match of power and soul energy. This move was not one he hadn't used before, and its power could potentially cut through anything. The Moon Tiger soul slashing blade glimmered coldly, the blade's edge emanating a crimson mist, and an aura of fury spouted forth. This feeling was more like releasing a fierce beast. 3 hearts operated simultaneously, exerting maximum strength. His hips forcefully drove his waist, twisting it and pulling his chest. And then his arms. Jiang Luoran knew very well that when fighting someone like the Lord of Slaughter, not using all his strength was simply not an option. Since he had a killing move, he would first unleash it to see. If it didn't work, he would think of other methods. Whoosh. Chapter 161, Bloodbath. The Moon Tiger's soul slashing blade transformed into a crimson fire line as Jiang Luoran pulled this fire line, plowing towards the King of Slaughter. Everyone could feel the heat wave coming, almost suffocating. The King of Slaughter's consciousness had not yet returned, so he naturally could not use the Haotian hammer to defend. Bang! He still used his fist, but wrapped in soul power. The entire platform collapsed in an instant, debris scattered everywhere. True powerful strength is not the kind of overwhelming waves, but rather concentrated at one point, gathering all one's power in one place for a fatal blow. It was like collecting countless flames and instantly finding an outlet. But nothing is absolute. Even wild wind cannot concentrate all the power of the body together. Seeking death. The right hand of the King of Slaughter was actually cut open. How long had it been since he bled? It had been so long that he almost forgot he could bleed. Wait, Hulaina ran out. Respected King of Slaughter, we did nothing wrong. The King of Slaughter was truly wary of the opponent's backing and suppressed his anger. All right, don't blame me for not reminding you. The killing field is open for you. Life and death depend on fate. The King of Slaughter turned and left. Let's go, Jiang Luoran said, taking Hulaina into the killing field. Now I will start to restore my strength. Otherwise, there will be no chance later. Have you been here before? Hulaina asked. I've seen the information about here. It is also called Hell Road. Jiang Luoran used his left leg bone, Tianqing, and a green light slowly rose. Hulaina also took the opportunity to recover a bit to avoid unforeseen circumstances ahead. 2 full hours passed, and Jiang Luoran stood up. Almost done. This should be enough to pass. Kill. Hulaina drew out 2 silver short blades. Suddenly, a red-eyed bat flew towards them, bearing its fangs and claws, attacking Jiang Luoran. Buzz. Jiang Luoran slashed the bat in half, revealing a sneer. However, as Jiang Luoran looked up, his laughter abruptly stopped. A large swarm of blood-red bats flew towards them, numbering over 1,000. This was already a bat tide, blocking out the sun. The wind, created by the flapping of the bat wings, howled like a tornado. Duck! Jiang Luoran summoned a 10-meter golden hammer, standing firm in place, blocking the fierce wind for them. The storm has passed. If it weren't for Jiang Luoran pulling Hulaina, she would have likely been blown away. Jiang Luoran dispersed the golden hammer, holding the Moon Tiger soul-cutting blade in his right hand and a golden spear in his left. As Jiang Luoran swung down with his blade, the swarm of bats swiftly dodged. They discerned their surroundings through sound, which made them incredibly fast. Not only that, but they were also skilled in attack. Blood bats were masters of assassination. However, it was uncertain whether these bats were poisonous. Otherwise, Jiang Luoran would find it difficult to strike. Nevertheless, his left leg's bone blue could heal, but time was tight, and there was no chance for that. Therefore, a single fatal strike was necessary. Who was faster? Jiang Luoran had never lost in speed. In the realm of speed, he would not allow anyone to surpass him, not even a Title Douluo. Whoosh! Jiang Luoran swung the Moon Tiger soul-cutting blade upward with great force. A rain of blood splattered out, and bat limbs fell to the ground. I'll help you. Hulaina couldn't just stand by, so she rushed forward with her dual blades. However, She couldn't keep up with Jiang Luoran's speed and could only clear the external bats. Hurry! Jiang Luoran pulled Juliana and charged forward. With so many bats, it was certainly not enough to kill them all. So, once they had killed a fair number, they could retreat. The bats behind were still chasing them. Jiang Luoran raised his right hand and summoned the blood evil vine to block them. They were forced to a cliff edge. This distance was nothing for Jiang Luoran. But Juliana couldn't get across. Let's take a detour. There's a path over there, Juliana suggested. No, we jump across from here, Jiang Luoran said seriously. Jump? Are you trying to get us killed? How can we jump? Juliana was puzzled. Jiang Luoran raised the golden spear in his hand and shot it at the bats that were pursuing them. Just as Juliana hesitated, Jiang Luoran embraced her and jumped off the cliff. Crazy. Juliana had never seen such madness. However, she enjoyed this thrill. Just as they were about to fall, Jiang Luoran summoned the blood evil vine, binding it to a rock above and slowly climbing up. You kill the bats behind us. I'll escape with all my might. Jiang Luoran directed the blood evil vine. All right. Juliana knew what to do without Jiang Luoran saying further. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the blood bats were slain by Juliana. Relentless pursuit? Good. Once you gather together, I'll unleash a big move. Jiang Luoran remembered the blood bats with resentment. Juliana's soul power was growing stronger, indicating that she required a significant amount of soul power to battle the blood bats. Remember, once we get up there, don't worry about anything. Just keep running forward. And don't get any bat blood on you. Jiang Luoran pulled hard with his right arm and flew up from the cliff. Juliana was pushed away by Jiang Luoran. All of you go to hell. Jiang Luoran furiously drew his blade, and under the urging of his soul power, the Moon Tiger soul-cutting blade transformed into a red ribbon. It grew longer and longer until it was over 10 meters long, resembling a soul skill. The 10-meter-long ribbon, accompanied by a wave of air, sliced through all the blood bats, even evaporating their blood. It's hard to imagine how extreme the speed must be to generate the temperature to vaporize blood. This speed had already reached the pinnacle of a soul master. What's wrong? Jiang Luoran noticed Juliana had stopped running and was standing still. We're in big trouble, Juliana murmured. In front of them was a giant golden bat, and it had 3 heads? What kind of poison would it take to have 3 heads? It was clearly the overlord of the bats, the boss of these blood bats. There was only one path from start to finish, and the dark gold 3-headed bat king blocked their way. They couldn't leave without killing it. This isn't trouble. Just kill it. Jiang Luoran raised the Moon Tiger soul-cutting blade, pointing at the dark gold 3-headed bat king. This was a blatant declaration of war. The bat king lunged at them, its golden wings striking Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran rolled to dissipate the force and felt nauseated looking at the bat king. Don't think I only know how to use a blade. Blood evil vine, crush. Jiang Luoran clenched his fists tightly. Dozens of blood evil vines shot up from the ground, binding the bat king. Jiang Luoran took a few quick steps, leaned forward, and charged with the Moon Tiger soul-cutting blade. Sensing the killing intent, the bat king flapped its wings and flew up again. Jiang Luoran leaped after it, spreading his Kunpeng white wings and continuing the assault. Seeing Jiang Luoran's determination, the Bat King became furious and swiped a claw aimed directly at Jiang Luoran's head. Blood Evil Vine. Chapter 162. Kunpeng domain. The blood evil vine erupted, piercing the Bat King like a sharp sword. However, the Bat King remained unharmed. Its natural strength was enough to withstand the penetration of the blood vines. Just as Jiang Luoran prepared to attack again, the Bat King, seemingly gaining intelligence, flew toward the weakest, Juliana. Jiang Luoran snorted coldly. Did it think Juliana was an easy target just because she was a woman? The opponent simply hadn't used her soul bones. Jiang Luoran had already foreseen the Bat King's fate. It would die a terrible death. Juliana suddenly seemed to go mad, radiating with crimson light, especially from her rear. A red tail sprouted, growing longer with Juliana's thoughts and emotions, and the white fur on it suddenly became incredibly hard. Jiang Luoran realized what this was. A soul bone. A tearing sound of flesh echoed from below as the Bat King was reduced to a rain of blood beneath Juliana's massive tail. With the Bat King dead, the remaining blood bats were indignant. Their boss was dead, and the underlings naturally sought revenge, all swooping in. Jiang Luoran and Juliana turned their backs to each other and charged in opposite directions. Under Juliana's massive tail, the blood bats crumbled like paper, turning to dust in an instant. Strangely, Juliana's tail was not stained by a single drop of blood. The two continued their slaughter, clearing out all the blood bats. The killing intent. They could feel the killing intent was uncontrollable. Jiang Luoran secretly felt alarmed. They had just passed the first level, and their killing intent was already overwhelming. Remembering how Tang San had the blue-silver domain to help himself and Juliana reach the end, Jiang Luoran realized he had nothing to use now. He had no domain and no techniques similar to Xian Tiangong. This was unacceptable. If this continued, they would certainly not pass the third level. They needed to recover their strength, so Jiang Luoran sat down to meditate, and Juliana followed suit. He was thinking of a way. As long as they could suppress the killing intent, everything would be manageable. They had already dealt with the Bat King in the first level, and the 10-headed raging sun snake in the second level would also be easy to handle. But the killing intent was the only thing they couldn't solve. That was the most difficult hurdle in the third level. An hour later, they both opened their eyes simultaneously and continued forward. Jiang Luoran had thought about many things, but couldn't find a corresponding solution. Relying solely on the head bone was definitely not enough. The killing intent here had reached a boiling point. If a person without a head bone entered here, they would likely be killed instantly by the overwhelming killing intent. The further they walked, the more the surrounding scenery turned a fiery red, as if they were walking deep within a volcano. The air and temperature grew, increasingly turbulent, making one want to scream in hysteria. Juliana's skin had turned a bright pink, looking almost as if she was about to be cooked. They hadn't even reached the 10-headed sun serpent yet. This couldn't go on. Jiang Luoran carried Juliana on his back, using all his soul power to control himself, leaving the rest to her. To be honest, Jiang Luoran was also struggling. But what could he do? If it came to it, he would knock Juliana out and carry her through by force. Jiang Luoran cleared away obstacles. Although he didn't have Tang San's abilities, his lethality was still terrifying. This was his only strong point. With a thud, Jiang Luoran collapsed onto the scalding ground, filled with killing intent, heat, and despair, all negative emotions rushing towards him. Even Jiang Luoran was feeling unwell, let alone Juliana, who had long since reached her limit. Kunpeng domain. Kunpeng domain. This was his only means of escape. Feng Linger had said that the Kunpeng domain relied on compressing and releasing time to achieve what one desires. Sometimes speed doesn't necessarily mean being fast. It can instead be a form of mental liberation. Feng Linger had made it clear that if Jiang Luoran wanted to awaken the Kunpeng domain in the future, he would need to feel time, not just speed. Right now, Jiang Luoran needed the Kunpeng domain urgently, regardless of time or speed. He desperately squeezed the Kunpeng martial soul, and a faint white light began to emerge, but did not fully break free. Time? It was something people used to measure. In reality, it did not exist, especially for the Kunpeng. Only by manipulating time could one reach the fastest speed. Jiang Luoran wasn't sure what he had comprehended, but he recalled past experiences, feeling a sort of ethereal sensation. White mist surged up, enveloping Jiang Luoran and Juliana. Kunpeng domain, Jiang Luoran shouted. What he lacked most was soul power, and compared to Tang San before, his soul power was even more abundant. In this white mist, the time for Jiang Luoran and Juliana seemed to be stuck at zero. For them, the time needed to go anywhere now was zero. This meant that the killing intent within this white mist would also be reduced to zero. Nothing could affect them. This was an absolute domain, impervious to attack. Juliana and Jiang Luoran suddenly felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted, the pressure on their bodies released significantly. The scorching heat and killing intent gradually cooled down, replaced by a soft and refreshing sensation. The domain. So you can use a domain, Juliana exclaimed. What else does this man know that she is unaware of? Is this what a domain is? Kunpeng domain. Jiang Luoran stared at his hands, feeling this manipulation of time. If that were the case, they wouldn't have to fear the 10-headed sun serpent when they encountered it. This domain's poison could not penetrate at all. The two continued forward, and with the support of the Kunpeng domain, their progress became much easier. Although they still felt some discomfort as they went deeper, it was already a feeling akin to being in paradise. The 10-headed sun serpent? Jiang Luoran whispered softly. Ahead, the serpent had 9 heads, its entire body red, covered in tumors. It looked fierce and terrifying, clearly not a benevolent creature. This serpent coiled on the path they had to take, its 9 heads flicking their tongues, revealing bloodied fangs. A red poisonous gas drifted towards Jiang Luoran. Can your domain hold up? Juliana was already prepared for battle. She couldn't rely solely on Jiang Luoran. She could contribute to the fight as well. After all, she was a member of the golden generation of the Spear Hall, far stronger than her peers. Then expand the domain to over 30 meters. Jiang Luoran waved his hand, and the white mist quickly covered the area, transforming everything within 30 meters into his domain. The poison gas instantly dissipated, and the 10-headed sun serpent was trapped within, unable to move. Aside from Jiang Luoran designating Hulaina to act, everything else, from the grass to the trees, from the water to the objects, became lifeless. Chapter 163. Passing the test, Jiang Luoran imitated Tang San and leaped above the 10-headed sun serpent. As he leaped, he spun his golden hammer around him with his right hand. Hulaina was secretly astonished. It required immense control to achieve such coordination, not to mention swinging a hammer in the air. But what puzzled Hulaina even more was that Jiang Luoran was not attacking the serpent's body with a hammer, but rather its head. The golden vortex grew larger, swirling around Jiang Luoran, compressing, spinning, changing. The 10-headed sun serpent was restricted by Jiang Luoran's golden hammer, as if an attraction was preventing it from struggling. Just as Jiang Luoran was about to succeed, the 10-headed sun serpent unleashed its final attack against him. It probably didn't expect that Jiang Luoran could use a domain and control time as well. This death would be a disgrace for such an ancient beast. No matter what, it had to take him down with it. Whoosh! Hulaina transformed into a pink flash, drawing out the moon tiger soul-cutting blade to block this fatal blow aimed at Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran suddenly released the giant hammer, embracing Hulaina as he dove down. The 10-headed sun serpent was pulled into the golden vortex, and Jiang Luoran could even hear the sound of it being ground up inside. I have never seen such a skill before. Hulaina was genuinely curious about how one person could use such a skill. After all, soul skills were not allowed to be unleashed here. It's a hammer technique, a chaotic version of a 9-9 return to 1. Jiang Luoran waved his hand, picking up a fallen head of the 10-headed sun serpent and running towards the third challenge. If it hadn't been for Hulaina just now, Jiang Luoran would have undoubtedly died. In other words, if Jiang Luoran hadn't activated the Kunpeng domain, Hulaina would have definitely died. What do you need the serpent's head for? It's highly poisonous, Hulaina questioned, puzzled. Jiang Luoran didn't respond and continued running straight ahead. Finally, he spotted a river ahead. If he remembered correctly, the people of the slaughter city needed to drink this water. Without a hint of pity, he threw the serpent's head into the water. He remembered that Tang San had done something similar, and because of that, he had destroyed the slaughter city. This move was indeed quite lethal. However, Tang San had also deeply hated that place, almost to the point of wanting it dead. Jiang Luoran felt the same. The slaughter city deserved to be wiped out. It was filled with filthy deeds and the temptations of the Lord of Slaughter. Everyone present carried the weight of murder or invasion on their shoulders. To defeat evil, one must become more evil. The further they walked, the more oppressive the air became. The killing intent surged uncontrollably outward, as if his body was leaking. He could no longer control his killing intent. That's right. This third challenge was specifically aimed at killing intent. If the first two challenges could be somewhat managed emotionally, now the killing intent was boiling over. The Kunpeng domain shrank. Its range limited to just Jiang Luoran and Hulaina. Even with JiangLuoran's soul power at full capacity, he now dared not recklessly use the Kunpeng domain. The time that the Kunpeng domain can control has become limited, and one could say it is struggling painfully. Hulaina crawled on the ground, her eyes blood red, and her whole body turned a scorching pink. To be honest, Jiang Luoran also wanted to escape this feeling of murderous intent and heat. It was too uncomfortable, almost beyond human endurance. Even if the sauna on Earth was turned to the maximum, it wouldn't be this unbearable. But among those present, Jiang Luoran was the only one holding things together. If he crawled any further, there would be no one to save them. He knew this place. The longer they delayed in the third trial, the greater their danger. Seeing that Hulaina was about to collapse, Jiang Luoran prepared to carry her. Logically, Jiang Luoran could knock Hulaina out and rely on himself to break through together. He could no longer suppress the killing intent. Either she left, or he knocked her out and took her with him. Hulaina was the most unwilling woman. Even in dire straits, what she thought of was only getting out alive. In the face of life, she would not feel embarrassed. Upon hearing this, it was clear she had reached her limit. Looking at Hulaina now, it was very agonizing. Without hesitation, Jiang Luoran knocked her out and used the blood vine to bind them together. He was all in. Jiang Luoran reinforced the Kunpeng domain, and the white mist rose layer by layer, freezing time at a deadlock. Jiang Luoran was already famous for his speed. His feet seemed to glide, his body like a flash of lightning, shooting out. Seeing two giant stones ahead, Jiang Luoran summoned two blood vines to bind them, and quickly pulled back. Bang! Using the impact and his own speed, he shot out over 30 meters. If not for his deep footwork, he might have fallen to his death. After sprinting for over 10 minutes, he finally saw the last slope. Jiang Luoran knew where the exit was, summoned the Kunpeng martial soul, and rushed towards the mountain. For him, every minute felt like torture. He wished he could immediately escape from here. Only when he leaped toward the mountain and stepped into the cave did Jiang Luoran feel a sense of release. Suddenly, there was an inexplicable force pulling him from behind. Jiang Luoran would never forget this feeling, the killing intent that belonged solely to this place. The killing intent here even had a powerful attraction, ensnaring people and making it impossible to extricate themselves. If it weren't for these various factors, even if Jiang Luoran and Hulaina had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough to survive. This third trial could even be said to be completely insurmountable. Without the domain, one could not obtain relief in the third trial, unless it was the perverse group of the Fierce God Battle Team, who would be obsessed with such a place. The cave entrance ahead became brighter, and Jiang Luoran's vision grew clearer. All the burdens on his body were lifted. However, Jiang Luoran did not dare to instantly release the Kunpeng movement technique, as the extreme pressure from the killing intent had already formed antibodies in his body. If he were to immediately release the Kunpeng domain now, their bodies wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure. The lightest consequence would be incapacitation. The heaviest would be an explosion. It was like fighting Yijiqiu. Rapid alternation between hot and cold is unbearable for even the hardest of things. Finally, the Kunpeng domain gradually released, and time passed minute by minute until Jiang Luoran fainted from shock. In fact, even he did not know if he had fully exited the city of slaughter. At this moment, the city of slaughter had completely erupted. Everyone inside who was surviving was like they had been poisoned, falling into shock. The Lord of Slaughter was furious. One must know that while the 10-headed solar serpent is weak, it is an ancient giant beast. The poison of such a creature cannot be ignored by ordinary people. The poison that has been rhymed for tens of thousands of years could be considered a good deed at the last moment of life. Not knowing how much time had passed, Jiang Luoran struggled to get up. He suddenly felt how wonderful the air outside was. Chapter 164. The Star Luo Empire raising the Kunpeng martial soul. It was adorned with a very conspicuous white line, which represented the killing god domain. Jiang Luoran understood what the killing god domain felt like. Once this power was activated, the enemy would immediately be corroded by his killing intent. This meant that during battle, the enemy would automatically weaken by 10. Meanwhile, the person possessing the killing god domain would strengthen by 20. This is the killing god domain. When facing a soul master of a lower realm than himself, it is even possible to defeat them with just a glance. Looking around, Hulaina had already disappeared, presumably taken away by Ghost Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo. You can feel it too, right? Hulaina said while eating a fragrant fruit. The killing god domain. Regardless of the situation or level, you will always be 20 stronger than the opponent. This 20 increase is already incredibly powerful. Why? If Jiang Luoran were still the same as before, fighting against Chrysanthemum Douluo, he could barely defeat the opponent by activating the killing god domain. Domain skills are indeed overwhelmingly powerful without reason. If the previous Hulaina was charming and enchanting, now her eyes were like a pool of autumn water, pure and beautiful. The enchanting big sister had transformed into a pure young girl. Jiang Luoran picked up the fruit and swallowed it in large bites. He was extremely hungry. In the city of slaughter, he could only eat the meat brought by the storage space, and food like fragrant fruit, which contained moisture, was simply unattainable. Not to mention eating, he couldn't even smell it. How does it feel? Hulaina smiled. Not bad, Jiang Luoran replied. The visual contrast was always so beautiful and striking. Jiang Luoran waved his hand. Just now, the 2 elders came to find me, wanted to take me back to the spirit hall. I thought about it. How can I be complacent just because I obtained the killing god domain? I should train with you for a while. Are you sure? I'm about to go to the Stardow Forest to train and obtain an 8th spirit ring, Jiang Luoran inquired. You became a soul, Douluo? Really? Hulaina scrutinized Jiang Luoran. You didn't take steroids, did you? Why did you level up so quickly? I'm just at level 79, and I just felt it. I didn't expect to level up this fast. Let me ask you one more time. Are you sure you want to go? Jiang Luoran asked. I'm sure. With the killing god domain plus Qian Kuan Wan Li, and with you as a fully leveled soul sage, I think it won't be a problem. Hulaina analyzed seriously. This is exactly the problem, because once I start fighting, it will affect you, Jiang Luoran said. Ah! A hoarse roar came from the distance. the sound piercing through the clouds. Just by hearing the voice, one could sense the killing intent of the opponent. However, it was useless for Jiang Luoran and Hulaina. They both possessed the killing god domain, which was the source of the killing intent. Let's go. Jiang Luoran pulled Hulaina and fled. Running again, what did you do? Hulaina asked skeptically as she followed Jiang Luoran out. Once they exited the city of slaughter, it would be different. All of Jiang Luoran's soul skills and martial souls would not be restricted. He directly activated the Bloodvine True Body and unleashed the Kunpeng wings. Dashing away. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the capital of Sylves. Of course, when Jiang Luoran used his movement technique, he also employed the Kunpeng domain. He was now equivalent to a rocket running on the ground, covering distances of tens of thousands of miles in an instant. Two great empires, one on the left and one on the right. Upon reaching the capital, they were naturally not far from the Star Doe Empire. Soon, they would pass through the area of the Spirit Hall, and he would need Hulaina's help. Even I wouldn't dare to force my way in. Jiang Luoran dismissed the vegetative state, and don't worry, just go ahead. The Spirit Hall won't stop you. Hulaina hasn't yet returned to her senses from a rapid state. You want to ask about my speed, right? Jiang Luoran noticed Hulaina's disbelief that this was Sylvis. Even the old masters in the sect couldn't possess such speed. This is a complete qualitative leap, and Hulaina was convinced this was indeed Sylvis. The combination of my second spirit with my own agility, plus the enhancement from the soul bone and the output of soul power, allows me to reach such incredible speed. And the most important point is the Kunpeng domain, which can control time, Jiang Luoran explained. Perhaps all Title Douluo on the Douluo continent cannot surpass your speed. Hulaina murmured. The Star Luo Empire values power and is relatively fraught with conflict, so we should act discreetly and seek experience. Jiang Luoran went straight ahead. They found a carriage and a driver to head towards the Star Luo Empire. The distance between the two countries would take at least a day. Jiang Luoran bought supplies, and he and Hulaina rested in the carriage. I actually had no choice. I was raised by the Spirit Hall along with Xiaoyu. I cannot repay the kindness of raising me. So if you think it's not okay, then let it be, Hulaina said. Did I ever say for you to withdraw from the Spirit Hall? I just want to say that the Spirit Hall can be a bit more moderate in its actions. If this continues, unforeseen events are bound to happen. Do you understand? Jiang Luoran frowned. I only follow orders, become a high-level soul master, and dedicate my life to the Spirit Hall. As for what they do and how they do it, I don't care and cannot interfere. You say that continuing like this will bring risks, and if I intervene, perhaps I can prevent a disaster. Think about it. If it were you, would you be willing to take action? Hulaina hit the nail on the head, and Jiang Luoran fell silent. Passing by the Spirit Hall, they saw the whole city celebrating, saying that the Saintess of the Spirit Hall had returned from the Slaughter City and obtained the domain of the God of Killing. Hulaina, however, did not feel that happy, even though she should be the center of attention here, and she felt more tightly bound. The interests at stake weren't that deep either. Hulaina had a harmonious relationship with Bibi Dong and the elders of the Spirit Hall. She also regarded the Spirit Hall as home, but the affection this home showed her was too deep for her to repay. It could be said to gather thousands of virtues in one. The higher the pile, the harder it is to come down from the top. Jiang Luoran sighed. But you can rest assured, I can guarantee absolute safety. Passage prohibited. Please turn back to the city. The Knights of the Spirit Hall blocked the carriage. It is currently the sacred time of the Spirit Hall, and all vehicles are prohibited from passing. It's me. Let the carriage go to the Star Luo Empire. Hulaina opened her cloak. Saintess? The knights suddenly looked puzzled, then saw the man in the carriage. For those from the Spirit Hall, everything was suspicious. They regarded Jiang Luoran as someone who had kidnapped the Saintess and immediately raised their long spears, charging toward Jiang Luoran. Hulaina didn't have time to stop them. Jiang Luoran dodged and said with a wry smile, "Don't get excited. There's no kidnapping. She wants to go for the trials herself. If you don't believe it, let the Saintess get out of the carriage. I won't stop her." Chapter 165. PK Hulaina stepped down from the carriage. It's fine. Let us leave. After all, the other party was concerned about her, and Hulaina couldn't just explode in anger. Yes, let the Saintess pass. The Knights of the Spirit Hall lined up to let the carriage through. When the old driver heard it was the Saintess of the Spirit Hall, he was so scared his hands trembled. No wonder he was given 20 gold soul coins. It turned out to be a big shot. His originally carefree, sitting posture immediately changed to a respectful, standing position. The carriage passed the Spirit Hall and headed towards Star Luo City in the Star Luo Empire. After a night, they arrived at the foot of Star Luo City. What's wrong? Hulaina asked in confusion. Jiang Luoran said he suddenly felt a honeymoon-like feeling, as he was unaccustomed to the cool goddess suddenly turning into the girl next door. The two entered a hotel, temporarily settling down to plan before entering the Stardo forest. After all, this was their first time entering such a place of extraordinary skills, without sufficient preparation. How could they dare to cross over? After the previous incident in the Slaughter City, Jiang Luoran realized he had truly been overly careless. If it weren't for him triggering the Kunpeng domain at a critical moment, he might have already become a skeleton. While eating at the Wilson Hotel, they suddenly saw crowds of people rushing toward a certain place, as if something significant was happening. "Excuse me, what's going on?" Jiang Luoran asked the waiter while pointing to the crowd as the waiter was serving dishes. "You don't know? Such a big event has spread throughout the entire Luo city," the waiter said exaggeratedly. "Oh, can you speak frankly?" Hulaina became interested. Something that could shock Luo city must be significant. A level 5 soul guide has come out at the Luo auction house, and it's of the battle soul type. I've heard that even the crown prince and princess of the Luo empire have gone. By the way, the current crown prince is Dalu, who just changed half a month ago. A level 5 soul guide. This can be called a world creation, Hulaina murmured. "Who is the creator?" Jiang Luoran asked. "It's Mr. Hike. The soul guide is a type of device that allows low-level soul masters to have the capability to compete with high-level soul masters. When soul masters find soul bones rare and soul power difficult to increase, they come up with this method to increase their strength through technological means. It wasn't until 10,000 years later that soul guides became widespread on the Douluo continent and developed to level 9. Now, a level 5 has actually emerged. It truly is a rare creation. You have to know that with current technology, achieving such technology is very difficult." The two finished their meal and decided to go watch it. If it seemed suitable, Jiang Luoran planned to bid for it. After all, in the Douluo continent, survival methods are the most important. Jiang Luoran even suspected that this Hike might be the great-great-grandfather of Kai Tu, with Hulaina as a big gold medal. Jiang Luoran didn't have to fear trouble in any situation. Soon, they took their seats at the auction. "A level 5 soul guide, I must have it." "Brother, don't think too much. Look at who has come. With just a few thousand gold soul coins, you can buy a part, I'll believe it. I've heard it's a battle soul weapon. I wonder what the attributes and attack are like. Since it's level 5, it can't be weak. Let's wait and see. The crown prince is here, judging by his posture. If he bids, we won't stand a chance." Following the gazes of the crowd, Jiang Luoran looked at Dalu and Zhu Zhuqing sitting on the high platform. Both were dressed in royal palace attire, accompanied by maidservants. It was clear that everyone was here for the level 5 soul guide, so I won't beat around the bush. The person in charge clapped. Two maidservants walked out of the room, holding a crystal stand. "Let me introduce this soul guide." The person in charge pulled back the red carpet, revealing a large red knife. This is a level 5 soul guide with an added flame effect. It is 1 meters long, 5 meters wide, and the blade is swift and very practical. Even if you have a secondary gap with your opponent, holding this knife can allow you to stalemate with them. As the person in charge finished speaking, the crowd below cheered repeatedly. This weapon made their hearts feel a bit eager. Now, the starting price is 50 million gold wedding coins. Bang! Just as the person in charge finished speaking, the door was pushed open and a disheveled middle-aged man rushed in, yelling, "I said I'm not selling, get it back. Stop him, stop him." The person in charge shouted. The maid and guards rushed forward to block the middle-aged man. "What's going on?" "Isn't that Hike?" He looked flustered, as if he had been robbed. Hike shouted angrily, "I never wanted to sell this soul-guiding device. It contains more than just power. It also holds the foundation for deducing soul-guiding devices. To create more powerful soul-guiding devices, one must start from this basis. You clearly signed the agreement. The auction house will give you 60 of the profit. Someone, get him out of here." The person in charge was also furious. What is going on with this sudden interruption? How can we sell anything like this? It's not about money. It's not about money. You got me drunk and had the maid serve me, just to restrict me. That SY was forced to leave my handprint. Hike struggled. What's going on? Is this forced buying and selling? Luo auction house. Give us an explanation. This explosive news needed to be said face to face. It was too stimulating. Luo auction house is forcing purchases. Give us an explanation. The scene suddenly erupted like a boiling pot, reminiscent of the scene at the Sills auction house. Jiang Luoran had once single-handedly broken through the Sills auction house, and the people behind him were just as enthusiastic. I wonder if someone is a bit familiar with this scene, Hulaina teased. Suddenly nostalgic for the moment when you were still the alluring goddess, Jiang Luoran felt that Hulaina was talking more. Some of HK's supporters rushed down and started fighting with the guards. Others cheered from their seats, and some were shouting. It seemed that the 5th-level soul guiding device was indeed the basis for producing 6th-level or even 9th-level devices. Jiang Luoran nodded. This was indeed very precious. It could be called a priceless treasure. You're unreasonable. Don't blame me for stealing it. HK was also wild, reaching out to throw a barrage of bullets at the guards. The auction house was under fire, and various buildings collapsed with a bang. As two groups of people engaged in fierce battle on the ground, Dai Mubai jumped down from the throne as the prince of the Star Luo Empire. If he didn't take action, who would? Moreover, he could take this opportunity to instill a sense of authority among the subjects of the Star Luo Empire. Everyone stop. Dai Mubai unleashed his soul power, shaking the entire hall. Unfortunately, Dai Mubai didn't bring soldiers. Otherwise, he could have subdued these people. One was robbed of research equipment, equivalent to his own life. The other was a businessman. Taking his money was equivalent to taking his life. How could these people be subdued by mere words? Chapter 166. Redemption. For a moment, Dai Mubai didn't know what to do. Even if he wanted to intervene, he didn't know where to start. Suddenly, a burly man dressed in noble attire with golden hair charged at him. Yes, his target was Dai Mubai. Caught off guard, Dai Mubai was punched in the head and fell to the ground. Another woman, with a fiery figure and a similar appearance to Zhu Zhuqing, dove down and clawed at Dai Mubai's throat. You dodged really quickly, otherwise you would have died from this blow. The woman in black smiled wickedly. Big brother, big sister, you've already lost. I've let you go. Why is that? Dai Mubai shouted angrily. Shut up. You stole our things and still dare to cry injustice here. The throne is ours, the golden-haired man said sharply. The empire only recognizes the stronger. What we did was also agreed upon by the powers. The woman in black licked her nails. What do you want? Zhu Zhuqing descended from the platform and stood in front of Dai Mubai. So it's all part of your plan. Dai Mubai smiled bitterly. Then, big brother, don't blame me for being too ruthless in the future. In the future? You still want a future? The woman in black laughed. You have no future. The golden-haired man circled around Zhu Zhuqing and stepped on Dai Mubai's face. Using his 4th soul skill, White Tiger Stampede. Bang! The golden light split open, and Dai Mubai's face was severely struck, nearly cracking his pelvis. He rolled over a dozen times, smashing 3 granite pillars before finally stopping. Mubai! Zhu Zhuqing had just spoken when the woman in black ambushed her, landing a heavy blow to her abdomen, leaving her with dozens of blood marks as she fell beside Dai Mubai. At this moment, they still had feelings for each other as a couple. Zhuqing, I can spare your life. Just become my concubine. The golden-haired man laughed heartily. Today I was careless and accidentally involved you. Zhuqing, hurry and go find Xiao San and the others. Dai Mubai pushed Zhu Zhuqing away. In a while I'll fight them. It doesn't matter if I live or die. A fierce light flashed in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. 3rd soul skill, Flying Tiger Roar. 4th soul skill, Ghost Shadow Phantom. Facing the 2 soul skills before them, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing closed their eyes, waiting for death. Whoosh! 2 silver short swords flew through the sky, blocking all deadly strikes and embedding themselves in the ground. Dai Mubai opened his eyes in disbelief, looking at the 2 short swords. Aren't these the weapons of the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall? Hulaina, Jiang Luoran, and Hulaina approached simultaneously. It was another last-second rescue, simply nauseating. The golden-haired man and the woman in black turned their heads, their expressions instantly numb. They actually didn't dare to make eye contact. The eyes of the other party were filled with endless killing intent. What kind of existence was this? It felt like a soul beast descending to the human realm. Jiang Luoran shot a glance at the 2, and they suddenly retreated, sitting on the cold floor. What kind of gaze was this? Even the golden-haired man, who had killed countless people and had a cold heart, was frightened by this sweep. Mubai, Zhuqing, Jiang Luoran pulled Dai Mubai up, and Hulaina helped Zhu Zhuqing up. Even if they retracted their killing intent, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing did not dare to make eye contact. Luoran, you acted justly today. I, Dai Mubai, will repay you with my life. For Dai Mubai, his own life didn't matter. What was important was that Zhu Zhuqing survived because of this. Luoran, you, how did you suddenly arrive at the Star Luo Empire? Zhu Zhuqing was also very grateful to them. It's like this. I need to obtain the 8th soul ring, so I plan to go to the Stardow Forest. As for Laina, she is accompanying me for trials, Jiang Luoran explained. Soul Douluo, they both exclaimed in unison. Although they knew Jiang Luoran was not far from becoming a Soul Douluo, they still felt it was a bit fast. Soul Douluo? The golden-haired man and the woman in black exclaimed, and they had the desire to escape. There are only a few Soul Douluos combined across the continent. There probably aren't more than 15. Dai Mubai actually knows a Soul Douluo. This was simply an incredible stroke of luck. Good for you. I thought someone like you wouldn't have a girlfriend, Dai Mubai joked. The other person didn't treat him as an outsider. So it would be too pretentious for Dai Mubai to treat Jiang Luoran as one. I also thought someone like me wouldn't have a girlfriend, Jiang Luoran said self-deprecatingly. I heard that Yi Lingling, who was hurt by you before, has developed a phobia of men now, no matter how old the man is. She avoids them from a distance. Zhu Zhuqing raised an eyebrow. Is it that serious? Can I ask you to help her overcome the shadow? Jiang Luoran inquired. Leave it to me. This is my strong suit, Dai Mubai readily agreed. What about them? Should we kill them? Jiang Luoran clenched his right fist. He knew that with one punch, the two would surely turn into blood mist. Leave it to me. I was too kind before. This time, I will cripple them in front of all the ministers, Dai Mubai said with hatred. If it weren't for Jiang Luoran and the others today, Zhu Zhuqing might have died. Dai Mubai would never allow such a thing to happen. The Stardo Forest is fraught with danger. I'll have a Title Douluo accompany you. Zhu Zhuqing invested heavily. On the Douluo continent, nothing is more valuable than a Title Douluo. Yes, that's right. Let old Luo accompany you, Dai Mubai also agreed. We were supposed to train. How can we train with a Title Douluo with us? Thank you for your kindness. Jiang Luoran held onto Hulaina, preparing to leave. Here, take this knife. Dai Mubai pulled out a level 5 soul guidance device and handed it to Hulaina. This is too precious. We can't accept it. Hulaina waved her hand. But Dai Mubai forced it into her arms. It's fine. This is just a trap set by my brother for me. Don't say the 5-star soul guidance device. I have the right to gift you even a divine weapon, Dai Mubai said seriously. Exactly. We have the right to decide this farce. Not to mention that if it weren't for you, we would have died. Zhu Zhuqing also wouldn't let Hulaina return it. If we push further, it might take until next year. Then we'll accept it, Jiang Luoran urged Hulaina to take back the soul guidance device. Farewell. Zhu Zhuqing clasped his hands. Farewell, Jiang Luoran and Hulaina waved goodbye. I didn't expect them to walk together. I really don't know if it's good or bad. Dai Mubai sighed. What's good or bad? Feelings are inherently hard to control. Just like us, Zhu Zhuqing walked past the woman in black. I'm afraid Luoran will become a member of the Spirit Hall and become an enemy in the future, Dai Mubai said worriedly. Without trying, no one knows what will happen. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly grabbed the throat of the woman in black, choking her to death. Mubai, don't kill me. It's all this bitch. It's all her fault. The blonde man shouted. You can't even take care of your own woman. It shows you're not a good person either. Brother, have a good journey. Dai Mubai's eyes turned cold. Chapter 167. Nine-tailed fox, don't use your dual swords. Take the Moon Tiger Soul slashing blade and a level 5 Crimson Flame blade instead. Jiang Luoran waved his right hand, and 2 black soul rings appeared. 5th soul skill, held battle armor. 7th soul skill, blood vine true body. A set of plant-like armor made of golden vines appeared on Hulaina. She looked at herself and felt not encumbered, but rather an unprecedented sense of comfort, as if she had been nurtured by the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Speed, strength, agility, wisdom, defense, all attributes increased, with the addition of 2 astonishing weapons. Hulaina was now capable of battling a full-level Soul Emperor, perhaps even stronger than that, because Hulaina herself also had a trump card. Is it necessary? The Stardo Forest is similar to the Soul Fighting Forest. I haven't seen you this excited. Hulaina thought this person was being overly conservative. Knowing shame is the path to courage. Last time was a fluke. This time I won't let anything go wrong. Jiang Luoran could escape on his own. But if Hulaina were added, the outcome would be uncertain. Moreover, Jiang Luoran knew the 3 Overlord Soul Beasts in the Soul Fighting Forest. So every time it was a close call. I concede defeat. Hulaina transformed into a red streak of light and shot into the Stardo Forest. In fact, Jiang Luoran was worried about important people being in danger. After an hour of exploration, Jiang Luoran understood the structure of the Stardo Forest. It was divided into an outer and inner area, just like other forests in the outside world. Relatively speaking, the inner area had better air and training locations and was not disturbed by low-level soul masters. The outer area was filled with 100-year and 1,000-year soul beasts. The soul beasts were also divided into strong and weak. The weaker ones could only be driven to the outskirts. This created the distinction between the outer and inner areas. Passing through the soul beast territory, How could one not be obstructed by soul beasts? Hulaina told Jiang Luoran to wait in the trees. Unless he encountered a 10,000-year soul beast, he could not help her. Even if he encountered one, he had to wait until Hulaina couldn't handle it before intervening. This was why Jiang Luoran admired Hulaina. She was mature and steady, and she understood how to strengthen herself and had ambition. She was simply the perfect mate in his eyes. Currently, Hulaina was battling a 5,000-year crimson flame star frog. They had been fighting for half an hour, and Hulaina had gained the upper hand. It was known that a soul king could dominate against a soul beast over 5,000 years old. Even with so many factors combined, it was not necessarily achievable. Hulaina's talent was indeed remarkable. She was an absolute strong woman. If it weren't for Jiang Luoran's boost, he wouldn't dare say he could match Hulaina. Hulaina spun her dual blades fiercely, slashing off the tentacles of the crimson flame star frog. Her speed was incredibly fast. The crimson flame star frog howled in pain, slapping its palms towards Hulaina, but she was clad in plant armor. Her speed surpassing even sound. Whoosh! Hulaina leveraged her speed to strike at the crimson flame star frog, quickly changing her moves, plunging her dual blades into the beast's body and slicing forcefully. Bang! A 5,000-year soul beast was directly killed by Hulaina, collapsing in a pool of blood. This was without Hulaina using the god of killing domain. Now, preliminary calculations of Hulaina's strength indicated she could battle against soul beasts over 6,000 years old. Continue forward or take a break? Jiang Luoran landed on the ground. Hulaina looked at Jiang Luoran with excitement. I think I also need a soul ring. Level 59? Jiang Luoran observed Hulaina's soul power. With this trial, you will leap to become a soul emperor. When we return to the spirit hall, everyone will surely fawn over you. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly, but getting stronger to serve the spirit hall is also good, Hulaina said. Let's go. I know which soul ring is most suitable for you. Jiang Luoran planned to delay his own soul ring hunt and first help Hulaina become a soul emperor. This would not only increase the team's security, but also allow him to focus less. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. Breaking through to the 1,000-year soul beast meant entering the inner part of the Stardow forest. What awaited next were 10,000-year soul beasts. This is my first time in the Stardow, so I don't know the exact location, but I know the habitat they prefer. If you were given 15,000 years, could you absorb it? Jiang Luoran explored ahead. Old Ju once said to let me absorb 12,000 years, but after multiple battles and experiences, I now want to try 15,000 years. I just don't know what kind of soul beast the opponent is. Hulaina retracted her dual blades. Finally found it. What I want you to absorb is a celestial species among soul beasts, the nine-tailed fox. Jiang Luoran stopped by the lake and saw a white-pink fox in the distance. This soul beast looked extraordinary, emanating a celestial aura. Most importantly, it had 9 tails behind it. Soul beasts are hard to come by, not to mention one of this caliber. Thanks to your brilliance, I've found it. Jiang Luoran wiped the sweat from his face. The 9-tailed fox. This is simply a soul beast that transcends the pyramid, and one could even say it is of celestial grade. The soul rings produced by this kind of soul beast must be incredibly powerful, crushing all peers. Wow! Hulaina opened her dual blades and summoned the red giant tail behind her, charging forward. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the two began to fight. With the release of soul skills, the entire mountain range shook and collapsed, causing the surrounding weak soul beasts to scatter in fear. Jiang Luoran waited on the side, preventing other soul beasts from interrupting. Hulaina's soul skills had little effect on the 9-tailed fox. Conversely, the 9-tailed fox's skills also had little effect on Hulaina. The two were completely battling with their skills, unable to harm each other. This 9-tailed fox had a lifespan of 16,000 years, and Hulaina was definitely not its match. But Jiang Luoran followed her lead, waiting until Hulaina truly couldn't handle it before stepping in. Even a soul emperor advancing to soul sage wouldn't dare to challenge such a soul beast alone. They must rely on a team. It was already remarkable that Hulaina could hold on this long. The dual blades in Hulaina's hands were as fierce as a gale, and with the giant tail behind her, she swept out in powerful strikes. But the 9-tailed fox, with its 9 white-pink giant tails, blocked all of Hulaina's attacks and counterattacked. Whoosh! The 9-tailed fox was struck by a blade, and blood like agate flowed from its body. This celestial-grade soul beast indeed possessed high intelligence and lineage. It neither cried out nor howled, simply observing Hulaina calmly. Luoran, I'm at my limit. Hulaina stabbed her dual blades into the ground. The 9-tailed fox lunged at Hulaina, summoning its 9 tails to sweep across her body. 6th soul skill, Curse Spear. Bang! The golden spear struck the 9-tailed fox, pushing it back and breaking 4 of its tails. 1st soul skill, Creation from Nothing. Jiang Luoran transformed his right fist into a palm, and purple soul rings surged forth, with hundreds of blood fiend vines bursting from the ground to bind the 9-tailed fox tightly. Hulaina seized the opportunity to thrust her blade forward and quickly turn the blade to chop at the 9-tailed fox's neck. Sizzle. The 9-tailed fox quickly dodged, but still got wounded in the abdomen by Hulaina. It was originally a soul beast of allure, so its body defenses were naturally inferior to humans. However, in front of Hulaina, its divine skills were completely useless. Sometimes with just a glance, the 9-tailed fox could control a 50,000-year soul beast or even kill one. Meeting Hulaina was truly its misfortune. 2nd soul skill, Shadow Following. A purple soul ring swirled around Jiang Luoran's waist. Old tree roots, over 40,000 years old, erupted from behind the 9-tailed fox, unleashing countless willow branches to whip at the 9-tailed fox. The 9-tailed fox, being clever, chose not to clash head-on and ran away. Chase. Hulaina took the lead in pursuit. Jiang Luoran used the Kunpeng movement technique, carrying Hulaina as they flew toward the 9-tailed fox. This celestial-grade soul beast was exceptionally intelligent, with incredible speed and agility. Only by using the Kunpeng movement technique could Jiang Luoran keep up. The 9-tailed fox's eyes emitted a red light, targeting a 50,000-year Shura stone man ahead. The Shura stone man's eyes suddenly changed to red, wielding a death scythe and slashing toward Jiang Luoran. Go! Jiang Luoran commanded, and the old tree roots lunged forward to engage in battle with the Shura stone man. The 40,000-year-old tree roots could barely withstand the 50,000-year Shura stone man, but they could hold on for a while. The 9-tailed fox suddenly burst forth with a bright red light, summoning another 50,000-year star armor dragon tiger. Following, there was a 50,000-year golden green python. Oh no, it seems I need your help this time, Hulaina said, becoming alert. You're not the only one who can summon soul beasts. Jiang Luoran clasped his hands, and 2 purple soul rings surged forth. 1st soul skill, Creation from Nothing. 2nd soul skill, Shadow Following. By combining Shadow Following with Creation from Nothing, he could maximize the summoning of old tree roots. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, 10 40,000-year-old tree roots appeared on the scene, rising from the ground and letting out a howl to the sky. The 9-tailed fox was clearly shocked, realizing the opponent had such a trump card. Charge! Jiang Luoran waved his hand. The 10 old tree roots grouped together in threes, rushing toward the surrounding soul beasts and quickly counterattacking. 3rd soul skill, Blood Fiend Magic Prison. Jiang Luoran invoked his 3rd soul skill, integrating it into the 1st soul skill to control the 9-tailed fox. If the 9-tailed fox were to escape into deeper territory, charming 80,000 or even 100,000-year soul beasts, Jiang Luoran would have nowhere to cry. Bang, bang, bang. Blood Fiend Magic Prisons rapidly descended, but the 9-tailed fox swiftly dodged, avoiding the cages. Taking advantage of the gap, the 9-tailed fox turned around, its eyes glowing red, attempting to charm Jiang Luoran. Hulaina quickly dispelled the charm for Jiang Luoran and drew the red flame blade to slice fiercely. The 9-tailed fox exhaled a mouthful of red mist, breaking the flame strike. Woo! The old tree roots went wild, attacking the 3 soul beasts frantically. Trees splintered, stones shattered, and the ground collapsed. The current scene was no less than a massive melee. This was akin to a large-scale battle among soul beasts. The 40,000-year-old tree roots, aside from having a time limit, were not much different from 40,000-year soul beasts. Kunpeng possession. Jiang Luoran clearly did not expect that capturing a 9-tailed fox would be so difficult, even harder than killing a 70,000-year soul beast. Bang! The Kunpeng's white wings spread wide, and the white force of the wind swept through like a tornado. Jiang Luoran held Hulaina and jumped out, feeling an extreme speed. The 9-tailed fox did not dare to be careless. It dashed toward the deepest part of the Star Doe forest with a purpose. It seemed it was trying to charm the overlord of the Star Doe forest to protect itself. Nobody knew how many years the overlord of the Star Doe forest had. Perhaps even tens of thousands. Jiang Luoran would never allow that to happen and charged at the 9-tailed fox. 6th soul skill, Curse Spear. Jiang Luoran's right arm erupted with golden light as he pulled hard. Bang, bang, bang. The golden light resonated and golden spears shot out, but they missed the 9-tailed fox. It seemed as if its body was coated in lubricant. Moreover, Jiang Luoran's previous strike had clearly hit the nine-tailed fox, yet its soul power was still usable. This made Jiang Luoran even more surprised. The fifth soul skill, Thousand Hammer Tempering. Jiang Luoran aimed at the opponent's landing position, quickly striking to control them in place. Hit! After all, Jiang Luoran was a control-type soul master. If he couldn't even control, then he shouldn't be a control type. The hind leg of the nine-tailed fox was bound, and it actually severed its own calf to prepare for escape. This kind of celestial-grade soul beast had maximized its intelligence. One could imagine the effects of absorbing its soul ring. As long as there was a slight gap, Jiang Luoran had a chance. He immediately used Blood Fiend Demon Prison to trap the nine-tailed fox. Not daring to hesitate, Jiang Luoran reinforced his defenses, creating an opportunity for Hulayina to deliver a fatal blow. Without waiting for Jiang Luoran to speak, Hulayina swiftly killed the nine-tailed fox with a single strike. Jiang Luoran dispelled the cage and crouched down, not expecting the opponent to be so difficult to deal with. It was simply terrifying. It seemed that the bloodline of soul beasts was also a very important factor. Hulayina focused on her martial soul, sitting cross-legged. A black and red soul ring floated from the nine-tailed fox. The quality of this soul ring was clearly extraordinary. With this soul ring, Hulayina's potential and qualifications would far exceed the past, even reaching the Shrek level of cultivation. Jiang Luoran kept watch around, knowing that they were deep inside. Even if a 70,000-year soul beast appeared nearby, it wouldn't be surprising. The black-red soul ring wrapped around Hulayina's waist slowly. This soul ring even attempted to seize Hulayina's body. This showed how high-grade the soul ring was. It already had intelligence. Hulayina felt the pressure immediately, and she gritted her teeth, using killing intent to resist. The killing god domain was activated, significantly reducing Hulayina's burden. After all, it was a domain skill, one of the strongest soul skills in the world, which was very useful in many situations. Jiang Luoran noticed that the body of a nine-tailed fox was not decaying. It still radiated such vitality. This kind of celestial-grade soul beast was simply invincible. If it were to grow into a 100,000-year soul beast, it would likely stand out among all soul beasts unmatched. The body of the nine-tailed fox emitted a pinkish-white glow, and Jiang Luoran focused intently. It turned out to be a soul bone. Chapter 169, Resources of Invincibility. The soul bone was a trunk bone. This soul bone was crystal clear, radiating a rosy light, and exuding an alluring aura, which even made Jiang Luoran a bit entranced. Hulayina's martial soul itself matched this soul ring, and with a tailbone and support from the killing god domain, her absorption went smoothly. However, she was struggling to contain such energy and, if not controlled well, it might explode. Jiang Luoran used the Kunpeng domain and attached it to Hulayina, which undoubtedly increased her chances of absorbing the soul ring by 50. With the intersection of two domains, Hulayina's frown eased, but she couldn't stop a mouthful of congealed blood from spitting out. Jiang Luoran also realized that all along, his success in absorbing high-level soul rings was not solely due to his own will. It was thanks to the Kunpeng domain. The Kunpeng domain would help Jiang Luoran alleviate some of his soul power at the most dangerous moments. The act of absorbing soul rings relied solely on Hulayina. Jiang Luoran could only assist with the domain, but not too much. The crimson light on Hulayina was nearing a state of rampage, and the fluctuations of soul power were approaching that of a high-level soul emperor. It was going to explode. Indeed, could a celestial-grade soul ring be absorbed so easily? 7 soul rings appeared on Jiang Luoran simultaneously, all attached to his right arm. The Kunpeng domain increased several-fold, firmly locking the soul ring's energy at 0 point. Specifically at the moment when the soul ring emitted the weakest soul power, gradually dissolving the energy. An hour later, Hulayina suddenly opened her eyes, and a divine aura enveloped her, as if a goddess had descended. Strangely, the trunk bone dropped by the nine-tailed fox suddenly shot into Hulayina's body. There was no need for absorption. The trunk bone automatically merged with Hulayina. The soul bone itself merged with the soul, and especially for this kind of soul bone, it naturally followed the soul body. This saved Hulayina time. Even Jiang Luoran felt her newfound strength. Wasn't the nine-tailed fox supposed to be alluring? After Hulayina absorbed it, why did she suddenly become so pure? Like a spotless lotus flower. Seeing Jiang Luoran's puzzled expression, she retracted the Kunpeng domain. The strongest allure should be something one cannot resist. In other words, using the purest state to utilize allure represents a qualitative change. This could be said to be the highest technique of allure, Hulaina said. You misunderstood. Allure has never been about seduction. That's something a courtesan would do. True soul skills should evoke the purest love and the purest desire to possess. This is deadly. Hulaina had become stronger now, suddenly gaining composure. Unlike before, when Jiang Luoran was stronger than her, she often lacked a voice. This reasoning made sense. So what is your soul skill? Jiang Luoran suddenly became curious. Suddenly, Hulaina's black-red soul ring emerged, and her eyes turned white. Yes, it was a lotus shape formed by 9 white foxtails. You couldn't see a trace of dirt or feel disgust from that white lotus. Jiang Luoran was deeply captivated. His mind went blank, and he didn't even know what he was doing. Or rather, he forgot who he was and why he was here. Suddenly, his heart was infected, consumed by countless love stories. He suddenly woke up, willing to dedicate himself to Hulaina. After all, Jiang Luoran was someone whose ambition surpassed that of the Douluo continent. Nothing could change his will, not even life and death. To make him willingly serve Hulaina was a testament to her spiritual influence. The 6th soul skill, 9-tailed white lotus. Once this soul skill was unleashed, even an old monk would involuntarily fantasize about himself as a young man pursuing noble love, ignoring levels, defenses, and everything else. Even if I remove this soul skill, this person would likely struggle to be my enemy for life. In serious cases, they might even abandon their beliefs to follow me. The only flaw is that it does no harm and cannot inflict damage on others. Jiang Luoran gave a thumbs up. It was strong, too strong. To conquer without a fight, to attack a city without speaking, ignoring everything. What a remarkable ability to ignore everything. I'm completely stunned. Just think that my sovereignty is in your hands, and it should gradually lessen. Hulaina pointed to her chest. Trunk bone? Jiang Luoran inquired. This trunk bone is called White Lotus. It can elevate my own aura. If activated, even mountains and seas cannot block my divinity. Simply put, it's a range attack. Anyone within the attack range cannot strike at me and will only fall into their own thoughts. User level limit within 20, Hulaina said. It's terrifying, you're invincible now. The more people there are, the stronger you become. Even if there are fewer people, you don't even need to make a move. Jiang Luoran thought it was too frightening. This soul bone and soul skill are too crazy. They're simply unbeatable. But both consume a lot of soul power. I can't use them frequently. Hulaina was also very happy, wanting to jump up and shout. Once you become stronger, the number of uses will increase. At that time, there will probably be very few who can stop you. Unless it's a god, Jiang Luoran asserted. I have to thank you for gaining this strength. I know how rare this soul ring is. It not only gives me power, but also increases my potential. I fully understand my future cultivation and goals. In 5 years, I will definitely become a Title Douluo, Hulaina said. Jiang Luoran gasped. He observed Hulaina's soul power, if I'm not mistaken. Your current soul power should be between 65 and 66. Now, at level 65, you think level 66 is just because my soul power has become more qualitative. Hulaina smiled. Just obtained the soul ring and leveled up 5 levels. That's insane. How much has this aptitude improved? It's almost unmatched. No, wait a minute. Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong eventually became dual gods. They fought against Tang San together. In the end, Tang San used Guanin's tear to defeat the dual gods. What if another one is added? Wouldn't that outcome be very suspenseful? Looking at Hulaina's momentum, she can definitely keep up with the speed of Shrek and others, even surpass them. If she also becomes a god, Jiang Luoran thinks there's no need to fight this battle. Having one more god is not just one more person. This is complete crushing. However, Tang San must not die, not to mention having learned his family's chaotic cloak. Just from childhood to adulthood, I can't be unfeeling and ungrateful. Let's see then, none can die. I've already guessed about your situation returning to the Spirit Hall. Maybe they will use all resources to cultivate you. JiangLuoran's eyes showed some emotion. Chapter 170, Saber-Toothed Bone Dragon King. Cultivating or not cultivating is no longer important. Hulaina sighed. Yes, that's right. Hulaina was already receiving key training. Some things were just beyond her level. Now that she has become a soul emperor, this resource will probably be fully invested. Your charm is the limit for soul beasts of tens of thousands of years. Jiang Luoran walked deep inside. 60,000 years. Anything higher won't work. If I don't spare my soul power, plus the power of the soul bone, it can reach 70,000 years, Hulaina said. That's terrifying. You better not use it. Jiang Luoran said. Breaking through the lush forest, one can see that the depths of the Stardow forest are a brilliant place. It is filled with gems. like a place inlaid with sacred gold. The open golden ground, under the sunset, looks as magnificent and desolate as an ancient palace. A mur de Wuha. Such a strong sense of danger. Jiang Luoran waved his hand, signaling Hulaina to hide. This should be the deepest part of the Star Doe forest. What lives here must be a soul beast of astonishing power. No, this is an illusion. How could there be gems lined up in the depths of the Star Doe forest? Even if there are gems, they would probably rot. Jiang Luoran gazed around. It would be great if I had the purple extreme demon eye. I could see through the mysteries at a glance. God of killing domain, Kunpeng domain. Two white auras rose from Jiang Luoran's body, sweeping the surroundings. Sure enough, with the repulsion of the two great domains, the golden and brilliant illusion dissipated, replaced by a dark sea of corpses and bones. In front sat a gigantic soul beast, devouring a 10,000-year ice rhino beast. Its eating posture was extremely ferocious. This soul beast had sharp fangs, pitch-black eyes, and a dragon-like shape. Its whole body was only dark bones, as if it had no flesh and blood. This kind of soul beast is like the true body of the Beiming Douluo of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Saber-toothed bone dragon king. Looking at its body and giant tail, it must have at least 90,000 years of strength. Jiang Luoran just stared at it, while the saber-toothed bone dragon king was oblivious, seemingly looking down on Jiang Luoran, thinking this human was dispensable. The blood of its food flowed onto the ground, and the saber-toothed bone dragon king ate extremely quickly. Seventh soul skill, blood vine true body. Jiang Luoran transformed into a 5-meter-tall plant man, standing in front of the opponent. Fifth soul skill, Hell War armor. The 5-meter-tall plant man donned shimmering golden armor, giving an impression of being unbreakable. Fourth soul skill, refined through thousands of hammers. A 5-meter-tall golden war hammer appeared in the right hand of the plant man, especially the cold light emitted from it, making one feel fear. The moon tiger soul slashing blade flew out from Jiang Luoran's body, transforming into 5 meters in size, held in the left hand of the plant man. It resembled a blade of the heavenly gate. Kunpeng possessed, god of killing domain, Kunpeng domain, all soul bones. Jiang Luoran's momentum surged like the sea, layers of power breaking through one after another. All power gathered in one body. He chose to fight the saber-toothed bone dragon king. Jiang Luoran didn't know what the outcome would be, but he had to give it a try. The saber-toothed bone dragon king could no longer ignore him. This aura had already reached Title Douluo level, even surpassed it. The 5-meter-tall plant man resembled a god descending. No, it was like a god descending. Behind it were white wings as wide as a gate knife, holding a huge golden war hammer and a white saber. The cold light of the nether boots on its right foot was chilling. All the soul bones on its body emitted harmonious sounds and colors. Behind its head, there were 7 soul rings vibrating, crushing everything around. This was completely a war god. The war god has descended. The saber-toothed bone dragon king threw away the pieces of meat in its hands, staring at the plant man, which was about the same size as itself. Its aura was strange. The plant man raised the moon tiger soul slashing blade, pointing at the saber-toothed bone dragon king. Come on. The saber-toothed bone dragon king rushed forward. Spinning 360 around, its giant tail struck directly at the plant man's head. The plant man raised the hammer in its right hand to block this giant tail strike, and with its left hand, it turned the blade, fiercely slashing towards the opponent's tail. Few hit. The saber-toothed bone dragon king's giant tail was severed, blood flowing from the wound. In a duel between masters, one strike is fatal. A moment's negligence could lead to disaster. The saber-toothed bone dragon king didn't rush. It was just testing Jiang Luoran and didn't expect the opponent to be quite impressive. A strange thing happened. The wound behind the saber-toothed bone dragon king healed rapidly, and its giant tail grew back. If the plant man was not under the influence of the two great domains, it would have been defeated by the saber-toothed bone dragon king's speed and majesty long ago. The god of killing domain blocked the opponent's ferocity and killing intent. The Kunpeng domain blocked the opponent's speed and power. This time, it was the plant man's turn to charge forward, raising the golden warhammer to strike down at the saber-toothed bone dragon king's skull. The saber-toothed bone dragon king clawed with both hands, drawing out a black mist to block the golden warhammer, and bit towards the plant man's skull. The plant man swung his knife with his left hand, striking it into the opponent's mouth. The two were locked in a standoff, relying entirely on strength and speed to win. It was like a battle between Ultraman. The saber-toothed bone dragon king suddenly opened its mouth wide, as if a dark energy was brewing in its throat. Jiang Luoran realized that this was black flame. This type of flame can only be released by soul beasts whose bloodlines are very close to that of a true dragon. Moreover, this flame not only has strong burning properties, but also high corrosiveness. The plant man couldn't just wait. He waved his Kunpeng wings behind him and knocked the saber-toothed bone dragon king to the ground. The plant man lifted his right leg, which had the netherworld boots, and stomped down on the saber-toothed bone dragon king's skull. Boom! Half of the saber-toothed bone dragon king's body was pressed into the ground, sinking deep into the earth. The surrounding ground quickly cracked and gradually collapsed. Hulaina could see clearly that Jiang Luoran had become incredibly strong. Just the techniques he possessed were enough to contend with a 90,000-year-old soul beast. It was hard to imagine how he would be once he became a soul Douluo. Moreover, this battle was at a very high level, something ordinary people couldn't even witness. Not to mention the exquisite battle techniques. Just the level and style of the fight could be deemed unprecedented on the Douluo continent. Hulaina had to admit that she benefited immensely. Just as she understood her development direction, she witnessed this extraordinary battle. This would allow her to predict her future strategies and battles, thereby making herself even stronger. However, Jiang Luoran could still feel the strain. After all, the opponent was a 90,000-year-old soul beast and a direct descendant of the Dragon Clan. Thus, trying to kill it in a short time would likely be fraught with difficulties. In a sudden frenzy, the plant man waved the golden hammer in his hand during an opening. Each blow landed on the saber-toothed bone dragon king. 171 chapters. The clash continued. Bang, bang, bang. 20 strikes, 30 strikes, 40 strikes. Jiang Luoran's chaotic hammering struck the saber-toothed bone dragon king 40 times. The depths of the Star Do Great Forest had been turned into a patchwork of wounds. The scene before them was a mess, resembling a battlefield from hell. The level of destruction could already be said to exceed that of a Title Douluo, completely like a bulldozer, and a fully powered one at that. Whoosh! The black flame flickered, and, in an instant, Jiang Luoran even thought time had paused. The black fire surged forth with overwhelming fury. Third soul skill, Blood Fiend Magic Prison. A cage enveloped the plant man, resisting the surging black flame. The saber-toothed bone dragon king's body had multiple dents, with some bones even fractured, and it did not give the plant man a chance to recover, directly pouncing toward him. The saber-toothed bone dragon king was as fast as lightning, clearly filled with rage. The plant man raised his knife and hammer to block in front of him. The cage shattered the moment the saber-toothed bone dragon king made contact. The force was too great for the plant man, who was pushed back, enduring the heavy blow from the dragon's tail. Looking at the ground, they had plowed a long and wide trench, even revealing underground water. The two had completely gone berserk, using everything to bring the other to death. Second soul skill. Like a shadow, following the form. Old tree roots surged from behind the saber-toothed bone dragon king, extending hundreds of vines to bind various parts of its body. The plant man swung his knife, slicing from the saber-toothed bone dragon king's chest down to its heel. Feeling it wasn't enough, the plant man lifted the giant hammer and smashed it hard onto the saber-toothed bone dragon king's head. With a dull thud, the saber-toothed bone dragon king was sent flying, landing among the mountain of corpses. The plant man spread his wings and swooped down, hammer and knife combined, exerting pressure on the saber-toothed bone dragon king. The saber-toothed bone dragon king spread its wings and flew up, spinning around, and swiped a claw at the plant man. The plant man quickly fell to the ground, rolling for dozens of meters before finally stopping. Not daring to pause, he used the momentum to charge again. The plant man leaped into the air, engaging in a fierce battle with the saber-toothed bone dragon king. Although he couldn't fly, he used the Kunpeng body technique to pause briefly in the air. Hulaina retreated to a safe area. By now, they had been fighting all night, and still, there was no clear winner. Until the next day, both the plant man and the saber-toothed bone dragon king fell to the ground. Jiang Luoran returned to his original form, all his abilities dissipating. The saber-toothed bone dragon king was covered in wounds, gasping heavily, clutching the bone that had just been broken off. I can't go on, I can't go on. The saber-toothed bone dragon king said in a deep voice, let's rest and fight again. Are you disassembling bones or killing soul beasts? Didn't you also tear off my plant man's arm? Jiang Luoran thought to himself, relieved that he still had the right arm's bone. Otherwise, his arm would definitely be gone. Hulaina was bewildered. Were they really going to take a break before continuing the fight? And what was this situation? However, she still rushed over to bring Jiang Luoran some water and food. Share some with me, the saber-toothed bone dragon king said breathlessly, taking the jerky from Hulaina's hand. This situation was too bizarre. It was simply unbelievable. The two who wanted each other's lives were now discussing the battle and chatting. Jiang Luoran told Hulaina to retreat to a safe area and come back later with food. Your second soul skill is very rare. If utilized well, it could even surpass 10,000 years. The main thing is that it will increase in years with your level, said the saber-toothed bone dragon king. I'm considering whether to add your soul ring to my second martial soul. That way, my Kunpeng martial soul could fly. Not being able to fly is too uncomfortable, Jiang Luoran said bluntly. Is it really okay to say that in front of me? I still want to taste what you are like. The saber-toothed bone dragon king quickly attacked, launching a deadly move. 7 soul rings surged simultaneously, and Jiang Luoran returned to his full plant man state, engaging in fierce battle with the saber-toothed bone dragon king once more. Boom! This collision was earth-shattering. 2 days later, Hulaina quietly practiced in the Stardo Great Forest, occasionally collecting flowers and herbs to brew nectar. The plant man and the saber-toothed bone dragon king were still fighting fiercely in the sky. Sometimes, the soul beasts wished they would fight during the day and rest at night, because when they fought at night, the explosions made it hard to sleep. Some soul beasts even looked at the two with disdain and cursed, saying they should just die. Hulaina's level was rising quickly. She was now at level 68. At this rate, she might even become a soul sage and return to the martial soul hall. Mainly, she had been observing battles at the highest level and felt inspired. Moreover, her current spiritual intelligence could be considered fully equipped. Her speed had completely surpassed that of Shrek and the others. You should just die. Why can't he be killed yet? Jiang Luoran gasped heavily, feeling like he was going to break down. How hard is it to kill this dragon? I was going to ask you that. Why do you recover so quickly? No way. I have to exhaust you to death before I can eat. The saber-toothed bone dragon king said. I'm hungry. Why hasn't that girl brought food yet? She's bringing me food, not you. You freeloading dragon, just die already. Jiang Luoran replied irritably. He didn't expect the dragon to be so shameless. It truly had developed intelligence. Absorbing its soul ring was definitely not a bad idea. Maybe my strength can improve significantly. I'm just giving you time to rest. Otherwise, I would have killed you long ago. Next time, you'll undoubtedly die. The saber-toothed bone dragon king said angrily. I'm waiting to hunt your soul ring. Jiang Luoran lay on the ground. The saber-toothed bone dragon king was also done for. Lying on the ground, keeping a safe distance from Jiang Luoran. Hey, why are you being so cautious? I haven't laid a hand on you. Instead, it was you who ambushed me while I was resting last night, Jiang Luoran spat. One must always be wary. The saber-toothed bone dragon king closed his eyes. An hour later, bang bang bang. The 10,000-year soul beasts in the Stardo forest had already gotten used to it. Some 10,000-year flower spirits were even leisurely watching. Just die already. I know you can't hold on any longer. The saber-toothed bone dragon king's eyes turned red. I think it's you who can't hold on. Still hoping to use your soul ring. The plant person hugged the saber-toothed bone dragon king and fell into the lake, creating a deep pit. The two of them were clearly pushed to their limits. They had been fighting for 3 days straight, almost day and night. A 60,000-year glazed rhino wiped the lake water off his face in disgust and left the spot. Don't hold on to me. Let go. The saber-toothed bone dragon king shouted. Now who is biting my left leg? Jiang Luoran gripped even harder. A day later. You can't hold on any longer. Once I catch my breath, just wait to die. Today I'm going to hunt for a soul ring. Jiang Luoran's eyes were already turning pale. Catch your breath? You've been lying down for a few minutes. Isn't that enough? The saber-toothed bone dragon king suddenly felt that the atmosphere had changed. Chapter 172. Flying eagle. The sound of an eagle's cry came, and Jiang Luoran and the saber-toothed bone dragon king looked up at the sky in unison. It was a gray flying eagle with a piercing gaze heading this way. The third person from Beiming? Jiang Luoran frowned. Your enemy? The saber-toothed bone dragon king rasped. The two of them could sense each other's strength, and they felt they couldn't compete. Can I ally with it to kill you together? The saber-toothed bone dragon king asked. You can ask. I don't mind. Jiang Luoran was enveloped in the Kunpeng domain and movement technique. In peak condition, he could reach the Title Douluo forest in 3 seconds. And once inside, no one could hurt him. Bang! The black flames shot towards the flying eagle. And all 8 bone kings on the saber-toothed bone dragon king swirled out to intercept the flying eagle. What are you waiting for? If you don't want to die, come at me together. The saber-toothed bone dragon king shouted. Jiang Luoran returned to his peak plant person state and charged forward with a knife hammer. The flying eagle spread its left wing, blocking the impact and burn of the black flames, and raised its right claw to slam the plant person down to the ground. What a monster! It's not even a soul beast, the saber-toothed Bone Dragon King cursed. For something to make the saber-toothed Bone Dragon King curse as a monster, the opponent must be quite strange. Relentless pursuit? I will definitely destroy you. Jiang Luoran swung his great knife forward. The flying eagle unleashed a red light, sending the moon tiger soul-cutting knife flying away. The aura of this soul beast rose layer by layer, reaching the level of an indestructible diamond. The gap is too large. If you were a Title Douluo, it would be a different story. The saber-toothed Bone Dragon King clenched his fists tightly. The plant person had one arm broken by the flying eagle, and his head was pressed into the ground under the eagle's foot. Jiang Luoran, you have framed the two law enforcers of Beiming, and now they have fallen. You would need to die 10,000 times to pay for your life. The flying eagle spoke in human language. Reckless fool, what are you doing here? This is my territory. The saber-toothed Bone Dragon King lifted his bone sword and charged. The two wings behind the flying eagle flapped, knocking the saber-toothed Bone Dragon King away again. A little shrimp dares to be arrogant in front of me? Seeking death. The flying eagle stomped on the saber-toothed Bone Dragon King's head, wanting to crush it. Second soul skill, shadow follow. First soul skill, creating something from nothing. Dozens of old tree roots surged up from the ground, dark and overwhelming, attacking the flying eagle. Jiang Luoran and the saber-toothed Bone Dragon King were too exhausted. They couldn't counterattack quickly. After using his soul skills, Jiang Luoran had already reached a state of shock. The saber-toothed Bone Dragon King's head was stomped flat. 6 soul skill. Nine-tailed White Lotus. Hulaina rushed forward, raising her eyes to look at the flying eagle. The flying eagle's gaze was cold, forcefully pushing back her charm. PFH. Hulaina used up all her soul power at once, and suffered backlash, collapsing to the ground. The flying eagle stepped on Hulaina's face, and the saber-toothed Bone Dragon King felt like he was about to explode. Beiming scum. I will wipe you all out. The plant person stood up. The Haotian hammer rotated around him, striking towards the flying eagle's eyes. The flying eagle raised a hand and crushed the plant person completely, and then grabbed Jiang Luoran. I've changed my mind. You should be punished on the spot, just die. The flying eagle said. Jiang Luoran, hurry and save me. The saber-toothed Bone Dragon King is really on the brink of death. If this goes on, I estimate I'll explode. I have no trump cards left. My soul power is completely depleted. Really, I have absolutely nothing left. Jiang Luoran cried out in pain. I told you not to hit so hard. You insisted on fighting. Could you save some energy and not die? The saber-toothed Bone Dragon King scolded. Do we still need to discuss this now? Jiang Luoran gasped urgently. Run. The saber-toothed Bone Dragon King radiated black light all over, and at that moment, Jiang Luoran even felt that time had been severed. When he woke up, he found himself and Hulaina being dragged by the saber-toothed Bone Dragon King, fleeing forward. To the Soul Dual Forest, it's absolutely safe, Jiang Luoran said. No way. It's too far. I can't fly that far. I can only stop in a concealed place, the saber-toothed Bone Dragon King said, exhausted. I have the Kunpeng domain. I can compress your time, and we can make it. Just think about it. The opponent is at least a 500,000-year soul beast. Hiding at the ends of the earth is useless, Jiang Luoran shouted. Also, I really have no soul power left. Buy me some time to recover a bit. Then I can activate the Kunpeng domain. Bang! A streak of white light shot from behind, making it impossible to evade. Fine, I believe you. Besides, your woman is here too. Am I afraid you'll run away? The saber-toothed Bone Dragon King, suddenly filled with hope, flew towards the Soul Dual Forest. Now, it was completely an aerial chase. The flying eagle didn't know why, but it just couldn't catch up to the saber-toothed Bone Dragon King. Every time it was about to touch the other party, the other would suddenly float away like a phantom. This is karma. A few days ago, we were chasing the nine-tailed fox spirit, and now we're being chased by the flying eagle, Jiang Luoran said. Jiang Luoran, it's your turn. Let me take a break. The saber-toothed Bone Dragon King roared. I'm at my limit. I'm already at my limit. Jiang Luoran instantly transformed into a plant person with white wings, holding Hulaina and the saber-toothed Bone Dragon King, continuing to fly towards the Soul Dual Forest. The two had swapped roles 4 or 5 times already, allowing them to rest a bit. Traversing thousands of miles took them only a dozen minutes. This speed could be called reckless. Get ready, Jiang Luoran signaled to the saber-toothed Bone Dragon King. Already prepared, the saber-toothed Bone Dragon King spread his wings. Kunpeng domain. Whoosh! The saber-toothed Bone Dragon King and Jiang Luoran flew rapidly, cutting through the white mist. The scenery around them quickly receded, while they seemed to be like fleeting shadows. It's fast, really fast, hold on, old dragon. To be honest, Jiang Luoran couldn't hold on any longer. Damn it, I'm still okay. The saber-toothed Bone Dragon King had just finished speaking when a white light beam knocked it to the ground. Jiang Luoran was also pulled out of the Kunpeng domain. They really don't treat people like people. If you're gonna do it, just make it quick. Hulaina shouted as she charged at the flying eagle with her twin daggers. It's no use, my wings are broken, the saber-toothed Bone Dragon King said. I don't even know how I flew this far. The last 1,000 meters, just a bit more. Jiang Luoran was unwilling to accept defeat. He was so close. This damn thing is hard to kill. Even if you become a Soul Douluo, you might not win. Help me take revenge in the future. The saber-toothed Bone Dragon King said. If I must die today, then why not leave one behind, so someone can remember it in the future? Damn it. Still hoping to become a million-year soul beast. It's all because of you, this unlucky child. The black light on the saber-toothed Bone Dragon King's body grew more violent. What are you going to do? It's not the last moment yet. We can still fight, Jiang Luoran shouted. Fight your ass. Don't you know how much your body can take? You're out of options. Don't talk nonsense. Chapter 173. Sacrifice. The saber-toothed Bone Dragon King proactively offered a sacrifice. Jiang Luoran, if you have the chance to become a god, you can release me. This is like being suddenly killed, leaving nothing behind, not even a will. Damn it. You've succeeded again, the saber-toothed Bone Dragon King said unwillingly. Jiang Luoran slumped to the ground. Hulaina was knocked away by the flying eagle and fell beside Jiang Luoran. Damn it, it's my first time being hunted down. Is it necessary? The saber-toothed Bone Dragon King gritted its teeth, emitting a surging red light as it charged at the flying eagle. Boom! Such a terrifying explosion blasted a hole in the 100-meter ground. Flames soared, piercing the clouds. A red soul ring slowly floated down. That's right, after the sacrifice. The saber-toothed Bone Dragon King forcibly broke through the 100,000-year limit. It became a genuine 100,000-year soul beast. The red soul ring showed no signs of rejection, descending upon Jiang Luoran, surrounding him with a dazzling red light. There was also a piece of red right arm bone resting on Hulaina's shoulder, merging into her. These gifts left both of them feeling utterly ashamed. This dragon, inexplicably sacrificing itself, inexplicably gifting them precious items. It could even be said to be the most precious things in the world. Everything was unspoken. Jiang Luoran clenched his fist tightly. His soul power surged wildly. 80, 82, 83, 84, 87. Level 87 Soul Douluo. JiangLuoran's eyes burned with rage, his left eye white, his right eye golden. With the addition of the soul bone, Hulaina's soul power fully recovered, and she became a level 69 Soul Emperor. Just one more soul ring, and she would be a soul sage. This was a soul bone dropped by a 100,000-year soul beast. Its effects could not be understated. The flying eagle roared, Even though it was just a 100,000-year sacrifice, it had still injured it. The fire had not yet dissipated, at least 1,000 miles away. One could see this place. Hulaina and Jiang Luoran exchanged glances. Today they would slaughter the eagle. Qingkuan, 10,000 miles. The two returned to their strongest state, completely disregarding soul power reserves. The Kunpeng martial soul fused with a nine-tailed demon fox, transforming into a nine-tailed Kunpeng, pink and white intermingling. Wind, thunder, and lightning rolled. Soul power energy, soul rings, soul skills, soul bone power. They used everything they had. Boom! This explosion was no less than the sacrifice of the saber-toothed Bone Dragon King. Even stronger, like divine punishment. Jiang Luoran, Hulaina, and the flying eagle all rolled on the ground. This kind of attack had surpassed the worldview of Douluo continent. Chaotic cloak hammer method. 9-9 returns to 1. Amidst the swirling smoke, a golden light split. Bang, 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 the golden light exploded inch by inch, shaking the earth. The flying eagle was dazed, almost knocked out. Another pink light flashed. This was Hulaina's tailbone, coordinating with the hammer attack. Whoosh! 9-9 returns to 1 appeared. The final hammer completely obliterated the world, leaving only golden light. The flying eagle grabbed JiangLuoran's hammer and sneered. So strong, but still not enough. You still need blood fury, maximum power. Jiang Luoran kicked towards the flying eagle's head. On JiangLuoran's right leg, a layer of blood-wreathed whirlwind formed, getting faster and faster. With the addition of the nether boots, the damage of blood fury had reached JiangLuoran's current limit. As the red whirlwind kicked towards the flying eagle, The area within hundreds of miles was filled with red. The flying eagle was sent flying, its head tilted and bleeding. 8th soul skill, blood fiend star, flow, cloud destruction. The sky, the ground, and the surroundings were all filled with golden blood fiend vines, resembling dragons. Golden energy filled the surroundings like bombs. Boom, boom, boom. This scene could truly be described as the flow cloud destruction, the star destruction flow cloud. Indeed, a soul skill of unmatched violence. Damn it. The flying eagle swayed unsteadily, its body tattered and covered in blood. Who would have thought that a 500,000-year-soul beast could be injured by a soul Douluo? This is a disgrace, a tremendous disgrace. An Yuan break. Hulaina did not give the opponent a chance to breathe, just as they were denied a chance. Her right arm bone glowed. A hand of black clouds appeared, gripping the flying eagle tightly, wishing to crush it immediately. Enough! The flying eagle spread its wings, like sharp blades slashing down. Chinkuin 10,000 miles. Boom! The two forces collided in the sky. Fortunately, there were no bystanders, otherwise it would all be over. The flying eagle stepped back, looking like it wanted to escape. You wait for me. Prepare to accept the punishment of Beiming. What do you mean you're Beiming? That's my Beiming. Jiang Luoran raised the moon tiger soul cutter, walking towards the flying eagle. What do you want? You've offended the entire Beiming. The flying eagle gasped. Haven't I already offended you? I'm going to kill my way to Beiming, holding this knife, resting it on your boss's head. I'll chop down his old neck with one strike, Jiang Luoran roared. Our leader has no neck, the flying eagle replied. Then I'll chop off the waist. Jiang Luoran hated. Does it have a waist? Yes, 8 of them. The flying eagle retreated. A purple 9-tailed wind bell bird came flying, carrying a huge soul beast behind it, the 500,000-year soul beast Jiang Luoran had killed earlier. Slash! The purple wings swung down. Seeing the situation, the flying eagle withdrew. Wind bell, you wait. Zista. How did you know? Jiang Luoran withdrew his soul power. The 100,000-year soul beast has already sacrificed, and with such a terrifying battle here, if I don't hurry, are you waiting for me to finish? Wind bell transformed back into human form. I haven't reached level 90, Jiang Luoran sighed, sitting alone on the ground. You are still at level 90. Are you aiming for the sky? Saying level 90 is just to motivate you, and the effect is already quite good now. I will personally accompany you in your upcoming training. Wait until you become a Title Douluo and kill your way back to Beiming. Phone Linger spoke with a strong killing intent in her tone. If you had said that earlier, I wouldn't have been so eager for quick results. Jiang Luoran pointed towards the distance. Will I still encounter it? I want to take revenge for a friend. You can, when you fight it, Phone Linger said fiercely. I am currently an 87th level soul Douluo, and it was all thanks to its help. Jiang Luoran looked at his own hands. Inheriting the Beiming divine position can revive your friend, and it can return its physical body, Phone Linger said. Physical body? Divine position? Jiang Luoran was surprised. Beiming definitely has a divine position, didn't you know? That is a great divine position. Your mother Yi Bei will definitely let you inherit it. As long as you fight for a glimmer of hope for Beiming, the people of Beiming will not forget you. Now that we are at this critical juncture, can you tell me what Beiming is really like? Why is all of this happening? Jiang Luoran genuinely wanted to understand the situation. What exactly is going on? Chapter 174. Poseidon, you know it's a critical moment. Does the truth matter now? You just need to remember to kill your way back, Phone Linger said irritably. So where are we going now? Jiang Luoran asked. The Sea God Temple. On this journey, I will train with you. Moreover, if you want to go to Beiming, you have to pass by the Sea God Temple. Passing by the Sea God Temple, you mean the ocean opposite it is Beiming? Jiang Luoran's eyes brightened. Have you been to the Sea God Temple? That's right. Beyond the endless ocean is Beiming. Phone Linger agreed. It completely refreshed my worldview. After all this time, it turns out that's where Beiming is. Jiang Luoran smiled bitterly. He thought he had to fly into outer space, or to some secret realm. Let's go. It's time to hit the road. Phone Linger said as she put down the 500,000-year soul beast. You carry it until you absorb the soul ring. No way. I have to carry it to Beiming too. Jiang Luoran suddenly raised his head, demanding accountability. Phone Linger looked at Hulaina, signaling Jiang Luoran to handle it himself. Which one should I say goodbye to? The matter is over. I will come back to find you. Jiang Luoran wasn't good at farewells. His face still remained cold and icy. The soul beasts you want to kill, are they all at the same level as the one just now? Hulaina asked. Even stronger. Who knows? Jiang Luoran nodded. Can you kill them? How to kill? I don't know, just kill them. Kill them all. Jiang Luoran scoffed. Fine. If you don't finish them off, I will kill them for you later, Hulaina said directly as she left. She was a decisive woman. Quick, decisive, Jiang Luoran admired. Watching her back for a long time, let's hit the road. There's really nothing to wait for. Tiando Empire, Silva's capital. Jiang Luoran walked in place, carrying a several-meter-high soul beast like a law enforcer escorting a prisoner. For now, they had already traveled several hundred kilometers. After passing Silvis, they would reach the Sea God Temple. The meaning of the God of Killing's domain is not to control time, but to master it. According to what you said, you only controlled time, but did not master it. Feng Linger led the way in front. What's the difference? How should I master it? Jiang Luoran asked. There is definitely a difference. One is control, and the other is mastery, as if swimming in water. Just the power and freedom in it are vastly different. Mastery depends on you. After all, I am not a Kunpeng soul beast, Feng Linger pondered. So, are we going to the Sea God Temple? I heard that it can also enhance one's strength, Jiang Luoran asked in confusion. No need. That place is for inheriting the Sea God's divine position. Are you going there to inherit someone else's divine position? If we talk about training, their time is too long. By the time you come out, everything will be over. All right, I understand. Jiang Luoran and Feng Linger crossed the cliff outside the Sea God Temple. The sea view ahead became more extravagant and splendid as they walked. As the two approached, they saw the stone pillars inside the Sea God Temple, which could determine the Sea God's test level. Sister Linger, where are you going? Jiang Luoran saw Feng Linger planning to enter the Sea God Temple. Not letting you take the test doesn't mean I won't let you assess. If you have the Sea God test position, I will let you train a bit. Feng Linger flew across from this side of the river. Jiang Luoran couldn't fly and could only use the Kunpeng body technique to glide over. He remembered there was a whale in this river. If it stirred, it would be over for him. Entering the Sea God Temple, there was an eerie feeling of it being empty. Jiang Luoran knew that unless it was for the Sea God test position, no one would appear, and even then, they would be very polite. Place your hand on it. Feng Linger pointed at the stone pillar. Jiang Luoran skeptically placed his hand on it, and the stone pillar shook and wobbled continuously. No test. Jiang Luoran released his hand. Let us go. Indeed, there was no test. Feng Linger placed her hand on the stone pillar, and it also shook, but there was no test. We both didn't have it, Jiang Luoran said. The two walked to the beach beneath the Sea God Temple. Just here, you activate the Kunpeng domain for training. The previous training was too fast and urgent. You need to settle down. For these last two levels, take your time to feel it. Feng Linger entered the Sea God Temple, as if she were going to visit an old friend. Sometimes Jiang Luoran was truly amazed. Feng Linger did not look like a 70,000-year soul beast, but more like a 700,000-year soul beast. Because she seemed to know everything, as if she had experienced countless years of vicissitudes. These were not pretended. They radiated from her inside out. Not thinking too much, Jiang Luoran sat cross-legged, focusing on his martial soul. The Kunpeng domain was released, compressing his time limits. A strange scene appeared, as Feng Linger stepped into the Sea God Temple. Those seahorse Douluos, blood shark Douluos, all made way for her like old acquaintances. Even the maids respectfully bowed to Feng Linger. She seemed like the mistress of this place. Linger has arrived? Poseidon, dressed in a luxurious blue dress, had a face and figure that was definitely above 95 points. Poseidon, Feng Linger smiled. I will be brief. Is there a way to reach Beiming directly? You know it's impossible. Only if your prince inherits the divine bone and then awakens the Kunpeng martial soul can it be done. Poseidon clearly knew something. Then why did 3,500,000-year soul beasts come flying before? Feng Linger sat down on a chair. It's a treasure. I can feel the energy of the treasure. Also, we didn't have the ability to stop them from passing. Poseidon said apologetically. It's fine. Anyway, 2 of them are dead, and 1 is injured. Feng Linger spoke of the 500,000-year soul beasts as if she were talking about children. Did you take action? Poseidon asked. No, you know my situation. My decades of cultivation have been sealed by Yidong. Only by returning to Beiming can my 700,000 years of cultivation be unlocked by Yi Bei. Feng Linger sighed. Her tone was very melancholic. I can't see why you're in such a hurry, working so hard. The Kunpeng clan owes you, Poseidon scoffed. They've owed me for a long time. It doesn't matter if it's 1 or 2 more times. It's just that Yidong strike nearly killed me. However, since I didn't die and have recovered, I will destroy him. Feng Linger's eyes glinted with cold resentment. Yidong is probably the only one who can kill him. Poseidon pointed to Jiang Luoran outside the hall, really looking forward to seeing what a demigod's power is like. Feng Linger clenched her fists. 10 10 red gold soul rings. The sea worships, the mountains boil, the winds and clouds change. If that's the case, you really can kill him. Sorry, even someone like you can't have a foolproof method. I can't help you with anything, Poseidon said apologetically. Chapter 175, Seahorse Douluo. After living for a long time, you'll find that life and death are just like that. Sometimes you hope to die, but after dying, you don't know what to do, Fenglinger said. That's because you haven't reached the peak moment. After the ordinary, there will be an extreme brilliance. Just wait. There will be a time for you to be busy. Poseidon poured 2 cups of tea. Has the sea god trial been tested? Poseidon suddenly remembered. Neither of us can do it. Because the sea god knows that neither of us can inherit the sea god position. Fenglinger sighed. That is true, if it were possible. I would help a little in terms of strength. It seems there is no chance now. Poseidon teased. What level is he now? 87 what? Poseidon looked outside the hall in shock. Are all demigods like this? No, JiangLuoran can't train for long. He is the type who levels up in battle and can't just sit here comfortably. By the way, this is the sea god temple. Although I can't take the trial, I can at least spar, right? Who to find? Seahorse Douluo? Or Little Shark? Let us go for Seahorse Douluo. It just tried to test my depth. Because Seahorse Douluo is very fast, and JiangLuoran himself likes speed. This way, it can better showcase who has the advantage in speed. JiangLuoran transformed into a plant person over a meter tall, fully armed, charging towards the sea god temple in his strongest stance. As expected, Seahorse Douluo immediately appeared, quickly pointing his bone spear. This spear was so fast it created an illusion, cutting through time. You must know that Seahorse Douluo is a Title Douluo above level 97, a true extreme Douluo. An existence of this level, if placed in the Douluo continent, is completely a stormy wave. Not to mention blocking JiangLuoran. Bang! JiangLuoran stepped back 2 steps, realizing his war hammer had been pierced. So strong, Seahorse Douluo, fast as a shadow, flashed before JiangLuoran and thrust again. JiangLuoran refused to back down, dodging at lightning speed. His only trump card is speed. How could he abandon it? Until the sword-toothed bone dragon king died, JiangLuoran continued to train his speed to prevent a repeat of that incident. Fast, faster than everything. Fast enough to force the dawn. He wants to be fast enough to make dawn quickly reappear. Such speed. Seahorse Douluo was shocked. It's hard to imagine that someone's speed could keep up with it. A true friend is worth 1,000 cups when conversation flows. Even a single word feels like too much. This JiangLuoran piqued its interest. The 2 white lights spun like tops, chasing and hunting, making it impossible to see their figures, only hearing excited breathing. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 white lights clashed, creating dozens of weapon collision sounds. You can see what kind of speed they were battling with. It wasn't off the charts, it was supersonic. As the 2 passed over mountains and rivers, even the rocks couldn't withstand their speed and exploded. Can it be even faster? Faster. JiangLuoran frantically wanted to increase his attack speed by a second, pouring out soul power without concern for the cost. Seahorse Douluo remained calm, thinking that JiangLuoran was completely a madman, even a lunatic. Such speed could tear the flesh apart. Luckily, the other party had soul bones. Otherwise, he would have been exhausted. The plant person floated on the ground, quickly summoning soul rings with both hands. First soul skill, creation from nothing. 8th soul skill, blood fiend star flow, cloud obliteration. JiangLuoran had long wanted to try how the first soul skill combined with the 8th soul skill would be. Although the burden would be great, even leading to shock. However, the effect was worth a try. As for Seahorse Douluo, it definitely wouldn't be killed. No need to worry. This is their territory, and besides, the other party is an extreme Douluo. No matter what move is given, it wouldn't be fatal. Golden divine dragons descended, filling the sky under the activation of the first soul skill. This scene resembled the arrival of gods, with thousands of divine dragons swirling behind JiangLuoran. It gave a sense of annihilation. Full screen attack. Yes, this is a full screen attack. To be honest, this scene scared JiangLuoran. If he had known this set of attacks was so strong, so fierce, he should have hit the flying eagle at that time, smashing it to pieces. Seahorse Douluo's eyes showed some emotion. Its golden soul power gradually rose, faster and faster, matching the height of the divine dragons. The first to charge was Seahorse Douluo. It couldn't fight JiangLuoran here, or it would disturb Lord Sea God. JiangLuoran was also tactful, retreating with Seahorse Douluo to the sea surface and launching a head-on attack. Boom! The 2 energies tore at each other and then exploded. The surrounding sea water for hundreds of miles could not calm down. They started fighting. Poseidon stepped out of the hall, gifted, but unfortunately lacking in strength. There is room for development. Your true words I will convey to him. He has a full set of high-quality soul rings, so he can fight above his level. In terms of soul power, he is catching up to extreme Douluos, Fenglinger observed. I can also connect with him, but I'm afraid I can't hold back. Poseidon thought for a moment. He has soul bones, 6 pieces. He won't die. Just hit him hard. Start with a heavy blow. Fenglinger said with a very affectionate gaze. In the days that followed, Jiang Luoran sparred with Seahorse Douluo and Little Shark. This kind of fighting with strong opponents, without the cost of life, is quite good. At least there is no need to be constantly on edge. Soon Poseidon also came. Jiang Luoran was completely in a state of being bullied. Just like before when Yu Engine fought him, he couldn't fight back at all. He even thought the other party was a demigod. No, it seems she is indeed a demigod. Under the fierce battles of various experts, Jiang Luoran gained a lot of combat knowledge and experience. Coupled with continuous training, he made breakthroughs in soul power. He is now an 89th level Soul Douluo. Just one more soul ring, and he can become a Title Douluo. He might be the youngest Title Douluo in the Douluo continent. No, if we exclude Hui Yuhao, he is. Hui Yuhao is a genius of the future, a successful figure in the soul masterworld. Tang San's daughter is his wife. This is the journey to the peak of life. Jiang Luoran walked up to the dead soul beast, which had died after 500,000 years. Could it remain preserved for a longer time? Indeed, it was terrifying. This soul beast died in resentment, as it was killed by Jiang Luoran, who was at the soul saint level. Jiang Luoran raised his great sword and chopped down. A red gold soul ring slowly ascended. When the red gold soul ring tried to escape, the blood fiend vine bound it tightly and forcefully pulled it back to JiangLuoran's waist. Kunpeng domain, suppress. Jiang Luoran sat cross-legged, intent on his martial soul, preparing to become a Title Douluo. As Jiang Luoran absorbed the soul ring, the wind and clouds changed color. Chapter 176, Strong Beyond Limits. The fierce wind howled. The sky changed color, and Jiang Luoran undoubtedly became the focus of the sea god temple. It seemed that all soul power was concentrating on him, forming a golden black hole vortex. The 500,000-year soul ring was bound by more and more blood fiend vines, completely suppressed and unable to move. Kunpeng domain and killing domain were activated simultaneously, dissipating the soul power brought by the soul ring. Feeling the power of the 500,000-year soul ring, all the muscles in JiangLuoran's body tightened, and his blood vessels bulged. Purple, purple, black, 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 red. 8 soul rings appeared simultaneously, trapping the red gold soul ring and producing a harmonious melody. The soul bones emerged, protecting JiangLuoran's physical body, while the wisdom bone shielded his head and nerves. This 500,000-year soul ring was like battling against a fully armed tank. Why? Because Jiang Luoran had no vulnerable spots left to threaten. Even if the soul ring wanted to kill Jiang Luoran, it had no way to do so. Time passed slowly, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. At this time, the place where Jiang Luoran was located had become like a divine temple, with divine mist spewing forth, heavenly thunder pouring down, mountains boiling, and sea waters swaying. A true deity had descended. The blood gold soul ring rested at JiangLuoran's waist, slowly merging with the other 8 soul rings. Boom! The world was enveloped in blood gold, blinding many people's eyes. Purple, purple, black, 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 red blood gold. 9 soul rings, Title Douluo. A true Title Douluo. No. In terms of this power's intensity, it had already surpassed Title Douluo. Level 91, 92, 95, Title Douluo. Power surged like the sea, impossible to repel. This feeling was entirely different from all previous situations. Jiang Luoran felt that he had become incredibly strong, even beyond the heavens. If before he was in the Soul Douluo state, now he could crush his former self with one hand. The gap was that wide. This frenzied power made him feel like he could unleash soul power to strike at the heavens. Is this the feeling of a Title Douluo? From the body of a deceased 500,000-year soul beast emerged a blue soul bone, which turned out to be an external soul bone. The soul bone stuck to JiangLuoran's back, fusing directly, as controlling it with JiangLuoran's current strength was like playing a game. This is a winged soul bone, capable of rapid flight, incredibly tough, and could be used as a weapon. The blue feathers on it could also be used as throwing darts with explosive effects. A great harvest. This was definitely a great harvest. Unprecedented strength. Even if Jiang Luoran faced another 500,000-year soul beast, he could cut it down. Suddenly, a feeling came over him, a very gentle feeling, but within that gentleness was an urgency to recognize its master. Kunpeng possess. JiangLuoran's golden blood fiend, vine, faded away, replaced by a towering white mist. This white mist spread throughout the sea god temple, like dawn arriving. In the center of JiangLuoran's chest, a white soul bone was glowing, awakening his Kunpeng martial soul. The divine bone was activated. The Kunpeng martial soul manifested, and this time it was a true awakening state. In the sky, the ray of dawn was indeed JiangLuoran's true form of Kunpeng. Huge, too huge. This was not just large. It was blocking the sun and the sky for several miles. At a glance, it seemed endless, and Jiang Luoran felt an even more terrifying energy approaching. If 10 500,000-year soul beasts came now, he could easily deal with them. The divine bone appeared, merging with Jiang Luoran himself, and miracles reappeared, making the sea god temple seem to enter the divine realm. The gigantic Kunpeng martial soul gradually transformed into dawn light, merging into Jiang Luoran's body. The divine bone pulsed, and then a shocking scene appeared on Jiang Luoran's body. Golden soul rings appeared one after another. This was going to add soul rings to the Kunpeng martial soul. Gold, 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 gold. 1,000,000-year soul rings. This was no longer a god, but a super god. Jiang Luoran's Kunpeng martial soul broke through level after level. Eventually, the Kunpeng martial soul became a bona fide Title Douluo. However, it was merely the exterior of a Title Douluo. Now Jiang Luoran dared to battle even gods. This strength had already broken through the sky. With just a flick of his finger, 500,000-year soul beasts would have to turn into pools of blood. It is known that even a 100,000-year soul ring could cause the spirit hall to kill indiscriminately, let alone Jiang Luoran's current 1,000,000-year soul rings. This was already the highest level of complete equipment, impossible to strengthen further. If there were more, it would be to become a 99 ultimate Douluo and obtain the 10th 1,000,000-year soul ring. Jiang Luoran now had full equipment. Soul bones, soul rings, martial soul power, combat skills. Jiang Luoran stepped out of the golden light, casually sweeping away various signs in the sky. Now, he was being watched by countless sea monsters and people from the sea god temple. This man, powerful like a god, what would he do? Jiang Luoran raised his left hand and gently pinched the distant sea. The entire sea area erupted as if it had been blown up by TNT, with surging waves that even blocked the sunlight from the sky. With this gentle strike, all the creatures in the entire sea area could not withstand it and almost self-destructed. Jiang Luoran quickly withdrew his hand and dissipated this unmatched power. If he released a 1,000,000-year soul skill here, it would certainly have an effect on the area. So Jiang Luoran restrained his thoughts of trying out the soul skills. 1,000,000-year soul rings soul skills, each have 2. How long would it take to test them all? By the time he finished testing, the sea god temple might no longer exist. Moreover, the 9th soul ring of the blood fiend, Vine Martial Soul, also had 2 soul skills. One was a domain skill, and the other was a combat skill. Both were very practical. I'll give you a try. Poseidon did not dare to be careless at this time. Besides, she could not afford to be careless. She wanted to confirm to what extent Jiang Luoran had reached now. Jiang Luoran retracted his Kunpeng martial soul and switched back to the blood fiend Vine Martial Soul. He raised his right hand slightly, activating the 9th soul skill Blue God symbol. Upon encountering the blue god, all fall down. The divine symbol descends and thousands are slaughtered. Whoosh! A blue rune suddenly appeared on Poseidon's body, and she found herself unable to move, feeling a fatal threat. The 9th soul skill Blue God S Melody. Blue God Domain, Blood Rain Song, a death song sent to Shaochang. Jiang Luoran waved his hands, and for some reason, a sound of music emerged. Anyone within several miles who heard the sound was filled with heartache, especially Poseidon, who was targeted by Jiang Luoran and was now crying out in pain. She had already lost her combat ability and could not continue. Jiang Luoran's 9th soul skill had restrained Poseidon. One can imagine just how powerful the blood fiend Vine Martial Soul was. Coupled with the Kunpeng martial soul, Jiang Luoran was filled with a sense of grandeur. Chapter 177. The Road to Return the Blue Divine Melody was a domain skill that controlled the opponent through sound, achieving a killing effect. Those struck by the blue divine symbol could not move. Time was measured according to the perception levels of both parties. Jiang Luoran could never kill Poseidon. She was here to test her skills, after all, with good intentions. Jiang Luoran immediately released Poseidon and dispersed his soul power. He was now a bit eager to use the true form of the Kunpeng. Logically, He should be able to transform into a towering Kunpeng, if that were the case. It would be incredibly domineering. With a simple wave, how many mountains and seas could be flattened? It was like becoming a transformer. Senior Poseidon, are you all right? Jiang Luoran asked in surprise, noticing that Poseidon was on the ground, struggling to breathe. This is the sea god hall. I won't die here, Poseidon replied, sitting on the ground. You're indeed very strong. You can return to Beiming now. Finally, that day had come. I thought I would have to wait at least a year for you to become a Title Douluo. Linger also stepped out. Am I now a demigod? Jiang Luoran asked uncertainly. Above demigod, below true god. You are at the level of the first general under Yi Beibei. That is your current situation. And if you level up further, you will reach Yi Beibei's level. Linger said with a hint of melancholy. First general? Is there such a person? Who are they? Jiang Luoran asked curiously. I have 3 soul beasts, called the Four Directions Generals. I am the weakest among them, Linger explained. The Kunpeng domain is completely mastered. As for my current speed, I haven't dared to test it. Jiang Luoran looked around. Let's go. Use your fastest speed and rush towards the sea. Run like your life depends on it. Linger suddenly became excited. Charge. All right. Jiang Luoran quickly took 2 steps, leaped into the air, and activated the Kunpeng avatar. The 7th soul skill, Kunpeng True Body. 9 crimson gold soul rings appeared, shining like golden light burned into Jiang Luoran's body. The Kunpeng appeared, gently and slowly. Its body was white, actually blocking out the sky, but the color blended with the sky, leading people to mistakenly believe it had not appeared. Jiang Luoran felt excellent. After transforming into a Kunpeng, his power and speed had undergone a revolutionary change. He even doubted whether this was really himself. The Kunpeng hovered next to Linger, signaling her to jump on. The surrounding fish began to bow, fearing the overlord of the soul beast world. Kunpeng domain. Activate. The 1st soul skill. The 4th soul skill. The 7th soul skill. The 9th soul skill. 9 soul rings shone brilliantly as 18 soul skills and domain skills erupted simultaneously. This power could be described as creation. The Kunpeng spread its wings and swept away, appearing 100,000 miles away. It was afraid its power would destroy the sea god hall. If that happened, it might anger the sea god. Wasn't this tying itself up? The immense Kunpeng was filled with intense white light, even shining as brightly as the sun. It gave the illusion of 2 suns appearing in the sky. All soul bones appeared, accelerating the Kunpeng. Sister Linger, I can't guarantee how fast I'll be in the next second. Hold on tight. To be honest, Jiang Luoran really didn't know how fast he could go. But judging by this momentum, reaching the edge of Douluo continent in a second was definitely enough. He was even a bit afraid to fly, worried he might crash into the ground due to going too fast. It's okay, fly recklessly. There are no limits ahead of you. Being here means you're already unrelated to Douluo continent. Max power, charge. Linger was quite bold. Excited to be going home after waiting for this brat for over a decade. All right, since you say so, Jiang Luoran didn't hesitate. He charged forward. Could he really crash into something? The Kunpeng flashed and vanished. Its trace could no longer be found in the world. It was fast to an endless extent, and Jiang Luoran was surrounded by white light, not even knowing where he was. To put it bluntly, if he weren't familiar with Linger, he might think she was taking him to a deserted place to deal with him. Was speed at its peak equivalent to stillness? Jiang Luoran did not feel the fierce wind blowing behind him, just white light, tranquility, and a scene of deathly silence. He felt as if he had drifted through the vicissitudes of life countless times. Bang! The Kunpeng reappeared, hovering in the sky. Now just gliding could cover 100,000 miles. Okay, just this one move is enough for me to fly for 500,000 years. Linger cheered excitedly. However, Jiang Luoran had no idea what he had done. And what were those beast bodies on the ground? And what about the people in animal skin clothes? Where was he? It felt a bit strange here. Once more, charge into the illusion. Remember, no matter what you see, just kill your way through. Linger pointed ahead, urging him to go. The Kunpeng unleashed its full power again, merging into the void like some uncontentious gene. This feeling was quite mystical. Sometimes Jiang Luoran wondered if he was dead. Or was he still himself? Whoosh! The Kunpeng reappeared, and ahead of them was a white mist vortex blocking their way. Good. You took no time at all to get from a sea god hall to here. Truly the fastest divine beast in the world. You accomplished what took me tens of thousands of years in less than a second. This journey is equivalent to walking for 1,000,000 years, perhaps even more. Linger was thrilled. Less than a second? Sister Linger, are you kidding me? Why do I feel as if I have experienced the vicissitudes of time? And is this Beiming? Jiang Luoran looked around, noticing that this place seemed suspended. There was nothing, no seawater, mountains, land, or sky. Everything was non-existent, void, dreamlike. Jiang Luoran truly couldn't imagine arriving at such a bizarre place. If he weren't a twin martial soul and a 95th level Title Douluo, he would have probably run away in fright. You are afraid because it is unfamiliar. Moreover, after this illusion, it would be Beiming, where there are soul beasts spanning hundreds of thousands of years. The energy they emit is enough for the outside world to feel. Don't say anything, just crash into it. You're the navigator. You have the final say. Kunpeng closed its eyes and braced itself to plunge into the illusion. Kunpeng's vision grew darker, as if falling into an abyss. If it weren't for the first-hand experience, Jiang Luoran could hardly imagine that a person could feel this way. Am I in outer space? Why does this place feel like the universe? A black hole? Kunpeng blinked its big eyes. What is the universe? What is a black hole? Feng Linge Askit in Confusion. Chapter 178. The land of Beiming shadows of warriors appeared, wielding long spears like dragon knights. Following Feng Linger's instructions, Kunpeng dove in, and the army of black knights continued to disintegrate along the way. Jiang Luoran was secretly shocked. How stubborn could Kunpeng be? First soul skill. Kunpeng, 9 heavens and 10,000 clouds kill. Waves of white energy surged from Kunpeng's body, slicing through all the incoming black knights in half. Kunpeng's domain. Jiang Luoran paused all the surrounding knights. First soul skill, Futu 1 strike. The palm print of Kunpeng, as large as the sky, swept across and shattered all the black knights around. Boom! Jiang Luoran passed through the black area and arrived at a place filled with white mist. Don't be careless. We haven't reached Beiming yet. This is an illusion, so don't be surprised by what you see. Feng Linger gradually became blurry. Is there danger? Zista Lingia. You're fading away. Jiang Luoran tried to grab Feng Linger. This proves we have fallen into an illusion, Feng Linger said before disappearing completely. An illusion? Or have we fallen in? When Jiang Luoran turned around again, he found himself lying in bed. Home. My home. Jiang Luoran touched his face. It felt so real. Luoran, hurry to work. You're usually not this lazy. Jiang Luoran was startled. Was it all a dream? Is Douluo continent a dream? I told you. Why aren't you getting up? Your director just called me, telling you to hurry up. A middle-aged man came over and pulled Jiang Luoran up. Jiang Luoran put on that cheap suit and rushed to the company. Busy white-collar workers, the bustling traffic, the crowded subway, the luxurious skyscrapers. Everything felt so ancient yet familiar. Luoran, why are you late today? The director is waiting for you in the office. Hurry up. Jiang Luoran, how dare you be late? You've lost your performance for this month. Look at the arrangement you made. Are you trying to get yourself killed? A woman came over, scolding him furiously. All right. We wrongly accused Jiang Luoran in the last incident. He is a meritorious employee of our company. As an employee, he has the capability of a president. The director waved his hand impatiently. So, we're going to promote and raise your salary. We wrongly accused you in the last incident. Let us work together. Your future is limitless, the director smiled. Jiang Luoran held his head, feeling that something wasn't right. I shouldn't be here. Haha. Of course you shouldn't be here. The office has already made arrangements for you. The director laughed heartily. Scenes from Douluo continent appeared in Jiang Luoran's mind. So real that it couldn't be fake. What is wrong with you? The director surrounded Jiang Luoran, supporting him. Take a day off, go home and rest. No. I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be here. I want to go back. Jiang Luoran fell to the ground. Go back. Where to? Jiang Luoran. The director has arranged an office for you. Are you still not satisfied? The woman shouted. Jiang Luoran waved his hand, shaking off the director's hand, and rushed out of the office. Hello, deputy director, a female intern greeted sweetly. Do we know each other? Jiang Luoran's thoughts drifted, but he couldn't recognize the woman. Deputy director, you are my senior from university, and you recommended me to the company. Have you forgotten? Oh, I haven't forgotten. It's you. Just call me Luoran. Deputy director sounds too formal. Luoran? Luoran. Memories from the past replayed in Jiang Luoran's mind. Too real for him to believe it was fake. Deputy director. How are you? Deputy director? Jiang Luoran shook off the woman's hand and ran out of the building, desperately heading towards the opposite skyscraper. An hour later, Luoran, I wrongly accused you before, and I'm giving you the deputy director position. What more do you want? Come down from the building, the director shouted. I shouldn't belong to this world. I just want to go back now, Jiang Luoran yelled. Where do you want to go back to? Come down now. Bloodthirsty vine. Bloodthirsty vine. Jiang Luoran couldn't T summoned the bloodthirsty vine. Kunpeng possessed, Kunpeng possessed. Kunpeng's martial soul also didn't T appear. Or perhaps it didn't T even exist. However, Jiang Luoran still believed that this wasn't T a dream. If he jumped from here, he could return to that world. Jiang Luoran, come down now. The company wrongly accused you, and the company will compensate you. The director frowned. Goodbye. That world, someone is still waiting for me. Jiang Luoran leaped down, limbs spread wide. He felt the power. The director and others rushed up the building, looking at the towering ground. This building is 19 stories high. Jumping from here is definitely certain death. Jiang Luoran returned to his true form as Kunpeng, rapidly opening his eyes and suddenly discovered he was surrounded by a white army. Next to him was Linger, who had been calling him. Kunpeng placed Linger on its back. Ninth soul skill, myriad scrolls unfurl, Kunpeng kill. Mountains and seas bowed down for 9,000 miles. Kunpeng can break everything with a single rage. White light surged from Kunpeng's body, expanding to infinity, turning everything into nothingness and slicing it apart. Even the illusion was cut away. This energy was simply unmatched, surpassing the limits of heaven and earth. Ninth soul skill, Kunpeng divine body. All ancestors return to their roots, bloodlines connect, above and below. Feed me, Kunpeng. Absolute. Something unknown surged out, centering on Kunpeng, revealing one Kunpeng after another, each with different appearances but similar in essence. Complete slaughter. This terrifying and overwhelming power had reached the level of tearing everything apart, and the dream was forcibly ripped open. Kunpeng charged out, jumping out of the shattered illusion. What lay before them was a white expanse, lined with palace wings and white walls. It looked completely like a temple, so vast that even Kunpeng didn't seem too large here. This place gave Jiang Luoran a sense of being on the edge of the world, leaving him quite bewildered. Without support, completely alone, not even a single soul beast existed. Beiming, I have returned. Linger became excited. Is this Beiming? Kunpeng continued to fly, and they simultaneously saw a grand palace in the distance, extremely magnificent. It was so tall and wide that they couldn't see its dimensions. It was enormous, capable of housing millions of Kunpengs. That S it, your home. That S your home, the Kunpeng Divine Temple. Yibei is right there, Linger urged. Kunpeng nodded foolishly and charged in. Jiang Luoran felt a bit anxious. His mother? Could she be a Kunpeng? Wouldn't that make their meeting awkward? This was simply unheard of. Stop. We'll let you barge into the North Sea. A group of soul beasts rushed in, all flying creatures, surrounding the Kunpeng. Chapter 179. Yibei. He is the Prince of the North Sea. Are your eyes blind? Even if you can't recognize him, you can at least observe the bloodline on him. Linger looked down from above, surveying the soul beasts. Prince? Ha ha ha. He's just a hybrid. So the hybrid has returned. I was wondering what was going on. This kid is only in his teens. Look at his little eyes. He doesn't understand anything, yet he claims to be a prince. The Kunpeng raised its large head, looking confused at these soul beasts, feeling seemingly excluded. Prince. A flying creature slapped the Kunpeng's big face. Come on, kill me. Looking for death. The Kunpeng roared. Seventh soul skill, martial soul, true body. The Kunpeng's true form kept growing larger, transforming with a weight of several tens of thousands of tons. 3 40,000-year soul beasts were directly crushed by the Kunpeng's true form and fell here. You rebel. The remaining flying creatures didn't expect the Kunpeng to kill so easily. You are the rebels. None of you can leave. The Kunpeng's gaze was sharp and ruthless, sweeping across and killing several more. Something's not right, run. You can't escape. Jiang Luoran tore away the Kunpeng's true form and summoned the Blood Fiend Vine. Ninth soul skill, Blue Divine Seal. When the Blue Divine appears, all are doomed. Ninth soul skill, Blue Divine Melody. The Blood Rain Song of the Blue Divine Realm. A requiem sends Shao Chong away. Boom. The remaining 40,000-year soul beasts were also turned into dust, leaving no trace. Linga, I finally waited for you to return. A girl in a powder-colored dress ran over. Just from a soul power on her, Jiang Luoran could feel that she was at least a 50,000-year soul beast. Exiner, is the master still here? Didn't ascend to the divine realm? Linger was clearly very familiar with the girl, probably having known her for several 100,000 years. Still in the Kunpeng Holy Palace. Hasn't ascended to the divine realm. Now, the Yidong lineage is openly targeting us. The master has no divine bone, so he can only resist Yidong, but cannot kill him. Xiniazite. This is Jiang Luoran, you know? Feng Linger took the lead and walked towards the towering divine palace. You are Jiang Luoran. Have you learned to eat now? Xiner came over and pinched Jiang Luoran's face. I'm already in my teens, Jiang Luoran said coldly. Oh, of course. I know you're already in your teens. Do you still wet your pants? To someone like Xiner, who had surpassed 50,000 years as a soul beast, being a teenager was akin to being newly born. It was like Jiang Luoran saying, I just got born. Jiang Luoran ignored her and activated the Kunpeng's true form, flying towards the divine palace. Xiner suddenly changed her expression, looking at Jiang Luoran. What a strong aura. Even I might not be able to defeat you. How can a baby be so powerful? Did you eat a catalyst? Entering the grand palace, the Kunpeng raised its hands to open the door and peeked inside. It looked just as large inside as it did outside. A single white pillar reached a height of 800 meters, carved with the images of 9 birds. Moreover, there was more than one such pillar. The ground was made of white bricks, and there were 4 diamond thrones around, each depicting the likeness of a flying creature. One of them was the 9-tailed wind bellbird's throne. This should be Feng Linger's throne. In the center stood a king's seat. This throne was immense, so large that even a dozen people couldn't fill it, resembling a giant bed that could accommodate a giant. Jiang Luoran imagined his mother, Yi Bei, and couldn't help but think she couldn't really be that tall, and also quite plump. The imagery felt so out of place. A woman emerged, not a Kunpeng soul beast, nor a cystic person. Instead, she was a graceful young girl, dressed in a white pleated skirt, with fair skin, large eyes, and a pointed chin. She looked like a series of beauties akin to Hulaina, perhaps even more so, because she emanated an aura that seemed otherworldly. This woman, could she really be his mother? This was even more incongruous. She clearly looked like a youthful girl. A tall and robust woman would at least give a sense of parental presence. In this scene, Jiang Luoran was in his Kunpeng true form, while the other was in human form. It felt as if he was the outlier, and she was the human. He was dumbfounded. Master. Feng Linger slightly nodded and returned to her throne. Purple soul power swirled upward, as if Feng Linger was unlocking some kind of confinement. Jiang Luoran stood there, unsure of how to react, suddenly feeling very awkward. A girl he had never seen before, no, a young girl he had never encountered, and now he was supposed to recognize her as his mother. This was not just awkward, it was downright ridiculous. However, the woman still walked over personally, her gaze like a pool of autumn water, entirely unlike what a human should possess. Jiang Luoran dissipated his martial soul true body and looked at Xner beside him, who seemed to be enjoying his embarrassment due to his earlier indifference. Sister, you are a soul beast of several 100,000 years. How could you still hold a grudge? You are Jiang Luoran? Yi Bei inquired. Damn! Jiang Luoran felt his worldview shatter. Sister, is this your first time giving birth? Why is recognizing kin so awkward? If I have the Kunpeng martial soul, I must be your child. Well, I will help you resolve the troubles. At that time, Yi Bei imbranjit JiangLuoran. It's definitely the Kunpeng. We should leave now. You're not needed here. Jiang Luoran. Yi Dong has already gone mad, and even I cannot defeat him. When the time comes, I will confront him. You must not stay. Is it that hard to kill him? Jiang Luoran did not leave, but instead squatted down. I will return the divine bone to you. Using the divine bone is useless. Yi Dong has already become a god. If you don't leave now, it will really be too late. Then let us fight together. Is this the time to shirk responsibility? Jiang Luoran waved his hand. Purple, purple, black, black, black. Black, black, red, scarlet, gold. Gold, 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 gold. 18 soul rings jumped out, expanding within the divine palace, and making sounds as they collided with each other. His own soul power aura pressed fiercely towards Xen, even stronger than before. No, you have never fought a god. With his strength, you are still inadequate to fight a god. Yibibi wavit hadhunt. Then I will become level 100. Obtaining the last 2 soul rings will definitely allow me to battle with a god. JiangLuoran's gaze was resolute. He still couldn't bring himself to call her mother. It was too awkward. Moreover, given her temperament, he simply couldn't say it. This relationship was so awkward. However, bloodlines were connected, and the two still had a strong bond. At the very least, they were equally at a loss. Master, why don't you take Luoran for a walk? I need to help Ling Air restore her cultivation. Xinesmedet Gently. What? Sister Ling Air is restoring her cultivation? Isn't she a 70,000-year soul beast? Xine Air rolled her eyes. If she were a 70,000-year soul beast, she would have been killed hundreds of times already. Chapter 180. the true power of the Kunpeng martial spirit after a long time. Jiang Luoran finally realized that Fengling Air was a 700,000 year soul beast. 700,000 years. What kind of concept is that? It's beyond the heavens, able to cover the sky with one hand. Moreover, according to Bei, the youngest among her 4 soul beasts was Fengling Air. This means that Xian Air and several others could very well be soul beasts over 800,000 years old. That's incredibly powerful, so strong that it leaves people speechless. I heard they sent enforcers to trouble you. Is everything all right? Bei casually asked. It's fine. Isn't there Sister Ling Air? Jiang Luoran replied. One of them escaped. It forced my friend to make a sacrifice, Jiang Luoran said coldly. It's a flying eagle. You'll encounter it on the battlefield. Since you're willing to help me, I'll get straight to the point. Are you willing to bear the position of the god of Beiming? Bei held a glimmer of hope for Jiang Luoran. If I really need this power during battle, then I'm willing, Jiang Luoran thought. I've always been like this. Then come with me. Bei pulled Jiang Luoran to an open area. There was only one statue here. A massive statue made of jade. It depicted a vast Kunpeng, larger than oneself. Above the Kunpeng was a woman. This woman was Bei. That's right. I am the god of Beiming, and I can grant you the position of the god of Beiming. But I cannot give it to you just because you are family. That would show a lack of respect for you and my divine position. Therefore, you need to pass my trials to take over the position of the god of Beiming. Bei observed Jiang Luoran's expression. All right, let's do it. It's hard to imagine a deity discussing her divine position with oneself, especially as she explains how to clear the trials. The role of a god can truly be something. Jiang Luoran nodded and walked inside. Be careful. It's full of traps inside. Did I set a bit too big? If you can't handle it, just tell. Mom, I'll let you out. Bei's face turned a bit red. I'm not a 3-year-old. If I can't handle it, I'll just give up. That's not my style. Jiang Luoran ignored her and dove in. Upon entering the first trial, Jiang Luoran felt no discomfort. What he didn't know was that the first trial was actually an elimination stage. If it weren't for the bloodline of the Kunpeng, he would have been crushed immediately. In other words, only a Kunpeng could inherit the position of the god of Beiming. Others could not. Otherwise, why would Yidong harbor hatred towards Bei? Because he was not a Kunpeng, he couldn't inherit the position of the god of Beiming, leading to envy and ultimately hatred towards Bei. As Jiang Luoran progressed further into the first trial, he felt his soul power surging. His body involuntarily began to change, and he slowly floated up, eventually transforming naturally into a Kunpeng. Now being a Kunpeng felt different from before. If the previous Kunpeng form was just for wreaking havoc in battle, now it felt as if he naturally was a Kunpeng. His movements were free and unrestricted. Floating in the sky felt entirely natural. This was so strange, almost unbelievable. As he floated, Jiang Luoran arrived at a misty area where someone vaguely appeared. The figure was surrounded by swirling white mist, had white hair, and was scrutinizing him. It looked like a person made of clouds. I've been here for a long time, the old man suddenly spoke, but he felt as if not much time had passed. Jiang Luoran was surprised. With that calm expression, you must have been sitting here for at least a few million years. All these realms exist specifically for the Kunpeng. The old man sighed. In other words, only those with the Kunpeng soul beast are qualified to enter and reach here. Jiang Luoran, in his Kunpeng state, could only nod. What I need to do in the first trial? Fight. In your current state, you haven't even unleashed 50 of the Kunpeng's power. How are you going to fight me? The old man smiled faintly. Not even 50? I thought I was pretty strong now. Jiang Luoran was confused. So you're saying I have all this martial skill, but don't know how to use it? Until now, you haven't even used 50 of your power? Strong? For a Kunpeng, holding the sun and moon and plucking the stars is easy. Right now, you're like a child still struggling against the mountains and seas. This is all childishness. The old man couldn't help but scoff. So what should I do? Jiang Luoran became serious. You, with your near-divine strength and potential, still lack the fierce aura of a king. Why would you still use your hands against opponents that could be dealt with a mere breath? Jiang Luoran was astonished. How could such words from you feel so enjoyable? Strike at the soul power. Make a precise hit. Don't just fight like a mad dog. You need to know what to use and what not to use. Use? Is there a difference? Jiang Luoran now felt that he had so much soul power that he couldn't use it all. Whether to use it or not didn't seem to matter much. There's a big difference. How can a king not freely allocate his subordinates? How could a wise king not understand the principle of breaking a surface with a point? Just learning this will strengthen your power by 20. Breaking a surface with a point? Jiang Luoran seemed to understand the old man's meaning. The power that spreads out can only be called a tsunami, while the power that strikes is a sharp sword aimed at a person. This is like his chaotic cloak hammering method, which now requires precision and force. In other words, striking a point against the enemy can break the entire body. There's no need for flashy movements. Truly powerful people always make their entrance quietly and do things grandly. A fierce tiger pounces needs to crouch. A divine dragon meeting clouds needs to conceal itself. Even fierce tigers and divine dragons need to be low-key before battle, let alone Jiang Luoran, who hasn't yet become a god. The old man's lessons were carefully noted by Jiang Luoran. If something can be solved with a hand, don't use your elbow. When attacking a specific point, don't sweep broadly. It's unnecessary. Let's go. I just gave you a piece of advice here. You are a Kunpeng and have the right to enter and exit this divine realm. Has the first trial passed? This seemed a bit unusual. I'm willing to follow the senior to learn and listen to the true God's teachings. Jiang Luoran nodded. If he could heed the advice of such a strong person and modify his cultivation over the years, he would probably become even stronger. He had to realize that he had been cultivating the blood fiend, vine martial spirit, for many years and knew nothing about the Kunpeng martial spirit. If he had to say he understood, it was only that it was unmatched in strength, capable of slaying ghosts when encountering them. As for the rest, Jiang Luoran truly didn't know how to utilize the Kunpeng martial spirit. Originally, I intended to seek advice from Bei, but the other party didn't say anything, probably wanted me to dig deeper. Chapter 181, Yi Dong, True Goddess Guidance. Only a god can understand divine decrees, but if you become a god, there is no need to heed a god's decree. The junior bids farewell. Kunpeng nodded and floated away. Is the opponent Yi Dong? The old man suddenly spoke. That's right. Perhaps there are more. Jiang Luoran pondered and replied. Then let me teach you a move. It's the only move I know. The old man firmly grasped Kunpeng's hand. The 9 golden soul rings on Kunpeng's body began to flicker involuntarily. Strange, it's simply a fantastical occurrence. Because Jiang Luoran didn't activate the soul rings at all. The old man could mobilize his soul rings just by holding him. This was simply beyond words. The old man's left hand was elusive. His index finger suddenly glowed, pointing at a crystal in the sky and shooting towards it. The golden light glimmered like tiny shooting stars, radiating with colorful clouds. Bang! The crystal didn't shatter. It was merely pierced by the tiny shooting stars, followed by a dozen crystals being opened up. Just like that, breaking the surface with a point. The old man released Kunpeng's hand and smiled. This power. Moreover, he actually felt a drain on his soul power. It should be noted that since Jiang Luoran inherited the Kunpeng martial spirit, he rarely felt the loss of soul power. Another thing, no matter how he unleashed his powerful moves, it just felt unsatisfying. Not satisfying at all. There was no exhilarating feeling, only a sense of soul power that couldn't be released. Jiang Luoran originally thought this was because he had reached a certain level and didn't need to worry about soul power. Now it seemed otherwise. His previous state was merely a facade. To put it bluntly, it was just a superficial appearance without practicality. True master strike at a single point, directly killing. Who would play with explosions with you? That is something only brutes would do. With Kunpeng, playing with explosions would be a disgrace to his strength. Can I do it too? Kunpeng muttered to himself. I don't know practice. Since you've said this, you must practice until you can do it. Otherwise, you cannot pass the first test. Can I unleash the same move as just now? Kunpeng dissipated, transforming into Jiang Luoran's true self. I don't know practice. No matter what Jiang Luoran asked, the old man only had one response. I don't know practice. Yet, Jiang Luoran truly had many questions. How should he practice by himself? Jiang Luoran clenched his right hand. Bang, bang, bang. Gold, 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 gold. 9 soul rings appeared simultaneously in his hand. Jiang Luoran raised his right hand, pointing with his index finger. Bang! A beam of light appeared, incredibly magnificent. The energy of light soared to the sky. The beam passed through, directly turning all the crystals into powder, even nearly tearing apart this space. However, after unleashing this strike, Jiang Luoran didn't feel the drain of soul power. Instead, it felt as inconsequential as releasing a small move. But Jiang Luoran could clearly feel that if this strike and the previous one hit Yi Dong simultaneously, the first strike's power would definitely be more lethal. Targeting is the strongest and sharpest thing in this world. A scattered mass is useless. Attacking a single point while neglecting the rest, catching the opponent off guard. Naturally. Calm down. You're not actually going to fight Yidong, the old man scolded. Second strike failed. Third strike failed. The 1,856th strike failed. Jiang Luoran's soul power was almost depleted, yet he still failed, breathing heavily, feeling somewhat fatigued. 3 days passed. Jiang Luoran was still training, but could not manage to release just one strike. Now, when he released energy, he even became breathless. Just treat yourself as a wine barrel. Don't spray out water and foam. What the customer needs is just the wine in your belly. Release it properly, compress and extract it. Feel the pulse of the soul power. A single strike to defeat the enemy. The old man remained indifferent, not caring about Jiang Luoran's situation. It seemed nothing could make him angry. A single strike to defeat the enemy. A single strike to defeat the enemy. Feel the soul power? He was filled with soul power. How to feel it? Unleashing soul skills is just calling upon one's own soul power, right? Practice more. When it ends, it ends. Otherwise, even if you go out, you'll just be a side dish for Yidong. 17, 852 hits. 18, 467 hits. 30, 000. Whoosh. Golden light swept through, piercing the clouds, breaking open a gap in the sky. Not enough. With time to use soul power, why not use it vigorously? Jiang Luoran was overjoyed. Regardless of the circumstances, he had now learned to an impressive degree. Use soul power? Then I'll extract all my soul power at once and see if it works. Jiang Luoran's right hand gathered strength. The 9 golden soul rings tightened once more. And during this period of accumulation, the surroundings turned dark. It felt as if some dark energy was gathering, giving a sense of a dangerous domain. It was as if Jiang Luoran had mastered this realm. Whoosh! Golden light erupted upwards, bouncing off the ground, smashing into the sky, exploding into a dazzling display. The entire space trembled. Practice makes perfect. Keep going. Jiang Luoran collapsed to the ground. Having exhausted his soul power, he needed to recover quickly and then continue. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Day and night of relentless practice. Jiang Luoran felt he could use the old man's move. 5 days later, Jiang Luoran finally became proficient. Just as the old man said, he was now stronger. Compared to before, he was simply a useless vase. If he really encountered Yidong, he feared he would be beaten to near death. Now he was equivalent to a private hydrogen bomb launcher, capable of shooting down the sun and moon. Master it, and then leave. I've been banging away here. I need a rest. The old man urged Jiang Luoran to leave. He hadn't had a moment's peace these past few days. Jiang Luoran was too noisy. Thank you, senior. I will never forget this, Jiang Luoran bowed. Since you say that, I actually have an unreasonable request. The old man suddenly sat up. Please, senior. Jiang Luoran was unsure what else this old man had to say. Yidong is actually my disciple. Jiang Luoran's body jolted, and 18 soul rings suddenly appeared, entering a defensive mode. Don't be agitated. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it long ago. Jiang Luoran quickly dissipated the soul rings. The old man was right. He was mainly excited and lost his composure. Yidong is actually a very hard-working person. He has endured unimaginable pain to gain the recognition of the god of Beiming. But man proposes and heaven disposes. He doesn't have the bloodline of Kunpeng. Perhaps you think that bloodline can be compensated for with talent and effort. But I tell you, the Kunpeng bloodline cannot be compensated for in the later stages. Such soul beasts are inherently meant to exist for the gods. It is said that effort can surpass, but the true value of bloodline cannot be surpassed. Unless the one who possesses the bloodline is a person who has lost all morality and has brought enemies upon themselves. Chapter 182. The Fearless Elder. He used to love peace and helped many spirit beasts and matters. But in the end, he didn't even qualify to challenge the North Underworld god's residents. I can feel his despair. What do you need me to do? Become a goddess and take him on a tour of the North Underworld divine realm? Do some minor tasks? Jiang Luoran asked. Fulfilling the other party's wishes, and then being on the edge of life and death with him sounds good. It has a human touch. I hope you spare his life. Just cripple him, the elder pleaded. You have taught me so much. If Yidong hadn't been so heinous back then, I would have let him go, Jiang Luoran said seriously. All right, there are 3 trials for the North Underworld god. You have passed the first trial. Let us go. Jiang Luoran transformed into a Kunpeng and dashed away, heading straight for the next trial. I must say, if it weren't for the speed of the Kunpeng, an ordinary person would take years to reach the end here. It's unimaginably vast. I saw another Kunpeng standing in place, its eyes tightly closed, as if in meditation. Jiang Luoran, with the thought of not disturbing the elder, slowly floated by. The old Kunpeng suddenly opened its eyes and looked at Jiang Luoran with great excitement. It looked as if he were its lover. The first trial taught you to settle down. In the second trial, I will teach you how to fight like a Kunpeng. You're quite good. If you had learned the skills of Dongfang Gu and had come directly to the second trial, you would have failed, the old Kunpeng said. I just want to learn more. Jiang Luoran dispersed his Kunpeng form. The other party seemed to be ready to battle, so he had to prepare himself. The white Kunpeng lunged at him, physical attack. The other party actually used a physical attack. Jiang Luoran dodged and transformed into his Kunpeng form to engage in combat. They grappled fiercely, neither Kunpeng giving in, and they grew stronger as they fought. Speaking of soul skills, Jiang Luoran couldn't compete with the other party. But when it came to real physical attacks, he wasn't afraid of anything. With the most concerning physical damage gone, Jiang Luoran no longer had any reservations. However, the old Kunpeng strikes became heavier with each blow. It's hard to imagine how much damage one slap could cause. Is this how you fight? The old Kunpeng changed its previous fighting method, erupting with scorching white light, and attacked Jiang Luoran again. Bang! Jiang Luoran fell back. He simply couldn't withstand the elder's massive palm and had to retreat. Bang! Again he retreated. The old Kunpeng's strength seemed to increase geometrically. If the Kunpeng fought this way, every strike must lead to the opponent's death or at least force them back, and the old Kunpeng would follow with another palm strike. Jiang Luoran also mobilized his soul power and engaged with the opponent. However, he felt a kind of will emanating from the elder. It couldn't be called a will, but something similar to a domain, a chilling sensation. Moreover, the other party seemed unafraid of any battle, even if faced with a hydrogen bomb explosion zone. If it wanted to, it would charge right in. This was no longer fearless, it was madness. This was a kind of will that disregarded all the world's power, and anyone encountering such an opponent would feel fear. It's akin to the god of murder's domain, relying on will to increase one's strength by 20 while reducing the opponent's strength by 10. This old Kunpeng possessed its own domain. That's impressive. Jiang Luoran even speculated that this second trial might involve teaching him a domain skill. Bang, bang, bang. The two Kunpengs fought fiercely for an unknown time, and Jiang Luoran found himself increasingly at a disadvantage, while the old Kunpeng remained full of energy. Fight back. You can't even fight back? What a disgrace. What a disgrace. You're embarrassing our Kunpeng lineage. Show your fighting spirit. Even if a king is abandoned by the whole world, he would still find a way to make a comeback. Jiang Luoran was too exhausted to listen to the old Kunpeng's grand theories. He was utterly drained. For some reason, as he fought fiercely with the old Kunpeng, Jiang Luoran felt increasingly fatigued, even experiencing a sense of being drained. A king needs to rest too, right? A king needs to eat well and sleep well to make a comeback. Stop! Jiang Luoran waved his hand, panting heavily. My goal is to defeat you. I'm tired now. Can I take a break? The old Kunpeng? You want to rest? The old Kunpeng seemed to recall something. You still need soul power, right? After so long, I forgot about soul power. Jiang Luoran lay on the ground and fell asleep. I'm really exhausted. After passing the first trial, he was already worn out, and now facing the old Kunpeng in the second trial. This fight was fiercer and harsher than that of the young ones. Jiang Luoran truly felt that Bei should take it out, and everything regarding Yidong would be resolved then. However, such matters were better left to thought. One must still handle their own affairs. Documenting for 4 days. The second trial was thunderous, during which Jiang Luoran would sleep when tired and fight when awake, day and night without rest. Both having a will that seemed determined to fight until one of them was dead. Win against me, and I'll grant you the true Kunpeng domain. The old Kunpeng shouted. The Kunpeng domain? I have it. Jiang Luoran blocked the opponent's fierce attack. Yours is incomplete. It should only target time, right? What I bestow upon you can give one a fearless power. You should know that in battle, the most feared thing is encountering someone stronger than yourself at that moment. Fearlessness can come in handy. It will allow you to better unleash your own strength. Jiang Luoran didn't know what kind of domain he needed with his golden soul rings, but the Kunpeng domain should be his strongest at present. But if it included the benefits mentioned by the elder, it would certainly be good. Just like when the flying eagle chased them before. If he had such additional attributes at that time, he wouldn't have panicked. Perhaps he could even take the saber-toothed Bone Dragon King and fly back to the soul-fighting Great Forest for protection. Then let us go. This battle was undoubtedly a tough fight, with no tricks to rely on. Boom! Jiang Luoran failed dozens of times, being charged back by the opponent again and again, and these repeated failures nearly broke his mentality. This elder seemed invincible? No, I have to exhaust him. Jiang Luoran charged again, and neither of them used soul skills. Otherwise, once the old Kunpeng unleashed its divine skill, Jiang Luoran wouldn't even have the qualifications to lick boots. Divine skills and soul skills are still vastly different. Soul masters cannot harm gods. It's like Tang San becoming a god. A Title Douluo level to him was already like an ant. With a wave, he could extinguish. With a lift, he could raise. Gods and mortals are still very different. Jiang Luoran tried to mobilize the Kunpeng domain to see if he could reach what the elder described. But every time he released it, he could only control time and couldn't connect with fearlessness. This was very strange. Was the old Kunpeng's domain stolen? How could he not even achieve the most basic development? This is impossible. With the Kunpeng domain, Jiang Luoran unleashed all his soul power to expand the Kunpeng domain, continuously strengthening its quality. Chapter 183, Defeating the Joke. The Kunpeng domain doesn't need upgrades. It doesn't matter how much effort you put in. This requires a will to change. And to change fundamentally, you must dig deep. The old Kunpeng slapped Jiang Luoran to the ground. Change the will. I have been fearless enough. All the way here, I have never feared anything. Not to mention the battles. I have faced dangers alone. Revenge, striving, improving myself. Perhaps Jiang Luoran already possesses these things, while is the old Kunpeng who has been fighting all along. This direction might be wrong. If the old Kunpeng wants Jiang Luoran to have a fearless spirit, then in his perception, Jiang Luoran already has it. Since he can't figure it out and the other party is being unreasonable, then let's be a bit wild. Didn't they say that defeating the opponent would upgrade the Kunpeng domain? Then let's fight. Jiang Luoran no longer hesitated, but he also couldn't unleash his soul skills. He still didn't want to do something that would be seen as taking advantage. Strength? With his current power, using the chaotic cloak hammer technique. What kind of concept is that? Let's give it a try. Switching to his blood fiend vine, he summoned a golden giant hammer with his 5th soul skill and then transformed back into his Kunpeng martial soul. What is this? You actually want to fight me with something so inexplicable? This hammer technique is very strong. Be careful, Jiang Luoran said in a deep voice. All right, let me see how your hammer technique is, the old Kunpeng said, a bit excited. So this is the difference in bloodlines? A truly good bloodline is not about being domineering or having sharp blade. It is about having a heart that dares to learn. A heart that does not look down on any fighting skills. Who is the strongest? Only those who continue to cultivate endlessly can be the strongest soul masters. The Kunpeng bloodline is not just about overwhelming strength. The key is that they also have a heart that learns until old age. I have gained knowledge. Jiang Luoran clasped his hands together and turned into a white light, disappearing from a spot. So fast, the old Kunpeng's eyes widened. It was finally going to get serious. The golden hammer struck, pulling at the clouds, especially the soul power on it, pushing towards the limit of Douluo level. Such a strong strike. The old Kunpeng said as he raised his hand to collide with it. Bang! After a collision, the old Kunpeng finally took a step back, looking incredulously at his palm, which still crackled with electricity. Was it almost sparking? What a heavy blow. Jiang Luoran flew in the air. He didn't know what fearlessness was. He didn't even know if he could be considered fearless. Anyway, defeating you was all that mattered. Between wisdom and brute force, Jiang Luoran still preferred brute force. He liked speed. The faster, the better. When it came to intelligence, he could at most avoid losses. All right, but you have to defeat me. The old Kunpeng lunged forward, both hands aiming to slap down on Jiang Luoran. The Kunpeng wings behind Jiang Luoran flapped, pulling him several meters back. Don't worry. This hammer technique is not just a single blow. Its true power is actually cumulative. Previously, he couldn't fly and couldn't find a suitable foothold. Therefore, using the chaotic cloak hammer technique was very limited. Now Jiang Luoran was a powerhouse fighting on land, sea, and air. Pick any venue, and I will fight. The golden giant hammer in Jiang Luoran's hands was as soft as noodles, a manifestation of speed and power reaching their extremes. As the old Kunpeng charged again, Jiang Luoran twisted and swept, the golden hammer bursting forth, colliding with the opponent's palms in a flash. Bang! The old Kunpeng was pushed back again. Harder than the last time. Jiang Luoran seized the opportunity, swinging the hammer at the old Kunpeng, the stunning sweep leaving a golden streak in the sky. The hammer blows stacked up, yet Jiang Luoran still hadn't defeated the old Kunpeng. In fact, the chaotic cloak hammer technique had already reached a state of returning to unity. Now, when he struck down, the space would distort and blur. This force could already affect the air. Jiang Luoran even employed a technique of breaking through points to create surfaces. He compressed this technique within the golden giant hammer, proving to be very useful. But it hurt his hands. Such overwhelming power exploding before him was something the human body could hardly bear. One strike down felt like 1,000 gold flowers blooming, the heavens and earth roaring. As the one closest to it, Jiang Luoran would naturally be affected, with his tiger mouth and fingers all cracked, leaving bloodstains. The old Kunpeng was clearly frightened by this hammer technique, repeatedly praising it. Moreover, Jiang Luoran's combat awareness was also impressive. He understood how to learn and apply, actually incorporating the techniques from the first level into this hammer technique. This made the hammer technique exponentially stronger, even reaching a terrifying stage. Although they were separated by realms, the old Kunpeng also felt somewhat powerless. Chaotic cloak hammer technique, returning to unity. Jiang Luoran continued to rise, flying high into the sky, raising the golden giant hammer with both hands. Hundreds of golden rays of light gathered tightly on the hammer. It gave the impression that he was about to unleash a big move. No, he was indeed unleashing a big move. How could the old Kunpeng avoid it? In its mind, there was no concept of evasion. Instead, it charged straight at Jiang Luoran to collide with this strike. Although this attack was terrifying, it absolutely could not defeat a god. Jiang Luoran calculated the power and the finishing blow perfectly. Using words and phrases, it was hard to describe the sound. The unimaginable force collided, a truly earth-shattering blow. It turned out that it was capable of breaking the void. Jiang Luoran transformed back into the blood fiend, Vine Martial Soul. He was about to unleash his ultimate move. First soul skill, creating something from nothing. The first soul ring enveloped Jiang Luoran as he descended, ultimately transforming into 99 Jiang Luorans, all standing behind him. All the clones held cursed spears, rushing forward, madly slaughtering the old Kunpeng. Each clone, surrounded by golden light, was determined to fight the old Kunpeng to the death, with little left to spare. This was a frenzied battle, with Jiang Luoran winning using his dual martial souls. In the end, he had no choice but to use a clone soul skill. He didn't know if it counted as a foul, but all his clones wielded cursed spears, without releasing any other soul skills that could cause large area damage. Enough, enough, the old Kunpeng waved his hand. It had several new wounds, especially its palm that had just collided with the returning unity, nearly shattering. Bang! Jiang Luoran dissipated his clones, placing the golden spear on the ground. The burden was simply immense. Without 2 days, Jiang Luoran felt he wouldn't be able to recover. What is the name of this hammer technique? It can actually stack its power, the old Kunpeng inquired. Chaotic cloak, then channeling all one's power to a single point, and then exploding, Jiang Luoran explained. Of course, our Kunpeng kill is a way to use the advantages of heaven and earth to execute a one-time, ultimate attack. To a large extent, it is different from this hammer technique, Jiang Luoran pondered. Kunpeng kill is about maximizing oneself to the extreme and channeling all strength into an attack. Chapter 184. A long spear? The old Kunpeng let Jiang Luoran recover his soul power. Otherwise, he would be going to his death in the 3rd round. A strand of white light merged into Jiang Luoran's Kunpeng realm, enhancing his attributes. After this battle, Jiang Luoran's soul power increased, and he vaguely sensed signs of a breakthrough. When Jiang Luoran woke up again, the old Kunpeng had already disappeared. Did they really exist? Or were they an illusion created by Yi Bei? Jiang Luoran stood up and walked towards the 3rd level. Upon entering the 3rd level, Jiang Luoran found it to be incredibly splendid. The white clouds glowed with a crimson hue like the evening glow, making one feel as if they could reach out and touch the sky. To his surprise, fish were flying around, all of which Jiang Luoran had never seen before. Glowing little carp flew in swarms, numbering in the millions. A giant tiger shark passed through the school of carp, casually eating a few. A double lantern fish with lush green bamboo shoots on its back and hundreds of meters large pink sea turtles were present. These colors were not at all artificial. They were naturally grown. The white in the sky suddenly faded away, leaving only a golden dawn, making one feel as if they had entered a fairyland. The white wasn't the sky, but the belly of an unimaginably large whale. What is the beauty of the ocean? If this doesn't count, one can only go to heaven to see angels. Jiang Luoran suddenly felt that the tickets he had bought for the ocean aquarium back on Earth were wasted. Wait, isn't this the 3rd level? There's no water. How can the fish swim freely here? Why does it feel like he's in the sea? This sense of bewilderment left Jiang Luoran at a loss. Even someone as skilled as him couldn't sense any killing intent. However, he must not let his guard down. Even the old Kunpeng said that the third level was fraught with danger, and being careless would be tantamount to seeking death. But what exactly was the purpose of the third level? To kill all the fish here? That was impossible, given the nature of the Kunpeng clan. They shouldn't be capable of such decisive killings. Suddenly, Jiang Luoran gasped. He almost choked. The only person here was very vague, as if wrapped in endless white mist, making it impossible to see who they were. Was the opponent in the third level a woman? Although Jiang Luoran couldn't see clearly, he could observe that the other party's physique was definitely that of a woman. At the very least, she was a mermaid. In any case, she was definitely female. He wanted to see what was in the third level's gourd. Jiang Luoran boldly walked over, wielding a golden giant hammer. Bibi Dong? White temptation. Jiang Luoran almost spat out blood. How did she end up here? And in such a manner, was she not cold in broad daylight? No. Jiang Luoran immediately thought of the angel god position. When Qian Renshua inherited the angel god, she was, we all understand. He remembered that Tang, didn't really okay Qian Renshua. It was merely her illusion and trial, but it was said to be very real. Could the Kunpeng god position also be like this? Goodness, the person opposite was Bibi Dong. Not good. While Jiang Luoran was pondering, his mind was being eroded by waves of white temptation. This was the feeling of immersion. What is the most terrifying means of attack? Of course, it's neuroticism. No, you must not fall into it. Moreover, Yi Bei should still be watching. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Jiang Luoran released the killing god realm and Kunpeng realm, quickly escaping from this place. The illusion was definitely not just like this. Jiang Luoran saw that Bibi Dong did not chase after him, but his heart was still hanging in suspense. Was this meant to make him die in the land of tenderness? Well, for anyone, this would be a fatal blow. It's like the saying, happy enough to forget Shu. Liu Bei was indeed someone whose heart was as vast as the earth and whose aspirations were as high as the heavens. Even such a revered figure almost forgot Shu. So how could he, a minor character, withstand it? Jiang Luoran realized that he was becoming increasingly abnormal. He even started to have nagging thoughts. Moreover, the earlier fragments kept replaying in his mind, as if he couldn't bear to forget them. This was not a dream. Jiang Luoran looked up in surprise. If it were a dream, he would definitely be able to pull himself out. With two great realms at his disposal, what dream could implant itself in his mind? Impossible. Furthermore, there was the existence of his skull. How could such a dream not be suppressed? This was too terrifying. If it wasn't a dream, then what was everything that had happened before? Dimensional space? Or was it one's true nature? If he were to become a god-level being devoid of desires, Jiang Luoran was unwilling to inherit the Beiming god. Had he gone mad? A healthy, vigorous man, wanting to become a monk and a god? He had no such awareness. But seeing this temptation, it seemed to want to make him desireless. Endure? The key now was what to do. Jiang Luoran activated his true form of Kunpeng and had sprinted for an unknown distance. Yet he still couldn't escape this place, showing just how vast it was. In the meantime, he had seen Bibi Dong 3 times. He was truly afraid that another woman would appear next, preferably not Hulaina, or he would be waiting for death. It was too vast. Either this place was enormous, or it had a sense of ghost wall to it. How can one person, no matter how fast, outrun the laws of the world? If you circle around a loop, how can you ever get out? Even if you keep flying down, you can't escape, unless you break a hole with soul skills. Jiang Luoran had tried attacking the surrounding barriers, but it was utterly impossible to break through. Not even the old man's divine skills could do so. And that was just the first 2 levels. Now this was the 3rd level. And trying to break the barrier to get out would probably not even show a crack until death. Eliminating all possibilities, Jiang Luoran truly felt helpless. But he was not the type to give up easily. No way. He had fought his way here, only to be defeated by a woman in the land of tenderness. Is this what they call heroes struggling at the beauty's gate? A heat was throbbing in his chest, spreading throughout his body. Not good. This feeling was akin to hard charging into the killing god's domain, the sensation of the 3rd level. He couldn't hold it back. Jiang Luoran sat cross-legged, focusing on his martial spirit, mobilizing all his soul power and soul rings. The Blood Fiend Vine and Kunpeng martial spirit were activated back and forth, with the soul rings on his body stacking up, generating waves of energy. It felt as if something was touching his body. This real sensation left Jiang Luoran at a loss for words. He tightly closed his eyes, channeling his soul power. If only he had Tang San's Xiantian skill at this moment. Unfortunately, he didn't. The process was tormenting. until a ray of dawn burst forth in front of Jiang Luoran, gradually dispelling all his fallen thoughts. No, this couldn't be called dawn. It was more like the light of dawn. Just being illuminated by its light, Jiang Luoran felt that everything was filled with hope. Upon opening his eyes, Jiang Luoran saw an astonishing object, a dirt yellow long spear, similar to a sea cucumber trident. But this dirt yellow spear emitted an irresistible light of dawn. Chapter 185. Conquering the Divine Artifact. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't recognize it as a spear, but would instead mistake it for an iron brush. However, the dawn light on it was undeniable. This was a long-sealed divine artifact. Indeed, this was definitely a divine artifact. The artifact of the Kunpeng god. Just like the sea cucumber trident, the sealed era is too distant, and only truly powerful individuals can activate it. The seal can only be unlocked by Jiang Luoran inheriting the divine position. For now, let's not even talk about unlocking the seal. Even holding the black spear is beyond Jiang Luoran's capability. It's too fast. Even when Jiang Luoran activated his Kunpeng true form, he couldn't catch up to this spear. It always remains a meter away from you, and you can never grasp it. This feeling of longing for something unattainable is something everyone understands. The sea cucumber trident is too heavy to lift, while this black spear is too fast to catch. I really don't know what requirements Bibi Dong and Qianrishua had for their weapons when inheriting the divine position. However, they must have also endured inhuman torment. Jiang Luoran flicked his hand, releasing the 9 golden soul rings on his body, sealing off all directions. Let's see how you escape. Jiang Luoran dashed forward. The black spear turned back and lunged at Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran's pupils widened. He never expected that this spear had such a trick. Even the sea cucumber trident didn't attack Tang San. It was just difficult to pull out. This black spear has become sentient. Jiang Luoran jumped onto the 9th soul ring, lightly tapping with his left index finger to shoot out a beam of starlight. Bang! Such a surging power couldn't make the black spear retreat even a step, but instead, it charged forward even faster. Jiang Luoran quickly withdrew, switching to his blood fiend Vine Martial Soul, using his first soul skill, creating something from nothing. He rapidly switched back to his Kunpeng true form, with 99 Kunpeng true forms raising their large mouths, unleashing energy waves towards the black spear. The black spear spun, pushing against the 99 beams of golden light, forcibly cutting all the clones into pieces. Jiang Luoran hurriedly retracted his martial soul, looking at the bloodstains on his chest. He almost had his heart pierced. This wasn't just sharp, it was simply the most brutal slaughter ever. It seems this weapon is the most difficult aspect of the third challenge. If Jiang Luoran had continued to let the 9 soul rings guard him earlier, he would have been seeking his own doom. The black spear suddenly grew larger, transforming into a giant spear 100 meters tall, slashing down at Jiang Luoran. To Jiang Luoran, such a massive black spear seemed like a colossal black iron threatening to crush him. 7th soul skill, Kunpeng true form. Jiang Luoran's body swelled up like a blown balloon, white mist swirling freely, divine light enveloping him, and a white feathered Kunpeng gradually floated into the air. Bang! The moment it transformed into the Kunpeng, they engaged in fierce combat. To Jiang Luoran's surprise, this rusty black spear could actually cut through his Kunpeng true form. Blood from the Kunpeng splattered everywhere. He suddenly felt somewhat unaccustomed, his strength and size weakened. Jiang Luoran was astonished, but seized the opportunity, gripping the black spear tightly with both hands. Pain surged. A piercing heartache, the feeling of being cut like flesh, immediately spread throughout Jiang Luoran's body. This spear can't be held? No, Jiang Luoran knew that if he let go, given the opponent's temperament, it would surely deliver a fatal blow. A blow from start to finish. Jiang Luoran felt that right now, even being forced to grasp a hot potato would be 100 times better than this. Jiang Luoran wasn't exaggerating. The distinction was that significant. Jiang Luoran's entire body turned red hot, and even he involuntarily cried out in agony. If it weren't for his soul bone support, he feared he would have been killed on the spot. The black spear swayed unpredictably, struggling to break free from Jiang Luoran's grasp as the light of dawn erupted, blindingly bright. At this moment, the light of dawn felt like magma pouring into Jiang Luoran's eyes, flowing into his brain's core. This inhumane artifact seemed intent on draining Jiang Luoran of everything. Jiang Luoran gripped the handle tightly, trying to lift the black spear, but the opponent's strength was formidable, matching his own, perhaps even stronger. Who knows if this artifact harbors divine power? Otherwise, even 8 Jiang Luorans wouldn't be enough to withstand its cuts. Buzzing sounds of iron being pulled out could be heard, but frustratingly, Jiang Luoran didn't move the spear an inch. His body was under severe attack from all sides. The negative effects brought by the artifact were pervasive. This torment could be considered hellish agony. Bang, bang, bang. The 9 soul rings floated on Jiang Luoran's arms, reducing negative consumption and enhancing his strength. These were million-year soul rings. Even if Jiang Luoran couldn't exert his true power, they were not something an artifact could destroy. Otherwise, the artifact would have directly shattered the soul rings and burst out. Of course, the reason Jiang Luoran possessed such powerful soul power was also due to these soul rings. Bang! The black spear was lifted by Jiang Luoran by a millimeter. Even his tiny movement produced a resonating sound. It made one think that what Jiang Luoran was lifting wasn't a spear, but a grand ancient temple. This achievement was enough to drive one to despair. Jiang Luoran exerted all his effort just to move it a millimeter. How heavy must this artifact be? Jiang Luoran could no longer remain calm. He couldn't stay silent or cheer himself on. It was simply impossible. Scrape another millimeter. The cold light at the spear's tip flowed like a sword leaving its sheath. What does it mean to be on the verge of exploding with rage? Jiang Luoran's face was now twisted, cracks forming at the corners of his eyes and body. His current appearance could only be described as being on the verge of exploding with rage. Although he was fighting for something, red blood dripped onto the black spear. 1 drop, 2 drops. Blood. This black spear was actually absorbing blood. Heaven knows what this thing is. It had just been weakened by Jiang Luoran's blood. Now, it was desperately sucking Jiang Luoran's blood, a loss that even someone like Jiang Luoran, the Blood King, couldn't withstand. Just the first drop left him completely weak, feeling as if his bones had melted. Jiang Luoran took a step back, straining to lift the spear. Even if it drained him dry, he had to raise it. Jiang Luoran didn't even know why he was so persistent, as if being tormented had created an inertia. All he knew was that he had to lift the artifact. Everything else was forgotten. Bang, bang, bang. Connecting millimeter by millimeter, Jiang Luoran knelt on one knee, on the brink of collapse. He was already at the limit of his breakdown. Bang! In the last moment, not knowing where the strength came from, Jiang Luoran managed to lift the artifact above his head, then collapsed to the ground. He didn't even have the strength to convulse one last time, wanting only to lie here like a dead man. The black spear burst into light, seemingly carrying a weight of sin, as if a divine presence had attached itself. The 9 golden soul rings on Jiang Luoran floated towards the black spear, encircling it. Betrayed. Chapter 186. Inheritor of the North Sea God. The golden spear lost its radiance, the soul rings hidden within it, finally transforming into a black iron spear that fell beside Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep, sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights. It was spacious here, and there was neither cold nor heat. Jiang Luoran actually slept quite comfortably. Still not leaving this place. Do I need to personally tear open a hole to get out? Jiang Luoran picked up the black iron spear beside him. When he held it, he felt the spear was very light, completely lacking the heaviness it had earlier. Because of the shadow from earlier, Jiang Luoran had to exert extra effort, almost losing his balance. However, the black paint on the gun didn't seem moldy or rusty. Instead, it emanated a faint glow, suggesting a mysterious quality. Let's give it a try. Jiang Luoran approached a barrier, weighed the spear in his hand, and thrust it fiercely. Swish, the barrier was cut open like tofu, frighteningly light. Jiang Luoran thought to himself, if he had been shot just now, he probably wouldn't have left a drop of blood behind. After jumping out of the barrier, Jiang Luoran felt that everything in the previous illusion had a tempting quality and high temperature. Outside the boundary, it was refreshingly comfortable, making him feel quite pleasant. Just a few minutes into this feeling, a sudden sharp pain shot through Jiang Luoran's body, piercing through to his brow. He didn't know what was happening, but surely the Kunpeng's character wouldn't lead to killing him, right? So it must be the trouble caused by this spear. Who would have thought? This spear holds a grudge? The Spear of Dawn. After a while, the pain subsided, but Jiang Luoran felt as if something had appeared on his brow. He then crawled by the lake of the Kunpeng Holy Temple to take a look. He saw a totem of the Spear of Dawn on his brow. A pure golden totem of the Spear of Dawn. Jiang Luoran instantly understood that the Spear of Dawn was the symbol of the Kunpeng god, as well as a token of recognition. He had gained the Kunpeng god's approval and was qualified to wield the Spear of Dawn. Once he made the Spear of Dawn shine again in the future, he could return to claim the position of the Kunpeng god, with the Spear of Dawn in hand. His demeanor and appearance had changed dramatically. He was now a strikingly handsome man, with long hair, flowing, and a calm demeanor. Especially his divine aura. Anyone looking at him wouldn't think Jiang Luoran was an ordinary person, but rather a celestial being. He seemed like a divine residence, surrounded by an endless glow of divine light. Soul power. Jiang Luoran touched his chest. My soul power. How is this possible? Level 99? Ultimate Douluo. Strong. So strong. His current strength had reached an unprecedented level. After this deepening experience, Jiang Luoran's power had qualitatively improved. Now, with the Spear of Dawn in hand, he could sweep away everything, exorcise demons, and vanquish evil. If Jiang Luoran were to challenge a million-year soul beast, he could certainly do it. Now that he's half divine, why fear soul beasts? No matter how fast they are, they cannot surpass the control of the pattern. A true Kunpeng can break through all limitations. Only then did the Spear of Dawn merge into the token of our Kunpeng god. You are now my candidate, and also the only choice for the Kunpeng god. Yi Beibei walked over surrounded by 4 beautiful young ladies, looking less like a divine being and more like sisters out for a spring outing, each dressed exquisitely and delicately. Yi Beibei was clearly their big sister. The Spear of Dawn? Is that its name? Jiang Luoran raised the spear in his hand. Yi Beibei nodded and took the Spear of Dawn from him. Jiang Luoran was about to say not to touch it, as he had suffered before, but he suddenly realized that Yi Beibei used it very naturally, as if they were old friends meeting after many years. I am also the Kunpeng god, so this can be considered mine. Yi Beibei exuded a Valkyrie-like aura as she wielded the Spear of Dawn. Jiang Luoran was surprised. Can there be 2 Kunpeng gods in one divine realm? It's known that when Tang San inherited the sea god, the previous one could retire, and Poseidon would have to sacrifice. He certainly didn't want Yi Beibei to sacrifice. On the contrary, he knew the inside story, so he didn't plan to fully inherit the Kunpeng god. As long as he had the current power to help Beiming through this challenge, that would be enough. This way, no one would have to die, and he could still help Beiming. The position of Beiming god was self-created, unlike the god of killing and similar divine residences, which require the price of life. It can be said that there is currently only one Kunpeng god, which is me. Even if you inherit the divine position, I will still be here, just without having to manage everything. Living in the Beiming temple is also possible. However, you might be the last person to inherit the Beiming god position. Yi Beibei sighed. It seems there are too few Beiming gods. She wanted to create another one. Self-created divine position. This is too exaggerated. What kind of extraordinary talent can establish a divine position in the divine realm? This is risking the flesh to fight for divinity. One dares to fight, and one dares to compete. Why am I the last Beiming god? Jiang Luoran really didn't understand. Wasn't it said that becoming the Beiming god doesn't require paying the price of blood? Because in this world, there is no more Kunpeng. This is also a disadvantage of self-created divine positions. It's not something that just anyone can break through, because only the Kunpeng bloodline can inherit the divine position. This is prepared for the Kunpeng. If another person comes, they might not even be able to open the domain. Yi Beibei frowned. Even if I am the Kunpeng god, I cannot change this fact. It's over. It turns out that I am going extinct. This is too funny. So, in a way, he is also part of the series of national treasure animals like the giant panda, a precious breed. All right, you can interpret the Spear of Dawn by yourself. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Remember, for now, do not use the divine weapon skills. Otherwise, it will bring disaster. Yi Beibei then left with Jiang Luoran and the others. This feeling, how does it feel like working? Jiang Luoran smiled bitterly and shook his head, flying to the highest point of the Kunpeng Holy Temple with the Spear of Dawn in hand. Master, Yi Hong has led a large force and is attacking our front camp. Exing said bitterly, and our rear has already been surrounded. Feng Linger said anxiously. The remaining 2 girls frowned. Clearly the situation was dire. Should we tell the prince, let him? Kaya aske tentatively. No, let him remain in the dark. When he truly inherits the divine position, he can help us. That is not too late. Yi Beibei decisively refused. Master, Yi Dong requests to meet with you, saying he wants to reclaim the Kunpeng Holy Temple. Exiner said. Don't meet him. If he wants to take it, let him come and take it. I'm just waiting. Yi Beibei was as decisive as ever. The 4 could see that Yi Beibei actually cared about Jiang Luoran's safety. She just didn't want to say it. On the surface, she seemed indifferent, but she was very concerned about this child. She had planned several times to go to Douluo continent to take a look, but there were always urgent military matters. Otherwise, why suffer such awkwardness? If Yi Dong doesn't become a god, Yi Beibei can defeat him with one move. If Yidong suddenly becomes a god and leads the rebels to attack, it would be unstoppable. Chapter 187. Achievements. Jiang Luoran held the Spear of Dawn, using soul power to activate it, enhancing it with soul rings, and catalyzing it with his martial soul. Yet he could not remove the black iron, unable to make the Spear of Dawn shine again. What should he do now? He had reached the limit in his cultivation. Further training would surely be in vain. As for combat skills, he still needed to practice breaking through with precision, as he was still somewhat unskilled. In fact, Jiang Luoran could feel that breaking through was not just about releasing soul skills, but also about his own attacks. Every strike needed to reach exquisite and precise standards. Such things could only be trained through real combat. Mere thought was useless. After all, the more he fought, the more he would naturally grasp it. At the very top of the Kunpeng sanctuary, there were actually steps. This shocked Jiang Luoran. Where could the steps lead? It must be the divine realm. He never expected that his ancestors could open a passage from the heavens to the human world and establish a divine position. What kind of extraordinary ability could accomplish this? As soon as he stepped on the first step, Jiang Luoran felt the pressure. He instantly understood. Wasn't this the staircase that Tang San walked on in the Sea God Temple? The longer the staircase, the greater the pressure. However, what Jiang Luoran felt the most was not pressure, but thrust. After reaching the 13th step, Jiang Luoran was pushed back to the 9th step. If he hadn't held on tightly, he would have been pushed away. The towering staircase reached into the clouds, and looking up seemed to lead to true divinity. What was happening? Jiang Luoran gasped for breath, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked at Feng Linger. Sister Linger, I'm climbing the heavenly staircase. Heavenly staircase? What is that? Feng Linger asked, confused, looking around. Right here. Can't you see it? Jiang Luoran pointed straight ahead. No, there's nothing there. Where's the heavenly staircase? You aren't dreaming, are you? This is the Kunpeng sanctuary, full of secrets, but it can also create illusions, Feng Linger said. Impossible, Jiang Luoran swore. The power and feeling that climbing the heavenly staircase brought him must be essential for becoming a god. By the way, Yi Beibei said that only Kunpeng can inherit the Kunpeng divine position. Feng Linger and the others simply couldn't see it. Did you come to find me for something? Since arriving in Beiming, Jiang Luoran had felt like a freeloader, not familiar with everyone. But no matter what, he still held the title of prince. It's time for you to achieve merit. Feng Linger tugged at Jiang Luoran and walked towards the door. That's right. Although Yi Beibei was reluctant to let Jiang Luoran join the battle, if Jiang Luoran participated, he would definitely minimize the cost of bloodshed. After all, he was a demigod. His strength was even comparable to Yi Dong and Yi Beibei. In every major battle, except when Yi Dong was present, he swept everything aside. Why keep him at home as a vase? Achieve merit? Jiang Luoran pulled Feng Linger back, standing firm. His strength had greatly increased, let alone Feng Linger. He could handle hundreds of her with ease. What? You don't want to go? Feng Linger showed a disappointed face. This is too slow. Jiang Luoran spread his Kunpeng wings, grabbed Feng Linger with his left hand, and swung the Dawn Spear in his right hand, charging out of the Kunpeng sanctuary. JiangLuoran's speed was as fast as lightning. Crossing the territory of the Kunpeng sanctuary, flying towards the battlefield Feng Linger mentioned. The chaotic sounds came from everywhere, as if the whole world existed in an era of war. Below the Changshan County Ridge, countless soul beasts were fighting fiercely. It felt like he had traveled back to ancient times. This was a bloody battle of soul beasts from the wilderness era. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Jiang Luoran would never have believed such a scene existed in the world. What a grand scene. This was definitely a grand scene. The weakest soul beast here was over 300,000 years old. Before Beiming was uncontentious and a paradise. The soul beasts here were generally well-nourished and lived well. A soul beast like this, once released, would be a terrifying killing machine. But here, it could only be cannon fodder. Kill. Follow me into the Kunpeng sanctuary and reclaim our lost land. The giant tiger, holding a bone knife, shouted, and with its roar, two soul beasts on the Beiming side were shocked to death. This giant tiger had muscles as developed as Kwafu, and whenever its bone knife fell, a soul beast on the Beiming side would surely die. With blood-red eyes and white wings, it looked somewhat out of place, but also a bit shocking. Isn't it said that it's not yet time to fight? Jiang Luoran complained. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Just consider it my fault. Feng Linger knew Jiang Luoran wouldn't be angry with her, unlike Yi Beibei. After all, Jiang Luoran was raised by her. She could be considered like a half-mother to him. This flying tiger is the overlord of the rear camp. You don't need to worry about its name. It's about to die anyway. Its identity is that of Yi Dong's adopted son, Feng Linger said. All right, Leave it to me. Jiang Luoran spread his wings and soared into the air, rushing to the center of the battlefield, looking down at the overbearing flying tiger. All the soul beasts halted their attacks, staring fixedly at Jiang Luoran, who had just arrived. They couldn't ignore him because Jiang Luoran had the mark of the Kunpeng god on his forehead, proving he was the next Kunpeng god. They were all fighting for this. After all, the Dawn Spear shone with light. It was the Dawn Spear. He had gained the recognition of the Dawn Spear, the half-god of Beiming. This must have been taught to him by Yi Beibei. How could he have obtained the divine position and the Dawn Spear by himself? Bah, shameless thing. Becoming a half-god just because you were given it? You were Yi Beibei's child outside? That. Human child? A hybrid, right? The rough voice of the flying tiger echoed. The soul beast behind it burst into laughter, pointing at Jiang Luoran. A god who had obtained a divine position but lacked strength. Who would take him seriously? But they didn't know that Jiang Luoran had indeed reached level 99 and had obtained the Kunpeng divine position and the Dawn Spear himself. He didn't rely on Yi Beibei to puff him up. One could interpret it this way. Jiang Luoran's gaze was indifferent. Since becoming a demigod, he viewed everything with less excitement. Cursing? It will soon enter hell. Let it curse. I don't know if you could take a blow from me, but I'm afraid that one strike from me will end your life. However, if I can anger Yi Beibei, I will still be a contributor. The flying tiger shouted to kill, raising its bone knife and slashing at Jiang Luoran. From Jiang Luoran's perspective, this was no longer a bone knife but a heavenly blade, rushing in from the clouds. But what was the use? This was someone who hadn't learned the essence of combat, only grasping its form without understanding its power. 9 golden soul rings on Jiang Luoran's body shook, surrounding his left hand's index finger, when Jiang Luoran activated the 9 rings. The flying tiger and all the soul beasts sensed something was off. He was actually a person above level 90. Not just someone with a divine position and the Dawn Spear. The flying tiger had already spoken, and the knife had fallen, so it didn't care about anything else. Bang! Jiang Luoran flicked his fingertip, and a stream of colorful golden light shot out, directly meeting the knife. Crack the bone knife was split in half and continued to rush towards the flying tiger without losing momentum. Bang! The golden beam pierced through the flying tiger's heart, dealing it a chilling blow. As for the soul beasts behind the flying tiger, they were all shot through, collapsing in droves. The flying tiger knelt on one knee, staring blankly at the wound on its chest, unable to believe it. A tiny golden light had pierced through it. What the hell was this? It was simply a battle between beings of different levels. No way. The flying tiger felt it couldn't fall here. At least it still had many things to do and didn't want to die. Stop struggling. You're already at the end of your rope. Jiang Luoran raised the Dawn Spear in his right hand and struck down at Fei Hu's head. In a flash of lightning, Fei Hu was cut in half, falling on the spot, not even knowing why Jiang Luoran was so strong. This was no longer just strength. It was unparalleled in the world. Fei Hu was a battle general-level soul beast, yet Jiang Luoran effortlessly sliced it apart. Let's not even mention whether Yi Dong would be furious and seek revenge. Just the soul beasts on the battlefield behind him felt a chill at Jiang Luoran's presence. They thought he was just a pretty face, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be a big shot, comparable to figures like Yi Beibei and Yi Dong. The appearance of such a character was enough to change the course of the battle, both psychologically and in combat. Jiang Luoran had already stunned the soul beasts on the battlefield behind him. Shall we go together? Jiang Luoran raised the Dawn Spear, pointing at the soul beasts charging like a tide. Challenge. This was an outright challenge. But who dared to accept? Fei Hu was dead. Anyone who stepped up would be a fool. Retreat, quickly retreat. The mass of soul beasts roared. It would be difficult for them to break through the rear today, let alone dreaming of seizing the Kunpeng sanctuary. That would be courting death. The soul beasts of the Kunpeng sanctuary sat down, some injured, some dead. After fighting continuously for over 10 days, they were already exhausted. They actually wanted to cheer for Jiang Luoran, but they simply had no strength left. However, they understood that Beiming had successors and need not worry about the future. At first, some even thought about betraying, as the disparity in strength was too great. But Jiang Luoran's appearance reassured everyone. Jiang Luoran was now at a level close to Yi Beibei. If he became a god and teamed up with Yi Beibei, then their side would have 2 gods fighting. They could completely crush the opposition. In a real battlefield, what matters is how many top-tier individuals there are. And one more thing, Jiang Luoran was incredibly strong, striking with thunder and killing Fei Hu instantly. Who else would dare to oppose him? His identity in this battle would immediately establish a foundation. Kunpeng god, Kunpeng god. Some still with strength left shouted, looking at Jiang Luoran. In this battle, You have at least avoided the deaths of thousands of soul beasts. The rear battle should be fine. Come back with me. Linger flew over. No. We should take this opportunity to force the opponent. Yi Dong would definitely come to kill again. We have already reached a deadlock. Even if we bully the opposition to death, what could be done? Letting them go and then coming back seems unnecessary to avoid becoming a stumbling block in the future. Jiang Luoran would not do such things as letting others go only to be hunted. At the very least, he needed to ensure the opponent no longer had the strength to resist. Then you go. I will take the injured back for treatment and need to stop a large number of movements. Linger waved her hand. All right. Jiang Luoran pursued the fleeing soul beasts. He flew in the sky while the soul beasts ran on the ground. They feared that if they flew in the presence of a god, it would be disrespectful, worried that Jiang Luoran might kill them instantly. However, Jiang Luoran was completely unaware of this rule. Even if they fled by flying, he wouldn't say anything. The current situation was that Jiang Luoran was slowly flying in the sky while the soul beasts ran quickly. Jiang Luoran scanned below. He possessed incredible speed and could reach the leader in an instant, so there was no need to worry. Run fast. The Beiming god is about to get angry. Why is he still chasing us? Is he trying to kill us all? Such immense divine power is simply unmatchable. Beiming god, forgive us, Beiming god. As they rushed into their fortress, all the soul beasts surged in, and Jiang Luoran watched them without much obstruction. Only after they all rushed into the fortress did Jiang Luoran stand at the gate, overlooking this group of soul beasts. His feeling was somewhat like that of shepherd. These soul beasts were all sheep, and Jiang Luoran was counting them like a shepherd counting his flock. A group of people felt extremely awkward. If Jiang Luoran killed them, they would have to accept it. You invade my Beiming sanctuary without giving some lessons. How can you earn the people's respect? I will strike once. How many soul beasts can survive? It depends on your luck. Jiang Luoran raised the dawn spear high, and at this moment, the dawn spear shone like the sun, radiating brilliant light. Beiming god, we were just misled. We love peace. Yes, it's all Yi Dong's fault. He deceived us with flowery words. We request the Beiming god's forgiveness. A group of people shouted, laughing at who could withstand the strike of a demigod. Love peace? Jiang Luoran almost laughed in anger. They hadn't shown any mercy earlier. Not to mention you are violent extremists. You are a series of lunatics. Bang, bang, bang. Golden soul rings appeared one after another, enhancing the dawn spear, its brilliance increasing to the point of overshadowing the sun. It was evident what kind of killing move Jiang Luoran was about to use. Beiming god, we are willing to surrender. We are willing to turn from darkness to light. Yes, we surrender, we surrender. Let us join the Kunpeng Sanctuary's ranks now and fight against that irredeemable Yi Dong. The soul beasts panicked. They did not dare to withstand Jiang Luoran's strike. Ridiculous. Have you ever seen an energy ball as large as the sun? Who would dare to take it? Jiang Luoran. There's still this act? Surrender. If that's the case, it's not impossible. After all, Jiang Luoran did not want to kill excessively, as that would make him seem uncouth. Also, Beiming Sanctuary indeed lacked manpower. Otherwise, how could they be pressured by the opponent? Since this is the case, if he could turn power into his own, why would Jiang Luoran still want to kill? Indeed not bad. However, they were still quite frightened. He had to secure their hearts. Otherwise, it would be hard to ensure they wouldn't turn against him. Buzz. The dawn spear in Jiang Luoran's hand continued to shine, looking as if it was about to explode. This dawn light was not something an ordinary person could look at. Its brightness had reached a level that made it impossible to gaze directly. I disagree. You killed my people, cut off my waterways, and devour my land. This is a challenge to the authority of the gods. Dawn light. Dawn light is the divine skill of the dawn spear. Chapter 189. Sykes, we are willing to take the lead and fight for you against Yi Dong. Beiming god, please believe us. The reason we helped Yi Dong was merely due to authority. Yes, we have our own difficulties. Please spare us. Authority? Jiang Luoran almost laughed out loud. In this way, weren't they also shocked by authority? Jiang Luoran retracted the golden soul rings, dissipating the light from the dawn spear, and stared at the soul beasts scattered across the mountains and fields. All right, then I will give you a chance. If there's a next time, I will show no mercy. They were originally generals under the Kunpeng Sanctuary, but had selfishly decided to follow Yi Dong in rebellion. Currently, it seems very likely that the North Underworld Temple will produce dual gods. And after all, the foundation of the Kunpeng Temple is the Kunpeng. The Kunpeng is the orthodox one. Even if Yi Dong rebels again, he cannot inherit the Kunpeng Temple. In this case, lick, kneel, and lick the future North Underworld god. Surviving is the way to go. Bastard dare to show off. A huge iron-blue bird rushed over, its feathers resembling steel. Protect the North Underworld god. Be vigilant, be vigilant. These old beasts are indeed capable. Jiang Luoran, as a demigod, has no major issues even if Yidong doesn't come. At this moment, it is time to show loyalty. A leading soul beast, the Babu bird, transformed into a human form and flew to Jiang Luoran's side, respectfully saying, North Underworld god, the one coming is General Yidong. His name is Sexus, known for his fierce and tyrannical berserker style. He is regarded as the fiercest soul beast in the North Underworld. Of course, under your strike, he may not survive. Another 7-star ladybug flew over, whispering softly, shouldn't we take our enemies seriously? Jiang Luoran frowned. What kind of sycophants are these? It seems that in the future, they can only be sent to the battlefield. Keeping them around is definitely the rhythm of a nation's downfall. Small-minded slander. Untrustworthy. One more thing. Jiang Luoran has already grasped the meaning of the general's words. There are a total of 8 generals in the entire North Underworld, with Yi Beibei and Yi Dong each having 4. Currently, he has killed one, and he wonders if Sexus will rage when he learns the reason. Sexus roared in anger. Just a bastard who knows how to live under mammals. Why should you have such divine status? The divine artifact in your hand will only become dull. You are a piece of scrap. Jiang Luoran didn't even bother to communicate with him. He raised the dawn spear, preparing to launch a deadly strike. And you all, do you want to rebel? My King Yidong holds such status, and you dare to betray the truth and the strongest. Damn it, all of you should die. After saying this, Sexus charged in, and the first to die was the Babu bird beside Jiang Luoran. Only bloodshed can make these people submissive. Otherwise, Yidong would lose a crucial military force. Jiang Luoran swung the dawn spear to block Sexus's massive wings. Bang! It felt like being hit by steel. Jiang Luoran took a few steps back. This strength is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Luoran wanted to ask how he grew, as his entire body was made of something like steel, resembling an eagle-type soul beast. Very robust. Does he like to eat iron? Sexus could not possibly defeat Jiang Luoran. Within 3 moves, he was forced to retreat by Jiang Luoran. Sexus was shocked. He knew very well his own strength, and only someone above demigod level could achieve this. Jiang Luoran is peculiar. Could it be a divine artifact? Yes, it must be a divine artifact. This despicable person actually uses a divine artifact to crush me. It's utterly disgusting. Sexus drew his rib bone from his waist, still stained with green blood. Fighting with his soul bone, Sexus was as tough as it gets. It shows how much he loathed Jiang Luoran, even wanted to kill him immediately. The soul bone radiated light, and the blade was sharp. It's definitely a rare weapon soul bone. I won't use a divine artifact. I'll give you a fair challenge. Jiang Luoran retracted the dawn spear into his forehead, pulling out the moon tiger soul-cutting knife, and descended into the air. Seeing Jiang Luoran retract the dawn spear, Sexus fell heartbroken and wanted to shout, "Wait until I kill you and take the divine artifact. Then let's see." Jiang Luoran bent down and charged, cutting through the clouds towards Sexus's upper body. The moon tiger soul-cutting knife in his hand grew larger, already comparable to the big knife in Sexus's hand. Bang, without much stalemate. It was just a clash of blades. Then they slid past, creating thunder and fire. Sexus reversed his soul bone knife and lunged at Jiang Luoran. For him, there was no enemy he couldn't defeat. All battles were ferocious. Bang, bang, bang. The sky was shrouded in mist, and thunder cracked. This was a sign of the 2 clashing blades. Sexus became more and more brutal, but no matter what, he just couldn't kill Jiang Luoran. He couldn't even injure him. This is impossible. The other party is just a vase. He can't possibly have the strength to fight a general. Sexus charged in recklessly. Jiang Luoran slashed with his force, injuring Sexus's wing again. Following Jiang Luoran's move, Sexus raised his soul bone to strike at Jiang Luoran. The physical gap between Jiang Luoran and him was too vast, so he had to use his blood, evil, vine martial soul. 7th soul skill, blood, vine, true body. Jiang Luoran suddenly expanded. Golden blood, evil vines wrapped around his body, inch by inch enlarging, directly repelling the big knife that Sexus swung. Now, Jiang Luoran is a 99 level limit Douluo, and the blood, evil, vine martial soul is of course also at its limit. If he can't even do this, how can he call himself a limit? A 10-meter-high plant man appeared, holding only a moon tiger soul-cutting knife, without summoning anything else. Sexus didn't understand what this was, but he only knew his purpose, to kill the opponent. Sexus charged into the plant man, his fierce left fist striking. The plant man's right hand raised the moon tiger soul cutting knife, striking at his hand. Sexus's left palm was cut open by the moon tiger's soul cutting knife. Green blood flowing down, but he firmly held onto the moon tiger soul cutting knife, showing no intention of letting go. Sexus countered with a knife aimed at the plant man's head. Too ruthless. This soul beast is indeed the first berserker, far too savage. Even the plant man couldn't evade and could only use his left hand to block the opponent's soul bone knife. The onlookers were already stunned. This was a life and death struggle, with two giants restraining each other. Ha ha ha, you fell for it. Sexus suddenly spat out blue light. Oh no. Jiang Luoran immediately sensed something was wrong. The opponent was preparing to unleash something akin to a soul skill. Who said he only knew how to be savage? When it's time to kill, he won't hold back at all. Ninth soul skill, Blue God Talisman. When encountering the Blue God, everyone falls. The talisman descends and thousands are slaughtered. Ninth soul skill, Blue God Melody. The Blue God Domain, Blood Rain Song, a death song for Shao Chong. Chapter 190, Three Gods. Bang bang, the sound of bones breaking echoed continuously. Sexus couldn't withstand Jiang Luoran's ninth soul skill, crushed bones and shattered flesh. Now, he couldn't even stand, let alone fly. Sexus seemed not to have realized it yet when Jiang Luoran struck him down, killing him on the spot. The soul beast thought Jiang Luoran couldn't defeat Sexus and planned to betray him 3 times. But seeing this, they realized that Jiang Luoran still had formidable strength. One by one, they began to cheer. In 1 day's time, no, half a day's time, Jiang Luoran killed 2 generals, a heavy blow of blood. A fatal wound. Although generals are useless in divine-level battles, they play a decisive role in large and small battles. Jiang Luoran's actions have at least reduced their blood sacrifices by half. Inside the Kunpeng Sacred Hall, how could you let him go to the battlefield? He's still a child and has never seen such bloody scenes. Although he possesses strength, in such situations, he might even forget his own power. Yi Beibei blamed Fenglinger. Master, you don't know the character of the Crown Prince. I've been with him for years. He is not the kind of person who runs away at the sight of blood. Otherwise, how could he have completed the identity of a limit Douluo in such a short time? Fenglinger Zeit. Yi Beibei had no idea who Jiang Luoran was outside. Afraid of blood? He carries the domain of the god of killing. He wouldn't even flinch in hell. Jiang Luoran's working style is already that of an adult. If we really compare, he could be considered a second Yi Beibei. I don't know about his experiences. It would be better if you share them with me. Yi Beibei suddenly calmed down, realizing that she seemed to have overlooked many things. This son of hers was just a vague concept. She really didn't know what kind of person he was. Fenglinger smiled lightly. Losing 2 great generals, Xiner and Liar, also facilitated the resolution of the other 2 paths. It's hard to imagine that the battlefield, which they had been puzzled about for so long, collapsed today. It truly is the descent of the North Sea god, enriching the North Sea. Now all the defeated soldiers have fled back to Yidong's side. Losing 2 generals and having the territory they were about to break through taken away, Yidong was furious, like a lion wanting to swallow the sky. Who killed my 2 generals? Yi Beibei. Yidong sat on the grand golden throne. He was in a human form now, yet his muscles bulged, with a bear-like waist and tiger-like back. One could imagine what kind of astonishing beast he would be in his soul beast form. It seems to be the newly risen North Sea god. Named Jiang Luoran, a bird has emerged. What? That bastard? Yidong's face twitched in anger. How detestable. This person must have relied on divine artifacts and divine status. Truly despicable. Yidong's roar shook the air for several miles, filled with a metallic resonance. Yi Beibei was outrageously defiant, and her son was even more of a greedy wolf, tragic, hateable. How could they lead the North Sea to a better future? The strategist stepped forward, his body filled with a yellow chi sea. The North Sea god actually consorted with low-level soul masters. This is disgraceful. Yidong clenched his fists. If it weren't for Yi Beibei having such an example, he wouldn't have inherited the title of Hell War God and would have handed over the divine status. But now that Yi Beibei has set this example, Yidong steeled his heart to change everything. At the very least, the North Sea cannot allow Yi Beibei to lead anymore. Actually, it can't be said to be handing over. After all, he is not a Kunpeng. One could only say he is convinced in heart and mouth, just to be a bystander, not to cause trouble. I suggest we conserve our energy and invite the Hell God to come out to strike down the Kunpeng Sacred Hall in one blow and restore a future for our North Sea. The strategist, also in human form, knelt on one knee before Yidong. Such a domineering person as Yidong suddenly seemed to have reservations. He furrowed his brows, as if he couldn't bear to make a decision. Invite the Hell God to come out for the future of the North Sea. All the birds knelt before Yidong, the scene grand, as if holding a divine ceremony. They killed our generals, yet they showed no mercy. Hell God, the strategist said seriously. All right, conserve our energy and immediately launch a southern expedition. No turning back. Yidong said, standing up from his seat and disappearing from everyone's sight. Inside the Kunpeng sacred hall. From what you say, he is quite like me. With a tendency towards violence, Yi Bei smiled, but is it a bit precocious? I remember when I was 50,000 years old, I was still a child. Master, humans are an early maturing species. They could develop well in all aspects in just 10 years. By your reasoning, is Jiang Nan still just a child when he is with you? Feng Linger truly is a persuasive genius. Yi Bei is not as good as her in this regard. If that's the case, I allow him to go to war, as long as he doesn't encounter Yidong. Upon hearing that man's name, Yi Bei suddenly dimmed. Now that all enemy troops have retreated, Yidong will either seek peace or conserve his strength for a decisive strike. Feng Linger speculated. That's right, but I know he definitely won't choose peace. Instead, he will go for a decisive strike. Yi Bei worried. If Yidong is really willing to go to any lengths to seize the Kunpeng sacred hall, then she must fight to the end. Although she could return to the divine realm and no longer be affected by the war, Yi Bei was unwilling to be a spineless god. If the crown prince becomes a god, won't we have two gods? Why still worry? Feng Ling asked it. Because on Yidong's side, there's not just one god. Ultimately, there are many against few. When that time comes, don't blame me for being ruthless. I must send Luoran to the divine realm. Yi Bei nodded. There are also two gods on the other side? Feng Linger's pupils widened. She didn't know such a big thing. I deduced it. And there might not just be two. It's likely three or more. Yi Bei's words startled Feng Linger. No wonder. One must know that even if Yidong becomes a god, he is still not enough to contend with the North Sea goddess status. But Yi Bei was worried. Why was she worrying about a matter that posed no danger? So this was the reason. There's not just one god on the other side. The real battle will begin. All divine statuses will appear, and by then, nothing will matter. My goodness, this battle is actually so terrifying. I know you were shocked. The four of you will follow Luoran to the divine realm and become his generals. If there is an opportunity, go seek your own divine status. One must know that generals are also born for divine statuses. Yi Bei smiled. Impossible. JiangLuoran would rather die than do that. Master, I dare to bet you can't drive him away. Feng Linger shook her head, feeling it unnecessary to say so much. When he comes back, let him come to my palace. Just say I have something to discuss with him. Yi Bei seemed to be deciding something. It was more like she planned to pass something on to JiangLuoran. Could it be that? Feng Linger was stunned in place, her whole body numb. Chapter 191. The true Dawn's gun JiangLuoran returned with a large number of soul beasts, having heard that Yi Bei was looking for him. The Kunpeng Sacred Hall's Kunpeng Divine Palace is where Yi Bei resides. Stepping inside, it is still a bright, white expanse, everything appearing so ethereal and solemn. In fact, there's no sense of incongruity, as JiangLuoran even feels that the Kunpeng martial spirit is a kind of illusion. Sometimes large, sometimes small, sometimes unpredictable. In such a vast palace, what should it be used for? JiangLuoran could only think this way. Transform into human form and take a nap. Transform into Kunpeng and take a nap. Experience different feelings. Indeed, from a visual perspective, it doesn't look like a palace at all. It's more like a vast square. How rich? Rich to the point of overflowing. It's frustrating to think that he's been poor for years, wishing to split one gold coin into two to spend. But with his mother here, he couldn't spend any of the wealth. At the time Yidong advanced to the title of Hell God, I had just come out of the divine realm and was unaware, so I was ambushed. Then he encountered that man. He originally planned not to come back, but how could God not care about the northern underworld? Yi Bei showed a pleading expression for forgiveness. I didn't blame you anyway. I just think the difference isn't that big, JiangLuoran said sincerely. The people around him, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, all lacked parental figures. Ning Rongrong, on the other hand, was different. She was favored by someone like Ning Fengji and had two powerful Title Douluos. Thus, being accompanied by monsters also brought about a monster's mindset. Hearing such a response, Yi Bei might have felt a bit sad. Having come to this point, it was indeed quite awkward. If softness didn't work, then he would go hard. After all, what he wanted was power, and he just happened to be able to teach him. After the trial, you mastered the combat methods and domain, and also obtained the Dawn Spear. That could definitely be considered quite good. You lack the harmonious application of these, so I will personally duel with you next. Yi Beibei took 2 steps back. You want to fight me? Jiang Luoran instinctively tightened his grip on the Dawn Spear. Having a god to assist him felt a bit exaggerated. Yes, just wield the Dawn Spear and attack with all your might. You should know that in front of me, the Dawn Spear in your hand holds no value at all. Yi Beibei's words were actually a critique. Her meaning was certainly not to disregard the divine artifact, but rather that in Jiang Luoran's hands, it was as if it were useless. A divine artifact must be wielded by a god to exert its power. All right. Jiang Luoran swept the spear horizontally, activating both the killing domain and the Kunpeng domain at the same time. Lightning. The speed of Jiang Luoran could only be described as lightning. He moved like a flash, the Dawn Spear in his hand trailing a golden light of dawn. Buzz. Yi Beibei simply pointed to block Jiang Luoran's Dawn Spear, as if she was just stopping a normal plastic toy. The most shocking was Jiang Luoran. With such a strike, he was almost exhausting his soul power. He never expected that Yi Beibei could effortlessly block it without even breaking the skin. Quickly switching attacks, Jiang Luoran pulled back the Dawn Spear and swept it horizontally at Yi Beibei in a 180-degree arc. Earlier, he was worried about hurting her, but now Jiang Luoran could completely relax. After all, she was a god. How could she be harmed by him? The 180-degree sweep was also deflected by Yi Beibei's single finger. Yi Beibei's eyes suddenly turned white as she stared at Jiang Luoran. In that instant, Jiang Luoran felt as if the world was turning upside down, and he almost fell into hell. Was this divine might? It seemed a bit terrifying. Just the breath of a god was something he couldn't withstand? If that was the case, the gap was far too large. They were simply not on the same level. Puffed. Jiang Luoran spat out a mouthful of internal blood as his vision gradually darkened. Not bad. You actually managed to withstand a trace of my divine might. Yi Beibei was quite satisfied with Jiang Luoran's physical quality. A trace? Jiang Luoran almost spat blood again. Just this little bit of power had him on the brink of death. Indeed, the gap between a mortal and a god is still very large. Even my little bit of divine power you can't withstand. Unless you are also a god, Yi Beibei said as a matter of course. It turned out that the perception between demigods and true gods was so significant. If my opponent were Yi Dong, wouldn't he just blow me away with a puff? Jiang Luoran gasped. You can't say that. The Northern Underworld god is a high god. This god position is much stronger than others. I can now fight against 2 gods. But adding 1 more would be impossible, Yi Beibei said. You mean Yi Dong has at least 3 gods under him? How can this battle be fought? It's completely a massacre. Jiang Luoran felt anxious for the Northern Underworld. This is not something you should be concerned about. Can you continue? Let's try again. Jiang Luoran gripped the Dawn Spear and charged toward Yi Beibei. During this process, Jiang Luoran asked many questions, and through Yi Beibei's careful explanations, he realized there were many things he hadn't paid attention to. Outside the Kunpeng sanctuary, what is the master doing? Xina Asket Feng Lingya. Of course, she is trying to merge with the Dawn Spear. If she succeeds, Jiang Luoran may become a god today, Feng Linger replied. The Dawn of Light? The master is going to bring out the Dawn of Light? This meant she wanted to give the Kunpeng sanctuary to Jiang Luoran. What a grand gesture. I almost want to be the master's daughter. The benefits are overflowing, Shiner said enviously. Or the daughter-in-law would be fine. I believe the master can give you a cluster of celestial flowers, Feng Linger said with a bitter smile, as she was chased by Shiner. Inside the Kunpeng sanctuary. The Dawn of Light? Jiang Luoran looked at the Dawn Spear in his hand. Isn't it the divine skill on my weapon? The Dawn Spear and the Dawn of Light were originally one, but one was nurtured by the Kunpeng sanctuary, while the other was brought to the divine realm. They could be unified for practical use. In fact, the Kunpeng god could no longer have a third deity. This path was no longer useful. I'm giving it to you now to prevent it from being coveted by others. Yi Beibei took out a radiant golden orb from the wall. Jiang Luoran couldn't help but look at the gap on the Dawn Spear in his hand, which could perfectly merge with the Dawn of Light. As the Dawn of Light was held in Jiang Luoran's hand, he could feel the spear vibrating. This was a pulling sensation, a feeling that was meant to be. It was incredibly harmonious. There was not a trace of disharmony. It was hard to imagine what kind of power could separate these 2 divine artifacts. If he also became a god, then he and Yi Beibei combined could fight against 4 gods. Although it was quite forced, it was definitely a power that the Northern Underworld couldn't give up. It would be best if he could become a god. Bang! The dawn of light and the dawn spear merged into one, radiating light. At this moment, it seemed that even the northern underworld was affected. Chapter 192. True God of the Northern Underworld. This visual sensation was indescribable. Perhaps it was divine energy holding this glowing spear. Jiang Luoran even thought he was controlling the entire world. Power was rising, a qualitative change. The dawn spear shed its black impurities and completely fused with the dawn of light, merging into Jiang Luoran's brow. He felt it. This was divine power being infused. The seal of the ultimate Douluo was lifted, allowing him to soar to great heights, unstoppable. The heavenly ladder. Yes, there was also the heavenly ladder. Climbing the heavenly ladder was the path to becoming the northern underworld god. So right now, he was just enhancing his strength without actually becoming a god. Jiang Luoran walked to the highest level of the Kunpeng sanctuary. The heavenly ladder that connected to the clouds was still there, and without hesitation, he stepped forward. Pressure. Indeed, it was pressure. Jiang Luoran's waist bent down in an instant. If he didn't become a god today, the chances of becoming one in the future would be slim. Therefore, Jiang Luoran had to give his all to move forward. He had no way out. 156. 107. The further he walked, the more he couldn't see the end ahead. He felt this journey was even farther than the distance between the northern underworld and the Douluo continent. Shaking his head, Jiang Luoran continued to advance. Although he was already in a daze, the pain on his body was constantly stimulating him. After walking through 100 steps, the sensation brought by the stairs was no longer just simple pain, but a tearing of the spirit. Now, pain can no longer express Jiang Luoran's feelings. The current situation can be combined with the feeling of holding the dawn spear for the first time. It might even be more intense, as Jiang Luoran has been progressing, and his pupils have gradually turned white. This is the rhythm of losing one's sanity. Sometimes Jiang Luoran wants to curse out loud, as if he is the only Kunpeng in this world. Is the divine position created by his ancestors meant to directly strangle him? Believe it or not, I will cut off your descendants and leave no hope for the Kunpeng lineage. He is really going crazy because this heavenly ladder is nothing like the kind of training in the sea god temple. This heavenly ladder seems designed to kill, and he must force himself to climb it. This feeling is driving Jiang Luoran into a rage. He is about to go mad. To be honest at this point, Jiang Luoran is completely relying on his own inertia, and his consciousness has already sunk. It's hard to imagine how Yi Beibei managed to walk through this. Who could walk this despairing path? The dawn spear on his forehead is gradually dimming, as if it has no intention of helping Jiang Luoran. Is he really going to die? Jiang Luoran collapses on the heavenly ladder, surrounded by endless white clouds and indistinct steps, and looking forward is the same. He is stuck in the middle. Is there anything more difficult than this? Retreating means enduring torment, and continuing forward may be even more torturous than now. Jiang Luoran has already abandoned his fighting spirit and hope because the wick of his life has gone out. He closes his eyes, falling motionless on the cloud steps. Falling endlessly, Jiang Luoran doesn't know what will happen to him. Is this how it feels to die? However, without pain and cruelty, continuing like this isn't so bad. But what about Beiming? He really wants to give up on family and friendship and just keep falling like this. But he's also a bit reluctant. Buzz. The dawn spear on Jiang Luoran's forehead releases its power, and Jiang Luoran suddenly opens his eyes. He suddenly feels not so uncomfortable anymore. 385. 403. Why? Jiang Luoran wants to ask why. As he keeps walking down, his injuries gradually improve, and the power ahead becomes warmer and warmer. It's like soaking a hot spring. Spirit, body, thoughts, everything is recovering and growing. This feeling is not brought to him by the dawn spear, but by the heavenly ladder. Jiang Luoran remembers a saying called the 3 phrases of life: plain and ordinary, magnificent to the extreme, and returning to simplicity. Could it be that this heavenly ladder is also made according to this process? If he hadn't thought of his friends and family in the end, he might have really gone. Huff! Jiang Luoran lets out a breath and slowly stands up, bathing in the morning light. From the best state to a dead dog, then from a dead dog to basking in the morning light, enjoying ultimate beauty. With many twists and turns, Jiang Luoran seems to have endured countless storms. Is this life? With every step Jiang Luoran takes, a piece of soul bone emerges from his body. Leg bones, skulls, arm bones, trunk bones. These soul bones actually combine into a set of golden battle armor, wrapping around him. 9 golden soul rings also appear, resting behind Jiang Luoran's head, like divine creation rings. Jiang Luoran's expression becomes more and more enjoyable. His life has reached its boiling point. In the end, Jiang Luoran doesn't even know how he climbed the stairs. In front of him is a building hundreds of times more magnificent than the Kunpeng Sacred Hall. It's hard to imagine that this palace of the world is merely the residence of the Kunpeng deity. The steps behind him recede, replaced by cloud layers, filled with dawn light. In fact, besides the three phrases of life, I think there's another saying, nirvana and rebirth. JiangLuoran's voice changes, sounding vast and supreme. God, he has finally achieved the position of the Kunpeng deity. Yi Beibei walks out of the palace, radiating divine light, unattainable, like the cold queen of the divine realm. Is this your true state? Jiang Luoran looks at Yi Beibei. If the previous Yi Beibei could be considered a queen, then now she resembles a master of creation, governing everything and possessing supreme power. If in her true form, very few can withstand it. Moreover, you seem to be like me now. Shouldn't you be surprised? Yi Beibei smiles lightly. Like me? Jiang Luoran looks at himself. Indeed, there's been a great change, this novel and destructive power. Now he is not just strong, he is simply against the heavens. Oh no, he is already a god in the sky. Should we go to the divine realm for a look? Yi Beibei holds Jiang Luoran's hand like a loving mother, with a forgiving expression as if seeing her son. Forget it, although I didn't expect to have this day. But still, forget it. Once the matters below are resolved, I will enter the divine hall. Jiang Luoran doesn't want to go in, mainly because the issues with Beiming aren't over. I have made up my mind. If they want to fight, I will accompany them to the end. We are the Beiming gods, supreme. Yi Beibei also shows fighting spirit. Yi Dong has been pressing hard. He didn't resist before, which gave him the opportunity. But if Yi Beibei waits any longer, how many will die in the Kunpeng Sacred Hall? And how many will fall apart? I think so too, and I believe we should strike with thunder. Directly challenging is one of our ways to win. Jiang Luoran grips the Dawn spear tightly. It's time to lay the foundation for Beiming to avoid future chaotic battles like this. Yi Beibei is lost in thought for a moment. I agree. Chapter 193. The arrival of the gods. Jiang Luoran and Yi Beibei lead their troops south, charging straight into Yi Dong's territory. The four war generals follow them, intending to catch Yi Dong off guard. Now that the Beiming dual gods have arrived, the spirits of the Kunpeng Sacred Hall and others are high. One god against two gods. Even a fool knows who is stronger, but they don't know that there is more than one god on Yi Dong's side. Once the battle begins, no one can escape or evade. A large wave of soul beasts follows Jiang Luoran and Yi Beibei, forming a straight line. Jiang Luoran and Yi Beibei are surrounded by 10 golden soul rings. Roar! Upon arriving at Yi Dong's position, the surroundings suddenly change, as large waves of soul beasts rush out, surrounding Jiang Luoran and the others. An ambush. Clearly, Yi Dong plans to use their own tactics against them, and Jiang Luoran and the others have fallen into a trap. Bang! Jiang Luoran raises the Dawn Spear and strikes, collapsing the large troop of soul beasts on the left. Yi Beibei forms seals with both hands, white light soaring into the sky, annihilating a regiment of soul beasts. The key is that this soul beast squad is almost entirely composed of those over 50,000 years old, with two gods present. The soul beasts on the Beiming side naturally become excited and fight against the enemy. Yi Dong, Jiang Luoran, is also a god, his eyes naturally keen, and he spots Yi Dong at a glance. He cannot let Yi Beibei engage in a fierce battle with Yi Dong. Thus, Jiang Luoran raises the Dawn Spear and charges over. Yi Dong spreads out 10 golden soul rings, wielding a giant knife as he approaches Jiang Luoran. The 10 soul rings on Jiang Luoran's body rotate, all attaching to the Dawn Spear, instantly creating a dazzling golden light. The black giant blade collided with the golden spear, and in an instant, the colors of heaven and earth changed. This was a battle of gods, an existence that affected everything. I'll help you. Yi Beibei thought about teaming up with Jiang Luoran to take down Yi Dong, which would allow them to adapt to the situation later. What if the opponent really summoned two gods? If you want to help me, you'd better defeat me first. A black babu bird flew in, 10 golden soul rings shimmering on its body. This was actually a witch god. Sure enough, those who defied the Beiming Divine Palace weren't just Yi Dong. They were trying to unite to push Yi Beibei off the stage. What's going on? Does Yi Dong also have dual gods? What is happening? This is a god. No soul beast would not be shocked, as the role of a god on the battlefield is truly extraordinary. Even if it's a re-established divine position, is still a god. Seeking death, Yi Beibei charged and empty-handed, throwing a punch at the witch god. Stop struggling in vain. The witch god transformed into human form, wielding a black staff to draw a magic circle. Yi Dong, you can't defeat me. Surrender now, and I 1T pursue it. Jiang Luoran pressured Yi Dong, almost injuring him several times. Nonsense, Dai. In truth, Yi Dong was under great pressure, because Jiang Luoran possessed what could be considered two divine artifacts, and his qualifications were incredibly strong, even surpassing Yi Dong. If it weren't for the advantage of having more gods, Yi Dong might truly be finished this time. What is so proud about being a Kunpeng god due to bloodline? Yi Dong was furious and swung 36 blades. Jiang Luoran sliced through all the blade energy with a single thrust of his spear, retracting it with a pull. You think too simply. The Beiming divine position is also mine, obtained through great hardships. Jiang Luoran thrust fiercely. Light of dawn. Jiang Luoran could no longer delay, as he couldn't estimate how many gods the opponent had. If another one appeared, he would be passive immediately. A large expanse of golden light burst forth. Countless lights of dawn swept across the entire sky like a blade. This kind of lethality was all-encompassing. Yi Dong activated his shield to block the mountain-like attack, almost being slain on the spot. It was hard to imagine that even a god like Yi Dong felt this attack as overwhelming. Yi Dong fell from the sky to the ground, crying out in pain. One must admit, the light of dawn was a devastating move, utterly unmatched. With this move, he was defeated. Ninth soul skill, blue god symbol. When the blue god appears, all will fall. The divine symbol descends, and 10,000 perish. Ninth soul skill, blue god melody. The bloody rain song of the blue god realm, a death song for Shaochang. Jiang Luoran was now also a god. So even if it was his second martial soul, what he unleashed was still a divine skill. It had lethal effects. Yi Dong was first strangled half to death by the blood vine, then struck down by a sound wave. Enough. What do you juniors understand? Next, it was a power you couldn't withstand. Yi Dong raised his long blade, embodying hell. At this moment, everyone's eyelids changed, for in front of them was only one color, black, and it was pitch black, as if some hellish demon was about to appear. Jiang Luoran felt something flying towards him, like a black lion with wings. It was so large that in front of this lion, Jiang Luoran felt as small as a tooth. Luoran, don't be dazed, attack him. Yi Bei pushed back the witch god with a palm, planning to help Jiang Luoran, but was again restrained. Kunpeng embodiment. Jiang Luoran transformed into the Kunpeng god, that light illuminating all the sky, contrasting with the darkness below. The black and white spun at high speed, and no one could tell what kind of attack this was, because it was completely unclear, too all-encompassing. It was as if it became the entirety of the world. God-level battles would affect an area of hundreds of miles, but when gods deployed their ultimate moves, one had to consider it all-encompassing. Retreat, quickly retreat, hurry, someone shouted, but in this situation, where could one retreat? They couldn't even see the road to retreat. In the end, even the sounds of the soul beasts were drowned out, leaving only the intersection of white and black light. Jiang Luoran felt it was inappropriate. If it exploded here, no one would survive. He pulled the black lion and instantly flew to the atmosphere. It exploded, and there were no words or phrases in the world to describe that sound. It devoured everything, as if it also released everything. This kind of attack was a divine skill. Yi Bei also became fierce, Kunpeng embodiment. She transformed into a Kunpeng god, identical to Jiang Luoran's earlier form, except she was female. The witch god quickly withdrew. Witch god embodiment. Black light and white light intersected again, similar to the earlier explosion. Even the power was comparable. The soul beasts felt dazed. It was happening again. This was quickly becoming a battlefield of gods. While the soul beasts still had visibility, they desperately ran toward the safe zone. In fact, the so-called safe zone was just below the hill. The attack area of a god meant that no matter how far you ran, you would still face death. Boom! A crimson black gold figure flew in, surrounded by 10 soul rings. It emitted a black gold light, making people feel its heat from 100 meters away. Another god arrived. Still the black gold god. Are gods now free? Why are there so many gods appearing? All the soul beasts were confused. Chapter 194. Fall Yi Dong was knocked down to the ground. Shattering the ground, he transformed back into the form of a black lion, with wings, measuring a full kilometer in size. The witch god also fell from clouds, sinking into the ground, even forgetting to struggle. The clouds parted, and 2 vast Kunpengs stood on the clouds, overlooking all beings. Audacious. The crimson black gold transformed into a sun war god, charging up into the sky, battling the 2 Kunpengs. Although it was a god, it was difficult to fight against 2. In the instant they clashed, the crimson black gold was severely suppressed. Even divine skills couldn't be used, let alone resist. Yi Dong and the witch god rushed into the sky together to assist the crimson black gold, and the battle changed again. The two Kunpengs were overwhelmed, but they were not without the ability to fight back. On the contrary, Jiang Luoran and Yi Beibei had high synergy, able to attack skillfully in front of the three gods. Jiang Luoran transformed back into human form, wielding the Dawn Spear, with 10 golden enhancements applied. The Dawn Spear instantly became 1,000 meters long. The Blood Vine martial soul activated, and Jiang Luoran became a giant plant person, wielding the Dawn Spear, which was wider than his own body, and swung it at the crimson black gold. The golden light was like a heavenly barrier, causing the crimson black gold to be unable to distinguish whether it was a spear or a divine skill, and it immediately prepared to defend. Jiang Luoran naturally knew that in god-level battles, one should avoid being in a passive state. So the crimson black gold would definitely try to dodge or defend. At this moment, the old tree root was needed. Old tree root. Oh, second soul skill, shadow following. Boo, a towering ancient tree rose from the ground. Black vines entwining together. As they twisted, the tree grew taller, dense like the world tree. Now, the old tree root was also at the level of a million-year soul beast, and Jiang Luoran summoned 10 at once. The three gods attacked separately, while the remaining one protected Yi Beibei. The fourth soul skill, 1,000 Forgings, and the fifth soul skill, Hell Armor, were released on the old tree roots, reinforcing its defense and attack. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Luoran summoned 2 sets of Hell Armor for himself and Yi Beibei. The current Hell Armor could be considered a divine skill or a divine armor. Buzz, the strategist, flew in, shedding his robe to transform into a Qingfeng bird soaring through the sky, 10 golden soul rings unfurling around him. There was no doubt that he was another god. Now the situation was 4 gods against 2, and the balance of the battle immediately tipped in favor of Yi Dong. Jiang Luoran felt the pressure increase as the witch god and Yi Dong attacked him simultaneously with overwhelming force, making it hard to cope. Jiang Luoran swept horizontally at 180 degrees, pushing back Yi Dong and the witch god, but just as he intended to attack Yi Dong, he was blocked by the witch god's magic array. You can't win. The disparity is too great. Surrender quickly to avoid collapsing Beiming. Yi Dong urged anxiously. If this continued, Beiming would inevitably collapse and might even sink into the sea. You initiated this conflict, and now you want us to give up? You stop first. Jiang Luoran shattered the magic array with a single strike, which got seal-bound. The massive magic array ensnared Jiang Luoran again, restricting his movements. Let's see how much more you can unleash, Jiang Luoran said, using the Dawn Spear as a hammer to strike the magic array. Bang! Jiang Luoran continued to chase after Yi Dong, as he was the true protagonist of this battle. When gods fought, mortals suffered. The soul beasts on the ground were caught in turmoil, with some instantly exploding from the shockwaves. The entire Beiming was shaking, and this was still in the sky. If they fought on the ground, Beiming would surely collapse immediately. In this dire situation, Yi Beibei couldn't withdraw either. She was thinking of a way. Since we've come this far, and you don't want to waste time, let's reveal all our trump cards, Jiang Luoran declared, noticing that the opponent seemed to have more hidden cards. A blue ice bird flew in, radiating a chilling aura that put Jiang Luoran on high alert. Anything that could make Jiang Luoran vigilant must be a god or above. Another god appeared. The opponent had 5 gods. This was indeed a grand spectacle. Luoran, retreat quickly. Yi Beibei exclaimed anxiously. She couldn't let Jiang Luoran fall here. Trying to escape? It's not that easy. The ice bird shouted, releasing icy spikes toward Jiang Luoran. If it weren't for the old tree roots restraining these gods, Jiang Luoran and Yi Beibei would not have lasted this long. However, with the addition of yet another god, they were now in a completely overwhelming state. Jiang Luoran and Yi Beibei felt increasingly alarmed. They were utterly outmatched, and the opponent was clearly intent on killing them. Feng Ling and the other warriors also recognized the gap in strength. The opponent had clearly come prepared, but in a divine battle, they couldn't intervene and could only wait anxiously. Yi Dong, the witch god, and the ice bird teamed up against Jiang Luoran. Hell possession, witch god possession, ice bird possession. The 3 gods unleashed their divine skills simultaneously, catching Jiang Luoran off guard. He didn't even have time to unleash the Dawn Spear before being smashed into the ground, nearly obliterated. I told you not to seek your own demise, Yi Dong thought, secretly shocked. If they hadn't relied on numbers to win, they might not have been able to defeat these 2 gods, especially Jiang Luoran. Previously calling him useless was a grave mistake. His strength was indeed extraordinary, to the point where even he almost suffered a loss. However, it was uncertain if it was due to Yi Beibei's support or the Kunpeng bloodline. Regardless, the opponent was now a god that could not be ignored. With the Dawn Spear's blessing, Jiang Luoran became even more valorous and invincible. When Yi Dong attempted to grasp the Dawn Spear, a painful sensation coursed through his entire body. What kind of power could make even a god unable to bear it? Was this the power of a divine artifact? Compared to the artifact in hand, the Dawn Spear was undoubtedly the best. Was this what bloodline meant? This was something that had tormented Yi Dong for a lifetime. He dreamt of becoming the god of Beiming, only to be limited by his bloodline. Now he couldn't even hold the Dawn Spear. This was a humiliation, a tremendous disgrace. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and Yi Dong raised his great sword, aiming it at Jiang Luoran's neck. Luoran, hurry and run, Yi Beibei shouted, disregarding the opponent's divine skills, charging toward Yi Dong. Yi Dong's blade was as fast as lightning. How could Yi Beibei catch up so easily? Bang! Jiang Luoran fell on the spot, and Yi Dong satisfiedly sheathed his sword, wiping the blood off the blade. Yi Dong, you're looking for death. Yi Beibei completely went berserk. She couldn't imagine Jiang Luoran's death. The four gods couldn't stop her. With a wave of her hand, she dispersed them and pursued Yi Dong. Yi Dong had never seen Yi Beibei this angry. He felt a sense of danger. Suddenly, a colorful light shot down onto Jiang Luoran. Chapter 195, 5 Gods vs. 5 Gods. What is this divine aura? Such a powerful life force. This is a power that transcends everything. Jiang Luoran restored himself and abruptly opened his eyes. He realized that he had become a god. No matter what happened, he could see it clearly. Ning Rongrong and Oscar's soul fusion skill. Jiang Luoran looked at his perfected body. This is impossible. The distance between Beiming and Douluo continent. Even a god couldn't arrive in time. It would take at least several years to reach. JiangLuoran's Kunpeng domain had to reach its peak to arrive instantly. This was the power to control time. Sure enough, 9 figures emerged from a white teleportation beam. God level Tang San, God level Hulaina, God level Tang Bai, Daimu Bai Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu. How is this possible? Even Jiang Luoran, now a god, felt it was unbelievable. What kind of astonishing power could bring them here? Hulaina threw out a green shell. You forgot. Someone from Beiming has been here before. Of course, the teleportation device was left behind. Jiang Luoran suddenly realized that Yi Dong's hasty attempt to harm him had actually created allies for him. At such a critical moment, their arrival was the strongest support. Moreover, Ning Rongrong and Oscar quickly unleashed their soul fusion skill to save him. Brother, I told you it would work, right? Tang Bai approached, a white light glowing from his forehead. Also a flying deity, taking them by surprise. Tang San quickly and accurately raised the sea god trident and shot it at the witch god. Boom! God slaying. The witch god was instantly reduced to ashes, not leaving a trace behind. In that case, let us charge ahead first. Dai Mu Bai was already prepared. You gods can battle in the sky. The ground is left to us. Ma Hongjun transformed into a fiery phoenix and charged toward the ground battlefield. Kuli, JiangLuoran, Dangshan, Dangbai, and Hulaina rushed into the sky to join Yi Beibei. The instant the witch god was slain shocked Yi Dong. Had Jiang Luoran summoned reinforcements? 3 gods. As soon as they arrived, they swiftly eliminated one of their own, instantly widening the gap in strength. The battle situation changed again. Yi Beibei discovered that Jiang Luoran was not dead, and her mood settled down as she faced off against the Crimson Golden Crow. Together, Jiang Luoran overpowered the Dawn Spear and struck Yi Dong. With a cough, Yi Dong's internal organs nearly burst out, followed by the Golden Sea God, trident striking his chest. Do not harm my master. The strategist flew in with a wave of his hand, summoning black wings. Come forth, little dower, the power of the solar corona. Tang Bai also summoned white feathers, clashing with the strategist. Extreme 0 point. Erupting, the ice bird spread its wings, as if about to ascend, with an increasingly terrifying chill emanating from its body. The entire sky was swept away. 9 tails power, heavenly tribulation obliteration. Hulaina joined forces with the ice bird, both opening their arms to summon 9 pink, dreamlike tails, beginning to clash with their opponent. Too much time had already passed, and everyone and the gods unleashed their full power. The sea god trident thrust fiercely, pushing Yi Dong back with the force of the sea. Not giving the opponent a chance to breathe, Jiang Luoran flew in, accompanied by waves of mist, swinging the Dawn Spear, toward Yidong's back. Yidong was now caught in a pincer attack, facing two deities. He continuously retreated, falling back into the deep pit once again. Yi Beibei's skills were extraordinary, especially as someone who had already become a deity, resolving the Crimson Golden Crow with a single move of the Kunpeng. The opponent's gods were defeated one by one, and Jiang Luoran showed no mercy, for he had already died once. Moreover, if it weren't for this group of friends, his mother would have been killed, and Beiming would have been conquered. Jiang Luoran, Tang San, Tang Bai, and Yi Beibei focused their attacks on the black strategist. 4 gods against 1. Even if this strategist could move between heaven and earth, it could not withstand so many gods. What face do you as gods have? For deities ganging up on me? The strategist panicked. Such a clutch plea for mercy. Go say that in hell. Jiang Luoran's dawn spear pierced into the strategist's body. Spare me. I am willing to. Before the strategist could finish, he saw a burst of white light in front of him, as if it were a divine technique. Feathers of the Great Void. Annihilation Strike. Tang Bai spread out a 1,000-meter feather, enveloping the strategist and quickly closing in. Jiang Luoran seized the opportunity to escape from Tang Bai's attack. Boom! The strategist fell on the spot, not even leaving behind blood. A deity was thus eliminated. Such a record was truly astonishing. This method of slaying gods was breathtaking, completely defying the irreversible laws of the divine. Finally, it was the ice bird. The 4 gods charged toward Hulaina, all filled with murderous intent, unleashing their respective divine artifacts. The ice bird, seeing the situation, panicked, realizing that if the battle continued, it would be surrounded and possibly killed by 5 gods. Run! As the ice bird spread its wings, it flew far away. Jiang Luoran and the others were not to be trifled with. Having become gods, their speed was naturally unmatched. Jiang Luoran was the first to block the ice bird's path. Yi Beibei sealed off the left side. Tang San took the right, while Tang Bai blocked the ice bird's escape route. Lastly, Hulaina hovered above, looking down at the ice bird. Just moments ago, she had almost severely injured it, yet it had managed to escape. You can't kill me. The ice bird panicked, realizing that any deity would risk their life. To die now would be a disgrace to its hard-earned efforts. Having finally become a deity, it absolutely could not fall today. What can't we do? Haven't we already killed 3 deities? Tang Bai smirked wickedly. The ice bird felt a chill run down its spine upon seeing the glint in their eyes. There's no point in talking. You can't escape. Yi Beibei summoned a cloud hand, gripping the ice bird's throat. Light of dawn, Jiang Luoran's golden spear rapidly expanded, resembling a balloon filled with air. Hulaina formed seals in the sky, assembling blocks of white giant tails, filling the entire sky with the scent of flowers. They were preparing to unleash a combined attack. Knowing it couldn't match them, the ice bird realized that even if it had 3 more lives, it wouldn't be able to break free. If I had 4 lives, that would be possible. I am willing to pledge allegiance to Beiming, serve Beiming for 1,000 years. No, 10,000 years. The ice bird nearly knelt down. The divine technique was still being unleashed, seemingly ignoring the ice bird's pleas. Isn't it enough to belong to Beiming forever? The ice bird darted back and forth, unable to escape. The 5 did not believe the ice bird's words. Besides, what use was it to have it belong to Beiming? Just moments ago, it had nearly killed the twin gods of Beiming, and now it wanted to beg for mercy. Finish it, Jiang Luoran commanded, and 5 divine techniques were released simultaneously, charging toward the ice bird. All right, you forced me. The ice bird shouted, its body slowly disintegrating, ice and snow bursting forth. Chapter 196. Crisis resolved. 1 deity go to sacrifice. What a powerful force that was. The extent of it instantly overshadowed the 5 types of soul techniques. The cold ice covered the sky. Even without feeling it, one could smell the suffocating chill. This extreme power seemed ready to burst forth beyond the heavens and earth. In reality, this was a god-level ice, and using it in the human realm would likely bring about great disaster. From the ground, it appeared that a massive ice lotus was accumulating in the sky, continuously expanding. Use your domains, or else everyone except us will die. Jiang Luoran immediately released all his domains to control the ice lotus. Tang San spun the sea god trident and performed the sea god dance, with domains pouring out in abundance. Yi Beibei formed hand seals, wrapping white mist around the ice lotus. Then came Hulaina and Tang Bai, both releasing their own divine-level domains simultaneously. To stop the god's sacrifice, one must be above the gods. However, for them, they were all of the same level, and as long as they weren't killed by this divine power, That would suffice. But stopping it would not have a decisive effect. The ice lotus grew larger and larger. And even Jiang Luoran and the others could not hold it back. If this continued, all of Beiming would be finished. There would be no talk of establishing peace and order afterward. Extreme God, do you dare? Yi Dong crawled out from the deep pit, only wanting to build a better Beiming. He was also jealous of Yi Beibei. But if Beiming were to perish, he would not want to see all these old beasts die. However, the ice lotus did not stop. It continued to expand, already sending the 5 gods flying. Luoran, universe of 10,000 miles. Hulaina leaped forward. Universe of 10,000 miles. Jiang Luoran's pupils glowed as he charged toward the ice lotus alongside Hulaina. Now that they were gods, their combined technique could naturally slaughter deities, but it was uncertain whether they could withstand the god sacrifice. It was hard to imagine the power of universe of 10,000 miles, as the nine-tails Kunpeng was already close to the appearance of a mythical sacred beast. Clad in white and pink armor, with willow smoke drifting, the light from its eyes approached a dreamlike hue. The nine-tails Kunpeng and the ice lotus were similar in size, and the two directly collided, unleashing a silent force of the Great Way. Dongji. Before Tang San could finish, Jiang Luoran and Hulaina were already confronting the ice lotus. To be honest, at this moment of confrontation, Jiang Luoran could barely hold on. As the Beiming deity, he felt strained. However, it was effective. The ice lotus was directly suppressed. Boom! The eruption felt as if the sky was collapsing at that moment. The other 3 gods could only block the large masses of ice and snow, but the smaller ones were difficult to handle. Just these tiny shards of ice falling to the ground could potentially turn the North Underworld into a land of winter. A shard of ice fell to the ground and cleaved a battle-class soul beast in half. The soul beasts around it also turned into hard ice sculptures. I'm coming. Yi Dong saw that the situation was dire and quickly transformed into a black lion to defend against the ice and snow power on the ground. In the last moment, Jiang Luoran saw the Dawn Spear and Hulaina's 9 tails blocking in front of her. The sacrifice was isolated in the air, and the ground was entirely blocked by Yi Dong, but he was now severely injured. Ning Rongrong and Oscar worked together to heal Jiang Luoran and Hulaina, who were the ones who fought against the sacrifice and were the most heavily injured. Yi Dong. Yi Beibei looked down at the defeated Yi Dong and asked, "Are you happy now?" Yi Dong was now incomplete, and his divine essence was nearly shattered. Most of the ice and snow on the ground had been blocked by him. "Just kill me," Yi Dong said. "I'm covered in serious injuries and feel like dying." He closed his eyes, seemingly unwilling to say more. Tang San and the others stood outside the circle, and what remained was their own family matter. Yi Dong, who thought the plan had succeeded, did not expect Jiang Luoran to have divine friends to help. Moreover, there was even a divine technique that could bring someone back to life. Yi Dong was utterly speechless. How was this any different from cheating? The reason he had decisively killed Jiang Luoran was to play a decisive role. Now looking back, it wasn't that he hadn't prepared enough, but that the opponent was too strong. Infinite life, how could one fight against that? Right from the start, they had taken out one of their gods. How could they still fight? It was a miracle they hadn't lost. Heaven knows how these people had come. They appeared and attacked without him even realizing the current situation. The 4 gods beside him had perished. Thinking of this, Yi Dong involuntarily glanced at Oscar and Ning Rongrong, who were healing. The reason for his current predicament was entirely because of these 2. It was simply infuriating. Unfortunately, he could not move at all now. Otherwise, he would drag them down with him even in death. Yi Dong, you show no repentance. I will send you on your way now. Yi Beibei raised her hand to gather power. Why? Why am I not the god of the North Underworld? How I hate my current divine position, the position of the Hell God. Yi Dong shouted. Yi Dong, like Jiang Luoran who had just been slain, died in pieces. However, this time, there was no Ning Rongrong and Oscar to help him be reborn. Dead was dead. Yi Beibei also seemed somewhat lost, as if she had experienced countless years of hardship. Only now did she show her true age. The help from several gods of the North Underworld was deeply remembered. Please first accompany me to the North Underworld to recuperate. Yi Beibei arranged for Tang San and the others to settle down. They had helped so much. How could she possibly disregard them? It was a lie to say they had no injuries after fighting this long, and Tang San and the others were not polite. Walking into the Kunpeng Holy Temple one after another. "Aunt, no need to be polite. Luoran helped us a lot before," Tang San said. "Exactly. There is no need for this," Dai Mubai smiled. "But you must first heal. I will prepare the divine medicine of the Kunpeng Holy Temple for you all. Consider it as family," Hurry back, Yi Beibei said. Next came the issue of control. With the greatest danger dead, the rest would naturally kneel and crawl. Calculating. There are now 5 gods in the Kunpeng Holy Temple. This was no joke. Anyone who resisted would be seeking death. Fenglinger and the others initially thought the North Underworld was about to fall, but did not expect such a dramatic turn of events. Turning crisis into safety was indeed a blessing for the North Underworld. In fact, even if Yi Dong had captured the North Underworld, it would not have been satisfying for him, because the gods helping him were all descending into the North Underworld. If the North Underworld was breached, Yi Dong's highest position would surely collapse, or the other 4 gods would divide the North Underworld. At that time, let alone the prosperity of the North Underworld, even the division of territory would plunge the soul beasts into calamity. Given the temperament of the ice bird, how kind could she be? However, it was estimated that Yi Dong was just using them and would then team up with the strategist to kill the rest. A soul beast like Yi Dong, who was solely focused on the North Underworld, would not think of this point. Just as he said, inheriting the position of the Hell God was something he had no choice but to do. He hated his divine position. Jiang Luoran had only intended to incapacitate Yi Dong. After all, he had promised the other party regarding the North Underworld illusion. However, having killed him now could also be seen as a form of liberation. Not to mention the physical pain he was in. Just speaking of the psychological aspect, he could not bear it. Chapter 197. Reunion. When Jiang Luoran awoke, he found himself lying on a bed, remembering that he seemed to have died again. He must have been saved by Ning Rongrong. However, continuously using life-saving techniques was exhausting for them. That ice bird had gone completely insane in the end, intent on sweeping everyone away. Feeling something soft beside him. What was it? Jiang Luoran struggled to sit up. It turned out they had brought Hulaina in as well, likely needing treatment together. In the end, Ning Rongrong and Oscar were too weak and forgot to take Hulaina back to her room. This time it should finally be over, right? Jiang Luoran thought everything was settled, and it was still thanks to the help of these friends. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tang Xin becoming a god was within Jiang Luoran's realm of thought. But how did Hulaina and Tang become gods? What divine positions did they obtain? Of course, what Jiang Luoran meant was that on the Douluo continent, although there were not just a few gods, it was indeed hard to find other divine positions. How did they discover them? This could be said to be a great opportunity, providing him with a sense of inevitable victory. Inside the Kunpeng Holy Temple, Master, we have already reclaimed all the North Underworld regions, Exiner said joyfully. Even the forbidden areas are under our control. Upon hearing that the temple has 5 gods and dozens of super battle generals, they immediately fled. Fenglinger cupped her hands. Now she could rest, waiting for time, waiting to become a million-year soul beast. What about the sea areas belonging to the North Underworld? Yi Beibei inquired. You must know that there are relics of several generations of Kunpeng ancestors in the sea. If Yi Dong were to refine them, it would be a heavy loss. The items were still there. It was estimated that Yi Dong was thinking of using them after victory. Fenglinger guessed Yi Dong's thoughts. Indeed, if no accidents occurred, Yi Dong would likely win. He probably never expected to suffer such a crushing defeat. Yi Beibei said sadly. Why not hold a banquet? To celebrate our North Underworld god's ascension and overcoming difficulties, Kaiser smiled. Linger, what do you think? Yi Beibei asked. Linger was Yi Beibei a strategist, and her considerations were generally very thorough. All right, that's settled. Linger left alone to arrange matters. In that case, young master, your time left in the human world is not much. How should we continue? Exiner was mainly worried about this point. This need not be a concern. The newly appointed North Underworld god has the Dawn Spear, which was used by the ancestors to open the Divine Realm Passage. If there is anything inappropriate, he will come personally, and you all will handle various affairs, Yi Beibei said. Who is that woman? Hulaina inquired as she woke up, thinking she was going to die at the time. Now she was likely saved. You may not know, but this place is called Beiming, and that woman is my mother, the Kunpeng deity of Beiming. Jiang Luoran sighed. After so many twists and turns, they finally returned, only to face another wave of defeat. For now, it seems I can have some peace for a while. I said, why are you so mysterious? Always in the Chao camp, but with your heart in Han. You scared my brother earlier, Hulaina scoffed. Oh, she almost perished back then. I saved him. Jiang Luoran waved his hand. If we talk about my achievements in land creation, it really has to do with Yi Beibei. Jiang Luoran was not wrong. First it was the divine bone, then the martial soul, and finally the dawn of light. And the Kunpeng divine position. All of this was granted by Yi Beibei. Without her, he would never have achieved such heights. The lowest level soul beasts here are over 200,000 years old. This is simply a paradise. Hulaina was astonished. Perhaps it was the will of heaven that led to Beiming being plundered. Many soul beasts died during this crisis. What Jiang Luoran meant was that prosperity often leads to decline. Beiming was too powerful and needed to be weakened a bit in order to go further. What is the will of heaven? Hulaina was puzzled. She had never heard of this term before. Two deities discussing the will of heaven in one bed felt quite out of place. Hulaina activated her divine position, appearing once again as pure and flawless as during battle, like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal world. It's a language from my hometown. You wouldn't understand? Jiang Luoran almost forgot that this wasn't Earth. By the way, is it really appropriate to discuss these things in bed? Jiang Luoran pointed out the current awkward situation to Hulaina. Dai Mubai walked through, and the soul beasts in Beiming treated him with great respect. Everyone knew it was all thanks to Dai Mubai holding the ground. If it weren't for him, the soul beasts across would have attacked long ago. Beiming is truly vast, even larger than the two great empires combined. Dai Mubai noticed something as soon as he arrived. It was indeed very large here. When he released his soul skills to fight, just the distance alone required flying for a while. This almost weakened his soul skills, leading to a large number of soul beasts converging towards him. He didn't know why Luoran wanted to help that woman. Zhu Zhuqing observed from the side. Forget about the outside. Just the bed he and Dai Mubai had just laid on was enough for the Yinming White Tiger to rest. We'll find out soon. I heard they're going to hold a banquet for us, Dai Mubai said eagerly, wanting to take Zhu Zhuqing to the venue. Because it was so big here, even if they still had an hour until it started, they felt they might not make it on time. Also, Dai Mubai didn't know what Beiming liked to eat. It shouldn't just be grass, right? Ma Hongjun had changed his ways, no longer looking around, because he had now reformed and understood the cost of indulgence. When Jiang Luoran arrived at the Kunpeng Holy Temple, he saw everyone gathered together, feeling like something akin to a worship ceremony for the myriad beasts was about to take place. Yi Beibei instantly understood when she saw him with Hulaina together. This guy could still find a girlfriend? It seems I don't have to worry anymore. When he first saw the child, his face was as cold as ice, as if someone owed him a fortune. How fierce must his girlfriend be? Thank you, brothers, for your righteous help. Jiang Luoran clasped his hands. Although I know you don't like to hear thanks, I still have to say it. Brother Jiang, that soul guide nearly crushed us. If it weren't for our three divine beings, we wouldn't have made it here, Ma Hongjun said with a bitter smile. Dean Flander and them still plan to come. It's just that the space is small, so only the most helpful elites can be chosen. Fatty, don't say that. Isn't this just putting pressure on Luoran? Oscar Bokid Ma Ongujun. Is that so? Quickly tell me what happened. Jiang Luoran inquired. It's nothing, just a spatial collapse. Hulaina, Tang Bai, and I worked together to stabilize the space. Although it was a bit forced, we managed to do it, Tangsen downplayed it. I was puzzled when you showed up. How did you know I was in danger in Beiming? This was the most puzzling part for Jiang Luoran. Because of her, we couldn't find you. And in the end, we found her. From there, we deduced that you were in danger. Tang San pointed at Hulaina. Chapter 198, the final boss. That's right, we finally reached the Sea God Temple. After Poseidon explained, we learned about your situation. Moreover, Poseidon collected the soul guides that came here, allowing us to hurry and help. Dai Mubai said nonchalantly. That's not a soul guide. Jiang Luoran waved his hand. That's just Beiming S transporter. But it's okay, if you want to go back, I'll personally send you. Suddenly, the entire Beiming shook as if it was about to collapse. Everyone was celebrating, but they didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Even the Kunpeng Holy Temple was affected, causing the White Dome to collapse. No one knew what was happening. It couldn't be an earthquake. This is Beiming. With so many high-level soul bees standing here, what kind of earthquake could shake this place? Jiang Luoran had a bad feeling. Not just Jiang Luoran. Anyone at the divine level could feel something was off. This energy seemed to awaken from underground. It wasn't just to shake Beiming, but was a force. A force that even gods could not ignore. What could this be? The five looked at each other, and the one who should speak the most was Yi Beibei. Without her, no one else could guess what this was. I'll go take a look. Yi Beibei transformed into white light and shot away. I'll go with you. Jiang Luoran sensed something was wrong and was afraid Yi Beibei would fall, so he immediately followed. Let's go together. Hulaina and Tang Bai chased after Jiang Luoran's figure. But the other party was too fast. Tangsen instructed Dai Mubai to organize the others and followed along. They were very clear that with this level of danger, even gods could only have a 50-50 chance. It was the sea area, Yi Beibei's expression was not good, hoping that it wasn't he that thing causing trouble. Otherwise, they would have to escape. Sea area? What is down there? Jiang Luoran asked. He really didn't know what was in the sea area and had never heard Yi Beibei mention it. I planned to tell you when you ascended. There's a malignant entity suppressed by my clan in the sea area. From my deduction, it must be that Yi Dong and the others had previously stirred it up. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. Yi Beibei didn't have time to say more before diving into the sea area. Jiang Luoran actually smelled a suffocating wave. He drew the dawn gun to guard beside Yi Beibei. Diving thousands of meters into the seabed was just a blink of an eye for them. Yi Beibei looked at the bones lying on the ground. The seal was broken. That madman Yi Dong must have gambled everything, leaving this dark piece behind. With this malignant entity emerging, it won't just be Beiming that suffers. Even the divine realm will be doomed. Yi Beibei's pupils lost focus. Whoosh! A black vine lashed out, and Jiang Luoran happened to be guarding beside Yi Beibei, striking back the black vine with his spear. How is this possible? This is the dawn gun. Why can't I cut through it? Jiang Luoran's cautious heart grew heavier again. Gulp! A swarm of black sharks rushed in, opening their bloody mouths and sharp teeth, wanting to devour Jiang Luoran and Yi Beibei. Second soul skill, shadow follow. First soul skill, materialization. 2 purple soul rings appeared before Jiang Luoran, intertwining as they crashed into the black sharks. 10 ancient tree roots surged from the seabed, extending thousands of vines to lash into the shark swarm. Bang! After all, it is a million-year soul beast. With this strike, a large group of black sharks were killed on the spot. Behind them, a swarm of jellyfish and octopuses rushed in, while 10 ancient tree roots formed a circle, eliminating enemies from all directions. Leaving the water's surface, this is its territory. Yi Beibei pulled Jiang Luoran away to prevent him from lingering in battle. Whoosh! A black beam pierced through 2 ancient tree roots, draining their energy. The black beam did not stop, continuing to chase Jiang Luoran, and its purpose was not to kill, but to entangle. One can imagine what it considered the gods to be. Buzz! 2 golden lights flashed as the spear of dawn and the trident of the sea god together severed the black beam. Hurry up, I am the sea god. But he still felt the opponent possessed a dominating power. Tang San had never been this anxious before. Immediately afterward, hundreds of black beams came shooting in like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. Jiang Luoran controlled the ancient tree roots to resist, but they were all instantly killed and pierced through. The power of the solar corona. Above the sea, a white radiance appeared and quickly converged into white feathers that pierced toward the black beams, severing them. What is that? Hulaina exclaimed, as she saw a pair of eyes, golden pupils. You would feel that there is no more chilling gaze in the world than this pupil. Not even a god could compare. The evil foot is about to awaken. Luoran, quickly activate the Kunpeng domain. Yi Beibei also released the Kunpeng domain. Jiang Luoran dared not hesitate, and together with Yi Beibei, they used the Kunpeng domain to suppress the evil foot. Time is the evolution of all things. Without time, it is equivalent to having nothing. But it was too strenuous. Even with both gods releasing the Kunpeng domain, they could not suppress each other. If it weren't for the level difference, then what else could it be? Retreat. Jiang Luoran could no longer hold on. He slapped Yi Beibei to let Hulaina take her away. The 4 of them were wise enough to head toward the sea surface. No matter what it is, I am a god now. Jiang Luoran spun 360 degrees, and the spear of dawn decomposed into numerous energy avatars. Light of dawn. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed, rocks shattered, and a howling gale wreaked havoc. As a towering tsunami surged in the sea, the golden light was the only color in everyone's sight. Boom! Jiang Luoran flew out of the water, landing in front of the 4, severely injured, with the spear of dawn vibrating in his hand. What was inside was simply not a god, at least above a god. Jiang Luoran spread his hand, revealing a streak of blood. So that's how it is. Yi Beibei saw Jiang Luoran's wound. I was just thinking that Yi Dong could not treat Beiming like this. It was the strategist who inherited his divine position. But once the strategist fell, this god would awaken. He took risks just for the divine position. Does he not care about anything else? Jiang Luoran was distressed. No wonder he said we couldn't kill him. Evacuate everyone as soon as possible. Yi Beibei was very decisive. At this moment, it was time to show the demeanor of a leader. Make the most accurate judgment. Hulaina suddenly froze, her pupils deeply fixed on the sea. It's too late. A dark mass slowly emerged from the sea, its body towering over 1,000 meters, black scales rubbing against each other. making a piercing sound. 9 long black bodies coiled around before finally revealing its full form. This was an ancient giant beast with 9 heads and a snake-like body, with golden light radiating from each pupil. A roar, such a roar, as if it wanted to tear everything apart, exploded from its mouth. How many years of repression must it have experienced to produce such a sound? Chapter 199. The bitter battle in this situation. No one could say they could block the other. They all flew back to Beiming to evacuate the personnel. Buzz. In an instant, they all felt time had paused. This oppressive atmosphere made everyone shudder. No, this was not time pausing, but the air had been sucked dry. 9 long heads gathered a black energy in their mouths. No one dared to underestimate the power of this strike, not even a god. 9 black light waves shot forth, even leaving no time to prepare. Kunpeng domain. Jiang Luoran controlled this force, as the range of this beam was too large. Apart from him and Yi Beibei, no one could escape. Kunpeng domain. Yi Beibei used the domain on Hulaina and the others. You all hurry and leave. The current Beiming is a place of chaos. I cannot implicate you. Then may I ask, this soul beast shouldn't just be attacking Beiming, right? Tang Sin did not leave. We are gods and also people of Douluo continent. No matter where we go, we cannot escape it. It is better to work together to solve it. Tang Bai said seriously. Do you not understand the power of this evil foot? Retreat first. Form an alliance with the gods, and then come to kill it. Before Yi Beibei could finish, Hulaina charged out with the divine sword in hand. The power of the white lotus, with a sweep of the divine sword in her hand, severed all the black beams, even cutting through the ground. 1,000 red slashes. The golden soul rings on Tang Bai glowed as he held a golden feather and flew into the sky. Piles of golden feathers stitched together, obscuring half the sky, all aimed down at the evil foot. The golden light obliterated the evil foot, even recreating the scene of the tsunami earlier. Buddha's fury, Tang Lotus. Tang San controlled the golden Tang Lotus, rushing in with petals against the evil foot. These powers only injured the evil foot, instead increasing its resentment. Bang, bang, bang. The 9 heads attacked Jiang Luoran and the others from 1,000 meters away. They scattered to avoid being caught by the evil foot. 7th soul skill, blood vine incarnation. Jiang Luoran spread his arms, transforming into a giant to stand shoulder to shoulder with the evil foot, wielding the spear of dawn to block its ferocious heads. If Jiang Luoran did not stop it, this evil foot would kill its way to Beiming. So he unleashed a frenzy of attacks the moment he appeared. Various soul skills were unleashed as if there was no cost. The 9 heads were pushed back, their bodies lifted by the plant beings. The visual sensation was like a battle of Gundams. Jiang Luoran found an opening and thrust a spear into the evil foot's chest. The spear of dawn only broke through its skin, failing to penetrate its body at all. It felt as if the opponent had hundreds of layers of tough skin, and no matter how hard he struck, it wouldn't break. 5th soul skill, held battle armor. Jiang Luoran infused a golden energy into the evil foot's body. The held battle armor wrapped around the evil foot, constricting it tightly. 4th soul skill, 1,000 hammer 100. JiangLuoran's 4th soul skill was not even ready to be used when he was suddenly choked by a head. The plant beings were instantly controlled. Although they were the same size, in terms of power, the plant beings were far inferior to the evil foot. Kunpeng kill. Yi Beibei's hand saw the blade light, cutting through the head that was binding the plant being. The plant being seized this opportunity, grabbing one of the opponent's heads, raising the spear of dawn, releasing the light of dawn, and chopping down at the wound. Slash. Severed. The evil foot howled in pain, blood splattering from the wound. This extreme pain made it groan. Not good. Retreat quickly. Everyone retreat. Jiang Luoran, being the closest to it, knew the opponent was about to unleash a big move. Luoran, hurry up. Tang San carried the seawater, swinging a massive wave towards the evil foot. However, this attack was nothing in the eyes of the evil foot, which was preoccupied with fighting the plant person. Since you want to settle this, as a god, I won't back down either. And Jiang Luoran was also filled with fighting spirit. He used the dawn spear like a hammer, the chaotic wind hammer technique whistling past, and with each strike, there was a resonating tremor. Boom! A red light emanated from the chest of the evil foot, as if it was about to spew blood. Whoosh! The red energy quickly charged, extracting the air within several miles, just like before. The heat alone was unbearable. This made Jiang Luoran feel as if he was being blasted by a hurricane. What on earth is this? Tang Bai's hands were numb, and he had unknown wounds on his body. If he was a TA god, he would have probably died dozens of times already. The key was that even he himself didn't know where these wounds came from. Not good. This red light is toxic. Even being within its charging range would affect him. Tang Sen wiped the blood from his chest. He must not let it release. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Hulaina unfurled her 9 tails and fought against the 8 heads of the evil foot in the sky. After all, they were gods. Even if they were not as strong as the opponent, they wouldn't be completely defeated. However, they really couldn't break through this kind of attack. How come? Jiang Luoran gathered the plant person again, crashing into the evil foot and forcing it into the sea. At the moment the evil foot fell into the water, the seawater began to evaporate rapidly. How high is this temperature? Jiang Luoran looked at his right arm, which was covered in blood, burned. Moreover, it was burned through the plant person. With 1,000 defense and the inherent defense of the plant person, it was broken just like that. This temperature was at least beyond that of the fire god. Even if Ma Hongjun became a god, a level 2 god, he might have such heat. Speaking of level 2 gods, Jiang Luoran suddenly realized that this might be a level 2 evil foot. A level 1 god certainly couldn't defeat it. The gap is here. They were all newly ascended gods and had no clear understanding of their limits. The plant person pressed down on the evil foot, preventing it from escaping the surface, but the opponent was too strong. The evil foot rose, ready to unleash a fatal blow. Old tree roots grew from the water, wrapping around the opponent and fiercely pulling it into the sea. At this critical moment, they had to rely on the old tree roots. Otherwise, Jiang Luoran wouldn't have been able to solve this predicament. Divine skills, quickly unleash divine skills. I can't hold it down much longer. Jiang Luoran shouted. The power of the sea god. Tang San threw the sea god's trident, and the sound of metal cutting through the air rang out. Boom! The evil foot, just emerging from the water, was struck back into it by the golden sea god's trident. At this moment, the energy in its chest was also fully charged, but the angle was wrong, releasing it towards the sky. The once white sky instantly turned red like fire. No, this is already fire. The sky seemed to have been torn open, a sea of crimson, especially the temperature, which made the surrounding miles feel the breath of hellfire. The closest to it were Jiang Luoran and the others, and even they couldn't withstand it. The 5 gods released all their defenses, piecing them together to avoid the fate of being killed. This power was terrifyingly strong. Chapter 200. The 7 gods arrive. Dozens of defenses shattered, and the ground beneath them collapsed like soil, choking waves of air flooding into their noses and filling their bodies. This uncontrollable deathly force could not be extracted from it all. Jiang Luoran even felt that this red energy had surged into the depths of the universe and exploded. As the red light dissipated, the divine artifacts in the hands of the 5 fell aside, especially Jiang Luoran, who was at the forefront. The plant person had long been shattered, and he was severely injured all over. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, Jiang Luoran would never believe that such power existed in the mortal realm. This was indeed a battle between gods. If such a blast hit Beiming, no one would survive. Bang, bang, bang. The evil foot stood in the Beiming realm, crushing the illusion outside the door with a single step. Its 8 heads surged and twisted, slowly encircling Jiang Luoran. In a critical situation, they had no strength to even stand, let alone escape. Now they could only wait for death. Angelic Holy Strike. Qian Renshua stepped out of void, twirling the angelic holy sword in her hand. Immediately, like bright stars, numerous holy swords emerged, smashing towards the body of the evil foot like fire. The evil foot was pressed to the ground and unable to rise. Who would have thought that at such a critical moment, another god appeared, and such a beautiful one, just as the evil foot was about to counterattack. It was wrapped in a wave of black energy. 6th soul skill, eternal creation. In a Rakshasa domain, Bibi Dong wielded the black scythe of death in her hand. Whoosh! One of the evil foot's heads was severed by their mother-daughter duo and fell to the seabed. Bibi Dong? Qian Renshua. Jiang Luoran was filled with disbelief. This was too incongruous. Unscientific. Bibi Dong threw the broken green transmitter on the ground. The sole guidance device that Beiming sent to the Luo continent was not the only one. I'm here to bring the saintess back. Hulaina was now also a god. A god was a force that couldn't be ignored, especially since they were in a master-apprentice relationship. How could they not save her? Hearing that Hulaina was going to enter Beiming, Bibi Dong, who knew a thing or two about that dangerous place, could not allow her to fall. Jiang Luoran remembered that Qing Yi had rushed into the spirit hall, only to be absorbed by Bibi Dong's soul ring. Those Title Douluo who took the soul bones left without knowing there were still good things in Qing Yi's corpse. Teacher? Hulaina was dispirited and truly at a loss for words. Howl after consecutive defeats, with 2 heads severed. The evil foot was already mad and spewed energy wildly at Beiming Douluo. 7 treasures glorious. Ning Rongrong released all her soul rings to restore Jiang Luoran and the others. Oscar also unreservedly handed over sausages to help them recover faster. Who in attendance was not at the Title Douluo level or above? Could they not see what kind of battle this was? Help as much as you can. The soul beasts of Beiming also emerged, all focusing on this life and death battle. Judging by the speed of Jiang Luoran and Yi Bei, if they could arrive now, they must have exhausted all their strength. Beiming Douluo and Qianren were increasingly astonished. This didn't seem like a soul beast, but rather an ancient wild beast. Its defensive power was extremely terrifying, and its lethality was astonishingly high. No wonder 5 gods couldn't deal with it. Even 10 gods might not succeed. It was also thanks to their ignorance of the situation that they had just arrived and, without fear, severed one of its heads. They had just ascended to godhood, and their confidence was naturally skyrocketing. On this continent, there was no enemy they couldn't defeat. Even if they went to the divine realm, they would still be respected. In terms of power gap, it wasn't actually that big. They were all gods and couldn't completely crush each other. Unless one was like Jiang Luoran, with an entire body full of expensive soul rings and dual martial souls. Even the divine artifacts were 2 pieces combined into one. The scales of the evil foot suddenly swelled, turning into brilliant golden spikes, as if it had awakened, charging towards Beiming Douluo. Who, even as a god, Beiming Douluo couldn't withstand this blow and fell from the sky, spitting blood. Fortunately, the scythe of death was blocking in front of her. Otherwise, Beiming Douluo would have been severely injured. Master, Hulaina caught Beiming Douluo. Let's go quickly. I can handle this. Don't you know what this is? This can only be defeated by a god. Tell me, how will you handle it? Beiming Douluo took a deep breath. The healing team from Beiming arrived, directly activating the healing formation to treat the 7 true gods. Right now, Beiming lacked nothing but god-level combat power. They had countless healing teams and even more healing soul beasts. However, healing gods required a tremendous amount of soul power, but it was fine. If the quality wasn't up to par, they would rely on quantity to win, one wave after another, restoring the injuries and stamina of the 7 gods. It was already very clear this was an absolute hard-fought battle. The place where the 7 gods were located was the territory of Beiming. Beneath their feet was the entire Beiming's position. If they lost it, they would all perish. Jiang Luoran's eyes turned golden. If they hesitated any longer, the evil foot would come to kill them. The 1,000-meter-tall plant man appeared, resembling a god of war. It dragged the dawn spear, which matched its body, and charged toward the evil foot. The 2 met with fierce eyes, immediately starting a heated battle, with the evil foot even using its teeth. The plant man refused to back down, stabbing its right hand fiercely into the evil foot's body and twisting the spear. Let's go together. Tang Xin saw that Jiang Luoran was struggling again and decided he couldn't stay any longer. Angel's judgment. Qianren soared into the sky. Bang! Suddenly, an angelic phantom appeared in the sky, wielding a giant sword as large as the heavenly palace, pressing down on the evil foot. The evil foot roared in anger, its body swelling continuously, its scales growing longer. Boom! The evil foot's head spewed black fire, clashing with the angel's judgment. Rakshasa Domain, Kunpeng Domain X2, Sea God Domain. White Lotus Domain, Corona Domain, Angel Domain, God of Killing Domain. 8 domains were placed upon the evil foot, sealing it in place. The intersection of the 8 domains created a scene of spatial annihilation. Surrounding the evil foot, it was as if threads were entangling, or perhaps the space was shattering, causing energy to go awry. Aoo, the evil foot cried out in pain. This damage was fatal, its bloodlight bursting like it was being cut away. Such a spectacular scene could not be witnessed by soul beasts below the level of 400,000 years. Otherwise, they would be sliced apart by the residual power of the domains, truly overwhelming. To see such a battle was a tremendous experience for high-level soul beasts. Even Dai Mubai and the others began to ponder, trying to find some flaws to help them become gods in the future. The previous rumors were not wrong. God-level battles shattered mountains and rocks, commanding the winds and clouds, with a sense of destruction. Now it was 7 gods working together to cut down the evil foot, completely beyond the comprehension of normal soul masters. No enemy could escape the slaughter, no slaughter could escape the cut, Dawn's spear. The Dawn spear flew past, like a ray of dawn descending from the sky, creating a golden bridge in the heavens. This was the true divine skill. Chapter 201. The divine sealing formation. The golden light shattered, and hundreds of miles in the air erupted into a gigantic golden circle, releasing waves of energy. This proved that even such power could not penetrate the evil foot's body. Its defense was incredibly formidable. It wasn't over yet. Jiang Luoran continued to charge, piercing into the evil foot's body. Sung red blood and golden light intertwined, spraying out like snow in August as Jiang Luoran exerted all his strength. The golden light contracted, penetrating the evil foot's body and opening it up. Jiang Luoran felt there was nothing ahead to stop him anymore. Aoo, the seven heads were still struggling, but in an instant, it was like a dying beast sinking into water. Jiang Luoran let his anger rise. The evil foot was also a second-level god, and this strike from the Dawn Spear drained all of Jiang Luoran's stamina and soul power. Jiang Luoran spat out a mouthful of seawater, taking a deep breath, aiming to break through with a single strike. If he hadn't used this technique to compress all his power and the Dawn's light at the spear tip, Jiang Luoran wouldn't have been able to pierce through the opponent at all. There was a great risk in doing this. If he didn't control the compression well, Jiang Luoran could very well end up blowing himself up. This explosion wasn't just about shaking the heavens and the earth. In the face of such violent power, he himself would not be spared. The full power of a god was concentrated at the tip of a spear. It was fortunate it was the Dawn Spear. If he had used a different one, it would have likely been the end. This strike was too crazy, making people instinctively fear the Kunpeng god. Did we win? Since Luoran was so fierce, why was there hesitation just now? Ma Hongjun was sweating in fear. Jiang Luoran always did this. He could clearly resolve it, but insisted on acting as if he was no match. He certainly had a lot of backup plans, but never used them. However, Ma Hongjun had also been warned many times, so he didn't have much to say. So strong? Has he become a god? Dai Mubai, shirtless, exclaimed in disbelief. Bibi Dong and Qianrenshu asked, "What are we here for?" A chewing sound came from the distance, reminiscent of a shark eating an octopus. Jiang Luoran noticed everyone was staring intently at the still turbulent sea surface. A red monster emerged from the evil foot's body and began devouring it, seemingly relishing the taste. This feeling was more like a snake shedding its skin. The true evil, as described in ancient texts, the evil foot itself was evil. It just needed the opportunity to be released. It turned out that evil was itself. Only by experiencing death would the evil foot transform into true evil. At that time, it would swallow the evil foot, reaching a state of self-forgetfulness where nothing could stop it. Unless it was a god. Yi Bei took out a silver spear from her sleeve. It should be noted that sealing this evil foot had caused the fall of several gods. Currently, there were only 7 present. Facing true evil, it felt a bit overwhelming. Not dead yet. Is this a cockroach? After killing this, do we still have to kill more? Ma Hongjun wished he could also become a god and rush in a fight with them. This situation was truly distressing. That feeling of something that couldn't be killed, putting in everything yet still not being able to kill it. Damn it. Dai Mubai was furious and smashed the giant rock beside him with a punch. Don't be impulsive. Battles of this level are something we shouldn't even think of intervening in. Zhu Zhuqing pulled Dai Mubai back. Yes, the gap is too large, Xiao Wu said anxiously, fearing for Tang San's safety. Coming again? JiangLuoran's mentality broke. How difficult was this soul beast to kill? It was simply indestructible. This was the first time Jiang Luoran had lost his fighting spirit. He even lacked the will to fight, thinking it would be better to just lie here and get trampled to death. Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda and Oscar's sausages merged into Jiang Luoran's body, alleviating all his worries. It must be said that the role of support-type soul masters on the battlefield was still very significant, determining the desire for victory. Without their help, even if these 7 gods were powerful, they probably wouldn't be enough, let alone being able to battle a second-level god. The 7 gods fought fiercely against the newly awakened red evil, causing the heavens and the earth to spin, the sun and moon to shift, and the mountains and seas to boil. From the sky to the ground, from the ground to the sea, the space had been torn apart in several places. The healing team came wave after wave, unceasingly, without rest. It had already been 3 days and 3 nights, and they were still battling. The evil was starting to show signs of fatigue. At least it had no one to assist it. Otherwise, the 7 gods would have already fallen. Some daring individuals even chose to sleep on the spot, as if the gods were defeated, they would die anyway. If the gods retreated, it would also signify doom. Either way meant death, so they might as well do whatever they wanted: eat, drink, and sleep. Dai Mubai paced back and forth anxiously. He had to find a way. Sitting and waiting for death was absolutely not an option. Ma Hongjun had helped once before, but it was of little use, or even could be said to be none at all. The gap between the ultimate Douluo and the gods was still too vast. Otherwise, why would it be so difficult to become a god? Even Jiang Luoran had experienced near-death situations 9 times before inheriting the Kunpeng divine position. This place in Beiming was desolate, and seeking help had to be from God. What could be done? Dai Mubai had exhausted all ideas. But what they lacked now was a god, not anything else. What to do? What to do? Dai Mubai frowned. He truly wished he could become a god right now. I have a way, but we must retreat first, Yi Beibei shouted, continuing to block the enemy's attacks. In this situation, retreating was truly impossible. Tang Sen gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. He was already on the verge of collapse. This kind of battle pressure was hard to withstand, even for a god. Beiming had a great array of sealing gods, but it required someone to activate it. However, before that, the others outside the circle must retreat, or they would also be affected. Yi Beibei was left with no choice but to use this thing, because the great array of sealing gods could only be used this once. Once used, it would be gone forever. When danger arose in Beiming again in the future, self-preservation would be difficult. Then it will be you and Luoran. Choose one to activate the great array, because your speed is the fastest. At that time, we will seize the opportunity and enter the safe zone. Even BB Dong 1T be able to hold on. If this continues, we will definitely be crippled. Hearing such good news now felt like a chance to rest. Luoran, only the Gun of Dawn can activate the great array of sealing gods. Hurry to the Kunpeng Holy Palace and give us a signal after activation. You must be quick. Yi Beibei pushed Jiang Luoran with the Kunpeng domain. Okay. Jiang Luoran responded without hesitation. Given the situation, he would do as much as he could. If the evil truly broke in, they would all be doomed. Jiang Luoran darted like a streak of golden light into the Kunpeng Holy Palace. His speed now could very well determine the fall of the gods. For those still fighting on the front lines, no matter who died, it was a situation he was very unwilling to see. Therefore, he had to be quick, reaching the limit, transcending everything. He needed to be so fast that even time could not catch up. Jiang Luoran was about to unleash years of his utmost. Chapter 202. Activation. As he burst into the Kunpeng Holy Palace, Jiang Luoran realized one thing. He had no idea where the great array of sealing gods was located. Yi Beibei could not have failed to inform him, which meant that only the one holding the Gun of Dawn could activate it. As for the location, it was probably random. Jiang Luoran jumped around, searching every corner of Beiming, but he could not find the location of the great array of sealing gods. He now had the key, but could not find the door. Jiang Luoran raised the Gun of Dawn high, radiating golden light, but nothing responded to him. Wait, Yi Beibei said only the Gun of Dawn could enter, but the Kunpeng Holy Palace could obviously traverse freely. The only remaining place was the Divine Realm. Above the Kunpeng Holy Palace, the great array of sealing gods must be activated with something from the Divine Realm and sealed with something from the Divine Realm. Thinking of this, Jiang Luoran thrust the gun and opened a passage. Not daring to hesitate, he immediately dove in. The Divine Realm reappeared in Jiang Luoran's eyes. It was splendid, filled with fragrant grass and divine beasts crossing paths, vastly different from the human realm. Stepping outside the White Palace, he arrived at the Kunpeng Divine Palace, which symbolized extreme respect. It was also his domain. The Kunpeng Divine Palace automatically opened its doors, only recognizing the entry of the Kunpeng god. Any other intruder would be dealt with lethally. Although this was the Divine Realm, it was not a smooth journey. Upon entering the palace, Jiang Luoran found it even larger than the Kunpeng Holy Palace, with ancient writings neatly arranged and murals of the Kunpeng's body. However, that was himself, and he did not feel oppressed. Compared to the Holy Palace, the Divine Palace was imbued with more spirit and divinity. Here there were teapots, gardens, beds, tables, and thrones. Everything was complete, resembling a luxurious, oversized villa in the suburbs, giving off a vacation vibe. Jiang Luoran raised the Gun of Dawn again, but still, there was no response. How could this be? The great array of sealing gods was not here. Jiang Luoran was anxious. He knew better than anyone that if he were not present on the battlefield, the risks would be enormous, even leading to casualties. The great array of sealing gods. Jiang Luoran restrained himself to calm down. If there was only one chance, it must be very important. Could it be the throne? Jiang Luoran had seen many animations on Earth where important things were placed on thrones. Or perhaps there was a mechanism beneath the throne. He sat down on the throne, instantly feeling a connection. Yes, this was the great array of sealing gods. It was this kind of feeling. Jiang Luoran melded with the throne, and the entire Kunpeng divine palace emitted a red glow. The true Kunpeng god had returned to his position. Since he found the great array of sealing gods, he had to ensure that his signal could be sent out in time. Losing anyone was intolerable for Jiang Luoran. Kunpeng domain. Buzz. White mist appeared, seemingly sticky, adhering to Jiang Luoran. Time was frozen at 0. Jiang Luoran gripped the gun of dawn tightly. He had to be quick. Quick to the point of having no restrictions. Boom, the gun of dawn burst forth with dawn light, merging its power with the throne, golden light splashing. A beam of white power shot towards Beiming, so fast that even Jiang Luoran could not see what it was. The great array of sealing gods was activated. He had to catch up to the great array of sealing gods. Jiang Luoran dashed out like a thunderbolt, trailing behind the great array of sealing gods. The Kunpeng domain was executed to perfection. The gun of dawn opened the exit to the human realm, and Jiang Luoran dove right in. He released a beam of dawn light towards the sky and quickly pursued the front lines. There's a signal. The great array of sealing gods has been activated. Ma Hongjun shouted, "Quick, retreat." Yi Beibei saw that it was indeed JiangLuoran's signal and yelled, "Retreat, retreat quickly. No, I don't have any strength left." Tang San's right hand trembled. He was about to lose control. We can only use the domain temporarily to hold the evil back. That's our chance to escape. Hulaina touched the scars on her chest. The evil seemed to know what they were planning and intensified its attacks. Under the deadly fists of the evil, the 6 gods were significantly affected, falling to the ground. Activate all soul skills. Everyone who can fight, activate your soul skills. We can't hold on any longer, Dai Mubai shouted. Although this was a last resort, it was better than just watching helplessly. Now 6 people have fallen to the ground, and we can't just watch them get killed. Various soul skills roared like mountains and seas. It must be said that the combined power of a group of people is unmatched. The entire North Sea has boiled over with red, orange, blue, green, cyan, and purple. Countless soul skills surged forth like an old tree in bloom, all rushing towards the evil body. This carpet bombing of energy pushed the evil back. Wind Bell quickly rushed out, carrying Yi Beibei and Hulaina, while Xiner carried Qianrenxue and Bibi Dong. Dai Mubai supported Tang, San, and Tang Bai. The 3 quickly escaped, fearing that the evil would come after them. It felt like begging for food from a tiger's mouth, dangerously tense. Just as the 3 left, a golden barrier descended upon the North Sea, isolating the evil. They were safe for now. Jiang Luoran saw this scene and fell asleep with relief, exhausted from the ordeal. The other 6 gods also fell asleep, having expended too much energy, which they could not bear. Bang, bang, bang. The evil swung 3 punches at the barrier. Dai Mubai and the others felt it was unreliable and planned to see if the barrier could withstand this evil god. Unexpectedly, the god-sealing great array proved to be strong, using the evil's own power to resist its attacks. The evil seemed to not have reacted and continued to strike at the barrier. Roar, roar, roar. The evil gathered a red mist in its mouth, spraying it towards the barrier, which was not far away. The barrier and the red mist collided, producing a discordant buzzing sound. Ma Hongjun was so frightened that he sat on the ground, unable to imagine the power of such a strike. At least half of the North Sea would be doomed. Dai Mubai looked at the barrier in shock. This god-sealing great array was indeed so formidable that it could block even gods? Haha, bring it on. Ma Hongjun instantly felt relaxed. With this sheer cliff here, who could harm him? Boom! The barrier in the sky suddenly became ethereal, and everyone was confused about what was happening. The time limit for the god-sealing great array was 3 days. If it was battered by the evil, it would only hold for 2 days. Within those 2 days, in a life-and-death battle, regardless of success or failure, Yi Beibei and the others would be carried back to the Kunpeng Holy Temple for recovery. Dai Mubai stood guard at the door to prevent any indescribable events. This god-sealing great array at most only provided them with a 2-day buffer. After 2 days, if they still had no way, they could only leave it to fate. Roar! 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 The evil was relentless, continuing to hammer the god-sealing great array and unleashing raging flames that surged upwards. Even half of its hand penetrated the god-sealing great array, perhaps because the temperature was too high, burning its hand. Chapter 203. 7 Gods Martial Soul Fusion Skill. 1. The situation was grim. A day and a night had passed, and with such a large power gap, they really had no way to win. At the very least, even Beiming Douluo and the others couldn't return. What about using the previous domain for cutting? Aren't we quite skilled at it? Qianren thought. It wouldn't be successful. Not to mention the effect, there wouldn't even be enough time to execute it. Don't you realize that in front of it, we can't even have the slightest bit of maneuverability? Tang San rubbed his temples. This was indeed something that even gods couldn't resolve. Its power was too strong, even 3 times stronger than that of the evil itself, especially in speed. If it weren't for me holding it back, its speed alone could wipe us all out, Jiang Luoran sighed. In fact, he wanted to say there was another method, which was to use blood flight. Now that he was a god, blood flight on himself could unleash unmatched power. But if he used blood flight, it would have to be a fatal strike because for such a ferocious beast, other divine skills were dispensable. This strike could potentially cost his own life. If it came down to the last moment, he would choose to use blood flight, return to the divine realm, and seek help from the gods, Tang Bai suggested. A group of soul beasts rushed in from outside, their faces filled with excitement as if they had encountered some great news. What happened? In a panic, Yi Beibei asked. Master, the evil has retreated. I saw it enter the sea floor, Wind Bell said. This news made everyone feel thrilled. Just a moment ago, they were in a life-or-death struggle, and now it had just left? The stone pressing on their chest suddenly fell away. What's going on? Tang San's brows suddenly relaxed. But he felt it wasn't that simple. Never take a matter lightly. Tang San had always been very cautious. Could it be a trap? Or does it know our God-sealing great array needs energy and will return later? Jiang Luoran stood up, intending to take a look. Don't worry, I'm not that unreliable in handling matters. It charged straight ahead, without looking back. Wind Bell confirmed it before reporting. Everyone relaxed, as if they had released a taut bowstring. Why? What was its reason for doing this? Tang San was puzzled, but no one could answer him. It left. It actually left. I personally saw it rush into the distance and dive into the lake floor. Dai Mubai ran over joyfully. We all know it. Tang Bai also felt something was off, but couldn't put his finger on it. Could it be due to insufficient life force? After all, is it kind of will or thought? Hulaina inquired. Jiang Luoran suddenly seemed to think of something. Which direction did it go? It should be to the south. I was so excited that I forgot about this point. What's wrong? Dai Mubai didn't understand. Clearly, the clouds had parted to reveal the blue sky. Yet everyone looked gloomy, as if sensing some danger. Oh no! Jiang Luoran walked outside the North Sea and saw large areas of receding seawater. That direction was south. It was also the direction of Douluo continent. Remember, Yi Beibei said that if the evil killed everyone in the North Sea, it would definitely target Douluo continent next. Now it had changed its strategy. After destroying Douluo continent, the North Sea could also be wiped clean. What kind of scene would it be if such an evil beast went to Douluo continent? It could be described as a hell on earth. The 7 gods combined could barely hold the evil back. Currently, there was not a single god on Douluo continent, let alone holding it back. Even if a Title Douluo bombarded it, it would likely be futile. It's over, utterly over. Qianren stood frozen in place. Is it heading to Douluo continent? Beiming Douluo clenched her fists tightly. It is definitely Douluo continent. No matter what, as long as it doesn't die, both the North Sea and Douluo continent are doomed. Tang San knew things were not that simple. Now it seemed that it was just as he had suspected. To solve the problem, they still had to address it from the root. The question is how to kill it. We are already gods. Could there be something stronger? Tang Bai suddenly felt that even after becoming a god, he still didn't feel so indifferent. Let's not lose our composure. Each of us can summon mountains and seas, and also control the sun, moon, and stars. It's just that encountering such a high-level obstacle can also be considered a kind of trial of becoming a god. Jiang Luoran wanted to break through the barrier. But the God-sealing Great Array is meant to seal gods. They effectively sealed themselves to avoid the evil's erosion. But now it seemed they needed to break through the barrier to support Douluo continent. Otherwise, Douluo continent would definitely be bloodbathed. And the key was that no one could stop it. Even if it had 1,000 ways to flow, that kind of ultimate Douluo is still not enough. Its speed is not as fast as mine. It needs at least half a day to reach the Douluo continent, while I only need 1 second. There is still 1 day left on the seal, which means its destructive power only exists for half an hour. I estimate it will first attack the sea god. Half an hour is enough. If it continues, it will reach the Heaven Do Empire, and by the time we arrive, it will have almost reached Heaven Do City. Casualties within 10,000. Jiang Luoran looked at Tang San. Roughly, I think so too. But if we break the Great Formation now, we can ambush it on the way. This way, it won't affect Beiming. nor the Douluo continent. Tang San was anxious. However, when the sea goddess tried and hit the barrier, it was bounced back by golden light. There's no perfect situation. The fact that it hasn't killed in Sylvis is already the greatest luck. I can't help it. Such a great formation really cannot be broken. Jiang Luoran frowned. Once this seal is opened, there is no way to resolve it. Otherwise, why wouldn't evil be able to break in? Even its arm can be burned, let alone their bodies. Don't underestimate the God-sealing great formation. If pushed to the edge, it can also kill gods. In fact, what if we go further? If Jiang Luoran can't think of a way to win, will there be a solution on the Douluo continent? If he uses blood, the Douluo continent would probably collapse by a sixth. Not to mention whether evil lives or dies. Just a sixth of the people would be killed by him. With no room for improvement, encountering such a beast is more frustrating than this. After several experiments, the martial soul fusion skill still has some use. It can injure the opponent. But if this soul skill is used too much, it won't play a crucial role. If Dai Mubai and the others also became gods, the probability of victory would greatly increase. It would be like having a dozen gods in battle. Whether it's soul power transfer or mutual assistance, it can achieve compensatory effects. Unfortunately, they cannot become gods in a short time. Jiang Luoran remembered that after Tang San became a god, it took them decades to ascend, and we can't wait for that. The invasion of evil is imminent. It can even be said that it's urgent to the boiling point. If only the martial soul fusion skill with Hulaina could be stronger. Martial soul fusion skill. Martial soul fusion skill. That's right. There are exactly 7 of them. Why can't we try? Chapter 204. 7 God Martial Soul Fusion Skill 2. Yes. The 7 God Martial Soul Fusion Skill. What kind of power would it unleash? There's still 1 day left, enough time for them to experiment and discuss, if possible. It would be a great trump card. I have a bold idea. Jiang Luoran walked in front of everyone. Perhaps we could develop a 7 God Martial Soul Fusion Skill. 7 God Martial Soul Fusion Skill? Everyone exclaimed in unison, unable to swallow. This joke is a bit too much. Not to mention whether you can reach the point of compatibility, even the gap in between the divine positions cannot be pieced together. But it seems that this is really the only method left. Otherwise, what else can we do? Unrealistic. The gap between all of us is too great. We can't even achieve mutual understanding. How could we reach compatibility? Tang San felt it was impossible first. Although this is the only way, I feel it's unachievable. Tang Bai also flatly rejected it. Clearly, it has something to do with Tang San. Let us think of another way. This is something that can't be tried at all. Hulaina tightly held Jiang Luoran's hand, signaling him not to get excited. I think it can be achieved, Jiang Luoran deduced. He is currently like a medium point because he knows the stories and dispositions of everyone present. Even their pain and scars. He has experienced them himself. The perfect consistency in thoughts can be resolved. Then there is the power. So far, he is the strongest god and can completely serve as the final launch point. Although it might feel a bit uncomfortable, there is no second person present who can bear such power. This also meets the requirement, from beginning to end. I will take the lead. You just need to cooperate with each other. Time is really running out. When evil breaks into Sylvis, we won't be able to face it at all. Jiang Luoran felt that at least we need to create a reason for them to be willing to fight. They are people from the Douluo continent and naturally don't like a land filled with corpses. Moreover, they are considered one of the few gods of the Douluo continent. If they don't help protect it, who else will? Then why not give it a try? If it doesn't succeed, we can talk about it. Qianrenxue agreed. Tang San placed the sea god S trident on the ground. Then let S do it together. For the Douluo continent. For the Douluo continent. Tang Bai had no choice but to relent. As a god of the Douluo continent, how could he not protect it? Jiang Luoran stood at the front, with Hulaina and Yi Beibei on either side behind him, followed closely by Bibi Dong in the center. The 3 trailing were Tang San, Tang Bai, and Qianrenxue. They formed an angle of mutual connection. After all, this kind of attack only requires Jiang Luoran to launch, and they only need to assist. For the first experiment, don't have too high hopes. Listen to my command and summarize the reasons for failure each time. Remember, we must fight for the Douluo continent. Otherwise, we'll be crushed. Dalu, you take the people and leave quickly. Otherwise, I'm afraid you will be harmed, Jiang Luoran said quickly. Okay. Dai Mubai immediately took the soul beasts and people to a safe place to watch. This is the combined effort of 7 gods. It's estimated to be strong enough to break through the sky. Their Shrek's 7 monsters' martial soul fusion skill is already quite against the heavens. Not to mention the current 7 god martial soul fusion skill. It's possible that it can take out evil in one blow. Begin first with Tang San Tang Bai and Qianren Xue. You pass the energy to Bibi Dong, and let Bibi Dong release the Rakshasa domain to mediate. Jiang Luoran also boldly tried. If it doesn't work, he can't help it. Remember, control the strength well. Don't release everything at once. Attack the enemy 3 parts, keep 7 parts for yourself. Only such damage can achieve greater strength. The Sea God domain, the Corona domain, and the Angel domain open simultaneously. All converged into one point, slowly surging towards Bibi Dong. At first, Bibi Dong felt fine. After all, this is power, not damage. But after a long time, it became too full. She simply couldn't bear it. The Rakshasa domain opened, quickly mediating the 3 powers as a conduit. Now transfer it to Hulaina. She has emotional contact with you, and if nothing unexpected happens, it will be very successful. At that time, Hulaina will open the White Lotus domain and release her power to pass it to Yi Bei. Finally, when the energy reaches a coordinated level, I will give the order to me. As expected, Hulaina calmly accepted the 4 powers brought by Bibi Dong. The White Lotus domain opened, transmitting Hulaina's divine power to Yi Bei. They're all one family now. Yi Bei doesn't have too many concerns about Hulaina, and naturally, they also connected. Blue, white, gold, black, red, white. 6 energies intertwined. The terrifying divine power caused Beiming to shake. Things were smoother than Jiang Luoran had imagined. If it's like this, everyone, activate all soul rings. This decision is somewhat risky. After all, the 6 gods have activated their soul rings, and this power is on a completely different level compared to now. One is the god of might, and the other is the god of war. How can they be the same? Indeed, after the 6 gods activated their soul rings, the sky dimmed, and the morning stars circled around them. At this moment, even time dared not flow in, because the divine power was too strong. Jiang Luoran understood what it meant to hold the sun and moon and pluck the stars, a person who is unmatched in the world. The current situation means that they need to gather the power of 7 such extraordinary individuals. And he was a bit afraid that the power would be too strong and collapse the continent here. Seeing that everyone was struggling a bit, Jiang Luoran pointed towards the sea and said, "Give it to me." Yi Bei transferred her power to Jiang Luoran, who activated the Kunpeng domain and released 10 golden soul rings standing before him. The 10 golden soul rings were arranged in a line from small to large, like cannons. Immediately, the golden soul rings seemed to be charged, emitting a sound of energy gathering. 7 different rays of light instantly shot up to 10,000 zhang high and stained the golden soul rings. Bang, bang, bang. The golden soul rings were in turmoil, and with each burst, the heavens and earth resonated. Jiang Luoran felt a bit unsteady because this power was extraordinarily strong. Let's first experiment with a smaller scale, aimed at the vast sea. After feeling that it was about time, Jiang Luoran declared, "Launch!" Boom! The 10 golden soul rings emitted the sound of thunder, as if they had condensed millions of years of hatred from the depths of the dark abyss. PFF. This kind of power, Jiang Luoran had never felt before. This was a power even gods feared, strong enough that he himself didn't know what would happen. The 7 rays of energy shot towards the sea and only stopped after a few minutes. Jiang Luoran cautiously glanced and was suddenly shocked by the scene before him. Where was the mountain just now? Why was the sea in the sky? Where had all the flowers, fruits, and trees gone? Everything before him had turned into blankness. Chapter 205, 7 Divine Martial Soul Fusion Technique. 3. This power is a bit exaggerated, right? Tang Bai murmured. Just a moment ago, it was a picturesque scene, and now it had become an endless void. One must say, this is an astonishingly great explosion of power, completely overwhelming. If calculated carefully, they had only used 1/3 of their power just now. If they used all of it, it would create a scene of absolute annihilation. 7 people fighting together could be called. The martial soul fusion technique used by the 7 together could result in multiplied damage. Such a killing move would definitely be useful. Considering their encounters with evil, a full-powered strike would undoubtedly be lethal. Continue. We must complete the fusion within a day. Time is running out, Jiang Luoran said, still feeling happy about the results. At least they started correctly and met the launch requirements. After more than 10 training sessions, they had consistently aimed their attacks at the sea. After multiple trainings, the feeling of free firing had arrived. There were failures, which nearly led to rampant divine power. Mainly, they were completely experimenting without any professional guidance. However, there probably wasn't anyone who could teach gods how to unleash martial soul fusion techniques. Otherwise, what would they be fighting for? A day passed, and they had consumed quite a bit of soul power. Ning Rongrong and Oscar had long been waiting, directly restoring their stamina. So far, they could barely unleash the full power of the martial soul fusion technique. However, their control was still poor. One could even say terrible. Is there still time? Do we need to keep practicing? Hulaina felt that even if they hurried to Douluo continent now, it would probably be like sending themselves to death. Because this martial soul fusion technique was released in a completely chaotic manner, they couldn't even hit their target. She was a tough woman. If they were going to do it, it had to be a fatal blow. From the best angle, they should delay returning to Douluo continent to practice well and then return immediately. After all, if they died, there would be no one left to stop the evil. Regardless, we must go back. I fear we may never be able to cultivate the martial soul fusion technique. Tang Sen must go back. Although the chances are slim, he was willing to fight for it. Better than not being able to train here and seeing Douluo continent fall. After all, his family was there. How could he just watch it perish? Saintess, you bear the great responsibility of the spirit hall. You must not go. Bibi Dong thought for a moment. And you, Qian Rinxiu, you both must survive. If there's a crisis, I command you to retreat immediately. Why do you have to command me? If I want to fight, I will fight. If I want to battle, I will battle. Qian Rinxiu got angry. Master, I won't leave. Hulaina won't either. Nonsense, just now I sense danger. You are the future of the spirit hall. You cannot afford to lose. Bibi Dong issued a stern order. Several times Hulaina and Qian Rinxiu faced danger. And it was these experienced soul masters who helped them evade. Whether in Beiming or Douluo continent, Bibi Dong would not allow them to die. You can fight, but you cannot die. Bibi Dong said this so bluntly in front of them, she didn't bother to say in private. Regardless of how others viewed her, whether selfish or altruistic, she wanted both women to survive. Several of you have come from afar to help me overcome difficulties. I am immensely grateful on behalf of Beiming. Therefore, no matter what you do, I have no objections. Yi Beibei made it clear. During battle, you should leave if you need to. She wouldn't say anything against it. With great power comes great responsibility. I will not leave, Qian Rinxiu said firmly for the first time. Neither will I, Hulaina responded seriously. Although they would stop at nothing for their goals, Douluo continent was also a place deeply rooted in their hearts. They had no choice but to help. No, if something happens, all of you must retreat, Jiang Luoran firmly rejected. Since they had fought so hard and still couldn't defeat the enemy, they had already done their best. Why fight further? Only by conserving energy and biding their time could they defeat the enemy directly. Give up unnecessary deaths. Jiang Luoran had already decided to let the other 6 retreat while he lured the evil into the Sea God Temple area to use flying blood. He didn't believe he couldn't blow the enemy up. Jiang Luoran was now effectively the captain, as only he could be the launch point for the martial soul fusion technique. Most of the hope rested on him. Bang! The divine sealing array became illusory, gradually turning into nothingness. Tang Sen could even imagine the disastrous scene in the main city of Silvis now. It's happening, are we going back? Ma Hongjun ran over. We must go back. Even if we can't win, Dai Mubai's muscles bulged exaggeratedly. He had already decided that even if he couldn't win, he would die fighting on the spot. Everyone was filled with passion, their momentum fierce, and it seemed a decisive battle was about to unfold. Ning Rongrong and Oscar finished restoring Jiang Luoran and the others, and then fell unconscious. Now, they were full of soul power, completely at their peak state. It was as if they had poured everything into it. All right, let's go. JiangLuoran's eyes were filled with white mist as he activated his 7th soul skill. True form of Kunpeng. A towering, vast white Kunpeng floated in the sky, gradually descending. Yi Beibei and the others sat atop it, feeling as if they were sitting on a radiant lake. The body of a Kunpeng is immense, enough to accommodate millions of heavenly soldiers. For Jiang Luoran, these people were naturally no challenge. Boom! The Kunpeng domain was activated, and Jiang Luoran dove right in. The extreme sensation of speed hit him again, just like when he first arrived. The surroundings felt hollow, but Jiang Luoran knew that only a few seconds had passed in the outside world. This was the essence of extreme speed. The white Kunpeng surged forward fiercely, and even the extreme speed created a faint cracking sound. There's a saying that beyond the extreme, there is still the extreme. It is said that there is always a higher mountain. After numerous battles, Jiang Luoran's current speed had surpassed the speed of light, breaking through any unit of time measurement. True speed, in fact, is about slowness. True speed is about ignoring everything. Boom! Just as he was feeling this, the sound of the wind howled past Jiang Luoran's ears, and then everything went void again. He knew he might have arrived back in a universe. A thunderous sound echoed, as if electricity coursed through him, and Jiang Luoran stood tall above Sylvis. They saw that Sylvis had become a hell on earth, a mountain of corpses and a sea of fire, countless soul beasts smashed to pieces by the evil one's punch. As for the sea god temple, it went without saying that it had certainly been ravaged by the enemy. However, the sea god temple could not be completely destroyed. After all, it was a divine residence. But the people inside could not be guaranteed safety. The scene was blood-soaked. The soul masters were like clay in the hands of the evil one, easily killed with a wave of his hand. The soul masters of Douluo continent were already bloodthirsty. Chapter 206, 7 God Martial Soul Fusion Skill. 4. Seeing such a scene, who would not feel heartbroken? They were all filled with anger, wishing they could immediately kill the enemy. The evil seemed to sense their arrival, turning to look at the gods, but suddenly felt a hint of unease, as if fearing something on them. After hesitating for a moment, the evil continued to fight against the soul masters. Sylvis had been beaten to such a state. It could be called extremely tragic. With just one punch from the evil, the ground within a few miles would immediately collapse. Solar Corona Strike. The 10 soul rings on Tang Bai's body spun, and a white arrow appeared, standing high in the air. No one could ignore this divine power. The soul masters saw Jiang Luoran and the others and suddenly knelt down. The arrow raced past, severing everything in its path, piercing through buildings straight towards the evil one's head. The evil let out a roar and raised its right hand to crush the arrow. However, a line of blood appeared on its hand. This was Tang Bai's strongest attack. If it couldn't break through the opponent's armor, then he might as well not be a god. The battle began. Jiang Luoran shot forward like a rainbow, and when he reappeared, he was already standing on the evil's head, his right foot stepping on the electrifying hell boots. Zing! A flash of electricity cut a small gash in the evil's back. This time was different from their previous confrontation. They were currently on the offensive. The evil knew it couldn't give them too much time to attack, or it would be disadvantageous for itself. Seeing the evil charge forward, Jiang Luoran understood its intention and decided to scatter the attacks and retreat. The gods could not match the evil's speed, but they needed time to fall back. Jiang Luoran transformed into Kunpeng, slamming both palms against the evil's fists. White mist mixed with red blood energy, slowly forming a red and white tornado. However, Jiang Luoran couldn't hold on for too long. The moment they engaged, he already felt a bit strained. Kunpeng kill. Yi Beibei helped Jiang Luoran retreat, using Kunpeng kill to attack the evil's neck. One attack was naturally not enough to deter the evil. Qian Renshua rushed in, her hands transforming into swords pointing towards the sky. Angel's Judgment. A golden angel over 1,000 meters tall appeared, clad in armor, and aimed its sword at the evil's head. 2 forms of danger approached. The evil decisively stopped, knocking Jiang Luoran away, and unfolded a blood-red barrier. Jiang Luoran crashed through 6 tall buildings, embedding himself into a wall before finally managing to stop. This was a refuge area, a gathering place for countless soul masters. By now, there are already several refuge areas established. As the Kunpeng god, Jiang Luoran was no longer in human form, so everyone could tell he was not human. Just the mark of the dawn spear on his forehead made people feel he was filled with mythological stories. Jiang Luoran wanted to move, but he found that his right arm had been pierced. Truly worthy of the evil, such thunderous power was unmatched. Others were murmuring and pointing at Jiang Luoran, but Yi Lingling could never forget Jiang Luoran's face. This was the face she had feared for several years, suddenly seeing it again today. But he was in a very sorry state. She remembered that time at the Great Soul Arena, when he nearly made her fall into silence, terrified of men, trembling uncontrollably. What about you? Are you fighting that monster? When the Title Douluo was killed by it, I knew it could not be easily killed by God. Yi Lingling approached. At this moment, everyone was seeking refuge. Who cared about silence or not? Jiang Luoran and the others had changed their approach, opting for a life-and-death fighting style that could inflict damage on the evil. But the price for this was that it was easy to get hurt. Just with the first strike, he was already in this condition. However, the effect was also good. The evil had several wounds opened on its body. But Jiang Luoran saw a glimmer of hope in Yi Lingling. Would you be willing to help us? With a 9-heart sea butterfly, their chances of victory would increase several times. 9-heart sea butterfly heal. 8 soul rings appeared simultaneously on Yi Lingling. Truly, the 9-heart sea butterfly was remarkable. Even though the opponent was just a Soul Douluo, Jiang Luoran could feel himself healing rapidly. If JiangLuoran were Title Douluo, then they could truly say they had no more worries. Jiang Luoran's injuries healed, and his spirit returned. We came with a total of 7 people and are fighting that monster. Jiang Luoran wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and walked down from the wall. You want me to help? Is that possible? Yes. JiangLuoran actually had no choice. Sylvis was about to perish. So what could she refuse? Don't worry. We will protect your safety, because the monster most wants to kill us. Jiang Luoran grabbed JiangLuoran and transformed into a streak of light, flying out from there. White Lotus Light. Hulaina raised the White Lotus high, and the dazzling light shot towards the evil's entire body. Azure Domain, Beiming Douluo was even more ferocious, directly wielding the Grim Reaper's scythe to attack the evil's entire body. She mainly aimed to prevent the evil from retaliating to avoid excessive lethality. Dawn Light. Jiang Luoran gripped the Dawn Spear tightly in both hands, charging into the evil's armor like an ancient Roman army. Aoo, the excruciating pain surged. The evil quickly gathered red blood and spewed a blood-colored beam from its mouth. With a vertical sweep, Beiming Douluo, Hulaina, and Jiang Luoran were all sent flying. 9 Heart Begonia. Healing. Petals fell like rain, showering over the 3 of them. The evil suddenly noticed JiangLuoran and was preparing to eliminate her in an instant. But Tang San crashed into the evil with the Sea God Trident, forcing it back. Tang Bai continued to unleash arrows, preventing the evil from moving an inch. Yi Bei raised the silver spear in her hand, a flash of light piercing through the evil's chest. Qian Renshue had already cast Angel's Judgment several times, but still couldn't eliminate it. This was sufficient proof of how high the armor of the evil soul beast was. Jiang Luoran and the others recovered, but JiangLuoran had consumed too much. Even with a 9-heart begonia, she couldn't restore her body for the sake of the Douluo continent. However, Jiang Luoran wouldn't let JiangLuoran keep restoring them, as that would undermine their foundation. Therefore, they had to avoid unnecessary injuries. Half a day passed, and Sylvis had long turned into a battlefield of gods. Jiang Luoran quickly handed JiangLuoran over to Yu Tianheng and then returned. The timing was nearly right. If they delayed further, their soul power would deplete too much, and they wouldn't be able to use their martial soul fusion skills. Jiang Luoran shouted loudly, transforming into a Kunpeng, floating in the sky, and exhaled a puff of white mist towards the evil. The evil didn't react in time and was pushed back several hundred meters by the white mist. Sensing that time was controlling it. Bang! Chapter 207, 7 Gods Martial Soul Fusion Skill, 5, Bang Bang Bang. Tang San, Tang Bai, and Qian Renshue transformed back into their martial soul true forms, unleashing their strongest soul power to form a connection point. Beiming Douluo received this power, connecting with Hulaina. And finally, it was Yi Bei, who was also a Kunpeng. Jiang Luoran certainly couldn't release such power on the Douluo continent. It would be akin to a large-scale destructive bomb. 7 different domains intersected, combined with Jiang Luoran, with all soul rings activated, revealing his martial soul true form. Jiang Luoran once again felt that power, a force capable of overturning the world, an existence that could subvert everything. His aura was drastically different now, resembling a thunderclap. The evil also sensed the change in Jiang Luoran's aura and actively pounced forward. Indeed, this aura was something it couldn't easily ignore, even detecting a hint of danger. It was sure that Jiang Luoran wouldn't dare to unleash it here, intending to drive it towards the sea. Jiang Luoran was surrounded by 7 rays of light, his pupils filled with a cold glimmer. He was now consolidating the powers of 6 gods, but this was only for one strike. Just as he planned to charge towards the sea while holding onto the evil lunged at him, pressing down with both fists, forcing him back. The other gods no longer had the need to linger and were temporarily pushed away by Jiang Luoran. Whoosh! The evil spat out a blood-red light, desperately obstructing Jiang Luoran's actions. Jiang Luoran grasped the blood-red light with his left hand, with 7 divine powers protecting himself. It seemed you were not only powerful, but also had developed a certain level of intelligence. Jiang Luoran struggled to release his power. He not only had to contain the divine power, but also needed to fight against the evil. This was a double torment, and with 7 powers at play, he risked blowing himself up. No good. Luoran was entangled and couldn't break free. Tang San was anxious. Even if we all went all out, it wouldn't change anything. Tang Bai and the others hadn't really thought of this point. In a desperate situation, Jiang Luoran truly had no way out and poured all his power into the Kunpeng domain aiming directly at the evil's forehead. Zing! At the moment the electric light connected, time in the entire world came to a halt. The evil's fist was just about to strike Jiang Luoran, almost killing him. The evil didn't stop, but instead, half of its body was absorbed into the space, remaining motionless. This feeling was like Medusa's petrification. Jiang Luoran shouted that it was not good, as he hadn't killed the evil, merely sealed it temporarily. If they waited to restore their soul power and unleash the martial soul fusion skill again, they might eliminate the evil. But now, the evil was stuck in space, and even Jiang Luoran couldn't retrieve it. He couldn't release such a lethal blow on the Douluo continent, or he would have attacked earlier. Given this situation, Jiang Luoran found it hard to say how long he could seal the opponent, but this power was truly boundlessly strong. A dilemma. Indeed, reality and ideals were still quite different. The plan had only succeeded halfway. At least for now, the evil couldn't escape and had fallen into a deep sleep. What was going on? Was it dead? Hulaina flew over, staring blankly at the scene before her. Not just her, everyone was stunned. The martial soul fusion skill had been forced into this state. No, after summarizing the experience, I found that we can't use the martial soul fusion skill to defeat the opponent, because there's a certain power gap between them. If we could get infinitely close to the evil, then we could bring it to the sea. Jiang Luoran spoke quickly. He was also thinking of ways. But looking at it now, where could they find a soul master who could get infinitely close to the evil? It should be a god. However, a level 2 god might be sufficient. Currently, there hadn't been any level 2 god on the Douluo continent. Isn't this a joke? If there were such a person, will we still need to struggle to find a way? Qian Rinxue waved her hand. After all this time, they still hadn't killed the opponent. Just because of a small gap. Just when everyone was feeling disheartened, Yi Beibei thought for a moment and said, maybe there is a way. Kunpeng level 2 god. What did you say? JiangLuoran's heart skipped a beat in surprise, trembling slightly. Level 2 god? Kunpeng has a level 2 god? Why haven't I heard you mention it? The ancestors set rules, and until now, no Kunpeng has ever reached it. Because never mind. I shouldn't say too much. If you want to try, you can go. It's right above the Kunpeng temple. Yi Beibei hesitated to speak. She clearly knew something, but was too embarrassed to say it. What could make Yi Beibei embarrassed to speak? Jiang Luoran truly didn't know. Meaning we still need to go back to Beiming, right? Tang San sighed. If this is the only way, then let's give it a try. Let's go. This is the last effort. If it doesn't work, then it's truly over. Tang Bai agreed. What else could they do? They needed to defeat the evil. Everyone was waiting for them. All right, then let's go together. Jiang Luoran took out the Dawn Spear and directly opened the path to the Divine Realm. He transformed into a Kunpeng, letting everyone board, and they left directly. The Douluo continent was still some distance from Beiming, and even further from the Divine Realm. However, for the Kunpeng, these distances could be crushed at extreme speed. The white light suddenly stopped, replaced by a pitch-black space, where stars twinkled, resembling outer space. Sometimes, Jiang Luoran even thought that the Kunpeng speed was so extreme that it walked through the universe's space. The golden light before them grew colder, and everyone felt the aura of divine power. They knew they were facing the Divine Realm. Although it feels close at hand, the actual distance is definitely vast, and only the Kunpeng can reach it quickly. If we follow the flight speed of Tang Bai and the others, it would take at least a few years. The Kunpeng soared past, penetrating into the golden light, diving headfirst into the golden clouds, flying slowly. The goal was directly the Kunpeng temple, and the journey was completely smooth. It seemed that the Kunpeng temple sensed the presence of Jiang Luoran and Yi Beibei, automatically opening its doors to let them through. At the very peak of the Kunpeng temple, there was a secret realm. It seemed to lead to a higher sky, but in reality, it was just treading in place. Yi Beibei grabbed Jiang Luoran's hand, suggesting they retreat if it didn't work. There must be another way. Why do you say that? Jiang Luoran asked, puzzled, as Yi Beibei clearly worried for him. Throughout, Yi Beibei had never shown such an expression, because it was a void you would desperately climb, but you were just treading in place. Especially since Yi Beibei resolutely chose not to say more, as it would affect Jiang Luoran's trial. If he knew everything, it would not be beneficial to him. It was better to move forward naively like he did back then, with some retreat options. Chapter 208. Kunpeng Divine, Trial. Jiang Luoran and the others ascended the stairs smoothly, without any danger, as if they were in their own home. Until they entered the depths of the golden clouds, Jiang Luoran saw the ladder again, but this time it was a bit different. This ladder was actually semi-transparent. It gave a feeling that you had to step on it, yet couldn't guarantee you wouldn't fall. The situation was urgent, and Jiang Luoran had no time to hesitate. Without further thought, he walked in with the others. The second-level divine residence was something he had to complete. It concerned the lives of a large number of people. As soon as he stepped in, Jiang Luoran was greeted by a dazzling sight that made it hard to associate it with the previous scene. This was completely a different place. This time, Yi Beibei did not follow. Only their 6 divine beings entered here. Like blind men feeling an elephant, they couldn't find a way out for a moment. However, every trial was like this. Jiang Luoran had gotten used to it. Kunpeng God Jiang Luoran. There are 2 checkpoints here. If you pass, the ancient Kunpeng bloodline will be bestowed upon you, helping you become a second-level divine residence. Jiang Luoran looked around. There were no signs of life here, let alone human figures. However, the voice was deep and powerful, as if it came from the depths of the universe. 2 checkpoints? What kind of trial was it? Jiang Luoran couldn't wait to see. However, considering the previous situation and the previous trial's checkpoints, he hoped it wouldn't be another illusion. Jiang Luoran felt a bit dejected as he led the group down, but there was no negative impact or pressure. They kept walking. Jiang Luoran even transformed into a Kunpeng, carrying them through the air. A Kunpeng that could fly from the Douluo continent to the Kunpeng temple in just 2 seconds had been flying here for a whole day without seeing any sign of an exit. A strange feeling gradually magnified. It was the feeling of loneliness. No, it wasn't loneliness. It felt more like being a walking corpse. Voidness. Everything had become empty, as if nothing remained. Fallen thoughts echoed in Jiang Luoran's mind. He realized that some paths were a void. The more you walked, the more ethereal you became. The difference between having and not having was not significant in some aspects, but some things were inevitable. Luoran. Tang Bai's face showed terror as he looked at Jiang Luoran. Jiang Luoran turned to Tang Bai, suddenly realizing he had become transparent, as if this place wanted to erase everything about him. Not only Tang Bai, Tang San and the others' pupils gradually became void, as if they were about to disappear. Jiang Luoran immediately stopped, not daring to move forward. What should he do in this situation? Would continuing to advance lead to dilution? Jiang Luoran even felt his limbs were gone. What was the most severe punishment? It wasn't the near-death experience on the heavenly ladder or enduring 3 tribulations. It was this. This space negated all events about you, negated your existence. It even negated everything about you. No one in the world would remember you, even in death. Death, this was death. Jiang Luoran felt they were walking on a road to hell, as all signs of hell were present here. If they continued down this path, they would surely die, diluted to nothing. But what to do instead? Could he think of another way to pass the first checkpoint? Tang Bai's body had completely turned transparent, like flying snow, gradually dispersing. Tang Bai, Jiang Luoran shouted, but it seemed Tang Bai couldn't hear him, only mouthing words without sound. Tang Bai wanted to scream now, but his body was dispersing and he felt no pain at all. He didn't even feel the need to scream, which further negated his existence. Tang Bai vanished, and Jiang Luoran even forgot there had been a person named Tang Bai just moments ago. His consciousness gradually blurred. He continued walking down, his friend behind him one by one dispersing. First was Bibi Dong. Her pupils were void, her eyes blank, turning into pieces of glass that scattered. Qianren Xue shouted. But Jiang Luoran felt exhausted. He was even too lazy to turn around and look. Or rather, he had completely forgotten who was behind him, or if there was anyone behind him at all. One after another, everyone behind Jiang Luoran disappeared, and his own pupils also glowed white. This moment was terrifying because Jiang Luoran forgot that he could choose to go back. In his consciousness, there was only the concept of moving forward. He had lost his retreat, or perhaps, subconsciously, Jiang Luoran was unwilling to return. The gun of dawn swayed at Jiang Luoran's brow, releasing the light of dawn, wrapping him completely. Suddenly, Jiang Luoran awakened. He immediately retained this moment of consciousness and fled backward. Tang Bai, Tang San, Hulaina, Qianren Xue. Jiang Luoran shouted. No one answered him. They were gone, vanished. He had led them here, yet they disappeared. Jiang Luoran suddenly stopped. He felt he couldn't just leave like this. He was the instigator. How could he leave alone, regardless of his teammates' lives? At the very least, he had to bring them back. But continuing forward would surely terrify him. This was too terrifying. There was no solution to the void well ahead. It was simply overwhelming. Then he would assimilate, see if he could find an opportunity. No matter what, he had to save them. Jiang Luoran transformed into a Kunpeng. The light of dawn erupted completely as he charged forward, diving in. At high speed, the Kunpeng's body quickly dissolved, like a piece of paper ignited by fire, melting away. Jiang Luoran also felt this sensation. It was truly uncomfortable, as if he was being erased by the world. Boom! The enormous Kunpeng exploded into a shower of stars and dust, scattering in all directions. Strangely, Jiang Luoran's will remained, becoming clearer instead, even without drawing on the power of the dawn light. Here was a vast whiteness with nothing around. Jiang Luoran couldn't even see his own body. Perhaps at this moment he had no body. Tang Bai, where are you? Jiang Luoran realized that he could still produce sound, but it wasn't from his mouth. It was a signal emitted from his mind. Suddenly, 5 more signals surged towards him, and he knew they were from Hulaina and the others. However, there was something blocking each of them, and he didn't know what it was. But it was insurmountable. Jiang Luoran felt himself being pulled, as if he were being squeezed into a ball, and in the end, he continued to sink, as if he were heading towards reincarnation. He didn't know how long it had been, but he was still sinking. Time had become irrelevant because he couldn't feel it at all. Jiang Luoran drifted in and out of consciousness, lost between sleep and wakefulness. He even felt that everything had returned to zero. Bang! At some point, Jiang Luoran suddenly regained consciousness. He fell from a certain place and felt pain. Chapter 209. Kunpeng Trial, First Level 1. This sense of substance surged in, and Jiang Luoran's spirit was invigorated. He could clearly perceive the surrounding scenery, yet he couldn't move his body. Moreover, a dangerous feeling pressed against his brain, unavoidable. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank, until he began to feel dizzy. Sure enough, a knight in armor wielding a white spear approached. Jiang Luoran shouted anxiously, but his throat couldn't produce any sound, and his body was beyond his control. The light of dawn swept in a 180-degree arc, forcing the armored knight back. Jiang Luoran suddenly awoke, drew the dawn spear, and charged at the knight's neck. Bang! The clash of steel produced a loud explosion. Jiang Luoran's right hand went numb, and the dawn spear shook. He didn't know if his strength had weakened or if the armored knight was just that formidable. But this was outrageous. As a Kunpeng deity, he couldn't defeat a knight in armor? What was going on? The best way to verify was through the spirit rings. Buzz buzz. 10 golden spirit rings appeared on Jiang Luoran's left hand. That's right. He was still the Kunpeng deity, and the armored knight opposite him also possessed divine strength. Without much thought, the armored knight thrust his spear, and in that instant, golden light erupted, making it hard to look directly at. Jiang Luoran flicked his left hand, applying all 10 spirit rings to the dawn spear. The spirit rings surged, awakening the dawn spear, which shone with a golden light, dazzling like a river of gold. Boom! The clash of golden light erupted into fervent brilliance. Strangely, every inch of this place remained unaffected by the battle between the two deities. Was it a puppet, unable to fight with awareness? Jiang Luoran pointed with his left hand, compressing a beam of dawn light that penetrated the armored knight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Jiang Luoran gasped for air, pushing against the armored knight. Indeed, facing an opponent of equal divine status was quite exhausting. He wondered if Tang San and the others would encounter a similar situation. However, Jiang Luoran clearly felt that after killing an armored knight, his own power had increased. It was as if he had undergone a transformation. Was this what they meant by the mountains never being tired of height? There were no limits or restrictions in everything. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 white streaks of light came rushing in, pouring into the top of Jiang Luoran's head. Jiang Luoran transformed into the blood fiend Vine Martial Soul, using his 4th soul skill, Thousand Hammer Forging. A golden hammer appeared, smashing the white light and exploding it into petals. 3 more? Jiang Luoran raised the chaotic cloak hammer technique and charged directly at them. He even suspected that this first level was meant to allow him to fight against a secondary deity, right? Otherwise, why do it this way? Boom, boom, boom. After a dozen strikes, the 3 armored knights were knocked off their helmets and armor, revealing their mist-like heads. 9-1. Jiang Luoran fell from the sky, his eyes turning golden yellow with the power of thunder. His 5th soul skill, Hell Armor. The golden thunder crashed into the armored knight, unleashing power completely, demolishing everything in its path. The Hell Armor protected Jiang Luoran from harm. The golden light had a destructive effect, cascading like shattered gold, taking down the 3 armored knights. Third brother and the others must be here. They had to regroup. Jiang Luoran retracted the Hell Armor and quickly ran with the golden hammer. He was well aware that Tang San and the others were temporarily not as strong as he was, making their battle against the armored knights much more challenging. Although he didn't know if dying here counted as real death, it was better to be cautious and treat it as such. The light of the corona. A voice came from the distance, and white light gathered like energy, bursting outward, with arrows occasionally shooting down. Tang Bai was drenched in sweat, cursing. Why couldn't he kill them? Did he have such a strong little brother? Was this against the rules? He had inherited the position of the corona and had never encountered such a situation in his trials. Gods fighting gods? No, it should be gods fighting a group of gods. If he couldn't be killed, he would probably be exhausted. The armored knight charged in, aiming for Tang Bai's neck. Tang Bai momentarily neglected this and was knocked to the ground. Just as he was about to be killed, the armored knight was blasted by a beam of golden light. Exploding in the air, Jiang Luoran fell from the sky, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Hey, what kind of fighting style is this? Self-harming? Tang Bai staggered over and helped Jiang Luoran up. I haven't used the chaotic cloak in a long time. I used too much force and ended up throwing myself out too. Jiang Luoran wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. That kind of power was completely uncontrollable. He didn't know what was going on. You're really a madman, just like a lunatic. Tang Bai took a deep breath. Fighting to the death with others. What else could it be but madness? How should we find them? Tang Bai asked. Battles between gods were not difficult to see. Searching around would definitely work. Jiang Luoran felt he was almost ready. He transformed into his true Kunpeng form, carrying Tang Bai as they drifted away. A black-purple magic circle stood tall in the sky. One after another, forming dozens of them, spraying black beams. All of them aimed unerringly at Hulayina. Hulayina arranged her 9 spirit rings in a row, and each spirit ring had a thick pink long tail. Whoosh! At the moment of collision, the intertwining of thunder and fire occurred, and the 9 tails continued to whip, killing the black-armored mage holding a staff. It was far from over. Hulayina was already surrounded by mages, all possessing divine-level strength. Even stronger, White Lotus domain. The White Lotus bloomed as Hulayina clenched her fists tightly, grasping the 10th spirit ring. The 9 tails enveloped Hulayina, killing the mages from every angle. In the end, they were all destroyed. However, just as Hulayina was about to stop, an armored knight on a golden warhorse, wielding a golden spear, charged in. The 9 tails met the armored knight's strike simultaneously, but it only resulted in a stalemate. Above the first-level deity, below the second-level deity. Hulayina immediately deduced the opponent's strength. She sidestepped to evade the sharp strike. Hiss, the warhorse neighed, pressing down with its hooves. And it too possessed divine-level strength, its hooves shining with golden light. It looked a bit like the dawn of light. Chaos wind, 9-1. Jiang Luoran charged like a cannonball and crashed into the warhorse, sending both flying far away. The armored knight was relentless, quickly leaping up to deliver a fatal blow to Hulayina. Tang Bai transformed into a gigantic white eagle and fell along with the armored knight. Help me! Jiang Luoran grabbed the warhorse's hoof with his left hand and swung down with his right, sending it soaring into the sky. White Lotus bloom. 9 gigantic pink tails merged into a single strike, sending the warhorse flying back, leaving no trace behind. There's one more, don't stop. Hurry and help me. Tang Bai can't hold on much longer. Chapter 210. The First Trial of Kunpeng. 2. Seeing Jiang Luoran and Hulayina lying safely on the ground, Tang Bai panicked. There's more, don't rush to rest. Hurry to help, Tang Bai shouted. The strength and divine power of this armored knight were greater than his. If he hadn't fought against evil before, Tang Bai would definitely fear the opponent's power. This was a power that surpassed a single divine strike, but hadn't reached the level of a second-level divine strike. First soul skill, creation for nothing. 9th soul skill, blue divine rune. 9th soul skill, blue divine melody. The crimson gold soul rings floated up, standing before Jiang Luoran. Break. The blue runes and musical notes met, creating a fusion that ultimately exploded within the armored knight's body. Jiang Luoran directly used his first soul skill to unleash the divine technique within the armored knight. Even if it couldn't kill the opponent, it could severely injure them. Tang Bai retracted his martial soul and glided down from the sky. What's going on? Hulayina looked at Jiang Luoran. Are we going to wipe them out? I don't know. Let's regroup first. That armored knight had strength above a first-level divine strike, but below a second-level divine strike. This proved that this place was extraordinary, and a second-level divine knight might also appear. Our only way to win is to ensure he can't fully exert his strength. Jiang Luoran spread his wings and soared high, carrying both of them high into the sky. After all, this place was filled with clouds, and it was hard to tell what it really was. I just met Xian Renxue, but she was blocked by a group of armored knights. I was also attacked by a wizard, which caused us to get separated. Hulaina pointed to the right. Where to go? Wizards? There are also wizards? Jiang Luoran asked in confusion. They also fought using soul rings, but they wielded staffs like sorcerers. Moreover, the soul skills they released resembled magic. Hulaina was also surprised, because she had never seen such people. She only read about them in ancient texts, referring to them as wizards. For example, necromancers who wield staffs to cast spells. Ilex, but he hasn't appeared yet. I see. You must be talking about necromancy. Jiang Luoran quickly approached Qian Renxue. If what Hulaina said is true, then the opposing forces are too massive. We must unite, or it won't work without anyone. Qian Renxue swiftly swung the angelic sword in her hand, blocking over a dozen golden spears and necromantic spells. In the angelic domain, Qian Renxue glided like a white swallow, slicing through the armored knights, striking each one 5 times. The sword energy surged, like magma bursting from the earth's core, cutting down the armored knights. Hulaina relied solely on her incredible combat awareness to last this long. She now had disheveled hair, her armor barely covering her body, looking utterly disheveled. In the Rakshasa domain, Beiming Douluo charged first, wielding the Grim Reaper's scythe, releasing waves of black mist that swirled several wizards into it. Qian Renxue and Beiming Douluo stood back to back. Although they could temporarily hold off each other, they couldn't kill each other. The disparity in numbers was simply too great. You go first, I go behind. At this moment, there was no choice. Beiming Douluo steeled her heart. No matter what, they couldn't die here. That would be too ridiculous. Qian Renxue transformed into a giant angel, wielding the angelic sword, slashing and hacking, sending beams of light shooting out. Several wizards had their limbs severed but continued to attack as before. Beiming Douluo transformed into a vast spider queen, opening her 8 tentacles to slaughter madly. Black blood splattered, piercing through 2 armored knights' bodies, exploding them on the ground. The Grim Reaper's scythe split into dozens, slicing through the wizards like falling thunder. The battle here was intense and would only attract more armored knights and wizards, causing Qian Renxue's martial soul to dissipate. Finding an escape route was the priority. Beiming Douluo could still hold on and block some damage for Qian Renxue as well. Kunpeng kill. JiangLuoran dove into the group of wizards. The howling gale expanded like a spiral bullet, shattering all magic arrays. White Lotus Bloom, White Lotus Obliteration, White Lotus Thrust. The entire battlefield was completely overturned by 9 giant tails, with armored knights dying unexpectedly. Solar Corona arrows, all out. Tang Bai unleashed all his soul power. He had no choice, as the number of armored knights below was increasing. With the 3 parties cooperating, the pressure on Qian Renxue and Beiming Douluo significantly decreased, allowing them a moment to breathe. Chaos Wind, 9-1. In an instant, the winds and clouds changed, thunder and lightning flashed. Jiang Luoran, with golden pupils, stepped forward clad in 100 bolts of lightning. A sweeping hammer strike shattered even 3 armored knights into fragments. The armored knights and wizards rushed at Jiang Luoran and his companions like they were free, surrounding all 5 of them. The 5 worked together, each pushing forward in their respective directions. Chaos Wind, 9-1. The thunder flashed again, but this time it was blue lightning. With every step Tang San took, the ground trembled like an earthquake. The Haotian hammer danced in his palm, unable to contain its urge to destroy heaven and earth. Bang, bang, bang. Golden lightning and blue lightning intertwined as Jiang Luoran and Tang San stood together. They raised their hammers in unison, striking madly, almost frenzied. The wizards' overwhelming bombardment engulfed their bodies. Only black remained, but the blue lightning and golden lightning burst forth from the black mist, and the 2 iron hammers flew out simultaneously, spinning and cutting through the air with thunder. A complete 180 degrees of destruction, leaving no trace behind. The sound of thunder echoed continuously as Jiang Luoran and Tang San slammed their glowing double hammers down, shattering the armor of the mounted knights. Just in time, very timely, Tang Bai praised. The personnel are finally gathered. There wasn't this kind of tacit understanding when fighting evil, but now, it should be fine, right? Your battle scene is so grand, I couldn't possibly miss it. Tang San retracted the Haotian hammer. However, this trial leaves me quite puzzled. Jiang Luoran felt that they could advance towards the ultimate ground. We will handle the support. You inherit the 2nd-level divine strike, and then return to Douluo continent. It's that simple, Qian Renxue said. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The roar of the warhorse sounded again, but this time it was different. This warhorse's voice was even more terrifying, and sparks of hidden thunder erupted from its nostrils. With each breath, one could see lightning flowing within its body. Glop, glop, glop. The sound of hooves grew closer, and blue lightning gradually appeared in front of everyone. If they were not gods, they would definitely be frightened to the ground by this imposing aura. It was a horse with 8 hooves covered in yellow fur, with a strong build and clad in golden armor. On its back sat a knight in armor, holding a golden spear. Chapter 211. The first trial of the Kunpeng this night was stronger and more powerful than any knight they had encountered. His eyes even emitted golden flames, and the boiling blood energy rushed towards Jiang Luoran's nostrils. Glop, glop, glop. Scatter, Jiang Luoran shouted loudly, tossing his golden hammer and embracing Hulaina as they fell to the ground. Buzz, the armored knight swung his spear, extinguishing the golden lightning and the golden hammer. None of this hindered his steps, nor did it stop the warhorse's advance. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A powerful roar created ripples in the air, resonating across the sky. Immediately after, the warhorse raised its front hooves high, carrying lightning, and pressed down towards Jiang Luoran's head. Ziz bang! The lightning struck the ground, missing Jiang Luoran. Hulaina, held by Jiang Luoran, rolled around and finally came to a stop, her mind in a daze. Dai Bibi Dong is coming, death spider webbind. A pitch-black spider web rushed towards them, heavily pressing down on the warhorse and the armored knight. The armored knight slashed horizontally, and the spider web dissolved into foam. Strangely enough, the warhorse and the armored knight only pursued Jiang Luoran, ignoring everyone else. Second soul skill, Shadow Follow. Jiang Luoran rolled backward, planning to face such a strong enemy alone. The trial ground did not affect the emergence of the thick, dark old tree roots. The stout and dark old tree roots rose from the ground, extending their vines to grasp the warhorse's 8 legs. As the saying goes, a fast horse is easy to break. The warhorse fell to the ground, ensnared by the old tree roots. The armored knight stumbled, then instinctively raised his golden spear and charged forward, plowing the ground. Blood Fiend Vine. Fourth soul skill, forged by thousands of hammer strikes. First soul skill, creation from nothing. Jiang Luoran held a soul ring in each hand, clenching his fists towards the armored knight. Bang! During the time, the armored knight moved. His body continued to swell until numerous golden blood fiend vines burst forth. Perhaps feeling insufficient power, Jiang Luoran spared no effort in releasing his soul power. The armored knight was pierced by countless vines inside his body. Finally, like a great tree, many vines extended from within, intertwining and spiraling higher and higher. 8th soul skill. Blood Fiend Star, Flow, Cloud Destruction. Jiang Luoran stood firm, a red soul ring appearing in front of him. 3 soul rings spread out like a cannon formation, spinning wildly, intertwining back and forth. Golden blood fiend vines resembling dragon heads filled the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous impacts and strikes crazily washed over the armored knight's entire body. Although he had no sensation and no consciousness, he was still rendered speechless by this power. The armored knight suddenly opened his eyes, and a star-shaped cross expanded from his body. Whoosh! The golden star cross wreaked havoc in the sky, growing larger until it severed all of the blood fiend vines. A second-level divine domain, without a doubt. This was definitely a second-level divine domain. Otherwise, just these would be enough to kill him. The armored knight was also injured, coughing up blood, and half of his armor shattered. 3rd soul skill, Blood Fiend Demon Prison. Jiang Luoran twisted his right hand, summoning 10 blood fiend demon prisons around the armored knight. He aimed to seize this opportunity to imprison his opponent. This scene was completed in the blink of an eye. Tang San and the others finally realized that Jiang Luoran's battle had reached a white-hot stage. Roar, roar! Roar! The armored knight let out a deep roar like a lion, his right hand covered in golden light. Wherever the golden light reached, everything was cleaved apart, and the prison was cut off, emitting high-temperature white smoke. Go to hell, Kunpeng God! The armored knight looked up and locked eyes with Jiang Luoran. It turned out they could talk. Jiang Luoran had thought they were mute. Thunder's sacred garment. Judgment of Garo's power. The armored knight placed his hands on his head, the golden spear standing upright in midair, as the surrounding energy was drained, all absorbed by the armored knight. This feeling was somewhat like a gathering wave. No, it felt familiar. It should be similar to an evil skill, but this was more tangible. Luoran, run! Hulaina shouted, looking down to find a blood fiend vine had entangled her. He had already thought of this from the beginning. He knew his opponent was his second-level divine domain. 7th soul skill, blood, vine, true body. Jiang Luoran expanded and grew until he became a 5-meter-tall giant. 6th soul skill, curse spear. The plant man charged while pulling out a black soul ring, drawing 2 curse spears with both hands and throwing them forward. 4th soul skill, forged by thousands of hammer strikes. Dawn spear, gripping the dawn spear tightly in his right hand and holding the golden war hammer in his left. The cursed spear flew in front of the armored knight, disintegrating like paper. He drew the golden spear, colliding with Jiang Luoran's dawn spear. Bang! The boiling shockwave pushed outward, making people feel a tightness in their chests, even a dull sensation. A gap. Jiang Luoran lunged with his spear, piercing through the knight's body, and golden light burst forth from within him. It was incredibly hard to comprehend the creation and generation of such a thing. Blue-silver grass bind. Tang San saw the armored knight preparing to attack Jiang Luoran and quickly controlled his right foot. White lotus blooming, 3 tails born. 3 stout fox tails bound the knight's left leg. Huh! Bibi Dong threw out a black iron chain, binding the armored knight's left arm. Thud! The knight's chest was also opened up, revealing a sharp tip that was clearly the angelic sword. You actually made it this far. Yi Beibei descended, using the white mist in her hand to prevent the armored knight from launching an attack. Anyi, how did you get here? Didn't T.U. say? Tang Bai was astonished. Could I rest assured with you kids leaving? I went to examine the ruins. These armored knights are the evil sinners previously eliminated by our ancestors. Now they have transformed into restless spirits, controlled by a necromancer, Yi Beibei said quickly. A necromancer? We encountered a necromancer before. They had only seen some first-level divine domains. Tang sensed something was off. If he was not mistaken, the final trial was the necromancer. He was the mastermind. Defeating him was the only way to inherit the Kunpeng's second-level divine domain. Most importantly, only Jiang Luoran could enter. We can only help up to this point. Yi Beibei shouted. Luoran, make your move. 9th soul skill, blue god talisman. Once the blue god appears, all are captivated and the divine symbols descend, leading to the slaughter of thousands. 9th soul skill, blue god melody. In the blue god domain, the song of blood rain plays, a requiem for Shao Chong. The golden soul rings erupt, unleashing endless runes and divine symbols. Let the blood vines end you. Jiang Luoran said lightly. Today, I saw a call for support. Truly substantiated. A boy, an incident of cerebral hemorrhage, unable to undergo surgery, water drop fundraising, and Billy, among other proofs, are all real. C983501522. This is the WeChat of the supporter. If any reader is willing to help, he will explain the real situation to you. Or you can have my WeChat, and I will create a group to bring him in. J9065437778. I guarantee in my own name, it's a real event. Salute. Handshake, Chapter 212. Kunpeng Trial 2nd Level, 1 Boom. The armored knight was killed on the spot, leaving not even a scrap. Jiang Luoran felt strange. Hearing the sound of release, it was a feeling of finally being killed. Power. After Jiang Luoran killed so many armored knights and personally killed their leader, he suddenly felt his power continuously increasing, approaching the consciousness of a second-level deity. No wonder he could break through the armored knight's defenses and directly kill them. It turned out to be because his power had increased. This is it. Tang San and the others stood outside the circle, watching Jiang Luoran. Here, Hulaina threw the blood vines tied to her feet to Jiang Luoran. What was it about? Although she spoke impatiently, she felt quite happy inside. Jiang Luoran really wanted to say what was it about, because given the situation just now, if Hulaina charged up again, she would definitely be finished. Anyway, the armored knights were looking for him, not them, so he would just face it alone. Brother, safe travels. We'll wait for your return. Tang Bai patted Jiang Luoran's shoulder. Let's go. Killing the evil still relies on you. Please, Qian Rinshu said. Luoran, no matter what you encounter, hold on. If it really doesn't work, use your true form and charge at them, Yi Beibei said. Okay, wait for me to come out and solve the problem. To be honest, Jiang Luoran felt a little anxious. The 6 of them had just arrived here together. If they entered the 2nd level, the scene was unimaginable. However, he had to break through the 2nd level. How could he know if he could do it without trying? Buzz. A golden vortex appeared, slowly expanding, opening a gap wide enough for one person to pass through. Jiang Luoran had no hesitation and walked straight in, merging with the golden vortex, and finally disappeared. When he opened his eyes again, Jiang Luoran found himself in complete darkness, with dark clouds thick above and lightning flickering in and out. It was like a hellish battlefield. The best hellish battlefield. Although this place was filled with a dangerous aura, Jiang Luoran had not encountered a single necromancer or armored knight. It felt more like an open space. The dangerous aura was only to this extent, and going further would be the same. Boom! If anything changed along the way, it was undoubtedly the rolling thunder in the sky. From the size of a silk thread, just now, it transformed into something as thick as a water tank, and it was still expanding. In an instant, the thunder from the sky descended, plowing towards Jiang Luoran purposefully. A flash of lightning, too fast to react. Jiang Luoran leaped and dodged it, taking the opportunity to pull out a golden warhammer. Sure enough, the lightning twisted and tracked Jiang Luoran, seemingly controlled by someone. Jiang Luoran flipped and hurled the golden hammer out, chaos wind. The golden hammer merged with the lightning as thick as a water tank, and in an instant, it exploded, creating a ring of lightning. Trying to ambush me? Jiang Luoran rushed forward, grasping the golden hammer entwined with terrifying lightning, using their strength against them. Boom! The sky was illuminated brightly and painfully, and Jiang Luoran didn't know what he hit, but it was definitely something very hard. Such terrifying power did not harm the opponent in the slightest, which made Jiang Luoran feel embarrassed. A group of necromancers appeared on the ground, seemingly having been waiting for a long time. Even the previous lightning must have been carefully planned. 7th soul skill, Blood Vine True Form. A 5-meter-tall plant man fell from the sky, crashing to the ground. The plant man quickly got up, surveying the surroundings. To be honest, the fact that these necromancers hadn't shown up kept him feeling uncomfortable. Now that they finally appeared, Jiang Luoran felt even more uneasy, because there were simply too many. Counting, there were at least hundreds. Just one person as spit would be enough to deal with him, let alone the necromantic magic in their hands. Now he needed help, and undoubtedly, it was the old tree roots. Winky face. 2nd soul skill, Shadow, following. 1st soul skill, creating something from nothing. 2 purple soul rings intersected, and a million-year-old tree root stood tall. All the old tree roots followed behind the plant man, still growing wildly, like puffed-up food. 5th soul skill, Hell Armor. The Hell Armor was mass-produced. All 50 old tree roots donned the Hell Armor, including the plant man at the front. 4th soul skill, 1,000 Refinements. Weapons were also mass-produced. A single old tree root could wield hundreds of weapons, and all 50 old tree roots were armed. This would be a massive and lethal force, said to be extremely ferocious. The plant man wielded hammers in both hands, eyes shining with golden light, the lightning on the double hammers crackling like magnets. The old tree roots wielded knives, forks, axes, swords, saws, halberds. The necromancers were not idle either, unfolding necromantic magic arrays, sealing the plant man and their large army inside. Moreover, there were faint signs of isolation. How could Jiang Luoran wait for them to finish preparing? With a command, kill! The plant man led the old tree root army, charging out like a tide of beasts. The leading necromancer waved his staff, and the necromancers behind also rushed forward. Chaos wind, 9-1. The plant man was now at the peak of his power. He knew the first wave of attacks would be ferocious, and he had to help the old tree roots withstand it. Otherwise, the old tree roots would be scattered, and then it would be difficult to win. The strongest power to block the first wave and crush the opponent. The lightning bursting from the double hammers crackled until it reached a radius of several miles, all filled with golden lightning. The plant man felt it too. This violent aura of energy could no longer be suppressed. Boom! The 9-1 chaos wind shot out, and Jiang Luoran seemed like a god of thunder, knocking down a row of necromancers. He was like a mad devil, quickly spinning the golden hammer in his hand, leaping into the necromancer group. Boom, 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 wherever the golden hammer passed, was the beginning of everything collapsing. Power, explosion, might. This was an unmatched strike. Although the necromancers were god level, they were magic users and inevitably had some disadvantage in close combat. Don't mention the speed type, like the plant person. Just moments ago, he was battling the plant person, and now he is right behind you, delivering a heavy blow. The plant person throws up his double hammers towards the sky, using his 8th soul skill, Blood Fiend Star Flow Cloud Extinguish. Red soul rings appear, spinning rapidly as if filled with blood, making anyone feel the terrifying and dreadful soul power within. The double hammers, crackling with electricity, fall down, followed by countless blood fiend vines resembling dragon heads. Chapter 213. Kunpeng Trial 2nd Stage 2. lightning and the golden dragon obliterate everything again, which certainly isn't enough to wipe out the necromancer. The old tree roots rush in, breaking through the necromancer's death magic and swinging their chaotic swords and knives. Whoa! Seizing the leader first, the plant person has already set his sights on the necromancer's leader and leaps quickly. The necromancer begins to chant the song of the dead, black and white, rippling musical notes pulling Jiang Luoran. The plant person, clad in hellish armor and wearing ghostly boots, isn't afraid of magic at all. He directly shatters the musical notes and pins the necromancer to the ground. Buzz! At that moment, while pinning down the necromancer, the plant person's consciousness momentarily froze. He quickly regained his senses and found that the necromancer beneath him had vanished. To the right, the plant person shouted involuntarily. Bang! A flash of black starlight struck the plant person, sending him tumbling to the ground. The hellish armor was damaged, and the plant person's right arm was also wounded. 6th soul skill Curse Lance. Experience the taste of life and death. The plant person throws out a curse lance and, raising his ghostly boots, kicks forward. Since the necromancer is obsessed with life and death, there's a glimmer of hope to see if the curse lance has any effect. Bang! The necromancer's magic crushes the curse lance, not dispersing, instead shooting out black chains that bind Jiang Luoran in place. With the ghostly boots bound, it becomes even harder to attack the necromancer's leader. In such a battle scene, hesitation is fatal, as no one can come back to save Jiang Luoran. Various combat techniques fail to kill the necromancer. Kunpeng True Form. 3rd soul skill, Kunpeng Sky Cry Strike. Jiang Luoran transforms into a vast white feathered Kunpeng, gathering a white blazing wave in his mouth. Bang! The white dawn descends, slashing towards the necromancer with the wasteland below. Flattened, completely flattened. It even involves some necromancers battling with the old tree roots. Just now, Jiang Luoran used 10 golden soul rings to launch this strike. He also unleashed his strongest soul power to lighten the burden on the old tree roots. Jiang Luoran felt a bit uncertain about that strike. After all, he was used to fighting madmen, and who knows how thick their armor is. It's possible he only managed to break skin, and then he would have to use the Dawn Lance. First, stab him to death one by one. Jiang Luoran transformed back into human form, the 10 golden soul rings behind him floating like divine beings descending from the heavens. 10th soul skill. Jiang Luoran pulled out the 10 soul rings from behind, aligning them in front of his right hand. The golden soul rings arranged in a line from small to large, converging the soul power within Jiang Luoran. If he still doesn't kill the opponent, he will use the point to break the surface and the 10th soul skill to blow this place up. What to do if he can't kill them? It has to be done this way. As the white mist dissipated, the necromancer indeed hadn't died. Even more surprisingly, he was gathering the strongest death magic. Seeing this scene, Jiang Luoran panicked and quickly activated his soul skill. 10th soul skill, soaring upward for 90,000 miles. All his power. Tong! A sharp sound emerged, and the 10 soul rings devoured soul power like a glutton, draining everything around. This can definitely be called a miniature version of the Bloody Cannon, just like the attack released by Evil, named Bloody Cannon. The old tree roots had been fighting the necromancers for quite some time. It was essentially a case of killing 1,000 enemies while injuring 800 of their own. The old tree roots were left with only a few disabled ones. From the beginning until now, Jiang Luoran had been using the old tree roots quite skillfully. He was a great worker. Old tree roots, you're not afraid? Then come on, Jiang Luoran shouted, urging the opponent to fire first. It must be said that the terror of these two energies could instantly kill large numbers of secondary divine beings, just by their momentum. This is also their strongest strike. If anyone could see this scene, they might only see the white, blazing sphere and the pitch-black energy. Both energies exude ancient and long-lasting sounds. Wong wong. The necromancer emitted a buzzing sound, yet still did not release his death magic. The two remained stalemated, neither launching an attack first. Jiang Luoran feared that if he unleashed this attack, it would result in total annihilation. If the space shattered, where would he go? The necromancer felt the same way, fearing that such an attack would obliterate everything, let alone the collision of two extraordinary energies. Buzz, rumble, fire. Jiang Luoran was too tense. He realized that the thunder was just rolling in the sky, not hunting him down. Soaring upward for 90,000 miles had already been launched, and a virtual Kunpeng, carrying colorful clouds, crashed towards the necromancer. Madman! The necromancer might have panicked, cursing loudly as he launched his attack. After that, Jiang Luoran felt himself being tossed around, completely in a disoriented state. If he could feel anything, it was only pain. His eyes couldn't open at all, unsure if it was due to the blinding light or because he was in a dazed state. Anyway, he had been muddled for the past few days, and nothing mattered anymore. There's no doubt that the old tree root's words were swept away by the shockwave. Based on his feelings, Jiang Luoran was certain that the necromancer he was battling was definitely not the final boss. If there was a boss, Jiang Luoran felt it should be up in the sky. In any case, no matter how strong it was, it could never surpass the concept of a secondary divine being. He now possessed the power of a secondary divine being. Although he didn't have that kind of divine status and hadn't ascended, there was still a significant gap. However, it should be enough to deal with the necromancer. The necromancer from just now should have been eliminated by him. At the moment the white light activated, Jiang Luoran heard the sound of something being blown away. Pat, pat, pat. The sound, it was a sound. Something dripped to the ground, and Jiang Luoran's eyelids slowly opened a slit. There was a woman in black clothing, dressed like a lady, wearing black lace gloves and holding a purple gold scepter. She sat on a throne, seemingly made of black iron, and just a glance made one feel it was indestructible. In her arms was the necromancer that Jiang Luoran had killed. However, now he had removed his helmet, revealing a face just like a humaness. To be honest, he looked a bit handsome. Jiang Luoran was a bit confused about the situation, as if he had personally dismantled a pair of lovers. What the heck is this Kunpeng trial, leaving him so puzzled? Why did the armored knight and the necromancer appear, and why do they suffer so painfully? It's as if they have millions of years of history to tell, and I just clumsily started fighting them. Is this what the ancestor of Kunpeng wanted? Chapter 214, The Second Trial of Kunpeng. Is it really necessary to go to such extremes? The necromancer's eyes revealed a dark glow. Jiang Luoran stood there in confusion, thinking, what the hell am I doing? Or rather, what terrible act have I committed? I was just trying the trial, and you all rushed at me, and I killed you. Is there some hidden truth? Before Jiang Luoran could think or ask more, the necromancer rose into the air, golden runes swirling around her. The purple gold staff moved slowly, pulling the drifting golden runes. Third soul skill, blood fiend magic prison. Jiang Luoran slammed his hand on the ground, locking himself inside the magic prison. He knew that this woman wouldn't give him any time to react once she started casting magic. Bang! Jiang Luoran, along with the magic prison, was struck several meters away. Inside the magic prison, Jiang Luoran saw the dinner gap, and just from that, he could imagine how great the damage was. If he were to explain, he seemed to have nothing to explain, because all these people were killed by him. What on earth is this Kunpeng trial? Jiang Luoran panicked, holding the golden war hammer while sitting on Kunpeng's back. The necromancer, like a fierce warrior, sat on the black iron throne and charged at Jiang Luoran. She held scorching magic in her hands, as if to burn everything, destroy the heavens, and sweep away all things. The golden hammer collided with the magic, and Jiang Luoran withdrew. He knew he absolutely could not withstand the magic, so he quickly moved behind the necromancer. Fifth soul skill, Kunpeng treasure technique, 7-mile kill. The golden soul ring transformed Jiang Luoran's right arm into a golden Kunpeng wing, towering a full kilometer high. It resembled a gigantic heavenly blade, and from the blade's light, one could feel the overwhelming aura of the blade. An ancient and indelible power surrounded the golden Kunpeng wing, dragging golden lightning, sweeping through the clouds toward the back of the necromancer. Necromantic magic, the necromancer murmured. The runes around her seemed to come alive. Finally, they formed a golden rune storm. No, this level had already reached a 12th level tornado. Bang! 10 golden soul rings appeared on the necromancer, dancing with a harmonious rhythm. Zing! When the Kunpeng wing landed, it clashed with the tornado, and ultimately both were completely worn down, leaving no trace. Jiang Luoran was still affected by the aftermath, as the opponent's strength was too great, and he couldn't quite keep up. The necromancer didn't give Jiang Luoran a chance to rest, throwing spiked runes that pierced toward him. Second soul skill, shadow, following. Old tree roots rose from the ground, blocking the spiked runes. Fifth soul skill, Kunpeng howl of heaven. Jiang Luoran quickly switched his martial soul, rolled over, and a golden soul ring appeared around him. Extinguish. Jiang Luoran spat out a surge of radiant energy that annihilated the area where the necromancer stood. The necromancer quickly gathered the rune energy, forming a barrier in front of herself. A massive wave of light created resistance, eventually dissipating into fine mist. The necromancer looked down at Jiang Luoran, who was crouched on the ground, her face filled with killing intent. Jiang Luoran also stared at the necromancer, feeling an overwhelming pressure that made his whole body tremble. The ground began to shake, and he didn't know what was happening as the necromancer lifted a golden rune. Jiang Luoran saw all 10 soul rings merge into the golden rune. Just thinking about it made it clear what would happen. An absolutely lethal move, a guaranteed killing technique. Soon, a tornado began to form in the center of the arena. Jiang Luoran lightly touched the edge of the tornado and felt his finger cut, leaving a red mark. Jiang Luoran had fought to this point and was already at the end of his rope. His soul power was nearly depleted. Releasing the soaring technique again was absolutely impossible. Is he really going to die here? Jiang Luoran was unwilling and defiant. He had become a god, yet he was still being suppressed. It was exhausting. This power was definitely no less than the soaring technique he had just unleashed, and it might even be twice as strong. It was evident how much the necromancer hated him, but what was really going on? Dawn's spear. Jiang Luoran raised the golden spear at his brow, bracing it against his chest, preparing to withstand the terrifying storm. The storm emitted ghostly wails, sending chills through his body and numbing his mind. He couldn't tell if the sound came from the storm's speed or the runes in the necromancer's hands. Jiang Luoran felt a sense of dread, but there was no choice. This attack was all-encompassing, and he could only brace for it, not run. Boom! The storm pressed down until Jiang Luoran was forced to the ground. Dawn of light. Jiang Luoran stepped on the nether boots, gripping the dawn spear, and unleashed dazzling starlight into the storm. On Earth, the eye of the storm is the safest place. And Jiang Luoran was just testing to see if this theory held true in the divine realm. The golden light shone brightly, splitting the sky open and spilling forth golden threads. The storm devoured all the light and began to dissipate. The necromancer fell to the ground, staring in shock at Jiang Luoran, especially at the dawn spear in his hand. Jiang Luoran pointed the spear at the necromancer, wondering why she suddenly stopped and didn't kill him. Although he had entered the eye of the storm, significantly reducing the danger, he still didn't have enough strength to protect himself. Who exactly are you? The necromancer asked repeatedly. Who am I? Jiang Luoran frowned, unsure how to respond. Jiang Luoran, level 1 god mansion, residing in Beiming. No, you are the Kunpeng god? The necromancer pressed. You are the level 2 Kunpeng god mansion. Jiang Luoran was confused, wondering why this was surprising. Shouldn't she have known this already? Why the terrified expression? Also, when she said he was a level 2 god mansion, was she flattering him? I don't understand. Jiang Luoran shook his head. I don't understand what you're saying at all. The necromancer then relaxed, collapsing to the ground. It's normal not to understand. There are too many things you don't know. If I'm not mistaken, you came here to obtain the level 2 Kunpeng god mansion, right? That's right, I've come through slaying. No matter who sees me, they all rush at me, eager to kill me. I thought this was the trial, a challenge controlled by the Kunpeng god. Jiang Luoran stated honestly. No, the Kunpeng god wouldn't initiate such a trial. You have completed the level 1 trial of the Kunpeng god. Where did you kill living soul beasts? The necromancer coldly replied. Jiang Luoran was stunned, realizing he hadn't noticed this issue. The biggest problem is that this trial doesn't resemble the Kunpeng god's trial. As the necromancer said, this is not the Kunpeng god style. Chapter 215. First encounter with Tao Dai, what do you mean? Jiang Luoran didn't understand. He really couldn't comprehend it at all. This was the Kunpeng trial atop his Kunpeng temple. What else could it be? Could it be another space? We all regarded you as the god of Tao Tai, so we attacked you right away. It wasn't until I saw the dawn spear that I suddenly realized the female mage side. What a crime. Jiang Luoran. Can it get any more confusing? Jiang Luoran felt overwhelmed. The god of Kunpeng had long perished, leaving only the second-level divine position inherited autonomously. The god of Tao Dai was originally part of the Kunpeng lineage, hence the side divine position. Where you entered is actually commanded by the god of Tao Tai, who also possesses the energy to activate the Kunpeng divine position. Of course, this doesn't mean it's trying to trap you. Its real purpose is to wipe us all out. As for the divine position, you will smoothly inherit it after you kill me. The female mage, heavily injured, appeared resigned. Jiang Luoran. Oh, why does it want to kill you? Does it have a grudge against you? Jiang Luoran asked in confusion. After all his struggles, it turned out he was just doing Tao Ye's bidding. At this moment, his mood was at its peak of frustration. What a trap. What kind of pit is this? The necromancy is the reason for our bitter feud. In fact, this magic was derived from Tao Tai. How could a mythic-level holy beast allow its magic to leak out? The female mage took a deep breath. Its consciousness is coming. I'm puzzled. As a second-level god, Why doesn't it kill you all personally? Jiang Luoran hit the nail on the head. Tao Dai could probably wipe everyone out with a single divine technique. Why go through so much trouble and let itself do the killing? Is it for fun? Is it for fun? Because it only has consciousness left. If it exhausts its power, it won't be able to witness our demise. The female mage sensed a movement on her right side. Whoosh! A red bloodlight shot towards the female mage's head. In her current state, the female mage couldn't defend herself. Even her black throne wouldn't be able to protect her in time. Bang! Jiang Luoran blocked the bloodlight with the dawn spear, intercepting it, though the force was still considerable. Jiang Luoran rotated the spear and forcefully flicked the energy back. A phantasmal Tao Dai rushed in and swallowed the blood energy Jiang Luoran had sent back. What are you doing? Kunpeng God, quickly kill this woman. As long as you finish her off, I will immediately release the energy of the Kunpeng divine position, Tao Dai roared. Jiang Luoran glanced at the female mage. Whatever. Let's just consider it a repayment of gratitude to our Kunpeng ancestor. The female mage understood Jiang Luoran as well. This kind of exchange was indeed hard to refuse. Jiang Luoran was actually puzzled. He had just wondered why his strength increased the more people he killed. It turned out it was because he was playing right into Tao Ye's hands. So, his current strength was entirely dependent on this method of growth. What if it wasn't? Jiang Luoran was not easy to deal with. The other side treated him like a fool, and he was expected to lick their boots for help. Was he that pathetic? Moreover, the necromancer didn't have any hatred towards him. He had even killed many of her compatriots. Wasn't that utterly insane? Help you? I'm not helping you at all. What did you say? The necromancer is evil, is wicked. Tao Dai gathered bloodlight energy with both hands. Evil, so what? Jiang Luoran's pupils shone with golden light. Tao Dai. Oh, is the Kunpeng God now becoming more and more mentally unstable, and still so self-righteous? It found itself a loss for words. We are now at the end of our strength. Combined, we still can't defeat it. It's over. Stop doing pointless things. The female mage mocked Jiang Luoran, calling him a child. Only children throw tantrums and do things that are not in their interests. Not killing? Tao Dai inquired. Why kill? Jiang Luoran walked towards the other side, handing over the Kunpeng energy. Daydreaming, Tao Dai roared, clenching its fists and smashing light waves towards Jiang Luoran. Sixth soul skill, Kunpeng spreads its wings. Ow! A pair of golden wings appeared behind Jiang Luoran, spanning thousands of meters, wide as the heavens. The golden soul rings flickered and danced behind him. The dawn spear blocked Tao Ye's fists, preventing it from continuing its assault. The shadowy boots delivered a kick to Tao Ye's body, sending it retreating. Jiang Luoran was just about to unleash his soul skill when he suddenly fell to the ground. His soul power was insufficient, making it impossible for him to even support the sixth soul skill. Kunpeng spreads its wings. At the end of its strength, it still dares to boast. Tao Ye's mouth formed a red vortex, attracting Jiang Luoran. Is this going to devour me? Supreme Necromancer. The female mage commanded her black gold throne, standing in front of Jiang Luoran. The sky blue bone couldn't recover in time. Besides, who among those who could become gods didn't have a soul bone to restore their strength? Right now, Jiang Luoran's needs, the sky blue bone could not possibly make up for in a short time. Let's work together. The female mage jumped, grabbed the dawn spear, and stabbed it into Tao Ye's body. Jiang Luoran's gaze focused. This was the third person he had seen lift the dawn spear. But now was not the time to ask about the dawn spear. Jiang Luoran took 2 steps and leaped, hitting Tao Ye's head with both fists. Necromantic magic. The female mage began to chant. You only have one chance to unleash your soul skill. One strike to kill. In an instant, Jiang Luoran felt as if he could choose from all the soul skills in his hands. Moreover, the soul power he had to pay was only 0. What kind of necromantic magic was this? 10th soul skill, soaring to the skies. The white Kunpeng wreaked havoc on everything, erupting from Jiang Luoran's 10 soul rings, crashing into Tao Ye's body and flying towards the higher skies. Ow! It was hard to describe what kind of sound this was. The screams of Tao Dai combined with the cries of Kunpeng. The 2 sounds merged together, ultimately returning to nothingness. You are now the one and only master here. Above the heavens and below the earth, you are supreme. The female mage's rune shattered, her heartbeat entering a critical state. That's right, at the moment of Tao Ye's death, Jiang Luoran felt he had the sensation of controlling everything. The energy of the second level Kunpeng divine position also felt it. Was that just now the power of sacrifice? I could release soul skills? Jiang Luoran, even if he was foolish, could understand now. Otherwise, were we to wait to be killed by it with our soul power close to zero? The female mage said, "Your one soul skill won't cost me my life. I will give you an explanation for killing your kin." Jiang Luoran could see the ruthlessness in the female mage's eyes. "You should give me an explanation. And even if you were the god of Kunpeng, you must die. But I can't kill you now. I can only use necromantic magic and runes to save my kin." The female mage exerted all her strength, lifting her shattered rune crystal. The purple gold staff floated over, circling around the runes as they ascended. Chapter 216. Choose Beiming or your friends. A strange thing happened. The shattered rune crystal and staff transformed into star-like lights. Like spring rain, it disintegrated in the sky and fell down. All the fallen, all the dead armored knights and necromancers, rose up in succession. "Necromancy?" Jiang Luoran said leisurely. "Such a heavenly defying technique. You activated it. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution?" "So what? I am a god." The female mage smiled faintly as she fell towards the ground, suddenly enveloped by a pair of outstretched hands. It was a necromancer she had just held while crying. Jiang Luoran was surprised. To be honest, this necromancer resembled Ilex a bit. Could this be Ilex's ancestor? Boom! A force that reached the heavens appeared, standing before Jiang Luoran. Its beam piercing through the entire divine realm. The red glow was hard to distinguish where the limit was. Jiang Luoran was very clear that this was the Kunpeng level 2 divine abode. As long as he inherited the level 2 divine abode, he could soar above everything and kill the evil remnants. Inheritance. Jiang Luoran reached out to grasp the energy of the Kunpeng level 2 divine abode. Boom! At the moment of contact, Jiang Luoran was rebounded to the ground. His right hand felt numb from the shock. "What's going on?" Jiang Luoran was puzzled. Clearly there was no problem. He could feel that the Kunpeng energy was also aligning with him. Ha. Since you can't bear to kill for me, then kill for yourself. A piece of Kunpeng energy was kept by me. Without enough energy, you cannot inherit it at all. The last voice of the glutton god faded away. "What does that mean?" Jiang Luoran frowned. "What do you mean by killing for oneself?" "Kunpeng god, the power of the level 2 divine abode is already missing. You need to choose among all the soul beasts in Beiming and your friends from the first stage. The Kunpeng divine abode will automatically decompose their powers into driving forces." "Nonsense. What does the life and death of others have to do with me? I have no right to command them." Jiang Luoran was completely dumbfounded. "Luoran, we are willing to help you become a level 2 divine abode. After all, we won't die. The evil of Douluo continent is entrusted to you," Yi Bei and others said in unison. "This is a transmission." Jiang Luoran understood. They must have already known. "The evil is probably already preparing to strike. Deprive us of our powers and defeat it," Hu Laina commanded. "Hurry up and make a decision." "You are not someone who hesitates," Bibi Dong said. "Bring out your ruthlessness against women. There's no time," Qian Rinxiu urged. Jiang Luoran clenched his fists tightly. The divine position is so important to a god. Yes, with their talents, and their cases of becoming gods, they're definitely the top candidates for other divine positions. But why should I deprive others of their things, especially if they might never become gods in their lifetime? All soul beasts in Beiming, all holy spirits, all flowers, plants, and trees within a radius of millions of miles are willing to welcome the Beiming god. Just a few decades of cultivation. Killing the evil is enough. I can still cultivate again. It's not a big deal. I can start over. Let the Beiming god decide. Soul beasts have cultivated for decades, some even for hundreds of thousands of years. How much of their lives would they throw away? Jiang Luoran couldn't bring himself to do it. There is no suffering harder to endure than waiting. Have you decided? Kunpeng god. Jiang Luoran said nothing, picked up the dawn spear and walked out. His attitude had already expressed everything. Relying on a flawed level 2 divine abode, you can't possibly defeat the evil. The Kunpeng god advised, don't act impulsively. There is no absolute in things. We always say, life has more than one choice. Jiang Luoran indeed did not stop. He directly walked out of the second stage. Theoretically, he had already given up on the Kunpeng divine position. Seeing Jiang Luoran appear, everyone was surprised. But what could they say? I think we should go fight together. The team is the key to victory. I'm not optimistic about individual heroism. Jiang Luoran smiled, reaching out to hold Hu Laina. What do you think? Then let's go smash it. Our current strength is close to the level 2 divine abode. Tang San took out the sea god trident. Are you really willing? This is a level 2 divine abode. Hard to obtain, Bibi Dong approached. There is nothing I can't let go of. Power can be compensated. But a team? There is only one. Once a decision is made, there is no need to regret it. Jiang Luoran worked hard to recover his strength. In the second stage, the female mage's deep pupils looked at Jiang Luoran's back. He refused the level 2 divine abode? Why? I think this kind of deal is completely worth it. The male mage pulled the female mage. Even I have never seen such a person. Perhaps such a person deserves to have power. He is different. The female mage took out a crystal-clear blue rune from her chest. One battle to determine success or failure, until death. Jiang Luoran transformed into the giant beast Kunpeng, soaring in the air. 7th soul skill, White Lotus True Body. 7th soul skill, Haotian True Body. 7th soul skill, Kunpeng True Body. 7th soul skill, Angel True Body. Kunpeng domain open. Kunpeng's palms tore open a spatial rift. As long as they crossed over, it would be Douluo continent, and there would be nothing to make amends for in this battle. Only they, relying on their own strength, could kill the evil. This was Jiang Luoran's choice, and his choice would also come at a huge cost. The path ahead was filled with endless danger. Seeing the evil still stuck in the space, Jiang Luoran raised a long dawn spear and forcibly blasted the opponent out. The space was shattered in the process, and the evil fell out, just about to roar, but was once again sent flying by Hulaiina's 9 tails. Strike deep into the sea, don't stop. Use the most violent attacks, Jiang Luoran commanded. The giant angel lifted the angelic divine sword, stabbing and crashing into the evil, sending it flying again. The Grim Reaper's scythe, Rakshasa domain, Bibidong raised the scythe, black light flashing, opening a gap in the sky. This was a terrifying and deadly wave of energy that knocked the evil unconscious. 9 treasure glaze tile, all soul rings activated. 9 heart sea tang eel. The 2 healing soul beasts exhausted all their soul power to empower the 7 gods, making their battle more advantageous, at least temporarily not having to worry about soul power. Looking towards the increasingly distant gods, Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling fell beside Oscar. It's up to you, Oscar murmured. Chaotic Cloak, 9-1. Tang San and Jiang Luoran frantically summoned hammers and lightning, beating the evil into a daze, not giving the opponent a moment to rest. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed, thunder roared incessantly, the sea surged, and the rocks shattered. Solar Corona, Light, Rakshasa, Grim Reaper. Chapter 217, The Final Journey, Ending, Kunpeng Domain, Angel Domain, Rakshasa Domain, Solar Corona Domain, White Lotus Domain, Kunpeng Domain, Sea God Domain. After Jiang Luoran and the others released their strongest soul skills, they pressed down on the evil's limbs with their domains. Jiang Luoran, as the main attacker, transformed into a vegetative state and rushed toward the depths of the sea with a fierce determination. The other 6 gods followed closely behind, swords drawn and ready. The further away, the better, Jiang Luoran continuously chanted in his heart. Yes, the talk of teamwork to kill evil is all nonsense. Today, he was going to unleash the blood of flight. At the moment, only the blood of flight could kill the evil. What teamwork? What guarantee of victory? It all depended on the timing. In this situation, without Jiang Luoran, they really couldn't survive. As for the 7 gods, martial soul fusion technique. Let us see how it plays out. Tang San and the others had nearly exhausted their soul power just to push the evil toward the seaside. They had unleashed high-level divine techniques all the way, not daring to slack off for a moment. The evil noticed Jiang Luoran's unwavering gaze and understood that the opponent was serious. It was that kind of desperate seriousness. Just think about it. When a person is willing to sacrifice their life, what else do they care about? Roar. The evil howled, but the wounds from the previous blows still throbbed, and 7 realms were suppressing it. Don't think about it. I shattered the divine power and transformed it into the ultimate Kunpeng realm, which you cannot break free from. Blood seeped from Jiang Luoran's mouth. Roar. The evil spewed out blood-red light from its entire body, struggling against the first Kunpeng realm, desperate and anxious. The others didn't take it seriously, thinking it was the power of the combined 7 realms. Looking at Jiang Luoran's fierce and terrifying face, the evil was clearly panicking. It was evidently more villainous than itself. The second trial of the Kunpeng Divine Palace. Perhaps I can help him. The female mage took out a blue rune amid the crowd of mages. No, I don't agree. The man grabbed the female mage's hand, wanting to retain her for selfish reasons. What should stay has already stayed. What should be done has already been done. Time is the measure of everything. Pausing is the most beautiful moment. Take good care of Ilex. The female mage dashed into the Kunpeng Divine Palace alone. The man knelt on the ground, roaring like thunder. Luoran, you can't fight anymore. It's not enough to unleash the martial soul fusion technique now. Tang San grabbed Jiang Luoran. They had already arrived at the Sea God Palace. It was almost there. Almost there. Jiang Luoran waved his hand, switching from a vegetative state to his true Kunpeng form, dragging the evil forward. What exactly do you want to do? Hulaina felt something was off. The martial soul fusion technique was gone, yet Jiang Luoran was still fighting so hard. He wasn't a fool. He must have some way. Trust me. Help me. I want to die before the wedding. Jiang Luoran threw a reassuring glance at Hulaina. Hulaina activated the last white lotus illusion, then collapsed exhausted on the Sea God Palace. Sun Crown. Tang Bai didn't even unleash the final blow before falling from the sky into the sea. However, he was a god and definitely wouldn't drown in seawater. Retreat. We no longer have the conditions to kill. Let us retreat quickly. Yi Bei didn't know and continued onward, wondering what the result could be. They were merely expending great effort to force the evil into the sea area. What else remained? Don't even think about the martial soul fusion technique. They had already lost 2 gods. Roar. Boom. The 6 realms shattered completely, leaving only Jiang Luoran's Kunpeng realm still supporting. Even Yi Bei, no matter how foolish, could see the flaw. You abandoned the Kunpeng Divine Palace? That is a divine palace. How do you plan to repair it? Tang San was also furious. Retreat first. That's enough, Jiang Luoran said something surprising. No one knew what he meant by enough. Was it that he had been a god long enough? Or that the evil had been forced to the best position in the deep sea? Did Jiang Luoran not want to live? He wanted too much. To prevent this incident from extending everywhere, Jiang Luoran felt he needed to resolve it. Not for any heroism, but because if he didn't, no one else would solve it. This nonsense about doing everything for the sake of others. What does that have to do with himself? But at this moment, he just couldn't bear to walk away. He simply wanted to help, purely wanting to continue. Kunpeng Realm. Jiang Luoran summoned another Kunpeng Realm. He directly enveloped Yi Bei, Tang San, Qianren Xue, and Bibi Dong into it, continuing toward the Sea God Palace. Damn it, what are you going to use? I command you to stop. Yi Bei, exhausted, couldn't break through the realm. Stop looking at me with that perspective. I'm going to kill the magical beast. Not just trying to save this place. The irredeemable task can only be done by me. You can't do it. Jiang Luoran pushed the evil, racing through the deep sea like a flash of light, amidst a storm of rain and wind. Ha ha, sweeping everything away. Open for me. The female mage frantically decomposed her power, providing energy for the Kunpeng Divine Palace. Jiang Luoran, I still want to do one last thing. Female mage, I still want to do one last thing. Jiang Luoran, monster, let me show you the final dawn light. Female mage, Divine Palace, let me show you the final undead light. Roar. The evil broke free from the Kunpeng realm. It didn't want to stay with this madman for even a second. The blood of flight drained all of Jiang Luoran's vitality, everything, just for this final dawn light. Wong wong wong. The dawn spear was held high above, the golden spear nearly fragile gold, arranged in a circle. Blood of flight 30, 40, 60, 80, 100 boom, let me teach you. This is true power. Jiang Luoran's eyes shot out golden fire, piercing a ray of light through the dim sky, growing wider and wider. The evil suddenly realized it was wrong. This was not just a piercing light in the sky. Rather, it was his dawn light as large as the sky. The Great Way is silent. Gray memories. Time made it hard to see anything. If you think you see something, it's the figure in the sky, gradually becoming nothingness, turning into shattered pieces. Just like trash that no one wanted, only the wind came and blew it away. That's all. Perhaps, we might not remember such a fragment. It's trivial. Isn't it? Finally, you finally admitted it. The female mage smiled as she closed her eyes. Hulaina, awakened by the dissipating golden light, looked at the desolate sea, unintentionally stunned on the ground. Can one person's power really empty the seawater? Luoran, are you still there? Yi Bei tentatively inquired. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. Hulaina shouted with a hint of killing intent. Tang San and the others were downcast, all silent. They clearly saw it, yet now they were deceiving themselves. Is that really okay? Shouldn't we be celebrating joyfully and boasting about how we saved the world? Who would have thought that Jiang Luoran still had one last deadly weapon up his sleeve? It was too great, blocking the sun. It would probably be difficult for any god to achieve this. Yelling so loudly, do you think I can't hear you? Jiang Luoran, in tattered clothes, walked over. Introduction. Jiang Luoran possesses a mutated sky blue vine martial soul. Originally a unique lineage, the sky blue vine martial soul has now become a mutated martial soul, capable of controlling to the point of death. The strongest controller, who cannot be resisted, is the Title Douluo. The mutated sky blue vine martial soul is known as the strongest control type martial soul. Jiang Luoran's second martial soul is even more domineering. He titles himself as the Beiming Douluo.